The King of Mercenaries has unexpectedly transformed into Naruto. This opening is absolutely explosive. In a late-night mushroom house, a blonde-haired child suddenly wakes up, rolling over to dodge a fatal blow, his eyes instantly turning crimson. This is not Naruto at all. It's clearly the formidable king of the underworld. In his past life, he single-handedly defeated the violent Bear King and cut down peak shinobi. But now he opens his eyes to find himself as a short-legged blonde. As he lets out a Smee-ma sigh, he himself is stunned. I actually crossed over into Uzumaki Naruto. With no system, no golden fingers, he only possesses the battle instincts of the King of Mercenaries and 30 years of martial arts memory. What's even more outrageous is that this big shot looks down on Naruto's original life. Everything is arranged so clearly. It's simply boring. He immediately decides to promote the Yin-Huang martial arts in the ninja world and is torn between practicing the Xian-Yuan sword art or the Hunyuan body refining art. No. In his past life, he could slay a ground-level shinobi in the innate realm. And in this life, with such rich energy, he fears he won't take years to overpower the Kage level. Ninja techniques are too singular. Let me bring something new to this ninja world and show how my Yin-Huang martial arts is unparalleled. Family, this is going to overturn the worldview of the Naruto universe. When the ruthlessness of the King of Mercenaries meets Naruto's cheat-like physique, does he even need to learn the Rasengan? A set of military boxing might just leave Sasuke dumbfounded. But the problem arises, he is currently just a little kid without chakra. How can he secretly practice martial arts in Konoha without being discovered? Will the third Hokage keep an eye on this strange Naruto? Now that I'm still young, isn't it just about exploring? With 30 years of memories from my past life, how could I possibly be slow? The next chapter is directly high energy. The Underworld King version of Naruto meets Mizuki for the first time and immediately performs a set of grappling techniques, dislocating the opponent's arm. This move will leave Sasuke stunned. Want to know how he uses martial arts to overpower ninjutsu? Hurry up and follow the updates. Can you believe it, family? A soul with memories from a past life has actually crossed over into Naruto. Upon arriving in this world, he discovers he is being monitored by the third Hokage, and when he walks down the street, he is subjected to various insults from the public. Life is simply unbearable. But this is no ordinary Naruto. He won't be defeated by these difficulties. What do you think he plans to do? He decides to practice the Hunyuan body refining art, a technique that can make him super strong. Just as he is about to start cultivating, he suddenly senses someone watching him in the shadows. It turns out that the third Hokage has arranged for Fortunen to monitor his every move. Naruto is furious. This surveillance is simply too despicable. He thinks to himself, if you watch me during the day, I want practice then. Let's see how you keep watching at night. Therefore, Naruto decides to exercise during the day to lay the foundation for his future cultivation. Without hesitation, Naruto starts running like crazy. He runs all the way to the river outside the village, then dives into the woods. As he runs, Naruto can't help but marvel. As expected from a body blessed with rich energy, it's far stronger than an average child from my past life. After running for a while, he hasn't even reached his limit. You see, ordinary 3 to 4-year-old children here can easily lift objects weighing 20 to 30 pounds, but in his past life, it was already impressive if a 3 to 4-year-old child could walk steadily, let alone lift anything. Naruto thinks to himself and picks up a piece of wood weighing over 10 pounds to use as a weight while continuing to run. An hour later, Naruto finally collapses onto the grass by the river outside the village. At this point, he is both hungry and thirsty, but his body is automatically operating the technique and continuously absorbing energy from the natural world. Suddenly, a powerful energy surges within him. Naruto is delighted. He suddenly remembers that he is now Naruto, and within him is sealed a tailed beast, whose chakra is immensely powerful. Just a little bit is enough for his current cultivation. Thus, Naruto enters a meditative state. After a short while, his consciousness lands in a dark underground waterway. The deeper he goes, the stronger the powerful energy impact becomes, as if it wants to swallow him whole. At this moment, the voice of the Nine Tails tempts him. Kid, come here, want power? Come here. You'll have great power and change your destiny. Naruto frowns and continues walking deeper. He thinks to himself, this place is truly unfit for human habitation. If I were trapped here for years, I would definitely go insane. Soon, Naruto arrives in front of a gigantic door, tens of feet high, and he can't even see the top. There's a large seal character written on it. Suddenly, a massive fox head lunges at him with a roar. It's the Nine Tails. Its lantern-sized eyes are crimson and eerie, embodying evil itself. The Nine Tails opens its bloody maw, seemingly wanting to swallow Naruto whole. Naruto feels a powerful pressure if it weren't for the ceiling suppressing it. He estimates he would have already been pinned to the ground by this aura. The Nine-Tails tempts again. Kid, want power? Tear off that ceiling paper, and all my power will be yours. However, Naruto remains calm, thinking, if it were my past life, I could defeat this red fox with a single sword strike. Seeing that Naruto is unfazed, the Nine-Tails becomes enraged, its crimson chakra energy seeping out and filling the entire ceiling prison. Naruto smiles and says, "Thanks, Kurama," and quickly absorbs this chakra energy, refining it into Hunyuan Chi. After absorbing all the emitted red chakra energy, Naruto has refined 30 strands of Hunyuan Chi. But this is far from enough. His goal is to become stronger. Therefore, Naruto stands up and says to the Nine-Tails, "Kurama, how about a deal?" The Nine-Tails, puzzled, asks, "How do you know my name?" Naruto mysteriously smiles and replies, "It's a secret." He can't tell the Nine-Tails that he comes from another world. Naruto continues, "Kurama, it must be uncomfortable to be in this dark, sealed prison, right? Let's make a deal. When I achieve my cultivation, I will release you. But until then, you need to emit chakra energy for me to cultivate. How about it?" The Nine-Tails, somewhat incredulous, asks, "Are you sure?" Naruto firmly nods, "Of course, but when the time comes to release you, there are some things I need to explain to you. The choice is all yours." Naruto thinks to himself that when the time is right, he will tell the Nine-Tails about the Akatsuki, the resurrection of Uchiha Obito, and the plan to capture the tailed beasts. And it would likely be reluctant to leave easily, as in front of Uchiha Obito, the Nine-Tails is a weakling. After thinking for a moment, the Nine-Tails nods in agreement. "All right, I agree. I hope you keep your word." Just like that, Naruto gains a continuous source of energy for cultivation. With the Nine-Tails chakra energy supporting him, his strength increases at an astonishing rate. Family, are you also curious about how Naruto will utilize the Nine-Tails chakra energy to soar on his cultivation journey? The subsequent plot will be even more exciting and thrilling. Want to know how strong Naruto will ultimately become? How will he face various challenges in the future? Hurry up and follow me. Let's witness Naruto's blood-soaked journey of defying fate together. Not long after, Naruto gets up again, wanting to continue exercising, but after just a few steps, he trips and falls onto the grass. Family, who understands this? The King of Mercenaries transformed into Naruto actually fell flat on his face due to hunger. This is a bit embarrassing. There's no way around it. Who told him his economy wasn't free? The aid money is pitifully little, and he's being closely watched by the third Hokage, not even daring spend it like a gentleman thief. He can only fend for himself, catching fish and shrimp in the river and grilling everything. Unlike the previous Naruto, who only knew how to eat fish. Well, this isn't being starved, it's clearly improving his diet. Things are getting interesting in the Hokage building. After the Umbu reported to the third Hokage, he muttered while smoking his pipe, "Little Naruto wants to train? The will of fire isn't in place, yet let him mess around first. It's good for his body, he'll take the credit later." Hey, little did he know that Naruto was practicing body cultivation. In the future, his physique would be harder than steel, impervious to blades, and guns want to control him. Dream on. Half a year passed, and Naruto took off right from the ground. With over 1,000 strands of primordial energy in his body, even Chunin would find it hard to defeat him. I am invincible below Chunin, including Uchiha Itachi with his Sharingan. One punch could knock down a building. Who wouldn't say that's outrageous? Even more astonishing, he was acting like a movie star, smiling at the third Hokage, and going to work hard to become Hokage. He tricked the third Hokage into giving him a basic chakra refining method. Turning around, he perfected his primordial body in a secret base, his fist cracking as he squeezed, his strength matching Tsunade's in an arm wrestling match. Although he still lacked chakra and a dantian, his physical strength was already streets ahead of his peers. At 4 years old, things were even funnier. He could carry things weighing 100 pounds without issue. He wanted to borrow guys' equipment, but was afraid of exposure, so he could only practice chakra first. Suddenly, the third Hokage appeared, giving him 10,000 ryo to eat ramen while feigning concern about his training. Naruto immediately put on a dramatic face, sulking, "The chakra absorption is so slow, just a little bit. It's not good. My chakra absorption speed is very slow. I've only stored a little bit of chakra by now." His expression was quite gloomy, and his eyes held some sadness. Folks, this acting is wasted if he doesn't go to the Konoha Theater. He must be thinking, "Old fox, trying to play tricks on me? Just wait and see." You guys think Naruto's act of weakness is hiding a big move? Once he gets the chakra refining method, will he combine it with the primordial body technique to create some big news? Was the third Hokage's 10,000 ryo worth it? High energy alert for the next chapter. Not only did Naruto's chakra skyrocket, but he also secretly learned the shadow clone technique, not for pranks, but for hurry and catch up to see how he tricks the third Hokage. It's not good. My chakra absorption speed is very slow. I've only stored a little bit of chakra by now. Folks, Naruto's performance as a movie star is incredible. Clearly absorbing the Nine Tails chakra at a ridiculous speed, yet pretending to be weak in front of the third Hokage. He directly tricked his way into mastering the shadow clone technique. Kurama and the seal was stunned. This speed is called slow? If it were someone else, they'd already be Chunin. But the third Hokage was left in a daze, happily teaching him ninjutsu, feeling quite pleased. Little Naruto is becoming more reliant on me. Then the Hokage building exploded. Danzo came knocking, ominously saying, "Hand over the Jinchuriki to me, and it'll make him the strongest weapon of Konoha." The third Hokage immediately flipped out. In the Hokage, Root isn't allowed to touch him. Well, these two old men are arguing over Naruto, not realizing that the Jinchuriki they're eyeing already belongs to him. With the shadow clone technique, Naruto first went to Ichiraka Ramen for a meal, only to bump into Kakashiho, was holding that classic little yellow book. Naruto stared at his mask and asked, "Uncle, how do you eat with your mouth covered?" Kakashi fell silent. Who would have thought that the future master and disciple would meet for the first time because of a mask? Little guy, do you know me? Folks, the plot is getting more exciting. Now that Naruto has the shadow clone technique, is he going to use it for training hacks? Will Kakashi recognize him as the son of Minato Namikaze? After being rejected, will Danzo secretly take action against Naruto? High energy directly in the next chapter. Naruto used the shadow clone to fool the Umbu, secretly provoking Uchiha Itachi, only for Itachi's Sharingan to fail in front of him. What's going on? Hurry and follow the updates. How did he appear again? Isn't he rumored to have been captured by the Hokage? Folks, who understands? Kakashi actually used his Sharingan to eat. Naruto clearly saw it at Ichiraka Ramen, dumbfounded. "I don't care about the walls, I just care about you." This operation is too absurd. Is that how the Sharingan is used? Wow. Just after sending off Kakashi, he ran into Uchiha Itachi. With his black long hair, the line under his eyes, and that signature gentle smile, Naruto's heart raced. This is the future killer of his clan. But his brother complex is quite appealing. This guy is fully capable, but his only flaw is his brother complex. He's practically a brother slave, daring to fight the world for his brother. The more Naruto thought about it, the more exciting it became. In 3 years, the Uchiha clan will be exterminated. Should he intervene? Shursui is such a good person, and Itachi has such strong combat power, it would be a shame not to bring them over. Since I want to change things, let's totally revamp everything and conveniently rebuild my Phantom organization. But just as he strolled down the street, the villagers started scolding him. Why is this fox demon out harming people again? Naruto sneered inside. These people are just like internet trolls, only daring to type "oh no." Talk behind their screens, they'll soon find out who their real father is. Back home, lying on his bed, he directly connected with Kurama. "Hey Kurama, have you gained weight again?" Kurama exploded, red chakra surging while the Naruto smiled as he absorbed it all. Now, the chakra concentration was enough to break through the innate realm, just waiting for his body to reach its limit. "Little brat, you've already learned my tailed beast ball. What else do you want?" Kurama roared. Naruto chuckled. "Don't rush. Old friend, you'll have plenty to do in the future." Folks, this plot is getting more thrilling. Not only does Naruto want to save Shursui and persuade Itachi, but he also wants to rebuild the Phantom organization. He's going to make big moves in the Naruto world. Having learned the tailed beast ball, is it time for him to learn the Rasengan next? Do you think Naruto can stop the Uchiha clan's extermination? What kind of antics can this mischievous duo of him and the Nine Tails come up with? The next chapter is directly Heinrich Naruto secretly practiced the tailed beast ball with the shadow clone, almost blowing a hole in Konoha. Hurry and catch up. Someone's monitoring him. So he naturally has to put on a show that a lonely figure left the village and arrived at the woods outside the village, regaining composure in a second, the loneliness disappearing, replaced by calm. Folks, Naruto's acting is incredible. Just a second ago, he was lonely enough to make one's heart ache, but the next second in the woods, he instantly changed his face, calm as if nothing happened and was acting for the person monitoring him. What outrageous things has Naruto been doing lately? He's researched the shadow clone technique to the point of blooming. While others' clones can't last long, he suddenly had a burst of inspiration. As long as there's a constant source of energy, can't the clones exist indefinitely? And it actually worked. The clones could absorb natural energy, doubling their endurance time. I give this operation a perfect score. Unfortunately, the villagers of Konoha still have the same attitude. Naruto, clutching 30,000 Ryo, wanted to treat himself to a nice meal, but the restaurant owners all kicked him out, some even wanting to throw punches. Naruto smiled on the surface, but was already rolling his eyes inside. With such a narrow mindset, just wait and see. He immediately set his sights on the thunder in the sky. That's right, the thunder up there. He suddenly had a realization while watching the lightning. Using lightning to temper the body, isn't this the shortcut to shortcuts in cultivation? He was full of confidence. With my current physical body, I definitely won't be electrocuted. Sure enough, a thunderstorm really came. Naruto climbed to the highest tree at the village entrance and flew a kite made entirely of iron wire. This was to attract lightning to strike him. Crackle! The thunder was indeed drawn down and struck Naruto directly. He spat out a mouthful of blood and fell from the dozens of feet high tree. The sound of his bones cracking echoed through his body. Kid, what are you doing? The Nine-Tails was stunned, even in its seal, its roar shaking the heavens. As Naruto was falling, he didn't forget to shout, Kurama, I'm very sorry for involving you. Thank you for your gift. Family, this operation is too crazy. Did being struck by thunder mean life or death? Can a physical body really break through? Will the Nine-Tails hold a grudge against him? More importantly, after absorbing the power of thunder, will he awaken lightning attribute chakra and directly perform Chidori? The next chapter will reveal all. Not only did Naruto survive, but he also benefited from the disaster, with his physical strength skyrocketing and his chakra gaining the lightning attribute. Want to know how he will torment those who once looked down on him? Hurry up and catch the next update. His purpose was achieved, and such a strong lightning strike should attract attention, so it would be better to leave quickly to avoid being noticed. When he left, he took the kite with him, not leaving a trace behind, as those people's senses were very sharp. Sure enough, not long after Naruto left, the four of them arrived here, and after a thorough inspection, they confirmed it was a natural lightning strike phenomenon and then left. Naruto simply washed up in the river outside the village before returning home, dispelling his shadow clones, lying on his bed, and entering the ceiling prison. Kurama, kid, you're here, Naruto said. Kurama, release some chakra, I still need a little more. Kurama did not hesitate and red chakra spread out. Naruto began to absorb and cultivate again, finally containing it in his dantian, which marked the end of his training, emitting a faint aura. At this moment, Kurama felt a sense of danger, a strong danger. Kurama said, Kid, what exactly have you been cultivating? Naruto said, Kurama, this is not the way of the ninja, but a new path that I call the way of martial arts, not samurai, but martial arts. He emphasized it again to prevent the fox from misunderstanding. Martial arts? Kurama murmured, asking, what is martial arts? Naruto said, the way of martial arts is a practice of martial skills, the first path to pursue truth. The spirit of martial arts is to use martial means to stop violence, to quell conflicts, and to find the ultimate goal of mutual assistance and unity from contradictions and struggles. Military force is not violence. It is not for the sake of killing for killing's sake or fighting for fighting's sake, but rather to quickly stop killing and fighting, to protect and guard all beings. When absolutely necessary, it must be used with a compassionate heart, extending oneself to others, transforming hostility into understanding, uniting heaven and earth in one breath. Little fox, come on. I welcome you to the Yinhuang martial arts culture. Kaibai asked, can we really achieve extending compassion to others, transforming hostility into understanding, and uniting heaven and earth in one breath? Naruto said, as long as there is faith, as long as you take action, you can definitely achieve it. He lifted his head, his eyes shining with brilliance, and continued, if they are unconvinced, then suppress them. If they resist, then kill them. Wipe them out completely. Only by establishing a new order can there be hope. The cold light in Naruto's eyes penetrated deep into the Nine-Tails' heart, making it feel a strong chill. For Naruto, Kurama could not sense what Sage of Six Paths had mentioned. He was not the prophesied child. In his heart, he thought, old man, how much longer do I have to wait? Then Naruto smiled and said, Kurama, I have made some progress in my training, but it's not yet time to let you out. Wait for another 3 years, and once I obtain some things, I will release you. Kurama replied, all right, I've already waited many years. What's a little more time? Naruto thought to himself, letting you out is naturally no problem, but if you don't leave, then rent will have to be paid. For the next year, Naruto entered a period of intense training. He didn't practice ninjutsu. Instead, he used his frugal savings to beg Uncle Hand to forge a true blade for him, not the kind of sword that resembles a katana. He didn't go himself because he knew very well that no one would sell or forge weapons for him. Over the course of a year, Naruto's strength didn't increase much. He remained at the mid-level of the acquired stage. However, his swordsmanship reached a peak, and his sword intent had reached a pinnacle stage. With one more step, he would enter the realm of the ultimate meaning. In his previous life, He had only reached the peak of sword intent and was still far from the realm of ultimate meaning. Naruto wielded a sword, and such a strange one at that, which left Sarutobi Hiruzen puzzled. He even asked about it, but Naruto naturally gave him a roundabout answer, dispelling the old man's doubts. To disguise himself. As soon as Naruto's shadow clone appeared, it collapsed to the ground, just like in the storyline. Each time, Sarutobi Hiruzen would kindly comfort and encourage him, without taking any actual action. With his abilities as a ninja instructor, he could easily guide Naruto to no longer be a limp clone or suppress the nine-tailed chakra. But he never did, not even once. The most frequent words he said to Naruto were, "Where the leaves dance, the fire burns eternally." As long as there are places where leaves dance, the fire will ignite. The flames illuminate the village and allow the trees to sprout new buds. The will of fire will never be extinguished. Konoha is not just an organization to me. Konoha gives birth to and nurtures many ninjas every year, who then fight, even dying to protect what they cherish. And the people in the village are not my blood relatives, but to me, they are the most important family. Every time, Naruto felt a headache coming on, wishing he could sew the old man's mouth shut since he could talk so much. There was also a regretful matter. Naruto, at 6 years old, could not go to school for the time being due to his poor foundation, fearing he couldn't keep up. He would start school at 7. On the surface, Naruto appeared quite lonely about this, but inside he was secretly pleased, as he really couldn't accept going to school with a bunch of kids. Chapter 7. Fateful encounter that day. Naruto was late returning from training in the forest as the sky darkened. He came back holding 2 fish. These were fish he had raised for quite some time. Over the past 2 years, he had eaten most of the fish in the river. So he dug a small pond and placed the small fish he caught in it to grow, planning to eat them once they were bigger. A mocking voice suddenly rang out. "Your eyes are truly nauseating. You're actually a monster too, aren't you? You white-eyed monster." These scenes felt inexplicably familiar. Naruto said, "No way. A fateful encounter?" He walked over with the fish. Sure enough, in the distance, several kids were surrounding a little girl. The little girl was dressed in light purple clothes, with a light yellow towel wrapped around her, and at that moment, she was covering her face and crying on the ground. Although the sky was very dark, Naruto could clearly see the wild laughter of the 3 kids, which looked so unbearable on their faces. Since they had met, he decided to save her. Naruto appeared and slowly walked over, saying, "You guys are going too far. If you weren't all just kids, I would have kicked you already. Change the place and let an adult try. I could make him crap himself." One of them scoffed and said, "Who do you think you are?" Naruto said, "Take a good look. Don't you recognize me?" These 3 kids really didn't recognize Naruto and asked, "Who are you?" Naruto frowned slightly and cursed inwardly. "Damn it. Those Dagonbu are here again." Naruto shouted, "My name is Uzumaki Naruto, and I am the future Hokage." As soon as he said this, it naturally drew laughter from the 3 of them, and one of them threw a punch. This was not the mischievous Uzumaki Naruto from the original story. Here, he would take a punch. He was the King of Mercenaries, and, catching the soft punch, he forcefully swung it, sending the kid flying. Then he threw a punch at another boy, directly knocking him away. As for the girl, he decided against hitting her. Her punishment was enough. Naruto's strength scared her so much that she peed her pants. Naruto said, "Aren't you leaving yet?" The 3 kids shouted and ran away, not daring to linger any longer. Naruto asked, "Are you okay?" He had plenty of ways to comfort the old folks, but comforting a little girl was really not his forte. Hinata looked up, her timid appearance making one's heart ache. With her short blue hair, she was very cute, and those pure eyes looking at Naruto were somewhat touching. She shook her head and softly said, "I'm fine." Is she cute? She was indeed very cute. However, Naruto had no intention of treating her as a child bride. He was an adult, and to him, she was just a little girl. He said, "That's good to hear. It's very cold outside in the middle of winter. Let's go back." After saying that, he turned to leave. Little Hinata stood up, bowed, and said, "Arigato." Naruto waved his hand. "Go home." Hinata stared at Naruto's departing figure, lost in thought. After a while, her cheeks turned slightly red, and she was taken away by the servants of the Hyuga family. Hyuga Hayashi saw Hinata being brought back and showed no emotion in his eyes, only saying, "Hinata, you disappoint me." Hinata lowered her head and said nothing. Seeing this, Hyuga Hayashi felt even more angry, but Hinata's nature was like this. He instructed the servants to take her away and return to his own bedroom. "What happened today?" Hyuga Hayashi asked. A servant suddenly appeared and recounted the events. There was no change in Hyuga Hayashi's expression as he said, "The son of the 4th Hokage?" He naturally knew Naruto's identity. The son of the 4th Hokage, Minato Namake's and the host of the Nine Tails, a very special status. After a long while, Hyuga Hayashi said, "From now on, when the young lady goes out, send someone to follow her." Yes, the servant withdrew, and a flicker of light passed through Hyuga Hayashi's eyes. Back at home, Naruto lay on his bed, muttering, "The will of this world is really powerful. It can even recover like this. But no matter how strong it is, trying to interfere with me is just a pipe dream." However, awakening Hinata's Byakugan seemed to be a powerful eye as well. It appeared to be developed to its extreme, comparable to the ultimate form of the Sharingan, the Rinnegan. Possessing great power, Naruto pondered for a moment and finally said, "I've decided, one Sharingan and one Byakugan. These two powerful eyes, I want to study them both." However, compared to the Uchiha clan, the eyes of the Hyuga clan are even rarer. The Hyuga family is divided into the main house and the branch house. And the branch house members have a seal on their foreheads that automatically seals their Byakugan upon death to protect it from being leaked. It seems difficult to obtain the Byakugan from the main house, as there are too few members. Currently known are Hyuga Hayashi and his two daughters. Hyuga Hayashi's strength is not simple, making it hard to acquire. As for Hinata and Hanabi, forget it. Even if I'm ruthless, I can't lay hands on those two kids. So the target is still on the branch house. Silently, knock them out first, then take their eyes and immediately refine them. I don't believe I can't obtain them. As for hiding the eyes, Naruto now has many methods, and even with the Hyuga clan's bloodline power, it can't be found. However, before that, I need to develop a perfect invisibility technique. This is the ninjutsu Naruto is currently researching. This so-called invisibility technique involves hiding oneself somewhere and using objects in the environment to cover oneself, which left Naruto speechless. He had high hopes, but was very disappointed. What he wanted was the kind of technique that could erase his body, allowing him to walk boldly without being seen or sensed by others. That is the true invisibility technique. He has already gained some insights. He can hide his body, but his aura still remains. He needs to combine invisibility with concealing his presence, so he can act boldly and do bad things. Of course, he can't do bad things in front of the Hokage, as he would definitely be caught, and the members of the Hyuga clan would immediately notice if they activated their Byakugan. As for feeling guilty about stealing from others, I'm sorry, but he is Naruto who has taken over. In his past life, didn't he steal enough resources? There were too many. Resources, techniques, martial arts, medicinal materials, countless things he coveted, and he found ways to snatch them, thus creating countless enemies. In this world of plundering, that's just normal. With his sword intent at its peak, breaking through to the next level of understanding is not easy. It's time to improve his strength. Naruto collected his thoughts and murmured, his mind settling as he entered Kurama's realm. "Hey, little brat, you haven't been here for a long time," Kurama said with some joy. It had been a while since he last chatted with Naruto, and he missed it a bit. Naruto said, "Sorry, Kurama. I'm trying to understand something and didn't pay attention to you." Kurama replied unhappily, "You brat, you want to absorb chakra, right?" Naruto, "Kurama, don't be like this. We are friends now. What's yours is mine. There's no need to be so calculative." Kurama, "Then what about yours?" Naruto said, "Of course it's still mine." Kurama, "Bastard." Chapter 8. Capturing Uchiha Shursui, Konoha Year 54. Naruto is 6 years old now, and after a little more than half a year of training, he has already broken through to the innate level. This was something that was absolutely impossible in his previous life. To reach the innate level, one needed at least 10 years of accumulation, and it was unthinkable to possess it otherwise. In this life, not only is the energy of the world abundant, but he also has the Nine Tails attached to him. The Nine Tails absorbs natural energy at twice his speed, so when he absorbs energy for training, it is equivalent to having 3 of himself training simultaneously, which greatly accelerates his progress. He has also perfected his invisibility technique, allowing him to become invisible right in front of the Umbu, who cannot detect his presence at all. It truly is strange. He has never encountered them even once. Naruto walked through the forest, murmuring to himself. During this time, he had often roamed the streets and jungles, yet he had not encountered Uchiha Shursui, nor had he come across Uchiha Itachi, which was quite strange. Without meeting these two, how could he change their fates? As time slowly passed, Naruto still found nothing, and he speculated, could it be that these two were on a mission? Nevertheless, Naruto remained persistent. Whenever he reached the forest, he would use the shadow clone technique to wander through the woods, often ending up at the riverside behind the Uchiha clan's mountain, where these two frequently shared their feelings. Indeed, Persistence bore fruit. One day, as Naruto approached the lakeside, he heard the flapping of crows' wings. One crow was flying toward the lakeside behind the mountain, and his eyes lit up. He remembered that Uchiha Shursui liked crows very much. Without hesitation, he hurried over. Sure enough, at the edge of the cliff stood a young man with a ninja sword on his back. Who else could it be but Uchiha Shursui? From the news brought by the crow, Uchiha Shursui's expression turned serious, and he let out a slight sigh. He did not wish for the clan to be divided or for the village to go to war, but this was something that had to be done. Naruto slowly walked out, and Uchiha immediately sensed it. Turning around, he saw that it was Naruto and was slightly taken aback. As a member of Root, he naturally knew Naruto's identity. Naruto said, "Can I talk to you?" Uchiha Shursui replied, "You know me?" Naruto smiled and said, "Uchiha Shursui, the genius of the Uchiha clan." Uchiha Shursui's expression turned cautious. Although his identity was not a big secret and many people knew about it, someone like Naruto Uzumaki could not possibly know. He asked, "What else do you know?" Naruto said, "There are many, including the fact that you are a member of the Umbu, as well as your strength, your eyes, and so on." Uchiha Shursui looked at Naruto and continued to ask, "Does it also include your identity? That could be a bit dangerous, the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, breaking free from the village's control." However, Uchiha Shursui only knows that Naruto is the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki and is unaware that he is the son of the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze. Naruto smiled slightly and said, "What do you think?" Uchiha Shursui's expression became serious as he replied, "What do you want to talk to me about? Are you planning to use Kodoame Tsukumi on him?" Naruto said, "This is not a place to talk. It's easy to be monitored. Follow me." After saying that, he took the lead. He was betting that Uchiha Shursui would definitely come back. The current Uchiha Shursui was very loyal to the village. If the Jinchuriki really had a problem, he would use Kodoame Tsukumi to impose his will. Uchiha Shursui followed Naruto. After a while, the two arrived at an underground cave. The cave was very dark, and Naruto lit a candle, brightening the cave. Uchiha Shursui asked again, "What do you want to talk to me about?" Naruto said, "Don't rush. Come on, you sit first." He sat on the wooden bench, while Uchiha Shursui knelt on the grass. Naruto then said, "Let's talk about Konoha today." As soon as these words were spoken, Uchiha Shursui's eyes became even more vigilant. The Jinchuriki indeed had issues. Naruto didn't care and asked a question, "What do you think of the current Konoha village?" Uchiha Shursui replied, "Thriving and flourishing, without killing or darkness. United and loving each other." Hearing this, Naruto grinned and laughed mockingly. "No killing? No darkness?" Then he retorted, "If there's no killing, where do orphans like us come from?" Uchiha Shursui had no answer. He couldn't respond. War needs people, but are all orphans truly victims of war? Naruto continued to express, "No darkness? One orphan after another goes missing. Where do they go? Have you investigated? Or do you really not know? It's just a pity they have no background. But when they draw the attention of others, they can only leave silently. As for mutual solidarity and mutual love, that's an even bigger joke. I don't even need to say it. What kind of life are you living? As a member of the Umbu, don't you know? Just look at your Uchiha clan. When the first Hokage, Hashirama Senju, was in power, you were part Konoha. But when Hashirama died and Tobarama Senju took over, he oppressed and persecuted the Uchiha clan, thinking only of exterminating them from the beginning to the end. Then the third Hokage took over, and Root was established, led by Danzo, both of whom were disciples of Tobarama Senju, inheriting his will and further oppressing the Uchiha clan, driving them out of the village. In high-ranking positions, there are no Uchiha anymore, only a small police force, which is often complained about by villagers, facing all sorts of unfounded accusations. At this moment, Uchiha Shursui had nothing to say. Everything Naruto said was the truth, and he had no way to refute it. Naruto did not let him go and continued. Until now. Apart from Tsunade, who else from the Senju clan, which once dominated an era? The land of waves was destroyed, the Uzumaki clan was annihilated. And who took all the secret techniques of the Uzumaki clan? Were they not the most sincere allies of Konoha? The wives of the first and fourth Hokage were both from the Uzumaki clan. Did they not contribute enough to Konoha? When Konoha's White Fang, Tsukumo Hatake, saved people and gave up his mission, it was just a minor issue, yet it became known to the world, and he faced countless criticisms. Did he not achieve great merit for Konoha? Is this minor mistake really worth more than that? And how did Hayashi Hyuga die? One question after another left Uchiha Shursui's face slightly pale. Naruto looked at Uchiha Shursui and asked again, "Do you know who I am?" Uchiha Shursui raised his head, his pale cheeks slightly trembling, seemingly unable to believe that there could still be such great injustice. Naruto raised his hand, stroked his hair, and said, "There shouldn't be too many of this yellow hair in Konoha, right?" Uchiha Shursui's body suddenly stiffened. The only yellow that could leave an impression in his heart was that of the fourth Hokage, Minato Namake's. He abruptly stood up and exclaimed in disbelief, "Could it be that you are?" Naruto nodded. "That's right, I am Uzumaki Naruto, the son of the fourth Hokage, Minato Namake's." At that moment, Uchiha Shursui was shocked. The Ninetales, who was ridiculed and scorned by everyone in Konoha, turned out to be the son of the fourth Hokage, a true hero successor. This felt absurd to Uchiha Shursui, incredibly absurd and unbelievable. How could the village do this? How could the Hokage allow such a thing to happen? How could Danzo spread such rumors? Naruto said, "My father was loyal to Konoha, even willing to die for it, thinking of making his son the Jinchuriki of Konoha to protect it. But what was the result? His child drinks expired milk, lives on meager welfare, and to eat meat. He has to catch fish in the river himself. He is worse off than the commoners and endures endless insults every day." Uchiha Shursui could no longer stand and collapsed to the ground. Naruto's words completely instilled the ugliness of Konoha into his heart, impacting his soul and his ninja way. After a while, Uchiha Shursui stood up and was about to leave. Naruto said, "Shursui, what are you going to do?" Chapter 9. The Path of the Sickly Ninja. Uchiha Shursui turned around and said, "I want to ask Danzo to clarify why he is treating you this way. I want to ask the Hokage why he doesn't stop such things. Why doesn't he reveal your identity?" Naruto shouted, "Stupid, extremely stupid." Uchiha Shursui looked at Naruto in confusion, wondering what was wrong. Naruto said, "Shursui, you are too naive. Do you really think that without the permission of the Konoha Elder Council and the third Hokage, Danzo would dare to slander me so recklessly? Slandering the son of a hero. There is no concealing the malice towards the Konoha higher-ups, the malice towards the third Hokage, and the malice towards Danzo." Uchiha Shursui shook his head. "That's impossible, the third." Naruto interrupted, "Impossible? Let me ask you, how many stories about Senju Hashirama can you still hear in the village now? He is a great hero who ended the Warring States period. And how many of his deeds are mentioned in the textbooks being taught now?" Uchiha Shursui had never paid attention to this before, but now that he thought about it, most of what was promoted in the books was about the achievements of the third Hokage, with only a few mentioning the two Hokage, Hashirama and Tobirama. Uchiha Shursui asked, "Why? Why is it like this? Why does the third Hokage do this?" He couldn't understand, completely unable to comprehend. He didn't respond to Naruto's words because they were all facts, beyond doubt. Naruto said, "Do you know that the third Hokage has been looking for me frequently these years? Do you know what we talk about?" Uchiha Shursui raised his head, looking at Naruto, seeking an answer. Naruto repeated what he said to the third Hokage, and his intention was very clear. After listening, Uchiha Shursui spoke up. "He wants to impose his will on you, to make you the guardian of Konoha, to shine in his light and promote his glorious achievements." Naruto said, "You're not too foolish yet. I remember he said that the will of fire is to protect the budding sprouts and help them grow strong. But in every battle, how many children participated? How old was Senju Rope Tree when he died? 12 years old, right? He was the legitimate heir of the Senju clan, so why send him to the battlefield? And what about Obito, Kakashi, Itachi, and you? How old were they? This is the radiant Konoha in your heart. Do you know how many young children Danzo captured for his experiments? Do you know that Danzo extracted the cells of the Senju clan from the body of Hashirama Senju? Do you know he was researching your Uchiha clan's Izanagi, trying to find ways to obtain the Sharingan? By the end, Uchiha Shursui's whole body was trembling. It was terrifying. Truly terrifying. Is this the Konoha they are supposed to protect? It's so filthy." Uchiha Shursui's faith collapsed completely, step by step crushed by Naruto. This village of Konoha was no longer the pure land in his heart. Naruto asked, "Shursui, do you think it's necessary to protect a village like this?" Uchiha Shursui remained silent, simply shaking his head repeatedly. Naruto didn't continue to speak, and now Uchiha Shursui's thoughts were very confused. He needed some time to sort things out and clear his mind before talking to him again. After about half an hour, Uchiha Shursui's breathing calmed down. At this moment, Naruto asked, "Shursui, how do you feel about the world now compared to the Warring States period of the past?" He didn't continue to talk about Konoha. The heavy blow had already fallen, and there was no need to strike again. Naruto wanted to establish an organization and needed a belief. In this world, nothing is more important than peace. However, Naruto did not expect that his initial goal of creating a powerful organization would ultimately lead to the establishment of an incredibly strong martial arts empire. Uchiha Shursui said, "The Warring States period was an extremely dark era, where nations, clans, and people fought incessantly, blood staining the earth, and life became the cheapest commodity. Now, although warlords continue to exist, it is not as bloody as the Warring States period." Naruto said, "Indeed, Senju Hashirama is a great hero. He ended the Warring States period, established the Hidden Leaf Village, and achieved unparalleled merit. The system of one village, one country has been emulated by various nations." Naruto shook his head, but that only applies to his era. Uchiha Shursui asked why. Both Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama were his idols, and hearing them being denied, he wanted to know the reason behind it. Naruto said, "Because at that time, Senju Hashirama was powerful, single-handedly dominating an era unbeatable by anyone. Moreover, there was also Uchiha Madara as an ally. With these two unparalleled figures joining forces, they were war machines of two great wars. Who dared to defy them? They could only keep their discontent hidden in their hearts. Even if they had ambition, they did not dare to show it. Any strategy in the face of overwhelming strength is equivalent to zero. Thus, that era was a time of peace. But now, wars continue year after year, with hundreds of thousands dying each year. Why? Because there is no unrivaled figure to suppress them, so those ambitious individuals unleash their capabilities, leading to war. As for the third Hokage, who is claimed to be the strongest Hokage, nonsense. He has been on the battlefield a few times. And if it weren't for the contributions of several prominent families in Konoha, what would he be? In my eyes, he is just a cowardly old man. For example, during the Nine Tails incident, my father had incredible talent, the Yellow Flash, who created the Rasengan. In his youth, his strength was already on par with the third Hokage. Why didn't they let the third Hokage seal it? He was already nearing his end. Dying would still leave him with the title of hero. And Konoha would remember the Sarutobi family. Wouldn't it be better to have the rising fourth Hokage instead? Also, when my father was Hokage, did he truly give up all power to him? If my father wasn't a rogue, would this Hokage position have fallen to him? Speaking of Sarutobi Hiruzen, Naruto was very angry. That old bastard was truly despicable. In the past, if Naruto criticized the third Hokage, Uchiha Shursui would definitely have said a few words in rebuttal. But now, that belief has collapsed. He is absolutely right. This is the character of Sarutobi Hiruzen. He is that kind of person. Naruto unleashed his ultimate move and said, "In my opinion, all this fighting is due to this pathological ninja way. Some people's ninja way is to protect friends and family, while others' ninja way is for revenge, for killing. And there are those whose ninja way is to climb to a higher position, to hold power over thousands. With so many ninja ways, conflict is bound to arise. For their own ninja way, they will stop at nothing, even if it means the death of millions. It's deemed justifiable. The ninja way, many times, is a pain imposed on others. Take the Land of Rain, for instance. What wrong did it do? The major ninja villages fought on its territory, causing countless casualties among the people of the Land of Rain. Did those ninjas who pride themselves on their noble ninja way ever consider that the people of the Land of Rain are also human? Why must the flames of war be ignited on their land? The major ninja villages, once outside their villages, are all messengers of justice, fighting for their own ninja way. But have they ever thought that, in the eyes of the people of the Land of Rain, they are the invaders? Their justice is built on the lives of others. Is innocent slaughter considered justice? When Naruto spoke of the ninja way as pathological, Uchiha Shursui disagreed and felt angry, but after hearing the latter part of his words, he felt his faith crumble once again. Naruto asked, "Shursui, do you want to change this pathological ninja way? To reduce the wars in the world. To reduce the deaths in the world." Chapter 10. The Establishment of the Organization. Naruto did not say to create a world without war or killing, because that is impossible. As long as there are people, there will inevitably be war, there will inevitably be killing, and there will inevitably be darkness. This can never be completely eliminated at any time. Uchiha Shursui nodded. "I see." Naruto said, "Then join my organization, and together with me, change this sick world, and establish a peaceful, democratic, and free martial arts world." Uchiha Shursui, confused, asked, "Warriors?" Naruto said, "It's not about being a samurai, it's about martial arts. Samurai are also pathological. Regardless of whether their master is good or bad, they wholeheartedly execute his orders, whether it's massacring the innocent or fighting for justice. If they fail their mission, they commit seppuku. This is completely the dross that should be discarded. Uchiha Shursui asked, "What is martial arts?" Naruto said, "The way of martial arts is to practice through martial means, the first path to pursue truth. The spirit of martial arts is to use force to stop conflict, to quell strife, and to find the ultimate goal of mutual assistance and unity from contradiction and struggle. Military force is not violence. It is not for the sake of killing for killing's sake or fighting for fighting's sake, but to quickly stop killing and fighting, to protect and defend all beings. When absolutely necessary, one must act, driven by a benevolent heart that extends to others, transforming conflict into understanding, unifying heaven and earth in one breath, which includes the unity of heaven and humanity, winning people over with virtue, putting people first, being strong and capable, and valuing harmony and moderation." Naruto elaborated on the spirit of martial arts, particularly explaining the concept of heroism. Uchiha Shursui's eyes lit up, especially at the last sentence. Gathering everyone's spirit together to exert force in one direction will create a tremendous power that can destroy all darkness. Uchiha Shursui's eyes shone with hope and light as he solemnly said, "Naruto-kun, what do you want me to do? Just give the order." Naruto was overjoyed. A master had already fallen into his hands, and his underworld was about to set sail. He said, "Welcome aboard, but I have some things to say. The existence of any organization requires the support of the people. Without the people, the existence of this organization is meaningless." In his previous life, the Underworld Mercenary Corps was famous worldwide, supported by a few small countries because they prevented wars and saved countless impoverished people. This earned them the people's support, which touched upon the interests of certain empires, leading them to want to eliminate them. Thus, they acted in unison to lure him into a trap. Uchiha Shursui sat quietly on the mat, listening attentively. Now, in his eyes, everything Naruto said was an enhancement of his soul and a sublimation of his character. Naruto said, "Shursui, all the policies and systems of our countries are wrong. The idea of one country, one village is completely flawed. Take the Fire Country, for example. The leader of Konoha is the Hokage, and the villagers fight for the Hokage, obeying the Hokage's orders. However, Konoha is also part of the Fire Country, and the daimyo is the highest leader of the Fire Country. It is he who acknowledges and supports the establishment of Konoha. But will the Hokage, as the entire ruler, completely follow the daimyo's orders? I believe anyone can understand this. Moreover, since Konoha is influenced by the will of the Hokage, would the people of Konoha serve the daimyo? Just look at you now. If the daimyo orders you, will you obey his commands?" Uchiha Shursui shook his head firmly. He only follows the leader's orders. Naruto continued, "In this way, the Land of Fire has two governments, which is fatal for a country. If a great battle occurs, and the Hokage and the daimyo scheme against each other for their own benefit, who suffers? Naturally, it is the common people. As the saying goes, when a nation prospers, the people suffer. When a nation falls, the people suffer. This is the truth. Furthermore, within the Land of Fire, there are many small states, and the leaders of these small states are also daimyos, forming numerous small governments. Can the Land of Fire unite as one?" This analysis made Uchiha Shursui reevaluate the world. It turns out that this world is so unbearable now. Naruto integrated the thoughts from his past life and expressed them from multiple perspectives, with the central theme being people-centered. Upon hearing this, the cosmic wave Jishui radiated with light, and his entire spirit was revitalized. He found motivation and a renewed sense of purpose in life. From any angle, Naruto's ideas are far superior to the current national policies. He stood up and bowed, saying, "Thank you, Naruto." Naruto said, "Shursui, we are now part of an organization, so there's no need to be polite. Please have a seat." Uchiha Shursui sat down, waiting once again for Naruto's guidance. Naruto said, "Shursui, have you discovered that many members of the clan are planning to rebel against Konoha?" Uchiha Shursui nodded yes. Naruto asked again, "Are you planning to alter their will with the Kodo Amatsukami Jinjutsu?" Uchiha Shursui looked at Naruto in disbelief and said, "Naruto-kun, you are truly a divine being." In his heart, Naruto was all-knowing and all-powerful, the very existence of a savior. Naruto said, "Shursui, I need you to manipulate their will and instill the ideas from our conversation. That way, we will have more people on our side. The more people we have, the stronger we are, and it will be easier to accomplish things, unlike now, where it's just the two of us." Uchiha Shursui was overjoyed and said, "Thank you for the reminder, Naruto. I am more than willing to do this." Naruto recalled Itachi Uchiha and said, "I know you have a very good relationship with Itachi, but he cannot know about our matters." Uchiha Shursui did not understand and asked, "Leader, why?" "Itachi is very smart, has strong talents, and will definitely be a powerful asset in the future." Naruto said, "I understand this. Itachi's talent is not inferior to yours, but his identity is different. He is a member of the Umbu and also of Root, a double agent. Moreover, he is deeply influenced by the will of the third Hokage. If he finds out about our organization, it would be very dangerous. You need to gradually change his mindset." Uchiha Shursui replied, "A double agent, I understand, leader." Naruto said, "The title of leader I sent, very good. I hope everyone in the world is like a dragon, and we will be the hidden dragon organization, with me as the Dragon King." "Everyone like a dragon?" "A beautiful wish," Uchiha Shursui said forcefully. "Yes, Dragon King." Originally, Naruto wanted to be the king of the underworld, but after thinking about it, he decided against it. That was a bit too dark. This is a human organization that exists for justice, so let's change it a bit. Naruto said, "Shursui, I will now teach you the cultivation methods of martial arts." Uchiha Shursui asked in confusion, "Cultivation methods of martial arts?" Chapter 11. It's time to go to school. Naruto said, "We need to abandon the ninja way and establish the martial way. Naturally, there must be martial arts. Shursui, I'm going to release my internal energy now. You sense the energy in my body." Naruto retracted the breath-holding technique and opened the gate of his dantian, unleashing a surging aura. This power is so strong. In the sealed prison, the Nine Tails was awakened by the true energy within Naruto's body. At this moment, it sensed a powerful crisis. This little brat has become so strong. Uchiha Shursui exclaimed, "So much chakra." If the energy within Naruto's body were to be converted into Kakashi, it would be equivalent to 200 Kakashis. With his current strength, he is already invincible in Konoha village, except for the one kick from Guy. Facing that kick from Guy, Naruto knows that he would most likely end up defeated. Naruto said, "This is not chakra, I call it true energy." "Shursui, don't you feel that it is stronger than chakra?" Uchiha Shursui replied, "Of course, it's just that where it exists." Naruto said, "This is called the dantian. In our martial arts, we must not only pay attention to the surface, but also to the inner meaning, just like our organization. It's not enough to just look good on the outside. We must also have profound significance that makes people genuinely convinced and free from suspicion." At this point, Uchiha Shursui had already been swayed by Naruto's words and felt proud to join the organization again. Naruto continued, "Shursui, the practice of ninjutsu is actually a misguided training. The chakra you acquire is stored within your flesh and blood, within your organs, which can actually cause significant harm to your body." Uchiha Shursui found this hard to comprehend and replied, "Please guide me, Dragon King." Naruto said, "Let's start with the extraction of chakra. Chakra is the combination of spiritual energy and physical energy. The so-called spiritual energy is a person's beliefs. As long as a person is alive, their beliefs will not perish. Physical energy, on the other hand, is extracted from cells. In fact, this process can cause certain harm to the body. Physical energy is generally obtained through eating, continuous training, constant consumption, and replenishing nutrients. Our cells are like a machine that continuously produces energy, but this machine can break down. After extracting energy a few times, it will eventually fail, which accelerates the aging of our body as cells. Now, regarding the storage of chakra, chakra is energy and is beneficial to the human body, but cannot be in excess. It's like exercise. While exercising is good, over-exercising can lead to disability. For example, if you can lift 500 pounds but are asked to lift 1,000 pounds, you would be crushed. The physical body is made up of cells, and each cell has a limit to how much chakra it can carry. If it carries too much, it will expand and break. Every person's body is a small world, with many mysteries waiting for us to discover. With such dual damage, a person's aging will accelerate. Uchiha Shursui listened to Naruto's words, and a great door opened for him. Naruto passed the Shin Yuan sword technique to Uchiha Shursui. As expected of a training genius, under Naruto's guidance, he quickly grasped the fundamentals. Sensing the inner energy and integrating the chakra from his flesh and blood into the inner energy, transforming it into internal power, which he stored in his acupoints and meridians. "Dragon King, I feel a bit more relaxed now." Having achieved initial success, Uchiha Shursui began to experience the benefits. Naruto said, "This is natural. Chakra transforms into internal energy, and the acupoints are the places where the body's energy connects, storing energy far more efficiently than cells. Uchiha Shursui said, Dragon King, I feel that internal energy is purer and stronger than chakra. Naruto said, this is inevitable. You're integrating chakra energy and also absorbing natural energy. These two types of energy actually contain some impurities. Our bodies have a self-repair mechanism and can expel waste. When we absorb energy through our meridians and acupoints, it will purify the energy, which naturally makes it stronger. Uchiha Shursui asked, Dragon King, can I pass this cultivation method on to my clan members? Naruto said, okay, but only those in the organization can teach, and they must have a firm will. The teaching must also be done in stages to avoid being taken by others. Uchiha Shursui, yes, Dragon King. If he wants to teach, it must be through the clan members of the other celestial beings. First, they need to win over the other clans. If it works out, then we can talk. If not, then naturally there will be no teaching. Uchiha Shursui believes that with martial arts training, their strength will surely grow stronger. Naruto said, Shursui, Konoha will not let the Uchiha clan go, so you need to act quickly and train people to become a powerful fighting force. Uchiha Shursui nodded. Yes, Dragon King. Naruto taught Uchiha Shursui a set of internal cultivation techniques and body refining methods. These two cultivation methods are of slightly lower grade, and as long as you recruit personnel and check their temperament, you can teach them. Those who can sense internal energy should practice the internal techniques, while those who cannot sense internal energy and have a very slow extraction of chakra should practice the body refining methods to strengthen their physical bodies, allowing them to carry more chakra. Uchiha Shursui was overjoyed and said, yes, Dragon King. Naruto warned, especially be careful of that old bastard Danzo. Watch out for his sneak attacks. Your eyes are too powerful. Be careful not to let him take them from you. Uchiha Shursui now had no good feelings towards Danzo and said coldly, he won't be my opponent. Speaking of eyes, Naruto said, Shursui, after your clan members die, it seems that their Sharingan is collected. Can you give me one? Uchiha Shursui replied, Dragon King, if you want an eye, mine can be yours. Now that he's the leader of the organization, the stronger his power, the more beneficial it is for the organization. Naruto waved his hand and said, no, your eyes can only on your body. I just want to refine one, do some research, maybe I can understand your bloodline limit. If it's possible, I want to let it evolve and try the legendary power of the Rinnegan. Uchiha Shursui's eyes lit up with joy. The Dragon King is exceptionally intelligent. If this research is successful, it would be a huge blessing for the Uchiha clan. Dragon King, how should I get for you? Uchiha Shursui asked. Even if you don't have it when you go back, find a clan member and dig one out, or even dig out your own. Naruto said, I often train by the river. That's where you can find me. Uchiha Shursui replied, all right. The two chatted for a while before Uchiha Shursui left, feeling melancholic yet returning with energy. Soon after, Naruto also left, quickly returning to the riverbank, dispelling his shadow clones without revealing any flaws. It was a beautiful day. Naruto looked up at the sky, revealing a satisfied smile. However, beautiful moments are always interrupted, and the elderly voice of the third Hokage came through. Little Naruto, what's making you so happy? A small figure emerged from the forest. Naruto smiled and said, Grandpa Third, you're here. Sarutobi Hiruzen replied, I came to visit you, little Naruto. Is there any good news you can share with Grandpa? Naruto said, Grandpa Third, watch this shadow clone technique. With a bang, two Narutos appeared. Hiruzen, Sarutobi said, oh, little Naruto, you can master the shadow clone technique now? Naruto said proudly, of course, I'm a genius. Sarutobi Hiruzen replied, all right, as expected of little Naruto. Little Naruto can go to school now. Naruto was overjoyed. Really? Damn, weren't we supposed to start 7? Why has that changed now? Sarutobi Hiruzen replied, because little Naruto is a genius. He took a puff of smoke while saying this. Seeing this made Naruto want to punch him. That old man who doesn't keep his word. There was no way around it. Sarutobi Hiruzen had the final say, and he had to attend this school. A group of kids, Sai. Chapter 12, Sharingan, Byakugan. The next day, Uchiha Shursui brought the Sharingan, a 3-tomo Sharingan. Holding the Sharingan, Naruto didn't refine it immediately, but murmured, I've got the Sharingan now, just need the Byakugan. He didn't refine it right away because he was thinking of acquiring the Byakugan as well and refining them together. If discovered, he would defect from Konoha, head to the land of tea, and establish his own organization. As night fell, Naruto left the shadow clone behind and stealthily left home. His target was the Hyuga clan. The branch and main families of the Hyuga clan were actually not much different. Two brothers, the elder was the clan head, and the younger was part of the branch family. Their bloodlines were the same, and the abilities of the Byakugan were identical. Naruto did not recklessly intrude into the Hyuga clan, but instead discreetly gathered information. There are several masters in this family, and who knows if someone might secretly activate the Byakugan to detect him immediately. Naruto walked slowly, approaching carefully, sensing that several Umbu were present. There was no chakra fluctuation, indicating that no one had activated their Byakugan. One of the Umbu was a disciple from the branch family. Naruto silently approached from behind, grasped his neck, and knocked him out before he could even react, not making a sound. After extracting the man's eyes, Naruto quickly left. He didn't go home. Time was of the essence, and it was better to refine first. He arrived at a good spot in the forest outside the village and began the refinement process. The first Sharingan was being refined, and pain was inevitable during the process, akin to changing one's eyes. How could it not hurt? However, who was Naruto? The king of the underworld, having endured countless trials. A monster who clawed his way back from the brink of death. Such pain was nothing to him. After about 10 minutes, Naruto successfully refined Sharingan. Before he could even study it, a sharp pain shot through his eye, as if roots were constantly piercing it, almost tearing his soul out. The pain was so intense that Naruto nearly cried out. The surrounding energy was continuously being absorbed, and Naruto was alarmed, calling out, "Kurama, chakra!" Kurama sensed the flow of chakra and responded, "Kid, what did you do?" Red chakra surged from Naruto's abdomen, flowing through his veins, rising to his head, and gathering in his eyes. This continued for nearly half a stick of incense before it finally stopped. Naruto said, "Kurama, thanks." "Kurama, kid, no need to be polite. But what are you doing?" Naruto said, "Researching the eyes seems to have some results." "Kurama, Sharingan?" Naruto said, "Yes, and there's the Byakugan too, Kurama. Don't worry. I'm not studying this to deal with you. With my current strength, I don't need a Sharingan to handle you." Kurama let out a sigh of relief. The Sharingan was indeed his nemesis, so he naturally had some concerns. Naruto took out a mirror to check his eyes, wanting to see how handsome he looked, so he naturally prepared a mirror. "Wow, kaleidoscope Sharingan," he exclaimed upon seeing himself in the mirror. In the reflection, his right eye, which was not blue, had transformed into the six-pointed star state. He never expected that this was actually a kaleidoscope Sharingan. Then Naruto calmed down and shook his head, saying, No. The eye that Shursui gave me was indeed just a 3-tomo of regular Sharingan. He could be certain of this. The energy fluctuations in that Sharingan were indeed just a regular Sharingan. However, after being refined, it had turned into a kaleidoscope Sharingan, and there was definitely something wrong here. Naruto didn't find it strange that it absorbed a lot of chakra energy. After all, the Sharingan was also a space for storing chakra, which was quite normal. But why? What was the reason for this? Naruto recalled the feeling during the refining process just now. His body, eyes, chakra, and internal energy seemed to have their consciousness extracted. Naruto said excitedly, "Soul power, it's soul power. The stronger the soul power, the more powerful the Sharingan state that can be unlocked." Naruto's current soul power is the combined soul power of two individuals, making it very strong, and it has directly activated the Mangekyō Sharingan. The soul power of the former King of Hell should have lost a lot during the transmigration, even when fused with Naruto. His soul power is less than 60% compared to his past life. Naruto murmured to himself, "It seems some things need to be asked of Shursui." He recalled the Uchiha clan's bloodline limit, sacrificing family, boundless power. Could it be that the Uchiha clan's bloodline limit allows for the growth of the soul after a family member's death, enabling the mastery of more chakra? The more he thought about it, the more plausible it became, and he planned to find a time to inquire thoroughly with Shursui. The idea that the state of the Sharingan cannot be retracted without a bloodline limit is nonsense. It's that they lack the means to control the energy of the fusion of chakra and spiritual power, which is why it can only exist in the state of the Sharingan. In this ninja world, most research focuses on bloodline limits and ninjutsu, while the study of cultivation is quite general. Having retracted his energy, he rubbed his eyes, feeling a bit sore, and said, "Using it excessively will naturally lead to blindness. The optic nerve is already very weak, and under such a powerful energy impact, it's hard not to go blind." Naruto circulated his true energy and had already recovered. By nurturing his neural pathways with true energy, he would only get better and could not go blind. Subsequently, Naruto sensed his own realm. He had reached the peak of the mid-stage of the innate realm, having improved by 1 level. Previously, he had 200 Kakashis, and now he had over 250 Kakashis. Naruto took out the Byakugan and murmured, as one of the ocular jutsu, the Sharingan requires spiritual power. But what does the Byakugan need? I remember it seems to require the combination of the chakra of the Tsutsuki clan with the Byakugan of the Hyuga clan, or the merging of multiple Byakugan from the Tsutsuki clan to evolve into the Rinnegan. The chakra of the Tsutsuki is more advanced than ordinary chakra. It can't just be energy, right? The more I think about it, the more likely it seems. Otherwise, why would it require Tsutsuki chakra? I won't think about it anymore. Let's try merging. Naruto began refining the Byakugan. Having experienced refining the Sharingan, the speed of refining the Byakugan increased significantly, and it was not as painful. After refining the Byakugan, Naruto began to circulate his true energy into his left eye. It was an unstoppable process. This was Hunyuan true energy, stronger than the true energy of martial cultivators, comparable to immortal power, and even the chakra of the Tsutsuki could not match it. The speed at which the Byakugan absorbed Naruto's true energy was astonishing. In just a few minutes, it completely absorbed his true energy, leaving his dantian completely empty. Naruto felt a burning sensation in his left eye and said, "Damn, it really is like this." Feeling his dantian completely empty, Naruto wanted to cry but had no tears. It would take some time to recover, at least 3 months. And this was not the end. The evolution of the Byakugan was only 1/3 complete, and it needed to evolve 2 more times. The only comforting thing was that the Byakugan could also recover, and both eyes could return to blue. Chapter 13. The base, chosen in the land of tea the next day, the entire Konoha was in motion. Hyuga Hisashi, upon learning the truth of the matter, immediately reported it to Sarutobi Hiruzen. This was a big deal. The eyes of the Hyuga clan had been taken by an unknown person, and the loss of the Byakugan would no longer make it exclusive to Konoha. Sarutobi Hiruzen left to convene a meeting to discuss this matter. The Umbu and Root began to take action, and messages were continuously relayed one after another. It felt like a great war was about to come. Unfortunately, it was all in vain. No traces were found, and no traces of presence were left behind. There are more shadow agents around Naruto. Compared to the Hyuga clan, the Jinchuriki is the top priority in Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes, and even Jonin have been dispatched. Moreover, they don't allow Naruto to leave the house. And the food delivered is quite simple and meager. If he wants to go out, he will have to wait a while longer. As a result, Naruto's school days have also been postponed, which gives him some comfort. After half a month, this finally came to an end. After being busy for half a month, there were no gains. Although the shadow guard around Naruto did not decrease, he was finally allowed to go out and have fun. That was enough. He could go meet Uchiha Shursui. Arriving by the river, he sent his shadow clones into the water to catch fish. With 4 shadow clones in total, who knows when one might disappear. "Shursui, how did it go?" Naruto asked as soon as they met. Uchiha Shursui replied, "I have used Kotoeme Tsukumi to stop those clan members who secretly wanted to defect from the village, a total of 84 people." Naruto asked, "What about Uchiha Fugaku?" Uchiha Shursui replied, "His strength is not inferior to mine. It's a bit difficult to control him, and he is already wary of me, making it hard to act. I'm sorry to disappoint the Dragon King." Naruto said, "This is already great. Thank you for your hard work, Shursui." Uchiha Shursui shook his head. "It's no trouble, Dragon King. What should we do next?" Naruto said, "Train these more than 80 people, let all the guards resign from their jobs, and focus on their cultivation. The Uchiha clan can afford it." Uchiha Shursui replied, "Yes." Naruto asked, "Have you ever interacted with Itachi?" Uchiha Shursui replied, "The Dragon King is right. Itachi is a double agent, and the attempt to win him over failed." He sought out Uchiha Itachi and talked several times, subtly inserting Naruto's ideals into the conversation. But Uchiha Itachi was not interested. He seemed more focused on the village and his family, wanting nothing more than peace for both. Naruto felt a bit regretful. It seems he could only look for opportunities in the future. However, without Shursui's stimulation, he couldn't activate his Mangekyō Sharingan. He said, "For now, don't get close to him, and don't let him know about our organization's existence." Uchiha Shursui replied, "Understood." Naruto asked, "Shursui, what was the change in your mental strength when you awakened your Mangekyō Sharingan?" Uchiha Shursui anxiously asked, "Dragon King, did something happen after you refined the Sharingan?" He was very concerned about Naruto. To him, nothing in Konoha was more important than Naruto. Naruto waved his hand and said, No, Shursui, look into my eyes." As he spoke, his eyes began to change, and the 6-pointed star appeared. Uchiha Shursui exclaimed, "This is the Mangekyō Sharingan." Naruto said, "Not bad. This is the Mangekyō Sharingan." Uchiha shook his head and said, "How is that possible?" How is that possible? This is the first time that the Sharingan has evolved while being refined by a member of its own clan. Naruto said, "This is the purpose of my inquiry to you. Based on my research on the Sharingan during this period, the evolution of the Sharingan requires spiritual power. The stronger the spiritual power, the faster the Sharingan evolves. I speculate that your bloodline stimulates the growth of spiritual power when you're angry or enraged. My spiritual power is stronger than that of many others, so once it was refined, my eyes evolved." Naruto referred to soul power as mental power, which the Uchiha clan could accept more easily. Uchiha Shursui felt that a broad road was waiting for him. After a moment of recollection, he said, "Dragon King, when my father died, I was very angry, and then I activated the Mangekyō Sharingan. After that, I didn't pay much attention to it, and I don't know if it was at that time that my mental power increased." Naruto said, "For example, how far can you sense when your Mangekyō Sharingan is not activated? Since you often take on missions, you should know this well. After awakening the Mangekyō, how far can you sense then?" Uchiha Shursui replied, "There's indeed a difference. The distance is further. They do not have such awareness. After all, the evolution of their Sharingan signifies an increase in strength, and with increased strength, the sensing ability naturally becomes stronger." Naruto said, "How about this? I have researched a method of mental training. You can try practicing at first to see if it stimulates the evolution of Sharingan. After all, this is the world of Naruto, and he came up with it, so he's being shameless. No one can refute him or expose him." Uchiha Shursui was overjoyed and said, "Thank you, Dragon King." Then he warned Naruto, "Dragon King, you can't use the Sharingan too much, or else you will go blind." Naruto said, "This is the second thing I want to say." Hearing this, Uchiha Shursui was even more excited. If this could be cured, it was no wonder he was the Dragon King, the god who would change the world. Naruto said, "Opening the Sharingan is actually a form of energy bearing. Just like when we use certain objects, such as a dagger or shuriken, the more we use them, the more they wear down. Our visual nerves are the same. They constantly bear energy, and naturally, they can be damaged. Although our bodies have self-repair functions, if overloaded and gradually accumulated, they become irreparable, and eventually, one goes blind." Naruto's way of speaking is simple and straightforward, making it easy to understand at a glance. Naruto continued, "Once you cultivate true energy and use it to nourish your visual nerves, you won't go blind. It's possible with inner strength, but the effect won't be as good." Uchiha Shursui was very happy, bowed to Naruto, and said, "Thank you, Dragon King." Naruto said, "Shursui, now, we are part of an organization. We are brothers and sisters. You can't bow like this anymore, understand?" Uchiha Shursui replied, "Yes, Dragon King, I remember." Uchiha Shursui asked some questions about training, and Naruto answered them in detail, which benefited him greatly. He went back to train hard and aimed to break through to the first-tier strength. Naruto naturally wouldn't forget the next step of the plan and said, "Shursui, among the 84 people, can any of them match the strength of a Jonin?" Uchiha Shursui replied, "Ri, do you have any plans?" Naruto said, "Of course, if we want to grow and become stronger, we need to go out and develop. Find a base, gather orphans, win over the common people, slowly expand, and finally make a name for ourselves to attract more people to join us and strengthen ourselves. Only then will we have the power to change the world." Uchiha Shursui, who understood everything clearly, said, "What the Dragon King said makes sense. Among our clan, there are 2 who are Jonin and have activated the Mangekyō Sharingan. As long as we don't encounter extremely elite Jonin, we have the ability to protect ourselves." Naruto happily said, "This is good. Very good. Shursui, you should train it more." Uchiha Shursui replied, "Okay, but where does the Dragon King plan to set up the base?" Naruto said, "The land of Tea has a considerable area, a large population, and no ninja village. It's surrounded by the sea on all sides and develops secretly, making a nice place." Chapter 14. Enrollment. Naruto has been slacking off for another 10 days and has been notified that school is starting. Naruto knew that his hard days had come. On the day of enrollment, Sarutobi Hiruzen knew that Naruto would go to the ninja school alone, so he personally came to send him to school to help him rely on himself. As soon as Naruto saw him, he felt annoyed, but he still said, "Grandpa Third, why did you come personally?" Sarutobi Hiruzen replied, "I came to send little Naruto to school." Naruto said, "I can go by myself." Sarutobi Hiruzen replied, "Look, other kids have their parents to send them. Right now, I am your elder, your grandfather. It's only natural for a grandfather to send his grandson. In Naruto's heart, hee. You are the real grandson. Your whole family is full of grandsons. Little Naruto, you have entered the ninja school. You must train hard and strive to become a powerful ninja to maintain the peace of Konoha Sarutobi Hiruzen said. Naruto said, I will definitely do it, because I am the future Hokage. Sarutobi Hiruzen smiled kindly and gently ruffled Naruto's hair. Naruto, touch your grandpa, get lost. Under Sarutobi Hiruzen's gaze, Naruto quickly ran into the school, appearing to embrace school life. But in reality, he was trying to distance himself from that old man. When Naruto entered the playground, which had been somewhat noisy, it quickly fell silent. This was more effective than the arrival of the Hokage. It was him, the son of the Nine Tails. You must keep your distance. He will eat people. What's going on? Why is this demon fox allowed to attend school? Who knows what the Hokage is thinking? Discussions were inevitable, not just among adults, but also children, their eyes fixed on Naruto, some filled with hatred, deep-rooted hatred. Among the prominent clans, watching all of this, there was only one thought in their minds. This is a bit excessive. They were not fools. They naturally had their suspicions about Naruto's identity. The Nine Tails incident. The fourth Hokage's wife about to give birth, blonde hair, blue eyes, and a fox demon. If they couldn't guess Naruto's identity, then these prominent clans would no longer need to exist. They should be destroyed. However, this could not be exposed. Otherwise, Konoha would not remain peaceful. And with the third's cunning methods, who knows how many would die. Naruto walked to the corner, feeling more at ease alone. The ceremony before the start of school remained unchanged, and the third Hokage began his usual motivational speech, instilling the will of fire in every child, which elicited waves of cheers. Reluctantly, Naruto was among those who caught his attention. The old man's gaze was fixed on him, and he shouted a few times about wanting to become Hokage, perfectly concluding Sarutobi Hiruzen's speech. Upon entering the classroom, Naruto faced another round of gossip. He couldn't walk anywhere without being avoided like a snake or scorpion. Of course, this did not include the children from prominent clans, such as the Inuzuka, Nara, and Hinata, especially Hinata, who upon seeing Naruto twirled her little finger and quietly said, Naruto-kun is here for school too. That's great. Naruto didn't find it amusing to sit at the same table as anyone else. Instead, he walked alone to a corner where it was quiet and sat down comfortably. He then cursed inwardly, thinking, that old dog is peeping at me again. Indeed, at that moment, Sarutobi Hiruzen had returned to the Hokage's office and was spying on Naruto. Because of Naruto's issues, there were very few people in his row, with no one in the first 3 rows. Nara Shikamaru, seeing this, felt a bit indignant and then got up to walk towards Naruto. Akimichi Choji, noticing this, grabbed a handful of chips and followed along. Nara Shikamaru smiled and said, Hello, I'm Nara Shikamaru. Akimichi Choji added, I'm Akimichi Choji, and then asked, Do you want some chips? Naruto stood up and introduced himself, saying, My name is Uzumaki Naruto. Nice to meet you both. The way he greeted them was etched deep in his soul, still carrying the flavor of Yenwang. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at the two and took a puff of smoke, saying, It's time for school. You should indeed make a few friends. He would not stop Naruto from making friends with Nara Shikamaru and Akimichi Choji. So the two sat down beside Naruto and started chatting with him. It was still not much different from the original story. Naruto's spirits lifted. Nara Shikamaru was a strategist, and with his support, they could accomplish many things. It just depended on whether they could win him over. Shikamaru, Choji, and Yamanaka Ino also arrived and greeted the two, but upon seeing Naruto, Ino immediately swallowed her words. Walking over to them, she whispered, Why are you sitting with him? Nara Shikamaru replied, Ino, why don't you go sit somewhere else? We're sitting here with Naruto-kun. Yamanaka Ino glanced at Naruto, who smiled back at her. Ino trembled slightly and walked away. Naruto slightly shook his head. In response, Nara Shikamaru and Akimichi Choji also remained silent. A hint of helplessness flashed in Nara Shikamaru's eyes, while Akimichi Choji slowed down his pace of eating chips. Soon after, a girl walked in with short pink hair and green eyes, dressed in a red dress, looking very gentle and beautiful, just like cherry blossoms. This was none other than Haruno Sakura, one of the 3 class beauties. Naruto looked around, but did not see Sasuke Uchiha. He thought to himself, something's not right. Where's that guy? Aren't we supposed to go to school together in the original story? Or is it because I've changed things? He had indeed changed some things. But not everything was different now. Shortly after he muttered to himself, a cold and handsome young man walked into the classroom. His handsome appearance immediately attracted the gaze of most girls. With his dark hair, blue shirt, and deep-set eyes, he turned many of the girls into smitten little fans. Among them, the most enthusiastic were undoubtedly Sakura Haruno and Ino Yamanaka. Naruto looked at Sasuke and thought to himself, This guy really looks good, a handsome little boy. Uchiha Sasuke glanced around, and his gaze landed on Naruto and his friends. He recognized Naruto, the guy that many people disliked, and then walked straight over to them, sitting a row away. Nara Shikamaru noticed this and thought, trouble. Akimichi Choji took a look and, still not smelling any chips, continued to eat voraciously. Sasuke came here not only because there were fewer people, but also because he wanted to understand Uzumaki Naruto. The first time he saw Naruto, it left a deep impression on him. He was curious why others called him a fox demon. Was he really the child of the fox? Sasuke didn't have the habit of introducing himself. Who is he? He is Uchiha Sasuke, a genius of the Uchiha clan. How could he be the first to introduce himself? It must be said that the pride and arrogance of the Uchiha clan have deeply rooted themselves in their hearts. Even a little kid has such a mindset, which is indeed somewhat frightening, and their downfall is understandable. As Sasuke settled down, Haruno Sakura and Yamanaka Ino quickly sat down beside him, one on the left and one on the right. Sasuke didn't like it, but his pride prevented him from saying a word first. Sakura and Ino began to introduce themselves and strike up a conversation with Sasuke. Naruto said, "Fortunately, there's still a row in between." Nara Shikamaru nodded in agreement. Akimichi Choji was busy munching on potato chips, his attention completely focused on them. Chapter 15 Self-Introduction. The teacher arrived, and, as expected, it was Irika. The first thing Irika noticed when he walked into the classroom was Naruto, driven by instinct to look at him. He wouldn't forget that his parents had tragically died on that night, so his hatred for the Nine-Tails was strong, surpassing that of ordinary civilians. But he was just a child. What did he know? At that time, he knew nothing, and could the sins be placed upon him? However, just seeing him would remind him of the Nine-Tails rampage and the tragic death of his parents, inevitably creating a conflict in his heart, leading to little fondness for Naruto. Naruto naturally sensed Irika's gaze, but he didn't look back to avoid being targeted. He just felt a bit sad for Irika, still kept in the dark. Irika took a deep breath, tapped the desk, and the noisy classroom instantly quieted down. The students, seeing the teacher had arrived, quickly sat up straight, waiting for the teacher's lecture. Irika revealed a teacher's smile and said, "Kids, I am your teacher. My name is Irika. I will accompany you through the long 6 years ahead. For this first lesson, we won't be studying anything. Let's get to know each other first. When I call your name, please come up and introduce your dreams, hobbies, and so on." Irika opened the roster in his hand and began with the first name, Inoue Aoi. This was a cute little girl, a bit shy, who stood up and gently said, "Hello everyone, my name is Inoue Aoi. My dream is to become an elite jonin, and my hobby is planting flowers and collecting honey. I hope more people can drink honey." Irika smiled. "That's a beautiful dream. Please sit down." Watanabe Okawa. This one was quite strong, about 145 meters tall, looking more like a child in his teens than a 6 or 7-year-old, perhaps due to eating well. He was big and chubby, weighing over 140 pounds. He stood up and boomed, "My name is Watanabe Okawa. My dream is to become Hokage, and my hobby is food. I want to become stronger." Both Naruto and Shikamaru's gazes fell on Akimichi Choji. When it came to food, who could be more dedicated than him? Akimichi Choji showed a simple and adorable smile. Naruto and Shikamaru exchanged a glance, and both smiled faintly. Irika also praised her and continued reading. Hinata Hyuga. When it came to the princess of the Hyuga clan, she stood up timidly and said, "Hello everyone. My name is Hinata Hyuga, and I've already achieved my current dream." At this point, she stole a glance at Naruto, and her cute, delicate face immediately turned bright red. She continued, "My next dream is to train hard, to protect the village, and to protect everyone." She didn't mention her hobbies, as her current hobby is just to see Naruto, which she couldn't say out loud, otherwise she would feel too shy. "Naruto, he glanced at me. It can't be me, what a hassle." Irika praised, "Very good. Hinata is truly a smart child. She dreams in stages, accomplishing small dreams while striving for big dreams." Sakura Haruno. Sakura Haruno has received quite a bit of attention. After all, beauty combined with cuteness naturally attracts others. You see, the psychology in the world of Naruto has matured quite early. Sakura stood up and said, "My name is Sakura Haruno, and my dream is to become a powerful ninja, a great ninja like Lady Tsunade." Tsunade, she is one of the legendary Sannin of Konoha, incredibly strong, and even without killing, she shows a longing for it. Irika, seeing this, nodded in satisfaction. He called out 7 or 8 more students, and when it came to Ino Yamanaka, this girl is quite extraordinary, directly confessing her feelings for Sasuke, leading to a battle with Sakura. When it was Shikamaru's turn, he lazily stood up and said, "Hello everyone, my name is Nara Shikamaru. My dream is to find a tree, sleep on it, and not be disturbed. My hobby? Well, I particularly love sleeping and dislike troublesome matters." Irika, is this a tradition of the Nara family? Naruto thought to himself. Nara Shikamaru is indeed extraordinary, as expected. Next was Akimichi Choji, whose dream is peace, and his hobby is food. He wishes he could eat all the time. Irika's rigidity, allowing Inoshikacho to introduce themselves, was his biggest mistake. When Irika saw the next name, his expression stiffened involuntarily. Naruto thought to himself, is it my turn? He got ready to stand up. The third Hokage, that peeping Tom, was still watching. No wonder he trained someone like Jiraiya, a legendary voyeur. He couldn't resist peeping for even a moment. Uzumaki Naruto. In the classroom, you could hear a pin drop as everyone turned to look at the corner. That was the son of the Nine Tails. Even Sasuke Uchiha slightly turned his head. He wanted to know what was so special about Naruto. Naruto stood up and said, "I guess I won't be liked by everyone anyway. My name is Uzumaki Naruto, and my dream is to become the strongest in this world and maintain peace." In his heart, he followed up with, "My dream is to establish a powerful organization. Reach the peak, become the ultimate strongman in this world, step onto the planet, and fight against the Otsutsuki." Irika heard the line, "I guess I won't be liked by everyone anyway," and couldn't help but tremble slightly. Suddenly, he saw the life Naruto had lived and immediately cut off his prejudice against him. Naruto was the Jinchuriki. He was just a baby back then. What did he know? Did he even want to be the vessel for the Nine Tails? The one in the wrong was not Naruto, but them. Their thoughts were too extreme, shifting their hatred onto a child. It was wrong, utterly wrong. Thinking about how those people had ostracized Naruto over the years made Irika feel even worse. If it were him, would he end up like Kakashi's father, unable to live on? Irika started to applaud and said, "Great dream, Naruto. Believe in yourself. You can definitely achieve it." His second affirmation for Naruto, the first naturally being Hinata, who sincerely believed that Naruto could do it. Naruto's eyes slightly narrowed as he noticed that Irika had changed, suddenly showing no hostility towards him. It felt a bit strange, and he smiled, saying, "Yeah, I can definitely do it." His rebirth was like a bug in the system, so of course he could. The third Hokage watched this scene with great satisfaction. Putting away the crystal ball, with his pipe firmly in his mouth, he took a deep puff. Sarutobi Hiruzen was destined to leave a mark in the history of Hokage. Indeed, he left a mark that was ridiculed by thousands. Chapter 16, Danzo's Severed Hand. Naruto's self-introduction caught the attention of both Nara Shikamaru and Akimichi Choji, who exchanged glances filled with an inexplicable light, as if they were somewhat intrigued. Soon it was Sasuke Uchiha's turn. Itachi Uchiha is his younger brother, and Sasuke Uchiha is a brother complex type, whose dream is to bring the Uchiha clan back to prominence in the ninja world. With a fondness for being with his brother, after finishing his introduction, he sat down without waiting for Irika to say anything, his attitude quite haughty, which reflects the demeanor of someone from the Uchiha family. Whether it's Haruno Sakura or Yamanaka Ino, both of their eyes have turned into a state of infatuation. What a proud little boy. Naruto shook his head in his heart and said, "Dreams are good dreams, but unfortunately, they are very dangerous for the Uchiha clan right now. If Uchiha Fugaku were to hear this, he would immediately alert the village, and it would be impossible not to be suppressed." By the time everyone had finished introducing themselves, class was already close to ending. Irika gave another speech, and, as the bell rang, everyone started to leave the classroom one after another. Naruto was naturally alone, but he hadn't gone far when Nara Shikamaru stepped forward, placing a hand on his shoulder, and asked Naruto, "Where are you going? Why don't we go celebrate?" Akimichi Choji pulled out a bag of chips from somewhere and handed it to Naruto, saying, "Yes, yes, together. Barbecue is delicious. It's my favorite." Naruto smiled and said, "No need. If I go, it will actually prevent you from entering the barbecue restaurant and having lunch. This is the truth. If we want to eat meat together, it might take a few more years. People have somewhat faded away, and there is still a possibility." Hearing this, Nara Shikamaru felt a bit uncomfortable. Akimichi Choji also stopped his movements, squinting his eyes and looking at Naruto with a hint of sadness. Naruto suddenly said, "How about this? Let's go outside the village, catch some fish and shrimp, and have a picnic." Both of them responded happily, sure. The three of them walked side by side towards the school exit. Uchiha Sasuke saw this and wanted to follow, ignoring Haruno Sakura and Yamanaka Ino behind him. But at that moment, a voice called out, "Sasuke!" Uchiha Sasuke smiled and said, "Brother." Following Naruto, nothing was more important than his brother. So he ran over and grabbed Uchiha Itachi's hand. Uchiha Itachi held his brother's hand and smiled kindly. Sasuke, how do you feel about your first day of school? Uchiha Sasuke replied, it's great. Brother, do you know this person named Naruto Uzumaki? Uchiha Itachi said, I know a bit. Uchiha Sasuke asked, Brother, do you know why everyone calls him the son of the Nine Tails? Uchiha Itachi thought for a moment and said, well, if Sasuke wants to know, you'll need to activate your Sharingan, and then I'll tell you. Uchiha Sasuke said firmly, okay. Uchiha Itachi's eyes showed contemplation, and no one knew what he was thinking. Haruno Sakura and Yamanaka Ino felt a bit disappointed that they couldn't walk with Uchiha Sasuke for a while, which was quite a pity. Naruto and the other two are important people. This time, there are rarely 9 members from the Yumbu. When they arrived by the river, Naruto said, wait for me a moment, I'm going to catch some fish. He used the shadow clone technique, and 3 shadow clones jumped into the river to start fishing. This wasn't a place he often visited. The places he usually went to had already been fished out, so he needed to find a new spot. Here, the fish were scarce, but before long, Naruto caught 7 or 8 fish, along with some shrimp and shells, enough for the 3 of them to eat. He started a fire and began grilling the fish and shrimp. Seeing Naruto's familiar technique, Choji said, Naruto, you're really amazing. Naruto said casually, what's the big deal? If you do it enough, you'll get the hang of it, right? After nearly an hour, it was done baking and with Naruto's special seasoning. The taste was simply incredible. Just the smell made one drool. Nara Shikamaru said, Naruto, you're amazing. Akimichi Choji didn't speak, but with every bite of the shrimp, it was simply heavenly. Eating is the greatest respect for something and the highest praise for Naruto. In the Umbu, Uchiha Shursui came to meet Danzo. He hadn't wanted to come. Danzo's filth made him very uncomfortable. Shursui, you haven't been here for a while? Danzo said coldly. Uchiha Shursui replied calmly, yes. Danzo asked, did you stop the Uchiha clan's rebellion with Koto Amatsukami? Shursui nodded yes. Danzo then asked, have you thought about what to do if, even though you stopped the rebellion, the conflict between your clan and the existence hasn't changed? Uchiha Shursui said, then I will choose another path. The path he had chosen was the path of the Dragon King. Only the Dragon King could lead everyone to the light. This was not the answer Danzo wanted. He said coldly, what path? Uchiha Shursui calmly replied, that has nothing to do with you, Danzo. His strength now was much greater than before, and that gave him confidence. At that moment, Danzo realized things had changed. Uchiha Shursui dared to speak to him this way. He was no longer the Uchiha Shursui of the past. Danzo said, Shursui, don't forget you're a member of the Umbu. The Umbu was divided into 2. One was the Umbu directly led by the Hokage, and the other was Root, led by Danzo. Shursui, as a member of the Umbu, generally followed the Hokage's orders, but Danzo was also a leader in the Umbu and was Shursui's superior, with the power to command him. Uchiha Shursui said, that's why I came here today. I want to withdraw from the Umbu. Danzo's gaze turned frighteningly cold as he said, Uchiha Shursui, you're looking for death. This is not just the Umbu. As he spoke, he reached out a hand to take Uchiha Shursui's eyes. Shursui was already on guard against Danzo, and sensed the many members of Root around them. Without hesitation, the blade on his back appeared in his hand, and he slashed directly at Danzo's arm, severing his left hand. Danzo didn't expect Uchiha Shursui to be so resolute, cutting off his hand without hesitation. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Dozens of people appeared, all of them Chunin and Jonin level. Uchiha Shursui showed no fear, activating his Sharingan, and a vibrant green chakra gathered behind him, forming a shape. Majestic and powerful. Susanoo was activated, and he coldly said, those who don't want to die, get lost. By the riverbank, Naruto and the others naturally felt it too. Naruto squinted his eyes and said, this is the aura of Shursui. Who provoked him? Could it be Danzo? He wasn't too worried. After all, in the original story, Shursui managed to escape even after losing an eye. Now, with the stronger Shursui, Danzo definitely wouldn't be able to handle him, and even with Root, he wouldn't win. Nara Shikamaru said, a battle? Is someone invading the village? Let's go check it out. However, before the 3 could act, 2 Umbu appeared and said, young Master Shikamaru, young Master Choji, Naruto, the village will handle this matter. You should return quickly. The 3 had no choice but to head back. Of course, this was within Naruto's expectations. If they were allowed to go, then they wouldn't be the Umbu of Sarutobi Hiruzen. Chapter 17, Memory Extraction. Danzo is speechless. A powerful aura caused waves of energy to ripple through Konoha. Sarutobi Hiruzen, being one of the strongest, sensed it first, and his expression turned grave. This was the power of a Kaga-level expert. He summoned the Umbu and asked what happened. Kakashi appeared and shook his head, saying, "I'm not sure." Sarutobi Hiruzen said solemnly, "Find out." Yes. Kakashi quickly led his team towards the source. The current Uchiha Shursui was not the same as the one in the original story, who was willing to sacrifice everything for Konoha, and with Naruto's warning. If Danzo could still ambush him, that would indeed be a miracle. Uchiha Shursui coldly said, "Danzo, you want to take my eyes? You're indeed studying Izanagi, old fool. It seems you're also researching Lord Hashirama's corpse. One day, I will find your underground laboratory and expose your ugly face." Danzo was shocked. This was top secret. No one had ever come out of that dark underground place. How did he know? He asked, "What else do you know?" Uchiha Shursui replied, "You don't need to know that. I'm leaving now. Are you going to stop me? I wouldn't mind severing some of your root." In his conversation with Naruto, he learned that Root had done many despicable things, so he naturally had no good feelings towards them. In fact, Shursui wanted to make a big move. But he was alone now. It wasn't easy to exhaust his chakra here and try to escape. Danzo looked at Shursui's green Susanoo and knew he had failed today. With one arm already severed, he couldn't intercept Uchiha Shursui. He coldly said, "Let him go." The group dispersed, and Uchiha Shursui also released his Susanoo, leaving unabashedly while reminding himself, it's not the right time yet. That was Susanoo. From a distance, Kakashi saw the towering green head and was greatly shocked. He knew the power of Susanoo. Generally, it was elite Jonin who could activate it. The next moment, it dissipated, and he hurriedly rushed over with the Umbu to investigate the situation. After running for several hundred meters, he saw Uchiha Shursui coming through. Kakashi said, "Uchiha Shursui." Uchiha Shursui replied, "Hataki Kakashi." Kakashi asked, "What has happened? Did you activate Susanoo?" Uchiha Shursui said, "Yes, Danzo wanted to take my eyes, and of course, I wouldn't give them to him. So we had a conflict, and I activated Susanoo to intimidate him." This was beyond Kakashi's understanding, so he said, "You should explain this to Lord Hokage. Such matters should naturally be left for the Hokage to judge." Uchiha Shursui replied, "Okay." He naturally agreed, as he already had a strategy and was not afraid. It was Danzo's fault to begin with, and he was unreasonable first. Kakashi told the two behind him, "You two take Shursui over. I'll go fetch Lord Danzo." Yes. This commotion attracted the presence of the Elder Council member, Nara Shikaku, and Mito Kamen, who naturally arrived at Sarutobi Hiruzen's place, waiting for news from the Umbu. When Uchiha Shursui entered the office, everyone was puzzled. Suddenly, Sarutobi Hiruzen remembered something and asked, "Shursui, was it you who caused the commotion?" Uchiha Shursui replied yes. He openly admitted without hiding anything. A glint of wariness flashed in Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes. He hadn't expected Uchiha Shursui to grow so quickly, now already a Kaga-level powerhouse. Sarutobi Hiruzen asked, "What exactly happened?" Uchiha Shursui replied, "Let's wait for Danzo to explain himself." Mito Kamen said, "Uchiha brat, you should refer to him as Lord Danzo." He was quite dissatisfied with Uchiha Shursui's address and emphasized it again. Uchiha Shursui looked over and said, "Character does not match. He is not qualified. Let's talk about it later." He had already seen through the true colors of these so-called high-ranking Elder Council members and naturally wouldn't be polite to them. Mito came and said, "Brat, do you know who you're talking to?" Uchiha Shursui replied, "I know, so what?" This made Sarutobi Hiruzen somewhat displeased and said, "Shursui, don't be so disrespectful." Narashikaku added, "Indeed, Uchiha brat, Danzo is still your elder. You shouldn't be so rude." Uchiha Shursui said, "An elder who wants to take my eyes, is he worthy of respect?" Uchiha Shursui, don't slander. Danzo and Kakashi walked in, with anger in Danzo's left eye. Sarutobi Hiruzen, Narashikaku, and Mito Kamen all stood up upon seeing Danzo with a severed arm. Sarutobi Hiruzen asked, "Danzo, what happened?" Danzo said fiercely, "It's that evil Uchiha brat. Uchiha Shursui directly interrupted, saying, "Enough, Danzo, we don't need to say more useless words. Words without evidence are meaningless. Isn't there a soul extraction device? Let's see if you, Danzo, want to take my eyes, study my Uchiha clan's Izanagi, and research Lord Hashirama's corpse. It will all be clear." As soon as these words were spoken, everyone's eyes turned to Danzo. Uchiha Shursui wouldn't say this unless he had discovered something, which is why he dared to say it. Danzo didn't expect Uchiha Shursui to play this big of a game, and he immediately froze. He wanted to extract the soul, but did he dare to let the soul be extracted? Of course not. Otherwise, everything he did would be exposed, including his collaboration with Orochimaru. Uchiha Shursui fearlessly locked eyes with Danzo, as if saying, Old dog, what now? Everyone here was perceptive and naturally saw through the tricks involved, knowing that Danzo had made a huge mistake this time. Sarutobi Hiruzen said in a deep voice, "This matter will be put aside for now. You all can leave." Kakashi left with a blank expression. His gaze darkened, and no one knew what he was thinking. Sarutobi Hiruzen then said to Uchiha Shursui, "I will handle Danzo's matter seriously and apologize to you for his recklessness." Recklessness? Hearing this word made Uchiha Shursui want to laugh. Wanting to take his eyes was merely recklessness. What a ridiculous statement. However, he didn't say anything and replied, "Thank you, Lord Hokage." This Hokage in his eyes is already a thing of the past. In his heart, there is only the Dragon King. Upon leaving the Hokage office, he encountered Kakashi. Uchiha Shursui narrowed his eyes, quickly approached, and whispered, "Kakashi by the cliffside lake." Chapter 18. Shursui and Itachi part ways in the Hokage office. Only Sarutobi Hiruzen and Danzo remained, as Mito Kazumi and Kurama Rin had already left. Then came the moment of their love-hate conflict. Sarutobi Hiruzen shouted, "Danzo, what are you doing?" He already knew that Danzo was definitely studying the body of the late Hashirama Senju and had tampered with it. If this got out, the upper echelons of Konoha would be humiliated. Not only would their prestige diminish, but they would also be ridiculed by other villages. And it could provoke the wrath of Tsunade, one of the legendary Sannin, potentially causing trouble for Konoha. Sarutobi Hiruzen understood Danzo, and Danzo understood Sarutobi Hiruzen as well. Danzo realized that he had been exposed and could not hide it. Uchiha Shursui was too despicable, and with a single sentence, he left him with no way out. Danzo coldly stated, "I just want Konoha to be the leader of the ninja world. As long as Konoha produces another Hashirama-sama, who in this world can compete with us?" Sarutobi Hiruzen's face darkened, anger burning in his eyes, and he replied, "So you desecrated the bodies of the former Hokages?" Danzo replied, "Hashirama-sama is the god of ninjas." The two began a heated argument, neither conceding to the other. However, Sarutobi Hiruzen was now the Hokage. He directly stripped Danzo of his position, forbidding him from participating in any duties and demanding he reflect on his actions. In response, Danzo coldly said, "Hiruzen, you will regret this. Without my roots, Konoha will be like a great tree, destined to die sooner or later." This provoked Sarutobi Hiruzen into another outburst, chakra flooding the entire office, as if a battle could break out at any moment. This matter reached a conclusion here. As for the punishment, Danzo had his own faction. It was no big deal that he was no longer involved. He could send his people to stir up trouble. Uchiha Shursui, hearing about this punishment, revealed a cold smile. Fortunately, he had become utterly disillusioned with Konoha, and thankfully, he had the Dragon King, giving him a glimmer of redemption. That night, the stars were bright. At the lakeside behind the Uchiha clan, it was extremely quiet, with only the sound of flowing water singing. It was a rare good night. Uchiha Shursui arrived at the cliff, waiting for Kakashi. He believed Kakashi would definitely come. Even if not today, he would come in the future. However, instead of Kakashi, he met Uchiha Itachi. Uchiha Shursui was in a good mood and said, "Itachi, you're here." Uchiha Itachi questioned, "Brother Shursui, why did you do this?" Uchiha Shursui's eyes moved slightly as he replied, "Itachi, what do you mean?" Uchiha Itachi asked again, "Why did you enter Danzo? Do you know that by doing this, you're pushing the entire clan to the opposing side of the village?" He was still thinking about how to achieve coexistence between the clan and the village. Uchiha Shursui felt some disappointment towards Uchiha Itachi and said, "Itachi, so you mean that as long as it allows the village and the clan to coexist peacefully, sacrificing anything is worth it?" Uchiha Itachi nodded without hesitation, "Yes." Uchiha Shursui asked, "Including my eyes?" This time, Uchiha Itachi did not agree. He understood the preciousness of his brother's eyes, which were a powerful deterrent for both the clan and Konoha. Uchiha Itachi said, "But you could just stop Danzo. Why did you have to injure him?" Uchiha Shursui replied, "The thief has already shown his fangs. Is it enough to just stop him?" Uchiha Itachi fell silent again. With Danzo's nature, once he had done it once, he would undoubtedly do it again. He would find a way to obtain the Uchiha clan Sharingan. Uchiha Shursui said, "You also know the nature of that old dog Danzo. Since he has made a move, I will naturally give him a heavy blow." After a long while, Uchiha Itachi finally said, "Brother Shursui, you have changed. You have become so unfamiliar. You're no longer the brother Shursui I knew." Uchiha Shursui replied, "Yes, I have changed. I have seen through many things, seen through this village of Konoha, Seen through the Hokage. Seen through the Elder Council. Uchiha Itachi asked. But Brother Shisui, why? Uchiha Shisui replied. What do you mean by why? Uchiha Itachi asked again. Why do you want to betray the village? Betray your family? Uchiha Shisui's eyes narrowed as he said. Who told you I betrayed the village? Oh, it seems the Hokage's brainwashing is quite effective. It was he who sent you to test me, right? Itachi, you really disappoint me. At this moment, Uchiha Itachi felt deep sorrow. He did not understand why the brother he respected so much had become like this, why he was so unfamiliar. Then he laughed madly, looking somewhat deranged. At that moment, Uchiha Itachi's eyes began to change, transforming from the 3-tomo Sharingan to a crimson pattern with 9-tomo. It must be said that the world's restorative power directly helped Uchiha Itachi unlock the Mangekyō Sharingan. Uchiha Shisui, seeing this, said, Itachi, congratulations on unlocking the Mangekyō Sharingan. Uchiha Itachi said, From now on, I will keep an eye on you. If you harm Konoha or the clan, I will definitely stop you. Uchiha Shisui replied, Do as you wish. Whoever harms my family, I will stop him. Uchiha Itachi took a deep look at Uchiha Shisui and turned to leave. The two parted on unfriendly terms. With their ideologies having changed, their differences emerged. Uchiha Shisui's soul was sublimated. In his eyes, this Konoha village was stagnant water. On the other hand, Uchiha Itachi was different. He respected the Hokage, and criticizing the Hokage was like opposing him. Uchiha Shisui sat alone at the edge of the cliff, gazing at the clear moon, lost in thought, allowing this dark world to remain. There would still be sunlight and moonlight. Uchiha Itachi secretly arrived at the Hokage office, where Sarutobi Hiruzen was waiting for him. Itachi, how did it go? Sarutobi Hiruzen asked eagerly. Uchiha Itachi answered, Hokage-sama, Shisui has no intention of rebellion. He only harbors grievances. Sarutobi Hiruzen breathed a sigh of relief and said, That's good. Konoha really can't withstand turmoil right now, especially someone as skilled as Shisui. A 13-year-old shadow-level expert with unlimited possibilities for the future. Sarutobi Hiruzen then asked, Itachi, many members of your clan have withdrawn from the security department recently. What's the reason for this? Uchiha Itachi thought for a moment and said, It's Shisui. He asked those people to withdraw from the security department and to train well, teaching them ninjutsu. Sarutobi Hiruzen raised an eyebrow and said earnestly, Itachi, this is very dangerous. Uchiha Itachi replied, Hokage-sama, don't worry. I will keep an eye on them. Sarutobi Hiruzen said, But Itachi, Shisui now. Uchiha Itachi interrupted, Hokage-sama, I've already unlocked the Mangekyō Sharingan. Saying this, Uchiha Itachi's eyes transformed, glowing crimson and eerie. Chapter 19. Can I trust you? With such a significant event occurring, Naruto naturally took some time to meet Uchiha Shisui. The first question upon meeting was, Shisui, is it true that old dog Danzo wants to seize your eyes? Uchiha Shisui said, Not bad. This old dog really wants to sneak attack me. Fortunately, with the reminder from the Dragon King, I was prepared early. Naruto warned. However, Shisui, you must be careful. Danzo won't miss the opportunity. Uchiha Shisui replied, Don't worry. Lord Dragon King, I will defend against that old dog. If he comes again, I will take his head. He naturally would be cautious. The only ones he could trust now were the Dragon King and the family members whose will have been altered by the Kodoame Tsukumi. Anyone else who tried to get close to him had ulterior motives. Uchiha Shisui asked, Dragon King, can I bring Kakashi over? He knew Kakashi's abilities, and if he could win him over, it would be a great asset to the organization. Naruto said, If we can pull him over, that would naturally be a good thing, but it's a bit difficult. Although the death of the Konoha White Fang had a significant impact on Kakashi, his heart is still loyal to Konoha, so it won't be that easy to win him over. Of course, we can give it a try. If it doesn't work, we'll talk about it later. Uchiha Shisui replied, Yes, Dragon King. Remembering Uchiha Itachi, Uchiha Shisui continued, Dragon King. Itachi has already opened his eyes. Naruto, Mangekyō? Uchiha Shisui nodded. Yes, it seems that because of my change, he couldn't get past his inner defenses, so he activated the Mangekyō Sharingan. Naruto thought to himself, Things haven't changed like this. The power of this world is truly strong. It can still be repaired, and it's all because of Shisui's influence. Moreover, Itachi Uchiha can't be brought over. Perhaps it's meant for him to complete his own mission. What could this mission be? Naturally, it is the night of the massacre to assist the final Indra to come into the world. Naruto said, Shisui, it seems you need to be more careful in your actions from now on, especially in taking care of your people. The Jinjutsu of the Mangekyō Sharingan is too powerful. Don't let any secrets leak. Shui nodded seriously. This was also what he was wary of. After asking for some advice on training, Uchiha Shui went back, and Naruto murmured, "The night of the massacre, Hiruzen Sarutobi, Danzo, what excuse will you use?" Half a month passed. Danzo was dismissed, but he did not remain idle. The shame of losing his arm and the pain felt as if it were just yesterday. He sent people to secretly spread rumors, all detrimental to the Uchiha clan. One day, Naruto passed by a small restaurant and overheard a conversation. "Did you hear? The Uchiha clan is planning to betray the village." "That's impossible. The Uchiha clan has been in the village since the end of the Warring States period. Even if they are ruthless, they wouldn't betray the village." "Impossible? Do you know how Yamada Yu died? Does that have anything to do with the Uchiha clan?" "Of course it does. The Uchiha clan leaked secrets and caused his death. You could say he died at the hands of the Uchiha clan." Upon hearing this, Naruto smiled slightly, murmuring to himself, "I see." He immediately understood that the same method used against Konoha's white fan could be employed against the Uchiha clan. In this regard, one must admit that Danzo's tactics were quite brilliant. By manipulating public opinion, he incited conflict between the villagers and the Uchiha clan. As long as the Uchiha clan made even the slightest mistake, it would be magnified infinitely. In the end, the Uchiha clan would be seen as evil and deserving of extermination. Once this ideology took root in people's hearts, Konoha would take action. "Kaibai, go away. We don't welcome you in our shop." While Naruto was lost in thought, the shopkeeper saw him and mistakenly thought Naruto was there to eat. The other diners also stopped their conversations and looked at Naruto, their eyes instantly filled with hatred. Naruto didn't say anything. Just as he was about to leave, a voice rang out. "You all, that's enough." Naruto turned his head, and the person who came was Irika. Seeing that it was Irika, everyone dared not speak. After all, he was a respected ninja. Irika asked, "Naruto, do you want to eat? I'll treat you." Naruto shook his head. "Thank you, Irika-sensei, I'm not hungry right now." After saying this, he quietly left alone, leaving behind a group of ignorant people. Irika turned to the diners in the small shop and said, "I don't want to hear you mention Naruto again in the future." The crowd, intimidated by the ninja's power, naturally replied, "Yes, yes, sir. We will pay attention from now on." They would pay attention, but when you were not around, it would be fine to talk about it. Time quickly passed to the end of the 54th year of Konoha, and indeed, as Danzo's intentions had been achieved. The Uchiha clan was increasingly getting into fights with the villagers in the streets, and the crimes of the Uchiha clan were piling up one after another. While the resentment of the Uchiha clan was continuously accumulating, waiting for the moment of eruption. On Naruto's left and right, there was an extra person, none other than Hinata. Every time Naruto attends class, she blushes and quietly greets everyone. Her shy appearance is simply adorable. Today is another boring theory class. Naruto exchanges a glance with Shikamaru and Choji, leaves a clone behind, and the three of them skip class again. Now, they're quite familiar with skipping class, leaving the classroom, climbing over the wall, moving like flowing water. As they drop down from the wall, Naruto slightly furrows her brows and thinks to herself, "Why is she here?" Indeed, behind them is a little tail, clad in purple and with blue hair. It is none other than Hinata. This time, under Naruto's lead, the three move a bit slower, waiting for Hinata. They arrive at the forest, their secret training ground. Over the past few months, influenced by Naruto, both Shikamaru and Choji have significantly improved their strength, now reaching the level of a lower ninja. The three bring ingredients, preparing for a feast, and begin their training. At this moment, Naruto says, "Hinata, you can come out now." Shikamaru and Choji are surprised, and soon hear a faint rustling in the woods. Seeing Hinata emerge, her cheeks flushed, shyly greeting, "Naruto-kun, Shikamaru-kun, Choji-kun." Shikamaru asks, "Hinata, are you really going to skip class with us? Aren't you afraid of being caught by Irika-sensei?" Hinata cautiously replies, "I'm not afraid." Choji says, "Hinata, come over and eat with us. I have to tell you, Naruto's cooking is amazing." Hinata's courage grows a lot, responding, "Okay." In the Hokage's office, Sarutobi Hiruzen looks at the four little cuties, smiles, and puts away the crystal ball. Naruto's condition is good, and his goal has been achieved. After preparing the food, the four begin to eat, during which Naruto suddenly says, "Shikamaru, Choji, Hinata, can I trust you?" Chapter 20. Teaching the three to train facing the three. Naruto plans to reveal a bit of his secret to encourage them to join the training team and help them grow stronger. Shikamaru, a bit puzzled, says, "Naruto, you are our friend. Of course we can be trusted." Choji, munching on fish, adds, Yes, yes, Naruto, we are friends, the most important partners. We would never betray you. Hinata shyly says, I would never betray Naruto-kun. Her voice is small, yet firm. Naruto said, I have some secrets. You're my friends, and I don't want to deceive you, but you have to keep it a secret from me. Shikamaru replied seriously, of course. Choji and Hinata also promised that they would never betray Naruto and would not leak a single secret. Naruto said, my strength is not just that of a genin. As he spoke, Naruto spread his hand, and the Rasengan formed in his palm. He threw it out, and it exploded, creating a huge pit in the distant mountains, at least 10 meters wide. This wasn't the real Rasengan. It was just a small orb created based on the tailed beast bomb. Naruto was confident that if he could produce a tailed beast bomb, Konoha would collapse. Hiss! Shikamaru and CHG gasped in awe. Such destructive power was definitely at the peak level of a chunin. Hinata said, Naruto-kun, that's amazing. With no other thoughts in her mind, she was just happy for Naruto. But it wasn't over yet. Naruto picked up a leaf and said, did you see the little dragonfly on the rock behind me? The three of them looked over and nodded. Naruto suddenly threw the leaf. At that moment, the leaf was no longer a leaf, but a sharp sword. Swish! The leaf hit the dragonfly with precision and embedded itself into the stone. Shikamaru's pupils constricted. This was a leaf, not a kunai. And for it to embed itself in the stone, it must have had immense power. Naruto said, this is my current strength. In his heart, he thought, less than 1%. He said to Shikamaru, Shikamaru, your perception is the most sensitive. What do you think of the current atmosphere in Konoha? Shikamaru simply replied, Uchiha and the village, Sai. Naruto nodded and said, that's right, the conflict between the village and the Uchiha clan has reached a boiling point. So we need to strengthen ourselves and become stronger to ensure our safety. Choji asked, but Naruto, even if the village and the Uchiha clan go into turmoil, it won't. Naruto said, Choji, you're wrong. Shikamaru also nodded, agreeing with Naruto's words. Hinata looked at Naruto with her pure eyes, wanting to hear what he had to say. Naruto continued. Konoha Village is the #1 village in the ninja world with the strongest power thanks to several major clans and the 3 legendary ninjas. Among these major clans, the Uchiha clan is undoubtedly the sharpest blade of Konoha and a presence that many in the ninja world fear. Without the deterrence of the Uchiha clan, one can imagine the attitude of other villages. Moreover, Orochimaru's betrayal also dealt a heavy blow to Konoha. Shikamaru said, if the village were to go to war with the Uchiha clan, the village's strength would inevitably be greatly reduced. A tiger missing a tooth is not as intimidating. Naruto nodded and continued. The land of fire possesses the most fertile soil in the ninja world. With such a tempting piece of land, don't you think other countries will covet it? It's easy to imagine that when that time comes, war will inevitably break out. In the original story, when the 3 Sannin fell, if it weren't for Tsunade and Jiraiya's return to deter the small-time villains, along with Itachi Uchiha sending messages from outside, the flames of war would likely have already ignited in the land of fire. Shikamaru said, on the surface, there will be peace among nations, but behind the scenes, there will be all kinds of conspiracies. Naruto said, so we need to train harder and strive to have the strength to protect ourselves before graduation, so we can protect the people we want to protect. Choji said, yeah, training. After saying that, he continued eating. Naruto, Hinata, and Shikamaru all ate slowly, but he never slowed down. Hinata said, Naruto-kun, can you teach me how to train? Naruto smiled and said, of course. Consider it a reward for your eyes. To be honest, I don't feel guilty at all. That's just the kind of person I am. Hinata's eyes were filled with excitement as she said, thank you, Naruto-kun. Seeing her joyful expression, Naruto, like an adult, gently patted her head. Ding! Hinata's body stiffened, her face turning so red it seemed like it was about to bubble over. And a thought crossed her mind. Naruto-kun patted my head. His hand is so warm. Then she fainted, and if Naruto hadn't caught her, she would have fallen to the ground. Naruto felt a bit of a headache about this. It made things complicated with the Hyuga clan. If the matter of the Byakugan got out, they would be enemies. Naruto placed Hinata under a tree, leaned against the trunk, shook his head, and thought to himself, take it one step at a time. If the Hyuga clan seeks revenge, I will give them 3 chances. No matter who it is, they can go back and save their lives. But if they're SA first, second, third, and then a 4th, I won't hold back. Choji asked, why did Hinata faint? This guy, who only has food in his eyes, obviously cannot see Hinata as feelings for Naruto. Shikamaru said, well, let us just say it's because of meat. Choji, right, meat? Shikamaru, Choji, have you finished all the meat? Choji replied, Was it delicious? Of course. I had to eat more. Shikamaru said, but you should have left some for us. Look, you ate everything. Choji, I didn't think I ate that much. The two began to fight over food, leaving Naruto speechless. How could Shikamaru fight with a CHG over food? After the meal, Hinata woke up, and the four began to train. Naruto taught them ordinary body refinement techniques and chakra control methods, repeatedly reminding them not to let others know, and they naturally agreed. Seeing Hinata's gentle fist and palm techniques, Naruto decided to teach her Tai Chi, which, once mastered, would easily outclass her gentle fist and palm techniques. Hinata felt very happy. Not only was Naruto teaching her how to train, but he was also imparting martial arts to her, which was much better than what Shikamaru and Choji were getting. The four trained until the sun began to set, and then they left the base. Hinata and Choji went back. One practiced secretly while the other fell into a deep sleep. Only Shikamaru, unable to sleep, had Naruto's words echoing in his mind. Finally, he got up and knocked on his father's door. Narashikaku opened the door, looking puzzled. Shikamaru, what is the matter? Shikamaru said, Father, I want to talk to you. Narashikaku sensed the weight in his son's tone and knew that what Shikamaru wanted to discuss was not simple. He said, all right, let us go to my study. Chapter 21, Kakashi's appointment. The two sat down and Narashikaku asked, Shikamaru, what is bothering you? Narashikaru was just afraid of trouble and felt indifferent to everything, lacking energy. In fact, he was very smart. He had always been this way since he was young. Otherwise, he wouldn't have exchanged a victory for a wife. Narashikaru said, the Uchiha clan and the village. Narashikaku immediately became serious, and Shikamaru could sense that. He thought to himself, as expected of my son, you can even notice this. Narashikaku said. Narashikamaru replied, it's not just me. Narashikaku, who else? Narashikamaru said, it doesn't matter now, father. Is there really no way to mediate? Narashikaku nodded. There's no mediation. It's like water and fire. Narashikaku saw everything clearly. The methods of Konoha were insidious and dirty, pushing the Uchiha clan to a dead end, and future conflicts would only increase. Narashikamaru asked, who will strike first? Narashikaku said, Konoha. Narashikamaru didn't respond, and after a while, he asked, Father, did the Uchiha clan really do those things? Did they really? Of course not. If they had, with the pride of the Uchiha clan, they would naturally admit it. But how to answer this? How to respond in a way that wouldn't devalue Konoha in his son's eyes? Narashikamaru said, Father, there is no need to say more. I understand. Narashikaku sighed. His son was quite intelligent, and with just a slight pause, he could guess a lot. Finally, Shikamaru asked, Father, who exactly is Naruto Uzumaki? Narashikaku's expression became even more serious. This was Konoha's top secret. In fact, to many, it was transparent. Just saying the son of the Nine Tails instantly brings to mind what could be feared by the world. Of course, that would be the Nine Tails. On the surface, they protected Naruto, but any perceptive ninja village could guess that he was the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails. And what kind of protection was that? Shikamaru asked again, is Naruto's identity very special? Narashikaku said, yes, very special. Of course, it's special. He has Konoha's weapon of war. How could he not be special? Shikamaru stared at his father, seeking an explanation. Narashikaku sighed, walked to the side, and took out a photo of the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, saying, you know him, right? Shikamaru rolled his eyes, the fourth. Narashikaku smiled slightly and said, very sunny and warm, right? His hair is also yellow. Of course, Narashikamaru had never seen the fourth. Whether he was sunny or warm, he didn't know. As long as his eyes weren't dull, he could tell the hair was yellow, etc. Narashikamaru stood up and said, Father, could it be that Naruto-kun is? Narashikaku nodded and then said, Son, there are some things you don't need to know right now. Just focus on your training and enjoy yourself. After that, the two stopped chatting, both carrying heavy hearts as they went to sleep. At the Uchiha back mountain by the lakeside, Shursui was still waiting, never giving up until deep into the night. At a certain moment, the flow of chakra accelerated, and Uchiha Shursui revealed a faint smile, saying, Kakashi Hitaki, you finally came. Soon, a figure appeared at the cliff, half of his face obscured. Who else could it be but Kakashi Hitaki? Kakashi said, Uchiha Shursui, you called me here. What is your purpose? Shursui responded with words he learned from Naruto. Just to chat, have a talk. He hoped to recruit this elite jonin, who had extraordinary ninjutsu. Kakashi asked, what do you want to talk about? He remained vigilant towards Uchiha Shursui, whose strength was formidable, a master at the level of a Kage. Shursui asked Kakashi, "You should be very clear about the current situation, right?" Kakashi's nerves tightened, and he became fully alert, saying, "You want to fight?" He prepared for battle, as if a confrontation was imminent. Shursui said, "I'm not being arrogant, Kakashi. If I wanted to fight you, you wouldn't even have a chance to resist." Shursui's eye spun, finally revealing a rotating shuriken-like pattern. Kakashi exclaimed, "This is the eternal Mangekyō Sharingan." Shursui closed his eyes and nodded. Yes. Naruto's guess was not wrong. The evolution condition of the Sharingan is indeed mental power, and the Uchiha clan's bloodline can indeed stimulate the growth of mental power. Now, there are more people in the organization who possess the Mangekyō Sharingan, not just him. Shursui said again, "Kakashi, I hope this remains confidential." Kakashi nodded, "Okay." This request, he agreed to, and had to agree. The eternal Mangekyō Sharingan could erase his memories, and there was no need for such a thing to happen. Shursui nodded and returned to the original question, saying, "You misunderstood my meaning. I am asking about the Uchiha clan and the current situation in Konoha." Kakashi replied, "It's like fire and water." Shursui asked, "Kakashi, how does this scene feel? Is it very familiar?" Kakashi said, "What do you mean?" Shursui continued, "When Tsukumo Hatake-senpai died, it was a great regret. I wasn't born at that time, but I am very familiar with his deeds. A remarkable genius ninja, wielding a chakra short sword that radiates white light, known as the White Fang of Konoha. With immense strength, his name resounded across the nations. Even the legendary Sannin had to respect him. He completed 256 D-rank missions, 384 C-rank missions, 266 B-rank missions, 123 A-rank missions, and 27 S-rank missions. His achievements were outstanding. His contributions were significant, but he gave up on missions to not abandon his companions. Was that wrong? Kakashi fell silent. His father's death was forever a pain in his heart. Shursui continued, "With Tsukumo Hatake-senpai's prestige, he could have certainly been a candidate for the 4th Hokage. One could say that if he hadn't died, the position of 4th Hokage would have been in his grasp. But why was it that for a small mission, the whole of Konoha criticized him? Not abandoning any companion made him a sinner. How is there such reasoning in this world? Conversely, if he had abandoned his companions and completed the mission, would that have been right? Would the villagers' accusations against him have decreased, even slightly? He would be called cold-blooded, someone who abandoned his companions to avoid failure, and so on. Just like our clan now, what used to be minor frictions has now turned into forced accusations. Those matters. The pride of the Uchiha, once done, cannot be denied. Don't you think so, Kakashi-senpai?" Chapter 22. Planting the seeds at this moment. Kakashi was no longer calm. Previously, he had been lazy and naturally wouldn't think too much about these matters. But after this discussion, his heart was in turmoil. Scenes from the past all surfaced in his mind. The villagers' accusations against his father had gradually escalated, eventually labeling his father as a criminal, as if pushing him onto the execution platform for public beheading. Shursui paused slightly, waiting for Kakashi to figure things out and calm down before continuing. After a while, Kakashi sat down somewhat dejectedly, his eyes lacking spirit. Shursui did not let up, continuing, "Kakashi, let's talk about your teacher, Minato Namikaze. The 4th Hokage was tolerant and gentle, a genius ninja, and also a commoner ninja. He did not have the support of a family like the Hatake clan or the background of the Uchiha clan. He fought his way out through his own efforts to become Hokage, admired by the villagers. But did he really obtain the position of Hokage just by that?" Kakashi's thoughts were temporarily led by Shursui, and upon hearing this, he could not help but look at Shursui. Shursui continued, "To put it simply, during the 4th tenure, how many Anbu could he truly command? Would Root really follow his orders?" Kakashi naturally understood this well, as he was part of the Anbu. His teacher became Hokage, and he was naturally pleased, but in handling matters, many Anbu would first present things to the 3rd Hokage for review before submitting them to his teacher for decisions. If the 3rd Hokage was not satisfied, he would discuss it with the teacher. Initially, Kakashi thought this was the 3rd Hokage cultivating the 4th. But now it seemed completely otherwise. The 3rd had never truly delegated power. He abdicated the Hokage position, but did not fully hand over power to the 4th Hokage. Did he not want to step down and relinquish his authority? So it turned out, his teacher was indeed a pawn, without family support, without a background. Finding such a person was just to control him. Realizing this, Kakashi could not help but shake his head and laugh at how truly ridiculous Konoha was. Shursui's eyes gleamed slightly, feeling that the seed had been planted, One day, it would grow and sprout, and his purpose this time could be considered achieved. Of course, Shursui did not let Kakashi off the hook and said again, Kakashi, in the ninja world, we all know that the tailed beast sealed as Jinchuriki Konoha, as the strongest ninja village, naturally has the strongest tailed beast. It is well known that the strongest tailed beast is the Nine Tails, a powerful fox. Other ninja villages know this too. Is it really protecting the Jinchuriki when they refer to him as the child of the demon fox? Kakashi could not help but tremble again. At this moment, he also began to doubt. The child of the demon fox. What a clear answer that was. In the ninja world, what else could be called a demon fox? Other than the Nine Tails, nothing else could be considered a demon fox. Shursui said, I believe you have thought of this as well. I have gone through many ancient texts and learned about the Nine Tails. The first moment I realized it, I understood that Naruto Uzumaki is the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails, and it goes beyond that. In the 48th year of Konoha, during the Nine Tails incident, the fourth Hokage and his wife died trying to subdue the Nine Tails. They both perished, and Uzumaki Kushina Senpai was pregnant at the time. This was done very secretly. But with the yellow flash and the fourth's portrait, Naruto Uzumaki's identity is beyond doubt. The son of a hero, living a life worse than that of a pig or a dog. This is about protecting Naruto. Moreover, the Uzumaki clan has already been wiped out. Who else could survive in Konoha but the child of Uzumaki Kushina Senpai? When falsehood appears as truth, and truth appears as falsehood, Shursui grasped the intricacies tightly. In the past, his thinking had been firmly fixed by Konoha, but now he'd been enlightened by Naruto, becoming a genius that combined training and wisdom, becoming even more mysterious. Kakashi could not comprehend it and muttered, Why? Why is this happening? Shursui replied, A person living in darkness needs a beam of light to guide them. Boom! Shursui's words were like a thunderclap, resounding in Kakashi's mind, leaving his body stiff. Naruto lives in darkness, so who would be his light? There is no doubt that it is the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi. Only the third Hokage has interacted with Naruto, providing him with financial assistance, having heart-to-heart talks by the river, guiding him and teaching him how to train. In Naruto's eyes, the third Hokage is irreplaceable. That's enough for now. There is no need to say more. Shursui believes that with Kakashi's intelligence, the seeds in his heart will sprout. However, it seems there was no mention of Danzo. How could one forget this old man? Shursui continued, and then there's Danzo. He is truly studying Lord Hashirama's corpse. Many innocent children who have gone missing were taken by him. Over the years, there must be at least 300, if not 500. It is undeniable that Danzo is indeed using children for experiments, but Shursui doesn't know the exact number. However, that doesn't prevent him from making an estimate. The number shouldn't be too many, but also not too few. Otherwise, it wouldn't resonate with Kakashi. Kakashi exclaimed, How could that be? How dare he? Shursui said, Don't even mention the Hokage. If it weren't for him, would Danzo dare to act this way regarding Naruto Uzumaki? The Hokage could easily clarify things, and Naruto could live well, but what has he done? He has done nothing. Kakashi felt powerless, as if all his energy had been drained. Wondering if this was still Konoha. It was no longer the same. It had been corrupted by power. Kakashi recalled some past events. Tsunade's departure, Jiraiya's travels, Orochimaru's betrayal. Weren't they all disappointed in Konoha? In the end, Kakashi asked, Why are you telling me all this? What is your purpose? Shursui replied, I just hope that in the future, we won't be enemies. If possible, I would like to become partners and friends. Kakashi asked, What do you mean by that? Are you planning to betray the village? Shursui countered, If Konoha wanted you dead, what would you do? Wait to die, or follow your father and commit suicide. Kakashi said, That won't happen. Shursui pressed, Are you sure? Kakashi fell silent. Would it really not happen? How could it not? Given the current situation where mediation was no longer possible? Shursui stated, If you want to destroy my Uchiha clan, I won't agree. I will take the Uchiha clan and leave. Anyone who dares to stop us will face destruction. Shursui spoke with conviction, leaving no room for doubt. After finishing his words, he left the lakeside cliff, knowing that the seeds had already been sown and there would be opportunities in the future. Chapter 23. The Devil Heightens. The way grows taller. Shikamaru, Choji, and Hinata have been training even more diligently, especially Hinata. Naruto opened a door in her world. In just 2 months, she has already reached the peak of the Chunin level, which is the pinnacle of a genin. Especially with Naruto's novel training method, they feel much more relaxed, absorbing chakra and storing it in their meridians, allowing their internal energy to flow, which has the effect of promoting blood circulation and relieving stagnation. It feels very comfortable. Hinata practices Tai Chi. Although she hasn't comprehended the essence of the fist, it has helped her understand gentle fist and Bagua palm better, and combined with her Byakugan, she can now fight at a level equivalent to a Chunin without losing. Shikamaru and Choji both have solid Chunin level strength. However, the three of them adhere to Naruto's philosophy of survival, appearing on the surface as mere ninja novices. Naruto has already sensed the aura of battle, feeling that the night of the Uchiha clan's extermination is not far away, and he believes that the village has already begun planning for this moment. On this day, the four of them climbed over the wall again, and after a while, one more person joined them. That blue ping-pong shirt. Who else could it be but Sasuke? By chance, Sasuke discovered that Shikamaru was making hand signs, and those signs are not just any hand signs, but the hand signs for ninjutsu, along with Choji and Hinata. This greatly shocked him, realizing that the four of them had a secret, so he decided to follow and take a look. Naruto's mouth curled up slightly. Giving Sasuke some pressure was fine. He wasn't thinking of bringing Sasuke into the fold. This guy was too heavily influenced by Indra, a ticking time bomb who never considered the consequences of his actions, and he wouldn't treat his own people like they were human. Thunder struck, rain fell, and Sasuke limped back. When the sky cleared and the rain stopped, Sasuke felt he could manage again. One can imagine how much trouble he could cause. If it weren't for Itachi going easy on him during that tough battle, Sasuke would have been chatting with the Sage of Six Paths long ago. In the original work, it was Naruto's hard-earned Talk no Jutsu that caught him. His punches were okay, but Talk no Jutsu was another matter. He didn't have the same patience as the original Naruto with someone like Sasuke. Hinata looked at Naruto's slight smile and thought to herself, Naruto-kun is so cool. Upon arriving at the training ground, the three naturally ate first before training. Sure enough, they were secretly cultivating. Sasuke saw from a distance and murmured. Naruto threw some leaves to provoke Sasuke, and then threw a kunai, pinning the leaves to a wooden post. From a distance, Sasuke watched this scene with wide eyes. He practiced this too, and among his peers in the clan, he was unmatched. However, compared to Naruto, he felt very far behind. It was something he simply couldn't do without looking. Sasuke said in a low voice so strong. This ignited his competitive spirit, and coupled with the pride of the Uchiha clan, he vowed to surpass Naruto and secretly left to return to school. Meanwhile, Shikamaru observed and said, Naruto, what are you showing off for? This is just child's play for you. What's so impressive about it? Naruto said, of course it's for people to see. Shikamaru replied, I'm already tired of it. Naruto said irritably, it's not for you to see. Shikamaru immediately understood that there were others hiding and asked, who is it? Naruto said, a little boy. Shikamaru replied, Sasuke Uchiha? He had heard Naruto refer to Sasuke in this way before. Naruto said, right? Shikamaru said, what is he following us for? Besides, with the pride of the Uchiha, he wouldn't do something like this. Naruto said, he must be interested in us. So he came to see, knowing that we are secretly training in the shadows. He will probably train even harder. Shikamaru replied, then why did you provoke him? Naruto said, without him, there would be less fun. Uchiha Sasuke, don't let me down. As expected, after school in the afternoon, Uchiha Sasuke pulled his brother along to learn the technique of throwing shuriken. As the obedient younger brother, Uchiha Itachi naturally had to fulfill Sasuke's request and taught him how to practice, thinking to himself, Sasuke, you will have to walk your own path in the future. I believe in you. You can do it. After practicing for a while, Sasuke asked, brother, can you do this? Throwing a hidden weapon over his shoulder without looking, hitting the target accurately. Uchiha Itachi listened, pondered for a moment, and said, I can do it, but I can't guarantee 100% success. Uchiha Sasuke replied, brother, I've seen someone do it, hitting 3 shots in a row of 100% accuracy. Uchiha Itachi became interested and asked, who is it? That amazing? Uchiha Sasuke said, Uzumaki Naruto, the dead last in our class, the one who can only use Shadow Clone. Uchiha Itachi certainly knew about Naruto's situation. The Jinchuriki who had started training at the age of 3. It's him. It seems he has made some progress in his training over the years. Uchiha Itachi said that he had monitored Naruto and naturally knew he was training. What? Sasuke exclaimed, then said, brother, what are you saying? Uzumaki Naruto has been training for years? Uchiha Itachi replied, of course, he started training his body at 3 years old. Sasuke got angry, tilting his head to one side, and said, bad brother, it's all your fault. Why didn't you tell me so I could start training earlier? Uchiha Itachi gently said, yes, it's my fault. I won't be on missions for the next few days. I'll spend more time with you, Sasuke. After some comforting, Sasuke forgave Itachi. Uchiha Itachi earnestly taught Sasuke the throwing techniques. As for how Naruto managed to reach that level, Uchiha Itachi didn't care much. In his view, the path the Jinchuriki had to walk was still long. With the current speed at which he absorbed chakra, he definitely couldn't keep up with Sasuke. He just didn't realize that the Nine Tails not only didn't hinder Naruto's training, but instead fed energy back to him, making Naruto's training speed soar and his strength increased rapidly. The current Uchiha Itachi was no longer his match. The two brothers practiced for about 2 hours before heading home. In the slanting sunlight, their shadows stretched long. A once beautiful scene that seemed a bit lonely and desolate in the quiet forest. After they left, a figure in black emerged, severing a hand. Who but Danzo could it be? He looked at the resentful backs of the two brothers and said, "Uchiha Itachi, don't me down." Then he muttered, "Shirsue's eyes are gone, but Fugaku's eyes are also good." In his single eye, there was endless greed. The figure vanished into the forest, disappearing from sight. A person revealed himself on a tree branch in the woods, not tall, with a youthful face, only 13 or 14 years old. It was Uchiha Shirsue. Having practiced the invisibility technique that Naruto taught him, with his vigilance, Danzo would never discover him. Shirsue murmured, "Danzo, old dog, you won't have a chance." Chapter 24. Tell Sarutobi Hiruzen and that old dog Danzo, we are leaving Konoha. This night was special. The moon was high, but the night was dark. There was no wind, yet it felt particularly cold. Faintly, one could hear the crow's blood-curdling cries. Uchiha Itachi knelt before the elders of Konoha, respectfully saying, "The Uchiha clan has decided to rebel again." The first attempt was thwarted by Itachi using the Kodoe Tsukumi, so it failed. Now, Uchiha Fugaku had rallied another 70 or 80 Uchiha clan members, planning to launch another rebellion. Unable to endure the village's oppression any longer. There had already been 13 incidents of conflict in the past month, and it was uncertain how many more would occur in the future, so they planned to rebel again. As a lover of peace, Uchiha Itachi reported this secret to the elders of Konoha. Sarutobi Hiruzen sighed. "It has come to this point." Danzo's cold voice said, "Time is of the essence. Itachi, you must make a choice." In his eyes was endless desire, coveting the Sharingan. He seemed to already envision the Sharingan being refined into his own right eye. Danzo's voice grew colder. "Will you stay with the Uchiha clan to participate in the rebellion and die together? Or will you side with Konoha and save your brother?" This was a threat, a very sophisticated threat. Upon hearing the plan to wipe out the Uchiha clan, Uchiha Itachi's body stiffened. After all, they were his family, and he was not a cold-blooded person. Danzo concluded, "Itachi, you have no choice." This was Danzo's directive. Such dark matters naturally fell to him to discuss. Sarutobi Hiruzen, Nara Shikaku, and Mito Gate Kane remained silent, their expressions calm as they watched it all unfold. Completely unfazed by how cruel this was for a young boy. Having to kill his own parents and clan members was a truly brutal and cold-blooded act. Itachi didn't understand everything that was said afterward. Wearing a mask, he returned to the Uchiha clan's residence. The wind picked up, clouds obscured the moon, as if to shroud the coming bloodshed. Outside the Uchiha clan, on a tall tree, Naruto hid, watching the masked Uchiha Itachi approach step by step. Thinking to himself, this scene has come again. He has received news of Uchiha Shirsue's death, and Uchiha Itachi's behavior is too abnormal. Naruto immediately guesses that Uchiha Itachi has already made a decision in his heart. With each word from Uchiha Shirsue, Naruto knows that Uchiha Itachi's subjective consciousness is too strong, and it is difficult to change his fate, because Uchiha Itachi's existence seems to be for the village and Uchiha Sasuke. When mentioning Uchiha Sasuke, it feels as if there is a mysterious force pulling him, leading him to make extreme choices. Uchiha Fugaku intends to betray, and Uchiha Shirsue has naturally talked to him about it. But unfortunately, Uchiha Fugaku does not want to communicate with Uchiha Shirsue. In his heart, Uchiha Shirsue is still part of the village, still part of the root. Even if he has severed Danzo's left hand, this notion has not changed. In fact, this does not affect Uchiha Fugaku's speculations. He is well aware of the methods Danzo uses to train the root, so he does not really believe that Uchiha Shirsue would betray Konoha. The situation is so dramatic that it seems Uchiha Fugaku must die. Death is his only outcome. Uchiha Shirsue has told him more than once, but he has never listened, still being very persistent. In this regard, Uchiha Shirsue has naturally given up. He has chatted with every member of the Uchiha clan, secretly transmitting the spirit of martial arts, but only more than 20 made a choice. Uchiha Shirsue has mastered more than 100, accounting for half of the Uchiha clan. Among this half, under Uchiha Shirsue's training, only a little over 10 have not opened their eyes. But that is enough. It is already enough. Including Uchiha Shirsue, a total of 4 people have opened the Mangekyō Sharingan. If the 4th Reikage does not use his ultimate technique, no one can stop Uchiha Shirsue and the others from leaving the village. As for the other clansmen, Uchiha Shirsue has no intention of saving them. Naruto has analyzed for him that Uchiha's fatal flaw is being too arrogant. Which of those clansmen who are not recruited is not arrogant, enjoying the honor of their ancestors, looking down on everyone, and believing themselves to be superior to others? Such people entering an organization would probably cause more unnecessary trouble. Uchiha Itachi has begun to kill. His ninja blade is so merciless, harvesting the lives of his clansmen one by one. His eyes, like demons coming from hell, are filled with coldness. The stench of blood spreads, and the smell is quite unpleasant. Uchiha Mikoto has died, dying peacefully at the hands of her son, with no complaints. She knows her son had no choice. Uchiha Fugaka smiles and says, "Itachi, I believe in your choice." He also died under Uchiha Itachi's blade, his eyes never opening. These were the Mangekyō eyes. Uchiha Itachi looks towards the western part of the clan's territory, his gaze becoming colder. This is where Uchiha Shirsue has gathered the clansmen. Usually, when he wants to enter, he is stopped. Before he could act, a figure suddenly appeared, pulling Uchiha Fugaku over and taking his eyes. Several Uchiha clansmen also appeared, similarly collecting Sharingan. Uchiha Shirsue intends to leave not a single one for that old bastard Danzo. Uchiha Shirsue said, "Itachi, you don't need to come here. Have someone send a message back to Sarutobi Hiruzen and that old dog Danzo. Tonight, we will leave Konoha." Without Uchiha Itachi needing to send a message, someone naturally relayed the news back to Konoha. Sarutobi Hiruzen and Danzo heard that Uchiha Shirsue had stopped Uchiha Itachi and hurriedly brought people over. Among them, the Umbu and all the Jonin of the root gathered, totaling more than 16, plus Sarutobi Hiruzen, a Kaga-level expert. As for Danzo, forget it. He has not yet obtained the Sharingan and is just an elite Jonin, with combat strength probably only at the late Jonin stage. This force is very powerful. In any ninja village, it can exert a strong deterrent. A considerable number came, 40 to 50 nin, 16 Jonin, 1 elite, and 1 hidden. That's quite a lot. Naruto sat high on a tree trunk, murmuring. Then he shook his head and said, "Unfortunately, the Sannin are not here. Tonight they can't do anything about Shirsue and the others. The Hidden Dragon organization is about to set sail." Shirsue told Naruto that 3 people had opened the Mangekyō Sharingan, more than 20 had 3 Tamo, and more than 30 had 2 Tamo. Konoha indeed has many people, but they do not dare to go to war with the Uchiha clan because they can't afford it. He, as a Jinchuriki, is still just playing along. The legendary Sannin, 1 has defected, 2 have not returned home, and the 4th Reikage generally does not use his ultimate technique casually. Feeling the murderous aura approaching, Uchiha Shirsue calmly said, "They're coming." Throughout, he did not speak to Uchiha Itachi, not even giving him a glance. Chapter 25, the powerless strength. Uchiha Shirsue clapped his hands, and behind him, one after another, clansmen stepped out, more than 50 with 2 Tamo and 3 Tamo. When they saw Uchiha Itachi killing their clansmen, many felt a surge of anger in their hearts and opened their 3 Tamo Sharingan. One person's 3 Tamo Sharingan evolved into Mangekyō Sharingan, greatly increasing their power. This group of people appeared, their gazes falling on Uchiha Itachi, filled with cold, killing intent. Sarutobi Hiruzen, Danzo, and the others entered the Uchiha territory, and Uchiha Shirsue said, "Sarutobi Hiruzen, old dog Danzo, you have arrived." Sarutobi Hiruzen said solemnly, "Uchiha Shirsue, what do you want to do?" Uchiha Shirsue's gaze darkened, coldly saying, "Sarutobi Hiruzen, I want to ask you, what do you want to do?" This Hokage has reached his limit of disappointment. Sarutobi Hiruzen naturally would not admit that the order to annihilate the clan came from them. Turning to ask Uchiha Itachi, "Itachi, what is going on?" Uchiha Itachi's eyes were like blood, coldly laughing. "What is going on? Of course, it's defection. Isn't this what you wanted?" After saying this, he distanced himself, seemingly guarding against Sarutobi Hiruzen and the others. Danzo coldly said, "Indeed, the evil Uchiha clan can even be so ruthless to their own kin. They should be exterminated." The moment he entered, he saw that Uchiha Fugaka's eyes had already been gouged out, taken by Uchiha Shirsue, and his anger surged to his head. Uchiha Shursui said, "Old dog Danzo, Fugaka's Sharingan is with me. You can come and take it. This time, I will definitely sever your head." Sarutobi Hiruzen shouted coldly. Uchiha Shursui, don't be arrogant. Uchiha Shursui said, "Stop acting, Sarutobi Hiruzen. We all know who is right and who is wrong in tonight's matter. We want to leave the village, just as you wished." Sarutobi Hiruzen's gaze deepened as he said, "You plan to defect? Do you know the consequences?" Uchiha Shursui replied, "Konoha does not welcome us. We naturally have to leave. As for the consequences, being hunted down, it's already on the table. Would I, Uchiha Shursui, be afraid?" Sarutobi Hiruzen said, "Konoha is a home loved by everyone. No one does not welcome you." Uchiha Shursui was no longer polite, pulling out a stack of papers, saying, "These are Danzo's roots. He spread rumors to ruin the reputation of my Uchiha clan. You can take a look." As he scattered the papers, they floated down like leaves. Uchiha Shursui continued, "Moreover, over the past few months, because of these rumors, the Uchiha clan has had many conflicts with the village. But in the end, it has always been the Uchiha clan's fault. I think, as the Hokage, you should know the truth behind these rumors. Why let my Uchiha clan suffer persecution?" Then, not giving Sarutobi Hiruzen a chance to argue, he continued, "Don't talk about verification or anything like that. These matters, one by one, have records. Even if you go to verify, 3 to 5 days would be enough, but for months, you've turned a blind eye. How do you explain that?" Sarutobi Hiruzen said, "Because Uchiha Shursui interjected, "Oh, because the Uchiha clan is going to betray? So you really mean the Uchiha clan? Then may I ask, what is the evidence of the Uchiha clan's betrayal? Don't mention Uchiha Itachi, who killed his own clan to betray Konoha. That logic doesn't hold. Talent." Naruto sincerely exclaimed that Uchiha Shursui had truly opened his eyes, leaving Sarutobi Hiruzen speechless. Hiruzen indeed had nothing to say. He couldn't find a reason because he was afraid to say anything more. With just a slight flaw, Uchiha Shursui could tear open a gap. Uchiha Shursui said, "In the past, the Uchiha clan was a part of Konoha and made significant contributions to the village. Although there were some minor flaws, we have never wronged Konoha. However, we have been doubted and suspected, gradually being forced to the edge of the village. Now, you even want to annihilate the Uchiha clan. I'm sorry, but I, Uchiha Shursui, do not agree. Today, we will leave the village, not because we want to, but because you have forced us to. As you wish, we will leave Konoha. Is there a problem?" Danzo said, "Once you enter Konoha, you are a Konoha villager for life. You live as a Konoha person and die as a Konoha ghost. If you want to leave, you can, but leave your life behind." Uchiha Shursui replied, "Old dog Danzo, stop barking in front of me. Right now, you are just an ant in front of me." He turned his gaze to Sarutobi Hiruzen, as the Hokage had to make the final decision. Hiruzen said, "Konoha has indeed been biased against the Uchiha clan, but you cannot leave the village. Konoha will compensate the Uchiha clan for the mistakes made in the past." Uchiha Shursui said, "I'm sorry, I don't believe you. The Uchiha clan does not want to become like the Senju clan, which only has Tsunade left now. So we want to leave, and I hope you will not obstruct us." After saying that, Uchiha Shursui's eyes turned crimson. The eternal Mangekyō Sharingan appeared, and Susanoo exuded a powerful aura. Behind him, 4 pairs of Mangekyō Sharingan appeared, and 3 Susanoo manifested again, while one person had just awakened the Mangekyō and could not activate Susanoo yet. More than 30 pairs of 3 Tomo Sharingan and over 20 pairs of 2 Tomo Sharingan were present. A powerful aura swept across the scene. Uchiha Shursui domineeringly declared, "We are leaving. Anyone who obstructs us will die. Maybe we will die tonight, but not many of you will survive. Hiruzen, do you want to give it a try? Wasn't that a threat? Who can do that?" It was a matter of whose threat was stronger. Looking at the 4 Susanoo, many nin in the crowd were already frightened. They were too strong. The aura was too overwhelming. Hiruzen and Danzo's hearts trembled. For Mangekyō, 1 eternal Mangekyō, and over 30 people with 3 Tomo. How could they fight this? They simply couldn't. Even if Konoha went all out, they would still need the legendary Sannin, and they would suffer heavy casualties. This would be a massive blow to Konoha, and it would be difficult to maintain the village's operations. The results were clear. They would be at the mercy of other ninja villages, and they might not even be able to protect their Jinchuriki, with no hope of recovery for Konoha. Uchiha Shursui asked, "Have you made up your mind? Fight or retreat?" Hiruzen took a deep breath. "You can go, Shursui. Konoha will always be the home of the Uchiha clan. If you want to come back, we will welcome you anytime." To be honest, Hiruzen regretted dealing with the Uchiha clan. If it weren't for this situation, this group of powers would have been the backbone of Konoha, and he had foolishly hoped that Uchiha Sure would change his mind. Uchiha Sure retracted Susanoo, smiled at Hiruzen, and waved. We are leaving. The farce ended here. Uchiha Sure led his people out of Konoha, leaving without anyone to stop them. Uchiha Itachi watched this outcome, and for some reason, felt 3 words surge in his heart. I was wrong. Chapter 26. Sasuke Awakens. The show ended here, and Naruto also got up to leave, exiting the village. He waited ahead for Uchiha Sure. A crow landed on Uchiha Shure's shoulder, and he said, "Will you wait for me here for a while?" He stepped out and disappeared into the night sky. Naruto also showed his body and said, "Sure, you did a great job. With you, great things can be accomplished." Sure replied, "Sure does not dare to take credit. All of this is thanks to the teachings of the Dragon King. His admiration for Naruto has become boundless. Naruto is the savior who saved his family." Naruto waved his hand and said, "I can't take that, but I believe with your cleverness, the organization will definitely develop well. When you go to the Land of Tea, you need to be careful of one organization, the Akatsuki." Akatsuki? Uchiha Sure naturally knew about this organization, which is indeed very powerful. Naruto continued, "The leader of the Akatsuki organization has a pair of eyes, the Rinnegan, which is very powerful. As for where these eyes come from, I will inform you later. The Rinnegan is the final form of the Sharingan, so we should indeed be cautious. Right now, he has the eternal Mangekyō Sharingan, which is indeed not enough to compete. However, you don't need to worry. The leader of the Akatsuki usually doesn't act personally. It's the members who go out. They have other matters to attend to and won't come looking for you for the time being. But there is one person who should come looking for you," Naruto said. Uchiha Sure asked, "Who?" Naruto said, "A masked man, one of your clan. He was supposed to be dead, but he was revived by someone else and became a member of the Akatsuki. His name is Obito Uchiha." Shure's pupils shrank suddenly. "How is that possible? He was dead, wasn't he?" Naruto said, "He was resurrected by someone else. Death is just an illusion. On the night of the Nine Tails, he entered Konoha and used space power to take my mother away, which led to the Nine Tails chaos." Uchiha Sure said, "Senpai Kushina Uzumaki is Obito's mentor's wife. How could he?" Naruto said, "Obito's mind is already twisted. He wants the Uchiha clan and Konoha to kill each other. He wants to take revenge on everyone." After hearing this, Uchiha Shure's eyes flickered with cold light as he asked, "Did he come to find me for the Sharingan?" His eyes have already evolved into the Mangekyō Sharingan, which is very precious. Naruto shook his head. "No, he'll try to win you over and join the Akatsuki to achieve their goals. As for fighting, he shouldn't fight you. After all, he has one eye and you have two. He can't defeat you." Jisue said, "So, Dragon King, when do you plan to leave Konoha?" In his view, it would be best for Naruto to leave with them. With Naruto's guidance, Qianlong would develop faster. Naruto said, "Wait a moment, I can still leave now. Otherwise someone will come to catch me." Jisue replied, "Dragon King, with your strength, who in Konoha can do anything to you?" Although he had activated his Mangekyō Sharingan, he felt that he would not be a match for the Dragon King. The Dragon King's strength was beyond his comparison. Naruto said, "There really is this Konoha village?" Jisue asked, "Who?" Naruto said, "Someone you wouldn't expect, Might Guy." This indeed surprised Uchiha Sure. Might Guy, with strength only at the peak of AJ Nin, had a somewhat carefree personality, a poor memory, and appeared very ordinary. His talent for ninjutsu was 0. Although he practiced taijutsu, it seemed to be just that. Naruto said, "Do you find it unbelievable?" Uchiha Sure nodded. "Is indeed unbelievable." Naruto said, "Might Guy's taijutsu has reached its limit. Once his finishing move is unleashed, even your ancestor Uchiha Madara could be kicked to death by him. This is not a joke. Uchiha Madara, the 10 Tails Jinchuriki, has already reached the level of the Sage of Six Paths. Yet under Might Guy's kick, he suffered severe internal injuries. If he had 3 lives, he could kick Uchiha Madara to death. In his lifetime, Uchiha Madara was very powerful, but there was still a certain gap compared to the Sage of Six Paths." Uchiha Sure listened, still in disbelief. However, the words of the Dragon King were very firm. He felt a conflict within himself, both believing and doubting at the same time, feeling very contradictory. After all, the impression left by Uchiha Madara on them was too deep. He was the second strongest in the ninja world. And aside from the god of shinobi, Hashirama, no one could match him. Hearing Naruto say this, it was natural for him to feel conflicted. Naruto said, "But it won't be long now. The Jinchuriki is very important to Konoha. In the original story, Orochimaru dared to move against Hiruzen Sarutobi, but he didn't touch Naruto because of Naruto's uniqueness. Hiruzen has already lost the hearts of many people in Konoha. Kakashi is tied up, Might Guy is just watching, and Danzo hasn't appeared at all. Hinata Hisashi and others are either slacking off or putting on a show, which is why Orochimaru can be so reckless. If they were to save him, Guy could just use the evening elephant to kick open the formation, and there would be no room for Orochimaru to show off. But Naruto is different. If Orochimaru were to harm him, Jiraiya, Kakashi, and others would come after Orochimaru, and even Mayaboka Mountain would get involved. It would be hard for Orochimaru to escape. Therefore, Naruto cannot leave Konoha for the time being, lest Konoha keeps an eye on the Qianlong organization. There's no need to worry about Kakashi and the like, but the legendary three ninjas, Jiraiya, Tsunade, and others need to be cautious. If Hiruzen gets angry, he might use a sealing technique, and then it would be too late to cry. It's best to let the Qianlong organization develop in peace and wait for the time when he is fearless. No matter who comes, he will crush them. He doesn't believe anyone will dare to provoke him. Uchiha Shursui has left. Unfortunately, he needs money, and the Uchiha family's wealth has been drained by him, along with 10 or so sealed Sharingan. This belongs to the Uchiha clan, and it's reasonable for him to take it. Uchiha Itachi feels regret in his heart, but now that he wants to go back on his word, it's impossible. He can only continue down his path. Uchiha Sasuke witnessed a bloody scene, activated his Sharingan, and then entered the hospital to recuperate. In his dreams, he sees Uchiha with cold, bloodthirsty eyes. That kind of disdain has been etched into his bones. Of course, Konoha also experiences a sleepless night. The matter of Uchiha Shursui keeps Hiruzen and others awake. This power is much stronger than Orochimaru's betrayal. One Orochimaru cannot stand against Uchiha Shursui, not to mention the 4 Sharingan evolving into Mangekyō Sharingan. They are all elite Jonin, and the Uchiha clan could already become a ninja village, a village not lower in status than the 5 great ninja villages. Hiruzen stands by the window, looking at the house where Naruto is, thinking, "Little Naruto, you need to grow up quickly." He has placed all his bets on Naruto. It's just a pity that you reap what you sow. Hiruzen is destined for no good outcome. Chapter 27. The Nine Tails will not leave for now. Back in Konoha, Naruto's consciousness sank into the ceiling prison. It's time to make a promise. The promise to release the Nine Tails. Kurama said, "Kid, you're here. What do you want from me?" Naruto walked straight into the sealed prison through the gap and said, "Kurama, I'm here to fulfill my promise to you and release you." The Nine Tails stood up straight, its chakra dispersing, and said, "Really?" Naruto said, "Of course, Kurama. Am I really that untrustworthy?" Kurama shook his head. "Of course not. It's just that I've been locked up for so long. I'm just really excited." Naruto said, "But this is a choice you have to make yourself." Kurama replied, "What do you mean?" "Of course I want to leave here and gain my freedom." He couldn't help but feel worried. This little brat wouldn't be trying to blackmail me with some conditions, would he? Given the little brat's current strength, what he was doing wouldn't be simple. Naruto said irritably, "What kind of expression is that? Do I need to threaten you? With my current strength, do I still need to threaten you?" Kurama replied, "That's true. So what else is there to choose?" Naruto said, "You all know how the tailed beast came to be." Kurama narrowed his eyes slightly and replied, "Kid, just say what you want to say. No need to beat around the bush." Naruto said, "You tailed beasts were created by the sage of 6 paths, separating the chakra of the 10 tails. Now, someone wants to use you to summon the evil king of the underworld, intending to destroy this world and establish a new order." Kurama narrowed its eyes and said, "Kid, if you don't want to let me out, just say so. There's no need to beat around the bush." It didn't believe Naruto's words, thinking that Naruto was saying this in order to control it. Naruto said, "Kurama, do you remember how you started the Nine Tails attack on Konoha? How you came out of my mother's womb?" Kurama replied, "Of course, I was controlled by the Uchiha eyes." Naruto said, "That's right, I was controlled by the Uchiha eyes. At that time, there was only one person in the village with the Mangekyō Sharingan, so it was impossible for them to control you. And with your strength, to control you, they would need the eternal Mangekyō, so it definitely wasn't a member of the Uchiha clan from the village." Kurama replied, "Are you saying there are Uchiha clan members outside the village?" Naruto said, "It's natural, some people die, but he is alive again." The Nine Tails' body trembled slightly. "Uchiha Madara?" Clearly, he had a very deep memory of Uchiha Madara. Naruto said, "It's not him, but he is related to him. The current person is his substitute, preparing for him in the world of the living, waiting for his resurrection." Kurama said, "Rinnegan?" Naruto said, "You're quite smart. Right now, the Rinnegan is in the hands of one person, and their strength is nearing formation. Once Itachi Uchiha joins them, it will be time to capture the tailed beasts. This is not just a scare tactic. The leader of this organization is the Orphan of War, who has suffered greatly from the ravages of conflict and harbors deep hatred for this world. Their idea is to break the rules of this world, rebuild order, and achieve rebirth. This notion has been exploited by others, turning them into pawns to collect the tailed beasts. Their true intention is not to summon the king of the underworld, but to combine the tailed beasts, obtain the chakra of 10, and then become the 10 Jinchuriki. Kurama was unsettled. Naruto spoke with such conviction, yet it struggled to discern the truth. Naruto continued, "So let me give you a choice. Of course, if you show up, not only Konoha, but also other ninja villages will hunt you down. After all, you are a weapon of war. Possessing you means holding half the initiative." The Nine Tails remained silent, understanding that as long as it existed, the ninja villages would inevitably go crazy trying to capture it, seal it, and obtain its power. Nine Tails, we're friends now. I have no need to lie to you. I naturally hope we can coexist peacefully. Because of you, I can unleash my powerful techniques without worrying about the energy within my body. However, what I just said is true, every word of it. Think it over carefully. The choice is yours, Naruto said. Then he walked out of the prison and looked at the high seal. Naruto continued, "This prison is indeed uncomfortable. I'll let you out first. If you want to stay in my body, you need to restrain your aura. Otherwise, the villagers will find out. If you want to leave, you need to get out of the village quickly, or Sarutobi Hiruzen will catch you. That old man can also use the dead demon consuming seal to seal you." With that, Naruto prepared to tear open the seal. "Wait a moment, kid." The Nine Tails stopped Naruto, believing what he had said. Naruto asked in confusion, "Kurama, what's wrong?" Kurama replied, "Kid, I believe in you." Naruto said, "Thank you." Kurama replied, "However, kid, when do you think that capturing the tailed beast will happen? If it doesn't happen, it doesn't want to stay here. Of course it wants to get out." Naruto said, "At least 5 years, at most 8 years. Kurama replied, "All right, I'll stay here with you for another 8 years. Avoiding is one thing, but the real deal is living with Naruto, which is very harmonious. Sometimes they argue and bicker, but life is quite pleasant." Naruto said, "Kurama, even though you're foolish, you made a very correct choice." Regarding Kurama's little schemes, Naruto didn't care. He felt sympathy for the Nine Tails. Whatever choice it wanted to make, Naruto really wouldn't stop it. Kurama replied, "You little brat. I always feel like you're trying to fool me." Naruto said, "Kurama, don't worry about it. Let's first calculate the rent." Kurama, "Little brat, what do you mean?" Naruto said, "Kurama, although you are a tailed beast, you are also a tenant to me now. You live in my body, so, to speak, you need to pay rent. Just like us humans, when we live in someone else's house, we have to pay rent. So how do you plan to pay?" Kurama became furious and roared loudly, "Bagayuru, Naruto! Naruto, bastard!" The human and the beast started arguing, getting red-faced and thick-necked, almost to the point of fighting. In the end, the Nine Tails still didn't let Naruto tear off the sealing strip. Back when the sealing was done, there was the help of Mount Myaboku. If he tore the seal now, the toad from Mount Myaboku would probably sense it. This way is fine too. Between them, that prison door no longer exists. Naruto didn't push for it either. The Nine Tails was temporarily bound to him. Chapter 28. Unveiling bit by bit the next day. Konoha village was once again in turmoil. Uchiha Itachi had defected and massacred the Uchiha clan, fleeing the village. In an instant, people's fear of Uchiha Itachi surpassed that of Naruto, the son of the demon fox. After all, he could even kill his own parents. Uchiha Itachi's brutality surpassed that of a demon, and people spoke of him in hushed tones. Shikamaru, Choji, and even Hinata felt a chill rise in their hearts upon hearing the news. They couldn't really believe that Uchiha Itachi had committed such bloody slaughter and escaped the village. In the past, Naruto had discussed with them how the Uchiha clan and the village were irreconcilable enemies, but they never expected such a situation. The village was so ruthless that it forced Uchiha Itachi to massacre his own kin. As for Uchiha Shirsue's defection, it was not mentioned at all. Bringing it up was truly disgraceful. After all, this was happening right before their eyes. They could only wait for someone to discover their whereabouts later and place the blame on Uchiha Itachi for being soft-hearted and letting Uchiha clan members go. Nara Shikaku looked at his son, who was sitting there in a daze, and asked Shikamaru, "What's wrong?" Nara Shikamaru replied, "Father, why is the third so ruthless?" Nara Shikaku understood that his son had seen through it. He had to admit his child's intelligence and thought to himself, "Oh, third Hokage, you're slowly eroding your own reputation." Narashikaku comforted Shikamaru, saying, Shikamaru, you don't need to worry about these matters. What you need to do now is to go to school and train. Narashikamaru stood up and slowly left the house. He didn't even go to school and went straight to the training area. As he walked, more people gathered. Choji also came. Today he didn't eat chips and didn't greet Shikamaru, and the two just walked together in silence. After a while, Hinata also arrived. The trio walked dejectedly, their moods heavy. Shikamaru, Choji. On the way, Yamanaka Ino spotted the three and greeted them. However, neither Shikamaru nor Choji responded to her. Yamanaka Ino felt puzzled and ran up, first greeting Hinata before saying, Shikamaru, Choji, it's me. Shikamaru replied, Oh, Ino, is something the matter? Seeing Shikamaru's lack of spirit, Yamanaka Ino asked, What's wrong with you guys? Are you scared of Uchiha Itachi? Shikamaru interrupted, Ino, we have something to do. We're leaving. This was Shikamaru's first attitude towards Ino, which left her puzzled. However, seeing the unusual expressions on the three, she didn't press further and asked, Shikamaru, Choji, Hinata, I'm going to see Sasuke. Do you want to come? Mentioning Sasuke, there was a sparkle in Yamanaka Ino's eyes. He was her white moonlight. The three shook their heads, and Shikamaru said, No, you go ahead. Then the three continued to leave the village. When they arrived at the training ground, Naruto was already there. Seeing the three, Naruto said, What's wrong with you three? Hinata quietly asked, Naruto-kun, haven't you heard about the Uchiha clan? Naruto nodded. Of course. I heard that the Uchiha clan has only one heir left. What's the big deal? Not only have I heard about it, but I also want to see a good show. Shikamaru and Choji raised their heads and looked at Naruto, their eyes filled with a different expression. Naruto said, It seems you know very little about the history of Konoha. During the tenure of the second Hokage, Senju Tobirama, he was very exclusionary towards the Uchiha clan, labeling them as an evil clan. From that time on, he targeted the Uchiha family. The third Hokage and Danzo were both brought up by Tobirama, and naturally inherited his will, continuing to suppress and ostracize the Uchiha clan, driving them out of the village without any intention of letting up. So, isn't this outcome quite normal? To win over Shikamaru, Naruto naturally needs to slowly reveal the darkness of Konoha, piece by piece, to make him lose his enthusiasm for the village. What Naruto said, they indeed were not aware of. Upon hearing Naruto's words, the three of them couldn't help but tremble slightly, as if there were many dark secrets in Konoha that they did not know about. Naruto said to Shikamaru, especially you, Shikamaru, there are actually many things that you should have sensed first. This left Shikamaru confused, and he asked, Please enlighten me, Naruto. Naruto said, Let me ask you a question. If you were to carry out a mission and Shikamaru was in danger, would you abandon the mission or abandon Shikamaru? Shikamaru replied, Of course, I would abandon the mission. Friends are the most important, but it also depends on what the mission is. Choji said, The mission is also very important. Naruto said, Of course, some tasks do need to be carefully considered. However, in Konoha, there was an incident where, because a confidential mission was abandoned to save a comrade, the result was tragic. This mission, although confidential, could still be salvaged, only causing some losses, mainly financial. It could have been saved, money can't buy a life, but that senior still died. Regarding this, Shikamaru had heard some things, and he asked, Naruto, are you talking about Kakashi's father? Naruto smiled. It seems you've heard of him, Shikamaru. Shikamaru, of course, Konoha's White Fang. He was famous throughout the ninja world. He was my idol, completing hundreds of missions with only one failure. Naruto said, That's right, it's just this final defeat, he died. Shikamaru, do you know how he died? Shikamaru replied, I heard from the elders that it was suicide. This left Choji and Hinata puzzled. Why would such a heroic predecessor commit suicide? Naruto said, I'm afraid Shikamaru hasn't heard the reason behind it. Shikamaru replied, Indeed, I haven't heard of it. Naruto said, This secrecy is really well done. At that time, Kakashi's father abandoned the mission to save his comrades, but this news was leaked by someone, leading to endless scolding and accusations from the villagers. Coupled with the accusations from his comrades, he was ultimately driven to suicide. A once great hero met such a tragic end. It's truly sad and lamentable. Naruto continued, This is so similar to forcing the Uchiha clan. Isn't it the same method? Shikamaru couldn't understand and asked, Why exactly? With Elder White Fang. Wouldn't Konoha be even stronger? Naruto said, How should I put this? Let's say that Kakashi's mentor, Tsukumo Hatake, was the best candidate for the fourth Hokage at that time. The three of them couldn't help but have a thought in their minds. Could it be the fourth? Naruto was speechless, slamming the ground, doubting my dad, and immediately said, Don't think too much. The fourth Hokage is not that kind of person. Let's put it this way. If Kakashi Hatake became the fourth Hokage, the Hatake family would definitely thrive. At that time, Kakashi was a genius, and the prestige of the Hatake family would rise again, which some people might not be too happy about. And the fourth Hokage's background, think carefully about the connections involved. Chapter 29. Hinata punches Sasuke. This statement directly laid the situation bare on the stage. Choji and Hinata felt regretful, but Shikamaru's expression changed drastically. Some things in his heart collapsed, and it felt as if all energy had been drained from him, leaving him completely dejected. Naruto said, "Shikamaru, don't think too much. Let's go, we're going back to class." Then the four of them supported the limp body and returned to the ninja school. Naturally, they were late, but Irika did not blame them. Naruto's first glance was towards Sasuke's position. He had arrived. However, he emanated an icy aura, giving off a vibe that warned others to stay away or face the consequences. That chill made it so no one dared to approach him. There seemed to be a subtle pulsation of chakra around him. Even the usually brave Sakura, Haruno, and Ino Yamanaka kept their distance, sitting far away with worried expressions as they looked at Sasuke. They wanted to share Sasuke's pain, but they felt powerless to do so. Uchiha Sasuke glanced at Naruto, and it seemed he had made a decision in his eyes. Naruto immediately guessed his decision and murmured, "You want to train with me? I can teach you a few moves, but nothing more. You, Sasuke, don't have much loyalty right now. Even if I teach you something, you just turn around and use it against me." After checking in at school, Naruto noticed that Shikamaru and the others lacked energy and said helplessly, "Come on, let's go out and wander around." The three nodded, and the four of them left the school. Irika saw them, but turned a blind eye, as this was what the Hokage had instructed. However, this time there was one more person. Sasuke followed closely behind. Naruto said, "You guys, can't you handle this a little bit? Don't make me look down on you. The darkness of Konoha is beyond your imagination. If you're sad, what can you do about it? Without strength, you're nothing. If you had the power of a Hokage now, you could question why things are done this way. Instead of being here, feeling dejected, you might as well train hard. With strength, you can do anything." This finally had some effect. They didn't even eat and started training. The three kept Naruto's words in mind, pushing their bodies to the limit, absorbing chakra faster, so they all planned to train until they couldn't get up. Watching the three train, Naruto said, "Sasuke Uchiha, come out." Suddenly, a blue figure flew out, and Sasuke Uchiha landed in front of Naruto, looking at him coldly. Naruto said, "I know your intentions. Let's talk about this later." Naruto felt he was being watched, and knew that Hiruzen Sarutobi was monitoring him, so he immediately changed his words. Then, Naruto picked up the heavy weights and shouted loudly, "Sasuke, let's go." Sasuke was taken aback by Naruto's actions. One was steady and the other was childish, wondering why the change was so significant. However, this suited him just fine, so he said nothing and picked up the weights as the five of them began their training. Hiruzen stroked his beard, observed for a while, and then put away the crystal ball. Over here, Naruto dropped the weights and looked at Sasuke. Sasuke knew Naruto wanted to talk to him, so he also dropped the weights and walked over. "I know you came to ask me to teach you how to train," Naruto said straightforwardly. Sasuke replied, "Yes, I want you to teach me the throwing techniques of ninjutsu." Naruto said, "Okay, but there's a condition." Sasuke replied, "What is it?" "As long as he can take revenge, he can sell his soul." Naruto said, "Whether you want to kill your brother or deal with the Hidden Leaf Village. I won't interfere, but don't hurt my friends, that is, them." Naruto pointed at the three who were training. "Uchiha Sasuke, is this it?" "Naruto, just one more thing. Don't leak any information about what I've taught you." Sasuke nodded. "Okay, I promise." Naruto said, "I hope you can keep your promise." He called out to Hinata in the distance. "Hinata." Hinata stopped, put down her burden, and walked towards Naruto and Sasuke. "Hinata, Naruto-kun." Naruto pointed at Sasuke Uchiha and said, "Hinata, give him a good beating." "Huh?" Hinata exclaimed, feeling confused. Did Naruto-kun really have the heart to hit Sasuke Uchiha? Sasuke Uchiha said nothing, just looking at Naruto. Naruto said, "Don't look at me. I want to see if you can withstand Hinata's 20 moves, and also let you know that I, Naruto, still have real skills." Uchiha Sasuke replied, "Don't underestimate my Uchiha clan." In his view, Hinata Hyuga would not be his opponent. Naruto said, "I didn't underestimate you, but you really won't be able to compete with Hinata. Besides, the Uchiha clan and Konoha village are no more. They have become a thing of the past here." Stimulated by these words, Sasuke Uchiha's eyes flickered with a faint red light as he said, "I will make you understand what it means to be a genius." Naruto said, "Come on." He intended to step aside to watch the battle, but suddenly remembered something and said, Oh, and don't throw shuriken or hidden weapons. Hinata is better at it than you. Hearing Naruto's praise, Hinata's little face turned slightly red. Naruto raised his fist to Hinata, meaning to say, Hinata, give it your all and teach him a lesson. Hinata smiled slightly at Naruto, indicating that she understood. Sasuke moved his hands back and charged towards Hinata. Hinata also launched an attack at Sasuke, her speed surpassing his by a third. From Hinata's speed, Sasuke could see that she was indeed not a simple opponent. His eyes began to spin, and a Tomo Sharingan appeared. In his eyes, Hinata's speed seemed a bit slower. Uchiha Sasuke leaped into the air and punched towards Hinata. Foolish. Naruto inwardly complained, thinking that Uchiha Sasuke was really foolish to leap in with a punch. It was practically giving Hinata an opening. He watched as Hinata's chakra rapidly attached to her hand and made contact with Sasuke's fist, spinning in a taiji motion that pulled Sasuke into a curve. Sasuke was shocked and tried to twist his body to break free from Hinata's grasp. Unfortunately for him, he had no chance. Hinata had not forgotten Naruto's words. She seized the opportunity and did not let a single opening go, launching continuous attacks. Sasuke felt as if he were bound by countless fine threads, unable to escape. His body spinning in Hinata's grip as the whole world seemed to rotate. Finally, with a move called Progressive Block and Strike, Hinata sent Sasuke flying like a pebble, crashing several meters away. This was after Hinata had held back her strength. Otherwise, he would have been hurt even more. Chapter 30. Tion Tion. Haruno Sakura Sasuke was somewhat dazed. He didn't want to admit it, but he had lost, and he had lost badly, defeated by this seemingly weak little girl. Naruto walked up and said, "How does it feel?" Sasuke Uchiha stood up and said, "I lost." Naruto said, "Very good. You can still face your own heart and bravely admit your failures. It's not beyond saving yet." Uchiha Sasuke looked at Naruto and said, "I want to challenge you." Naruto shook his head and said, "To challenge someone very powerful is unwise. You can set a big goal, but you need to face your own abilities. You need to continuously achieve small dreams to improve your skills before you can challenge big goals. If you want to aim high from the very beginning, you might as well go back and dream where everything is possible." After receiving this lesson from Naruto, Sasuke wasn't angry. Instead, he nodded and said, "Once I defeat Hinata Hyuga, I will challenge you." Naruto shook his head. No, it's not me, it's them. They're even stronger than Hinata by a bit." Sasuke said firmly, "I will do it." Naruto taught a basic method of sitting meditation and shared the techniques of Tongmen's hidden weapons. This was enough for him to cultivate for a while. Sarutobi Hiruzen observed the group from time to time and was pleased to see them all diligently practicing. They were the future of Konohagakure. By afternoon, Naruto and the others left the base and returned home. Naruto walked past an intersection and caught a glimpse of a familiar pink figure, an outfit etched into his mind, impossible to forget. He stepped back and saw a small figure dressed in a pink cheapao and a small jacket, with her hair styled in a bun, distinctly different from other girls. This was not a little girl from the Naruto world. She was a girl from the Dragon Kingdom of another time and space. This was Tion Tion, a genius of ninja tools from one of the 12 teams in Naruto. That familiar cheapao, that hairstyle, momentarily, Naruto seemed to pierce through time and space, returning to the land of Yin and Huang. At this moment, Tion Tion held a hidden weapon, a meteor shuriken, which she had just been spinning. With a swift motion, feeling someone watching her, Tion Tion shot a meteor shuriken in his direction. The speed of the shuriken was not slow, but in Naruto's eyes, it was just a child playing around. Of course, it was indeed a child playing around. Naruto raised his hand and easily controlled the meteor dart. Tion Tion turned around and saw it was Naruto, saying, "It's you." She naturally knew Naruto, who was disliked by thousands and hated by millions. It was impossible to forget him. Wherever he went, people would gossip. Naruto said, "It's me. I remember your name is Tion Tion, right?" Tion Tion replied, "Yes. Do you have something to discuss?" She looked at Naruto with a hint of vigilance. Naruto said, "Do you like ninja tools?" Tion Tion didn't speak, her eyes fixed on Naruto, as if waiting for his next words. Naruto turned around and said, "If you want to train, come to the pond on the west side of the village tomorrow, and I can teach you." He threw the meteor shuriken in his hand with a swift motion, and it spun around Tion Tion before embedding itself in the wall to her left with a thumb-sized spider underneath it. Tion Tion watched Naruto's departing figure, and from away he caught her meteor shuriken with bare hands. She knew that Naruto's strength was not just limited to the shadow clone technique. Tion Tion was contemplating whether to go or not. She turned to leave, and as for the meteor shuriken, She was a collector of ninja tools, with many more at home, so she wouldn't retrieve the one stuck in the wall. However, in the next moment, she stiffly turned around, her gaze fixed on a meteor shuriken, her eyes wide with shock, murmuring, "Is this a coincidence?" Naruto was serious about teaching Tian. He sensed a touch of tranquility in her soul, reminiscent of the warmth of his hometown. For that feeling alone, as long as Tian wanted to learn, he would teach her all the secrets of Tongmen's hidden weapons and the advanced inner strength techniques. Naruto fell into memories again, murmuring, "It's been 5 years, Yume. Are you doing well?" He then shook his head, feeling a bit dejected, walking weakly down the street. Suddenly, a figure leaped out from the shadows, wearing a red dress, and threw a powerful punch at Naruto. Naruto slightly tilted his body and casually reached out, grabbing the intruder by the neck. Fortunately, he restrained his strength in time. Otherwise, the attacker would have met a tragic end. The attacker was none other than Sakura Haruno. Her face turned pale as she had truly felt a hint of death, as if she had already died in that moment. She had indeed walked on the edge of death. Naruto set her down and calmly said, "You can't act so recklessly in the future, especially when I'm thinking about something. It's very dangerous." As for Sakura Haruno, Naruto neither liked nor disliked her. In his eyes, she was no different from a stranger, just an optional classmate. Sakura staggered and collapsed to the ground, nearly wetting herself. The reason she ambushed Naruto was that she was angry with him for leading Sasuke astray and skipping class together, wanting to teach him a lesson. But she never expected that her attack would be easily dodged by Naruto, and that she almost got crushed. The feeling of suffocation chilled her to the bone. Naruto ignored the slumped Sakura Haruno and went straight home. After a while, Ino Yamanaka passed by and, noticing Sakura sitting on the ground, walked over with some confusion. "Sakura, what are you doing?" Ino asked. She and Sakura used to be good friends, but since they became classmates over Sasuke, their relationship was not what it used to be. Sakura reached out, raised her head, and said, "Ino, help me up." Ino, seeing Sakura's expression, immediately understood something had happened and quickly helped her up, asking Sakura, "What happened?" Sakura shook her head and said, "I'm fine. Just now, it felt like I went through a long century." Sakura said, "He is so strong." Ino asked who? Sakura replied, "Naruto Uzumaki." Ino was taken aback and said, "Isn't he the bottom of the class?" Sakura said self-deprecatingly, "We were all fooled. His strength has already reached the level of a genin. I didn't even get a single move in before I was subdued." Ino recalled Shikamaru and Choji and said, "Could be them." Sakura said, "Ino, let's go." This sneak attack left an indelible mark in Sakura's heart, igniting her fighting spirit. She also wanted to become stronger and be a super powerful kunoichi. Chapter 31. Danzo sets his eyes on Naruto the next day. More and more students skip class. Naruto Uzumaki, Shikamaru Nara, Choji Akimichi, Hinata Hyuga, Sakura Haruno, Tintin, and Sasuke Uchiha. A total of 7 people were skipping class. Irika was so angry that his arms trembled, then helplessly dropped them. A few of them were fine. He could talk to them and give them a lesson. But Naruto and Sasuke were both special cases, out of his control. "Forget it, let them be. I just need to focus on my class." Under Naruto's training methods, Sasuke clearly felt his improvement. He firmly believed that with Naruto's methods, his strength would increase rapidly, and one day, he would kill that man. If things had gone as before, if it weren't for Itachi's hard-fought battle, this Uchiha would have been a thing of the past long ago. However, now the situation was unclear. Sasuke's trajectory had shifted a bit. Combat is the best way to enhance strength. Naruto had the 4 of them battle each other without using chakra, only relying on their physical limits. As for Naruto, he leaned against a tree for a while before saying, "You two can come out now." Tintin and Sakura emerged from the shadows, shocked at the sight of the 4 battling. Each of them had reached the peak level of genin based solely on their physical strength, which was impressive. Naruto's gaze fell on Tintin, observing her dressed in traditional Chinese attire. A hint of a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth as he nodded at her. Then, his attention shifted to Sakura Haruno, and he asked, "Did you come here to find Sasuke?" He couldn't think of any reason for Sakura to follow along. His tone was calm, neither sad nor happy. Sakura shook her head and replied no. Naruto asked, "Then who are you?" Sakura replied, "I'm here to find you." Naruto was even more confused. He had no connection with Sakura Haruno, unlike in the original, where he was her devoted admirer. Sakura Haruno said, "You are strong. Can you teach me how to train?" Naruto was taken aback for a moment, then remembered what happened yesterday. He must have been affected, which led to this change. He didn't refuse and said, "Sure." Whether it's one sheep or a flock, the more the merrier. Of course, it would be great if this flock could be herded back to their pen. Haruno Sakura showed her delight and bowed, saying, "Thank you." Naruto said, "But there's one condition." Haruno Sakura, "Go ahead." Naruto said, "Don't tell anyone about our matters, and don't leak our training methods." Sakura Haruno nodded. "Okay, I promise." Naruto said to Tenten, "Tenten, wait for me here for a moment." Tenten smiled brightly and replied, "Okay." She had some doubts before, but now she no longer doubted. She believed that Naruto could teach her how to train. Naruto said to Sakura, "Haruno, come over here with me." Sakura felt a bit uncomfortable in her heart. She sensed Naruto's attitude towards her compared to Tenten. When he spoke to Tenten, his tone was gentle and filled with smiles, but when he talked to her, there was no joy or sorrow, as if she were even less than a classmate. Naruto taught Sakura a simple training method and had her train with weights to absorb natural energy. As for her perseverance, Sakura's determination is indeed very strong. Otherwise, she wouldn't have stood out among the 12 ninja genin in the end. Naruto returned and smiled at Tenten, saying, "Tenten, what kind of path do you want to take?" Tenten replied, "I like studying ninja tools and enjoy taijutsu." As expected, Naruto said, "All right, I will teach you a set of body refinement techniques, and then I will teach you the art of hidden weapons." Tenten joyfully exclaimed, "Just like the hidden weapons technique from yesterday?" Naruto said, "Yes, but there are conditions." Tian asked, "What conditions?" Naruto said, "The heavens know, the earth knows, you know, and I know." Listening to this, the natural responded with a smile, "Don't worry. I will definitely keep the secret." Naruto said calmly, "I believe in you." Tian asked out of her confusion, "Why do you want to teach me?" Naruto looked at Tian and said, "Your outfit gives me a warm feeling." Tian glanced at her own attire, found nothing unusual, and asked in confusion, "Is it just that?" Naruto, "That's all it takes. In this century, being able to sense a trace of my hometown is already good enough." En route, Danzo had no choice but to refine a 3-tomo Sharingan. He had no options left. In Konoha, there was only one powerful Sharingan left, and that was Kakashi. But he couldn't lay a hand on Kakashi. The Jinchuriki, Danzo muttered. Without the Uchiha's eyes, his strength was merely that of an elite jonin, and he had little say. So he had to take risks and focus on the Jinchuriki, who was a true weapon of war. If he controlled him, he would have more influence in Konoha. The Jinchuriki has changed. He would be taken tonight. Danzo instructed 2 root members. Both were peak Chunin, and if they were to take Naruto from the original story, it would naturally be possible. But the current Naruto, if he wanted to leave, no one could stop him. The Jinchuriki has changed, and that was no lie. He had undergone a tremendous transformation and was now terrifyingly strong. In the dark of night, Naruto opened his eyes. With his current strength and the vigilance from his past life, he sensed that someone was watching him. "Root, huh? That old man Danzo, with nowhere to go. Has his eyes on me? Who gave you the courage?" Naruto murmured. The 2 Chunin were ready to strike at any moment. Even if that old man Danzo came, Naruto could easily defeat him. However, Naruto couldn't act right now, so he could only secretly wake the sleeping Umbu to drive these 2 away. As the 2 root members approached Naruto's residence, the next moment, 2 Umbu appeared to intercept them. Seeing the expressions on their faces, one of them said, "Root." The 2 root members did not expect that, even after avoiding the Umbu, they would still be discovered. Without hesitation, they retreated. They could imagine that if the 2 of them were captured, Lord Danzo would be exposed, making his actions quite inconvenient. The Umbu did not pursue them, fearing they might fall into a trap. One stayed to guard Naruto, while the other returned to report to the Hokage. When Sarutobi Hiruzen heard that Danzo was focusing on Naruto, he was furious and called for Danzo. A fierce argument broke out between the 2, and this time it escalated to physical confrontation. Without chakra clashing, the 2 engaged in hand-to-hand combat. With one hand less, Danzo was naturally beaten by Sarutobi. Naruto sensed it and said with a smile, "What a loving couple. This scene is quite stimulating. I believe that after this, Danzo will be quiet for a while and won't come looking for trouble." Chapter 32. Orochimaru comes to Konoha village. In a realm of return to origin, I have finally broken through. For years later, in an underground cave, Naruto murmured. 2 years ago, he had already broken through to the half-step return to origin. Because he needed to use true energy to accelerate the evolution of the Byakugan, despite Naruto's diligent training and the help of Kurama, he managed to evolve the Byakugan into the powerful Rinnegan. His left eye transformed into the powerful Rinnegan, while his right eye, the Sharingan, was still just an eternal Mangekyō Sharingan. Naruto's soul power was still lacking a bit. He couldn't help but envy the Uchiha clan. If he had that bloodline, his soul growth would be much faster, and he should also be able to unlock the Rinnegan. The Hunyuan body refining technique has now reached the 5th level. His physical body is so strong that even 8J Nin's full-strength attack couldn't harm him at all. He is now invincible in the human realm, and no one can control him. Even if Sage of Six Paths were to be reborn, he would not be afraid and could contend with him. Even if he were to lose, the Sage of Six Paths would not be able to do anything to him. The energy in his body, the energy stored in his eyes, and the density of the true energy in his Dantian are comparable to 800 Kakashis. Coupled with the 9 tails, one could say he has the power of 900 Kakashis. In battle, he can also allow Kurama to absorb natural energy, which means that under normal circumstances, Naruto's amount of true energy is limitless. Naruto is growing, and so are others. They are transforming chakra energy into inner strength, using ninjutsu to form seals that activate this inner power, which is even stronger than that power by chakra. Hinata Hyuga has already reached the peak of the 1st rank. She has comprehended the essence of Tai Chi, and her combat power is so strong that even the peak Jonin, Choji Akimichi, would not be her match. Tenten has just entered the 1st rank. Her status is swift, and her shadowy movements are not fully developed, moving like a ghost. Under Naruto's training, she combines space-time ninjutsu with Tang's sect hidden weapons, making her an enigmatic killer whose weapons can traverse time and space. While her combat power may not be the strongest among the group, she is the most formidable in terms of assassination methods, second only to Naruto, and she's also the one most closely connected to Hinata. Sasuke Uchiha is at the peak of the 1st rank, possessing the 3-tomo Sharingan. He has not learned other ninjutsu, adhering to Naruto's advice to avoid being greedy and only practicing the family S fire release technique, which he can now unleash to its maximum effect. He is the strongest in combat power aside from Naruto, but in a life-and-death battle with Tenten, it would be 50-50 unless his eyes evolve into the Mangekyō Sharingan. Otherwise, he could be easily targeted by her hidden weapons. Shikamaru is at the peak of the 1st rank, having mastered the shadow technique. He does not aspire to be a strategist, but he is very calculating, and in joint operations, he can win 8 out of 10 times. Choji Akimichi is also at the peak of the 1st rank. His appetite is increasing, and he is becoming stronger, able to eat 8 pounds of meat and 100 bags of chips in a day. He is kind-hearted and generally holds back 3 parts of his strength in battles. Sakura Haruno has just entered the 1st rank. She is strong, with only 2 ninjutsu, the substitution technique and the clone technique. Naruto did not hold back and taught her a set of boxing techniques. Her temperament is impulsive, suitable for a powerful boxing style, so Naruto named the technique Violent Bear-Killing Fist. In physical confrontations, she only loses to Hinata, as no matter how strong her punches are, they feel like hitting cotton and cannot inflict any harm on Hinata. However, in the outside world, all 6 are merely genin, inexperienced. One day, Naruto was playing at the edge of the village when he suddenly felt a cold presence, as if a ferocious snake had its eyes fixed on him. Naruto turned his head and saw a black long snake, about 1 meter long, on a tree branch. In the snake's eyes, Naruto saw a hint of interest. This snake had consciousness. Naruto became interested. It seems that there is only one old snake from the Hidden Leaf Village that can come now, Orochimaru. Releasing his soul power, he quickly found Orochimaru's trace. Naruto thought to himself, this Orochimaru isn't actually that bad. He just wanted to gain powerful strength too much and took an extreme path. Naruto made a few quick movements and disappeared into the forest. The poisonous snake on the tree was surprised and then climbed down, not knowing where it went. Naruto arrived in a dense forest and said, Orochimaru, I know you're here. Come out. From a tree hollow, a snake head emerged, slowly growing larger. And then Orochimaru was spat out. Huh, Naruto said with disdain. Orochimaru, you're really disgusting. I don't like the way you make your entrance. Orochimaru restored his form and extended his long tongue, making Naruto feel nauseous. If this were his previous life, countless wealthy women would have gone crazy for it. It was simply a divine artifact. Orochimaru said ominously, Little brat, who are you? Naruto said, Orochimaru, is there any point in saying that? You don't know who I am? Orochimaru sneered. How interesting, Uzumaki Naruto. It seems you have hidden quite a lot. Naruto said, This is nature. After all, isn't it good to live freely? Orochimaru replied with a sly smile. An interesting Jinchuriki. Naruto said, Do you dare to take me away? Orochimaru shook his head. I don't dare. This was the truth. He really didn't dare. Taking the Jinchuriki away would inevitably provoke a crazy retaliation from Konoha. Naruto smiled slightly and said, Orochimaru, you are here to make plans, right? Orochimaru narrowed his eyes slightly, his whole demeanor resembling a hidden venomous snake, waiting for the right moment to strike, and replied, Kid, I don't understand what you're talking about. Naruto said, Stop pretending. Yakushi Kabuto is your man, right? Orochimaru's chakra spread out, and he said coldly, Little brat, what else do you know? Naruto said coldly, Put away your killing intent, or I will kill you. Subtly, the true essence within him surged and pressed forward. Orochimaru took a step back, looking at Naruto in shock. The pressure was so strong that he realized he was no match for him. But that wasn't all. Naruto's right eye rotated, resembling 6 blades intertwining, and the eternal Mangekyō Sharingan manifested. Orochimaru's expression changed drastically as he exclaimed, Eternal Mangekyō Sharingan. Naruto said, I know you have a curse technique that allows you to leave it on others and resurrect yourself, but believe it or not, I can kill you one by one. Orochimaru replied, I believe. Naruto said, I know the purpose of your visit this time. It's for the Konoha collapse plan, right? Orochimaru's expression changed drastically. This was something only his own people knew about. Could there be a traitor? But that was impossible. They were all his loyal subordinates. Naruto said, Don't think too much. Your people haven't betrayed you. As for how I know, you don't need to know. Orochimaru calmed down and asked Naruto-kun, May I ask what you need from me? Naruto said, I know you seek power, so I invite you to join our organization. Orochimaru replied, Does Naruto-kun have an organization? Naruto, have you heard of the Qianlong organization? Chapter 33 stopped Orochimaru's plan. The Qianlong organization has already established a foothold in this world and is renowned far and wide. Uchiha Shisui is quite a ruthless person. He directly changed the will of the daimyo of the land of Tea with Kotoeme Tsukumi, swiftly taking control of the land of Tea, secretly developing power until a year later when the Qianlong organization was established. During this year, under Naruto's guidance, Uchiha Shisui significantly enhanced the strength of the land of Tea, which should have been renamed the land of Flame Dragon. A year later, under Naruto's guidance, the economy of the land of Tea quintupled, with ninjas helping out, leading to exceptional efficiency, and all civilians lived well. Shisui signaled to rename it the Land of Flame Dragon. The national strength greatly improved, and the Qianlong Martial Arts Academy was opened, widely recruiting apprentices. People from other villages once came to investigate, but were intimidated by the strength of the Qianlong organization. With the power equivalent to that of the 5 Kage-level ninjas, along with 40 to 50 elite jonin, it was not weaker than any ninja village. Its high-end combat strength was even greater than that of Kirigakure and Sunagakure. After 3 years of development, the strength of the Land of Flame Dragon has risen again, with 3,000 lower ninjas. Although this is somewhat inferior to the 5 great villages, its high-end combat power is strong. Orochimaru's eyes brightened as he said, Naruto-kun, you are also a member of the Qianlong organization. This is a powerful force, with the controller being Uchiha Shisui, who has awakened the eternal Mangekyō Sharingan, boasting formidable strength that surpasses that of the Kage-level ninjas. In recent years, the Land of Flame Dragon has been continuously exporting salt, rice, sea cucumbers, and other food to various countries, especially the exquisite sea cucumbers, which are in high demand but short supply. Naruto said, I am the Dragon King, the leader of the organization. Orochimaru looked at Naruto in shock. He naturally knew that the organization had a Dragon King, who was the true leader of the organization. However, apart from Uchiha Shisui, no one had ever seen what this Dragon King looked like. One thing was certain. The Dragon King must be a powerful figure. Otherwise, it would be impossible to lead the organization. But he never expected that the Dragon King of the organization would actually be the Jinchuriki of Konoha, Uzumaki Naruto. Naruto said, It's hard to imagine, right? Orochimaru replied, I really didn't expect it. I'm afraid that if I say it out loud, no one will believe me. Naruto asked, So, are you joining us? Cultivating martial arts and exploring the true essence of martial arts. He began his motivational speech, repeating the words he had used to persuade Uchiha Shisui, making Orochimaru see the world of ninjas. This twisted world where only martial arts can bring peace and lead the world towards harmony, providing security for every ordinary citizen. At the same time, to validate the strength of his physical body, Naruto forcefully struck his flesh with a dagger. With a clang, the dagger broke, but Naruto's body showed no signs of injury. This was not merely the result of the powerful chakra of his sage body. This was true body refinement, achieving such defense without damaging the foundation of the flesh. It also made Orochimaru sense the intensity of his true essence, causing his body to tremble. Even if he had 100 times more chakra, true essence energy, he could not compare. Orochimaru said, "I am willing." Naruto said, "Good. Orochimaru, you made the right choice. However, Orochimaru, there are a few things I need to remind you. You can conduct experiments, but don't experiment on people again, or I will take action and personally kill you. I don't like this kind of thing." Orochimaru promised. "Naruto-kun, I assure you, I will never experiment on humans again." Naruto said, "I hope you follow through on your words." Orochimaru's statement was sincere. Naruto had opened a door for him, and researching this seemed more interesting than experiments. Naruto asked, "Do you have a pen?" Orochimaru grabbed a snake and used its blood as ink for Naruto to write with. Naruto wrote in Chinese characters. In this world, probably only he and Shui know the content. Naruto taught Shui to learn Chinese characters, and every time Naruto contacted Shui, he did so through crows. Even if someone intercepted it, they wouldn't be able to understand the content. After Naruto finished writing, he handed it to Orochimaru and said, "You go to the Flame Dragon country and find Shui. He will teach you how to cultivate." Orochimaru replied yes. He was somewhat eager to leave. Naruto said, "Orochimaru, give up on your plan." Orochimaru was somewhat puzzled and asked, "Why?" He really didn't have much good feeling towards Hiruzen Sarutobi and genuinely wanted to kill him. Naruto said, "Punishing a person doesn't only mean killing them. For someone like Sarutobi Hiruzen, who is centered around power, making him a lonely outcast is the greatest punishment." Orochimaru pondered for a moment and replied, "What the Dragon King said is correct. This is indeed the greatest punishment for him." Naruto said again, "Take Kabuto back. He will like it in the land of flame dragons. Train him well. He will be great." Orochimaru replied, "Yes." Orochimaru left, and Naruto also returned to the training base with everyone. Under Naruto's subtle guidance, Tenten's attire completely resembled that of a young girl from ancient times in her previous life. Every time he saw her, Naruto would smile faintly, and he had made up his mind that once he left this place, Konohagakure, and went to the land of flame dragons, he would definitely bring many things from his past life. Naruto ni. Tenten leaped onto Naruto's back. Over the years, she had felt the warmth of family from him, and in her heart, Naruto was her greatest support. Tenten's parents had died in the war, and she couldn't remember them. But fortunately, they had left her most of their wealth, enough for her to squander. Unlike Naruto, who had all of the fourth's belongings confiscated by the third Hokage, which was why he lived so hard. Hinata weakly called out, "Naruto-kun." Shikamaru Nara said, "Naruto, you came too late this time." Naruto said, "I met someone and chatted for a bit. That's why I'm late." Sakura Haruno said, "We're about to graduate. I really hope we can be in the same class." Now, Sakura's attitude towards Sasuke has changed. She is no longer influenced by his looks. In her heart, Naruto's figure is becoming clearer and taller. Shikamaru Nara said, "There's no need to think about it. A teacher can only take a few students, so the 7 of us can't be together." Naruto remembered that the new teacher would have an assessment with 7 people in a team, and they could easily overpower the teacher and give him a good beating without revealing their true strength. Hinata whispered, "As long as I could be in the same class as Naruto-kun, anything's fine." Naruto gave a bitter smile. Hinata's feelings for him ran deep in her bones. Her entire world revolved around him. When one hesitates to make a decision, it often leads to chaos. Naruto put down Tenten on his back and said to Hinata, "Hinata, I have something to discuss with you. Come with me." Hinata softly replied, "Okay." She was much braver than in the original story, but she still blushed around Naruto, though she wouldn't faint anymore. Chapter 34. Hinata defeats Neji. The two walked deep into the forest, and Hinata's pretty face still had a lingering blush. Hinata gently asked, "Naruto-kun, what do you want to talk about?" If Naruto-kun needed help, she would spare no effort. Naruto hesitated for a moment before saying, "Hinata, you are my friend, and I don't want to deceive you. There are some things I need to clarify with you. As for whether we are enemies or friends, Hinata, you have to choose for yourself." Hinata replied firmly, "I will not be an enemy of Naruto-kun." Naruto said, "You listen to what I have to say first." Hinata, "Okay." Naruto asked, "Hinata, do you remember the incident a few years ago when your family's eyes went missing?" Hinata replied absent-mindedly, "Yeah, it was a servant in the house." Suddenly feeling something was off, she looked up, her eyes trembling as she stared at Naruto. Is it possible that Naruto-kun brought this up for a reason? Naruto admitted, "You are not mistaken. It is me." As he spoke, his left eye rotated and transformed into the Rinnegan. exuding the unique aura of the Byakugan. 2 seconds later, it returned to normal. Naruto continued, "That night, I stole the eyes of your family servant. I wanted to study these eyes to see what was so special about them." Hinata lowered her head, unsure of what to do for a moment. To be honest, she didn't harbor any hatred towards Naruto. In her heart, Hinata thought, perhaps the eyes could play a greater role in Naruto's hands. I wonder if Naruto needs the family's secret techniques. No, the eyes are the most important pillar of the clan, the root of the family. But Naruto needs help. No, how can I be so selfish? Hinata's heart kept contradicting itself, and it rarely leaned towards the family. Naruto said, "Hinata, the Byakugan and Sharingan were once the powerful eyes of Konoha. Actually, the Byakugan can also evolve, but requires a higher level of chakra, which you can understand as a higher level of energy. The inner strength you cultivate is different in quality compared to the chakra energy stored in your body. This higher level can promote the evolution of your eyes." This could be considered Naruto's guilt towards Hinata. As for the Hyuga clan, that was another matter. He wouldn't feel guilty even if he stole the entire Hyuga family. But Hinata is different. She is pure and kind. Hinata softly said, "Naruto-kun, I'm a bit confused. I need to think about it." Then, she left the woods alone. Naruto sighed. Hinata wandered aimlessly back home. Hyuga Hayashi noticed and asked Hinata, "Aren't you supposed to be at school? Why are you back?" Hinata ignored him and continued walking toward her room. Hyuga Hayashi became even angrier and shouted, "Hinata!" Only then did Hinata react and immediately said, "Father." Hyuga Hayashi, very angry, said, "Hinata, you have been training for 4 to 5 years now. It's time to test your strength. Come with me." Hinata did not resist and followed behind Hyuga Hayashi. When they arrived at the Hyuga clan's training ground, Hyuga Hayashi called for Hyuga Neji, who had the strength of a peak genin and decent combat ability, just a step away from becoming a chunin. However, such strength would not withstand even a single move against Hinata. Hinata said, "Brother Neji." Hyuga Neji was strict with Hinata and did not smile, nodding slightly. "Lady Hinata." Hyuga Hayashi said, "Hinata, I want you to last 30 rounds against Neji." Hinata suddenly thought of a way, took a while to muster her courage, and said, "Father, if I last 30 rounds, I want an eye." This was the first time Hyuga Hayashi saw his daughter show such courage, with thoughts racing in his mind. He wondered what Hinata wanted an eye for. After all, this was the foundation of the Hyuga clan, and it could not be given away. Hyuga Hayashi ultimately focused on Naruto, thinking that his daughter must be doing this for Naruto. He asked, "Is it for Naruto?" Hinata firmly replied, "Yes." In order to prevent the relationship with Naruto from deteriorating, Hinata could only force herself to remain calm, her hands trembling under her sleeves, and her heart pounding heavily. Hyuga Hayashi felt even angrier. At such a young age, she was already starting to go against the family. He angrily said, "All right, Hinata, if you can last 100 moves, I will give it to you." Neji's gaze turned cold as he stared at Hinata. This time he would not hold back. To destroy the eye of a branch family member for an outsider made him furious. However, he did not realize that the Hinata before him was not a weak little girl. Her strength was far beyond what he could compare. Hinata felt overjoyed and said, "Father, no backing out." Hyuga Hayashi replied, "No backing out." For some reason, he felt a bad premonition rising in his heart. Hinata bowed to Hyuga Neji, "Brother Neji, please guide me." Hyuga Neji said, "Lady Hinata, be careful." His eyes were even colder, and he would not be polite. The relationship between the main and branch families of the Hyuga clan had always been strained, and this was no secret in Konoha village. The unique highest secret abilities of the Hyuga clan were only passed to the main family, and the branch family was not allowed to learn them, which left many in the branch family dissatisfied, Neji being one of them. This was a perfect opportunity for him to vent his frustrations. Hyuga Hayashi naturally remained vigilant. This was his daughter, and he couldn't allow Hyuga Neji to hurt her too badly. Neji opened his Byakugan and rushed towards Hinata, using the Hyuga clan's taijutsu, 8 trigrams empty palm. Hinata naturally countered with Tai Chi. The deeper her understanding of Tai Chi became, the more she realized the extraordinary nature of this martial art, far surpassing many of the clan's taijutsu. In order to get the eye sooner, Hinata did not hold back. Seized Neji's hands, used his strength against him, and threw him away. Then, with a follow-up moving block punch, she sent Neji flying. Hinata did not exert any effort and did not injure him, but the defeat was quite embarrassing. At this moment, Hyuga Hayashi was also dumbfounded, watching everything unfold. He knew Neji's strength very well. He was definitely a peak genin, and even a chunin would need several moves to take him down. Yet, in his daughter's hands, Niji could not withstand even one move and was thrown out. Hinata spread her hands. Father, I won. Hyuga Hayashi felt a bit awkward, in his opinion. His daughter could not possibly withstand Niji's attacks for 100 rounds. However, Hinata's victory was so decisive that he said, Hinata, do you now have the strength of a Chunin? Hinata did not answer the question, only staring intently at her father. Hyuga Hayashi said, all right, I will give you the eye later. He had previously disliked Hinata's weak temperament, but now with her strength, how much further would she grow in a few years? One eye to give to the Jinchuriki also seemed reasonable. It was a way to thank Naruto for training with Hinata. Moreover, even with the Byakugan, without the secret techniques of the Hyuga clan, its power would be greatly diminished. The most important thing now was to make Hinata happy and satisfy her wishes. Hinata nodded. Her expression was very serious, and Hyuga Hayashi could not tell if it was genuine or not. Not a Chunin, but a first-class martial arts strength. Peak Jounin combat power. Chapter 35. Niji's joining the eyes of the branch family would disappear after death. But the main family's eyes would not disappear and would naturally be kept secret, though no one knew where they were hidden, except for the clan leader. Hinata obtained the Byakugan and was so happy that she wanted to leave home. As she walked out the door, a voice called out, Lady Hinata. Hinata turned around and smiled. Brother Niji. Hyuga Niji said, Lady Hinata, your strength is very strong. We feel that you did not use your full power at all. This was indeed true. If Hinata had gone all out, Niji would probably be lying in the hospital for half a year, unable to recover. Hinata said, Brother Niji is family. Hinata cannot hurt Brother Niji. Niji replied, Lady Hinata, your punches just now were very strong. Can you teach me? He did not have high hopes, as he thought this should be a secret technique of the main family, which they were not qualified to learn. However, he could not help but ask, wanted to learn. Hinata said, I'm sorry, Brother Niji, I can't make that decision. Niji felt a bit disappointed, but was mentally prepared and shook his head. It's okay, Lady Hinata. Seeing that Niji looked a bit uncomfortable, Hinata felt sorry and thought for a moment, saying, Brother Niji, come with me. She then took Hyuga Niji outside the village. Naruto was a bit puzzled as to why Hinata had returned, and she had brought Niji with her. Naruto remembers that in the original work, this guy was quite rude to him. But forget it, taking away the eyes of the Hyuga clan, he won't hold it against him. Besides, he hasn't provoked me now. Seeing Naruto, Hinata happily ran over and smiled. Naruto-kun. Naruto, Hinata. Then Hinata took out an eye and said, Naruto-kun, this is for you. Naruto couldn't help but feel a tremor in his heart upon seeing this eye. Hinata actually thought of this method to resolve his relationship with the Hyuga clan. It would be impossible not to be moved. He gently rubbed her head and said, Silly girl. Hinata felt the warmth of Naruto's palm and couldn't help but lower her head, feeling very happy inside. Naruto looked at Niji and asked, Hinata, did you bring Niji here for something? Hinata said, Naruto-kun, can I teach taijutsu to Brother Niji? He wants to learn. She asked this cautiously, afraid that Naruto might get angry. Niji widened his eyes. This was actually not a secret technique of the Hyuga clan, but a technique of the son of the nine-tailed fox, which was quite unbelievable. Naruto smiled gently and said, of course, and by the way, pass on the training methods to him as well. Hyuga Niji has decent talent, but girl, do you know how hard you've worked? Don't let him surpass you. Hinata, filled with joy, looked at Naruto with tears of gratitude in her eyes and said, Thank you, Naruto-kun. Naruto said to Niji, since Hinata wants to teach you, you should train well. Your strength is too weak right now. Hinata is already at the late stage of Jonin. You need to train faster. However, one thing, you cannot teach it to anyone else, and you must not leak any secrets. Oh, if Hinata's cousin asks about it, you can pass on the taiji to him. Considering Hinata, it's better to think of the seniors. Niji looked at Hinata in disbelief. Late stage Jonin. Was he hearing things? Hinata gently said, it's thanks to Naruto-kun. Naruto gently stroked Hinata's hair and said, Hinata, you go train, I need to talk to Niji. Hinata replied, okay. Feeling a surge of happiness in her heart, she realized she could train with Naruto-kun again. Naruto said, Niji, I know you have a lot of hatred for the Hyuga clan because of the caged bird seal, but Hinata has always regarded you as a brother. She has a kind heart and hopes that you won't hurt her. Niji nodded. Understood. I will protect Lady Hinata. Naruto said, I hope you mean what you say. Go. Let Hinata teach you how to train. With your talent, you can catch up to others pretty quickly, except for Sasuke. The identity and background of Niji are strong. He's the reincarnation of Indra, the kind that can't die, and his strength will gradually increase, so he can't be compared to others. Niji asked, Are they all Jonin now? Naruto nodded. Not bad. Neji asked, what about you? Naruto smiled and said, I'm stronger than them. Neji nodded, I will catch up to you. In fact, he still couldn't accept Naruto's strength in his heart. It made sense that Hinata and Sasuke were stronger than him, but Naruto? He was known as the bottom of the class. Naruto said, come on, you have no chance. I am the child of destiny. And I have the added advantage of being a BUG. Even if the Sage of Six Paths were to reappear in terms of talent, I could still crush him into the ground. Neji ran towards Hinata, and under Hinata's guidance, he began to train step by step. Naruto watched from a distance, remembering that Neji had sacrificed himself during a mission. He wondered if fate would shift with his involvement. The path had led him here. As for how it would end, that was up to him. Nara Shikamaru said, we have a new member joining us. Akimichi Choji replied, he's the most talented genius of the Hyuga clan, and his strength is impressive. Nara Shikamaru responded, Choji, is it interesting to say he's strong now? Choji replied, oh, that's true. With their current strength, battling Hinata Neji would be like bullying a child. Sasuke said, with Naruto's training methods, Hinata Neji will improve quickly, so you all need to be careful not to be surpassed. Sasuke wasn't considering challenging Naruto at the moment. 2 years ago, after breaking through to the pinnacle of Chunin and awakening his two-tomo Sharingan, he had thought about ambushing Naruto, but ended up being kicked away by Naruto as if he were a mountain. He even sensed it coming. He knew that his strength was not on the same level as Naruto's, so he no longer thought about challenging Naruto. He had no confidence now. He felt he could hold his own against his brother for a few exchanges, but he had no confidence in fighting Naruto. Naruto is incredibly strong, the kind of strength that is terrifying. He has no chance of winning at all. Compared to the original work, Sasuke has become more composed. He now understands that he is not yet a match for that person. After all, he currently only has the three-tomo Sharingan, while that person has already attained the Mangekyō Sharingan years ago. Therefore, he doesn't shout about seeking revenge or anything like that. He needs to cultivate himself, train diligently, and wait for the opportunity for revenge, preferably until he can awaken the Mangekyō Sharingan. Then he might have a chance. The Hyuga clan, specifically Hinata's father, has gathered a lot of information about Naruto. However, it is all about how Naruto leads a few people in training and how they play. There's nothing else. He has no desire to investigate Naruto further because he understands that it would provoke Sarutobi Hiruzen's displeasure. Naruto Uzumaki is now Sarutobi Hiruzen's last trump card. If anyone tries to target this trump card, they would be opposing him, and there would be no good outcome. Hinata's father said, if Hinata has such strength, then Naruto Uzumaki's strength must not be simple either. And Naruto has been hiding his true abilities. As a Jinchuriki and Hokage, who among you is truly superior? Chapter 36, Class Division in the Land of the Flame. Orochimaru has arrived. As he moved stealthily, he was discovered before he could even approach Flame Dragon City. Uchiha Shursui and another Uchiha clansman appeared on the treetops. Orochimaru-senpai, is it really appropriate for you to enter the Land of the Flame so brazenly? Uchiha Shursui spoke. Orochimaru was startled, stopped in his tracks, and looked up to see Uchiha Shursui and the other Uchiha. As expected of Lord Dragon King's capable subordinate, Shursui, your strength has surpassed mine, Orochimaru said sincerely. Shursui asked, have you seen the Dragon King? Saying this, he activated his eyes, and a powerful aura spread out, pressing down on Orochimaru. If Orochimaru made even a single mistake, he would not let him off. Orochimaru quickly replied, I saw him in Konoha village. He discovered me first. Shursui inquired, what were you doing in Konoha village? Orochimaru answered, to kill, to assassinate the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen. Shursui was taken aback. How bold. To assassinate the Hokage. Truly worthy of Orochimaru. Will you stop by the Dragon King? Shursui asked. Orochimaru replied, the Dragon King wants me to join the Hidden Dragon Organization and cultivate martial arts. He said that killing an old fool like Sarutobi Hiruzen is not the greatest punishment. Making him a lonely outcast, abandoned by everyone, is the true punishment. Shursui said, he will certainly become an outcast. The Dragon King must have his own thoughts in wanting you to join Hidden Dragon. He must have given you something. Orochimaru took out Naruto's letter and said here. He couldn't discern much from it, only recognized a few characters, but that was of no use. He didn't understand the rest. Shursui took the letter, saw the handwriting, and immediately recognized it as Naruto's. After reading the content, he said, welcome, Orochimaru-senpai. They welcomed Orochimaru into Flame Dragon City and taught him the methods of cultivation. Orochimaru being one of the legendary three, Sannin naturally had undeniable talent. In the original work, his only significant defeat was against Itachi, where he was completely overwhelmed under Itachi's Jinjutsu. Had it not been for Kabuto's appearance, he would have likely fallen. After practicing the Xinyuan sword technique for half a month, he clearly felt his strength had improved, and he felt a long-lost sense of ease. His body still had energy, and he no longer bore the burden of chakra that had once filled him. His body had become better. Orochimaru sought out Uchiha Shisui. Uchiha Shisui sensed Orochimaru's aura and said, "Congratulations, Orochimaru-senpai, your strength has increased again." Orochimaru replied, "This is thanks to the Dragon King and you, Shisui." Shisui stated, "This is not my credit, it is the Dragon King's." Orochimaru asked, "Shisui, you have cultivated martial arts, but do you also feel your body is much lighter, no longer bearing the same burden as before?" Shisui confirmed, "Yes." Orochimaru inquired, "Why is that?" Shisui imitated him and asked, "Orochimaru-senpai, how much can you bear now?" Orochimaru thought for a moment before saying, "Without chakra, it's truly pure energy, around 500 pounds. Shisui asked, "What about 1,000 pounds?" Orochimaru replied, "I will be crushed." Shisui explained, "It's the same principle. In the past, our cultivation was merely about absorbing chakra into our bodies, storing it in our flesh, eyes, and internal organs. But no matter where, most of it was in the cells. As we continuously absorb natural energy, the chakra in our cells increases and our capacity grows. Like a person, when reaching a limit, they will be injured and the cells will be damaged. Thus our bodies are also being harmed invisibly. The martial arts cultivation method developed by the Dragon King stores power in the acupoints, develops the dantian, and while there is energy in the cells, it will never exceed the load. This energy not only nourishes the cells, but also repairs damage, which is why we feel lighter." The explanation was simple, clear, and easy to understand. After hearing this, Orochimaru sincerely exclaimed, "Lord Dragon King, a deity." The sinister and cruel Orochimaru has completely become a little follower of Naruto. On this point, Uchiha Shisui agreed and said, "Indeed, the Dragon King must be a god who saves the world." Then, Uchiha Shisui recounted the unhealthy ninja way again, further redirecting Orochimaru's path and planting the seed of belief. Finally, Shisui asked, "Orochimaru-senpai, your sound ninja village can be moved here." Orochimaru replied, "Of course, here, there is sunlight." He smiled, no longer a sinister smile, but a radiant one. Here, he found vitality and a direction to strive for. Naruto, of course, could not know about the changes in Shisui and Orochimaru. He was currently sitting in the classroom, feeling a bit drowsy. On his left was Hinata, and on his right was Tenten. Life was very happy. In the front row were Shikamaru, Choji, and Sakura, and in the row ahead was Sasuke, who had a blonde girl next to him. Naturally, Ino Yamanaka, who completely monopolized Sasuke. It was just a pity that the emotional Sasuke had become cold-hearted. Even treating Shikamaru better than Ino, he now cared more for Naruto. Iruka stood at the teacher's desk and said, "Congratulations to you all, from today onwards. You'll be independent ninjas. However, you are only Genin. There's still a long, long road ahead, and the real hardships lie ahead. This is just the beginning. From now on, you'll be divided into groups of 3 to form a class, working together and growing together." Naruto felt drowsy listening to the endless chatter, but he had to admit that Iruka was a good teacher. So, Naruto thought about whether he should recruit him to become a teacher at the Flame Dragon Martial Arts Academy when he left. 3 people per group. Everyone's eyes lit up. Many girls looked towards Sasuke, praying in their hearts to be in a group with him. Hinata, I'd be fine with being in a group with Naruto-kun. Tenten, I don't want to leave Naruto and Aizen. Shikamaru, we still have to split up. Choji, we can still hang out with Naruto-kun later, eat the food he makes, and the grilled meat. Sasuke said nothing. In his heart, aside from those few, it was just adding 2 more burdens. Of course, if he was in a group with Naruto, he would be the burden. The situation remained unchanged. And as Iruka read out the names for Class 7, Naruto lifted his eyelids, following closely. Uzumaki Naruto, Uchiha Sasuke, Haruno Sakura. Sakura was happy. Not because she was in the same class as Sasuke, but because she was in the same class as Naruto. Hinata, disappointed. Tenten, what a pity. Sasuke, being in the same class as Naruto-kun is fine. This way, I can become even stronger. Ino was dissatisfied, wondering why it turned out this way, almost exploding. Class 8, Hyuga Hinata, Inazuka Kiba, Yamanaka Ino. Class 9, Tenten, Rock Lee, Hyuga Niji. Class 10, Nara Shikamu, Akimichi Choji, Yamanaka Ino. Chapter 37. Teacher and Student of Guy. After the classes were assigned, they were naturally taken away by their respective teachers, and needless to say, Kakashi was the slowest. Naruto didn't play pranks on Kakashi like the original, but instead was sleeping on the table. Sakura was gathering her courage, wondering if she should move to the back row to sit with Naruto. As for Sasuke, he was still sitting coolly, and he didn't care about the Jonin teacher. It was already insufficient to teach him. At that moment, Naruto suddenly spoke up. Sasuke, are you thinking that the Jonin teacher is already not enough to teach you? Sasuke didn't hide it, and coolly replied, yes. Naruto said, sometimes humility is also a form of strength. Kakashi became a genin at the age of 5. And he is an elite nin who knows many jutsu. There's not much I can learn from him, but you still can. Kakashi has a jutsu called Chidori, which is quite powerful. You can practice it. Sasuke said, okay. Naruto's words, he believes in them. Since Naruto admires him, he goes to learn from him. The elite Jonin is a target for battle. Haruno Sakura asked, Naruto-kun, do I have anything similar to learn from him? For a violent girl like Sakura, she should go look for a big cow. Tsunade Haim, that kind of violent monster. Naruto said, you should focus on training your own martial arts. Practice healing ninjutsu, and learn more from Kakashi's experience. As for your mentor, let's wait until later. If she comes back, you can ask her to be your teacher. Sakura murmured, I think Naruto-kun, you're the best teacher. Then she asked, who is she? Naruto, your idol. Sakura Haruno, Lady Tsunade. It wasn't until the afternoon that Kakashi finally appeared. He said, sorry, I'm late. Kakashi took the 3 of them out of the classroom and stopped at a small path on the edge of the school. He sat on the iron railing and said, this is as far as we go. Let's start with self-introductions. My name is Kakashi Hitaki. I don't want to tell you what I like or dislike for now, but there are many interesting things to talk about when it comes to you. Naruto is fine, but Sasuke and Sakura are completely stunned. Is there really such a teacher? In the end, beside the name, there's nothing, not even a full face. Naruto said, then I'll go first. My name is Uzumaki Naruto, as everyone knows. I like reading magazines, especially the ones with pictures, and I prefer wearing less clothing. Of course, there should also be a paragraph of text description, preferably with Gambat included. At this point, Naruto winked at Kakashi and continued, what I dislike is when I'm reading halfway and it gets cut off. As for my dream, I've mentioned it before. This made Kakashi pause, thinking that this self-introduction was even more impressive than his own, and that this kid actually knew his preferences. Some things, Sakura and Sasuke didn't understand. They really couldn't comprehend it. Although they were precocious, they were still just 2 cute kids. Sasuke said, I am Uchiha Sasuke. My favorite thing is training, and I have many dislikes, but what I hate the most is being disturbed while I'm training. My dream is to kill that person and restore the Uchiha clan. Naruto and Sakura already knew this, so it wasn't surprising. Kakashi thought to himself, that person? Itachi? He's a pitiful one too. Suddenly, he remembered Uchiha Shursui and the Qianlong organization, a group that stirred up trouble in the ninja world, one that no organization dared to underestimate. Moreover, the Qianlong organization had a great reputation in the Flame Dragon country, supported by all the people. There were no distinctions in rank, no oppression. As he pondered, Kakashi became somewhat distracted and even overlooked Sakura's self-introduction. Naruto said, Kakashi-sensei, stop thinking about the scene, we've finished our introduction. Hearing Naruto's words, Kakashi withdrew his gaze, disregarding what Naruto said, and said, you 3 are all very interesting. Let's start the mission tomorrow. Naruto said, Kakashi-sensei, if we're going to do tasks like catching kittens and finding puppies, we might as well just train. Sasuke replied, exactly. Are these even tasks? They're just a waste of time. Sakura smiled and didn't say anything. She was fine with whatever. Kakashi said, this group of students is really hard to manage. But don't worry, their essay training session tomorrow. Naruto thought to himself, survival training? I'll just be a bystander, to spare Kakashi from losing too embarrassingly. He thought this way, but Sasuke needed to learn Chidori, so he was very serious about it. Plus, with Sakura around, Kakashi ended up losing quite decisively. After telling the 3 of them to gather at 5 o'clock in the morning, he left. Soon after, Naruto and the others also left. Whether it was Sakura or Sasuke, their strength had reached this level, and they were quite confident. It was just a small assessment, after all. It wouldn't be difficult for them. After leaving the school, the 3 of them went their separate ways, agreeing to meet again tomorrow. Naruto looked at the familiar street and murmured to himself, it's time to leave. Naruto wanted to complete his first mission outside the village and return in a grand manner. After enduring so much humiliation. He had to let them know why they should insult him. As Teacher Guy and Lee turned a corner, Naruto looked over and saw Might Guy and Rock Lee tightly embracing. That scene was, well, a deep father-son bond. Meanwhile, Tintin and Neji looked on awkwardly. In the original plot, only Rock Lee could understand Might Guy, and only Might Guy could understand Rock Lee. Their unique outfits were something only they could feel the youthfulness of, and not just the color green. Naruto. Tintin spotted Naruto and happily ran over, habitually grabbing his arm. Might Guy and Rock Lee separated, and Might Guy saw Naruto and said, "Oh, it's Naruto. I heard you've been training." The mettle of youth cannot be separated from hard work. The passion of youth needs to run. "Do you want to train with me?" Naruto looked at Might Guy and Rock Lee's bodies. The two were indeed training hard. However, this self-destructive form of training is not advisable. With such training, it's uncertain whether they can live to old age. Naruto said, "Forget it. If there's a chance, I can teach you how to train your body." Might Guy replied, "Hey, Naruto, are you feeling confident?" Naruto said, "That's natural. Youth is not about overextending. The Azure Beast of Konoha, if given a body refinement technique to absorb energy and nurture his body with that energy, then with one final kick, he shouldn't be overextended. Doesn't that add another trump card? It's a perfect idea, but a bit difficult to pull off. Even Kakashi would find it challenging. And Might Guy is very loyal to Konoha, making it tough for him to leave." At this moment, Rock Lee said, "Naruto, you're just dragging behind. It's already good enough that you don't affect others. And here you are being so brazen." Chapter 38. The three ninjas want to gather the flame dragon. Tintin and Neji both looked at Rock Lee as if he were a fool. If Naruto is dragging behind, then the entire village of Konoha would be dragging behind. Might Guy said, "Lee, that's not right. Anyone who works hard is a genius." Naruto started diligently training at the age of 3, running around the village. He is a genius. He has not wasted his youth, and his youth will not wither. Rock Lee respectfully apologized. "Teacher Guy, I was wrong." Might Guy said, "Knowing your mistakes and being able to correct them makes you a good child. Naruto, you must believe in yourself. Those who do not believe in themselves have no value in effort. No matter how great the difficulties ahead, you must strive to overcome them. Even if it costs your life, you must leave proof of a man having lived." Naruto said, "I have great confidence in myself, and I never lack it." He is extremely confident, very much so. This point was also achieved by Might Guy, who left behind a testament of manhood. That kick style has already become a legend. Rock Lee looked at Might Guy with sparkling eyes. "Teacher Guy." Might Guy replied, "Lee." The two master and disciple unabashedly embraced each other again. Naruto, this scene, I've seen it on screen before, didn't think much of it, but now that it's happening right in front of me, I still can't accept it. The Sound Village has merged into the Dragon Submergence Organization, and Orochimaru has joined the Flame Dragon Nation. In this moment, the news spread like the wind. Orochimaru, one of the legendary 3 ninjas of Konoha, is as strong as the Kaga-level ninjas. With such a powerful opponent joining the Dragon Submergence Organization, their strength has once again increased, and the level of danger has been elevated. When the news returned to Konoha, the 4 elders of Konoha naturally convened a meeting. Sarutobi Hiruzen said, "Regarding the land of Tea, now it's the Dragon Submergence Organization of the Flame Dragon Nation. Do you have any plans to contain them? This threat is too great. How can we allow others to sleep soundly beside us? It's like a lion sleeping next to you. When it gets hungry, it will swallow you whole." Narashikaka said, "It's difficult. Now that Orochimaru has joined, the strength of the Flame Dragon Nation has increased again, and with the Uchiha clan. Especially Uchiha Shursui, it will not be easy to contain them, unless Tsunade and Jiraiya come back with a massive force. That might be possible. Everyone knows they can't expect that. Jiraiya is one thing, but Tsunade is utterly disappointed with Konoha and has hemophobia. She can't go to the battlefield." Mito Gate Kane said, "Indeed, and we still don't know who the Dragon King is. The strength of this Dragon King is definitely not simple. If he is stronger than Uchiha Shursui and provokes them, Konoha..." The conversation trailed off, as everyone understood that if that happened, Konoha would surely endure the Dragon Submergence Organization's crazy retaliation. Konoha is no longer as powerful as it once was. If it suffers retaliation from the Dragon Submergence Organization, it will inevitably lose its top position, and when war breaks out, Konoha will surely decline. Danzo, this time, cooperatively remained silent. After all, this situation arose because of him. He wanted to seize Uchiha Shursui's eyes, which led to the current predicament. Such a weapon of war, such deterrence, was pushed away by him. If he spoke up, he would likely be collectively attacked by the 3 others. Sarutobi Hiruzen said, "Is there really no way? What if we contact the Mist Village to ally with us? Do we stand a chance? If other ninja villages come, they all have to pass through the land of fire. Who knows how many people they will bring? We can't let them take advantage of the situation. Mito Gate Kane said, if it's an alliance, there should be a 60% chance. If Tsunade returns without her hemophobia, there would be an 80% chance. Tsunade is a powerful medical ninja, stronger than a whole medical team, and has formidable combat power that can influence the outcome of a battle. Sarutobi Hiruzen turned his attention to Danzo and asked, Danzo, what do you think? Danzo said, to eliminate future troubles, we can ally with the Cloud Village and unite the Three Ninjas Village to definitely eliminate the Dragon Submergence organization. For several years, the experiments have yielded little success, and now his mind is active again, thinking about how to take Naruto away. Narashikaku said, of course, we can also wait for 2 years for the Jinchuriki to grow. That would give us a better chance. Sarutobi Hiruzen took a puff of smoke. The Jinchuriki is his last trump card, but he is still too young. If we give him a few more years, the Dragon Submergence organization will no longer be a threat. After some discussion, they decided to wait another 2 years. Konoha has yet to recover from the Uchiha rebellion. Once they grow stronger, they can go to battle. Konoha still has a trump card, which is Uchiha Itachi. With his current strength, he should be able to hold off Uchiha Shursui. The only uncertainty now is that Dragon King, which is a variable, in a street known as the Gambler Street. There is a tavern where a drunken blonde woman with a large gamble character on her back is present. In front of her stands a woman in black clothing holding a pig, saying, Lady Tsunade, there's big news. This is Tsunade and her disciple, Shizun. Tsunade, inebriated, said, what big news? Shizun replied, Orochimaru has joined the Flame Dragon Nation, which is the former land of tea. Tsunade said, an organization formed by those who defected from the Uchiha clan? What kind of big news is that? She said this, but there was contemplation in her eyes. After all, Konoha is the village established by her grandfather, even if she is very disappointed. She does not want it to have problems. The Uchiha clan and Orochimaru are both from Konoha and were both driven away by Konoha. Shizun said, but Lady Tsunade. Tsunade interrupted. Shizun, I heard the Flame Dragon Nation is very wealthy. Let us go win some back to pay off her debts. Shizun remained silent. After years of gambling, not only did they lose their family fortune, but they also accumulated countless debts, and they had never won a single time. In the land of fire, at a women's bathhouse, many girls are taking baths, and the steam fills the air, creating a sensual atmosphere. A long-haired, white-haired man in a red outfit with an oil character headband is present. This is Jiraiya, one of the legendary 3 ninjas of Konoha, who was previously very interested in gathering materials. However, after hearing some discussions, he lost the desire to gather materials and quietly left, which is rare for him to do without being discovered. Jiraiya murmured, old man, this is another mess you've created. Sitting in the position of Hokage, Konoha will only grow weaker. Sigh. He changed his travel direction towards the Dragon Submergence Organization and the Martial Arts Academy. He wants to see what kind of organization this is. Gathering materials? He might as well go there and see what Orochimaru and the others are up to. Chapter 39. Obito comes and leaves with Orochimaru's movements. Uchiha Obito finally found the time to come to the Flame Dragon Nation. With his Kamui space, he arrived at Flame Dragon City, where he was finally discovered. He wanted to silently infiltrate the center of Flame Dragon City, but a person blocked his way, stopping him in front of Flame Dragon City. Uchiha Shursui. Uchiha Obito halted his steps, looking at the suddenly appearing Uchiha Shursui, and said in a deep voice. Uchiha Shursui said, as expected of you with the Kamui space, it is here that we discovered you. Facing Uchiha Shursui's eyes, Uchiha Obito felt a sense of illusion in his heart, as if he had been seen through. This junior knows his identity. He had indeed been seen through. Uchiha Shursui already knew his identity information. Uchiha Obito said, no wonder you are the hero leading the Uchiha clan's rebellion against Konoha. You actually discovered me. Shursui said, I know you are from the Akatsuki organization. If you come to visit our Flame Dragon Nation, you are most welcome. However, if you aim to accomplish something here, even if you are from the Uchiha clan, I will still kill you. As he spoke, his eyes shifted, and the eternal Mangekyō Sharingan appeared, a powerful aura rushing towards him. Uchiha Obito stared at Shursui, saying, Eternal Mangekyō Sharingan. There was a hint of greed in his tone. Shursui asked, what? Do you want to steal my eyes? Uchiha Obito said, a perfect pair of eyes. If I can seize them, that would be wonderful. Shursui calmly replied, I wouldn't mind altering your memories to make you leave the Akatsuki organization. Uchiha Obito said, it seemed to know a lot. Shursui said, indeed. I know quite a bit. Uchiha Obito said. Sure, Sway, this world is a sick world, filled with countless killings. Join us to break the rules of this world and establish a perfect world, to end the wars, end the suffering, end the killings, and create a new order. Sure, Sway replied. Is that so? But your appearance has brought a lot of pain. To achieve your goals, you trample over countless corpses to fulfill your dirty objectives. And I cannot do that. Do you still remember your original intention? It was to bring peace to your country. May I ask, has your country been at peace since its establishment? A giant poisonous snake appeared, and Orochimaru stood atop its head, saying, Akatsuki. Uchiha Obito replied, Orochimaru, long time no see. Orochimaru said, Akatsuki, long time no see, but you are not welcome here. I was once a member of Akatsuki, and I know its purpose. Shirsue's blood-red eyes looked at the myriad snakes below Orochimaru and said, If you harm anyone from the Flame Dragon Kingdom, one day, even if I have to chase you into the Earth Dragon Cave, I will kill you. Before the myriad snakes could speak, Orochimaru said, Don't worry, Shirsuen. It won't harm anyone. My guarantee is for other creatures. Uchiha Shirsue said, The farming cattle are good. You can have two. Orochimaru replied, Yes, Shirsue-kun. To be honest, he had fallen in love with Flame Dragon City. No one was thinking about power, only tirelessly working according to the Dragon King's guidelines. Then 7 people appeared. They were from the Uchiha clan, and their eyes had all reached the level of the Mangekyō Sharingan. Seeing this scene, Uchiha Obito couldn't help but gasp. 7 Mangekyōs. Their momentum was not weak, all having reached the level of shadow ninjas. Shirsue said to Obito, Still the same thing. If you come to Flame Dragon as a guest, we welcome you. If you provoke us in Flame Dragon, you will become a wolf, free to hunt. This was something Naruto said to Shirsue, which he borrowed. Obito said, Shirsue-kun, trust my sincerity. I come here with no ill intentions. In Obito's heart, the Flame Dragon Kingdom already had 9 shadow-level experts, making it the most dangerous place. Without more than 70% certainty, he would not act. Such strength was completely comparable to Akatsuki. Also, there was one more point. The Hidden Dragon Organization still had the most mysterious person yet to appear, the leader, the Dragon King. With such powerful people like Uchiha, Shirsue, how could the Dragon King be a simple character? Including the Dragon King. Even if there was Nagato with the Rinnegan, he probably wouldn't be a match. Obito still entered Flame Dragon City, but he was under surveillance. Such a person was very dangerous, so he had to be cautious. After staying in Flame Dragon City for 2 or 3 days, he left. He did nothing. He did not achieve his purpose for coming here. Although he gathered intelligence on the strength of the Hidden Dragon Organization, his heart felt very heavy. The Hidden Dragon Organization was very mysterious. Orochimaru said, Shirsue-kun, Akatsuki must have a purpose for coming here. Shirsue replied, They came for me. This was already predicted by the Dragon King before leaving the village. He said that Akatsuki would definitely come here, and he also said that he would be the one to come. Orochimaru gasped. The Dragon King could actually predict the future. Shirsue said, Do you know this person's true identity? Orochimaru shook his head. Not clear. Shirsue said, He is from my Uchiha clan. His name is Uchiha Obito, and his current identity is the agent of the Uchiha ancestors. What? Uchiha Obito? Didn't he die? Orochimaru exclaimed, very surprised by this answer. Shirsue said, He was revived by someone, wore a mask, walked in the darkness, and fulfilled their goals. More than 10 years ago, the Nine Tails was released by him. Orochimaru thought of Naruto and shuddered, saying, Obito is Minato's student. Shirsue said, This person's mind is already twisted. He can do anything. So, Orochimaru-senpai, you need to keep an eye on him. Orochimaru assured. Shirsue-kun, don't worry, I will definitely complete the mission. Shirsue took out a pair of eyes, the 3 Tomo Sharingan, and handed them to Orochimaru, saying, I know you once wanted to obtain the eyes of our clan. I give you this pair of eyes to protect Flame Dragon, to be the eyes of Flame Dragon. Orochimaru bowed and sincerely said, Thank you, Shirsue-kun. Shirsue then took out a secret technique and said, The Dragon King has already researched the secret of the evolution of the Sharingan, which requires powerful spiritual energy. This is the method of cultivating spiritual energy. With your spiritual energy, you should be able to evolve to the Mangekyō Sharingan according to the methods above. Orochimaru was now overwhelmed with emotion. The Uchiha clan's eyes were something he once longed for. Now, not only was his strength enhanced, but he could also obtain the Mangekyō Sharingan. His snake heart was illuminated by the sunlight, no longer in darkness. Orochimaru bowed again. Thank you, Shirsue-kun. Shui said, "Don't thank me. Thank the Dragon King." Regarding Naruto, Orochimaru naturally held immense respect for him. It was he who led him down a broad path. He remembered something and asked, "Is the Dragon King's eye also?" Shui replied, "Of course, my Sharingan is only 3 tomo compared to the Dragon King's." Chapter 40. Sasuke and Sakura complete the assessment. This was naturally Naruto secretly guiding Shui to do this. Orochimaru was a talented person, and his strength was very powerful. His enhancement of strength was a guarantee for Flame Dragon and a deterrent to the outside world. As for betrayal, Naruto believed that Orochimaru would make the right choice. He was now the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails. With the Sharingan, his strength was unfathomable. Orochimaru would not, and did not dare, slowly turning his heart around. This fierce snake hidden in the dark would also become a small warm snake, a loving snake. Moreover, Naruto planned that when he arrived, he would give Orochimaru a sunny hairstyle, dressing him up as a sunny boy. With his looks, he should be liked by someone. Orochimaru's talent was indeed strong. After refining the 3-tomo Sharingan, he practiced the secret method of spiritual energy, guiding his spiritual energy, merging it with the Sharingan, and guiding his true chi into it, smoothly evolving to the Mangekyō Sharingan, greatly increasing his strength. Now, if he wanted to kill the old ghost Sarutobi Hiruzen, he wouldn't need to rely on the Edo Tensei of the first and second Hokage. He could completely solo the elderly Sarutobi Hiruzen. After finishing his training, Orochimaru appeared, and Uchiha Shui said, "Congratulations." Orochimaru replied, "Thank you." Shui said, "The defense of Flame Dragon City will depend on you. Don't let other ninja villages people sneak in." Orochimaru replied, "Shui, don't worry. If one comes, I will catch one." Having a monitor was the most reasonable. He was a snake player. Who knows how many snakes he had? One here, one there. It was like living surveillance. Sasuke was calm in nature and could be considered a good child. He arrived very early. At 5 o'clock, he was there, sitting alone, and began a practice. Sakura also came very early to make a good impression on the teacher. So the two of them were hungry. This time alone with Sasuke, Sakura felt very calm. Without impulsiveness in her eyes, Sasuke seemed just like that, not particularly handsome. At this moment, Sakura was thinking, why hasn't Naruto-kun arrived yet? Did something happen? Sasuke no longer worried. In his heart, he believed that no one here could stop Naruto. Until the sun was at its peak, Naruto arrived, holding 2 lunchboxes in his hands. "Naruto." Sakura happily stepped forward. Naruto handed her a bento and said, "You must be hungry. Come eat." Sakura's eyes sparkled as she replied, "Thank you, Naruto." She grabbed the bento and ate it without any ladle-like demeanor, truly starving. That Kakashi really doesn't care about others. Naruto said to Sasuke, who was still training, "You idiot. Sasuke, eat something." Sasuke jumped down from the tree, took the bento, and while opening it, said, "You knew he would be late, so you were late too." Naruto said, "Yes, Kakashi-sensei is very lazy. He only washes his hair once a month, and he doesn't wash his underwear for half a year." Sakura and Sasuke, holding their bento boxes, wondered why it didn't smell good anymore. Meanwhile, Kakashi walked over and said, "Naruto, it's not right to portray your teacher like this." Naruto looked at the sun overhead and said, "Kakashi-sensei, only a lazy person could sleep in this late." Kakashi replied, "Well, you see, just now there was a black cat." Naruto said, "Don't use that as an excuse. You must have been reading Jiraiya's publications too late. Has his new book come out? It seems like it should have some great material." Kakashi was surprised and said, "You actually know Lord Jiraiya." "Naruto, isn't this nonsense? He's one of the legendary Sannin. Is it strange to know him? That old pervert goes to women's bathing areas just to gather material. He's simply shameless, and he doesn't even bring you along." Kakashi. He took out a clock and said, "Then let's get started. Set the time to 12 o'clock. He took out 2 bells and continued, "Steal the bells from me before noon, and you pass the test." Naruto said, "Sasuke, Sakura, you guys play with Kakashi-sensei. I won't join." Sakura and Sasuke nodded. "Okay, it's reasonable. Naruto can press Kakashi-sensei and rub against him. They won't have a chance to perform." Kakashi said, "Naruto, if you can't get the bells, you won't have any food." Naruto said, "I've already eaten, so don't worry." Kakashi threatened, "You'll have to stand on a wooden post for a day and be sent back to the ninja school." Naruto said, "Don't worry, I'll think of a way." Kakashi replied, "I'll be watching." Kakashi then began his performance, saying, 2 bells mean that one of you will fail and be sent back to the academy to relearn. Of course, there is also the possibility that you will all be sent back. So, you must use all your strength and means, including shurikens. If you don't have the determination to kill me, you won't be able to grab the bells. Sakura and Sasuke remained calm, while Naruto walked to the side, completely unconcerned. Thinking to himself, Kakashi-sensei, you're really out there. Full strength? You could even produce shit. Kakashi's strength was indeed impressive, but with the cooperation of Sakura and Sasuke, they could easily stop him. In the end, Sakura, being kind-hearted, said, Kakashi-sensei, let's skip the shurikens. That would be very dangerous. Kakashi seemed to be trying to provoke Naruto, saying, in this world, only those with lower strength tend to shout the loudest. Donji? That belongs only to the weak, to the stragglers. Naruto noticed Kakashi's gaze and smiled slightly, not paying much attention to it. Compared to his past insults, this was trivial. Sakura understood who Kakashi was referring to and was a bit angry, saying in a low voice, Kakashi-sensei, let's begin. Sasuke was also ready. The two did not hide like in the original story, waiting for the right moment. Instead, they faced Kakashi head-on. Sasuke started first, with Sakura following closely behind. They moved in a swift, alternating manner, and Kakashi's eyes showed surprise. This was not the speed of ordinary ninjas. Sasuke instantly created shadow clones, launching 5 attacks, while Sakura threw a powerful punch at Kakashi. Kakashi dodged Sasuke's attack with remarkable speed, bracing for Sakura's strong punch. However, Sasuke was merely feigning an attack, holding back to make Kakashi cautious. Bang! The moment Sakura's fist made contact, Kakashi felt a surge of overwhelming power rush into his body, and he involuntarily flew backward. Just then, a figure flashed past, and the bell on him had already disappeared. Sasuke threw 1 bell to Sakura, and each of them had 1 bell. The test was easily completed. Chapter 41. Executing the mission, Shikamaru's speculation. Sasuke said, was this test really that simple? We barely started, and it's already over. Sakura remained silent, holding the bell in her hand, the soft chime making her stance clear. Kakashi stood up and said, it seems you are not lower-ranked ninjas. Sasuke replied, of course. As he spoke, his 3-tomo Sharingan began to spin, glowing a crimson hue. I haven't even opened my eyes yet, Sasuke said proudly. Kakashi's eyes shifted slightly. 3-tomo, it seems you've been hiding quite a bit of power. Sasuke replied, that's a secret. Kakashi then turned to Sakura and said, your strength is also not something a lower ninja can possess. Sakura smiled and said, I just have great strength. Kakashi said, you two have passed. He did not expect to lose so quickly. It took only 1 round for them to pass the exam, something that had never happened before, as no one had passed under his watch until now. Kakashi looked at Naruto and said, they passed. What about you? How do you plan to pass? Naruto asked Sakura and Sasuke to give him the bells. He walked over to Kakashi and said, actually, you need to hang these bells on yourself without making any noise. You also have to create a shadow clone to lure them. Look, I got the bells too. As he spoke, Naruto hung the bells on Kakashi's body and then took them off again, stepping back a few paces. Naruto said, Kakashi-sensei, did I pass? Kakashi had a black line on his forehead, but he had nothing to say. Did he pass? He must have, as he did indeed get the bell from himself, which did not violate the rules. Kakashi said, you passed. You little rascal, you really are cunning to pass in such a way. Naruto said, this is called strategy. Although in the face of strength, all strategies are equal to 0, this is not a battlefield, so we naturally have to pay attention to methods and approaches. Kakashi nodded. Naruto is right. At all times, one must have a clear mind. To celebrate your passing, I invite you to a meal, and also to celebrate the establishment of our Team 7. For a while, it was either finding little cats and dogs with Naruto, or chopping wood and fetching water. This task was really boring. Finally, a mission outside the village came. The so-called bridge builder, Tazuna, requested that Konoha escort him back to the land of waves. And during the time he was building the bridge, they needed to protect him well from the malicious merchant, Gato. Before leaving, everyone gathered at the training ground again. Tintin and Hinata naturally didn't want Naruto to go on the mission, holding Naruto's arms on either side, with tearful eyes, wanting to go on the mission with Naruto. Naruto taught a few people the last secret technique, which is the body flicker technique, encouraging them to practice well, especially during missions, to protect themselves while being invisible. This was considered his final teaching to them in Konoha. He also gave each of them instructions, particularly regarding Danzo, advising them to never agree if he makes a request, which left everyone confused, feeling that today, Naruto was acting like a mother, nagging them. Afterward, Naruto, Kakashi, and the 5 of them left the gates of Konoha and set off for the land of waves. Hinata, Tintin, and the others would also practice by the water pool. However, Both Hinata and Tenten were absent-minded, feeling an ominous premonition in their hearts, as they were closest to Naruto and had a deeper connection with him. They felt that Naruto was very far away from them. Akimichi Choji noticed the 2's condition and asked, Hinata, Tenten, what's wrong? Tenten replied, I have a bad feeling. Hinata also said, Naruto-kun. Shikamaru asked, Hinata, Tenten, what is going on? He had also sensed Naruto's change, but he didn't pay much attention to it, thinking that it was just him leaving the village for a while. Hearing the two of them say, this made him feel that something was off, and the situation was not so simple. Tenten felt inexplicably anxious. She said, I feel like Naruto is going to leave. He is going to leave us. Hinata also said, Naruto-kun seems to have something else he wants to tell us. But he paused. Shikamaru said, worried that we might leak it? Didn't he know how strong Naruto was now? But his strength must be very formidable. Definitely among the elite Jonin. This time was just a small mission, so there shouldn't be any danger, especially with Sakura, Sasuke, and Kakashi-sensei around. If 4 people wanted to ambush them, it would require the 4 Kage-level ninjas to intervene. Choji said, can't say it? What else is there to say? Are we friends? An abrupt thought crossed Shikamaru's mind. Naruto was planning to leave the village. Although it seemed absurd, it was the only explanation that made sense. Before leaving, Naruto's attitude was just like he was making arrangements for the future. Shikamaru felt uneasy. He wanted to stop Naruto, but couldn't. If he were in Naruto's position, he probably would have left the village long ago, which was very disappointing. Tenten asked Shikamaru, Shikamaru, did you think of something? Shikamaru said seriously, come to my house tonight. I'll tell you some things. This was the first time they had seen Shikamaru so serious, and the 4 of them nodded in agreement. Okay. Naruto left, but the 4 did not give up on their training. Instead, they worked even harder. In the afternoon, the 4 went to Shikamaru's house, ostensibly to visit. Narashikaku said, Shikamaru, oh, we have guests, everyone come in and sit. Tenten, Hinata, Niji, and Choji greeted him in unison. Thank you, uncle. Shikamaru said, Father, I need to use your secret room. We have some matters to discuss. Narashikaku immediately guessed what his son wanted to talk about and asked, Shikamaru, had he thought it through? Shikamaru nodded, yes. Narashikaku said, good, I believe in you. He did not stop him. He trusted his son's choice. As the 3rd Hokage had essentially lost the people's hearts, entering the secret room, the 5 sat in a circle. Shikamaru said, today, I want to talk to you about Naruto's identity. Niji spoke first. Naruto is not a commoner's son. He naturally had this suspicion. Naruto's talent was strong and did not seem like someone who came from common background. However, Naruto lived like a commoner, relying on meager relief funds. Shikamaru said, Naruto, his father is the 4th Hokage. This statement was like thunder, ringing in the hearts of the 4, shocking them into silence. The 4th Hokage was a hero of Konoha, who sacrificed himself for the village. Yet after his death, his child faced such unfair treatment and was subjected to the scorn of many. Shikamaru continued, this is true. The 3rd Hokage's heart is ruthless, and power has clouded his vision. Chapter 42. Solving the assassin. Since we were talking, let us talk thoroughly. Shikamaru recounted Konoha's dark history. Everything he knew about the Senju clan, Konoha's White Fang, the Uchiha clan, the 4 Hokages, Hinata Hisashi, and so on, allowing the others to understand the darkness beneath Konoha's peace. Many things were unknown to Shikamaru, but when he was with Naruto, Naruto would certainly share some stories with him. As Hinata Niji listened to how his father was sacrificed in such a manner, his anger rose to a peak. Konoha's decisions left him cold. One day, he would surely seek the truth. Tenten and Hinata recalled Naruto's experiences over the years, and tears fell from their eyes. In their hearts, they solidified their belief that no matter what Naruto did, they would support him. Akimichi Choji clenched his fists, determined to train hard and one day be able to help Naruto. Shikamaru said, Naruto has to make a choice now. I say this only hoping that you won't interfere with Naruto's choices in the future. Shikamaru led the 4 out of the secret room and sent them out of his house. Narashikaku did not stop him, but watched everything calmly. Feeling that it was time to have a heart-to-heart talk with Shikamaru, Shikaka said, Shikamaru, let's have a chat. Shikamaru replied, sure, but before that, I want to spar with you and exchange some ideas. Narashikaku narrowed his eyes. He felt that his son was about to surprise him and nodded. All right, let us go to the training ground and spar. Let me see how much you've grown over the past few years. The father and son arrived at the training ground and began their duel. After all, it was a father-son match, so they naturally used shurikens, hidden weapons, kunai, taijutsu, and fought with shadows. Nara Shikaku was shocked. His son had actually reached the peak of 8 J-nin strength and had rich combat experience, even slightly stronger in shadow binding than him. This was inevitable. Over the years, they had fought each other, so their combat experience was naturally impressive. However, when it came to killing techniques, Shikamaru was still far from Shikaku's level. After hundreds of exchanges, Shikamaru was narrowly defeated and found himself restrained by his father. He was still somewhat lacking compared to him. Nara Shikaku said, "Good kid, you've kept quiet and have already reached J-nin's strength, hiding it really well." Shikamaru replied, "This is all thanks to Naruto. Compared to him, I'm nothing." Nara Shikaku asked, "Has Naruto's strength also reached J-nin level?" Shikamaru shook his head. "Not just that. Except for Neji, who came last, the rest of us have reached J-nin's strength." Even with Nara Shikaku's temperament, he couldn't help but gasp. What kind of monster had achieved such a level? "Shikamaru, did Naruto teach all of this?" Nara Shikaku asked. Shikamaru nodded. "Yes. I say this only to hope you won't interfere with Naruto's choices. How he chooses is none of our business." Nara Shikaku's eyes moved. "Did you tell him his identity?" Shikamaru said, "I don't need to. He probably already knows and should be making a choice now." Nara Shikaku said, "All right, I won't intervene." Shikamaru replied, "Thank you, father." Shikaku said, "No need to thank me. I should thank him for raising such an outstanding son." After leaving Konoha, having walked a long way, Naruto's mind sank into the ceiling prison. "Old friend, get ready. Soon, you will be able to come out." The Nine-Tails said, "Kid, you need to think carefully. Once you break the seal, the people of Mayaboku will definitely know, and when that time comes." Naruto interrupted. "Old friend, don't worry. I can't claim to be the strongest in the world right now, but no one can catch me. Not even the Sage of Six Paths, who separated you all." I thought to myself, once I cultivate the Hanyuan refining body technique to the 7th level, even if the Sage of Six Paths comes, I can still pin him to the ground and rub him in. The Nine-Tails said, "All right, this prison really isn't pleasant." Naruto regained consciousness and saw a puddle ahead. He smiled slightly and walked over to Sasuke and Sakura, whispering, "You two are about to fight." The two followers had already been trailing them since they left Konoha, but Naruto naturally did not expose them. He decided to let Sasuke and Sakura handle this on their own. The two were puzzled and looked at Naruto. Naruto naturally wouldn't explain. It's better for Kakashi to handle such matters. Kakashi glanced sideways at the small puddle and walked over. After they approached, two figures emerged from the puddle, shooting iron chains from their metal claws, aiming towards Kakashi. Naruto was afraid of getting hurt, so he quickly jumped onto a tree trunk and sat down leisurely, spinning a shuriken on his finger. As long as he protected Dezina, he couldn't be bothered with anything else. Crack! Kakashi was dismembered, blood splattering everywhere. "Sakura, Kakashi-sensei." With Naruto gone, the two who had dealt with Kakashi turned their attention to Sakura. Filled with rage, Sakura threw a powerful punch. "Get away from me." She directly punched the ninja to death, his entire head drooping down by 90 centimeters. Sasuke pulled on another person's chain, yanking them over, using their own method against them, and the ninja was strangled by the chain. Dezina, so impressive. Kakashi appeared and said, "You two really surprised me." Sakura joyfully exclaimed, "Kakashi-sensei, you're okay." Sasuke said, "Of course he's fine. That was just a substitution technique. He saw through it long ago. This puddle of water is suspicious, and he was prepared." Kakashi replied, "Of course. It's obvious that it hasn't rained here in a long time. How could there be a puddle of water? So this is suspicious, right, Naruto?" Naruto jumped down from the tree branch, scratched his head, and said, "Oh, I guess so." Kakashi looked at Naruto and said, "Naruto, you are very strong." Naruto, "No, I'm really timid. Look, as soon as a person came out, I got scared and climbed up the tree." Sakura, "Sasuke, what you said is true. If it weren't for the kick I received from you earlier, I would have believed it. The speed of that kick was much faster than this, leaving a shadow in my heart. The pain seems to still exist." He saw nothing and was kicked away. Kakashi didn't dwell on this issue any longer and said, "Let's go. There's still time. There will definitely be more people on the road ahead, and then we can test Naruto's strength. It's just a pity that he will be disappointed." Chapter 43. No longer beheaded Sakura was very unaccustomed to killing for the first time and couldn't relax the entire way. As for Sasuke, he naturally didn't care. He had seen the hell of the human world. So what was this? And Naruto, "Sorry, I am a ghostly, bloody executioner." While sailing on the sea, Naruto advised Sakura, "Sakura, it's just a person dying. What's the big deal? Just think of it as if a cat or dog has died." This is just the first step in becoming a ninja. Once you get used to seeing thousands die and tens of thousands slaughtered, you'll understand the true darkness of this world. That is the real hell of the human world. Sakura said, "That can't be possible. We are in a peaceful era." Sasuke coldly replied, "How can it not be possible? When one family member after another falls before you, lying in a pool of blood, you'll understand what eerie truly means." Naruto said, "Sasuke understands this deeply, Sakura. The battle is not over yet. Our mission has just begun. There will be more fights ahead, and if we show weakness, we'll only end up dead." What does it mean that Sasuke understands this deeply? Does Naruto really know about the Uchiha clan uprising 4 years ago? Impossible. He was only 7 at that time. How could he not be discovered? Could it be that Sasuke told him? It's possible. They trained together and became friends. And Sasuke might have confided in him, which is quite normal. Kakashi kept pondering in his mind and finally concluded that it must have been Sasuke who told Naruto. Otherwise, Naruto wouldn't know. Once they reached the shore, the 5 of them entered the forest, and a slight smile appeared on Naruto's lips as the battle began anew. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Naruto took Tachina to one side and said, "Get down." Sasuke and Sakura naturally crouched down, and Kakashi didn't need to remind them. Suddenly, there was a muffled sound, and a large sword struck the tree trunk. A figure flashed by and landed on the hilt of the sword. Kakashi looked at the person on the hilt, feeling heavy in his heart. "It's him," Zabuza said. "So, it's Kakashi in person. No wonder the Demon Brothers failed." Naruto said to Sakura and Sasuke, "This person is called Momochi Zabuza from the Hidden Mist Village. He's a rogue ninja, a traitor in our village, and very powerful. Among the Jonin, he has few rivals. You can team up to gain some experience against him." "Jonin? Just right to test our strength," Sasuke murmured to himself, his eyes filled with fighting spirit. Sakura also stepped forward, her fists brimming with determination. Kakashi said, "You two withdraw in turn. This person is not on the same level as the previous 2. Sasuke replied, "Kakashi-sensei, you stay on the sidelines with us." Sasuke activated his 3-tomo Sharingan, his aura rising, matching Kakashi's. "Jonin?" Kakashi thought to himself, surprised that Uchiha Sasuke had reached Jonin level. Even if he had killed that rogue ninja before and activated the 3-tomo Sharingan, Kakashi had guessed he was only at the peak of Chunin level. Kakashi glanced at Sakura, nodded, and said, "All right." Sasuke said, "After this battle, I want to practice the Chidori technique." Kakashi, "Sure." Momochi Zabuza said, "What a hidden leaf, such young ones with Jonin level strength. And one of them is from the Uchiha clan. The future is limitless, but unfortunately, you won't be leaving here safely today." He was already planning how to escape. Dealing with Kakashi alone was challenging enough, and now there was also a Uchiha with 3-tomo Sharingan. 2 Jonin, he wouldn't be able to win. Plus, that little girl had a strong presence too, giving him a faint sense of danger. Of course, Zabuza had not forgotten Naruto, the first to sense his attack. Naruto had no aura at all and did not seem to sense danger. However, being the first to perceive his attack meant he was definitely not an ordinary person. Naruto said, "Momochi Zabuza, you don't need to look at me. I won't make a move against you. If you can get past those 2 and defeat our Kakashi-sensei, then you'll have the qualifications to come to me." Kakashi whoosh. Sasuke made the first move, launching 2 shurikens at Momochi Zabuza, and another kunai appeared in his hand. Momochi Zabuza dodged the projectiles, drew his big sword, and fled into the jungle. Whoosh! At that moment, a kunai was shot towards the forest. With a thwack, the kunai hit its mark. Momochi Zabuza was indeed hit, showcasing Sasuke's skill to hit targets without needing his eyes. Sasuke leaped into the forest, and Sakura followed closely, providing support. The mist in the forest thickened, making it hard to see the surrounding trees. Sasuke was good at concealing his presence, while Sakura moved slowly, appearing somewhat clumsy. Just then, behind Sakura, Momochi Zabuza appeared, swinging his sword to strike at her waist. With a crack, Sakura was sliced in half, blood splattering. And then she turned into wooden chips, her body transforming into 2 pieces of wood. Sasuke formed hand seals, and a ball of fire erupted. This was the basic fire release technique of the Uchiha clan. Fire release, great fireball technique. Momochi Zabuza's body melted into water vapor, revealing his water clone. Slash! A large sword swung past Sasuke from behind. With a thwack, Sasuke's body was severed, turning into a puddle of water. Momochi Zabuza said, "The Sharingan, copying abilities? That's really abnormal." Whoosh! Sakura's meteor shurikens came flying, and Momochi Zabuza swung his giant sword to deflect them, pinning them to a tree trunk. Sasuke formed hand seals again, and a fiery dragon erupted, roaring as it attacked Momochi Zabuza. This was the A-rank ninja technique fire release. Great dragon fire technique, incredibly powerful. Momochi Zabuza also formed hand seals, not slowing down, summoning a water dragon that intertwined with Sasuke's fire dragon. Unfortunately, it was slightly weaker, and the water dragon was defeated by the fire dragon, with Momochi Zabuza being hit by the residual flames and flying back. Just then, Sakura appeared in midair and shouted, "Get down." A powerful punch landed on Zabuza's face, visibly twisting it. Momochi Zabuza took a heavy hit, his body flying several times before landing back near Naruto and the others, looking quite disheveled. Kakashi watched in shock, staring at the scene. The fierce, noble Momochi Zabuza was defeated so thoroughly. What kind of monsters are these students? Does he, as their teacher, still have any purpose? With their strength and combat experience, what could he possibly teach them? Whoosh! Sasuke released another shuriken towards Momochi Zabuza, filled with killing intent. Chapter 44. Dominance overflowing. Naruto reached out and sucked the shuriken into his hand. Then, he waved his hand, and the mist was blown away by a strong wind. He still has his uses. He can't die, Naruto said to Sasuke. Sasuke casually replied, "Oh." Naruto flicked his fingers, and the shuriken flew from his hand, hitting the two steel needles aimed at Momochi Zabuza, knocking them away and pinning them to the tree trunk. Naruto said, "Chasing ninjas from the Mist Village? The person I want to protect, you're not allowed to touch. You can leave now, or don't blame me for being rude." The people in the shadows retreated slightly. They seemed to understand that Naruto's strength was formidable and that they had long been aware of his existence, which was not something they could handle right now. Naruto said, "Kakashi-sensei, there shouldn't be any more assassinations from now on. This old man is up to you guys. I need to have a talk with Zabuza." With Zabuza's body in hand, Naruto disappeared into the forest. Kakashi did not stop him, as he knew he couldn't anyway. It seemed that everything had been seen through by Naruto. Whether it was Zabuza or the hidden pursuers, Naruto discovered them all at the first moment. His strength seemed to be beyond what Kakashi could reach. As for Sasuke and Sakura, they also held their own among the Jonin, but their chakra was somewhat peculiar. In a dangerous encounter, Dazuna invited a few of them to his house as guests. Naruto brought Zabuza deep into the forest and channeled a stream of chakra to heal him. Zabuza asked, "What kind of medical ninjutsu is this? It's so powerful." He could feel his body continuously recovering. Naruto said, "This is not ninjutsu." Zabuza Momochi asked in confusion, "If this is not ninjutsu, then what is it?" Naruto said, "This is the power of martial arts. Little guy hiding in the shadows, come out." I saw that Naruto didn't seem to be a threat to Zabuza, so he stepped out from the shadows. Zabuza exclaimed, "The power of martial arts? Martial arts? Could it be the so-called martial arts of the Martial Arts Academy of the Flame Dragon Kingdom?" Naruto stopped and said, "Of course." Momochi Zabuza asked, "Are you from the organization?" Naruto said, "Yes." Hiss. Momochi Zabuza took a breath of cold air. This hidden dragon organization is really mysterious. To have planted an undercover agent in Konoha with such strong power. Naruto said, "What are you thinking? I'm not an undercover agent of the Hidden Leaf, because I founded the Hidden Dragon, and I am the Dragon King." "What?" Zabuza Momochi stood up, exclaiming. Naruto said, "Stop making a big deal out of it. I'm saving you, and you should know why." Momochi Zabuza chuckled through his tears and replied, "I don't know. If you were the Dragon King, I don't see how someone as insignificant as me could help you. After all, you are the Dragon King, and Uchiha Shursui has a level of strength comparable to that of a shadow ninja, not to mention someone as ruthless as Orochimaru. If something happens, I don't think I can compare myself to these two great figures." Naruto said, "Of course, it's to invite you to join the organization." Then Naruto went on to persuade him, explaining the pathological ninja world, the pathological way of the ninja. To break through, one must break the current rules and unite as one to achieve world peace. Momochi Zabuza is an ambitious person with ruthless methods and a clever mind. Unfortunately, under Naruto's gradual guidance, he was almost crippled. Now, Naruto has raised a flag, and he is the standard bearer. In the end, without much consideration, Momochi Zabuza joined the organization without hesitation. Whoosh! Naruto came to Bai's side and took off his mask. Looking at that weak face, Naruto said, "Wow, you're really surprisingly beautiful. Are you and Zabuza a couple?" Upon hearing Naruto's words, Bai couldn't help but blush. Zabuza, with a dark expression, said, "Lord Dragon King, mind your identity." He then looked at Bai and said fiercely, "Bai, why are you blushing?" I smiled faintly and replied, it's nothing. Innocent, pure, unpolluted by the secular world. Naruto, why do I feel like I ate a bag of dog food? Zabuza's face is getting darker too. Naruto said, Zabuza, create a water curtain and turn it into a large mirror. Zabuza, escaping, asked, Dragon King, what are you going to do? Naruto, I just want to see how cool his state looks. Momochi Zabuza had no idea what Naruto was trying to do, but he still followed Naruto's instructions and created a water curtain in the air, turning it into a mirror. Naruto said, Kurama, let's combine and see if it looks really cool. Kurama now had a black line hanging down, thinking, this bastard, using its energy just to see if it looks cool. But fine, let's satisfy this kid's wish. Kurama, Naruto, how many tails do you want? Naruto said, with this door here, you can only have the 8 tails. So let's go with the 8 tails. Kurama replied, all right, just the 8 tails then. Little Naruto, hold on, let me show you my power. A surge of chakra flooded into Naruto's body, turning him a dazzling crimson, with 8 long tails swirling around him, an evil aura erupting, exuding overwhelming power. Wow, that's really cool, Naruto exclaimed. At that moment, Bai's face turned pale, and he sat down on the ground. Meanwhile, after Zabuza relaxed his grip, the water curtain disappeared. And under the pressure of Naruto's raging chakra, he also sat down on the ground, murmuring, what kind of monster is this? In a battle with a monster like this, what is the point? It could completely tear me apart. Naruto said, Kurama, your energy is really impressive, very powerful and imposing. Kurama replied, of course. So, are you intimidated by my power? Naruto said, Kurama, you're really floating away. What a pity, what a pity. This is chakra, if it were true essence. How great would that be? The essence of the 9 tails is chakra, not true essence, and it cannot fuse with true essence. There's nothing to be done about this. True essence is derived from the transformation of all energies, and this 9-tailed chakra is also a form of energy that can be devoured by true essence, transforming into true essence power. Seeing Naruto recover, Momochi Zabuza trembled and asked, Lord Dragon King, what is this power? Naruto said, this is the power of the 9 tails. The tailed beast, the Jinchuriki of the ninja villages. Your mist village also has Jinchuriki, 2 of them, but one of them is now a rogue ninja. Sensing Kakashi was coming, Naruto tore off a piece of bark and wrote a line, saying to Zabuza, go to the land of flames. Shursui will teach you how to do it. Okay, by the way, that evil merchant Kato should be taken care of. Take his assets and leave them with him. What a shame. Yes. Chapter 45 Kakashi was quite speechless. Naruto quickly dodged and intercepted in front of Kakashi. Kakashi saw Naruto and asked Naruto, what's going on? Was that power just now? Naruto didn't hide it and replied, oh, you guessed right. That was the power of the 9 tails. I just thought it would be fun to summon out 2 tails and see how cool it looks. Kakashi said seriously, Naruto, do you know how dangerous this is? That is the 9 tails, the evil 9 tails. Its power is very strong, and it is the source of evil. Naruto smiled and said, Kakashi, that's an interesting point. Well then, let's have a discussion. Suppose I am a neutral expert, but you insist that I join your side. If I refuse, you come to force me, saying that if I don't join you, I must die. So I have to resist, and in the end, I end up killing many of you. Do you think I am just or evil? At the beginning, tailed beasts naturally do not attack humans without reason. Because of the sealing technique, these tailed beasts can be captured and sealed within a body, gradually becoming a power under one's control, dominating the battlefield and killing many. Ultimately, they are seen as evil. Additionally, being constantly sealed causes the tailed beast to accumulate resentment and become increasingly cold-blooded. Every sealing creates a huge disturbance, and the tailed beast can manipulate people's hearts, leading to terrifying consequences. Kakashi couldn't respond to this. Isn't this the current situation of the tailed beasts? Even if the truth is obscured, people's greed cannot be hidden. They say the tailed beasts are evil, but are the tailed beasts truly the ones who are evil? Naruto said, tailed beasts can also make friends. If you use their energy wisely, they represent justice. With their power, they can cause countless killings, and that is evil. The so-called evil is not from the tailed beasts, but from humans. After saying this, Naruto walked ahead and returned to Dezuna's home, leaving Kakashi to think by himself. Dezuna smiled and said, Lord Naruto, you're back. At first, he looked down on Naruto, but in the end, he realized that Naruto was the strongest, and naturally, he held him in great respect. Naruto said, I'm back. You focus on building a bridge. The country needs to become prosperous, and communication is essential. Don't worry, No one will disturb you. Kato won't have the chance to bother you anymore. Dazina replied. Yes, Lord Naruto, rest assured. Without Kato's interference, I will speed up the bridge construction. Naruto nodded and entered the house. Naruto. Sakura stood up and said with joy. Naruto nodded and moved to the side to sit down. Sasuke looked at Naruto and asked, just now, there was an incredibly evil power. Was it you who released it? Naruto said yes. Sasuke asked, what kind of power is that? Naruto said, I have something to show you. It's really cool, very stylish, majestic, and a bit cute. Sasuke, Sakura, Kurama, come on, Naruto. Kakashi, who had just returned, was speechless upon hearing this. It seems that only Naruto could describe the Nine Tails as cool and cute. In everyone's eyes, this Nine Tails was a symbol of evil, and every time it appeared, it brought disaster. A few days later, Kakashi called a few people together for a new lesson. I must say, Kakashi is indeed a good teacher. Unfortunately, the three of them had no chakra in their bodies, while Naruto did. If he released it, Kakashi might not be able to sit still. After hearing this, Sasuke and Sakura decided not to learn. It would be a waste of energy on such a boring thing. Sasuke said, Kakashi-sensei, I want to train in Chidori. Kakashi replied, to master Chidori, you need to have an extreme grasp of chakra. Otherwise, you might get hurt by lightning. Sasuke said, I believe I can control the energy in my body well enough to train in Chidori. Kakashi said, all right, I'll teach you the hand seals for Chidori. He then looked at Sakura and asked, Sakura, what about you? What ninjutsu do you need to train in? Sakura replied, I don't have anything for now. If I want to train, Naruto-kun will teach me. Kakashi looked at Naruto and said, so, does that mean you won't be teaching her? Naruto said, of course. I'm not a big fan of ninjutsu. Kakashi taught Sasuke the Chidori training method and walked back to Naruto, asking, Naruto, your strength should be greater than mine now, right? Naruto, not being modest, said, that's for sure. So, Kakashi-sensei, this time you have the easiest time with your students. When we take the Chunin exam, we'll all be in it together, and you're definitely the best teacher in the whole school. Kakashi asked, how strong are you now? Naruto, I'm not sure about your ninja strength, but it shouldn't be a problem to rub you against the ground. As for ninja strength with the Nine Tails, it's definitely no problem to pin Kakashi down. As for martial arts strength, that's another story. I could easily defeat Kakashi in an instant. Kakashi's face darkened, and he said, I'm the teacher, so watch your attitude when you speak. Naruto scratched his head and said, but it's a fact. Kakashi felt like crying a bit. This batch of students was difficult to manage. Each one was disobedient. How did he manage to send back the other students before? They were much cuter than these three. Unwilling to give up, he asked again, so how much chakra do you have in your body? I don't have any of my own, not even a strand. Naruto said, oh, this is still a bit much. It's dozens of times more than Kakashi-sensei. Kakashi replied, can we not mention me? Forget it. I'm tired. I won't ask. Let me ask one more question. Naruto, are you hiding yourself with the thought of suddenly revealing it one day to surprise everyone? Kakashi asked. Naruto, this is just one of the reasons, right? Kakashi said, what are the other reasons? Naruto, not convenient to disclose. Kakashi, I'm leaving, it's painful. I can't win against this little brat, out of sight, out of mind. A harsh sound rang out, as if thousands of birds were joyfully flying by, followed by a loud boom as a giant tree was destroyed and many places were charred by lightning. Sasuke succeeded, using his inner strength to activate Chidori, already able to unleash 30% of its power. Kakashi's eyes were blank. He never expected that Sasuke would learn Chidori so quickly and with such immense power. Sasuke said, isn't it that difficult? Naruto said, keep practicing, turn it into your own ultimate move. You still have a long way to go. If you can surpass the technique itself and create a new one, that would be the pinnacle. Sasuke nodded, got it. Kakashi, hearing this, was quite surprised and muttered, this kid has such great ambition. Chapter 46. Turmoil as Minato appears on the third day in the Land of Waves. News arrived that Kato was dead and all his wealth had been stolen. With this, Dazna no longer had to worry about Kato ruining things and could focus on building the bridge. At this point, the mission of the group could be considered complete. Therefore, Naruto and the others started their journey back. Halfway through, Naruto said, I have some things to take care of. You can either wait for me here or go ahead. I will catch up with you. After saying this, he didn't give Kakashi a chance to ask and left at a high speed, too fast for Kakashi to catch up. Sasuke directly found a tree to sit under and began to train. He wouldn't miss any opportunity to cultivate, clearly indicating that he was waiting for Naruto to return so they could go back together. Sakura said, Kakashi-sensei, let's wait for Naruto to come back. Naturally, they would wait for Naruto. Kakashi shrugged. He felt that he was of no use as a teacher anymore. Did he still have any say? No, absolutely not. Feeling helpless, he could only sit down and wait for Naruto to return. After a while, he saw Sasuke training, seemingly not focusing on chakra. Chakra is a fusion of one's mental strength and physical power, but Sasuke seemed to be absorbing natural energy to train. Kakashi couldn't help but ask, Sasuke, are you absorbing natural energy to train? Sakura also looked at Sasuke with some caution. Sasuke stopped his training, the natural energy dissipating, and shook his head. No, I'm thinking about whether I can merge natural energy with chakra. That way, training will be faster. Kakashi replied, Sasuke, you have some interesting ideas, but this is very dangerous. Natural energy is not like chakra. Absorbing natural energy can lead to assimilation, turning you into a frog or a tree trunk, etc. Don't try this in the future. Sasuke responded, yes. He breathed a sigh of relief, glad to have avoided trouble. Reluctantly, he could only train chakra, absorbing it to transform into internal power, accumulating acupoints, and breaking through the run and do meridians. Meanwhile, in the forest, Naruto stopped, the surroundings silent and desolate. Naruto asked, Kurama, are you ready? The Ninetales replied, of course. Naruto's body slowly rose as he began to tear apart the ceiling strips. As expected, a hand stopped Naruto. The fourth Hokage appeared. After all, he was his father. That feeling of blood connection could only be felt with close relatives. Naruto smiled and said, Dad, you're here. Minato Namikaze replied, Naruto. He affectionately stroked Naruto's head. His eyes filled with guilt, wishing he could have grown up alongside his son. Minato was surprised and then asked in astonishment, Naruto, how did you know it was me? Naruto explained, I vaguely remember things that happened when I was born, like seeing your enormous claws piercing through with my mother. I know you're my father, and only close relatives can evoke such a strong bond of blood. Minato said, my son is really smart. He turned around and coldly said, Ninetales, it seems the sealing techniques I left behind are still too easy for you, allowing you to manipulate my son. He's only 12 years old, and it's hard for him to withstand the power of the Ninetales. Kurama was filled with hatred towards the fourth Hokage and roared, Fourth Hokage, you are already dead, otherwise I would tear you apart. Naruto said, Kurama, he is my father. In the past, he also considered me his son, so you should calm down. Kurama replied, Naruto, you idiot. Naruto comforted, all right, I'm planning to let you out now. Minato, seeing the way his son interacts with the Ninetales, felt very pleased, but still said, Naruto, you can't. Naruto said, don't worry, Dad. The Ninetales is strong now, but can't do anything to me. My strength has surpassed yours. As for the Ninetales, if it dares to go out now, it will definitely be sealed by the planetary devastation. Planetary devastation. The Ninetales knows this is a forbidden technique of the Rinnegan. It snorted coldly and lay still on the ground, like a very obedient fox. Minato said with relief, it seems the third Hokage has trained you well. Naruto said, Dad, is there some misunderstanding here? Sarutobi Hiruzen trained me very well. Are you joking? The strength I have now is all the result of my own hard work, and it has little to do with him. Just not starving to death is already good enough. Minato asked, what's going on? He had requested the third Hokage to take good care of his son, but it seemed different from what he had imagined. In response, Naruto began his story, recounting how he had come this far since he could remember, as if life was like walking on a tightrope. One misstep could lead to a fall into the abyss. Fortunately, under Naruto's guidance, Minato was not the saintly figure from the original story. He said with fierce anger, what a Sarutobi Hiruzen, what a will of fire. Naruto said, all right, Dad, it's nothing. Compared to the Uchiha clan, I'm doing pretty well. Minato, distracted by Naruto's words, asked, Naruto, did the Uchiha clan betray us? Hearing this, Naruto realized that Sarutobi Hiruzen must have been talking a lot to his father. Naruto recounted a series of events to his father, revealing the evil face of Konoha. Even Minato, after listening, felt a chill in his heart. Konoha was too cruel, truly too cruel. Naruto said, this sickly will of fire, Dad, do you think it needs to be inherited? Minato shook his head and said, no, Naruto, no matter what the third Hokage says, don't pay attention to it. When the time is right, leave Konoha, leave this cold village. Naruto said, thank you, father, for understanding. As expected of a father and son connected by blood, it should be like this. Minato gently stroked Naruto's head and said apologetically, my child, I'm sorry for not being able to grow up with you and for making you endure so much suffering. Naruto said, Dad, don't worry. Enduring hardships is what makes a person exceptional. Haven't I grown up now? Minato, feeling relieved, replied, what you said is right, son. Having you is our blessing. and I am proud of you. As time passed, Minato's figure faded away and disappeared. Naruto felt a bit melancholic and murmured, Rinnegan, the power of rebirth. Can it really be? Shaking his head, he decided not to dwell on these thoughts and went to lift the seal again. Chapter 47. I plan to leave the village. Roar. The moment the seal gate opened, the violent chakra of Kurama surged out, and it let out a furious roar at Naruto. Naruto's body is also filled with abundant red chakra. Naruto said, Kurama, do you really want to see my martial arts power? Then I'll grant your wish and let you know that ninjutsu must bow before martial arts. After that, he pointed and shouted, Sword Domain. With the enhancement of sword intent, countless sword lights descended heavily. Immediately, he pressed the nine tails into the water prison, rendering it unable to move. Naruto said, Kurama, how do you feel? Kurama replied with admiration, very strong. It understood that this was just a casual strike from Naruto and not his full power. Naruto retracted his aura and said, if you want to leave now, it's a good opportunity. No one will disturb you. Kurama gathered his chakra, crossed his claws, crawled on the ground, and said, I, the Great One, have said it will take 8 years. Now only half of that time has passed. There is still 4 years left. Naruto said, it's a pity there's no mother fox. Otherwise, I would definitely find one for you. Kurama didn't even blink, completely ignoring Naruto. Naruto's consciousness withdrew as he absorbed chakra and refined it into true essence. While walking back, when Naruto tore open the seal, the great sage of Mount Myaboku, who was dreaming, sensed it immediately and woke up, saying, what happened? The seal of the nine tails has been torn open. He quickly summoned Shinzaku and Jiraiya. Shinzaku said, Lord Elder, did you summon us for something? The great sage replied, the seal of the nine tails is broken. You two go and bring Jiraiya here. The Jinchuriki has changed. In his dream, this generation's Jinchuriki was the most important, so he detected any situation immediately. What? Jiraiya exclaimed, then asked, Elder, what is going on? The great sage said, I don't know either. We can only let Jiraiya investigate. Shinzaku and Jiraiya withdrew, then sent a toad to find Jiraiya. Jiraiya was on his way to the land of flame when suddenly a large toad appeared. Jiraiya said, Toad Hut, is that you? What brings you here? Toad Hut replied, Jiraiya, the seal of the nine tails Jinchuriki has been broken. The great sage wants you to go to Mount Myaboku. Upon hearing this, Jiraiya's expression changed dramatically. He couldn't go to the land of flame anymore. Compared to the land of flame, the Konoha Jinchuriki was the top priority. He went with Toad Hut to Mount Myaboku. Upon seeing Shinzaku and Jiraiya, Jiraiya couldn't wait to ask, Big brother, big sister, what happened? Shinzaku replied, Little Jiraiya, we don't know the reason either. Let's go meet the elder, he will tell you. The three of them went to see the great sage. The great sage, holding a smoking pipe, saw Jiraiya and, feeling sleepy, said, Jiraiya, you're here. Jiraiya said, Great sage. The great sage continued, Do you remember the dream I had long ago? Whenever the great sage dreamed, it was to predict the future. Jiraiya replied, I remember. He remembered clearly that the great sage had said that even though he would not excel in anything except being lecherous, he would become an extraordinary ninja in the future. And indeed, he became a remarkable ninja. The great sage said, But now it has changed. Your disciple's fate is gone, and the ninja world will undergo a significant transformation. The way of the ninja will continue to disappear. What? Jiraiya exclaimed. The disappearance of the way of the ninja means that ninjas will also disappear. He asked, Great sage, how can this be reversed? The great sage did not answer Jiraiya's question and continued. I had a dream before that the child of this generation's nine tails Jinchuriki would be your disciple and would change the landscape of the ninja world in the future. But now the opportunity is gone, and I can no longer see his path. Jiraiya thought, Great sage, will the disappearance of the way of the ninja be the change he brings? The great sage said, I don't know. My dream has ended, and I will no longer dream of him. With a heavy heart, Jiraiya left Mount Myaboku. The situation was urgent. He needed to go back and see what had happened to the Jinchuriki and why the nine-tail seal had been broken. Naruto returned, and Kakashi looked at him, noticing the evil aura surrounding him. He asked, What have you done this time? Naruto said, Don't worry, I was just joking with the nine tails. Seeing Naruto like this, Kakashi felt an inexplicable unease in his heart, so he quickened his pace. They covered a 2-day journey in just 1 day. He couldn't stop Naruto alone, but once they returned to the village, he wouldn't have so many worries. Even if Naruto went crazy, he could be restrained. Unfortunately, it was already too late to stop him now. As they approached the gates of Konoha, Sakura happily said. We're finally back. I can't wait to soak in a hot bath for 3 days. The group entered through the gates of Konoha. However, Kakashi didn't notice that 3 people were lurking in the nearby Konoha forest, watching the 4 of them. Naruto said, I'll go home first. Kakashi warned, what are you going to do? Naruto said, grab something, don't worry, it'll be quick. What? Are you afraid I'll run away now that I'm in Konoha? I'm sorry, but it's not running away. I want to leave openly and no one can stop me. Kakashi, we'll go together. Naruto said, all right. After returning home, he strapped the sword to his back and stepped out the door. Kakashi, somewhat puzzled, asked, is it just to carry this sword? Naruto said softly, yes. I forgot to take it with me when I left. This was true. He really had forgotten. Kakashi completely couldn't understand this kind of behavior. What exactly was Naruto trying to do? He couldn't think of a reason and decided to stop pondering it, leading the 3 of them to the Hokage's office. First, Kakashi reported everything, mentioning Zabuza from the Mist Village, as well as the combat abilities of Sasuke and Sakura. Hiruzen Sarutobi's gaze fell on Sasuke and Sakura as he said, the 2 of you teamed up to defeat Zabuza. It seems you've been hiding your strength. Sasuke remained silent, while Sakura smiled slightly, which could be considered an acknowledgement. Hiruzen then turned to Naruto and asked, little Naruto, what about you? Did you gain anything? Naruto smiled and said, of course there is, it's really free outside. Hearing Naruto's somewhat unfamiliar tone, Sarutobi Hiruzen had a bad premonition in his heart and said, little Naruto, it's also very free in the village. Naruto's smile remained unchanged as he softly said, is that so? I'm sorry, but I don't feel that way. Noticing Naruto's unfamiliar demeanor, Sarutobi Hiruzen's gaze fell on him, and he said, it seems that little Naruto has some decisions to make. Naruto said, that's right, I plan to leave the village. Chapter 48, Revealing Identity. Guiding the people. As soon as these words came out, Kakashi's expression changed dramatically, and his bad premonition finally came true. Sasuke and Sakura both looked at Naruto, wondering what he meant by that. Sarutobi Hiruzen said in a hoarse voice, little Naruto, do you know what you're saying? Naruto said, of course I know, Sarutobi Hiruzen. I've been acting with you since I was 3, and it's really tiring now. At this moment, Sarutobi Hiruzen understood that the Naruto of the past was just pretending. He placed the pipe on the table, stood up, and said, little Naruto, you need to understand what this is. This is betraying the village. Do you know the consequences? His voice was deep, containing hidden anger. Naruto said, of course, it's just the pursuit of Konoha. What can they do to me? With a bang, the Hokage building cracked open, and Naruto stood in midair, stepping on the blade of a sword. This is swordsmanship, allowing him to fly in the air. The commotion drew the attention of those around, and one by one they looked up at Naruto, murmuring incessantly. Naturally, most of the comments were unflattering. Kakashi said, Naruto, don't do anything foolish. Naruto said confusing things? Ha ha ha. The laughter echoed 100 feet away, and the sarcasm was quite piercing. Naruto's voice echoed as he said, Kakashi-sensei, listen to this voice of insult. I have lived for 12 years, and ever since I can remember at the age of 2, I have been subjected to such abuse. You all think I'm the son of a demon fox and dislike me. So what if this demon fox son decides to leave Konohagakure today? Is there anything wrong with that? This last question fell on the ears of thousands. Kakashi's body trembled. He naturally knew the treatment Naruto had endured, and it was deeply ingrained in him. His father had even committed suicide due to such remarks. Konoha moved the Umbu root, the Yamanaka clan, the Akimichi clan, the Hyuga clan, and many others were all drawn there, gathering thousands of ninjas. Naruto-kun, Hinata, looked at Naruto, who was standing in the air, filled with worry. Tenten, carrying a scroll on her back, looked at Naruto resolutely, determined to help her brother Naruto, if needed. Shikamaru murmured, he really has come, Naruto-kun. The Nara clan wouldn't act, and he couldn't intervene either, feeling very uneasy inside. Choji and Niji watched from a distance as the situation unfolded, knowing it was not something they could decide at the moment. Naruto's gaze shifted to Sarutobi Hiruzen, who had already changed into his combat uniform at this moment. He asked, Hiruzen Sarutobi, since Konoha village doesn't welcome me like this, isn't it reasonable for me to leave? Sarutobi took a deep breath and said, Naruto, I know you've been wronged. Don't worry, this won't happen again in the future. Konoha will definitely compensate you. Compensation? Ha ha ha. Naruto laughed loudly again, looking at Sarutobi Hiruzen with full sarcasm, and said, what kind of compensation can you offer? It's far from enough, Hiruzen. Are you planning to kill those who insulted me? Or warn them not to insult me anymore? Or maybe just give me some money, just to consider it as my compensation? Sarutobi Hiruzen replied, Isn't your dream to become the 5th Hokage? I will assist you in becoming the 5th Hokage. Naruto said, Hokage, let me be the 5th Hokage, and then protect those who have insulted me for 10 years. If I kill you, will your son and grandson become my servants? Will they agree? Hiruzen Sarutobi knew it was a tricky situation. Naruto was no longer the naive Naruto. His words were impeccable. He then said earnestly, Naruto, the past mistakes were indeed the faults of Konoha. Naruto said, Hiruzen Sarutobi, there's no need to play the emotional card anymore. Do you still remember the question Uchiha Shursui asked you? You really don't know the cause behind it? Hiruzen Sarutobi's expression changed drastically, and he said, Why you were there at that time? Naruto nodded. Yes, I was there. Sarutobi Hiruzen said, How is that possible? How is that possible? You were there? Naruto said, There's no need to pursue this. Let me ask you a question. Sarutobi Hiruzen replied, Go ahead, ask. Regardless, the Jinchuriki cannot leave. Even if it costs him his life, he won't let the Jinchuriki go. It's just a pity that even if he sacrifices his old life, he still can't stop Naruto from leaving. Naruto said, Who am I really? Am I really just the son of a commoner? Uzumaki Naruto? Sarutobi Hiruzen's expression changed drastically. Why you know your background? Naruto said, Is there anything strange about my background? Or am I not allowed to know my origins? Sarutobi Hiruzen put on a look of compassion and said, Child, this is all for your own good. Your identity is too important. If other ninja villages find out, it could bring you great danger. At that moment, the thousands of people present began to discuss, realizing that the son of the demon fox indeed had another identity. Naruto said, Then who am I? In response, Sarutobi Hiruzen solemnly announced Naruto's identity, addressing the villagers. Villagers, it was I who deceived you all. To protect Naruto, to prevent his identity from being leaked, I concealed his identity information. He is not an orphan, nor is he the son of a demon fox. He is the child of our hero, the child of the 4th Hokage. Wow. As soon as these words were spoken, it immediately caused an uproar. The 4th Hokage, after all, was a hero of Konoha who died alongside his wife to protect the village. Many people found it hard to accept and began to cry on the spot. What had they done? They had insulted the child of the hero who saved them, and for a moment, the scene was chaotic. Tap, tap, tap. Irika took several steps back, unable to accept it. Imagining his initial attitude towards Naruto, it felt as if something was blocking his chest. It was uncomfortable, very uncomfortable. He murmured, Why? Lord Hokage, why is this happening? Hinata said with a pained expression, Naruto-kun. She had known all along, but her heart still trembled uncontrollably. She had witnessed the villagers' insults towards Naruto, and only he knew the pain of those 10 years. Tears streamed down Tenten's face, Naruto and Ayakin. At that moment, CHG, Niji, Sakura, and Sasuke looked at Naruto in the sky, unable to hold back their own pain. Sarutobi Hiruzen began to guide the crowd again, and many villagers started to repent and apologize to Naruto. Finally, his gaze fell on Naruto as he said, Naruto, stay here. Konoha is your home, and all the villagers are your family. Naruto waved his hand and said, Hiruzen Sarutobi, there's no need for all this grandiose talk. As for their apologies, I'm sorry, but I don't appreciate them, and I won't forgive them. Let's talk about how to protect me instead. You say hiding my identity is for my protection? Is it because my father is the 4th Hokage who made many enemies on the battlefield, and you're afraid they will come after me for revenge? Chapter 49, Because I am the Dragon King. Naruto's tenacity he has already experienced, but in response to this question, Sarutobi Hiruzen already had a ready answer in his mind and confidently said, Yes. Naruto said, Then let's analyze it. Uzumaki Naruto, the Uzumaki surname. If I'm not mistaken, the land of the Whirlpool was destroyed during the Second Shinobi World War, and it has turned into ruins, with only a few survivors left. One of them is naturally my mother, Uzumaki Kushina, and in Konoha, she is the only Uzumaki clan member. Therefore, this is a flaw. If another Uzumaki clan member appears, other ninja villages will certainly pay attention. After all, the sealing techniques of the Uzumaki clan are very famous, capable of making deals with the Grim Reaper and sealing even the powerful Nine Tails. Looking at my blonde hair, one would naturally think of that yellow flash. Those who seek revenge would let this flaw go? I don't think so. So, these 2 points are enough. Hiding my identity is just talk. I ask you, how many of the higher-ups in Konoha truly do not know my identity? Danzo, Shizun, Mito Gate, Narashikaku, Hyuga Hizashi. Kakashi 6 years ago, while you might not know the specifics, Do you really not know my identity? Once this was said, Kakashi and the others lowered their heads. How could they not know? Sarutobi Hiruzen's face turned ashen. He did not expect Naruto's words to be so sharp and his analysis so thorough. Naruto naturally wouldn't let Sarutobi Hiruzen off and continued. There are also rumors about the son of the demon fox. With that, Naruto reached out and absorbed a person into the sky, asking, "You used to call me the son of the demon fox. Why is that?" The person being absorbed into the sky felt their heart almost leap out of their chest and trembled as they replied, "Because of the demon fox." Naruto did not harm him, but led him back to the ground, saying, "Because of the demon fox, what can be called a demon fox in this ninja world? Of course, it's the Nine-Tails Fox. As long as those village leaders are not fools, they can guess that I am a Jinchuriki. And associating with the previous generation of Jinchuriki, my mother Uzumaki Kushina, my identity is self-evident, isn't it? In fact, I really don't understand. If they truly wanted to protect me, they should have completely hidden my identity and not let the world know of my existence. Why let the rumor of a demon fox's child spread, making everyone aware of my village, and also let it be known outside the village that there is a demon fox's child in Konoha? Isn't that contradictory? Moreover, my father is the Hokage of Konoha. There should be some savings, right? But he died, and I can only drink expired milk and receive a meager welfare allowance, living a life worse than those in an orphanage. At this point, Sarutobi Hiruzen, shouldn't you give me an explanation? Under Naruto's guidance, many people are not fools. They firmly believe in the will of fire. However, as Naruto said, things really don't make sense. Cultivating chakra is the fusion of spiritual energy and physical energy. If the nutrition is insufficient, how can physical energy be assured? Sarutobi Hiruzen was once highly regarded, but this time, he feels the most discomfort. Can he explain? No. He doesn't dare to speak now. It feels even more powerless than Uchiha's sure sway. He fears that if he continues, there will be even more loopholes. In secret, Danzo murmured, "Is my opportunity coming?" Jinchuriki cannot be set free, but Uzumaki Naruto's attitude is very resolute, and his strength is quite good. It seems that I can only use the Reaper Death Seal again. Thinking of this, Danzo's left I was filled with heat. Naruto said, "It seems that I have become someone's pawn, so I want to leave. Is there any problem with that?" Sarutobi Hiruzen also expressed his stance, saying, "Naruto, I apologize for what happened before, but you cannot leave." Naruto hadn't spoken yet when a voice rang out. "Hey, is it lively here?" Jiraiya had finally arrived, standing on a rooftop with a big smile. Jiraiya was quite famous, and the calls of Lord Jiraiya echoed around. Sarutobi Hiruzen was delighted and said, "Jiraiya, you came back just in time." Jiraiya asked, "Old man, what's going on?" Before Sarutobi could respond, Naruto spoke up, saying, "It's me, I want to leave Konoha." Jiraiya naturally recognized Naruto, the new Jinchuriki of Konoha and the child of his disciple. He asked why. Reluctantly, Naruto briefly recounted his life over the past 10 years, explaining to Jiraiya the reasons for his departure. Naruto said, "Jiraiya-sama, you see how Konoha treats me. Isn't it reasonable for me to leave? As for the debt Konoha has for raising me, if my parents' death can't offset that, then Konoha is even more cold-blooded, isn't it? Moreover, Jiraiya-sama, what was your reason for wandering?" Sarutobi Hiruzen is still on the pyre, and at this moment, Jiraiya is also thrown up there by Naruto, unable to come down. If Naruto isn't allowed to leave, then is there still fairness in Konoha? Is there still righteousness? It will definitely lose its prestige and be mocked by thousands. Jiraiya said, "Naruto, I don't know about the past, but I have returned. I can advocate for all your grievances. Stay, Konoha needs you." Naruto said, No, what Konoha needs is not me, but my hard work and the nine tails within me. Today, I want to leave, and I hope you won't stop me. Otherwise, the consequences will be severe." His aura subtly emanated, already surpassing the strength of a Hokage. Both Jiraiya and Hiruzen Sarutobi looked very serious. They hadn't expected Naruto's power to reach such a level. Jiraiya said, "Isn't this a path of ninjutsu training? The energy within you doesn't belong to chakra." Naruto said, "You can't tell this?" As expected of the great Jiraiya. "Not bad. I'm training in martial arts, not in chakra, but in the energy of heaven and earth." "Martial arts?" Sarutobi Hiruzen was taken aback and said, "Could it be that you are a spy for the organization?" Naruto said, "That's not it, because I am the Dragon King." Immediately, Naruto's eyes shifted, and the eternal Mangekyō Sharingan appeared. Susanoo rose around Naruto, an enlarged version of his, taking the form of a swordsman, a crimson swordsman. "The Sharingan!" Jiraiya and Hiruzen Sarutobi exclaimed, their hearts sinking. This was troublesome. After all, This was the eternal Mangekyō Sharingan, and within Naruto's body, there was also a trump card. The powerful Nine Tails. Naruto did not reveal his Rinnegan and said again, "Now I want to leave. I do not wish to fight Konoha, but if Konoha forces me to stay, you could try and see if he can keep me." Chapter 50. Enlightening Sasuke Jiraiya's side. Keeping Naruto here was already impossible for the current Konoha. Even if he used Sage Mode along with the Reaper Death Seal from the old man, the damage would still be significant. Before everyone could think it through, 3 figures appeared in the air. They landed around Naruto, forming a triangle and protecting him in the center. One of them said, "If you want to keep our Lord Dragon King, we will not agree." The newcomers were none other than Uchiha Shursui, Orochimaru, and Uchiha Izumi. Uchiha Izumi used to have a great admiration for Uchiha Itachi, but after seeing him kill their family to protect his brother, her feelings for him plummeted to zero. If Itachi had been a ruthless killer, slaying countless enemies, she wouldn't have cared, but being able to kill his own parents made him a demon in her eyes, and she refused to like a demon. The 3 Susanoo each possessed strength surpassing that of shadow-level ninjas. It could be said that they had already exceeded shadow level, and when the battle began, Konoha would undoubtedly suffer heavy losses and could not keep the 4 of them. Jiraiya said, "Orochimaru, you've gotten stronger." Orochimaru replied, with the eyes of the Uchiha clan, "It's only natural to become stronger." Hiruzen Sarutobi looked at Uchiha Shursui and said, "What a clever strategy, using a pair of Mangekyō Sharingan to recruit Orochimaru. Is it really worth it?" Uchiha Shursui responded, a frog at the bottom of a well. He did not want to waste words with this foolish Hokage. After struggling in the Land of Fire for several years, he felt the true meaning of struggle. After 10 years of fighting in Konoha, he still saw no light. Orochimaru said, "You will never understand the abilities of our Lord Dragon King." Jiraiya looked at Hiruzen Sarutobi, urging him to make a decision. Hiruzen gritted his teeth and was forced to make the same decision he had made years ago, saying, "You all can go." Naruto and the others retracted their momentum and said, "Hiruzen Sarutobi, let me give you a piece of advice. The cause of tomorrow is the fruit of today. Think about what you have done, and you will know that everything is of your own making. Farewell." Suddenly, Naruto remembered something, turned around again, and said, "I took my parents' bodies with me. I really dislike Danzo, that old bastard, because someone has already tampered with my father's body. Danzo knows this very well. If it weren't for his life needing to be reserved for others, he wouldn't survive today." Accompanied by Shursui and the others, they left Konoha village. Upon exiting the gate, Naruto's shadow clone had already brought out his parents' coffins. Uchiha Shursui and Orochimaru took over the coffins and carried them on their shoulders as the 4 of them retreated. Hiruzen Sarutobi looked at the chaos, feeling bitter inside. He was really getting old. In his youth, Hiruzen was indeed very powerful, possessing the strength of a super Hokage. But now he was truly old. Of course, even if he were still young, the outcome of today would not change. The surrounding clans stepped back. Having witnessed a good show and under Naruto's overwhelming power, many felt a chill. Quite a few people developed a keen interest in martial arts training, their minds becoming a bit more active. Of course, seeing Hiruzen Sarutobi's humiliation brought joy to many. The lofty Hokage also had his day, which was truly satisfying. Jiraiya looked at Hiruzen Sarutobi and said, "Old man, is this the outcome you hope to see? Would it be so bad to stop scheming?" Hiruzen did not respond but asked, "Why are you back?" Jiraiya replied, "The seal of the 9 Tails has been broken, so I returned." Hiruzen said, "His strength has grown to this extent, and with the eternal Mangekyō Sharingan, he can naturally control the 9 Tails. The second Uchiha Madara has appeared." Jiraiya became unhappy and said, "Old man, you still haven't changed your nature. If Naruto were Uchiha Madara, Konoha would already be in ruins today." This was true. If it were Uchiha Madara, after enduring so much scorn, he would indeed destroy this existence. Hiruzen sighed and said, "It's time to let go. Time to let go. Jiraiya, you take the position of Hokage." Jiraiya responded, "No, I'm not interested in that position. If you really want to abdicate, I have a candidate." Hiruzen asked, "Who?" Jiraiya replied, "Tsunade." Sasuke returned to his place, murmuring, "The Uchiha clan hasn't been completely wiped out. Why? What is the reason for this? What exactly happened?" The Land of Fire, the Hidden Dragon Organization, Uchiha Shursui, and so on are not secrets in the ninja world, but for Sasuke, they were all sealed off. He had no knowledge of it. As Sasuke walked into the room, suddenly, the lights turned on, and he immediately took a fighting stance. Naruto smiled and said, "Don't be nervous, it's me." Sasuke relaxed, seeing that it was Naruto, so there was nothing to worry about. The strength Naruto displayed was formidable. If he were to deal with Sasuke, it wouldn't even take him a single hand to do so. Aren't you leaving? Sasuke asked. Naruto said, I know you might be confused, so let me tell you some things. Regarding Sasuke, Naruto feels pretty good about him over the past few years. He is a bit aloof, but his mindset hasn't twisted, and he seems relatively normal. Sasuke asked, what exactly happened 5 years ago? Naruto said, 5 years ago, the Uchiha clan attempted to initiate a rebellion twice. The first time, I persuaded your brother Shisui, and he used Kotoe Mitsukami to stop your family's rebellion, forcibly instilling the ideology of the Qianlong organization, which became the foundation of the Qianlong organization. The second time, Danzo wanted to seize your family's eyes, secretly creating public opinion that caused continuous friction between your clan and the village. Your father wanted to rebel against the village again. Of course, your father had also awakened the Mangekyō Sharingan, but the people he gathered were simply not enough to resist the village's power. The village was already aware of this, and your brother had no choice but to report to the village, hoping that they would mediate, and he would also persuade your father. When Shisui Uchiha was mentioned, Sasuke's eyes turned icy and terrifying, and the Uchiha bloodline limit began to activate, with his mental energy increasing. Naruto did not stop and continued, but your brother's wish was shattered. He did not receive the desire for reconciliation. Instead, he received a mad command to annihilate the entire Uchiha clan, with the condition from the village being to spare you. You should be very clear about your brother's feelings for you. He could sacrifice countless people, including his own family, to protect you. Otherwise, why did so many die, yet you were the only one left? There were even quite a few infants among them. Isn't that strange? Upon hearing Naruto's words, Sasuke was deeply affected and curled up on the ground. At that moment, Naruto carefully sensed Sasuke's changes. His spiritual power was continuously rising. His mental energy was increasing, merging with the energy extracted from his flesh and ultimately converging in his eyes, prompting their evolution. Naruto continued to provoke Sasuke. Moreover, to protect your safety in Konoha, I joined the Akatsuki organization to gather intelligence for Konoha. Chapter 51. Fooling around with Sasuke. Sasuke groaned silently, and after a while, the pain finally subsided. He sat up, and at that moment, his eyes were no longer the three Tomo. They had transformed into the kaleidoscope Sharingan. Naruto nodded. Congratulations, your eyes have evolved, and your strength has increased again. Sasuke thanked him. Thank you, Naruto. The evolution of his eyes this time was all because of Naruto's deliberate provocation. Naruto said, You're welcome. Sasuke asked, Naruto, is it true? Naruto said, Of course. This order was given personally by Danzo, and it was issued under your threat. Sasuke's lips curled into a cold, bloodthirsty smile as he said, So, in that case, my true enemy is Konoha. At that moment, in his eyes, Konoha was no longer his home, but an enemy camp. Naruto furrowed his brows, realizing that Sasuke seemed to view everyone in Konoha as an enemy. He said, Sasuke, you can deal with the 4 elders of Konoha. You can cut off the roots. You can eliminate the Umbu, but many people in Konoha are ordinary, and many clans have never had any grievances with the Uchiha clan. Involving others in this slaughter is unacceptable. There's a saying, revenge has a head, debts have a master. If you want to take revenge, fine, but you need to find a real debtor. Involving innocent people is not what a man should do. Sasuke did not expect Naruto to say such things. He had been scolded by others since he was a child. How could he persuade himself to spare his enemies? Confused, he asked, Naruto, don't you want revenge? Don't you want to punish those people? Naruto said, Sasuke, they are actually very pitiful. They have no subjective opinions of their own and are completely pawns in the hands of others. Until they die, they remain in the darkness. What is the point of killing such pitiful people? Moreover, I've already made things clear. They used to insult me in the most despicable ways, and now they will regret it just as much. Their pain will linger in their hearts for a lifetime. Isn't that more satisfying than killing them? Sasuke took this in and said, Then I will find these creditors, Danzo, Hiruzen Sarutobi, Kurenai Yuhi, and Mito Gate. Naruto said, Killing Danzo, Tsunade, and Mito Minju is fine. But what about Hiruzen Sarutobi? Don't you think he's quite pitiful right now? Sasuke was taken aback for a moment, recalling how Hiruzen Sarutobi had placed all his hopes on Naruto. Now that Naruto was gone, Hiruzen Sarutobi had lost his trump card. He couldn't help but show a faint smile and replied, What Naruto-kun said is true. If we take away a few more clans, Hiruzen Sarutobi will be even more pitiful, with everyone turning against him. Naruto gave a thumbs up and thought to himself, Is this guy still smart? Naruto's eyes slightly glimmered as he softly said, Actually, The conflict between you and your brother can be resolved. It depends on you. You want to know how Sasuke would choose now? Testing Sasuke's thoughts. Sasuke stood up, bowed to Naruto, and said, "Please guide me, Naruto." In response, Naruto smiled, feeling that this pillar might be pulled over, but he remained vigilant, as Indra's influence was not just this. Caution was still necessary. Naruto said, "The ultimate evolution of the Sharingan is the Rinnegan, and by using the technique of Earth Rebirth, it should be possible to resurrect your parents at the cost of life force." Sasuke exclaimed, "Really? Can I really bring my mom and dad back to life?" Naruto nodded. "It should be possible, but you'll need the Rinnegan. You can ask your brother to join you. Then come to the Qianlong organization to communicate with Shui and evolve your Sharingan." Sasuke said, "I can do it by myself." Naruto said, "You really want to die? Do you know how many lives you need? You have to team up with your brother for this. Do you think he would agree to let Shui do it for you?" Sasuke fell silent, knowing that it would cost a huge amount of life force, and others definitely wouldn't help him. He naturally hadn't thought of Naruto, who also lost both parents. He would also want to revive his own parents, so he couldn't help him. Naruto said with a heavy heart, "Sigh, Sasuke, when it comes to pain, Itachi's suffering is no less than yours. He personally killed his own parents, and his beloved younger brother threatens to kill him. His heart is bleeding, but he cannot turn back because if he does, his beloved brother will be in danger. Your parents, at the moment of their death, did not blame your brother because they understood that he had no choice. He did it to protect you, willingly sacrificing himself. By resolving the conflict between them, the brothers can unite and work hard to resurrect their parents, leaving behind a legend, and then eliminate that Danzo who harmed you. Wouldn't that be wonderful? Naruto, I'm really a genius." He has already thought of it. Sasuke and his brother, one seeking forgiveness, the other being aloof. The scene is very interesting. In this regard, Sasuke was naturally moved. He truly hates Itachi and genuinely wants to kill him, but deep down, his feelings for Itachi are also real. These two extremes make him constantly betray his own soul. I think, Sasuke said. Naruto said, I hope you can think it through, make the right choice, and choose a broad road. This world has not only darkness, but also light." Sasuke nodded. "I will remember your words." Naruto said, "One more thing, your brother is in the Akatsuki. If someone from the Akatsuki invites you, I hope you can stay true to yourself and not believe what they say. Just a precaution. Of course, if Sasuke wants to join, I won't mind. A little Sasuke. What can he do? Even if he eventually becomes a sage of 6 paths, I can still pin him down and rub his face in the ground." Sasuke replied, "Okay." Naruto said, "All right, I've said so much. If you want to spar with me in the future, go to the Flame Dragon country to find me." Sasuke replied, "I will definitely come." Naruto said, "Be careful of Danzo. He is very sinister." He took Shusui's eyes, and Shui broke his hand. He caused the Uchiha clan massacre and also tried to take your father's eyes, but unfortunately, Shui ruined that plan, and he didn't get the Mangekyō Sharingan. If he knew your eyes had evolved into the Mangekyō Sharingan, he would definitely try to seize them. This person is treacherous and ruthless, using any means necessary. I originally wanted to crush him, but I left that to you." Sasuke coldly replied, "If he dares to come, I will destroy him." Naruto, this guy, he's really gotten carried away, completely unaware of his own weight. Bang! Naruto has already achieved what he can do. As for how to choose and how things will develop, it will be up to Uchiha Sasuke to decide. If he becomes an enemy, Naruto will reluctantly send him down. Chapter 52. Shadow Clone visits the Hyuga clan. One of Naruto's shadow clones slowly approached the Hyuga clan. The purpose of this visit was not to see Hinata Hyuga, but to find Hiashi Hyuga and discuss some matters. After avoiding the hidden guards, the clone arrived at Hayashi's room. However, being just a shadow clone and using the invisibility technique, it consumed too much energy and needed to absorb natural energy to maintain itself, which led to Naruto being discovered. "Friends outside, come in for chat." Hayashi Hyuga said, his Byakugan already activated. Naruto said, "Hyuga clan leader, there's no need to activate your Byakugan. I'm just a flying body." Hyuga Hizashi squinted his eyes and looked at Naruto, saying, "Uzumaki Naruto, it's you." Naruto walked in and sat down opposite the Hyuga clan, saying, before leaving, "I would like to talk to the Hyuga clan leader." Hinata Hizashi asked, "What do you want to talk about?" Naruto said, "If it weren't for Hinata, I really wouldn't have anything to discuss with the Hyuga family. But Hinata is a kind girl, and I hope she can always maintain this purity and kindness. That's why I came to talk with the head of the Hyuga clan." Hyuga Hizashi replied, "Thank you." Naruto knows why he is grateful. It is because of Hinata. He thanks Naruto for nurturing Hinata to this extent. Naruto said, "There's no need to thank me. Hinata and I are friends, and friends should support each other. Hyuga Hisashi said, Hinata is in the room. You should go say goodbye to her. Naruto said, forget it. I'm here to find you. Hinata Hisashi asked, you are looking for me. For what reason? Naruto said, because of Hinata. Hinata Hisashi, can the clan leader disperse your shadow clones? Naruto said, actually, the Byakugan can evolve just like the Sharingan. As the head of the Hyuga clan, you must be aware of this. Hyuga Hisashi remained silent and asked, what do you want to say? Naruto said, the ultimate evolution of the Byakugan is the Tensigen, and I have already mastered this power. Hyuga Hisashi suddenly stood up. What? Naruto took out an eye and said, I didn't use Hinata's eye. Hinata Hayashi asked, what about you? Naruto said, your family lost their eyes a few years ago. Hinata Hisashi exclaimed, is it you? Naruto said, I told Hinata, and she didn't want me to have a conflict with the Hyuga family, so she used this method. Hyuga Hisashi said, so, you had shadow ninja level strength a few years ago? Naruto said, I am a genius. Hinata Hisashi, well, I can't really argue with that. Naruto's strength is now beyond what Konoha can compare to. Naruto said, I've already taught Hinata the evolution of the Byakugan. If possible, I hope you can temporarily keep Hinata from taking on missions, allowing her to focus on her training and evolve her eyes into the Rinnegan. When that time comes, once her eyes open, the Hyuga clan will be able to do whatever they want, and the Hokage won't be able to make decisions, and what happened to Hinata's predecessor, Hinata Hayashi, won't happen again, right? Creak. Hyuga Hayashi clenched his fist tightly. It was the pain in his heart. Naruto's words made a lot of sense. His daughter was about to be kidnapped, and in the end, his own brother had to sacrifice himself. How tragic it was. I will consider your suggestion, Hyuga Hayashi said. Naruto said, the one you owe the most apologies to is not anyone else but Neji. Senior Hisashi died for you, and you treat his child like this. Don't mention clans. The rules of clans are not set in stone. A family is like a nation. Just look at how many laws and regulations have changed from the Warring States period to now, how many have been revised, and how much outdated stuff has been removed. The rules of a clan must also discard the outdated. Things like the caged bird seal only exacerbate the family's disunity. If the clan leader is a fool, then the whole clan suffers, right? Moreover, if one were to take your eyes, like me wanting the Byakugan of the Hyuga clan, unless you all go blind, how can you stop it? Furthermore, the caged bird seal can only absorb the Byakugan's abilities after death. If you knock someone out and take them away, what do you do about it? Therefore, the caged bird seal should be abolished. It only leads to family discord and decline. Treat Neji well. He will bring glory to the Hyuga clan. Hinata Hayashi was naturally moved by Naruto's words. What he said made a lot of sense. If the Byakugan of the Hyuga clan was really targeted, could they really defend it? The branch family and the main family must unite for the clan to become stronger. After thinking for a while, Hayashi said, Kid, you've convinced me. I will send Neji out. The potential dragon organization. Do you dare to accept him? Old man, Hyuga clan leader, you understand me too well. In Naruto's heart, he was taken aback. He really had such thoughts. Undoubtedly, Neji's talent surpassed Hinata's. And after a few years, he would surely become a pillar of the Hidden Dragon organization. Naruto said, the Land of Fire is fearless of any power. The Hidden Dragon organization can accommodate anyone, regardless of what kind of person they are, even if they are fierce criminals, as long as they are willing to reform. The leader of the Hidden Dragon will accept them. However, if you want to seek refuge in the Hidden Dragon organization, I'm sorry. Their methods will be 100 times more ruthless than others. Hinata Hisashi said, okay, I will bring Neji out. This will be my way of atoning for the guilt in my heart. Naruto said, okay, I will send someone pick him up. The matter was decided happily. Hinata Hisashi asked, can I practice martial arts? He was really interested in the techniques of martial arts. He had observed Neji's training with his Byakugan and noticed that most of the chakra in Neji's body, he didn't know this was internal power, which is different from chakra, was stored in the acupoints and meridians. The acupoints were able to expand, and although there was some energy in the flesh, it was not much and would not burden the cells. Compared to others, Neji was very relaxed both physically and mentally. As for Hinata, her fairer face seemed even smaller than Hanabi's. Naruto said, of course, let your daughter teach you, and also your little daughter. As for the others, Hyuga Hisashi replied, understood. Naruto said, Sarutobi Hiruzen and the others should suspect that I will pass on the martial arts to Hinata and the others. So you must be careful. If they try to forcibly capture anyone, send word to me, and I'll crush them. Hyuga Hayashi smiled and said, okay. When leaving, Hyuga Hayashi gave Naruto 2 eyes, which belonged to Hisashi. He instructed Naruto to give them to Neji in the future. These were the eyes that Hisashi had extracted before his death and were sealed. The Hyuga clan indeed seals the eyes after the death of a clan member. But the power of these eyes is not permanent. Over time, it will gradually dissipate and be difficult to preserve for long. Chapter 53. Sasuke is also leaving Konoha. Konoha has gone through Naruto's defection. Although there were some twists and turns, Konoha is still operating. However, compared to the past, there are still some changes. Many people are secretly lost in thought, seemingly unaccustomed to Naruto's departure. Naruto has left, and Kakashi's class has not disbanded. Sasuke and Sakura have formed their own team. Kakashi is not in the mood to teach, and Sakura and Sasuke are not interested in attending class either. So, each does their own thing. Sasuke trains at home, his Sharingan evolving into a Mangekyō, and his training speed has increased significantly. As long as he activates Susanoo, he plans to leave the village. Sakura, on the other hand, seems a bit listless, casually throwing a few punches before becoming disheartened. Kakashi-sensei, meanwhile, holds onto his book without putting it down. Shikamaru and CHG check in with the teacher before heading home to continue training. Although they lack energy, they are willing to drag this out. Hinata Hisashi has talked a lot with Niji, who has become more diligent in his training. Among them, the most hardworking is not Shikamaru or CHG, but Tenten. With Naruto gone, she seems to feel less love in the village, which feels much lonelier now. The technique of invisibility Naruto taught her is still just at the beginner level. She must practice diligently and then leave the village to find her brother Naruto. Time passes, and after half a month at the Uchiha clan's residence, Sasuke finally manages to activate Susanoo. Standing on the rooftop, he looks out at the brightly lit Konoha and murmurs, "It's time to leave. Where will that person go?" The person Sasuke refers to is, of course, his brother, Itachi Uchiha. He has made his decision to search for his brother and work together to resurrect their parents before forgiving him. Leaving? He intends to make a grand exit, just like Naruto, leaving Konoha openly and above board. Thus, the first rainy day for Sasuke arrives, and he is severely injured for his pride. The next day, Sasuke leaves the clan's residence and heads for the Hokage's office. Sarutobi Hiruzen asks, "Sasuke, is there something you need from me?" Sasuke replies, "There is indeed something. I want to know the true reason behind the Uchiha clan's downfall." Hearing this, Sarutobi pauses for a moment and replies nonchalantly, "Haven't you seen it? Your brother betrayed the village and killed all the Uchiha." He stares at Sasuke, wanting to see how much Sasuke knows. Sasuke sneers, "Is that so?" His eyes are filled with derision, piercing Sarutobi's gaze, which he has seen several times before. Already furious, Sarutobi retorts, "Isn't it true?" Sasuke coldly responds, "Isolating the Uchiha clan, forcing us into rebellion, using me as a hostage, sending Itachi to kill his own family. The methods of Konoha are truly despicable. Sarutobi, you really have a good hand. How dare you, Uchiha brat, speak so recklessly before the Hokage?" Danzo emerges from the shadows, attempting to grab Sasuke by the neck. He has become intrigued by the Sharingan. With Sasuke's talent, evolving into a Mangekyō is just a matter of time. If he captures him and trains him, once the evolution is successful, he can seize it. It's perfect. Slap. Sasuke slaps Danzo away, tearing off the white cloth covering his right eye, revealing a brilliant crimson eye. Sasuke says, as expected, "You old fool covet my Uchiha Sharingan. Hokage, how do you think this should be punished?" Danzo, having been slapped out of the Hokage building, crashes through a structure, attracting a lot of attention. When Danzo's crimson eye appears, many recognize it and exclaim, "Sharingan." At this moment, Sasuke leaps out of the Hokage building, standing on a tall building, and loudly declares, "Hokage, isn't your will of fire supposed to be fair and just? In the past, when Danzo sought to take brother Shirsui's eyes, you didn't punish him adequately. At that time, there was no evidence, but now there is ample proof. Danzo, to persecute my Uchiha clan and seize the Sharingan, is equivalent to betraying the village, right? I want to know how you handle traitors." Mito Minion says, "Evil Uchiha brat." Sasuke retorts, "Shut up, you old dog. What have you done to deserve your position as an elder? Was it destroying the land of Whirlpool, or the disappearance of the Senju clan?" If Naruto were here, he would applaud Sasuke. He never expected this usually combative Sasuke to have such sharp words. This also indirectly sends a message to the villagers of Konoha that the Senju clan is truly gone, seemingly with only one person left. Sometimes, a small breakthrough can be gradually uncovered. Naturally, there are murmurs about this, which makes Sarutobi's expression somewhat grim, but he has not reached the point of losing his temper. He says, "Sasuke, we are ninjas. The battlefield is our home. Otherwise, there would be no peace in Konoha. Sasuke replies, "So we must sacrifice ourselves, is that it?" Sarutobi says solemnly, "Sasuke, your clan is about to rebel against the village, and if not dealt with, it will endanger the entire village." Sasuke says, "I have looked at many records of the Uchiha clan these days. In the past, the Uchiha clan was also within the village, but slowly, we were pushed out of the village. What is the reason for this?" Sarutobi replies, "Because your clan was not harmonious with the village and often had conflicts with the villagers. You voluntarily moved away from the village." Sasuke presses on, "Is that so? But from the records, I have not seen our clan persecute anyone, let alone Konoha. Why is it that we are not harmonious with the village? The Uchiha clan has always fought for the village and protected countless villagers. Logically, the villagers should be grateful to us, yet we protect them, and in the end, we need to thank them. If we do not comply with their demands, we are labeled as the ones who are not harmonious. Is there such reasoning? Furthermore, Brother Shursui left behind a pile of evidence that Danzo slandered my Uchiha clan. Sarutobi, would you like to see it? I also find it very suspicious. Why didn't you, as the Hokage, come out to clarify when the villagers insulted our clan, allowing us to be ostracized by all the villagers?" Holding up the evidence in his hand, Sasuke's sarcasm intensifies, making Sarutobi's eyes turn even colder. This is indeed true. Shursui had prepared 2 copies, one intended for Itachi. But since Itachi never returned to see it, Sasuke found it instead. Sarutobi takes a deep breath and asks solemnly, "So, you came here today to betray the village?" He doesn't want to waste more words. The longer this goes on, the worse his situation will become. Sasuke says, "Naruto-kun makes a valid point. Since you do not welcome me, why should I stay here?" Unfortunately, Naruto did not hear this. Otherwise, he would definitely be wide-eyed, wondering if this is still that Sasuke. His verbal skills are even sharper than in the original. Sarutobi coldly states, "You want to betray the village, but that cannot happen as you wish." Chapter 54. Tenten intervenes to save Sasuke. Sasuke replies, "Is that so? I'm leaving. You can't stop me." After speaking, his eyes began to move, revealing the kaleidoscope Sharingan, exuding an aura that had surpassed Danzo, clearly an elite Genin. Not only that, a purple phantom appeared out of nowhere, Susanoo descending upon the sky. At that moment, the blow to Hiruzen Sarutobi was immense. The kaleidoscope Sharingan, another Uchiha Itachi, which was originally meant to be the sharp blade of Konoha, had now become an enemy of the village. How could Hiruzen not feel heartache? How could the one who once served as a protector become like this? Unfortunately, while Sasuke was indeed very strong, he was still far behind Naruto. This level of power was not enough to threaten Hiruzen Sarutobi. There was no doubt that Hiruzen's strength had declined, but he still possessed nearly the strength of a Kage-level ninja. If he were to risk his life, he could even surpass a Kage-level ninja. In the original story, Orochimaru killed Hiruzen Sarutobi, and if it weren't for the reanimation jutsu that revived the first and second Hokage, exhausting too much of Hiruzen's chakra, he wouldn't have had many chances to succeed. 4 Umbu Genin surrounded Sasuke, who was somewhat surprised. This seemed different from his expectations. He had been too arrogant. If he had quietly left, Konoha would have had a hard time detecting him. However, lacking Naruto's strength, he wanted to act tough and ended up getting beaten up. But now he wasn't gathering so many. He retracted Susanoo and turned to escape. Hiruzen Sarutobi shouted, "Chase! We can't let Sasuke escape. Konoha still needs Itachi Uchiha. And of course, we need Sasuke's strength." Sasuke was not a kind-hearted person. He did not have Naruto's mercy. He merely turned his right eye, activating Amaterasu, unleashing black flames upon one of the Genin, immediately engulfing him. Sasuke instantly felt his body grow heavy and somewhat powerless. If it weren't for the pure internal energy supporting him, he might have needed someone to help him walk. In the original plot, when Sasuke first used Amaterasu, it was to capture the 8 tails. Not only did he feel weak and needed support, but his eyes also bled. A miserable scream spread as the black flames could not be extinguished by water or earth, and the Genin was directly burned to ashes, finally freed from suffering. Seeing his subordinate die, Hiruzen's eyes reddened as he said, "Evil little brat, I will destroy you." Hiruzen hand sealed, and an earthen dragon head appeared from the ground, opening its mouth to spew a torrent of mud. Sasuke, relying on his danger sense, flickered several times to dodge the attack. At that moment, Sasuke's body was engulfed by the mud. This was naturally not Sasuke's true body, but merely a shadow clone. The earthen dragon head was a ninjutsu Sasuke had replicated. Its power was naturally inferior to the one used by Hiruzen, the ninja professor, but it served to hinder. Sasuke felt he had done something foolish. Hiruzen seemed determined to keep him there and was relentless in pursuit. This was typical of Sasuke. He had always acted impulsively, and it was normal for him to do something like this. With a fierce look in his eyes, Sasuke said, "Since that's the case, bring it on." Susanoo rose again, forcibly activating its ultimate technique, drawing the bow of the heavenly deity, lightning flashing and momentum surging. Hiruzen's face changed drastically as he stepped forward, hands quickly forming seals, chanting, "Earth release, earth flow wall." Then, a solid earth and rock wall appeared to block Sasuke's lightning arrows. The arrows struck the wall, immediately causing a deafening explosion, with violent energy dispersing in all directions. Sasuke's face turned pale. The exit was within reach, and he wanted to turn and escape from Konoha. Just then, dozens of shurikens flew through the air, including meteor nails, flying leaf shurikens, and others. Sasuke was now very weak. With this arrow, his internal energy was less than a tenth. He narrowly avoided fatal injuries, but still got hit by 7 shurikens. Danzo's cold and eerie voice echoed, saying, "Uchiha, little brat. You want to leave? Leave your eyes behind." He reached out to grasp Sasuke's throat. He could not let go of Sasuke's eyes. The kaleidoscope Sharingan was something he had schemed so much to obtain. It had become his obsession. With a crack, Danzo crushed a piece of wood. Sasuke used the body replacement technique to evade this deadly strike. "Danzo, one day I will wipe out your entire family. If even one member of the Danzo clan survives, it will be my failure to live." Sasuke's chilling voice came, with a murderous intent that sent chills down the spine. Danzo replied, "Unfortunately, you can't escape today." He was about to lead several root members across the gate, but the next moment, his expression changed drastically, and his body retreated. Whoosh! Compared to the previous shurikens, this was truly the king of hidden weapons. The shurikens came from all directions, with no roots or origins. Thud! Danzo's left leg was pierced through by a shuriken, blood gushing out. Although it was not completely disabled, it had penetrated to the bone marrow, leaving his leg crippled. As for the root members, only one was lucky. His heart was on the right side and avoided the lethal strike, while the others all died. Whether they were CH Nin or J Nin, none escaped fate. Hiruzen caught up and saw Danzo's miserable state, asking Danzo what happened. Danzo gritted his teeth in pain and replied, "I was unable to intercept. Someone assisted Sasuke." This defection was premeditated, with extremely powerful hidden weapon ninjutsu coming from the sky, with no roots or origins. Out of the 6 of us from Root, only 2 survived in an instant. This made Hiruzen reconsider his pursuit. He had not seen the attacker, and he questioned the strength of the newcomer, pondering whether it was worth chasing. If he were the young Hiruzen, he would have certainly pursued, but now he hesitated. In his view, without at least a 70% certainty, pursuing would only waste time and cause innocent deaths. Sighing, he instructed the Umbu to handle the situation and took Danzo back to the village. However, Hiruzen was unaware that he had missed the opportunity. The foolish Sasuke had no allies. The person who saved him was none other than Tenten. She had seen Sasuke attract everyone's attention and slipped away on her own, exiting the Konoha gates. As the battle broke out in Konoha, she paused for a moment, and soon after, seeing Sasuke being pursued, she intervened to save him. Seeing Tenten, Sasuke coldly said, "Tenten, it's you." Tenten smiled and replied, "It's me." Noticing Tenten carrying a space-time scroll, Sasuke asked, "Tenten, what are you planning?" Tenten said, "I want to leave the village to find Naruto." Chapter 55. Hinata Neji leaves Konoha. Sasuke's defection again unsettled the people of Konoha. In their hearts, the prestige of the 3rd Hokage was continuously diminishing, and they felt an unspoken disappointment towards him. However, this did not trouble Hiruzen Sarutobi. Under his covert guidance, the situation quickly stabilized again. It was spread in secret that the Hokage was too fond of talent and was reluctant to harm a youth like Uchiha Sasuke, believing that he would return to Konoha. One had to admire Hiruzen's cleverness. After a round of brainwashing, the villagers supported him once more. In the Hyuga clan, Hinata, upon receiving the report, could not help but say, "It's Tenten." The tone is very certain, and it is believed that in this ninja world, only Tenten has such abilities. Hyuga Hizashi said, "It's her." He investigated Naruto and naturally knew about Tenten. He felt somewhat emotional, not expecting that this seemingly weak little girl could be so powerful. Hinata said, "Tenten must have defected from the village. She should be looking for Naruto-kun." At that moment, she envied Tenten for being able to train with Naruto-kun. while she could not, as the Hyuga clan is a large family. If she acted, it would implicate the entire clan. Hyuga Hisashi said, "Let's confirm this first." Hinata affirmed, "Only Tenten has such abilities. She combines space ninjutsu with hidden weapons." Naruto-kun has said that Tenten's combat power isn't the strongest, but her killing techniques are the most formidable among us. Hyuga Hisashi said, "Indeed, she is very powerful." In an instant, even Danzo was wounded. If it weren't for saving Sasuke, Danzo would have been in great danger. Hisashi looked at Neji and asked, "Neji, are you ready?" Neji replied, "Uncle, I am ready." After the bird in a cage curse mark was lifted, Hisashi asked Neji to call him uncle and discussed leaving the village with him, letting him choose for himself. Neji said, "Thank you, uncle. I am ready." Hisashi patted his shoulder and said, "You will definitely become a powerful ninja." Shortly after, Hyuga Hisashi unleashed a powerful chakra, followed by an angry roar. "Dig out Neji's eyes and expel him from the Hyuga clan. He does not deserve to be a member of my Hyuga clan." This powerful roar startled the Hokage. Sarutobi Hiruzen nearly pulled his hair out, wondering what trouble had arisen again. He called for the Umbu and said, "Go see what's going on." A quarter of an hour later, Hyuga Hisashi arrived. Sarutobi Hiruzen perked up and asked, "Hisashi, what happened? This is a major clan in Konoha. We can't offend them lightly." Hyuga Hisashi said, "It's about the branch family. Neji is very dissatisfied with the main family due to his father's death. During a fight with Hinata, he not only injured her, but almost caused her death." Sarutobi Hiruzen frowned and said, "That's serious." He knew that Hinata was the princess of the Hyuga clan, essentially the future leader of the clan. Her status was extremely important. Being severely injured and almost dying indeed crossed Hisashi's bottom line. Hyuga Hisashi said somewhat dejectedly, "Sigh, Hokage-sama, if nothing else, I will take my leave." Sarutobi Hiruzen said, "All right." He knew that Hyuga Hisashi was very conflicted. He wanted to kill Hyuga Neji, but he was the only child of his brother. In the past, Hyuga Hayashi sacrificed himself for the family. It was impossible to make things difficult for his only child. The other clans in Konoha, after learning about the situation, remained silent. Any conflict between the main and branch families seemed reasonable. Many people glanced at the fallen Neji, and in the end, all shook their heads and left quietly. Neji without eyes was like a toothless tiger, no longer a threat, not even worth saving. Even Danzo from Naruto had no intention of saving him. Initially thinking that after exterminating the Uchiha clan, there would be many Sharingan, he was disappointed to find only 4 or 5 Sharingan, with only one being a 3-tomo. These few eyes were not enough for himself, so even though Neji had good talent, he would not waste a Sharingan to save him. Dingji and Shikamaru heard the news and immediately went out to find Neji, eventually locating him in a dark alley. Neji said, "Shikamaru, Dingji, is that you?" Shikamaru asked, "Neji, why?" Neji did not explain and instead pleaded, "Shikamaru, can you help me?" Shikamaru replied, "Dingji, what do you think?" Neji said, "I want to leave Konoha. Even if I die, I want to die outside." His words were resolute, filled with disappointment and coldness towards Konoha. Shikamaru thought for a moment and said directly, "Okay, we will help you." Now, Sarutobi Hiruzen, who was troubled by the situation, didn't take Neji's departure seriously. A useless person was dispensable. So he allowed Neji to leave the village as he wished. Thus, Hyuga Neji left the village and then disappeared without a trace in some unknown corner. After Neji was taken away, Hisashi returned to the family. As his brother's only son, Hisashi naturally did not feel at ease. So he practiced the invisibility technique taught by Naruto, silently protecting him. On the street, Haruno Sakura saw Shikamaru and Dingji and jogged over, asking, "Shikamaru, Dingji, where's Neji now?" She had no source of information, so she and T found Neji first. She believed that with their backgrounds, they would surely be able to find Neji. Shikamaru said, "Neji has left the village." Sakura asked in confusion, "Why? Why did he have to leave?" Shikamaru interrupted, "This is his final wish." Sakura opened her mouth, but the words were swallowed back down. The three walked somewhat dejectedly, aimlessly, originally a group of 8. Now only 3 remained, making them feel somewhat lonely. Yuhi Kurini came to the Hyuga clan to visit her beloved disciple. Upon seeing Hinata lying weakly on the bed, her little face pale, Yuhi Kurini felt very distressed. She spoke with Hinata for a long time before leaving the room. Hyuga Hisashi said, "Hinata's injuries will probably require her to rest at home for a while. Her studies will be delayed. Moreover, this time her heart meridian was injured, and her training progress She may have to start over. Yuhi Kurini said, Hinata is a good seed. She will definitely become a powerful ninja. Hyuga Hizashi nodded. I believe in her too. She does not want to give up training, and she will definitely stand up again. After Yuhi Kurini left the Hyuga clan, she murmured, with one less, why am I not happy at all? If anyone should be pitiful, it would be Kakashi and Might Guy. They were truly pitiful. As good friends who originally had 3 disciples now only had 1 left, and both were commoner disciples. Chapter 56. Arriving at Flame Dragon City, meeting Tsunade. The Jinchuriki of Konoha, being the Dragon King of the Hidden Dragon Organization, was like a meteor falling into the sea, creating towering waves. Especially with Naruto's eternal Mangekyō Sharingan. Single-Eye Susanoo, overpowering the Shadow Ninjas. His strength was undoubtedly above that of Shadow Ninjas, limitless, plus Orochimaru, whose eyes were also Mangekyō Sharingan, along with Itachi's eternal Mangekyō Sharingan. The current strength of the Hidden Dragon Organization had surpassed that of the 5 great ninja villages. Iwagakure, Kirigakure, Sunagakure, and Kumogakure secretly began to investigate what kind of organization the Hidden Dragon Organization was and what they aimed to do. They did not inform Konoha, as this matter was very strange. Whether it was Uchiha Itachi or Uzumaki Naruto, they were both from Konoha, and it was natural for them to suspect whether this could be Konoha's conspiracy. Konoha, of course, had no such conspiracies if there really were so many strong individuals. Sarutobi Hiruzen would have already begun his plans, and the other 4 great ninja villages would naturally lower their postures a bit. Returning the situation to the time when the ninja villages were first established, when Senja Hashirama was the god of ninjas, invincible in the world, Konoha was the leader, and countless ninjas bowed their heads. Naruto arrived at Flame Dragon City and saw Zabuza. The current Zabuza has transformed his chakra into internal energy, and Shursui has given him a pair of Sharingan. He refined the Sharingan and absorbed a large amount of energy, directly opening up a meridian, breaking through the acquired realm. His eyes are not yet at the level of the Mangekyō, but they're not far off. Following closely behind Zabuza is Haku, as if in Haku's world. There is only Zabuza. Naruto joked, oh, look at the couple taking a walk. Zabuza, with a dark expression, said, Dragon King, be serious. Haku covered her mouth and smiled, a blush rising to her cheeks. Both Shursui and Orochimaru couldn't help but show smiles as well. When Zabuza and Haku arrived, there was a big joke when they were assigned rooms, as Haku ended up in the girls' dormitory. Naruto said with a smile, there's a kind of martial arts. After practicing it, its power is immense. You can give it a try. I asked Dragon King what martial arts. Naruto said, evil repelling swordsmanship, sunflower scripture, etc. There is a benefit to this training. You can become a woman. Bai, with her pure and innocent big eyes, looked at Naruto and asked, Dragon King, is there really such a technique? Naruto said, yes, but there is a condition. To practice the divine skill, one must first castrate themselves. Then, with a face as black as a pot bottom, he shouted angrily, Lord Dragon King, can you be more serious? Naruto said with a smile, all right, just joking. Don't be angry, don't be angry. Then he asked, Zabuza, how does it feel here? Zabuza replied, everyone is equal, there are no classes, no oppression, it's very happy. Naruto said, everyone is equal, there are no classes, no oppression, this is the ultimate ideal. Wherever there are people, there will be disputes. With thousands of people, there will be thousands of hearts, and each will have selfish desires. When selfishness expands, it turns into ambition, and countless disputes arise. What we need to do is suppress this selfishness. Zabuza listened, nodding in a somewhat confused manner, not fully understanding. Just then a voice rang out, kid, are you good at talking? Naruto turned his head and saw 2 women. Upon seeing that pair of lethal weapons, he couldn't help but think to himself, no wonder she's known as the #1 kunoichi in the ninja world. No, the #1 medical ninja. The 2 were none other than Tsunade and Shizen. Tsunade is known in the ninja world as the goddess of life in Konoha. Naruto smiled and said, I've met Tsunade-senpai. Tsunade replied, you little brat, you actually know me? Naruto said, the goddess of life in Konoha, the #1 flower in the ninja world, how could I not know? The first part is true, while the second part is something Naruto said himself. Tsunade smiled, feeling somewhat satisfied with Naruto, and said, kid, you're not so annoying after all. Leaving other things aside, you do have some discernment. Naruto said, I've heard a saying, only by looking down can one see their own feet, which is the true beauty of the world. Tsunade replied, you little brat, so you're also a little pervert. As she spoke, she puffed out her chest even more proudly. The fabric is really good. Which manufacturer is this? Negative review. Naruto thought to himself. Uchiha Izumi looked down and saw her little feet. Hako nothing. Thinking to herself, I didn't. Zabuza's face turned even darker, but at this moment, he couldn't get angry. Naruto's eyes landed on Tsunade's forehead. Is this the mark of the 100 healings? Tsunade couldn't help but feel cautious and said, Hey kid, what are you looking at? Could it be that this little brat has seen through my secret? Naruto smiled and said, The 100 healing seal, Lady Tsunade. No wonder you can look so young. If you want to know the secret to eternal youth, come with me. After Naruto finished speaking, he leaped into the air and flew into the distance. Immortality is not just an attraction for Tsunade. It is a deadly allure for every woman. Naturally, Tsunade was interested and casually chased after him. However, while she was running on the ground, Naruto forgot that in the ninja world, there is no such thing as lightness skill. They generally travel by jumping and sprinting. Only 5 techniques allow for flight. The Heavenly Curse Mark, Dance of the Paper, Earth Release, Ultra Light Heavy Rock Technique, Butterfly Transformation, and Susanoo. Naruto expelled his chakra and lifted Tsunade into the sky. Tsunade had a look of surprise on her face and was shocked in her heart. This strength was truly formidable. Even if she released the 100 healing seal, she would not be a match for Naruto. Naruto brought Tsunade to a small mountain peak and set her down. Tsunade said, Kid, bringing me here must have another purpose, right? Naruto said, This is natural. Lady Tsunade, you are the #1 kunoichi in the ninja world and the top medical ninja. If we could invite you to join Qianlong, it would not only annoy Sarutobi Hiruzen, but also greatly enhance Qianlong's strength. Tsunade replied, Are you really that confident? Naruto said, There is not much certainty. After all, Konoha village was established by your grandfather. Although you are disappointed in it, deep down, you still have a belief in Konoha. Tsunade replied, You see things quite clearly, don't you, kid? A gust of wind blew, causing Tsunade's 2 braided hair to sway. Naruto was once again attracted and thought to himself, holding with both hands indeed has strength. He is no longer the naive little brat from the original story. He is now the adult king of the underworld. Not a good person, has many lovers. But he is not a scumbag either. Tsunade said, Hey kid, what are you looking at? Naruto said, Acceleration. Oh no, your hair is very beautiful. Chapter 57, Fooling Tsunade. Tsunade understood the literal meaning of the words, but felt that Naruto was definitely not referring to this matter. Naruto said, All right, let's get down to business. He found a place to sit down and said, It will take some time. Lady Tsunade, please have a seat. Tsunade also sat down, revealing a serious expression, and asked, Kid, what exactly do you want to do? Naruto glanced at Tsunade and replied seriously, I just want to establish a free nation. Tsunade said, Konoha is fine too, the land of fire. Naruto said, Lady Tsunade, are you joking? Then why did you leave Konoha? Is it really just because your brother and your lover died in battle? Have you lost faith in Konoha? Tsunade fell silent. The darkness of Konoha made her sick, and she had lost hope in it, which is why she left. Naruto said directly, Konoha makes me sick, especially the 4 Hokages. They sit high above, pointing fingers and deciding the lives and deaths of others. If I didn't want to see their fate, I would have killed them. Tsunade did not deny this. Naruto Uzumaki is indeed very strong. Let's not forget, he has a monster inside him, the 9 Tails. Without sealing techniques, only someone with the strength of a super shadow ninja could suppress it, and he could certainly turn Konoha upside down. Tsunade said, The land of iron is indeed much happier than the land of tea compared to before. Is there really a significant difference with other countries? Stepping into the land of iron, along the way, the citizens of the land of iron are truly very happy. Not to mention anything else, physically, even Konoha, many people are not as strong as they are. This shows one thing. The system of the land of iron is really successful. Naruto came to his senses, and just as he was worried about how to start the conversation, he said, There's indeed a difference. He then began his ideological indoctrination, emphasizing a people-oriented and people-centered approach. He also mentioned the shortcomings of the one country, one village system, delivering a brainwashing speech that made Tsunade question her life choices. She had always firmly believed that her grandfather was not wrong, but now, after hearing Naruto's words, she fell into self-doubt. She softly said, So, does that mean my grandfather was wrong? Naruto said, That's right. Tsunade looked at Naruto, wondering if he was playing with her. Naruto said, In the era of his existence, he was not wrong because he had powerful strength to suppress that era. However, he died, and those with ambition began to show their true colors, which is why there were several ninja world wars. Tsunade said then, Naruto said, That's right. He is correct. Tsunade replied. I haven't said anything yet. Naruto smiled slightly and said, I know, but we have a telepathic connection. I know what you want to ask. Tsunade flicked her hair and replied, Kid, are you trying to hit on me? Too bad you're too young. Naruto, this will grow up one day, and it's huge. Tsunade was at a disadvantage. She didn't expect this little brat to be so bold. Instead of getting entangled in this topic, she simply asked, Then tell me, what do you want to say? Naruto said, Isn't it true that Uchiha Madara's thoughts are correct? My answer is definitely yes, but there's one thing. He will also be a failure. Tsunade asked, What do you mean by that? Naruto said, It's simple. He doesn't understand governance because he values power. With a strong fist, he can do as he pleases, but he won't win people's hearts because he looks down on commoners. Tsunade understood some of it. Naruto continued, That's right, Uchiha Madara values power. He looks down from above on those mortals who cannot cultivate. To him, they are like bugs, which has also led to the arrogance of the Uchiha clan. Tsunade said, I understand your point now. So, now tell me about the method to never grow old. Naruto said, It's simple. Join the Hidden Dragon organization. Train with us. And you can weaken aging. Tsunade stood up angrily and said, You little brat, are you messing with me? Naruto said, Joking? Not really. Come on, sit down, let's talk. Tsunade sat down, curious to see what kind of nonsense Naruto could come up with. Naruto said, Tsunade-sama, as the most outstanding medical ninja, haven't you noticed anything? Tsunade asked, Notice what? Naruto said, As an outstanding medical ninja, you also know that the separation and regeneration of cells is fixed. The separation and regeneration determine the length of a person's life. The production and storage of chakra are related to the lifespan of cells. The production part is clear. Chakra is derived from the fusion of mental energy and physical energy. I won't elaborate on mental energy, but let's talk about physical energy. This comes from the body's cells. And the energy of these cells is naturally derived from food, like noodles and milk. Tsunade said, Kid, speak properly. All right, Naruto continued. Actually, the cells provide energy, but there is a limit to the number of times they can do so. It's like a cow. It eats grass and produces milk. When it's young, it's fine, but as it continues to produce milk, the quantity decreases over time, and eventually, it stops producing altogether. Tsunade angrily said, You brat. I feel like there's more to your words. You're implying something. Naruto took a quick glance and shook his head vigorously, saying, No, really not. I'm just trying to make it clearer for you, right? This example is so vivid. Tsunade gritted her teeth and said, You little brat, continue. Naruto coughed a few times before continuing. These cells are the same. If they're continuously extracted, it will accelerate their aging, just like shurikens. If you use them too much, they will become larger, shiny, and worn out. Cells are the same. Constantly extracting energy will wear them down, and eventually, they will die. When cells age and die, it will accelerate the regeneration of new cells, which will speed up our growth and aging. At a certain point, when cell division reaches its limit, they will no longer divide, and when the cells die, the person will also pass away. Tsunade is very intelligent. She understood what Naruto was saying as soon as she heard it and replied, So, if we can lock in the regeneration of cells, we want to age as easily and can live a bit longer. Naruto said, As expected of the #1 medical ninja, you really understand right away. If it were someone else, I guess I would have to explain it again. Tsunade said somewhat dejectedly, So, the ninja training methods are wrong and should not be adopted. Naruto said, Indeed, the training of ninjas is fundamentally flawed, and there's no doubt about that. Actually, I think you should have been the first to notice it, after all. You were able to seal the chakra from training, which is a significant first step. I didn't bring it up first, you did, and I'm just going along with your thoughts. Tsunade replied, Go on, I'm listening. Chapter 58. Tsunade's heart was moved. Naruto explained the storage and dangers of chakra in simple words and clear logic, which Tsunade understood immediately. This time, Naruto spoke very fluently. He had said it 2 or 3 times before and was quite familiar with it. Naruto asked, Tsunade-sama, I remember that your Byakuga seal is accumulated over many years of careful and meticulous chakra gathering, and the accumulated chakra is sealed on your forehead through the Yin seal. Tsunade nodded. Yes, Naruto said, so your cells bear the burden more easily than others, and you look younger. Although you're 50, you appear to be in your 20s or 30s. Tsunade tossed her hair. Kid, you don't look annoying at all right now. This is a common trait among women. There's no woman who doesn't want to hear others say she is beautiful, especially a 12 or 13-year-old child. However, there's one thing. This kid is too mature for his age. Naruto said softly, I'm doing well too. Tsunade asked, "What did you say?" Naruto said expressionlessly, "It's nothing, nothing." Tsunade didn't mind and asked, "So, is there anything special about your martial arts training?" Naruto said, "Of course there is. Martial arts training, listen well. Martial arts training absorbs natural energy and transforms it into one's own power to be used at will." Tsunade exclaimed, "Sage Jutsu? By absorbing natural energy, when a certain amount is reached, one can unlock sage techniques and enter sage mode." Naruto said, "It's not your sage techniques. Within each of our bodies, there is a chi. I define this chi as internal energy. We perceive internal energy, gather meridians, store acupoints, absorb natural power, strengthen internal energy, and transform it into our martial arts internal force." Tsunade replied, "But how much energy can the acupoints and meridians hold? Can they support the execution of ninjutsu?" Naruto said, "That is your acupoints and meridians. The martial arts meridians and acupoints will gradually become larger and thicker. My meridians in the past were only as thin as a hair, but now they are as thick as a thumb, much stronger than your cells storing energy." Naruto continued, "In our bodies, cells naturally have energy storage, but this energy does not become a burden on the cells. Instead, it helps maintain the longevity of the cells." Tsunade said, "It's not easy to separate, not easy to age, and allows for a longer life." Naruto smiled and said yes. Tsunade is becoming more and more interested in martial arts. After careful consideration, she asked, "How can I train in martial arts?" Naruto said, "Of course, it's to join our organization." Tsunade replied, "Is that all?" Naruto, "That's all, of course. There's one more condition. You have to swear in front of the people to support the way of the martial arts. I trust Orochimaru. He has spent his life pursuing power, and the way of martial arts has opened the door for him, so he won't betray us. But you can't, because you are the granddaughter of Senju Hashirama. Your heart will lean towards Konoha. I'm not at ease, but with your oath, you can be restrained, because you're the granddaughter of the god of shinobi, Senju Hashirama. If you break your oath, it will bring shame to him as well." Tsunade angrily said, "You little brat, you're as cunning as a fox." Naruto couldn't help but tease Kurama. "Stupid fox, did you hear that? Your cunning is huge." Kurama replied, "Damn it." Naruto said, "There's nothing I can do. If Orochimaru betrays us, I can just kill him. But you're different. If you were ugly, I wouldn't care, but you're beautiful, and I can't bring myself to do it." As he spoke, he even winked at Tsunade. Tsunade was left speechless, thinking, this little brat is flirting with me every moment. His words are sweet, but I won't be swayed by him. She replied, "Kid, you can't charm me." Naruto said, "This magnificent appearance is indeed hard to hold, but I will grow up." Tsunade knew that this little brat was at it again, so she quickly ended the topic and said, "Can I practice a short spell first?" Naruto said, "No problem. Come here, and I'll teach you." Tsunade-sama's ears are not deaf. Naruto found a set of mental techniques, and after Tsunade received it, she began to practice. Tsunade's talent is truly remarkable. In just about 10 minutes, she gathered her inner energy. After a while, she converted a portion of her chakra into internal power. A glimmer of light appeared in Tsunade's eyes as she said, "Kid, this is really good. The strength of internal power is above that of chakra." Naruto said, "This is inevitable. Every time we pass through a chakra point, it purifies our inner strength, and the intensity naturally increases." Tsunade replied, "That's true, but kid, give me some time to think." Naruto smiled. "Sure." Tsunade suddenly asked, "Is there a quick way to master this martial arts?" Naruto smiled and said, "Of course there is." Tsunade's eyes brightened even more, and indeed there was. Naruto said, "There's a type of technique that is for dual cultivation, where the male represents yang and the female represents yin. The interaction of yin and yang can accelerate the expansion of the meridians and the opening of the acupoints. However, Tsunade, I'm still young right now, so you have to wait a few years." As soon as he said this, Tsunade became angry and shouted, "You little brat, that's too much." She then leaped into the air and stomped down with a powerful kick. This is Tsunade's signature physical technique, the heavenly foot. Naruto thought to himself, the taijutsu painful heavenly foot, huh? Let me test how strong my power is. Without dodging or evading, he raised his hand to block. Tsunade saw this and shouted, "You little brat, get out of the way." Overall, she had a good impression of Naruto and naturally didn't want him to get hurt. Unconsciously, her strength weakened by 2 points. Naruto gripped Tsunade's ankle, and a powerful force surged through him, shaking the small mountain a few times. Naruto thought to himself, this power seems to be just like this. This is only 50% of his strength. Tsunade was astonished. feeling that Naruto's strength was even more unfathomable. This was already 70% of her unleashed power, yet Naruto easily withstood it without exerting any effort at all. What kind of little brat is he, after all? Naruto gently touched Tsunade's ankle a few times and said, "Lady Tsunade, your skin is really well taken care of. So smooth, it could keep me entertained for a year." At that moment, Tsunade couldn't help but blush slightly. Before she could get angry, Naruto simply used his sword to fly away from the mountaintop, and his voice echoed back, "Lady Tsunade, wait for your decision." Tsunade watched Naruto's retreating figure and softly scolded, "This brat, so small yet so audacious." Tsunade didn't realize that she seemed to have brightened up a lot. Her body and mind felt much more relaxed than before. Chapter 59. Jiraiya arrives at the Flame Dragon Land. Naruto returned to the Lord's Manor of Flame Dragon City, and Shursui and Orochimaru stepped forward, saying, "Lord Dragon King." Naruto said somewhat speechlessly, "You two, stop with this stuff?" The three took their seats, and Shursui was the first to speak, asking, "Dragon King, did Tsunade-senpai agree?" Naruto left with Tsunade, and Shursui guessed that Naruto must be trying to recruit Tsunade into the Qianlong organization, which would be a great boost. Naruto said, "What are you thinking? She is Tsunade, the granddaughter of Senju Hashirama. No matter how disappointed she is with Konoha, how could she betray it? Naturally, she can't. There's no rush on this matter. Let her stay in Flame Dragon City for a while, and she will naturally make a choice. I really hope she can stay." Jishuei said, "If Tsunade-senpai agrees, our Flame Dragon's strength will definitely improve further, and our medical support will be guaranteed." Naruto said, "The #1 medical ninja in the ninja world. Joining the Flame Dragon is of great significance. Well, we've done what we can, and we'll leave the rest to fate." Orochimaru, after a while, "I believe the Sun Clan will send Hyuga Neji out. You go to Konoha village to bring him over." Orochimaru's eyes lit up, further admiring Naruto's methods. As he managed to recruit someone from the Hyuga clan. It's known that this clan invented the vicious caged bird curse seal to prevent their eyes from falling into the hands of outsiders. Orochimaru, "All right." Jishuei asked, "Dragon King, what should we do next?" Naruto said, "The Land of Fire Peninsula. The Land of Flame borders the Land of Fire, and is a peninsula that also connects to the Land of Whirlpools." Jishuei Dao, "I will go modify the daimyo's memory now." Naruto said, "Not only that, Shursui, you need to send someone to secretly convey our thoughts to the Land of Fire, letting them see a broad road ahead. After my retreat ends, we will seize the Fire Nation Peninsula." Shursui said, "Dragon King, you are going into seclusion to cultivate?" Naruto said, "Yes. I need to study the relationship between ninjutsu and true essence carefully. There are some things that need to be clarified. He can practice simple ninjutsu, such as the body flicker technique, shadow clone technique, and substitution technique, but he really cannot practice other ninjutsu. People like Shursui have cultivated martial arts techniques, but the attributes of their inner strength are very obvious, activated by ninjutsu, showing lightning and fire properties. Orochimaru can do it too, but he cannot, so he needs to study it thoroughly." Naruto found a small island overseas and entered seclusion for training. Tsunade returned, and Shizen breathed a sigh of relief, saying, "Lady Tsunade, you're back." Tsunade, lost in thought, replied, "I'm back." She was still contemplating Naruto's words about whether she should join the Qianlong organization and switch to martial arts. Seeing Tsunade in deep thought, Shizen didn't disturb her, but felt that Tsunade seemed very relaxed today. Compared to her previous gloom, today she had a faint halo, as if she had broken through some kind of shackles. After a while, Shizen asked, "Lady Tsunade Naruto?" Tsunade said, "A very strong person, a lecherous little brat." Shizen, hearing that Naruto was strong, inquired, "Lady Tsunade, even you are not his match?" Tsunade replied, "No," and then said seriously, "Shizen, we won't leave." Shizen was unclear about Tsunade's meaning and asked, "Not leaving, staying here?" Tsunade looked up and said, "No, joining the Qianlong organization, I like it here." She made the decision to stay and see how far Naruto could go. Shizen remarked, "But Lady Tsunade, Konoha." Tsunade interrupted, "There are no more relatives for me in Konoha." Without giving Shizen a chance to speak, Tsunade went upstairs, lay back in a chair, and enjoyed a sip of wine. Soon, more than 10 days passed. After parting with Sasuke, every day, Tenten came to Yanlong City. As she entered Yanlong country, she was already being watched. When she arrived at Yanlong City, Shursui personally met with Tenten. They were all Naruto's companions in Konoha, with considerable strength and a great relationship with Naruto, so they had to be treated carefully. Shursui appeared and said, You are Tenten. How did you leave Konoha? Seeing it was Shirzue, Tenten sighed with relief and said, I came to find my brother Naruto. Shirzue asked, You defected from the village too? Tenten replied, Sasuke defected. I left Konoha secretly without anyone noticing. Shirzue said, You little girl, you really have guts. However, you can't meet the Dragon King now. He is in seclusion and doesn't know when he will come out. Tenten smiled and said, When my brother Naruto comes out, I want to give him a surprise. 2 days later, Orochimaru brought Neji back. Shirzue approached Neji. Neji, welcome to the Qianlong organization. Neji replied, Thank you, senior. Shirzue said before the Dragon King went into seclusion, He left you his eyes, but you need to choose. Neji asked, Senior Shirzue, please speak. Shirzue continued, First, of course, is to transplant your father's 2 eyes. Second, transplant 1 Byakugan and 1 Sharingan. The Dragon King has already researched the evolution secrets of these 2 types of eyes, so you don't need to worry about the evolution issue. Neji naturally wanted to transplant his father's eyes, but they were Sharingan, very powerful eyes, and he found it difficult to decide at that moment. He didn't want his father's eyes to be lost, but also wanted to obtain Sharingan. After a while, he said, the second choice. Shirzue said, Wise choice. Jiraiya had been searching and learned that Tsunade had come to Yanlong City, so he rushed over, passing through the Fire Country Peninsula and a small village. He found a small courtyard with about 20 or 30 people inside. On stage, someone was speaking about the ideological policies of Yanlong Country, which attracted Jiraiya's attention. The ideas of equality and being people-centered were particularly compelling. They depicted the current lives of the people in Yanlong Country as colorful, although not luxurious. The people stood tall and lived without humility. Jiraiya listened, somewhat entranced, and after a while murmured, Naruto, what exactly do you want to do? He naturally recognized that these people were from the Qianlong organization promoting their ideology in the Fire Country, but he didn't know what they were ultimately trying to achieve. He left without acting against them, allowing them to proceed as they wished. Upon entering the Tea Country, Jiraiya was targeted by the Qianlong organization. He stepped into a small town, surprised to find several auras of strength, not lower than that of a Genin. Not taking any other action, he leisurely strolled around the town. A day later, he left the town and went to other villages. Jiraiya traveled the world, witnessing countless miserable villages, as well as many prosperous towns. However, those prosperous towns often hid dirt and ugliness beneath their surface, while here, all he saw was happiness. The people lived carefree and relaxed. For a moment, Jiraiya's heart was in turmoil. Shirzue received the news and murmured, Lord Jiraiya, how will you choose? Chapter 60. The Gathering of the 3 Sannin. A month passed, and Jiraiya arrived in Yanlong City. Looking at the towering Yanlong City, he felt a bit emotional. Shirzue did not come out to intercept Jiraiya. He naturally trusted Jiraiya's character and knew he wouldn't harm the innocent or act against Yanlong. Tsunade and Shizun were staying at a free inn. Tsunade decided to join the Qianlong organization, but this required Naruto to personally invite her. One day, Tsunade was drinking without restraint, unconcerned about the critical gazes around her, cursing in her heart, that little pervert, I don't know when he will come out. Smelling good wine, Jiraiya naturally walked in. After wandering for a while, he felt it was time to rest and have a couple of drinks to relax. Upon entering the tavern, Jiraiya raised his eyes and met Tsunade's gaze as she leaned against a chair. The two stared at each other for a few seconds. Then Jiraiya pointed at Tsunade and exclaimed, Tsunade. Tsunade also stood up and said, Jiraiya. Seeing an old friend, Tsunade felt a bit happy and then asked Jiraiya, Why did you come to Yanlong City? Jiraiya approached and said, Yanlong City now has a great reputation, so I naturally had to come take a look. Why did you come here? Tsunade replied, Is it wrong to gamble? Jiraiya said, It's 18 miles to the gambling house. Are you joking? Tsunade answered, I lost everything and didn't know what to do for a while. Jiraiya's eyes moved, saying, I have a way. Tsunade smiled slightly and said, I presume you came here looking for me, right? Jiraiya grinned. Indeed. Tsunade asked, Tell me, what is it that you really want from me? Jiraiya leisurely took a sip of wine, enjoying it, and then said, Tsunade, the teacher wants to step down and ask you to return to become the 5th Hokage. Upon hearing this, Tsunade's expression momentarily froze, and Shizun also slightly opened her mouth, looking at Tsunade. Tsunade sarcastically laughed. What about the 3rd Hokage? Does he want to let go of this position? Jiraiya replied, He knows he is old, and many things are beyond his capability. Naruto's defection and Sasuke's defection have crushed his spirit. He can't hold on much longer. Tsunade mocked, Is that so? He made such a mess and now can't support it. So he wants to let go. He really is getting old and thick-skinned. Jiraiya, Shizune, this sounds reasonable, but is it really okay to say it like that? Jiraiya said, Tsunade, the village is indeed on a decline and needs you to return to set things right and restore Konoha's prestige. Tsunade said lightly, in the past, Konoha had White Fang, the Uchiha clan, the 3 legendary ninjas, the Yellow Flash, the Hitaki clan, and the Hyuga clan. But now, what do we have? White Fang is dead, the Yellow Flash has disappeared, the Uchiha clan is gone, Hisashi Hyuga is dead, and the last Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails has betrayed us. There are no more swords, how can we revive? Jiraiya said, we still have ourselves and the younger generation. Tsunade smiled and asked, the younger generation? Naruto is not here. Sasuke has betrayed the village, Neji is dead. Who else is there? At this moment, Jiraiya also had no words to say. There is a younger generation, but among them, there is not a single person who can support Konoha as a pillar. Moreover, the older generation is almost gone. Konoha is in a complete low point. Tsunade said, there is nothing left, so I refuse. I plan to join the Qianlong organization in the Yamlong country. You must have seen along the way that the Yamlong organization is really good. Jiraiya nodded. Indeed, it is quite good. Tsunade said, this world is the goal of my grandfather and the others. If Naruto had been born a bit earlier, perhaps the world would have been at peace by now. Jiraiya didn't know how to refute this. He had already seen the outcome. However, he still wanted to struggle a bit and asked, Tsunade, are you not considering it anymore? After all, it is Konoha. Tsunade shook her head. I'm not considering it anymore. There is no need to consider it. As for Konoha, let Sarutobi-sensei handle it himself. You can also become Hokage. So why come find me? Jiraiya let out a lonely sigh before forcing himself to perk up and said, I'm fine with that. With my personality, I'm not fit to be Hokage. Tsunade said, Isn't there Danzo? Doesn't he also want to be Hokage? You can give it to him. Jiraiya said solemnly, Tsunade, you should know Danzo's nature. Can he be allowed to be Hokage? Tsunade smiled and said, how could I not know? Everyone knows. But what has Sarutobi-sensei done? This blocked Jiraiya's words again. Danzo is indeed rooted in darkness, but he is too dark, and only the teacher treats him well. Tsunade waved her hand. Let us not think about these things anymore, Jiraiya. Just enjoy yourself. All expenses are on me. Jiraiya said, so, this kid Naruto has given you a lot of benefits. Tsunade said, of course there are benefits, but not now. That little brat is in seclusion and can't give me the benefits for the time being. Jiraiya said, so mysterious. I want to know what benefits this kid has given you. Tsunade said, eternal youth. Jiraiya said, this kid really has grasped your weakness, but you're not old now. It's unnecessary. Tsunade adjusted her hair and said, I will be old in the future, so I need to prepare in advance. I also want to know what is extraordinary about the martial arts this little brat has created. At this moment, a person walked into the shop, a somewhat gloomy person. However, the employees in the shop were not afraid of him and instead smiled and said, Orochimaru-sama, what brings you to our little shop? Orochimaru smiled and said, I came to see 2 friends. The shop manager also said, a friend of the Lord is our friend. Today, we treat. Orochimaru smiled and said, no need, because you've already treated. When Orochimaru approached Tsunade and Jiraiya, the shop manager understood and instructed the staff to add more dishes. Shizune, seeing Orochimaru coming over, was a bit dumbfounded. In one day, she unexpectedly met the other 2 of the legendary 3 ninjas. Orochimaru greeted, Tsunade, Jiraiya, long time no see. Jiraiya said, is that so? We met in Konoha a few days ago. It's not that long ago. Orochimaru laughed. Right, but we didn't talk. So it doesn't count as meeting. Tsunade, seeing Orochimaru with a smile on his face, couldn't help but say, Orochimaru, it's been a long time since I've seen you smile. That's good. Orochimaru said, here, I genuinely feel a sense of renewal. Besides, I'm a person. So, I naturally smile. Chapter 61. The Battle of the 3 Ninjas. The legendary 3 began to chat, as if time had returned to the past. Growing up together, the 3 reminisced about their past embarrassing moments, among which Jiraiya had the most laughable stories. His lecherous nature was cultivated since childhood, leading to many amusing situations that made people cry and laugh, and he didn't know how many times he was beaten for peeping. But Jiraiya never learned his lesson. The more he was beaten, the more daring he became. Just as they were drinking merrily, Tsunade suddenly asked, Orochimaru, how is your martial arts training going now? Orochimaru asked, how is it going? Tsunade, strength. Orochimaru, stronger than before by several times. And it is still increasing, which is the most exciting thing for him. Tsunade said, Jiraiya, don't we all want to know the power of martial arts? How about we team up once? Jiraiya put down his wine cup and said, "Good." Orochimaru licked his lips. He was also interested. Even if two legendary ninjas teamed up, he was confident he could fight. Tsunade looked at Orochimaru. Go outside the city? Orochimaru, let us go outside. Soon, the three of them flashed out of the tavern and rushed towards the city outskirts. Shizune, hearing the report that Orochimaru was going to have a battle with Tsunade and Jiraiya, was also interested and led a group of people to watch. Outside the city, Orochimaru headed straight for the beach area, where it was better to fight. Orochimaru's blood was boiling, and he excitedly said, "Come on, let us have a fight." Tsunade focused her chakra in her fist, stepping forward, and punched at Orochimaru, the force generating cracks in the space. Orochimaru knew that this was the unique brute strength of the Senju clan, but he was not afraid now and mobilized his true energy to meet the punch. With a loud bang, the air exploded, and a massive pit appeared. Orochimaru was not Naruto. Even with his true energy enhancement, he still fell into a disadvantage. Tsunade stepped back 10 feet while he retreated 13 feet. Tsunade said, "Very strong." Jiraiya also showed a serious expression and said, "A strange energy, indeed more advanced than chakra." The two exchanged glances, and their chakra circulated as they charged towards Orochimaru. The battle of the legendary three ninjas commenced, and none of them summoned their summoning beasts, relying solely on taijutsu and ninjutsu to fight. In terms of taijutsu, it must be said that Tsunade, with the bloodline of the Senju clan, was superior to both Jiraiya and Orochimaru. Orochimaru's strength had indeed increased, but under the combined efforts of Jiraiya and Tsunade, he still fell into a disadvantage. However, it was not easy for Jiraiya and Tsunade to defeat Orochimaru. The three masters of ninjutsu witnessed a duel of ninjutsu. As soon as Jiraiya arrived, he immediately formed a ball, which was the Rasengan. Not only that, but flames rose from the Rasengan. This was the fire release, Great Fire Rasengan, which multiplied its power. Orochimaru was not slow either. He formed hand seals with both hands and unleashed a violent wind that sliced towards Jiraiya. If it had been the old Orochimaru, this wind cutter technique would not have been able to cut through Jiraiya's Great Fire Rasengan. But now, having trained in martial arts, his separated attribute energy had greatly increased, directly cutting through Jiraiya's unleashed Rasengan. Jiraiya's pupils constricted. Cut through? Tsunade's mighty punch had already struck Orochimaru's head. Orochimaru could not afford a rest. He circulated his chakra and exchanged another punch with Tsunade. This time he was forced to defend and was sent flying 7 or 8 feet away. Jiraiya and Tsunade's cooperation was quite good. He quickly formed hand seals, and a swamp appeared around Orochimaru, which was Jiraiya's earth release, Hell, swamp technique. Orochimaru formed hand seals and used earth substitution, cracked to dodge Jiraiya's ninjutsu in midair. Tsunade was not to be outdone. She stomped down from the sky, and her taijutsu, painful heavenly foot, was already on its way. Orochimaru murmured, "What a great combination. Let's see my new ninjutsu, Wind Release, Wind Tornado." This was an S-rank ninjutsu developed by Orochimaru, integrating offense and defense, creating an energy shield centered on himself, while also forming 3 tornadoes of wind to attack the enemies. With a loud boom, a pit several dozen feet deep appeared, and the crack led into the sea, drawing the seawater into the pit. Under the sweeping wind, the seawater was lifted several dozen feet and scattered down. Seeing this, Jiraiya formed hand seals again and cast Earth Release, Hell Swamp. Orochimaru retracted his technique, looking somewhat embarrassed. His new ninjutsu failed to withstand Tsunade's painful heavenly foot, and he was lightly injured by the powerful impact. He transformed into a snake and swam into the sea at high speed. The battle between the three moved to the ocean. They fought back and forth, with one ninjutsu after another blooming on the sea. Fire Release, Dragon Fire Technique, Fire Release, Fireball, Fire Release, Great Fireball, Ninja Art, Needle Earth Store, Toad Shadow Manipulation Technique, Chaotic Lion's Main Technique, Binding Seal, Wind Release, Great Breakthrough, Summoning Technique, Triple Gate of Resurrection, and the Technique of the Underworld. After several hundred rounds of competition, all three of them paused, slightly out of breath. There was no killing intent or desire to kill, so none of them were heavily injured. With Tsunade present, they quickly recovered. Compared to Tsunade and Jiraiya, Orochimaru looked much more disheveled. His clothes had been turned into a sieve by Jiraiya's Chaotic Lion's main technique. Jiraiya sincerely said, "Orochimaru, you're very strong. I am no longer your match." Orochimaru smiled and replied, "That is natural. Your previous strength was slightly inferior to mine." Jiraiya. Tsunade rubbed her wrist and said, "It seems I made a very wise choice." Orochimaru said, "Of course, joining the Hidden Dragon organization with your talent, Tsunade. Surpassing me is just a matter of time." Tsunade said, "Orochimaru, you've become humble now, but a bit too humble. You should know that you haven't used the Sharingan yet. And with the enhancement of the Mangekyō Sharingan, I wouldn't be your match." At this moment, Jiraiya also remembered that Orochimaru still had a pair of Sharingan. If he didn't use Sage Mode, he really wouldn't be Orochimaru's match, which made him feel a bit downhearted. Orochimaru said to Jiraiya, "Jiraiya, actually your talent is quite strong. How about joining the Hidden Dragon? With Lord Dragon King, your training will progress quickly." Jiraiya shook his head and said, "Forget it, I'm not considering that right now." Orochimaru, that's really disappointing. It was indeed a pity. Orochimaru knew that this lecherous guy was also a true expert capable of deciding the outcome of a war. Tsunade said, "Let's go back. I'll treat you to a feast." Orochimaru laughed. "Tsunade, you're abusing your privileges." "Tsunade, what? Can we still eat that brat Naruto out of house and home?" Orochimaru, "Absolutely not." Chapter 62. Exiting the retreat, Ninja of the Hidden Mist the three left. And from a distance, Shui said, although the three held back and did not fight to the death, it also shows the power of martial arts. Shui could be sure that in the past, Orochimaru had to be cautious when dealing with one opponent. But now he could fight two people and only be at a disadvantage. This was the advantage of practicing martial arts. In a life-and-death battle, even if he fought two, the outcome was uncertain. Uchiha Izumi said, "I really want to know how strong the Dragon King is now." Uchiha Shui said, "Lord Dragon King's strength can only be described as unfathomable. If we want to witness Lord Dragon King's power, we still have to work hard." Uchiha Izumi smiled and said, "Shui, why don't you go test Lord Dragon King's strength?" Shui turned his head, dark-faced, and said, "Izumi, you little girl have turned bad. You're pushing your brother into the fire pit." Uchiha Izumi said, "But brother Shui is also very strong." Shui replied impatiently, "Go away. Stop trying to give your brother Shui a hard time. No matter how strong I am, I won't be a match for Lord Dragon King." It turned out that after cultivating the primordial body refinement technique, the true essence in my Dantian was not martial arts' true essence, but primordial power, a fusion of all attribute energies that had already become inseparable. Thus, I could not use ninjutsu. After more than a month of research, Naruto concluded that he couldn't perform other ninjutsu because he had cultivated the primordial body refinement technique. He didn't feel anything about it because he really didn't like ninjutsu. In his view, ninjutsu was indeed tedious, and he preferred the freedom of his sword breaking through the air. Naruto murmured, "Sage art, sage art. It seems that only Jiraiya understands sage art now. However, he needs the help of two toads to wield the power of sage art. I wonder how the sage art of the ninja path compares to my martial arts realm in terms of strength. The martial arts can comprehend the realm of martial arts, such as sword intent, knife intent, and fist intent, while ninjutsu combines one's chakra with natural energy to obtain sage chakra. Through sage chakra, one can become a sage, greatly enhancing attack, speed, physical body, and so on. However, there is a difference between the two. The martial arts realm is limitless, gradually advancing from force, intention, to ultimate meaning, while the ninja path sage art has only proficiency and familiarity. Like the ninja path, there's an end to the road, and life is not long. "Kurama, do you know the sage art of the six paths?" Naruto asked. The Nine Tails replied, "No, that old man's abilities can only be mastered by him alone." Naruto said, "What a pity." "Kurama, what a pity, what are you talking about?" Naruto said, "If you could use sage technique, I could fight you." Kurama replied, "No fight. I can't win against you." The proud Nine Tails admitted that 10 days ago, Naruto had controlled a mass of chakra fused with natural energy and mixed his chakra into it, entering sage mode, which was very powerful. However, Naruto shook his head and dispersed sage mode. Immediately a sharp power enveloped him, as if to pierce through the heavens. This power, so strong in momentum, subtly overshadowed the might of sage technique. At that moment, Naruto muttered something that Kurama heard clearly. Is the power of sage technique just at the peak of sword intent? What about the ultimate meaning? Kurama didn't know what the ultimate meaning was, but it understood that the strength of the ultimate meaning was above that power. And it remembered that Naruto had once said he had stepped into the realm of ultimate meaning. So it wouldn't fight Naruto even if it were to die. Who knows how strong this little brat is now? Naruto said, "It's a pity. I really want to know the true power of sage jutsu." You're just a dumb fox. You don't even understand sage jutsu. Kurama, damn it, Naruto. In a frenzy of output, Naruto's consciousness had already run away. Naruto thought for a moment, merged some chakra, absorbed natural energy, and fused it. He planned to study sage techniques again. After a while, a mask appeared on his face, which was the mark of entering sage mode. Naruto carefully sensed his body, noting that the cellular regeneration and metabolism had doubled, his strength had increased by 30%, and there were no significant changes to his physical quality. That was about it. As for operating his true energy, he felt nothing because true energy would devour the chakra from this sage mode, only hindering him. After maintaining it for 15 seconds, sage mode was released. Naruto sensed his body again. It felt slightly sore, but it didn't affect him. Slightly sore? This ninjutsu seems quite good. If it could be developed in a martial arts, it would surely be a means of self-preservation, Naruto murmured. This sage technique is similar to some forbidden techniques in martial arts that enhance strength. But the advantage of sage techniques is that their side effects are minimal. It only makes the body feel fatigued. In the martial arts, he knew, the forbidden techniques that enhance strength either rely on blood energy, shorten lifespan, or come at the cost of reducing strength, all of which have significant drawbacks. Indeed, the sage techniques in this ninja world accelerate cellular separation, which does reduce lifespan, but compared to the lifespan sacrificed by martial arts forbidden techniques, it is naturally much less. In martial arts cultivation, once one reaches the innate realm, chakra becomes very difficult to exist in the body. As long as it is present, it will be devoured and absorbed by true energy, which is quite domineering. Therefore, it is unrealistic for the members of the organization to cultivate sage techniques. After working hard for half a day, they could only maintain it for 10 seconds and still couldn't use true energy. Naruto currently has no clue, shaking his head and saying, "Forget it. Let's talk about it later." Naruto stretched lazily, walked out of the cave, and landed on the reef, where several auras entered his perception. Naruto quietly rushed over. There were 3 people, and from their attire, he recognized them at a glance. They were ninjas from the Mist Village. The 3 were still quite young, around 11 or 12 years old, and their strength was only at the peak of the genin level, but they had some talent for training. One of the ninjas said, using our mission as a cover, "We will join the Qianlong Martial Arts Academy to spy on the methods of martial arts cultivation." The other 2 replied, "Understood." Then the 3 of them took off their clothes, changed their appearances to look like 3 children, and dispersed their chakra, leaving no trace of it. Naruto murmured, "That's quite ruthless. However, if we can't even educate these 3, then we really have failed." He did not take action against the 3. He wanted to enlighten them, to transmit his thoughts, to let them feel the warmth of the sun, and to turn them into citizens of the Flame Dragon country, eventually becoming their spies. Infiltrating the hidden Mist Village. The 3 acted their parts well. As they approached a populated area, the 3 children concealed themselves on the surface of the sea, disguising themselves as fishermen who had suffered a shipwreck and were discovered by nearby villagers. Naruto said, "You're really clever." Chapter 63. One sword cuts 2 ninjas. Naruto returned to Flame Dragon City, and Kurama said, "Naruto, wait a moment. There's my chakra presence in the dense forest to the west." Naruto found this a bit strange. The presence of the 9 tails. Could it be that someone had resurrected his father? Or perhaps that the empty space of the fire temple had come out? Regardless of the connection to Kurama, he had to check it out. Anyone who could approach Flame Dragon City must be someone significant. He must not harm the citizens of the Flame Dragon Kingdom. Meanwhile, Shui naturally noticed Naruto flying in and was about to greet him, but he realized that Naruto had left Flame Dragon City, seemingly having discovered something. Shui called Orochimaru and chased after him. In the city, Tsunade and Jiraiya noticed Shui and Orochimaru's actions and followed them as well. Naruto soared through the air with his sword, and as he got closer, he sensed 2 people, 2 lifeless individuals, who indeed had the chakra of the 9 tails. Naruto shouted into the sky, "Come out! Ha ha ha!" As expected of the Dragon King whom even Konoha has no way to deal with. "You found us, probably because of the 9 tails." 2 figures appeared, both with 2 horns, one with silver hair and the other with golden hair. They were none other than the Gold and Silver brothers from the Cloud Village. When they killed the second Hokage, they also reached the end of their ropes and ultimately perished. And now, they have been resurrected through Edo Tensei. Naruto said, "Who resurrected you?" He recognized these 2, the former ninjas of the Cloud Shadow Village, the Golden Horn and Silver Horn who were once swallowed by the 9 tails. After coming out, they had this power. Oddly enough, In his memory, the only ones who could perform this technique seemed to be Orochimaru, Kabuto Yakushi, Tobirama Senju, and Madara Uchiha. Orochimaru was currently in Flame Dragon City, so it couldn't be him. Kabuto was now the head of the medical department at the Hidden Dragon Academy, teaching children all day, and he wouldn't have time to do such things, plus he hadn't mastered this technique yet. Tobirama had died around the same time as these two, so it couldn't be him either. It seemed the only remaining possibility was Madara Uchiha. But at this point, he hadn't begun collecting tailed beasts, and it wasn't yet time for his resurrection. He should still be lying in the underground. Naruto couldn't imagine who it could be. Jin Jiao said, "Does Lord Dragon King also know how to transfer soil and reincarnate?" Naruto said, "I naturally know the ninjutsu invented by Senju Tobirama, but this forbidden technique has been sealed by Konoha, and very few people can use it. I'm curious, who resurrected you?" Silverhorn replied, "Just because it's sealed doesn't mean it's been eradicated, nor does it mean it can't be learned." In Naruto's eyes, a light flickered as he thought of someone, saying, "I see, Konoha, it's him. He really dares. It's also decayed." Kinkaku said, "What a Jinchuriki, what a Uzumaki Naruto. Truly clever, but unfortunately today is your last day." After finishing his words, Kinkaku and Jinkaku transformed into their tailed beast forms. They had little time and no time for delay. After being devoured by Kurama, they fed on the flesh and blood of the nine tails, which gave them Kurama's chakra, allowing them to transform. But it was far from the true tailed beast transformation of Kurama. The two transformed into 6 evil and sinister foxes, ready to attack Naruto. Meanwhile, Shisui and Orochimaru were on their way to help Naruto relieve the pressure. Tsunade and Jiraiya stopped. Tsunade looked at the tailed beast forms of Kinkaku and Jinkaku and said, "It's them." She certainly knew about these two war maniacs. Jiraiya said, "This is that forbidden technique." "Who exactly is it?" Jiraiya knew a bit about the impure world reincarnation. It was a forbidden technique developed by the second Hokage, a technique that ordinary ninjas could not touch. Kinkaku and Jinkaku had no life, only decay, which was the aura of the impure world reincarnation. Naruto raised his hand to stop Shisui and Orochimaru from approaching. He said to Jin Xiao and Yin Jiao, "Since you want to be the vanguard, I shall grant you that." The long sword flew into his hand, and Naruto said, "Watch closely. This is the martial arts sword technique." Jin Xiao and Yin Jiao's strength should not be underestimated. They possessed strength comparable to that of the Shadow Ninjas, otherwise they wouldn't have been able to kill Senju Tobirama. Shisui and Orochimaru knew that this was directed at them, and they both focused their attention, waiting for Naruto to display his might. Naruto pointed his sword at Goldhorn and Silverhorn, saying, "If you can withstand my sword strike, you may leave." Goldhorn replied, "Brat, don't underestimate us, brothers." Naruto said, "But in my eyes, you are just trash." Roar! Roar! The two brothers howled, their two tails wrapping around Naruto. Naruto said, "Is this the only barbaric attack you can do? I'm so disappointed. I don't even need any special techniques to deal with you." After speaking, a sharp aura suddenly rose from Naruto, as if he could rival the heavens and the earth. He lightly waved his hands twice, directly cutting off the two tails that were wrapping around him. The fallen red tails slowly dissipated, transforming into natural energy. Naruto said, "Is that all you've got? Show me your ultimate moves and give me some pressure." Tsunade exclaimed, "What kind of power is this?" Jiraiya said, "I don't know. This isn't the power of sage technique. The power of sage technique isn't this pure. Could this be the essence of martial arts?" What responded to Naruto was still a brutal attack, which made Naruto a bit disappointed. This couldn't even match a tailed beast bomb. It's garbage. Spectral shatter. Naruto spoke in a deep voice, drawing his sword with a single stroke. The sword's light surged violently, as if the entire space trembled in response. The sword light locked onto the golden horn and silver horn, and before they could react, they were struck by the sword light, turning into a cloud of dust that dissipated into the air. The sword light landed in the forest, revealing 100 zhonglong chasm, with faint sword energy intertwining. Naruto said, "Weak. Too weak." It's not that he's pretending, they're truly weak. The two of them are at the level of shadow ninjas, yet they are now only elite jonin. In front of him, they're indeed weak. Shisui and Orochimaru were shocked. They knew Naruto was strong, but they didn't expect him to be this strong. Jin Jiao and Yin Jiao, although not at their former strength, are now at the peak of elite jonin. However, in front of Naruto, with one sword, they were shattered to pieces. Just how strong is their Dragon King? Hiss! Tsunade gasped. Such powerful techniques vaguely resembled her grandfather's shadow, although slightly less impressive. She could be sure that Naruto would definitely become a great figure like her grandfather. Jiraiya murmured, "Martial arts. Is this the power of martial arts? It's truly terrifying. Without using sage techniques, one cannot resist it." Now Jiraiya was certain that he was definitely not Naruto's opponent. He remembered very clearly that Naruto had Sharingan. The Susanoo that Naruto activated was a swordsman, and with the power he displayed today, its might would undoubtedly be terrifying. Previously, he thought that if he fought Naruto with sage techniques, they could probably be evenly matched, but now it seemed like a delusion. Jiraiya sighed. He knew he had to leave the Land of Flames. This outing was truly a complete failure. He couldn't persuade Tsunade, and his own heart was a bit shaken. He couldn't leave Konoha, at least not now. Chapter 64. Martial Arts Secrets, the Realm of Martial Arts. Byugu Jisue and Orochimaru stepped forward and bowed, saying, "Lord Dragon King." Their words couldn't hide their excitement. Naruto said, "There's no need to be excited. Once I return and the martial arts secret techniques, you will be able to practice the martial arts secret techniques. Our martial arts must have our own martial arts studies." Jisue and Orochimaru said excitedly, "Yes, Lord Dragon King." Naruto landed in front of Tsunade and Jiraiya, smiling as he said, "Lady Tsunade, have you thought it over?" Tsunade, for some reason, felt that this brat was teasing her and had ill intentions just by looking at his expression. She replied, "I've thought it over. I agree to join. But what benefits do I get?" Naruto said, "I don't have anything either. How about I give you this 100 or so pounds of flesh? You could just roll away." Tsunade threw a powerful punch at him. Naruto, if you want to fight me, no way." Then Naruto looked at Jiraiya and smiled, saying, "Master Jiraiya, welcome to visit the Flame Dragon." Jiraiya asked, "Naruto, just now with that sword, how much power did you use?" Naruto said, "Oh, this I didn't estimate. These two are really not that great. They were killed by my sword in one strike. What do you think, Jiraiya-sama? Do you want to join our Qianlong organization?" He really hadn't measured it deliberately, but it wouldn't be more than 40. Jiraiya shook his head. "No, I have to go. Thank you to all my friends in Qianlong for these days. I had a great time here." Naruto said, "Then I won't keep Lord Jiraiya. However, Lord Jiraiya, if you can't find the true goal in the future, you can come to the Flame Dragon for a long life. I believe there are the answers you seek here." Jiraiya smiled slightly and said, "I hope there will be good wine and delicious food." Naruto said, "Sure. As for the beauty, that depends on your charm." Jiraiya laughed heartily and left. His laughter was 3 parts carefree and 7 parts helpless. Tsunade watched Jiraiya's departing figure and said, "Jiraiya, you've had a hard time." Orochimaru thought to himself, "Jiraiya, sometimes in life, changes can be made. Persistence isn't always good. Sometimes, change is necessary to break through. And only then do you realize there are many paths." As soon as Naruto returned to Flame Dragon City, a little girl in a cheongsam rushed over and, in the blink of an eye, was already clinging to Naruto's back. "Naruto, big brother," she said with a hint of tears in her voice. Naruto was surprised and said, "Tintin, why did you come to Flame Dragon City? Have you also betrayed the village?" Tintin replied, "I missed you, Naruto brother, so I came." Naruto said, "All right, from now on, this will be your home. With your brother here, no one can bully you." Tian happily replied, "Thank you, brother." When they returned to the Lord's mansion in Flame Dragon City, Naruto saw Neji and smiled, saying, "Neji, welcome." Neji had now transplanted the eyes, and his strength had reached the mid-jonin level. He sincerely thanked him. "Thank you." He continuously released the caged bird curse seal, and his strength surged even more. He knew that all of this was because of Naruto. It was Naruto who had given him a second chance at life. Naruto said, "Come on, train hard. This Flame Dragon City needs your protection." Neji replied, "I will. Anyone who wants to bully here must step over my body." He hadn't been here long, but he had grown fond of this place. Here, warriors were not cold fighting machines, nor was there anyone superior. He really liked this atmosphere. Over the course of a few days, Naruto transcribed 14 books of martial arts secret techniques, allowing everyone to practice. Everyone felt a sense of novelty about the martial techniques. There were close combat techniques from physical arts, long-range attacks from ninja arts, and when combined with the application of internal energy, their power was immense. In the Martial Arts Academy, for a time, no one was studying ninja arts or physical arts. Everyone was focused on researching martial arts secret techniques. The martial arts secret techniques not only enhanced physical fitness and opened up meridians, but also increased internal energy cultivation. This advantage surpassed that of ninja arts and physical arts. So naturally, everyone was reluctant to practice ninja arts. That day, Naruto gathered nearly 20 people, including Shursui, Orochimaru, Tsunade, Tintin, Izumi, Niji, and others. Naruto asked, "Tsunade, Orochimaru, you should know that there's a technique above ninjutsu, called Sage Jutsu." Tsunade nodded. "Yes, my grandfather was invincible in the world thanks to the power of Sage Jutsu." Orochimaru said, "Sage Jutsu can provide the user with powerful chakra and rapid recovery abilities, enhancing physical, ninjutsu, and jinjutsu. The Earth Dragon Cave has a Sage Jutsu inheritance. But unfortunately, my talent is lacking, and I cannot practice it. To perform Sage Jutsu, one needs to blend chakra with natural energy in a 1:1 ratio to obtain Sage Chakra, and I cannot achieve that balance." Naruto nodded. "That's right, just like me." Naruto absorbed natural energy and fused it with the Nine Tails energy, achieving Sage Mode. Jisue and the others couldn't help but look at Naruto in shock again. Lord Ri was actually able to use Sage Mode. They couldn't help but think about Naruto's combat power, as it seemed he had too many trump cards. Naruto said, "Don't think too much. You can't cultivate the Sage techniques of the ninja way in martial arts. The Sage techniques require a fusion of spiritual energy, physical energy, and natural energy in a 1:1 ratio to form Sage Chakra, which is necessary to enter Sage Mode. However, both chakra and natural energy will be transformed into internal energy and true chi by us, and cannot become Sage Chakra. As long as you operate internal energy and true chi, they will be absorbed and melted away, making it impossible to maintain Sage Mode." Tion asked, "Can you do it either, Naruto brother?" Naruto said, "Of course, the technique I practice is stronger, and the true energy is quite domineering. As long as the technique is in operation, it directly absorbs this chakra." Naruto continued, "However, the ninja way has Sage techniques, and our martial way naturally has the true meaning of martial arts. The essence of martial arts lies in cultivating the vital energy and spirit, refining the body, and honing the flesh. As for the spirit, it refers to mental strength and understanding one's own path. For example, I follow the sword path, and my intention is the sword intention." As he spoke, Naruto's sword intention erupted, filling the entire conference hall with it. Tsunade, Shursui, and Orochimaru personally experienced this sword intention. Its power and realm were so strong that it undoubtedly surpassed Sage techniques. Naruto said, "To comprehend the artistic conception, one must first grasp the momentum." What is momentum? A simple example is when we see towering mountains, we feel a sense of awe, and this is the inherent momentum of the mountains. Similarly, when we gaze at the vast ocean, its grandeur and boundlessness evoke the momentum of the sea. Naruto made it very clear, but everyone felt it was somewhat elusive, somewhat distant, as if there was a fog in front of them. In the depths of the fog, something was calling them, and they could only feel their way forward, gradually getting closer. Naruto said again, "During this time, you should close yourselves off and truly reflect, forget all martial arts and ninjutsu, and remember one thing, where the heart goes, that is the shortcut." Chapter 65, Jiraiya returns to Konoha. Jiraiya returned to Konoha and felt something unusual. Konoha seemed much colder. Jiraiya wondered, has my mindset changed? Or has Konoha changed? Before he entered Konoha, he was stopped by an Umbu member. "Lord Jiraiya, the Hokage wants you at the Hokage Tower." Jiraiya replied, "Got it." He looked towards the Hokage Tower, which used to be majestic but now seemed to have lost its grandeur, like a hunchbacked old man. Jiraiya thought, why does it feel like Konoha is no longer thriving? As he walked toward the Hokage Tower, his steps unconsciously slowed down. This was a feeling he had never experienced before. He did not want to go to the Hokage Tower. However, he still entered the Hokage Tower and walked into the Hokage's office. 4 familiar faces awaited him: Sarutobi Hiruzen, Danzo, Tsunade, and Mito Gaiden. Jiraiya spoke up, "Old man, I'm back." Jiraiya held great respect for Sarutobi Hiruzen. In his youth, he had helped Konoha thrive and was a great teacher who allowed Jiraiya to take many shortcuts on his path as a ninja. Sarutobi Hiruzen asked, "Jiraiya, does Tsunade wish to return?" This was the core question he was eager to know, and also the one he was most worried about. The Qianlong organization was very mysterious. If Tsunade succumbed to persuasion and joined the Qianlong organization, then Jiraiya replied, "She doesn't want to." She refused. Upon hearing this, a faint light flickered in Danzo's eyes. It seemed his opportunity was coming. Jiraiya continued, his expression somewhat somber. Everyone knew that something bad was about to happen, and Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at Jiraiya with caution. Jiraiya said, "Tsunade has already joined the Qianlong organization and the Enryu Kingdom. Creak. Sarutobi Hiruzen's gaze turned icy, and even his pipe was nearly broken, indicating just how furious he was. This was the news everyone least wanted to hear. If Tsunade joined the Qianlong organization, given her significance in war. Danzo said in a deep voice, Jiraiya, you should understand, Tsunade is for the people of Konoha. She can only be for Konoha. Joining the Qianlong is betrayal. Jiraiya interrupted. If possible, you lead the charge. I will follow behind you. No matter how you advance, I will not retreat half a step. He would never lay a hand on Tsunade. Even if there were countless opportunities, he would not do it. This was the woman he had loved for decades. Moreover, attacking the Qianlong organization in Inryu City, not to mention him, even with all the Kage gathered, it was impossible. He and Tsunade had teamed up against Orochimaru and could only gain a slight upper hand. Not to mention, there were still Uchiha Shursui and others present. Furthermore, there was Naruto, who would dare act recklessly in Inryu City. A cold light flickered in Danzo's eyes, and he did not continue speaking. Sarutobi Hiruzen put down his pipe and said, Jiraiya, you have stayed in Inryu City for so long. You must have gathered quite a bit of information, right? Jiraiya replied, Not really, but one thing is certain, the Qianlong organization is very strong. The current Inryu kingdom strength is already on par with the 5 great nations. This point was clear to everyone. Without 7 or 8 Kage-level shinobi, they could not deal with the Qianlong organization. Sarutobi Hiruzen's voice was somewhat heavy as he continued. During your time in Inryu City, have any strange occurrences happened? Upon hearing this, Jiraiya felt a bit uneasy. After a long moment, he finally said, Yes, the Gold and Silver brothers who died in the Second Shinobi World War have been resurrected and attempted to infiltrate Inryu City, but were discovered by Naruto. Tsunade said, Impossible, those 2 completely died after the Second War. How could they still be alive? Jiraiya explained, They weren't fully resurrected. They were reincarnated using the Impure World reincarnation technique. Mito Gate-in remarked, Impure World reincarnation? That's a forbidden technique. Jiraiya mocked, It's just a forbidden technique. It hasn't been destroyed. What's wrong with those who practice it? Orochimaru has returned to this technique, and it has spread. Is there a problem? Mito Gota and fell silent. If Orochimaru decided to make a move, who knew how many people would learn this secret technique? Sarutobi Hiruzen asked, Jiraiya, what was the outcome? Jiraiya replied, What else could happen? They were shattered by Naruto's sword. Their tailed beast transformations were not a match for Naruto's sword. The scene of that sword still lingered in his mind, unforgettable. Danzo inquired, Is the power of martial arts really that strong? Jiraiya responded, Very powerful. Naruto's strength is simply an enhancement of sage arts, terrifyingly strong. Sarutobi Hiruzen asked, If you were to fight him, what chance would you have? Jiraiya chuckled bitterly. Having any chance at all was truly overestimating himself. Jiraiya solemnly stated, Not even a 1% chance. No matter what means I use, I cannot defeat him. Sarutobi Hiruzen's expression darkened further, and after asking Jiraiya a few more questions, he finally allowed him to leave. Before leaving, Jiraiya took a deep look at Sarutobi Hiruzen and then exited the Hokage Tower. Stepping out of the building, Jiraiya felt considerably relieved. He really did not want to come back here next time. Jiraiya did not bother looking for any hot spots. He currently lacked the energy and spirit. Unknowingly, he arrived at Naruto's mushroom house. Taking a glance, he walked towards the mushroom house. He opened the door and realized he hadn't stayed there for several months. It was covered in cobwebs. The furnishings inside were very simple. A basic bed, a medium-sized table, and a set of very old clothes with seams starting to come apart. He had bought clothes in a long time. On the table, there were several stacks of instant noodles and a bottle of milk. With a production date of the 50th year of Konoha, the shelf life of milk is generally around a year. This is expired milk indeed. Aside from instant noodles, there was no other food in the house. Instant noodles were Naruto's staple food. Jiraiya said, This is true. Old man, you have really gone too far. Minato, how should I face you? Minato Namikaze was a proud disciple of Jiraiya. If it came to combat strength, he really wouldn't be much weaker. However, as Minato's teacher, he did not know that his disciple's child was living such a bitter and hard life. Jiraiya left the house, locked the door, and turned to go downstairs. This was the old man's own doing, and he would reap the bitter fruits himself. Faced with this cold-blooded village, Naruto's defection was reasonable. As Jiraiya went down the stairs, he saw 2 people waiting for him at the corner. That hairstyle, that figure, it could only belong to the Nara clan. The visitors were Shikamaru and Choji. They wanted to know how Naruto was doing in Inryu, if he was doing well. Jiraiya said, You 2 brats, are you waiting for me? Shikamaru nodded. Yes. We want to ask Lord Jiraiya some questions. Jiraiya replied. All right, but you have to treat me. Shikamaru said, no problem. Chapter 66. Shao Organization's small meeting. The three of them went to a barbecue restaurant, where Shikamaru and Choji became the chefs, grilling meat for Jiraiya. After a few drinks, they felt that it didn't taste like the food in Yanlong City. After a few rounds of drinks and dishes, Jiraiya said, what do you want to know? Just ask. Shikamaru said, Jiraiya-senpai, I heard you came back from Yanlong? Jiraiya replied, yes. Choji took a bite of meat and asked, Jiraiya-senpai, how is Naruto-kun? Jiraiya paused, looked at the two, and then said he's doing very well, extremely well. His strength is impressive. Even I can't compare to him. Shikamaru said, of course, Naruto-kun should be like that. Jiraiya suddenly asked, I heard you were good friends with Naruto in the past. Besides training, what does he like to do the most? Choji raised his head and said, I know this. Naruto loves to lie down like a salted fish. Jiraiya asked, what do you mean? Choji explained, after training, he lies on the lawn and takes a leisurely nap. Jiraiya thought to himself, this kid really is a bit strange. In Yanlong City, I met Niji. Do you really know how he got to Yanlong City? Jiraiya asked. Shikamaru said, Niji. Choji exclaimed, Niji-kun. Shikamaru murmured, so he went to the land of Yanlong. But that's good. He won't be bullied there. Bullied? Jiraiya's actions paused as he continued. Are you two joking? How many people dare to bully him now? Shikamaru's eyes brightened, and Choji also stopped. Shikamaru asked, Senpai, did Niji's eyes recover? Jiraiya answered, of course they did. Naruto put in a lot of effort, one Byakugan and one Sharingan. His strength is very strong, and I believe it won't be long before you can't keep up with him. Shikamaru and Choji actually gasped. The strongest two pairs of eyes in Konoha appeared on one person, growing together, unmatched. Shikamaru's mind raced, and a subtle smile appeared on his face as he murmured, this method is really brilliant, but the pain involved. Without strong willpower, one would have long been driven to madness. Choji said, with Niji's eyes restored, let's have 10 more pieces of meat. Jiraiya quietly thought, Naruto, could this be your scheme? This is quite deep. At the headquarters of the Shao Organization, besides Nagato, there were 3 others at the lower table, Konan, Uchiha Obito, and Uchiha Itachi. Sasuke had escaped from the village, but Uchiha Itachi still maintained contact with the village and continued to provide information to Konoha. Nagato asked, Obito, now that you are weaker than Uchiha Shursui, how confident are you? Uchiha Obito replied, I'm not sure. So far, Naruto Uzumaki has established martial arts for several years, and no one has truly fought against a martial artist, so we don't know the strength of martial arts. Shursui's strength is likely much greater than in the past. Uchiha Itachi said, I have some information about the power of martial arts that should be useful to you. He then recounted how Naruto had killed Jinchuriki Kinno and Jinno with one sword. After hearing this, the faces of the others turned somewhat grim. The beast transformed Kinno and Jinno, working together, had already reached the level of super shadow ninjas. Even if they were reincarnated, their strength would still be at the elite Jounin level. Being killed with one sword, just how strong is Naruto? This left everyone confused. Nagato said, what if he has the Rinnegan? Uchiha Obito replied, no, Nagato. The Sharingan can only exert its greatest power in your hands. Moreover, with Naruto around, he would probably be discovered before even entering Yanlong City. Uchiha Obito really didn't dare to negotiate with Naruto. You must understand that the Nine Tails Jinchuriki Naruto Uzumaki not only has the Nine Tails, but also the Sharingan. The combination of these two is fundamentally beyond what he can handle right now, so dealing with the potential dragon organization must be postponed. Rash actions cannot be taken. Uchiha Itachi said, I can go and try to probe the depths of Yanlong City. Nagato said, Itachi, you should know that there are many members of the Uchiha clan in Yanlong City, each with terrifying strength. If you go, there's a high chance you will be captured or even killed. Uchiha Itachi replied, don't worry, I will be careful. The Nine Tails Jinchuriki is of utmost importance. Uchiha Obito asked, Itachi, your brother seems to have awakened the Mangekyō Sharingan as well, and his strength is also at the elite ninja level. Should we recruit him into the Shao organization? Uchiha Itachi's eyes turned cold as he said, Obito-senpai, do you think with Sasuke's hatred towards me, knowing that I am in the Shao organization, his only thought would be to kill his brother? Uchiha Obito said, that is true. Only someone like you could come up with such a thing that would anger both man and God. Uchiha Itachi was not influenced by Uchiha Obito and casually said, is there anything else? If not, I'll take my leave. Nagato said, Itachi, be careful. Uchiha Shursui said, leader, don't worry. However, The Shao organization did not expect that Itachi's departure would mean losing another powerful expert. Months passed, and the four great ninja villages continued to be wary of Konoha. Many things were happening in the shadows. In response, Sarutobi Hiruzen personally went to clarify the situation, explaining that this was not Konoha's conspiracy, but rather the ambition of the Jinchuriki Naruto Uzumaki. From Sarutobi Hiruzen's narration, it became apparent that Naruto Uzumaki had plans to unify the ninja world. In this regard, Naruto did not disappoint him. The land of Yamlong bordered the Land of Fire, and the bordering area was a peninsula of the Land of Fire. On this peninsula, there was a daimyo who, after a deep sleep one night, woke up the next day, tears streaming down his face, lamenting that he had not allowed his villagers to live happy lives. After expressing himself, he decided to lead everyone to join the land of Yamlong and the potential dragon organization for the sake of a better life for all. In response, Shui and the others became busy eliminating the class divisions on the peninsula and taking control of the area in the shortest time possible. Of course, this included the land of whirlpools. No one could say anything about this. After all, Naruto's mother was from the land of whirlpools, and he was also a member of the land of whirlpools, so occupying the land of whirlpools was reasonable. Chapter 67. The four great ninja villages gather, in Konoha. Naruto's madness has stirred up a storm among the major nations, and the four great ninja villages seem to see a sword unsheathed. The Mizukage Tsurumi-mei, the Kazekage Raza, the Reikage AI, and the Tsuchikage Noki planned to go to Konoha to discuss countermeasures. Originally, only the Sand Village participated in the Chunin exams in Konoha, but this time, all five major ninja villages are heading to Konoha. If this continues, their cake will be taken away. Officially, it's a Chunin meeting, but in reality, it's a joint effort to resist the organization. Therefore, aside from the Sand Village, the other three villages only brought one person each, and that person is inconsequential. They don't care about winning or losing. They came only to discuss strategies to curb the organization. The Sand Village brought a considerable number of people, with the main characters being Temari, Kankuro, and Gaara. Gaara is still that super problematic youth, his coldness as chilling as an iceberg, freezing people's hearts. Of course, without Naruto and Konohamaru causing trouble, there will be no conflict with the Sand Village. Raza was not killed by Orochimaru and did not become a puppet. This time, he brought Gaara along to show off. As the Sand Village entered Konoha, Tsurumi-mei followed closely behind. Hearing the commotion, Raza and the others stopped and turned around. And upon seeing the Mist Village's people, Raza said, "So, it's the Mizukage who has arrived." Tsurumi-mei replied, "Kashikashi Shenpoi." In front of Tsurumi-mei, Raza indeed is a senior. Tsurumi-mei's gaze swept over Gaara and the others, especially lingering on Gaara, knowing he is the Jinchuriki of the Sand Village, and praised, as expected of the Kazekage's child, "Your strength is truly remarkable." Raza smiled slightly and said, "It's not because of me, it's because the children work very hard." However, in Gaara's eyes, there was not a hint of warmth. His heart and soul are cold. And he said, "We should go." The two teams walked together towards the Hokage building, and on the way, Raza discussed with Tsurumi-mei, "Mizukage, you're just a sea away from the village. Have you sent someone to the Land of Flame to inquire about some news regarding the organization?" Raza asked. Both Gaara and Kankuro perked up their ears. Currently, nothing is more concerning than the organization and Naruto Uzumaki. Tsurumi-mei said, "Kazekage-senpai, you overestimate me. Since I took office, I've been dealing with a village full of wounds. How could I dare to provoke the organization?" This is indeed true. The fourth Mizukage Kagaya, Yagura, implemented a brutal regime, persecuting ninja with bloodline limits, earning the name Village of the Bloody Mist, leaving behind a severely damaged Mist Village. After the fifth Mizukage Tsurumi-mei took office, she changed policies, turning it into an open village and moving towards rebirth. Under her leadership, the Mist Village has been improving, and one must admit that her decisions are very wise. Tsurumi-mei said, "But is Uzumaki Naruto really that powerful?" Raza replied, "He should be, without the qualifications. How could he become a vessel?" Tsurumi-mei also thought of Naruto's status as a Jinchuriki and knew the power of the Nine Tails, which is the strongest weapon of war. Tsurumi-mei said, "I just wonder if he has mastered it perfectly." Raza replied, "That is the purpose of our visit here. If Uzumaki Naruto has fully mastered the power of the Nine Tails, it will be a disaster for everyone." Gaara thought, "Uzumaki Naruto? After this trip to Konoha, I will come to find you in the..." Among the five Kage, the one with the lowest strength is Raza, the most cunning is Noki, the most temperamental is AI, the most beautiful is Tsurumi-mei, and the most scheming is Sarutobi Hiruzen. The news reached the organization, and Naruto received the information with a slight smile. Shirzue asked, Lord Dragon King, should we prepare? Naruto said, no need. Tsunade replied, Naruto, this matter is very serious, so I hope you consider it carefully. The people of the Fire Dragon Kingdom are very happy. During this time, she has felt the goodness of the Fire Dragon. This kind of humanity, even if they are enemies after spending a long time here, their mindset will change. Naruto smiled slightly and said, don't worry, it's no problem. Orochimaru also smiled slightly and said, Lord Dragon King truly has a far-reaching vision. There is indeed no need to worry about the alliance of the 5 great ninja villages. The current Orochimaru had undergone a significant transformation. His dark hair was dyed light yellow and tied up, his snake-like eyes were altered, and after applying some foundation and changing his outfit, he was dressed in a flashy playboy style. The sinister and evil Orochimaru was gone, replaced by a much more sunshine and handsome appearance. With a slight smile, he looked like a sunny young man. When Orochimaru, dressed up, appeared before Tsunade for the first time, she did not recognize him and asked, Naruto, where did you find another expert? Naruto said, Tsunade, take a good look. Tsunade examined closely and exclaimed, Orochimaru? Orochimaru helplessly replied, it's me. Tsunade incredulously said, how did you end up like this? Orochimaru explained, it was the Dragon King. He said he would give me a new appearance, so I became like this. Tsunade turned to Naruto and said, I have to admit, you little brat, your hands are quite skillful. Orochimaru looks much more cheerful now. Naruto said, that's right, I need to find him a wife and have a bunch of kids. Orochimaru, seeing that the two were talking nonsense, transformed into a small snake and slithered away. Uchiha Izumi asked why. After all, Lord Dragon King, your strength has been widely known, and your threat rivals that of the former Uchiha Madara. The only way to eliminate you is through an alliance. Naruto said, because right now, I'm just a threat, and I haven't really taken a piece of the cake from others. The only ones we are directly threatening are the land of fire and the Hidden Leaf Village. The land of wind, the land of lightning, and the land of earth are completely isolated from us by the land of fire, while the land of water is separated from us by the sea, which serves as a natural barrier. Uchiha Izumi said, I still don't quite understand. Naruto continued, let's put it this way, whether it's the land of wind or the land of clouds, if they want to invade us, they must pass through the land of fire. If the armies of the 3 great nations, totaling hundreds of thousands, want to enter the land of fire, do you think the land of fire will agree? Definitely not. If the 3 countries secretly join forces to divide the rich lands of the land of fire, it would be much more valuable than the great potential dragon country. Upon hearing this, everyone couldn't help but nod. This would not bring allies, but hungry wolves. Tintin said, Brother Naruto, the 5 great hidden villages can unite. If they take action, won't we be in danger? Naruto said, this won't succeed either. In a great battle, who knows how many people will die? With all the spies in the land of fire, how much longer can this country survive? Chapter 68, Generations Heritage. Jishue asked, Dragon King, should we just do nothing? Naruto said, what do you mean by doing nothing? Have you all understood the force? Isn't cultivation a matter? Speaking of understanding force, everyone lowered their heads. In nearly 20 days, only one person succeeded, which was unexpected for everyone. This person is none other than Tintin. Tintin's talent is quite average, not too strong, but she combined space ninjutsu with hidden weapons, resulting in tremendous power. Moreover, what she comprehended is not force, but intent, the intent of assassination, which can be said to be a leap to the heavens. However, there's one thing. Naruto's sword intent enhances the power of his sword techniques by about 2 times, but Tintin's assassination intent only increases the effectiveness by 50%, which is half. It's just that her concealment ability is deeper, and with her hiding, even if she approaches Shirzue within 3 meters, he wouldn't notice her, whereas before, he could detect her from 10 meters away. It seems like Tintin was born for assassination. Her combat power has already entered the ranks of elite Genin, and her terror is even more frightening than that of an shadow ninja. While a direct attack is easy to dodge, a hidden arrow is hard to defend against. It is easy to imagine how terrifying Tintin's deterrent power would be if she were to strike. Orochimaru, Shirzue, and Tsunade have already reached the threshold. They are just a step away from comprehending force. Naruto said, you all need to improve your strength. I'm going to take a trip to Konoha and have a look. Tsunade replied, Naruto, I'll go back with you to take a look. Naruto smiled and said, what's wrong, Tsunade? Can't you live without me? Or are you worried about me? Tsunade's anger surged, her cheeks slightly flushed, and she said unhappily, "You little brat, what are you thinking? Who's worried about you? Who cares about you?" Naruto said, "That's good. So you definitely can't go to Konoha. You have to understand that you are now a member of the Qianlong organization, which means you've betrayed Konoha. Even if you're Senju Hashirama's granddaughter, you might still get captured and criticized, and I can't bear that. Get lost." In front of so many people, Naruto's protection made Tsunade feel extremely shy. It must be said that after Tsunade practiced martial arts and transformed all her chakra into true chi, she became even more radiant. Completely not looking like a 50-year-old, but rather like a 20-year-old girl, just overly mature due to abundant nutrition. Orochimaru said, "Dragon King, why don't I go with you? I'm very familiar with Konoha and know many hidden great places." Naruto said, No need. You all just focus on your training. How can a small Konoha do anything to me? This time, I'm going to see an old friend and, naturally, see if I can persuade a few partners to join the Flame Dragon. From what I hear, it seems that Terumi Mei is a very capable person, so let's see if we can recruit her. Orochimaru said, she indeed had a lot of skills and strong abilities. After she took the stage, she issued one order after another, turning around the declining trend of the Mist Village. If she can join the Hidden Dragon, our strength will greatly increase. Of course, it would be a significant blow to the Mist Village. Tsunade snorted and said, "She's also a beautiful woman." Naruto nodded and said, "Yes, I've heard of her. She has emerald green eyes, long brown curly hair, and her right eye is covered by her hair. It's said that she's so beautiful that she hides it. She's gentle and always has a smile on her face. And the most important thing is that she's only 31 years old." "Tsunade, you brat, are you done yet?" Naruto said, "But no matter how beautiful she is, she can't compare to our Tsunade. Our Tsunade is the epitome of beauty in this world." This sounded very nice, and Tsunade loved to hear it. However, she recalled the first time she met Naruto and remembered his words, which made her blush even more. She shot a fierce glare at Naruto, but said nothing. Ten looked at Naruto helplessly and thought to herself, "Naruto, you always loved to argue with Lady Tsunade." It seemed that whenever Naruto and Tsunade met, their quarrels could always be heard. But Ten was too innocent to see Naruto's lecherous heart. Naruto remembered something, the issue of seniority among people here. This requires leaving behind the legacy of our ancestors, so that the heritage of our forefathers has a trace in this world. Naruto said, "Sure, Sway. I've noticed that the generations in your family are a bit mixed up." This left Shursui a bit confused, and he replied, "Dragon King, please clarify." Naruto said, "Let me tell you a story, and you'll understand. Once upon a time, there was a small mountain town with two brothers. The elder brother was honest and simple, not good at adapting, and only focused on working hard. He was a true farmer. The younger brother was different. He was eloquent, well-educated, and very clever. In order to see the wider world, he left the mountain town, and that trip lasted over 60 years. The elder brother stayed in the countryside, married a wife, and had a beautiful child. When the child grew up, he did not leave the mountains either, and he also got married and had a child. This child grew up with great ambition, so he also left the mountains to strive for success. 3 years later, this 21-year-old young man brought a girl home, who was his beloved. Not long after, they began to prepare for their wedding. However, on the day of the wedding preparations, an old man came, who was none other than the younger brother who had left to fight for his dreams 60 years ago. He had his own creed: no career, no family. Because of this creed, he did not start a family until he was over 40, and after starting a family, he had a daughter who was the bride. Tsunade said, "No, this cannot be." Naruto said, "This really can't be. Aunt and nephew. This goes against the laws of nature. Although they share the same surname, their experiences and regions are different, which has led to this tragedy." Jishui asked, "Dragon King, do you have a solution?" Naruto said, "Yes. We can establish a family tree, with each generation adding one of the characters from their names in order, so that they can be distinguished. For example, we can create a family tree. In spring and autumn, the country thrives and the people live in peace. Your son can be named Uchiha Chuanhao, your grandson Uchiha Chiokue, and your great-grandson Uchiha Ding or something like that. This way, the family hierarchy will not be confused, as long as you remember the family tree. Such tragedies will not occur. Of course, if the surname is too long and hard to remember, you could change it to surnames like Zhou, Lu, Zheng, Wang, Zhao, Qian, Sun, Li, etc. This will pass down the family culture from generation to generation, clearly recording the historical progress of the family." At this point, Naruto thought to himself, "Furthermore, developing side branches in the two-dimensional world might just be my thing. Jishuei was the first person to be completely convinced by Naruto. He nodded in agreement and said, "Yes. Yes, thank you, Dragon King." Chapter 69. Ideal Nation. With the promotion from Jishuei and others, Naruto's prestige in the Flame Dragon Kingdom was very high, and his theory was widely recognized. Family trees were established one after another, especially for the Uchiha clan. Tracing back generations took 3 days to finally clarify all the relationships. In Flame Dragon City, one family surname after another was established, particularly Naruto's phrase Zhou, Wu, Zheng, Wang, Zhao, Qian, Sun, Li, which became several major surnames. One day, Tsunade found Naruto, and everything in the Flame Dragon Kingdom was under her observation. She asked, "Naruto, what exactly do you want to do?" Naruto, confused, asked, "What do you mean?" Tsunade replied, "Changing your surname. Isn't that a bit childish?" As she spoke, she punched towards Naruto. This was no longer just simple brute strength, but a more powerful dragon fist. Faced with this immense power, Naruto did not try to confront it head-on to avoid hurting Tsunade. Instead, he used the force of Tai Chi to deflect it, placing his hand on Tsunade's shoulder to calm her down and help her sit down. "This little pervert is really too strong," Tsunade thought to herself as she passively sat down. If this punch were to be faced by the current Orochimaru, he would have to be very careful. Yet in Naruto's hands, it felt like a child throwing a punch at an adult. Naruto smiled and said, "I remember that the ninja world has many clans with peculiar origins. The child takes the surname of wherever they were conceived, such as Watanabe, Matsushita, Suzuki, Inoue, Fujiwara, and so on." Speaking of Inoue, Tsunade, what do you think of my suggestion? As Tsunade listened, she felt that it wasn't quite right and glared at Naruto with blazing anger, prompting him to quickly change his words. Naruto was a bit intoxicated, gently caressing it with his little hands. "Ah, this texture, I could live 3 years less for it. The only downside is that my hands are too short. I wish I could stretch them like a 1,000-pound weight." "Tsunade, this is indeed very good," Naruto said. "Isn't this enough? Our school system also needs to change. A warrior should not only be able to train, but also understand more principles. Those who cannot cultivate should not be directly denied. Fields like medicine, water conservancy, agriculture, and industry all require highly intelligent and educated individuals." Naruto quickly popularized 9 years of compulsory education and, combined with the university system, aimed to transform the people of the Flame Dragon country into highly educated individuals. Naruto said fiercely in his heart, "Children of the land of flames, tremble. 10 sets of workbooks every semester, 3 sets of mock exam papers every holiday. Who told you I am your Dragon King?" Hearing Naruto's theory, Tsunade's eyes lit up. Everyone is equal. Everyone can learn. This is the ideal nation. In the face of such a nation, the land of fire, the land of wind, and other countries are simply an insult to it. Just as Tsunade was about to express her feelings, she sensed something was off. Slightly turning her head to the right, she noticed a small hand trying hard to stretch its fingers, rubbing slightly. Tsunade's anger instantly flared up, her face flushed, and a fierce light appeared in her eyes as she said, "You little brat, how does it feel?" Naruto was immersed in it and nodded, saying, "Very nice." Tsunade naturally wouldn't know what nice meant, but she knew that this little pervert was enjoying himself at the moment. She said angrily, "You little pervert, you've gone too far." With that, she was about to elbow Naruto. Naruto pressed his palm against Tsunade's elbow, using that force to move away, and said, "Nice means beautiful." Tsunade, filled with anger, shouted, "You little brat, take this." Dragon Roar. This is the first move of the Dragon Fist. When executed, it is accompanied by a powerful explosive sound. The louder the sound, the stronger the punch and the greater the power. The sound was so loud that the nearby leaves were torn apart by it. Naruto clenched his fist tightly, striking fist against fist, both unleashing a dragon's roar. However, Naruto's eruption was even more powerful. With a loud bang, the force of his punch surged, toppling everything within a 10-meter radius. Naruto stepped back 3 zhong, while Tsunade stepped back 7 zhong. Still, Naruto had a slight advantage. Naruto said, "I can unleash 50% of the dragon's roar attack now. Not bad, not bad. Tsunade, you truly deserve to be the princess of the Senju clan. If you can push me back 10 steps, I'll wash your underwear." Tsunade's face turned an unnatural shade of red. Her aura surged, and a dragon head appeared on her fist, covering it. She shouted, "Dragons fall." The whole person resembled a massive meteor, crashing down towards Naruto. Naruto naturally countered with Dragonfall again, this time using 80% of his strength. Tsunade's punch was even stronger than before, increased by 30%. 7/10 of his strength could no longer withstand Tsunade. This time, Tsunade was pushed back 7 steps, while Naruto retreated 9 steps. He wiped the sweat off his brow and said, "So close. Just a little bit more, and I would have been 10 steps away." Tsunade replied, "Get lost." Naruto said, "Don't worry, Tsunade, my hands may be small, but they're very clean." In Tsunade's dantian, true energy surged like a tide, and a faint blue dragon appeared around her. Naruto knew that this was the ultimate move of the Dragon Fist, Dragon's Fury. In response, Naruto loosened his fist, choosing not to confront it with his own. Seeing Tsunade's condition, he realized that she could not control this power for the time being. If he were to counter with his fist, the tremendous force would surely tear apart Tsunade's clothes, leaving her completely exposed. While he would be quite happy about that, unfortunately, his body was still too small. Naruto caught Tsunade's Dragon Fury with the Tai Chi Cloud hands, and then used Tai Chi left and right reversal of the arm to slowly dissipate Tsunade's Dragon Fury's power. Tsunade was taken aback and asked, "What kind of martial art is this?" Her own powerful punch had surprisingly disappeared without a trace in such a fluid movement. Naruto said, "Taiji." Tsunade asked, "Can I train?" Naruto, "No, you're just a violent monster. You can't achieve a calm mind, unshaken by the collapse of the sky. And it's hard for you to grasp the essence of Taijiquan." He knows that this woman's temper can easily ignite a mountain. Tsunade said, "What a pity." Naruto said, "You can't master the Dragon Fury for now, so don't use it lightly." Tsunade asked why. Naruto said, "Look at your clothes." Tsunade checked her clothes and found that there were quite a few tears, with her skin faintly visible through them. Naruto continued, "If you want to perform it in the future, let's do it separately." As he said this, he gave Tsunade a look. Tsunade replied, "Get lost." She couldn't remember how many times she had blushed in front of Naruto. Naruto, "All right, I'm leaving now." Tsunade said, "Were you going to Konoha?" Naruto said, "We're about to set off. 3 days of delay is just right. Let's take the opportunity to see how Sarutobi Hiruzen makes his choice." Tsunade asked, "Are you going to take action?" Naruto said, "That's a good question. If it weren't for me, he would have been dead long ago." Orochimaru once plotted to bring down Konoha, and his target was Sarutobi Hiruzen. Tsunade replied, "The Orochimaru from before couldn't kill him." Naruto, "I know this. But Orochimaru can use the impure world reincarnation to bring back your grandfather. Although his strength is far from what it used to be, it would still be enough to take down Sarutobi Hiruzen." Tsunade's expression darkened. The use of impure world reincarnation meant that her grandfather's corpse had already been disturbed. Naruto said again, "As for your grandfather's corpse, how should I put it? A long time ago, Danzo experimented with Orochimaru, and if you have a grudge, you can temporarily let this little snake go and find Danzo." Tsunade did not want to continue on this topic and asked, "How did you break through the force rail before?" Chapter 70, Shikamaru and his wife's battle. It was so close. Tsunade was not someone who could calm down easily. She had a sense of power but still lacked a bit to step into it. Naruto said, "1,000 words are not as good as true feelings. There's no need to resist. Just feel with your heart." Naruto leaped into the air, transforming into a giant dragon. Tsunade felt it clearly. She knew this was Dragon's Fury. Immediately, a powerful aura enveloped Naruto, as if a meteor was falling. Tsunade, burdened with hundreds of thousands of pounds, found it difficult to move even an inch. At that moment, she felt it very clearly, the overwhelming force, the weight, as if there were thousands of obstacles, yet none could stop this power. Naruto saw Tsunade's face turn pale and withdrew his strength. "BFF." Tsunade spat out a mouthful of blood, having sustained serious injuries. Naruto landed behind her, and his true energy entered through the trembling point, healing Tsunade's internal injuries. After a while, Naruto withdrew his hand, and Tsunade's complexion had improved a lot. She smiled and said, "Thank you." Naruto said, "What are you talking about? Who are we to each other?" Tsunade ignored Naruto's words and asked, "You little pervert, how did you also comprehend force?" Naruto smiled and said, "Of course it's because of you. Seeing you so troubled, I can only sacrifice a bit more to help you catch up." Tsunade's cheeks turned slightly red as she angrily replied, "Speak properly." Naruto said, "Embracing one side to protect the world, as the saying goes, one law comprehends all laws. My swordsmanship has long transcended the mundane. What's so strange about understanding force and momentum?" Tsunade replied, "If you fight with all your strength, can I last for one round?" Naruto said, "It's hard to say. There are only cows that work themselves to death, not land that has been exhausted." Tsunade clenched her fists again, turned her head and said, "It's just a pity. But Naruto had already taken off on his sword, heading in the direction of leaving Flame Dragon City. Tsunade began to worry in her heart. That little brat. Take care of yourself. You are the light of Flame Dragon. Naruto flew with his sword, covering 10 miles in one go. The world of Naruto is a vast, two-dimensional realm, much larger than the small island of the land of the rising sun, by over 100 times. Thinking of this, Naruto wondered if the author Masashi Kishimoto based his work on the geographical positions of the Dragon Country. The territory of the land of the rising sun, with the Pacific Ocean's waves, could easily be washed away, yet it became the center of the ninja world, which is simply ridiculous. In just half a day's time, Naruto arrived at Konoha. With his speed and flying high in the sky, even the god of ninjas, Hashirama Senju, wouldn't be able to spot him. Naruto first knocked out a guard from the Nara clan. He couldn't use the transformation technique, but he had the disguise technique, an ancestral skill that was much more practical than transformation. As long as he played the role well, he wouldn't be exposed at all. The transformation technique was different. Once the chakra was depleted, one would immediately reveal their true form. After blending into the exam venue, Naruto looked around and said, "Only Tsunade is so showy," sending 3 elite ninjas. With his perception, he naturally sensed everyone in the venue. The other 3 villages had mediocre participants who had long been eliminated. Only the people from Tsunade seemed determined to secure the first place. Naruto said, "If Shikamaru, Choji, and Sakura don't step in, Konoha will really lose face. With him, Tenten, Sasuke, and Neji gone, there's really no one to save the situation. Hinata is currently training in secret and hasn't shown up, and Lee is won. But against the Jinchuriki Gaara, he's still not enough." The next match is Temari from Tsunade versus Nara Shikamaru. Naruto, who was originally heading towards Shikamaru, almost slipped and fell upon hearing this voice. Nothing has changed. It's a pity. It seems I have missed quite a bit. Temari's entrance is naturally very flashy, as she descends onto the arena while standing on her fan. She wants to put on a good show and defeat her opponent. If it were the original Shikamaru, it would be evenly matched, but the current Shikamaru is capable of pinning her down. Naruto thought to himself, "Shikamaru, this is your future wife. I wonder how you will choose." Shikamaru yawned, seeming like he hadn't woken up, and said, "This is so boring, so I'll just go ah." A voice rang in his ears. "Hurry down, this is your future wife." A long-lost voice. Shikamaru was very pleased, and since he was already unsteady under Naruto's deliberate arrangement, he naturally fell down to the arena. During the fall, he saw Naruto, who was disguised as a servant, giving him a faint smile. Bang! Unsurprisingly, Shikamaru was thrown onto his back. Since there was no change here, let's keep this a complete original story. Unlike in the original, Shikamaru didn't just lie there pondering. Instead, he turned over, looked at Naruto, and a smile appeared on his lips. "Shikamaru, trust me, this really is your future wife. I'm tying the red string for you." Naruto's voice rang in Shikamaru's ears, causing him to furrow his brows. He turned to glance at Temari, whose fighting spirit was so intense that her eyelids drooped slightly, revealing her white eyes. He thought to himself, "So fierce, this is troublesome. Forget it, since we're here, let us have a match, but only with Chunin-level strength." At this moment, Shikamaru's combat power was no less than that of many elite jonin. Temari said, "What are you looking at? Do you still want to fight? What? Are you going to admit defeat too? Coward." Shikamaru was immune to such words. Compared to what Naruto had endured, this was nothing. However, since Konoha had already lost a match earlier, losing again now would indeed be embarrassing. But if they won, it would continue on, which was really troublesome. Naruto also watched with great interest how Shikamaru would choose, wondering if it would be like in the original work, where one battle would earn him a wife. Temari didn't wait for Shikamaru to speak. She stepped forward and unleashed her attack, swinging her fan, which created a cloud of dust. Shikamaru had already vanished into the forest of the arena, his movements swift and unexpected. Naruto immediately understood what this guy was trying to do upon seeing the situation. The displayed strength was that of a second-tier warrior, so he didn't have much expectation for it. His gaze fell on a high platform on the 5 Kage. In Chapter 71, his eyes landed on Gaara, and he thought, "So, this is Anoki? This old man is quite scheming. Even the Akatsuki organization has been tricked by him. However, encountering me, I could probably trick his granddaughter." Then Naruto shook his head and said, "Forget it. His granddaughter is average-looking, and her name isn't pleasant either, so it's not worth it." As for the two, the Wind Shadow and the Lightning Shadow, Naruto skipped over them automatically. In his view, there was nothing remarkable about them. If anything, One was uglier than the other. Wow. So, this is Tsunade Mei. She really doesn't look that appealing, does she? Her appearance is about the same as Tsunade's. But her chest muscles are quite lacking compared to Tsunade. If she has trouble seeing with one eye, if fate permits, I can help her style her hair. Naruto saw Tsunade Mei and stroked his chin, examining her. Originally, Shikamaru could have easily won, but this guy made himself quite a mess, barely managing to control Temari before surrendering. The trickery was played out very clearly. Did he win? He already surrendered, so it wasn't a win. Not winning, but his opponent was already under his control, and he determined the outcome, so he had won. Reluctantly, the teacher had to announce that Temari had won. Shikamaru then looked towards Naruto's position and found that Naruto was no longer there. He searched the stage for a long time, but couldn't find him. If someone were to look at the venue from a god's perspective, they would definitely see two familiar faces, but this guessing game was better left alone. No one would look. You little brat, trying to find me? Naruto said. If I get too close, it would attract the attention of that old guy, Sarutobi Hiruzen. I'm not afraid of him, but I don't want to stir up that trouble. Ino asked, Shikamaru, what are you looking for? Shikamaru di Blaive, a familiar servant. CHG asked, Shikamaru, you could have one, why didn't you? CHG answered for Shikamaru. He likes peace and quiet, likes to sleep, enjoys a leisurely life, and doesn't want to waste time on these boring things, so he surrendered. Ino, huh? Next match, Rock Lee from Konoha versus Gaara. Naruto said, is it now my turn since Sasuke is gone? But it seems like the two of them were destined to have a battle in the end. Just a bit earlier than expected. As the referee began to signal, Rock Lee charged forward. Gaara stood coldly with his arms crossed, his eyes filled with a chilling aura, like the coldness of a frigid pond. Around him, sand swirled, and every attack from Rock Lee was blocked by his sand. After failing to land a hit with consecutive attacks, Rock Lee had no choice but to retreat and change his strategy. Naruto's gaze fell on Might Guy and said, if we're talking about the biggest dark horse, it's definitely him. That kick came out and shook the entire ninja world. Guy, if you had a few more lives, I would really like to see your dragon kick. However, Naruto might have a greater chance of losing unless he breaks through to the 7th layer of the Hunyuan body refinement realm to suppress Might Guy. Rock Lee did change his attack route, but still returned empty-handed against Gaara's absolute defense. What a pity, what a pity. Naruto shook his head. Lee's attacks were swift and incredibly fast, but his strength was lacking. If he were to go all out, a single slap could send him flying, and it would be out of Konoha. Is this all there is? Gaara said coldly. In this way, it's pretty much the same as when Sasuke tries to act cool. And if there's any difference, it's that Sasuke is a bit more handsome. Naruto recalled Gaara's experiences and couldn't help but feel some sympathy for this guy who had turned out this way. Even in the original story, Naruto was luckier than Gaara. Both had lonely childhoods, being abandoned and ridiculed, and not accepted by others. In the eyes of the public, they were both representatives of demons. However, Naruto had a few people who cared for him, like Hinata, Kakashi, Iruka, and others, including Hiruzen Sarutobi. Although this old man indeed had his own motives, he lit up Naruto's lonely heart. In contrast, Gaara had nothing besides his uncle, who ultimately deceived Gaara to complete a mission. His childhood was devoid of laughter and joy, filled only with emotional pain and confusion about his existence. If we talk about true evildoers, then Raza and Orochimaru fit that description. Why didn't they deal with this guy? What a blunder. Naruto felt a sense of regret. If we say Gaara turned out this way, Raza bears 70% of the responsibility. Raza, like Hiruzen Sarutobi, is a similar type of person, but Raza lacks Sarutobi's patience and foresight to observe whether Gaara could control his emotions and the one-tailed beast. He sent his uncle Yashimaru to assassinate Gaara, deceiving Gaara into believing he had cared for him all these years, when in truth he never loved him. His purpose was solely revenge for his sister. He even claimed that Gaara's mother hated him, which destroyed Gaara's love and longing for her, plunging Gaara into madness. Fueled by desire to kill, how could Yashimaru attack his sister's child? He died at Gaara's hands. When Gaara discovered that the one sent to assassinate him was his own uncle, he couldn't contain his emotions, feeling immense sadness and pain. Naturally, Shikaku stirred up trouble, losing control, but was suppressed by Raza. However, to Raza, Gaara was already a failure. Constantly sending assassins after Gaara only made him more isolated, bloodthirsty, and world-weary, turning him into a person devoid of emotions. In the midst of the killings, he seemed to find solace and became even more cold-blooded. We are both lost souls, Gaara. Come to my bowl. Gaara raised his head and said, the blood is still not enough. The blood is still not enough. He took the initiative to attack. with the sand in his gourd moving towards Rock Lee. The battle was just beginning. Rock Lee attempted to leap into the air, but was entangled by the sand, violently thrown away and smashed against the wall, falling down. Naruto, the chakra with will, too bad it's too weak. Naruto wasn't surprised that chakra could carry consciousness. After all, the soul's power can exist independently, so it's reasonable for some consciousness to attach to chakra. Besides, Kurama is inside him, and this tailed beast has its own subjective consciousness. Of course, if it were any stronger, it would be a tailed beast. At this moment, no one was optimistic about Rock Lee. Gaara hasn't even truly made a move yet, and he has already left Rock Lee with no flaws to exploit. If Gaara were to strike, the outcome would be decided. However, when the restraints on Rock Lee's feet were removed and he fell heavily to the ground, everyone was dumbfounded. With so much weight binding him, he still had such speed. What was his true strength? Everyone couldn't help but feel a sense of anticipation. Chapter 72, Visiting Hinata. In the following battle, Rock Lee paid a heavy price. He suffered multiple crush fractures and was gravely injured, and he is still in his developmental stage. So such injuries would have some impact on his growth. If Might Guy hadn't appeared to save him, Rock Lee would have already fallen at Gaara's hands. Naruto looked at the heartbroken Might Guy and thought to himself, "Guy, come join me. I have what you seek, and only I can take you to the pinnacle of physical training." In the audience, many who had previously looked down on Rock Lee now widened their eyes in surprise. In their eyes, this somewhat neurotic person turned out to be so strong. Naruto glanced at the 5 Kage on the high platform. At that moment, the 5 of them had no excessive expressions on their faces, as if they were just watching children play, shaking their heads. He left the venue, no longer expecting how Sarutobi Hiruzen would choose. Upon arriving in Konoha, how could he not visit little Hinata? Now, Hinata was the little princess of the Hyuga clan, more important than anything else. Every day, several Jonin guarded her courtyard. Among them was the elite Jonin Hyuga Hisashi. Now, Hinata had opened 2 of her chakra pathways, stepping into the later stage of her strength, capable of fighting against the elite Jonin in her clan. Naruto appeared silently behind Hinata's father and said, "Hinata-senpai, where did you learn this hobby of peeping on your daughter?" Hinata Hayashi heard the words and turned around. Seeing Naruto's face, he breathed a sigh of relief. With such strength, it's good that he is not an enemy, and said, "What brings you to Konoha?" Naruto took a sip of water and said, "I miss my wife, so I came to visit. Anyway, I won't be enemies with the Hyuga family, so it's fine to be a bit cheeky." Hinata Hisashi's expression darkened as he replied, "My daughter doesn't like you anymore," Naruto said with a smile. "Hinata-senpai, how about we make a bet? You say that if I kidnap little Hinata, she will come with me." Hinata Hisashi, "I'll fight you to the death." Naruto said, "You can't beat me either." Hinata Hyuga, Naruto said, "Don't be upset. I'm going to see Hinata, then head to the Hokage building to see what those guys are up to. Although I don't really care, since I'm here, I might as well listen in." Hyuga Hisashi replied, "Aren't you afraid of the alliance of the 5 great ninja villages? You should know that this time, it's officially the Chunin exam, but the main purpose is to deal with you. You've got quite the nerve to seize the land of Fire's Peninsula." Naruto said, "Let's put it this way. If your brother were here, he would ally with outsiders, lead a group of people to depose you, and then leave behind a bunch of thieves?" Hinata Hisashi naturally understood Naruto's meaning and said, "You little guy, it's hard to imagine you're only 13. Naruto, of course. Otherwise, how could I become your son-in-law in the future?" Hinata Hisashi, "You can get lost." Naruto went to find Hinata, while Hinata's father, Hayashi Hyuga, had withdrawn the people. At this moment, Hinata was practicing Tai Chi, and there was a faint aura accompanying her, indicating she was about to comprehend the force of the fist. Naruto said, "This girl really has quite the talent. She's actually on the verge of breakthrough, almost grasping the essence." Naruto did not interrupt Hinata's training. He simply watched her. Knowing that Hinata was tired and had stopped, he finally spoke up. "You really are serious, huh, little girl?" Hinata's body trembled at the familiar voice. She quickly turned around, and upon seeing Naruto's face, the longing in her heart transformed into motivation, causing her to bury herself in Naruto's embrace. She softly said, "Naruto-kun, I miss you so much." Every day, every moment, she thought of him. To see Naruto, she channeled her longing into motivation, training diligently without wasting a single moment. Naruto gently stroked her hair and said, "I also want to see you, Hinata, so I came to see you." Hearing this, Hinata's heart was filled with sweetness. She felt content knowing that Naruto missed her. Hinata asked, "Naruto, do you go to Flame Dragon City to find me every day?" Naruto said, "Yes." Hinata softly replied, Every day is so happy. Naruto said, Really? I just proposed to Hinata-senpai. Hinata raised her head, her cheeks already flushed, and then she collapsed, fainting. Naruto carried Hinata into the bedroom, channeling his true energy. After a while, she awakened. Naruto-kun. She called softly, her face resembling a beautiful sunset, blushing adorably. Her voice filled with deep affection for Naruto. Naruto said, Hinata, but as I delve deeper into Tai Chi, I faintly feel the urge to break through a certain boundary. Hinata replied, Yes, but I'm very slow-witted and can't quite grasp it, so I can't break through. Naruto lightly tapped Hinata's nose and said, My little Hinata is not stupid. She is very smart and figured it out by herself. Then Naruto explained force, meaning an ultimate technique, providing numerous examples to help Hinata have a clear understanding of force. In the end, Hinata asked, Naruto-kun, who among them has comprehended it? She didn't want to fall behind, especially not too far behind Naruto-kun. Naruto said, When I left, I was alone every day, and now Tsunade should have broken through. Hinata said, Oh. She clenched her small fist a few more times, wanting to accelerate her training progress. Naruto sensed Hinata's father approaching angrily. Hinata, I have to go. Your old man is here. And we've been chatting for so long that by now, he probably thinks we're about to have a kid. Upon hearing this, Hinata's face naturally turned bright red, and she shyly said, Naruto-kun, you bad guy. It sounded like she was just being playful. Naruto gently stroked Hinata's cheek and said, I'm leaving now, but I'll come back to see you next time. Hearing that Naruto was really going to leave, Hinata naturally felt reluctant. But there was nothing she could do at the moment, so she could only say, Naruto-kun, I'll wait for you. Naruto smiled slightly, swiftly leaving the room and quietly exiting the Hyuga family. Hyuga Hisashi angrily opened the door, but found no sign of Naruto. Instead, he saw his daughter and asked in confusion, Hinata, where did that little brat go? Hinata, feeling helpless, replied, Naruto-kun has left. Hyuga Hisashi said fiercely, That kid is lucky he ran fast. Otherwise, he would have to face the consequences. Hinata said, Father, you can't even beat Naruto-kun. Hyuga Hisashi retorted, I am his father-in-law. He wouldn't dare to make a move. If Naruto heard this, he would definitely nod and think, this old father-in-law is quite clever. Hinata, feeling embarrassed again, said, Father, I won't talk to you anymore, and then ran out of her room. Hyuga Hisashi shook his head. A daughter grows up too fast. Chapter 73. The dejected Jiraiya Naruto transformed into a pedestrian, walking freely on the streets. Passing by Sakura Haruno's house, he suddenly remembered that he hadn't seen her at the venue. He felt a bit puzzled. With her strength and temperament, she should have shown up. However, it seemed she hadn't participated in the Chunin exam. The Bear Killer Fist consists of 7 moves, each containing immense power. Sakura can currently unleash the full strength of the first 4 moves, but for the last 3, she still needs to comprehend and refine them in order to exert their full potential. Naruto had been watching from the wall for a while, and when Sakura Haruno stopped to wipe the sweat off her brow, he said, Not bad. You're at the peak of Jonin. Sakura was currently at the peak of the first rank, and once she opened any of the meridians, she could step into postnatal strength. Sakura was on high alert. She turned around and saw Naruto on the wall, and then joyfully exclaimed, Naruto. Although Naruto's face had changed, his physique had changed, and his eyes had changed. His gaze had not changed. She recognized him at a glance. Only Naruto would have that kind of gaze. Naruto jumped down from the wall and landed in the garden. Smiling as he said, Sakura, long time no see. Sakura's cheeks flushed slightly as she replied softly, Naruto, long time no see. She really wanted to rush over and give Naruto a hug, but she held herself back. Did Haruno Sakura miss Naruto? Of course. She had thought several times about leaving Konoha to find Naruto, but this was her home. Leaving would mean giving up her parents, and she couldn't do that. Nor should she. She wasn't always so decisive, nor did she have Hinata's purity, so she still couldn't stand by Naruto's side. Naruto asked, Why didn't you participate in the Chunin exams? With your strength, it should be easy for you to advance. Sakura replied, It's not necessary anymore. It doesn't matter whether I participate or not. In the past, she would have been happy to become a Chunin, but now she feels content just quietly training without being disturbed. Naruto said, This is a good thing, so that I won't be targeted by that old geezer Danzo. Sakura recalled the gathering of the 5 Kage, and the one they were going to deal with was Naruto. She couldn't help but change her expression and said, Naruto, you should leave quickly, the 5 Kage. Naruto interrupted, It's just the 5 Kage. There's no need to take it to heart. They can't unite. Sarutobi Hiruzen isn't that foolish. I'm just here to see what choice he will make. By the way, both Sasuke and I have left, and you've become Kakashi's only student. Has he taught you anything? Sakura replied. Oh, he has taught me, but it hasn't been of much use to me. I still prefer martial arts. Naruto nodded. Yeah, that's insightful. Sakura suddenly remembered something, and her expression became a bit gloomy. She asked, Naruto, will you go to war with Konoha? She really didn't want that. She didn't want Naruto to fight against Konoha. After all, this was her home, where she had lived for more than 10 years. It would be a lie to say she didn't like it. However, she naturally couldn't stand against Naruto. So she felt very conflicted inside. Naruto said, oh, this won't happen in the short term, but it depends on Sarutobi Hiruzen. If he insists on going to war, I will satisfy him. However, you can rest assured that innocent civilians will not be implicated. Although the villagers of Konoha are not lovable, it's not possible for me to just kill them. Sakura said, thank you. Suddenly, Naruto asked, Sakura, if I were to become an enemy of Konoha, what would you choose? Sakura pondered for a moment before answering, I would leave Konoha. Naruto was somewhat surprised by this answer. It didn't seem like a choice Sakura would make. Sakura didn't want to continue on this topic and said, Naruto, how many days will you be here? Can I come to find you? Naruto said, oh, I won't stay for long. If you need me, just find me. I'm going to the Hokage building to eavesdrop on a few people. You won't be able to find me. You've already gained quite a bit of insight from training the violent bear-killing fist. It's time for you to learn some things. After spending some time explaining the will of martial arts, whether you can comprehend momentum depends on you. Looking at the empty courtyard, Sakura Haruno showed a hint of melancholy. They could never return, never go back to those days. Training together, fishing for shrimp by the river. Leaving the Haruno household, Naruto thought for a moment and decided to go to the Nara family to look for Shikamaru. However, he didn't get halfway when he was drawn in again. The person was none other than Jiraiya. In Naruto, Jiraiya is someone Naruto particularly admires. But now, he looked quite disheveled. His clothes hadn't been washed in a long time. His hair was a mess, and he was completely drunk, as if he had suffered some kind of blow. Naruto thought to himself, no way. This hero is actually in such a state of despair. It's hard to understand. In his perception, this person has always been an optimist. Nothing could ever bring him down. Even in death, he could face it calmly. What on earth could have caused this big shot to fall into such despair? Naruto thought for a moment and quietly retreated. After a while, 7 or 8 slender girls came over, dressed revealingly, their delicate skin indicating they were quite wealthy. The ability to push the grindstone applies just as well in this two-dimensional world. At first, the girls firmly rejected him and even expressed their anger towards Naruto. But when he threw out a large sum of money, their eyes were instantly captivated by the cash, their pupils transforming into symbols of banknotes. One by one, they carefully prepared themselves, determined to give it their all and earn a hefty reward. The girls arrived at Jiraiya's room, opened the door, and entered. Without hesitation, they rushed towards him, sweetly saying, ah, handsome, you smell so good. One girl even pecked Jiraiya on the cheek. Naruto nodded. Indeed, it does have a smell. This guy hasn't bathed for 10 days or so. How could there be no odor? Jiraiya was a bit confused, wondering how there were so many beautiful women. Not only were they throwing themselves at him, but he couldn't even handle being embraced from both sides. No matter who it was that came over. He immediately blushed and came back to life, letting himself go amidst the temptations. Naruto was stunned. He was brought back to life just like that. He then gave a thumbs up and said, damn, you're really something. Naruto walked in, using his palm to pull the sake jar in front of Jiraiya over to him. He gulped down a few swigs and then said, I originally thought you had fallen into despair, but I didn't expect you to be so fully revitalized. Keep going. Keep going. I've seen your excellent performances before. Although I occasionally act too, ugh, I'm a gentleman. I haven't seen a live broadcast like this before. Jiraiya didn't understand what Naruto was saying and replied, so it's you. He then told the several girls, you all go out first, and we'll continue later. Sorry. The boss is Naruto, but the girls wouldn't listen to him, and all looked at Naruto. Naruto waved his hand, and a stack of silver coins appeared, saying, you all take it and split it. Chapter 74. Jiraiya's heart cools. A few girls grabbed the money and happily left the room. Jiraiya, you spent too much. He recognized Naruto. This aura only belonged to Naruto. Naruto said, it's just a small matter. If you go to my fire dragon country in the future and get discovered, I'll break his legs, all 3 of them. Jiraiya, Naruto asked, Jiraiya-sensei, seeing you so downcast is a bit out of character for you. What's wrong? Did the woman you love reject you? Jiraiya replied, the girl I love, I confessed to her 1,000 times and was rejected 1,000 times. Naruto said, Tsunade is indeed very charming. Jiraiya replied. Tsunade has a spark in her eyes now. She has the motivation to live. Naruto said, in my land of flames, there will naturally be a light guiding us. Jiraiya, you don't understand. Naruto, damn it. I lived for over 30 years in my past life, and I've also spent 10 years in this life. It seems like that's still more than 10 years short. Jiraiya said, forget about that. How did you end up in Konoha? Aren't you afraid of being trapped by the Alliance? You should know there are 5 Kage-level ninjas here. Naruto said nonchalantly, should I summon your 2 toads and use Sage Jutsu? Then let Sarutobi Hiruzen perform the dead demon consuming seal to see if we can keep this king? Jiraiya looked at Naruto and said, you know quite a lot, don't you? Very few people know how to use Sage Jutsu. So how does Naruto know about it? Naruto said, of course, I've read the script. Jiraiya asked in confusion, script? What do you mean? Naruto, it doesn't matter, let's talk about you. Why have you become like this? Can I say that I come from another world and that you are just characters in an anime? Would you believe me if I said that? Jiraiya was silent for a while before saying, I'm just a bit disappointed. Naruto said, are you a bit disappointed? I see that you are not just a bit disappointed, but utterly disappointed. Otherwise, how could the great hero Jiraiya end up like this? Jiraiya gave a wry smile, shook his head, and asked in a somewhat low voice, Naruto, do you know who resurrected the Gold and Silver Brothers? Naruto said, this is nature. Jiraiya exclaimed, do you really know? Naruto said, using the process of elimination. We know who it is, right? The technique comes from Konoha, and besides your old man, who else could it be? As for Danzo, with him in this state, can he really control it? Jiraiya's body trembled as he said, if even you can figure it out, let alone others, it's really confusing, so confusing. Naruto said, I know, but others might not. After all, this jutsu is top secret, created by Hashirama Senju, and then sealed away. Not many people have seen it, and even fewer know about it. By the way, you're not feeling down because of this, are you? Jiraiya gave Naruto a look, as if to say, look at how capable you are. Naruto, wow, seriously you can't handle this? Do you believe that there will be even crazier things happening in the future? Jiraiya raised an eyebrow and asked, what do you mean by that? Naruto asked, what is the strength of Konoha now? Jiraiya replied, if the Uchiha clan were still around, they would naturally be the strongest. Now, who would dare to claim the top position in front of the Land of Flames? I have to admit, the current Flame Dragon City is the strongest in combat power. None of the 5 great ninja villages can compare. With just Tsunade and Orochimaru, many ninja villages are left in the dust, not to mention the presence of skilled experts like Uchiha Shursui. Naruto said, thank you for the compliment. Jiraiya, this is not a compliment, it's sincere. Naruto smiled slightly. I'm also sincere. Jiraiya said, now Konoha is already beneath the shadow of the Cloud Village. The Cloud Village has a perfect Jinchuriki, while Konoha's Jinchuriki has already run away. Naruto, stop saying useless things. Jiraiya asked, what do you mean by that? Naruto said, that being said, let's say, if I were to attack Konoha, and you couldn't hold me back, or to minimize losses, what would you do? Do you think your dear teacher would bring back a few dead people? Jiraiya stood up, shook his head, and said, no. He understood Naruto's meaning. Now, in Konoha, who could be summoned, aside from the first and second Hokage? Only those 2 could provide enough deterrence. Naruto said, really, won't you? How about we make a bet? Jiraiya replied, what do you want to do? Naruto said, I'm causing a stir here to see Sarutobi Hiruzen's choice. If he chooses to revive Senju Hashirama and Senju Tobirama, will you join my organization? At that moment, Jiraiya fell silent. Could he take the gamble? To be honest, he really couldn't take the risk. His teacher had already decayed, blinded by power and eroded by desire. Once there was a first time, there would naturally be a second. Naruto said, Jiraiya-sensei, you are really a great person, an amazing ninja. Although you have some flaws and are quite lecherous, I feel that you haven't walked your path properly. It shouldn't be as foretold by that big toad. You can't let that become your obsession. You need to break through the constraints you encounter and carve out a path that belongs to you. Right now, I can offer you a platform, and I hope you will think it over. After saying this, Naruto left the room, leaving it for Jiraiya. As he walked into the courtyard, several women were still there. When they saw Naruto come out, they all looked at him, seemingly wanting to do business again. Naruto said, since you are so dedicated to your posts, go ahead and take good care of him. You can split this among yourselves. A few girls saw the thick stack of money in Naruto's hand, and their eyes sparkled with excitement. With this order, they could eat for 3 months. Naturally, the girls rushed into the room at lightning speed, and before long, Jiraiya was enjoying himself. Naruto said. Hiruzen Sarutobi, the glory of Konoha was personally severed by you. Even someone as great as Jiraiya has lost faith in you. It's important to note that Jiraiya is also your disciple and held you in high regard as a teacher. In the original story, even though he was quite dissatisfied with you, he ultimately returned to help clean up the mess and take care of the aftermath. But now, a series of actions from you has deeply disappointed Jiraiya. As for the previous talk about stepping aside, it seems to have been nothing more than a joke. He has been back for quite some time now and hasn't mentioned it even once. Naruto shook his head, no longer thinking about Sarutobi Hiruzen. He was still going about his business, digging deep into Konoha's foundations. Chapter 75, the Tsundere brother, the humble brother. In a dark and cold forest, the branches intertwined, with only faint light filtering through the gaps in the leaves, creating an eerie atmosphere. The cold wind howled, and the branches rustled, making one feel as if they were in a bizarre world. In the dense forest, two figures were sprinting through the underbrush, both dressed in black cloaks adorned with a few red clouds, wearing forehead protectors with a scratch on them. Such attire belonged to only one organization in the ninja world, the Akatsuki. One wore a red ring, and the other had dark blue hair, resembling a shark. These two were none other than Kisame Hashigaki and Itachi Uchiha, who had just come from the Akatsuki. Suddenly, Itachi Uchiha stopped in his tracks. This prompted Kisame, who was passing by, to return and ask, Itachi, what are you thinking? Itachi replied, Kisame, you should go back. Kisame, confused, asked, what do you mean, Itachi? Itachi said, I'm going to leave the Akatsuki. Upon hearing this, Kisame narrowed his eyes and asked, why? Do you know the price of betraying the Akatsuki? Itachi replied, of course. I don't care. He wasn't sure what the Akatsuki intended to do, but he was certain they didn't have time to hunt him down unless they crossed paths, fought. And then he could escape, leaving things unresolved. Kisame said, Itachi, we're friends. You're making this difficult for me. Itachi responded, just go. You're not my match, and I don't want to hurt you. Kisame insisted, Itachi, I want to know the real reason. The real reason was naturally that Sasuke had betrayed Konoha, and Itachi felt a sense of disillusionment towards Konoha, so he would no longer act as an insider for them. Because of Naruto's arrival, a butterfly effect occurred, and the path followed by Uchiha Shursui deeply affected Itachi. He realized he had taken the wrong path and made the wrong choice, becoming a pawn of Konoha. In the past, when Sasuke was in Konoha, he didn't care about being a pawn as long as he could protect Sasuke. But now that Sasuke had left Konoha, he no longer needed to stay in the Akatsuki or serve Konoha. Itachi said Kisame goodbye. Without explaining further, he left. Kisame wanted to pursue him, but when Itachi turned around, his eyes were scarlet, and Kisame immediately came to a halt. After a while, he could finally move and said, the Sharingan is indeed powerful. Just in that moment, he had fallen into Itachi's Jinjutsu and couldn't move. He was certain that if Itachi had wanted to take action then, he could have finished him off. Scratching his head, Kisame thought, I have to find new partners now. As for the organization pursuing Itachi, that was impossible. Itachi's strength was formidable, and they had no idea how strong he had become. The organization wouldn't take on such a thankless task. Kisame returned to the organization and reported the matter to Nagato, leaving him to deal with it. After leaving Kisame, Itachi no longer thought about him. At that moment, only Sasuke occupied Itachi's mind. He needed to find Sasuke as quickly as possible. After 3 days, Itachi finally found Sasuke. Upon seeing Itachi, Sasuke's first action was to launch several shurikens, rapidly forming hand seals and using his chakra to activate ninjutsu, initiating a brotherly battle. However, after a short while, Itachi demonstrated through his actions that he would always be the older brother. After about 70 or 80 exchanges, Itachi emerged victorious. He said with satisfaction, Good, Sasuke. I didn't expect your strength to grow this much. But then his expression turned cold, with a hint of mockery in his eyes, as he said bluntly, Foolish little brother, is this all the growth you've achieved over the years? Seeing his brother's mood shift from joy to sadness, and hearing the coldest words, Sasuke began to understand Naruto's words. His brother indeed bore much pain in his heart. However, he could not forgive him. He absolutely could not forgive him easily. Sasuke coolly said, You don't need to act like this. Itachi, momentarily confused, replied, Foolish little brother, what do you mean by that? Sasuke said, I already know that many members of the Uchiha clan have died, including many children. My absence from the clan is merely an excuse. Keeping me alive was your deal with Konoha. Upon hearing this, Itachi could no longer maintain his facade. He knew his brother had understood the truth and immediately reverted to being the devoted older brother. His eyes filled with Sasuke's figure, saying, "Sasuke, how did you find out?" Sasuke proudly replied, "I find out what I want to know." In the years spent with Naruto and others, his personality had solidified. Itachi's expression twisted as he recalled his actions, feeling a surge of pain in his heart. He said softly, "Sasuke, I'm sorry. I took the wrong path and trusted Konoha. If time could be reversed, he would have chosen the same path as Shursui, betraying Konoha and reviving the Uchiha clan." Seeing his brother in such a state made Sasuke feel uneasy as well. His expression was pained, and his Sharingan activated as he said, "I don't know how to forgive you. After all, you killed Mom and Dad." But when Itachi heard this, his eyes lit up with joy. He understood the implication. Sasuke still had feelings for him as his brother and acknowledged him, but he just couldn't get past that hurdle. That was enough, truly enough. For this sinner, death didn't matter anymore. He had never expected to receive his brother's forgiveness, but now, his heart was no longer in darkness. Sasuke recalled Naruto's words and gradually calmed his anger. When he saw Itachi seemingly smiling, he said sharply, "What are you so happy about?" His face was cold, head tilted at a 45-degree angle, giving off an entirely Sundara vibe. Itachi said, "Sasuke, thank you." "Brother, I'm very happy." Sasuke replied, "I still haven't forgiven you. You're not my brother yet." With that, he turned and walked away, not running, but walking step by step. Itachi quickly followed, saying, "Sasuke, where are we going?" Sasuke replied, "That's none of your business." Then he added, "To Yanlong City to cultivate martial arts, evolve my Sharingan, and revive Mom and Dad." Itachi asked, "Can we really revive Mom and Dad?" Sasuke responded, "Naruto said that with the Rinnegan and Life Force, we can revive deceased loved ones." Sasuke still sincerely trusted Naruto because, with Naruto's strength, he had no reason to deceive him. Itachi said, all right, Sasuke, I'll accompany you." Sasuke replied, "No, I need to go to Konoha first to take revenge on Danzo." Itachi agreed, "You're right, that old dog Danzo must die. Let us go to Konoha together and take revenge on that old dog Danzo." Sasuke said, "Don't follow me." Itachi replied, "Oh, okay. I also want to go to Konoha." Chapter 76. Breaking the facade. The meeting of the five Kage had not yet commenced, and Naruto was a guest in Konoha. Still at the Nara household, leisurely lounging around with Shikamaru. When Nara Shikaka saw them, he said nothing. After all, his son had already become an elite jounin, and his strength was on par with his own, so he let them be. Ever since Naruto arrived, Shikamaru had not gone to the meeting venue. He felt like a failure and preferred the comfort of lying at home. One day, Shikamaru, Choji, and Sakura took Naruto to the riverside, their previous training ground. The area remained unchanged, indicating that the three of them often came here to train. This time, Naruto lay on the grass to rest while the other three fished for shrimp in the river. It seemed that without Naruto, the fish and shrimp in the river had increased quite a bit over the past year, and the trio managed to catch quite a lot in a short time. Suddenly, Naruto sat up. Naruto said, "What the hell? These two brothers made up?" In his perception, two people were running towards Konoha. The two were Uchiha Sasuke and Itachi, coming to seek revenge on Danzo. Naruto said, "What are the two brothers doing in Konoha? It can't be for revenge, right?" Shikamaru asked, "Naruto, what's wrong?" Naruto said, "You guys go back first. Someone is coming. I'll go take a look." Sakura anxiously replied, "Naruto, is it an enemy?" It seems she wanted to fight alongside Naruto, worried that he might get hurt. But whether to worry or not is not the point. Would Naruto really go fight against the enemies of Konoha? Absolutely not. Choji opened a bag of chips, eating while saying, "Sakura, there's no need to worry about Naruto. He's really strong. The enemies can't hurt him at all." Naruto said, "It's someone you know, and also an enemy of Konoha." After saying this, he vanished into the forest, leaving no trace. Sakura muttered, "Our acquaintance. An enemy of Konoha. Who could it be?" Shikamaru's eyes flickered, and he said softly, "It should be Sasuke Uchiha returning. This truly reflects the Nara family's lineage." He thought it right away. This intelligence is worthy of Konoha's think tank family. One can only say they're exceptionally outstanding. Choji said, "But didn't Sasuke leave? What is he coming back for?" They knew that Sasuke had escaped in the past, and if it weren't for Hinata's secret help, he would have been captured by Danzo long ago. They understood Danzo's dirty schemes. Coming back at this time, isn't it seeking death? Shikamaru said bitterly, "Don't forget how the Uchiha clan was destroyed." Sakura's body trembled slightly, and she said, "Could it be that Sasuke?" Shikamaru replied, "Let's go back. We shouldn't let the battle affect the villagers. Such deep-seated hatred cannot be resolved without bloodshed." they decided not to get involved. Their only duty was to protect the villagers. Naruto stealthily approached Sasuke and Itachi, just as he had imagined. Sasuke walked proudly, with Itachi following him, his eyes full of affection. Although Itachi said he had forgiven him, he really hadn't, and although he claimed he hadn't forgiven, the situation wasn't much different. Sasuke didn't dislike Itachi. Otherwise, he would have already fought or killed him. The two returned openly, and the Umbu had already reported to Sarutobi Hiruzen. When Itachi Uchiha was mentioned, Sarutobi's eyes narrowed slightly as he said, as expected of Itachi, destined to be Hokage. He thought that Itachi was still carrying on his will and protecting Konoha, which made him feel gratified. To show his magnanimity, he brought a lot of people and secretly rallied the crowd to welcome Sasuke and Itachi back. Little did he know, this would be another day of shame for him. Danzo also received the news and secretly brought root members to the scene. He didn't know that this time he would have no chance. Without the Mangekyō Sharingan, his current strength was far from what it was in the original story. He would be no match for Sasuke and Itachi. Naruto secretly said, Danzo, oh Danzo, you dared to come. It's indeed time for you to meet your end. As for the two brothers coming to Konoha, Naruto really couldn't think of any other purpose besides killing Danzo. As for missing home, these two shouldn't be feeling that way now. Sasuke and Itachi both listened in silence. And after a while, Hiruzen Sarutobi and others appeared. Hiruzen Sarutobi gently said, Sasuke, Itachi, welcome back to the village. Sasuke replied, Hiruzen Sarutobi, back to the village? Are you getting old and confused, or just sleeping? With this cold tone, Hiruzen immediately understood that something had changed. Sasuke was not brought back by Itachi. Looking at Itachi, it seemed that Uchiha Itachi was also no longer under his control. Hiruzen asked, Itachi, what is going on? Uchiha Itachi said with indifference, Sasuke wants to kill Danzo. So naturally, I can only come to kill Danzo as well. His calm demeanor and cold tone showed that he didn't regard Hiruzen as a threat at all. Hiruzen's eyes flickered with sparks of anger as he said, Itachi, do you know what you were doing? Uchiha Itachi's gaze swept over Hiruzen, his eyes cold, and he said, Hiruzen Sarutobi, I am very clear about what I am doing. Konoha is dead in my eyes, completely withered away in your schemes. Having reached this point, was he still afraid of tearing faces? Then Uchiha Itachi activated his Sharingan, revealing his eternal Mangekyō Sharingan, which seemed to have just evolved. The aura he emitted had already surpassed Hiruzen Sarutobi. Inoki, Madarumi, and Rashi sensed this aura and hurried over. Upon seeing that it was members of the Uchiha clan, they all stopped, having no intention of stepping in to help. This was Konoha's family matter, and they didn't want to interfere. Moreover, Konoha's troubles had nothing to do with them. Itachi directly manifested Susanoo and said domineeringly, Today, my brother and I have come only to kill Danzo. Hiruzen Sarutobi, if you know what's good for you, hand over Danzo. If we kill him, we will leave. Jiraiya also arrived, rubbing his head and looking at Hiruzen Sarutobi. Old man, is this what you wanted to see? Meanwhile, Danzo had a vague sense of foreboding in his heart. He wanted to retreat, not wanting to get involved in this matter. Naruto thought to himself, since you're here, then don't leave. Let's settle all grievances once and for all. Naruto blocked Danzo behind him, unleashing a dominant force that pushed Danzo back. No need to thank me. My name is Lei Feng. Naruto thought to himself, leaving very quickly without leaving a trace, making it impossible for Konoha to catch even a hint of his presence. Sasuke saw that it was Danzo who was thrown out and coldly said, Brother, I'm going to kill Danzo. Itachi, with tears in his eyes, said forcefully, You go ahead. Leave the rest to me. The current Uchiha Sasuke was not the same Uchiha Sasuke who had betrayed the village. His speed was so fast that Danzo didn't even notice before he was kicked in the chest. As his body flew out, he was kicked back again. In the process, Danzo spat out a mouthful of blood. Naruto said mercilessly, How tragic. Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes burned red with fury. His mindset had exploded. Itachi, can you really bear to watch the village suffer from war because of you? Chapter 77, Edo, Tensei. At this moment, Sarutobi Hiruzen still wanted to evoke Itachi Uchiha's compassion through emotion. In the past, he had planted the will to maintain the peace of the village in Itachi's heart. It had indeed been successful. However, with Shursue's breaking and Naruto's leadership, it shattered Itachi's will and opened a door, giving him a new path, a broad avenue. Itachi Uchiha coldly said, If not for Sasuke wanting you to live, Hiruzen, I would kill you. Why such drama? Sasuke, that idiot, was stunned. Itachi was so fierce. As an Anbu, shouldn't he understand the dangers of Konoha better than that idiot? How could he come here so recklessly for revenge? After hearing Itachi's words, Naruto couldn't help but complain in his heart. The two brothers' power had greatly increased. This Naruto acknowledged. The idiot was an elite jonin, and Itachi could be considered at the level of a Kage, but such strength was still insufficient to make a significant impact in Konoha. Not to mention Jiraiya, Gai Kakashi, and others. Even the combined strength of several major clans could intercept the two. Kakashi, though lacking in chakra, and had become a unit of measurement, still had strength worth acknowledging. Kakashi was not to be taken lightly, and even in the hands of the god of shinobi, he could likely last a few rounds. Sarutobi Hiruzen made one last jab, saying, Itachi, I'll give you one last choice. Return to Konoha, and I'll pretend nothing happened. Regardless of Sasuke's current strength or Itachi's, he couldn't help but feel his heart bleed. They were the backbone of Konoha, now standing on the opposing side. Itachi said, Hiruzen, making a wrong choice once is enough. I will never make a wrong choice again, never. Sarutobi Hiruzen coldly said, then you can't blame me. He showed a sad expression and said, may the sages rest in peace. I hope for redemption. There was still an unknown enemy lurking in the shadows. The other 4 Kage were present, and it had to be a swift resolution. Currently, Konoha had no experts capable of a swift resolution and could only resort to forbidden techniques, Edo Tensei. Only the god of shinobi could accomplish this. In Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes, how could he see the hidden potential of Konoha's blue beast? Tiger, snake, dog, dragon. Sarutobi Hiruzen clasped his hands together, and 2 coffins emerged from the ground, one marked with the character first and the other with second. Sarutobi Hiruzen performed Edo Tensei, bringing back the first and second Hokage. When the coffin doors opened, 2 figures appeared. One was a bit naive, and the other was filled with murderous intent. The naive one was naturally Hashirama Senju, who said, aren't we supposed to be at peace? The murderous Hashirama's brother Tobirama Senju said, the jutsu I studied, Edo Tensei. This is the first and second Hokage. They have been resurrected. They have actually been resurrected. It's the first Hokage. It's the first Hokage. The villagers went wild. The god of shinobi Hashirama was their faith, the pillar of their spirit, an undefeated myth. Sasuke stepped on Danzo, returning to Itachi's side. He was stunned, but not foolish. This was the god of shinobi, Hashirama Senju, an invincible symbol. Even his powerful ancestor, Uchiha Madara, was no match for him. Hashirama asked, Monkey, what happened? Tobirama said, you summoned us with my jutsu. Has Konoha encountered some great disaster? Sarutobi Hiruzen said, I apologize for disturbing the 2 lords' peace in such an extreme manner. Konoha is indeed in great danger. Jiraiya looked at the resurrected first and second Hokage. The foot he was about to step forward with halted at this moment. With the 2 lords present, there would be no danger, and he should leave. At this moment, Jiraiya felt that the authority of his teacher, Sarutobi Hiruzen, no longer existed. He was one of Konoha's 3 great ninjas, and he was about to become a lonely traveler, belonging to no faction, belonging to no Konoha, only to himself. Hashirama and Tobirama looked at Itachi and Sasuke. Tobirama spoke first, saying, Evil eyes, the evil Uchiha clan. Hashirama questioned, You are descendants of Madara. How can you attack the village? Itachi said to Sasuke, Sasuke, you go ahead, I'll hold them off. In front of the god of shinobi, he didn't think he and his brother could escape. Hashirama said, Hey little guy, I am still your elder. A person from the same era as your ancestor Madara. How can you be so rude? At least show me some respect. Naruto looked at the somewhat comical appearance of Senju Hashirama and muttered, The god of ninjas is actually just a joker. It really is so. Uchiha Itachi said, Lord Hashirama, you are broad-minded and kind to others. If you had been in charge all along, we naturally wouldn't have attacked the village. But now that our home is gone, we must punish the murderer. Upon hearing this, Senju Hashirama looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen and asked, Monkey, what is going on? He then turned to his side and said to Senju Tobirama, And you, didn't I tell you before I left to treat the Uchiha clan well? Senju Tobirama replied, Brother, when I passed away, the Uchiha clan still existed and was doing well. Itachi said, Lord Tobirama, at that time our clan did indeed exist, but we were continuously ostracized, step by step retreating, only wishing to coexist peacefully with the village. But the result was even worse, leading to our destruction. This is all due to your will, the actions of your 2 good disciples. Danzo is lying in a pit. You can take a look at his eyes. Are they not the Sharingan of my Uchiha clan? Senju Tobarama coldly replied, "The Uchiha clan is evil and should be exterminated." Sasuke sneered and said, "Evil, yes, all evil. Speaking of clans, our Uchiha clan is indeed pitiful, but compared to you, we are very lucky." Senju Tobarama said icily, "What do you mean?" Uchiha Itachi continued, "There is no longer a Senju clan in Konoha. Apart from Lady Tsunade, there are no more people of the Senju name." Senju Hashirama became angry and turned to ask, "Monkey, what is going on?" He had allowed his clan to blend in with the common people, but he never intended for his family to be extinguished. Sarutobi Hiruzen controlled the two and said, "Lord Hashirama, Lord Tobarama, I will explain this matter to you later. For now, whoosh." Naruto appeared prominently in the air and said, "Hiruzen Sarutobi, isn't this a bit unfriendly to our predecessors?" Hiruzen Sarutobi gritted his teeth and said, "Naruto Uzumaki." Naruto calmly said, "Don't look at me with that kind of gaze. Right now, you don't even have the qualification to fight me." After saying that, Naruto's eyes turned, and the eternal Mangekyō Sharingan and Rinnegan opened dramatically. Naruto's reincarnation eye is purple, extraordinarily eerie, and its powerful aura moves Hashirama Senju and Tobarama Senju. Naruto's powerful spiritual attack freed Sarutobi Hiruzen, Senju Hashirama, and Tobarama from their control. Chapter 78. The Fury of Senju Hashirama. Sarutobi Hiruzen's face turned pale as he incredulously said, "What kind of eyes are those?" Senju Tobarama stared at Naruto. He recognized the eternal Mangekyō Sharingan, but he had never seen the other purple eye, nor had he heard of it. When did such a powerful eye appear in the world? Senju Hashirama said, "Child, who are you?" The bloodline aura felt somewhat familiar, resembling that of his wife. Naruto smiled and said, "My surname is Uzumaki." Senju Hashirama was overjoyed and asked, "Are you a descendant of the Mito family?" Mito? His wife, Uzumaki Mito, the first Jinchuriki of Konohagakure. Naruto said, "I have the bloodline of the Uzumaki clan in my body, but I shouldn't be a direct descendant of the Mito Senpai's family. The Uzumaki clan has very few survivors now, and the land of whirlpools has naturally been destroyed. As for the reason, the second Hokage, you'll have to explain that." Senju Hashirama said in disbelief, "The Uzumaki clan has been exterminated, and the land of whirlpools is gone?" Senju Tobarama replied, "The surprise attacks from the various nations were too fast. We couldn't react in time. By the time we received the news, the land of whirlpools had already been destroyed." Naruto said, "The alliance with Konoha is one thing, but the most foolish act of the land of waves is that. After all, it is a country, and it has a ninja village, yet it was destroyed silently and without a trace. This could not have been done by a small ninja village. It requires the armies of great nations." And looking at this map, my gaze falls on Reikage AI and Mizukage Meiterumi, and I coldly say, I suppose this is inextricably linked to Kumogakure and Kirigakure, right? Facing Naruto's gaze, both Meiterumi and AI felt a heavy sense of death enveloping them, a powerful aura penetrating deep into their hearts. AI crossed his arms and coldly said, "This has nothing to do with Kumogakure, kid." Whoosh! Naruto's figure had disappeared, and when he reappeared, he was already by AI's side. Bang! With a powerful punch, he sent AI crashing into the ground, creating a massive pit with a radius of 10 meters. How dare he act tough in front of him? Seeking death, Naruto said coldly, "You really have some nerve. 3 years. Remember, I will only give you a maximum of 3 years. If you don't announce it to the world, I won't hold back." AI spat out several mouthfuls of blood, and no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't get up. He didn't know how many bones were broken. He could hear the sound of blood flowing in his body. Strong, terrifyingly strong. This is the power of the Dragon King. Naruto Uzumaki. Isn't this brute strength? Tobarama Senju said. Hashirama Senju replied, "This is the power of the physical body." He didn't sense any chakra fluctuations. This wasn't the power that erupted from concentrated chakra rapidly burning out. This was Naruto's physical strength. How could the physical strength be this powerful? As soon as Naruto made his move, he truly intimidated everyone. Naruto sarcastically said, "Before World War II, Konoha was in a time of peace and developed rapidly. The armies of the Cloud and Mist villages moved out, and since they couldn't know any better, they really are useless. On the other hand, Konoha's White Fang became well known for giving up his mission to save his comrades, which is indeed admirable. Moreover, after the death of the Uzumaki clan, most of the sealing techniques were acquired by Konoha, and I, Uzumaki Naruto, sincerely admire this." In Senju Hashirama's eyes, there was already a blazing anger. Under his gaze, Senju Tobarama lowered his head, not daring to meet his brother's eyes. Senju Hashirama said, "Monkey, you are also something." Naruto naturally would not let this opportunity pass, and said, "Sarutobi Hiruzen really did a perfect job in these aspects. For example, Hinata Hisashi's death was truly unjust. When the Cloud Village came to Konoha and kidnapped the Hinata heiress, not only was it discovered, but Hinata Hayashi ended up killing them. The Cloud Village even came to demand an explanation. Our third Hokage provided a solution, which was to hand over Hinata Hayashi's body, claiming it was to prevent war between the two nations. In the end, Hinata Hisashi died in place of his brother. I have to say, this decision was brilliant. It not only gained fame, but also eliminated dissenters and suppressed the Hyuga clan. It was truly a threefold gain. Bang! As Naruto's words fell, Senju Hashirama punched Sarutobi Hiruzen in the face, knocking him to the ground, and coldly said, "You are not qualified to be Hokage. He may be naturally dull, but he is not a fool." The impact of this incident is undoubtedly significant. Once the news spreads, other major ninja villages will follow suit, occasionally staging similar incidents. Does that mean someone has to die to pay the price? Konoha has many clans with bloodline limits and secret techniques, leading to widespread unease. No one knows if they will be the next to follow in Hyuga Hisashi's footsteps, or if they will be offered as a sacrificial gift by Konoha. What kind of security can such a Konoha provide? Does such a village even need to exist? Senju Hashirama said, "In the end, we have misjudged. How can a Hokage who cannot protect the villagers and who needs to sacrifice them lead Konoha to greatness?" Naruto's eyes sparkled with unexpected joy, absolute unexpected joy. The persona of Hiruzen Sarutobi was gone. At this moment, Hiruzen Sarutobi was nailed to the pillar of shame. No matter how hard he had worked in the past, today it all went to waste, becoming an illusion. Hiruzen Sarutobi did weaken the merits of Hashirama Senju, but he was the third Hokage. If he were the seventh or eighth Hokage, perhaps he could have succeeded. After all, it has been a long time and with intentional guidance. The past could indeed be gradually covered up. However, only a few decades had passed, and how could the merits of Hashirama Senju be obscured? The ninja world still had the legend of the god of shinobi, which he could not erase. Now, hearing Hashirama Senju speak like this, the surrounding crowd looked at Hiruzen Sarutobi with the same disdain they had for young Naruto, and naturally, there was no shortage of discussion. Hashirama Senju said, "Child, are you also a ninja of Konohagakure?" Naruto said, "I am not a ninja. I am a warrior. My father is the fourth Hokage of Konoha, but he passed away to seal the Nine Tails. Oh, Kurama is inside my body, so I could be considered the Jinchuriki of this generation in Konoha." Senju Hashirama's eyes lit up, and he said, "In that case, you could be considered one of Konoha's people." Naruto said, "I lived here for 12 years. Senju Hashirama replied, "Well, Naruto, come back to Konoha. You will be the fifth Hokage. After all, this is the village where you grew up, and you have feelings for it." Naruto reached out and said, "Stop, Senju Hashirama Senpai, you might be mistaken. I really don't have much feelings for Konoha, and I'm not very interested in the position of the fifth Hokage." Senju Hashirama felt that there was some underlying cause to this, so he asked, "Naruto, is there some misunderstanding here?" Chapter 79. Danzo's loneliness. Hearing this, Hiruzen Sarutobi had a bad premonition in his heart. Naruto naturally wouldn't miss this opportunity. He recounted his experiences and truly was a good storyteller, vividly expressing his childhood life. In the end, Naruto asked Senior Hashirama, "Do you think it's wrong for me to betray the village? Or should I give up my hatred, work hard, and protect those who once viewed me as an enemy?" Senju Hashirama fell silent. He couldn't answer. Naruto continued, "Besides, I don't care about this small Konoha village. I now control the Land of Fire, have occupied the peninsula of the Land of Fire, and reclaimed the Land of Whirlpools. Isn't that more carefree than being a Hokage?" Senju Hashirama asked, "The Land of Fire? Where's that?" Naruto said, "The Land of Tea wants to run again. In the pit." Danzo tried to escape, but was caught back by Naruto. At the same time, Naruto removed the eye mask and the cloth bag from his right arm, looking at Senju Tobirama, and said, "Look at your good disciple. He has indeed inherited your ruthless heart, exterminating other people's clans and stealing their eyes. It's reasonable for others to seek revenge, isn't it? Are you going to stop them?" When Senju Tobirama saw several crimson Sharingan on Danzo's arm, he was also stunned and shocked, then coldly asked, "Danzo, why?" Naruto said, "I'll answer this for him. I love helping others, and I'm always willing to lend a hand. The first reason is that I'm afraid of death. The Uchiha clan's Izanagi can save lives. Secondly, studying the body can lead to immortality, and this guy does it perfectly. Not only does he study your corpses, but he also captures orphans from war to conduct experiments in pursuit of eternal life. That's the kind of helpful person I am, so I'll give it a 5-star rating. Naruto continued to fan the flames, saying, "Don't be angry just yet." Sarutobi Hiruzen actually knows a bit about this, but he pretends not to. How does he communicate with Danzo? One is the root, and the other is the big tree, but in reality, the two collaborate with each other, not in a romantic sense, but in a secret killing line. Those Sarutobi Hiruzen wants to eliminate. Danzo will secretly use underhanded tactics to spread rumors, inciting the villagers to collectively attack. That's how Konoha White Fang and the Uchiha clan met their demise. Even I, the son of the nine-tailed fox, was something Danzo spread around. So, with this kind of collaboration, Konoha has the prosperity it has today. This is what killing with a heart means. It's too ruthless, simply too ruthless. They can imagine that from today onward, whether it's Sarutobi Hiruzen or Danzo. They will inevitably become infamous and will be remembered for their infamy for 1,000 years. Naruto then said, "As for what I said, you might not believe it. It's very simple to verify." Kakashi come out. Kakashi heard again the reason for his father's death, feeling a pang of pain in his heart. He looked up at the sky, feeling utterly dispirited. Hearing Naruto call him, he looked over and saw Naruto nodding at him, so he appeared. Naruto said, "Can you wait a moment?" Kakashi. The others looked at Naruto speechlessly. Naruto's eyes turned, and a massive mental force struck Danzo, guiding him to reveal the details of his research. This is one of the abilities of the Rinnegan, to control the mental will and actions of others, extracting information from their brains. Hiruzen Sarutobi did not move or intervene. He knew that no matter how he tried to stop it, it would be futile. Let it be destroyed. The situation was completely under Naruto's control, and any attempt to intervene would only be ugly. Naruto said to Kakashi, "Did you hear the location clearly? You can go check it out. Enter the underground research chamber, and everything will be revealed." Senju Hashirama said, "No need to go." Naruto said, "Let's go. Maybe we can save a few people." This time, Senju Hashirama didn't stop him, and Kakashi also went. He went to save people. After today, Konoha will no longer have roots. Senju Hashirama's gaze fell on Naruto as he said, "The energy in your body is very strange. It's not chakra. It's stronger than chakra." Naruto said, "This is the essence of nature. What I have is true energy, martial arts true energy. Absorbing the energy of heaven and earth for cultivation is naturally more advanced than chakra. Even sage chakra is like a younger brother in front of it." Senju Hashirama, "Martial arts? Do you mean Bushido?" Naruto, "Senju Hashirama, this is your fault. Don't insult my martial way with something like Bushido. The martial way is a practice based on martial skills, the primary path to pursuing truth. The spirit of martial arts is to stop conflicts and find the ultimate goal of mutual assistance and unity from contradictions and struggles. As for the teachings, he is an expert, too familiar with it. It's just a pity that without his detailed brainwashing, I can't understand what he's saying." Senju Hashirama said, "This new training is quite novel. If there's a chance, I must experience it." Naruto said, "I also want to witness the power of the legendary ninja god. After you handle the follow-up matters in Konoha, you can come to the Flame Dragon country, and I will fight you." Senju Hashirama readily agreed, saying, "All right." Senju Tobirama added, "Count me in." To this, Naruto unceremoniously retorted, "You can forget it. You, who can be defeated by the likes of Kin and Jin, have no qualifications to fight me. This is not arrogance, it's a fact. Kin and Jin, who could manipulate earth and reincarnation, were obliterated by his sword. If Senju Tobirama came at him, the result would be the same." Senju Tobirama. Senju Hashirama laughed heartily and said, "Good kid, you're quite genuine. Letting you leave Konoha was the biggest mistake. What a pity, what a pity. We were born in the wrong era. If you could have been in the same era as me, you would definitely have changed this world." Naruto said, "This is inevitable." This made Senju Hashirama burst into laughter, and he had a better impression of Naruto. Naruto said, "Then I'll leave this Tobi to you two brothers." Senju Hashirama replied, "He's one of my Konoha people. To be honest, I really don't want to give him to you. If he has to die, it should be on Konoha's judgment platform. But if it's a fight with you, now is not the right time. Forget it, you can take him." Naruto said to Sasuke and Itachi, "Sasuke, Itachi, it's up to you now." It was originally their stage, a platform they had worked hard to build, but the performance was entirely done by Naruto. Sasuke thanked him, saying, "Arigato Naruto." Itachi also smiled and said, "Arigato, Naruto-kun." Itachi sincerely thanked Naruto, not to mention anything else. Just talking about Sasuke, Naruto had saved him from his low point. Not only did his strength increase, but his personality changed a lot. And he also acknowledged Itachi as his brother. Naruto said, "You're welcome. Sasuke and I are friends. It's only right for friends to help each other." Under the furious methods of the two brothers, Danzo used Izanagi 3 times but still died, burned to ashes by the flames. Chapter 80. Rock Lee's Intent. This time, the Chunin exam turned Konoha into a complete joke. Whether it was Hiruzen, Sarutobi, or Danzo, both had made a name for themselves in the ninja world. But their dirty tactics were disgusting, and their reputation was completely ruined. The Sarutobi clan naturally suffered unwarranted disaster, becoming the target of villagers' contempt. Fortunately, there was still some residual power, so no one dared to bully them recklessly. Hiruzen Sarutobi aged considerably, going from being a respected Hokage to a rat in the street, hearing the voices of villagers cursing him every day. At that moment, he also felt the suffering that Kakashi Hatake and Naruto had endured. This feeling was indeed unpleasant, with every word piercing like a steel needle into his heart. Did Naruto leave Konoha? Of course not. His purpose for coming to Konoha is not yet finished. He still needs to recruit more talented individuals. Kakashi is out of the question, as he has now become the 5th Hokage, appointed personally by the 1st Hokage, and has turned a root into a sword in his hand. Originally, this responsibility was supposed to fall on Jiraiya. But Jiraiya left Konoha at a time when it was still dangerous, showing how determined he was and how disheartened he was by Hiruzen Sarutobi. In the end, it fell on Kakashi. It's already impossible to pull him into the organization. The seeds that Shisui planted have withered now that Hiruzen has stepped down. For this, Naruto can only lament that it's a pity. However, the main person he wants to recruit is Guy. If he hangs a life potion on Guy, what kind of outcome will he kick out? That is worth looking forward to. That day, Naruto transformed into a nurse to visit Rock Lee. When Rock Lee saw Naruto walk in with the medicine, he said seriously, "Didn't we just change the dressing? Are we changing it again now?" His body hasn't absorbed the medicinal effects that quickly. It should take at least a day to fully absorb it. Naruto said, "Don't overthink it. I'm just afraid of trouble. I dressed up as a doctor, but I'm not here to change your bandages. I'm here to see you." Lee Rock immediately became alert. Even if he couldn't stand, he would still resist stubbornly and fight back, asking, "Who are you? What do you want with me?" Naruto transformed his face a few times, returning to his original appearance, and said, "I do have a purpose for finding you." Rock Lee replied, "It's you, Uzumaki Naruto." A look of confusion appeared on his face. He wondered what could possibly attract Naruto to him. With Naruto's current strength, what could he possibly need help with? Naruto said, "It's me." Rock Lee stared at Naruto. His thick eyebrows furrowed into a V shape of displeasure. Naruto said, "I came to find you because I recognize your efforts as a person. I want to take you into the true path of physical cultivation." Rock Lee asked, "Is it the martial way?" Naruto said, "It's martial arts." Rock Lee replied seriously, "Are you asking me to betray Konoha?" Naruto said, "To gain something, you must inevitably lose something. Water flows to lower places, and people strive for higher places. Betraying Konoha may not be counted, but asking you to join the Flame Dragon is indeed true." "Impossible," Lee Rock said firmly, his words strong and powerful. "I'd rather die than betray." Naruto said, "You don't need to refuse this just yet. Let me finish speaking, and then you can consider it yourself. No one will force you to choose. If you want to join the Flame Dragon, I welcome you. If you insist on staying in Konoha, I will respect your decision." Rock Lee replied, "All right, go ahead." Naruto said, "The taijutsu you train with Guy, in my opinion, is just waste. To put it bluntly, you are currently exchanging your life force for combat power, completely neglecting to understand the human body. Each person's body is an independent world. Solidifying the structure of this world is what body cultivation is about. Although you are training your body, you're not cultivating the body, but rather ninjutsu. Without a strong body to support the use of powerful ninjutsu, it will create a heavy burden on the body. Everyone has a limit to what their body can endure, and exceeding this limit will cause injuries. Healing these injuries requires cell division and growth. And each person's cell division is fixed, which essentially means you are exchanging your life for combat power. This reasoning is very simple. Lee understood it as soon as he heard it. He did not refute it, nor could he, as the facts are indeed as stated. Naruto said, "In martial arts training, the first step is to strengthen the body. If the physical body is strong enough to reach my level, not to mention opening the 5th gate, even the 8th gate can be endured." As he spoke, Naruto found a knife from somewhere and struck it hard against his wrist. With a clang, Naruto's arm was completely unharmed, while the blade, suffering from the rebound force, broke apart. Rock Lee's eyes widened in disbelief. The blade had actually shattered without even touching his flesh. Is this still a flesh and blood body? The answer is yes, it is indeed a flesh and blood body. But it is simply a perfectly constructed one. Naruto said, "Do you know Tsunade?" Rock Lee nodded blankly. Yes, she's one of the legendary 3 ninjas. A very powerful female ninja. Naruto said, her strength is indeed impressive. She is a medical ninja and possesses the bloodline of the Senju clan, with terrifying physical strength. She attacked me with her immense strength, but it was only about 80 of my power. Listen carefully, it's physical strength, not the power generated by martial arts energy. If you cultivate body training techniques and gain even 10 of my strength when you use body techniques, you could not only pin Gaara to the ground, but also wouldn't have to lie here. Rock Lee asked, is it really possible to reach that level? Naruto said, you can do it because you work hard enough. Rock Lee was obviously moved, but when it came to leaving Konoha, he found it difficult to do so, and he couldn't help but feel conflicted inside. Naruto said, still the same thing. How to choose, it's up to you. If you join the Flame Dragon Kingdom, we can work together to establish a completely free country. Think it over. I'll take my leave now. He thought to himself, I still need to persuade your teacher. Getting your teacher on board would be a huge win. Rock Lee didn't stop Naruto. He indeed needed to think this through. In comparison, Might Guy was more alert. Naruto took a shortcut of 10 meters and delivered a side kick. However, he didn't hit Naruto, who managed to dodge. When Might Guy attacked again, it was still with a powerful kick. His strength was indeed formidable, but in Naruto's hands, it was like a child. In just a few moves, he subdued Might Guy. Might Guy realized that this was a master. Chakra began to flow in his body, and he was about to open the 8 gates. Naruto said, Teacher Guy, is it really necessary to open the 8 gates? A familiar voice, Might Guy replied, You are Naruto. Chapter 81, Hinata vs. Guy. Naruto's face changed back as he said, It's me, Teacher Guy. Might Guy replied, As expected of you, such a strong attack, and you easily blocked it. By the way, why didn't you leave? With the first and second Hokage teaming up, you would be at a disadvantage. He didn't think much of Naruto easily countering him. It was quite normal. After all, the Raikage in front of him could be knocked down with just one punch. Naruto said, I'm not afraid of this. With everything happening in Konoha, they don't have time to fight me. Besides, compared to fighting them, I would rather have a battle with you. Might Guy replied in confusion, me? That really caught me off guard. Naruto said, Yes, it's you. Might Guy replied, You think so highly of me? He is now just a Jonin, an entirely unimportant Jonin. How could he catch Naruto's eye? The current Naruto, with such strength, has already gained the recognition of a ninja god, far more dazzling than someone like him, who is obscure and unknown. Naruto nodded. Of course. I am the one who holds the script. How could I not know about you, this dark horse? Even Six Paths Madara has been kicked half to death by you. Might Guy shook his head and said, The world now belongs to the young. I'm old, and it's no longer working for me. Naruto had a black line on his forehead and said, Kai-sensei, that's a bit too negative, don't you think? The real old ones are in their 80s or 90s, like Sarutobi Hiruzen, and only they have the right to say they're old. In your 30s, you're in your prime. Are you being sincere when you say you're old? Might Guy, too lazy to argue with Naruto, asked Naruto what brings you to me. Naruto said, explore the true path of physical training. Might Guy, martial arts? Naruto, martial arts. Then Naruto started his art of persuasion, continuously convincing others. He had become quite skilled at it, whether it was true or not. He could make it sound real. Might Guy, although a bit goofy, was not an idiot. If it was truly just persuasion, it would be hard to handle. But Naruto reasoned with him, presenting facts which resonated with his inner thoughts. Naruto said, if you have a strong body, even if you open the 8 gates, you can endure it. Teacher Guy, what kind of scene would that be? Have you ever thought about it? I really want to fight with you in the 8th gate state, but once the 8th gate is opened, you give half of your life to the Grim Reaper. And whether you can survive is still an unknown. Think about it carefully. If you want to know the charm of martial arts, you can challenge my former companions. Once you understand, I'll be waiting for you in Shenlong City. Naruto left, while Might Guy was still sensing the true essence left in his body by Naruto. This essence was healing his internal injuries and strengthening his cells. Time passed minute by minute until night fell, and only then did Might Guy awaken, saying, what exciting power. The kids from Konoha must be extraordinary. Even the little princess of the Hyuga clan. Might Guy, feeling a bit impatient, headed to the Hyuga clan. Might Guy had little interaction with Hyuga Hisashi, considering him a fellow villager. Hisashi was older and regarded as Might Guy's senior. Might Guy's visit puzzled Hisashi, who personally went to greet him. Might Guy, Hisashi said. Guy, is there something you need from the Hyuga clan? Might Guy replied. I want to see Hinata. Hisashi's Byakugan slightly moved as he asked, You came to see my daughter for something specific? Might Guy honestly said, I want to personally experience the power of martial arts. In fact, it would have been best to feel the charm of martial arts by seeking Naruto. But he wasn't foolish. He didn't want to face Naruto's strength and risk injury. From Naruto's words, he knew that Shikamaru Nara, Choji Akimichi, Sakura Haruno, and Hinata Hyuga had all learned martial arts training methods, and among them, Hinata's physical skills were the strongest. Naturally, he wanted to find the strongest among them. Hisashi became more vigilant and asked, Guy, what do you know? His Byakugan was activated. If Might Guy didn't clarify, he would stay at the Hyuga clan today. Might Guy sensed Hisashi's hostility and quickly said, Hisashi-senpai, Naruto Uzumaki wants to invite me to join the potential dragon, but I didn't agree. Hisashi immediately relaxed and said, I see. His spirit also eased as he nodded, saying, That brat really has an eye for talent. You're working hard. If you learn the body refining method, you'll surely achieve something. Hisashi took Might Guy to find Hinata. Hinata politely said, Teacher Guy. Hisashi said, Hinata, Guy's here to instruct you. Huh? Hinata's pure eyes were filled with disbelief. Why would he want to fight her? Hisashi explained, Guy's a key target for Naruto. Upon hearing this, Hinata became somewhat excited and asked, Teacher Guy, will you help Naruto-kun? This revealed too much. It seemed the Hyuga clan in Konoha was leaning towards Naruto Uzumaki. Hisashi thought to himself, a girl shouldn't be kept at home, as all benefits seemed to be heading towards Naruto. Might Guy didn't think too much of it. He was eager to personally experience the power of martial arts, and simply said, I won't be leaving Konoha for now. Hinata replied, I see, Teacher Guy. You opening the 8 gates will hurt your body, and I'm currently at the elite Jonin level, so you'll need to open the 6th gate. How about we fight without using chakra, just with taijutsu? Upon hearing that Hinata had reached elite Jonin level, Might Guy was shocked and looked at Hisashi, who proudly confirmed it. Might Guy's passion for martial arts surged even more. Hinata took a taiji stance, moving extremely slowly and softly, without any hint of power. She said, Teacher Guy, let's begin. Might Guy hesitated and asked, Hinata, is this a martial arts skill? Hinata smiled slightly and said yes. Hisashi shook his head slightly, thinking that Guy was about to be outsmarted by his own daughter, and reminded him, Guy, don't underestimate this set of boxing techniques. It's even stronger than our family's secret techniques. Guy decided to give it a try, attacking Hinata at high speed with a simple straight punch. Hinata blocked with her palm, and as he was about to make contact, she flattened her palm and gently grasped Might Guy's fist, stepping back 2 steps and pulling him forward 2 steps as well. At that moment, Hinata struck Might Guy's fist with her palm, and despite having just stopped, he was pushed back 7 or 8 meters before he could stop. Might Guy looked at Hinata as if he had seen a ghost. Chapter 82. The decision of the master and apprentice. Hisashi thought to himself, this is already very good for you. If she had you spinning in the air, you wouldn't even be able to come down. That would be truly embarrassing. Guy attacked again, his speed much faster than before. Hinata, using taiji, remained calm. Taiji emphasizes using stillness to control movement and slow to counter fast. After several exchanges, from initially dodging and blocking, Hinata no longer needed to evade. No matter how fast Guy was, she could keep up and easily neutralize his attacks. What a strange boxing technique, Guy thought. It can borrow power, disperse force, and stack power. Strong attacks won't work. I must change my approach. He realized that no matter how heavy his punch was, at the moment of contact with Hinata's hand, it felt like hitting cotton, disappearing under her gentleness. Hisashi slightly shook his head, as the initiative had now shifted to his daughter's hands. Guy was now entangled. When Guy retreated, Hinata advanced. When Guy advanced, Hinata retreated. Guy had to admit that he was now unable to shake Hinata off, as if he were stuck with glue. With every exchange, the grip became tighter. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't break free. Hisashi declared the outcome is decided. In the next moment, Might Guy's body left the ground, being spun around by Hinata in midair. Might Guy felt a bit embarrassed. After all, he was a teacher, and yet he was being toyed with like this. He couldn't let it continue. Even if he played dirty, he couldn't afford to lose face. He opened the 3rd gate to try to break free from Hinata's hold. However, Hinata seemed to have anticipated this. The taiji formation appeared, and Might Guy found himself elevated, as if he were in a realm of his own, where everything within a radius of 3 meters was under Hinata's control. Hisashi said, Hinata, spare Guy. Only then did Hinata stop, allowing Guy to safely land on the ground. He asked Hinata, "What kind of boxing technique is this?" Hinata replied, "Martial arts, Taiji." Guy sincerely said, "What a marvelous boxing technique." At that moment, Hisashi advised, "Guy, you can choose. Martial arts suit you and your apprentice. Konoha will rot if not cleaned. Too much stench will corrupt the heart." As a father, he had to help his daughter. Guy trembled and said, "Thank you for your guidance, Hisashi Senpai." This was something he would think carefully about. Leaving the Hyuga clan, Guy returned home, but he wasn't tired at all. He couldn't sleep. He thought about it and decided to visit Rock Lee. Only Guy would dare to visit a patient at such a late hour. As he walked halfway, he saw a figure limping towards him. Who else could it be but Lee? He also couldn't sleep. The conversation he had with Naruto still echoed in his mind. The seed of martial arts will constantly spreading in his heart. "Teacher Guy," Lee exclaimed. "Lee," Guy responded, and they embraced like father and son. Guy asked Lee, "Why are you out of the hospital?" Lee replied, "Teacher Guy, I met Naruto today, and he told me." Guy interrupted, "He came to see you too?" Lee was taken aback, then said, "Teacher Kai, could it be that he—" Guy nodded, "A taijutsu practitioner. This is not a place to talk." Guy said as he took Lily back home. The two masters began to recount Naruto's invitation to them and an overview of taijutsu. Soon after, they fell into silence. Both were very interested in martial arts and wanted to train, but given the current situation in Konoha, they couldn't leave. Otherwise, they would be ridiculed by the world. After a while, Lee spoke first, saying, "Teacher Kai, I want to practice taijutsu." Guy replied, "It's not just you who wants to go." Lee was surprised. "Teacher Kai, you want to go too?" Guy said, "Yes, martial arts seem very mysterious. Completely different from the way of ninjutsu. It is not about consumption, but about gaining energy. I went to the Hyuga clan today." Lee listened puzzled, as he knew his teacher had no dealings with the Hyuga clan. So how could he have gone there? Guy continued, "I went to spar with Hinata Hyuga. You heard me right. It was Hinata, not Hisashi. However, I lost." "What?" Lee exclaimed. "Teacher lost to a genin?" Guy said, "Lee, Hinata is not a genin, nor a chunin. After training with Naruto for these years, her strength has reached the level of an elite jonin, and she has also learned new boxing techniques. I was easily defeated by her. Of course, if Guy opened the 8 gates, Hinata would not be his opponent. After all, he could take down even Kagaya, let alone a Hyuga who only had postnatal abilities. Even someone at the primordial realm would not be able to withstand him. However, when it came to the final gate, self-preservation would not be a problem." Lee's mouth dropped open, finding it hard to accept. In his eyes, Teacher Kai was the strongest light. Guy said, "This martial arts practice is very unique. It builds and tempers the body, enhancing its defense and endurance. This has a fatal attraction for our taijutsu training, and it is also our goal." Lee's eyes sparkled as he stared at Guy and said, "Teacher Kai." Guy continued, "So, we should go to the Flame Dragon Kingdom to understand what martial spirit and martial will truly mean." Lee joyfully replied, "Yes, Teacher Kai." Then Lee recalled the current Hokage and said, "But Teacher Kai, what about Kakashi-sensei?" He knew that his teacher had a deep friendship with Kakashi, and leaving Konoha now would be seen as dissatisfaction with the village. Guy laughed heartily. "Lee, you don't have to worry about that. Leave it to me. I will personally explain it to Kakashi." Lee said, "Yes, teacher." The reason Guy made such a quick decision was partly due to Naruto's influence. But that was only 30. Even if Guy were to go, he wouldn't go so quickly. The second factor was the training of taijutsu, which would cause harm to the body. He was very clear about the pain involved in this journey and did not want his disciple to suffer such pain. As for the scorn, he didn't care, as he had faced plenty of ridicule in his childhood. This second factor was only 20 of the reason. What truly prompted him to make such a swift decision was Hisashi Hyuga's words. "If Konoha is not cleaned, it will rot. Too much stench will corrupt people's hearts." Wasn't this exactly what Konoha was like now? Konoha was rotting from the root, with too much water, fearing that branches would fall, take root, and sprout into the main trunk, so they cut off the water source, creating the current situation of yellowing and withering. Chapter 83. Catching up with Mangekyō the next day, Guy dressed neatly in formal attire, as if a great battle awaited him. Indeed, it could be considered a hard battle. He was going to negotiate with Kakashi about leaving the village. Kakashi had only been in the Hokage position for 2 or 3 days, yet his handling of affairs was quite good, as everything was running smoothly with the support of the first and second Hokage. When Guy arrived, Kakashi asked, "Kai, what made you think of finding me?" Guy said solemnly, "Kakashi, can we talk?" This was the first time Kakashi had seen Guy with such a serious tone, knowing that something significant must be at stake, and nodded, Sure. The two met at a cliff, looking down at the panoramic view of Konoha. The setting sun was beautiful, and Konoha was also beautiful, but in the light of the setting sun, Konoha looked like an elderly man with a heavy gait, on the verge of collapse. Kakashi asked, Kai, what do you want to discuss? Might Guy, being a longtime friend, did not hide anything and directly said, Kakashi, Lee and I are leaving Konoha. Kakashi asked, Kai, why? Might Guy replied, to pursue the true meaning of taijutsu practice. Kakashi thought for a moment and said, you want to join the Qianlong organization? To train in martial arts? Might Guy said, yes, martial arts practice strengthens the body and can withstand the sharpness of blades, which taijutsu cannot achieve. Given my age, I naturally do not care anymore, but Lee is still young. His youth should not be marked with scars. Kakashi immediately understood Might Guy's intentions and asked, Kai, have you made up your mind? As a longtime friend, Kakashi naturally would not stop Might Guy. For the sake of Konoha, Might Guy's father had died, and Might Guy himself was also covered in scars, having broken countless bones along the way, with traces of his achievements all over his body. Might Guy said, I've made up my mind. I also want to see what is remarkable about this flame dragon. Kakashi said, I respect your choice, Kai. I just hope that in the future, we won't be enemies. Might Guy assured, Kakashi, don't worry about that. We are friends, the best of friends. I will not be an enemy of Konoha, and I won't participate in any battles against Konoha. Kakashi believed this. He knew Might Guy's character well. Might Guy asked Kakashi, how long will the first and second Hokage exist? Kakashi replied, about 4 months. Might Guy and Lee Locke accepted a special mission with no details, and the two masters left Konoha to carry out this nameless task. Konoha lost another ally, and Kakashi sighed. It seemed that Konoha was beyond saving. Shikamaru Nara, Choji Akimichi, Hinata Hyuga, Sakura Haruno, these powerful youngsters, with their ties to Naruto, would not become the pillars of Konoha. Naruto, of course, would not know about Might Guy and Lee Locke leaving Konoha for the Flame Dragon Kingdom. He was now catching up with the people from Sunagakure, and he had to take Gaara away. Naruto let out a slight breath, and Rasha immediately sensed it, shouting, Who? Naruto revealed himself and said, Fourth Kazekage, you're truly useless. Even with me right beside you, you can't sense where I am. Gaara's body stiffened as he said, Uzumaki Naruto. Gaara's gaze was cold as he stared at Naruto, a sense of pride in his eyes. They were of the same kind. In Konoha, he had heard Naruto's story, which was much like his own. Since childhood, they had been ostracized, becoming demons in everyone's eyes, unaccepted, forced to live in solitude, inflicting wounds on themselves in dark, gloomy corners. Naruto said, It's me. Naruto's strength has been recognized by the god of ninjas. He can easily defeat the Raikage with one hand. Naturally, it is not a problem for him. He couldn't help but lower his body slightly and said, I wonder why the Dragon King has come here? Naruto pointed at Gaara and said, I came here for him. Gaara remained calm, still coolly crossing his arms, unusually composed. Indeed, he wanted to know the reason and stared intently at Naruto. Raza said, Dragon King, I don't understand what you mean. Naruto said, the meaning is very simple. I want to take him away. You better not stop me, especially you, Rasha. You're the one I dislike the most. A father like you is disgusting. Kanjiro respected his father and angrily said, You cannot insult. Before he could finish, Naruto embedded him into the ground with one hand. Naruto said, It's best not to interrupt when I'm speaking. Staring at Gaara, he continued, I really want to know if Gaara is your son. I want to observe whether Gaara can suppress his emotions, whether he can control Shikaku, and become the Jinchuriki of Sunagakure. You want the position of Kazekage, so you sent Yashimaru to assassinate Gaara, who is also Gaara's uncle, and deceived Gaara into believing that he never loved him, that he only did it to avenge his sister. You even told Gaara that his mother hated him, in order to destroy Gaara's love and longing for his mother. Then, Yashimaru willingly died at Gaara's hands. When Gaara discovered that it was his own uncle who came to kill him, he was extremely shocked and couldn't suppress his sadness, causing Shikaku to go out of control. Although you suppressed him with your sand, in your heart, Gaara is already a failure. You didn't just send someone to assassinate Gaara once. When you found that he was growing remarkably, you temporarily left him alone. What kind of father are you to deserve to be called a father? Gaara has grown, but he has become more isolated, bloodthirsty, and world-weary, turning into a tragic figure. Temari shook her head and said, No, it's impossible, father. Naruto said, Temari, wake up a little. I know you all hate Gaara, but honestly ask yourselves, how much love do you have for Gaara? Have you ever thought about it properly? He is your brother. Have you considered his feelings and tried to see things from his perspective? This is Shikamaru's wife. I need to make a good impression so I can handle Shikamaru later. Temari's body trembled, and her expression inevitably became melancholic. Gaara's face looked somewhat ferocious as he stared at Naruto and asked, "Is what you said true?" Naruto said, "Of course, your mother and your uncle love you very much. There's no doubt about that." Gaara smiled sincerely and said, "Thank you, really, thank you." The chakra within him began to surge, and Gaara started to roar, while Raza and others pulled the fallen Kankuro away and dodged. Naruto's spiritual power stirred, and his consciousness entered Gaara's mind, placing a hand on Gaara's shoulder. It was on the verge of madness. Wake up. Chapter 84, An Unexplained Crisis. Under Naruto's interference, Gaara regained consciousness. Naruto said, "Gaara, we share the same fate. Neither of us can be called good or bad. I lost my parents, my grandmother doesn't care for me, my uncle doesn't love me, and I've become a pawn. And you, although you enjoy your uncle's affection, you have a father who isn't really a father. Gaara, consume his chakra. No one can control you." Naruto's words were left unfinished, and beside him, Shikaku spoke up. Shikaku sensed the presence of Kurama, so it incited Gaara. And anyway, it didn't take a moment to think about it. Kurama's voice came through. "Shikaku, I advise you not to anger Naruto. He will kill you." Naruto said, "Kai-bai, don't make me sound so cruel. I actually love nuclear peace." Shikaku replied, "Stinky Fox, I really hate seeing you." It looked at Naruto and continued, "Kid." Naruto pointed and said, "Lie down." The massive body of Shikaku immediately crouched down on the ground. Gaara's eyes widened in shock as he looked at Naruto. In his heart, Shikaku was an invincible existence, yet in Naruto's hands, it was easily subdued with just a finger. Such strength was beyond his reach. Kurama said with glee, "You brought this upon yourself." It had experienced this uncomfortable feeling before, but there was nothing it could do. Naruto was simply too strong. Shikaku remarked, "Stinky Fox, this is your host. It seems you have submitted to him." Kurama replied, "At least I can hold on for a while you go down in one move." Shikaku retorted, "Scram." Naruto couldn't be bothered with the two guys. He had achieved his goal, suppressing Shikaku, which served as a warning not to be too reckless. "Gaara, life can take many detours. Only by constantly adapting can one find shortcuts. Sometimes living is the same. Why not try a different way of life and embrace a new existence? It might just get better, don't you think?" Naruto said. Gaara asked, "Can the flame dragon really achieve equality among everyone, with mutual protection and assistance?" Naruto said, "Gaara, I don't want to deceive you, and I really can't do that. Remember, wherever there are people, there will inevitably be disputes and injustices. People have selfish motives, and as selfishness grows, so do conflicts. We can't achieve 100 peace, but I can guarantee that the darkness will only be a very small part, hardly anything at all." Gaara replied, "All right, I trust you. I'll go with you." Naruto said, "This is a wise decision." Outside, Raza watched as Naruto stood opposite Gaara, whose chakra was dissipating. He knew that Naruto's consciousness had entered Gaara's body to negotiate with Shikaku. Unfortunately, it was not a negotiation, but a one-sided crushing of Shikaku. Raza did not dare to sneak attack Naruto. He lacked the belief in a guaranteed kill. If he angered Naruto, returning to Sunagakure would be a mere fantasy. Gaara's consciousness returned, and he felt much more relaxed. He turned to look at his father, sister, and brother, and said, "I'm leaving." Upon hearing this, Raza became furious and said, "Gaara, do you know what you're saying?" Gaara replied, "I know. I want to escape the cage of Sunagakure. Escape your control. Is there a problem?" His tone was icy, as if he were no longer speaking to his father, but to an enemy. Raza turned to Naruto and said, "Your Excellency, is this a bit excessive?" Naruto said, "Is it too much? I don't think so. After all, I'm powerful." As he spoke, blood-red chakra enveloped Naruto, completely transforming him into his tailed beast form. The overwhelming aura pressed down on Shikamaru and the others, making them dare not resist. The intensity of that crimson color, that malevolent energy, was something they had never encountered before. They couldn't even muster the strength to fight back, let alone resist. Naruto threatened Raza, the fourth Kazekage. "Do you want to give it a try?" "Get a try? Is that looking for death?" He has some confidence in dealing with Shikaku, but this is the completely tailed beast version of the Nine Tails. He has no confidence, not even a bit. Reluctantly, Raza gritted his teeth and said, "You all go." Naruto's gaze fell on Temari and Kankuro, and he said, "You too, if you want to leave Sunagakure. You can come to Inryu City. You can rest assured, in Inryu City, you'll be much more comfortable." Rasha angrily said, "Dragon King." Naruto glanced over, and Rasha immediately shut up. For Naruto's gaze, he understood that Naruto was very displeased with him and wanted to teach him a lesson. If he didn't know how to be tactful, he shouldn't blame Naruto for being rude. Temari said lightly, "Thank you, but I love our village more." Despite Naruto bullying them, for some reason, she felt little hatred in her heart. Subtly, she felt a bit happy for her brother, relieved that he wouldn't have to live in the cold Sunagakure anymore. Kankuro was genuinely a bit afraid of Naruto and shook his head, saying, "I'm not going." Naruto said, "Sai, you guys missed an opportunity to get stronger. I truly feel it's a shame for you." With Gaara, he soared into the sky on his sword, breaking through the air. Just after covering 10 miles, Naruto suddenly descended, looking up and staring intently at the clouds above. His expression was alert, with a blade in hand, and the sword's aura flickering around him. This serious demeanor was the first time Naruto had shown such a thing in 7 or 8 years. Gaara asked Naruto what's wrong. Naruto said, "I sense danger, a strong and overwhelming danger. This kind of crisis in this life and the previous one is the only time." Gaara slightly investigated and said, "Naruto, it seems there is no one here. Besides, who in this world could possibly threaten you?" Naruto said, "It's hard to say. Right now, the only ones I could spar with are Guy with the 8 gates, Nagato with the Rinnegan, and Jiraiya with Sage Mode. I should be able to hold off the first two, but I have complete confidence that I can take on Jiraiya Sage Mode. However, both Guy and Nagato are strong, but they can't completely eliminate my ability to resist. Just a moment ago, I felt a sense of crisis that penetrated deep into my soul. This person's strength is beyond what I can contend with. I can't understand this. At this time, there shouldn't be anyone with such power, really none. Even with his means, even if the Sage of 6 Paths were resurrected, he wouldn't be able to do anything to me. But just that moment, that instant of helplessness, was truly palpable. Naruto thought to himself, is it because of my changes that the Tsutsuki came? Chapter 85. Tsunade invites Jiraiya. The Tsutsuki are generally stronger than the Sage of 6 Paths, so it's normal for him to feel a sense of crisis. However, according to the plot, it's not yet time for them to appear. If the Tsutsuki had shown up in the early stages of Naruto, they could easily have pressed the entire ninja world down to the ground, with no one able to resist or having the strength to fight back. Naruto did not wait for Gaara to ask again and said, "I know you have a lot of questions, but now is not the time for you to know. We need to hurry back to Flame Dragon City." A sense of urgency rose in his heart. He could feel the danger ahead. The entire Flame Dragon Nation had no one who could resist it, and it seemed he was still very weak and needed to train hard. The Flame Dragon Nation could not expand for now. Improving strength was the way to go. Once the entire Flame Dragon Nation became martial artists, and he broke through to the 7th layer of the mixed Yuan body refinement realm. Even if Otsutsuki came together, he could bury them under his sword. Seeing Naruto's serious expression, Gaara understood that things were a bit tricky, so he did not ask anything further and followed Naruto to Flame Dragon City. Jiraiya had left Konoha. This time, he was about to embark on a long journey. However, before leaving, he still wanted to catch up with 2 old friends. So he came to Flame Dragon City. Orochimaru was in seclusion. Tsunade had comprehended force, and Shursui had comprehended blade force. He felt stimulated. If he did not comprehend force, he would not come out of seclusion. Jiraiya wanted to catch up with him, but would have to wait until next time. When Jiraiya first saw Tsunade, he couldn't help but shudder. Not because Tsunade had become beautiful. She had always been very beautiful in his heart, like a princess. He was shaken because Tsunade's previous state was full of radiance. It had been over 20 years, a full 20 years. He had not seen Tsunade like this for a long time, somewhat like a little girl in love. Tsunade said, "Jiraiya, what are you looking at?" Jiraiya replied, "Tsunade, it's been a long time since I saw you like this. Since Katsuyu's death, this is your first time being so confident and radiant." A slight smile appeared at the corner of Tsunade's mouth as she said, "Jiraiya, Rope Tree, and Katsu have all left one after another. It's been over 20 years. I've been living in shadows, very tired and difficult." Jiraiya nodded. "Indeed, you should let go. A beautiful life is waiting for you." Tsunade nodded, "Yes, just like now, carefree." Jiraiya said, "We must thank Naruto for this. He pulled you back from the low point." Tsunade's eyes sparkled slightly as she said, "Jiraiya, this little brat is not an ordinary kid." As she spoke, a smile hung on Tsunade's lips, and her heart was filled with joy. To be honest, she had known Naruto for less than a year, but during their time together, he always made her laugh heartily. If we talk about suffering, Naruto's suffering was no less than hers. At least she had enjoyed the love of her parents, the affection of her grandfather, and many companions. But what about Naruto? No family, no relatives, not enough to eat, not warm enough to wear, and still had to endure endless insults. In that kind of environment, if it were her, she would have exploded long ago. How could she be like Naruto, not only growing up but also achieving what he had today? In her spare time, Tsunade had asked Naruto about the fourth Hokage, inquiring about his feelings. She received one sentence. The deceased has passed. May they rest in peace. The living must cherish. She numbed herself with alcohol, torturing herself, unable to give peace to her loved ones and brother in that world. Jiraiya felt a sense of loss. He had only seen such a Tsunade when Katsuyu was still around. It seemed he had lost again, defeated by a little kid. However, the great Jiraiya was still the great Jiraiya. He only felt happy for Tsunade. If a master were to wither away, it would be better to let Tsunade shine in her final glory. Jiraiya said, Tsunade, you need to think clearly. You are not just a big Naruto, but a whole 2 generations. Tsunade's face turned slightly red, resembling a little girl, but she did not argue. She simply said, Jiraiya, join the Dragon Hidden Organization. Join Naruto's team. Jiraiya did not expect Tsunade to invite him personally. There was only one possibility, that Naruto's system had indeed won Tsunade's recognition. However, he was not in a mood to join that force. He only wanted to wander, take a look at the ninja world, and write some stories. Jiraiya said, Tsunade, I just want to wander for now. We could talk about joining the Dragon Hidden Organization later. Tsunade pondered for a moment and said, Jiraiya, do you know that without battles, living so blandly, how many years can I live? Jiraiya did not understand what Tsunade meant and asked, Tsunade, what do you mean by that? Tsunade replied, I thought I could live for 200 years, maybe 300. Whoa! Jiraiya really gasped. Are there people who live over 200 years? Looking at history, there were no such records. Tsunade said, if you think about it this way, I'm just a girl in her 20s. This left Jiraiya somewhat dumbfounded. He really had no words to respond. However, he did not forget the key point and asked, Tsunade, why? Tsunade explained, because of martial arts cultivation. Chakra cultivation actually overdraws vitality, constantly causing cell division. Human cell division has a limit. Once it reaches the limit, one dies. However, martial arts cultivation absorbs the energy of heaven and earth. During the process of improving strength, the energy protects the cells. If the cells are damaged, they will repair themselves. If the cells do not die, they will not divide, and lifespan can be extended. Jiraiya, there's a phenomenon we haven't noticed. But Naruto has. He said that except for those with special bloodlines, most ninjas are shorter-lived than ordinary people. Jiraiya listened, feeling a bit disoriented. Tsunade's insights were clear and left no room for rebuttal, but he still found it somewhat unbelievable. Tsunade, have you heard about what happened in Konoha? Jiraiya did not want to dwell on this topic and shifted the conversation. Tsunade said, of course, the Earth Release, Rebirth Technique, my grandfather, and the others were summoned. At that moment, he felt endless sorrow for her teacher, who would go to any lengths to achieve his goals. Jiraiya said, but he also reaps what he sows. His life is even worse than Naruto's in the past. Tsunade replied, he deserves it. Jiraiya said, the first and second Hokage should still exist for some time. Aren't you going to see them? Tsunade said, I won't go back. I don't want to increase my sadness. Chapter 86. Sasuke and Itachi disappear. Naruto returned to Flame Dragon City and handed Gaara over to Shisui, asking him to arrange for him to enter the martial arts academy. The training methods had already been passed on to him by Naruto, and with the systematic guidance at the martial arts academy, his improvement would be rapid. When Shisui returned, Naruto said, but when will Guy and Lee arrive? Shisui replied, puzzled Guy. Naruto was somewhat speechless, wondering how to gather everyone for this matter. He said, it's Teacher Guy. Kaiwan, that's a respectful title for him. If he doesn't fall, he will definitely rewrite the ending of the Hokage. Shisui said, they've been here for 2 days. But Dragon King, haven't you noticed? There are several more people in green clothes. This is the charm of Teacher Guy. He doesn't seem like an adult at all, but more like a child, yet not a mischievous one. Being with a group of children, training in physical skills, sharing astonishingly unconventional ideas and those immortal youthful words, successfully attracting a few people to join the training. Naruto said, it's okay, this is the kind of vitality we need. Jishui said, Long Wang, don't you find it strange? He finds it somewhat hard to accept. Naruto said, what's the big deal? In this regard, Teacher Guy is a great teacher. Well, Shisui didn't say anything more. Faced with Naruto's admiration for Teacher Guy, he really wanted to see Teacher Guy's strength. Is he really as powerful as Naruto said? Naruto questioned, wait, why aren't Sasuke and Itachi here? Didn't they come too? After Sasuke and Itachi tortured Danzo in Konoha, they came to Flame Dragon City. Sasuke had something to do and didn't come with them, but logically, they should have arrived by now. Were they? Jishui wondered. Sasuke and Itachi, they didn't come? A thought suddenly crossed Naruto's mind. Something must have happened. He was sure of it. Something definitely went wrong. Otherwise, the two of them would have come. They would have been training in martial arts, evolving their eyes, and reviving their parents. As for stopping the two of them, even the reincarnated Senju, Hashirama, wouldn't be able to do it. Remembering the hint of crisis he sensed, Naruto felt that this situation was becoming complicated. Jisue said, Dragon King, has a life-threatening incident occurred? Naruto nodded and said, Shirzue, the Yanlong Kingdom should focus on development now, without expansion. We will pass on the basic techniques to the people for everyone to cultivate. I need to enter seclusion this time, and it will be for a long while. I will need to rely on you. Shirzue replied, Don't worry, Dragon King, I will definitely protect the Yanlong Kingdom. For Naruto's words, he sensed that Naruto seemed dissatisfied with his own strength, feeling it was still not enough, as if there was some danger. His seclusion was to enhance his power. This made Shirzue alert as well. Naruto's strength was unfathomable, but he felt the danger, which indicated how powerful the enemy was. Naruto also asked Shirzue to give Gaara a pair of eyes at the right moment. The so-called right moment is when Gaara's heart is illuminated. Used to protect the flame dragon, then it can be given. Gaara, Shirzue naturally knows, is the Jinchuriki of Mangekyō with strong talent, and can indeed wield a pair of Sharingan. After Naruto finished discussing things with Shirzue and just stepped out the door, Tenten flew over and clung to Naruto's back, saying, Naruto big brother, I missed you so much. Naruto said, Hey you girl, what are you doing here? Jisue said you were in seclusion. Tian replied, Brother Naruto, I've been working hard. My strength is now at the late stage of the acquired realm, and I've also broken through to the 5th level of the understanding of intent. Upon hearing this, Jisue felt a genuine envy. He was currently at the innate realm, but his comprehension of intent was only at the initial stage of force. With 3 stages still to go, minor success, major success, and peak. Due to Naruto's influence in the Flame Dragon Kingdom, regardless of who it is, as long as they practice martial arts, they do not refer to themselves as Genin or Jonin. They are all categorized as martial arts 3rd rank, acquired and innate. Naruto said, So amazing? Tenten proudly replied, Of course. Naruto, as expected of my daily companion, really impressive. Tenten said, Naruto brother, then you have to reward me. Reward me by spending tomorrow with me. Naruto said, You girl, are you trying to be greedy again? Do you want to eat my grilled fish? Hinata replied, Naruto brother, we haven't gone out for a meal in a long time. I want to play carefree like we used to in Konoha, but I can't. I can only say, Hinata, I have important matters to attend to. I might not be able to accompany you tomorrow. It's no problem to take a day off. But Naruto wouldn't be in the mood to have fun, and it would only frustrate Hinata. Huh? Naruto brother has things to do again? Hinata said disappointedly. Naruto said, Naruto big brother is going into seclusion tomorrow, and this time it will be for a long time. Tian exclaimed in surprise. Ah, Naruto big brother, you're going to seclude yourself again? Naruto, yeah, brother needs to improve his strength to protect you. After having a meal with Tenten, Naruto went to a small island, planning to enter seclusion for training. Before he could even start his retreat, Tsunade came over. Have you forgotten about me, you ungrateful brat? Tsunade said, clearly upset. Naruto said, How could I forget anyone? I can never forget you. Tsunade hummed. That's more like it. Naruto, why do you choose to go into seclusion again? With your strength, even during the peak of your grandfather's time, he couldn't claim to defeat you. Speaking of Hashirama Senju, Naruto remembered that he still had a promise to keep with him, but that promise would have to wait until later. Naruto said, Because the strength of the enemy poses a threat to me, it has given me a strong sense of crisis, so I need to prepare. Tsunade asked who? Naruto said, I don't know, a mysterious person. It's just a feeling, but I can be sure that this feeling is not wrong. I believe that the perception at that moment is not an illusion. There's a strong presence lurking in the shadows, a powerful being who can crush me. Tsunade said, Among the 5 great ninja villages, there seems to be no one stronger than the Kage. Who could it be? Naruto nodded. The 5 great ninja villages. Even if our ancestors are resurrected, they can't make me afraid, and this person might be from the heavens. Tsunade said, You're talking nonsense at the cost of your life. What heavens? Naruto smiled and didn't explain. Tsunade asked softly, Hey, how long do you plan to go into seclusion this time? Naruto said, I don't know. I'll make a breakthrough and then come out, so you won't have to think about it for too long. Tsunade, Kid, who would think about you? Naruto, you don't know, at night someone dreams, softly calling Naruto, Naruto, is it because they miss me, Or who else could it be? Tsunade's face turned red, and in a mix of anger and urgency, she said, "Bastard," and threw a punch. Chapter 87. Mysterious Residue. Sage of Six Paths in the high, vast expanse of the ninja world. Two shadows stood facing each other. One of them was semi-solid, with an odd appearance, sporting two horns on its head, wearing a six-pointed star necklace, and holding a black staff. The other was a fragmented body, faceless, missing arms and legs, and appeared somewhat weak, as if a gust of wind could blow it away. Yet its aura was strong, significantly more powerful than the old man with the black staff. "Who are you?" The old man with the black staff asked, feeling an immense pressure emanating from the half-formed body, making him feel small, like a drop in the ocean. "Akin to an ant," the shadow responded. "Who I am is not important. What matters is that the ninja way is breaking apart, and the ninja sect you created is about to disappear. The ninjas of this world will slowly fade away." The old man asked, "What do you mean? Is the ninja way breaking apart, the ninja sect disappearing? Is the world going to be destroyed? Has the final outcome changed? Has the fruit of the divine tree been eaten? Is the world going to perish?" The shadow replied, "The world will not be destroyed. However, there's a force now, one that is impacting the ninja way, continuously growing stronger. One day, the ninja way will inevitably disappear." The old man inquired, "If the ninja way disappears, will this force still exist?" The shadow, "Naturally, it will continue to exist and grow strong, unstoppable." The old man asked again, "What will the outcome be?" The shadow, "What will it be? Let me show you a glimpse of this future world." Images flowed into the old man's mind. Smoke enveloped every sky, every city, every street, and every soul in endless darkness. Cries, pleas, manic laughter, and voices of pity echoed throughout the world, a scene of despair. There were no small villages left, and even the large ones had only 4,000 or 5,000 people. Where were the scenes of tens of thousands? In this world, people no longer believed in the promise of peace, for those promises had been burned away by the fires of war, and those individuals, clawing and snarling, were devils of the world, watching their homeland being destroyed, their loved ones turning to ashes under powerful forces, hearts filled with endless pain and despair. Living became a luxury for everyone. They no longer desired a future because there would be none. The old man frowned, feeling something was off. It seemed everyone lived only to kill, as if they existed solely for battle, like a group of thoughtless beings, possessing only great power. However, it was so real that the old man could not doubt it. The shadow said, "Can't believe it?" The old man honestly nodded. "Indeed." The shadow continued. "Then let us talk about the child of prophecy." The old man's gaze sharpened as he looked at the shadow, waiting for its next words. The shadow asked, "Did you deduce that the child of prophecy is the blue-eyed boy who laughs while calling the name of the nine-headed beast?" The old man narrowed his eyes. "How do you know?" This was a top secret. Aside from the giant toad of Mayaboka Mountain, no one else should know, as Mayaboka Mountain was also one of the turning points for the child of prophecy, very important, thus needing to maintain good relations. The shadow replied, "You do not need to know this. Calling the nine-headed beast, the nine-tailed beasts of the world. The host of the strongest one is the child of prophecy." The old man said, "You seem to know a lot." The shadow responded, "In the ninja world, there is nothing I do not know. Is it strange to know these? The important thing is that I want to be all-knowing." To this, the old man did not feel he was lying. He then asked, "Who exactly are you?" This person was too mysterious. He could not discern even a hint of their background. However, the reason he could continue this conversation was that the shadow felt very familiar, like a close relative. This was also something he needed to understand. The shadow then said, "I have already said, you do not need to know this for now. You just need to know that I will not be your enemy. We have a common goal, a common enemy. We can only be friends." The old man asked, "Common goal, common enemy, is it Kaguya?" The shadow chuckled. "I can sense your fear and respect towards her power. However, unfortunately, she is not. She does not yet have the qualifications." Before the old man could ask again, the shadow said, "Do you want to know what your child of prophecy is doing?" The old man replied, "I am waiting for him." The shadow said, "You are dreaming. Now your child of prophecy has changed. He is not changing the world, but the essence of this world. He has created a new cultivation system. He wants to eliminate the ninja way. He wants everyone to have great power, to change their own destiny." The old man, "A good idea, peace and friendship. That is also the world he wants to establish." The shadow said, "Indeed, a very good idea, but not everyone can master great power. If someone like Kaguya were to possess such overwhelming strength, What kind of madness would she unleash? The old man inquired. Is there another cultivation method besides the ninja way? The shadow, of course, and the cultivation speed is extremely fast. Even those without talent can step into the middle ninja realm. Everyone can cultivate, everyone can fight. What kind of world will this be? The old man naturally thought of the final result, which would be chaos, leading to countless wars, a world where bones are exposed in the wild. And not a single crow cause for miles would indeed appear. The old man asked, is the child of prophecy the one causing this change? The shadow nodded. Indeed. Within his body, besides the tailed beasts, he no longer has chakra. All his chakra has transformed into martial arts power. Is Kurama in his body? Good. Before the old man could finish speaking or take action, the shadow said, I advise you not to, Sage of Six Paths. The old man was the powerful protector of the ninja world, revered as the Sage of Six Paths. The Sage of Six Paths asked in confusion, why? With the nine tails as an insider, he could grasp the movements of the child of prophecy. The shadow replied, this person's spiritual power is extremely strong. Even if I were to pass over his head, he would be alerted. If you communicate with the nine tails, he will definitely sense it. At that time, we will be exposed, and we will lose our advantage. He is in the light, we are in the dark, accumulating strength. We can inevitably eliminate the martial way. The Sage of Six Paths said, it's a pity, I'm just a remnant now. I'm already dead. What can I do? The shadow replied, I know this. You can rest assured, with me here, even as a remnant, assisting you in your plans is not a problem. Chapter 88. Sarutobi Hiruzen and Others Hide Away. Sarutobi Hiruzen was indeed not a simple person. He had truly stepped down from the position of Hokage. However, he had taken some of his shadow guards with him. These were his loyal subordinates who would remain faithful to him until death. It must be said that Sarutobi Hiruzen's methods were indeed quite clever, and even now, he had not relaxed his efforts. On this day, Sarutobi Hiruzen sat alone, his brow furrowed. After a while, he spoke. Rejected. This woman actually rejected me. Does she really intend to compromise with Naruto? His hatred for Naruto had reached an unprecedented level, which is why he secretly allied with the Cloud Village and the Mist Village. However, what puzzled Sarutobi Hiruzen was that Mizukage Terumi may had actually refused his invitation and declined to ally with him. In Konoha, Naruto had severely embarrassed the Mizukage and even declared war on the Land of Water. Under such circumstances, Terumi Mei's refusal was completely unexpected. The Reikage, on the other hand, readily agreed, seemingly eager to avenge the humiliation from that one punch which had shattered the reputation of the Cloud Village. Sarutobi Hiruzen. A voice suddenly echoed in the room. Sarutobi Hiruzen was startled and asked, Who? Come with me, or you won't be able to deal with Uzumaki Naruto. The voice rang out again, startling Sarutobi Hiruzen even more. He was shocked. Aside from themselves, no one else could possibly know they were planning to deal with Naruto. Yet this was revealed so easily. Then, a door appeared in the space, and after a moment of hesitation, Sarutobi Hiruzen entered. He found himself in a mysterious space. He saw a person suspended in the space, and upon seeing his attire, he couldn't help but exclaim, You are the Sage of Six Paths. The Sage of Six Paths nodded, Yes, it's me. Sarutobi Hiruzen naturally held deep respect for the Sage of Six Paths, the founder of ninjutsu, and quickly bowed before asking, Sage of Six Paths, what brings you to call me? Feeling a faint joy, Sarutobi Hiruzen thought that the Sage of Six Paths might also be looking to deal with Naruto. This was simply a heavenly blessing. With the Sage of Six Paths on his side, he would have a greater chance of defeating Naruto. The Sage of Six Paths said, Indeed, I have instructions regarding the ninja sect and the path of ninjas. Sarutobi Hiruzen frowned slightly and asked, Ninja sect? Path of ninjas? The Sage of Six Paths replied, Yes. A new power has emerged, shaking the world and about to rise. The ninja sect and the path of ninjas are facing extinction. And there are too many people who can harness this power. No one can control it. And when the time comes, the ninja world will descend into chaos. And killings will ensue, leaving no peace. Sarutobi Hiruzen exclaimed, Martial Dao. The Sage of Six Paths said, This method is quite miraculous. Even ordinary people can cultivate it, strengthening their bodies to the level of lower ninjas. If systematically cultivated, they can rival middle ninjas. Upon hearing this, Sarutobi Hiruzen was astonished. If that were the case, then in just a few years, the strength of the Land of Flame would surely be the strongest. At that time, not to mention the Land of Fire, even the combined strength of the five great nations would probably not have much advantage. The Sage of Six Paths continued, I believe you've already thought of this. So for the future of the path of ninjas, to reduce killings in the world and to achieve peace in the ninja world, This martial Tao must be eradicated. Sarutobi Hiruzen said, Sage Ancestor, with your abilities, can't you deal with Uzumaki Naruto? The Sage of Six Paths shook his head and sighed. I'm already dead. I only have this remnant of my soul left. If I were to intervene against Uzumaki Naruto, I would disappear completely. The roots of martial Tao have already been planted. Only by uniting our strength to cut it off and eradicate it can we save the ninja world. Sarutobi Hiruzen bowed and said, Please guide me, Sage. Sarutobi Hiruzen disappeared, along with 40 of his subordinates. At the same time, A from the Cloud Village and Raza from the Sand Village, along with their respective bodyguards, also vanished. In an instant, over 100 people disappeared, causing a stir in the ninja world. 3 Kaga-level ninjas, along with over 100 powerful experts, vanished without a trace. This was no small matter. The 5 great nations, effectively the 6 great nations, began to take action to investigate the situation. In a land of flame, Orochimaru emerged from his seclusion. He had also comprehended a new power, but it was not the sword intent that Naruto possessed, nor the blade intent of Shirzue, much less Tsunade's force intent. Instead, it was the great serpent intent, which affected the enemy's mental world, instilling fear and rendering them unable to fight. When he came out, he fought against Shirzue, and even with Shirzue's strength, he almost fell into his trap. Looking at the message he received, Shirzue's expression grew serious. Over 100 shadow-level experts had disappeared silently. The hidden enemies were evidently very formidable. Suddenly, he remembered Naruto had been in seclusion to enhance his strength and muttered, Could this be related? Orochimaru, seeing Shirzue mumbling to himself, asked, Shirzue, what happened? Shirzue replied, The former Hokage of Konoha, your teacher Sarutobi Hiruzen, has disappeared, along with his Umbu, A from the Cloud Village and Raza from the Sand Village. No one knows where they have gone, not even their relatives. Orochimaru's eyes narrowed into slits as he said, Is this a secret alliance? The 3 of them had grievances with Naruto, so it made sense for them to join forces secretly to create obstacles. Shirzue said, An alliance is certain. That old thief Sarutobi is truly not simple. Although he has stepped down, he still has his own power. He secretly contacted the Raikage and the Mizukage. The Raikage agreed, while the Mizukage, being sensible, did not. Orochimaru licked his lips, a hint of murderous intent appearing on his sunny face, making him seem 3 parts sinister. He said, Good Raikage, one day, I will take his head. Shirzue cautioned, Orochimaru, don't get involved casually in this matter. There's more to it than meets the eye. Orochimaru detected the underlying meaning in Shirzue's words and asked, Shirzue, is there any other news? Shirzue recounted his discussions with Naruto and shared his speculations. After hearing this, Orochimaru's snake-like eyes also showed a serious expression. He was well aware of Naruto's strength. Even if he and Shirzue teamed up, they might struggle against him, and there were others who could surpass him. It seemed they could not afford to be lax. Orochimaru smiled and said, Shirzue, thank you for your hard work. He seemed like a warm-hearted big boy. Shirzue's face darkened as he replied, Orochimaru, you're at least a senior. How can you say such things? He realized that this guy wanted to put all the responsibility on him, so he could focus on his own training. Orochimaru said, So, Shirzue, you need to respect your elders and care for the young, you know? Shirzue retorted, Shameless. You're not even 40 years older than me. How can you be considered old? You look younger than I do. Orochimaru countered, Shirzue, listen to yourself. Is that what a person should say? Is 40 years not old? Haven't you seen how weak my body is like a snake? Shirzue was speechless. This person was truly a talent. What did age have to do with it? Wasn't he this just a result of your own training? I don't care. The Dragon King is in seclusion. I am now in charge. Orochimaru, I appoint you as the chief advisor, stationed in the Land of Flame to handle important matters until the Dragon King emerges from seclusion. Shirzue, you are abusing your power. Yes, I am indeed abusing it. You have to listen to me. Chapter 89. Grandfather and grandson battle under a dispute between Shirzue and Orochimaru. Orochimaru ultimately sold Do out, claiming that Do could handle everything. Shirzue knew a bit about Do, recognizing him as a highly capable person, and thought it was a waste for him to be merely the head of an orphanage. Shirzue went to find Do, intending to promote him. Upon seeing Shirzue, Do adjusted his glasses and smiled, saying, Shirzue-kun. Shirzue replied, Do, Orochimaru sold you out. You now have no freedom in your life. Do was puzzled, looking at Shirzue, waiting for more explanation. Shirzue continued, That old guy is in seclusion for training, so he left everything to us. Do immediately understood what Shirzue was implying and interrupted, saying, Sure, Suikoin, I reported to Orochimaru yesterday that I want to go to the Dragon Cave to train in sage arts, and he agreed. I was just about to leave Yanlong City. Sure Sui's expression stiffened, and with resentment, he said, Orochimaru, you're going too far. Do adjusted his glasses again, smiled, and remained silent. He felt really good about this situation. Sure Sui said, Do, why are you smiling? Hurry back. This position will eventually be yours. Do was startled and replied, Sure Suikoin, stop joking. Sure Sui insisted, Joking? I'm not joking with you. You can train, but I can't. With the Dragon King in seclusion, I have the final say. Do was frightened by Sure Sui's demeanor. This kind of resentment was not to be trifled with. He nodded and said, Yes, yes. Fortunately, at this moment, Orochimaru was already in seclusion. Otherwise, Sure Sui would not let him off easily and would demand an explanation. It was unforgivable for someone in their 50s or 60s to deceive children. However, Sure Sui was still acceptable. He had cultivated a few foundations of the Uchiha clan, and he could manage, but his training time had decreased, and his strength could not improve, which meant he could not help Naruto. As for Tsunade, Sure Sui did not go to find her. For various reasons, he felt it was better not to. That day, after Sure Sui finished his tasks and was about to rest, Izumi appeared, saying, Sure Senai, the god of shinobi has arrived. Sure Sui said, He really came. Let's go meet him. Oh, and ask him to bring Tsunade-senpai. Izumi replied, I've already sent someone to invite her. In the forest outside Yanlong City, 3 members of the Uchiha clan with Sharingan blocked the remains of Hashirama Senju. Hashirama sensed the strength of the 3 and said, Not bad. Even Madara at your age had this level of strength. Sure Sui and Izumi sensed that Hashirama's gaze immediately fell on Sure Sui, as he was the strongest in this place. Sure Sui said, Lord Hashirama, it's been a while. Hashirama replied, Descendant of Madara, you are quite impressive. Give you another 10 years, and Madara will not be your opponent, and I include myself in that. Sure Sui said, Thank you for the praise, my lord. Receiving praise from the god of shinobi was indeed an honor. Hashirama asked, Where's Naruto? I've come. And doesn't he come out to face me? Didn't he say he wanted to battle me? Sure Sui replied, The Dragon King is currently in seclusion for training. He said he can only battle you later. Hashirama said, That's not right. With his strength, does he still need to train? He felt that even during his peak, he couldn't defeat Naruto completely. Sure Sui explained, The Dragon King is the master of the Flame Dragon. He is considering the abyss. This seclusion is for the safety of the Flame Dragon Kingdom. Hashirama remarked, The Flame Dragon Kingdom is impressive, really impressive. This kid is much stronger than I was. If he were in the same era as us, with Madara and me as the vanguards, the shinobi world would definitely be in a peaceful era today. Along the way, he had seen something that had never existed in the Land of Fire, a spirit where everyone worked for the country. Not just the Land of Fire, but the entire shinobi world lacked this spirit. Sure Sui agreed, saying, It will definitely happen. I believe the Dragon King can achieve it. Suddenly, a blast echoed in the air, and a dragon-shaped phantom descended from above. A smile appeared on Hashirama's lips, filled with affection. Grandfather, take this. Dragon's Fury. The newcomer was naturally Tsunade, who had now reached the peak of her innate power, but the strength she displayed was definitely that of a super shadow. Hashirama was incredibly fond of his granddaughter. As he felt the power in her punch, he was very gratified. He gathered all his strength for his strongest punch without using sage arts. Bang! Tsunade's fist collided with Hashirama's fist, unleashing a powerful shockwave. Sure Sui and Izumi joined forces, shouting behind. A strong surge of true energy swirled around, forming a domain that locked the erupting energy, preventing it from affecting the citizens of Yanlong City. Hashirama was pushed back over 30 meters, falling into a disadvantage. But he said with satisfaction, Little Tsunade, you've grown. Tsunade smiled faintly and said, Grandfather, it's not over yet. I want to see your sage arts. She flew into the air again, her true energy transforming into dragon-shaped energy, still Dragon's Fury. However, this time the aura produced was even more powerful, and Tsunade enhanced it with power momentum, significantly increasing its potency. Hashirama, seeing this, did not underestimate her, and immediately transformed his face into the sage mode, performing sage arts and forming hand seals, saying with clone technique. A gigantic tree rapidly grew around Hashirama, ultimately transforming into a giant wooden figure. This was one of the powerful ninjutsu that Hashirama excelled at, with a size and combat power comparable to a complete Susanoo, capable of catching tailed beast bombs with one hand. In his battles with Madara, He used this technique to catch the nine-tailed beast bomb and could even use it to counterattack with attacks that were exceptionally sharp. Only Hashirama, with his massive chakra, could perform this technique. As Hashirama unleashed this move, it showcased his legendary ninja strength. Tsunade's enhanced attack with power momentum had increased significantly, but it was still within the super shadow range, and she was still a distance away from legendary ninja status. Dragon's fury descended ferociously, merely scratching the wooden figure. It not only failed to break through, but also sent Tsunade flying back over 10 meters. However, the energy generated was indeed formidable. If it weren't for Shui and Izumi's strong powers, they might not have been able to contain this raging energy. Tsunade said, "Grandfather, you're still the strongest." Hashirama replied, "Little Tsunade, your methods are not weak. Your strength has not yet reached its limit. If you improve a bit more, I might not be able to suppress you." Tsunade remarked, "That is only natural. If that little brat Naruto were to use it, you might be in trouble." This wasn't the place for conversation. So Shui invited Hashirama into Yanlong City. Chapter 90. Martial arts training is superior to ninja training. After everyone returned to Yanlong City and entered the Flame Dragon Pavilion, the others dispersed, leaving only Tsunade, Shui, and Hashirama. Hashirama said, "Not bad, really not bad." He could feel the prosperity of Yanlong City and the happiness of its people. This was indeed not something that Konoha could compare to. If given a choice, this was truly the best option. Shui said, "Thank you for the praise, Lord Hashirama." Tsunade asked, "Grandfather, where is second grandpa?" She remembered that the two of them were reincarnated together, so why didn't the second grandfather come along? Senju Hashirama said, "I have sealed him. He can exist for 3 years. If Konoha is attacked, he can come to rescue. As for himself, he cannot be sealed by others, nor can he self-seal, so while there is time, he is wandering around the land of the Flame Dragon to see what is special about it." Shurzue asked, "Lord Hashirama, has Sarutobi Hiruzen really disappeared?" Although it has already been confirmed, he still wanted to confirm it again. With Hashirama's character, he should not be able to lie in front of his granddaughter. Senju Hashirama said solemnly, "Yes, he has disappeared from the secret room, and no one knows, not even his son Sarutobi Asuma." After the incident, he carefully checked again and found no trace of chakra. Tsunade asked, "He has disappeared?" She had been in seclusion for training and really didn't know about this matter. Senju Hashirama nodded. "Yes, this matter is very strange. No one knows how the monkey disappeared. Since I removed him from the Hokage position, he has never left the family secret room, and there are no signs of him using ninjutsu. It doesn't seem like he escaped." Shurzue asked, "Lord Hashirama, if you want to take someone away, can you do it silently?" Senju Hashirama shook his head. "Yes." He looked at Shurzue and then said, "Are you implying that the monkey was taken away by someone?" Shurzue nodded. "Yes, Raza from Sunagakure and A from Kumogakure. They both have old grievances with the Dragon King. This cannot be a coincidence." Senju Hashirama's eyes flickered. This should be a conspiracy. There are powerful figures secretly plotting something. Shurzue nodded. "This is the only explanation," Senju Hashirama said calmly. "It seems that there are still many unknown things in this world. To take someone away from Konoha, right under his nose, without a sound, indeed cannot be underestimated." Tsunade said, "That little brat Naruto seems to know a lot. Once his seclusion ends, I want to ask him a good question." Senju Hashirama scratched his head and said, "It's really a headache. If I were still alive, I would definitely take a look at the monsters behind this. But I believe in Naruto. He will surely uncover the person behind this. Naruto is very young, but his strength is indeed extraordinary, and he is quite clever. His rise to power is inevitable. I believe this as well." Shurzue thought for a moment and asked, "Lord Hashirama, did Madara have the Rinnegan in the past?" Although the family records state that the eyes of our ancestors were only the eternal Mangekyō Sharingan and had not evolved into the Rinnegan, he wanted to confirm this. The leader of the Akatsuki organization has the Rinnegan, and in his view, it was unlikely that Madara had the opportunity to evolve into the Rinnegan. He suspected this was a backup plan of the Uchiha clan. It must be said that Shurzue is very clever. Instead of asking Naruto, he sought the answer himself. He knew Naruto would definitely know, but it wouldn't feel as satisfying without his own effort. Senju Hashirama said, "The Rinnegan? It seems you know quite a bit. Madara's Sharingan did not evolve into the Rinnegan. Otherwise, I should not have been able to defeat him. In the Valley of the End, although I won, it was a Pyrrhic victory. If Uchiha Madara's eyes had evolved to the level of the Rinnegan, perhaps I would have been the one to lose." Shurzue wondered, "Is that so? Then whose could it be? In the Uchiha clan, whose eyes evolved into the Rinnegan?" Senju Hashirama said, "Sure, Sui, you seem disappointed." Sure Sui replied, "I'm trying to verify something." Lord Hashirama, do you know if anyone in the Uchiha clan has ever evolved their eyes into the Rinnegan? As long as he could identify this person and trace their origins, he could uncover some information. Senju Hashirama responded, "What are you thinking? Among those recorded in the Uchiha clan, the only one with outstanding talent is Madara, and he didn't even evolve his Sharingan. Who else could have such talent?" Sure Sui murmured in his heart, "Is there really no one?" Tsunade then said, "Sure Sui, Naruto also has a Sharingan. He doesn't have Uchiha blood. Can he evolve into Sharingan?" Sure Sui replied, "I once gave Lord Ri a 3-tomo Sharingan, and he has now evolved it into an eternal Mangekyō Sharingan, and even researched a method to evolve the Sharingan. It won't be long before he can evolve into the Rinnegan. Of course, this includes me." Senju Hashirama said, "A method to evolve the Sharingan? Is that really possible?" His voice was filled with disbelief. The Uchiha clan had expended countless efforts and never achieved this. Yet Naruto had done it. It's truly incredible. Sure Sui nodded, of course. Lord Ri established martial arts, creating a new cultivation method, which is more complex than researching a method for the Sharingan. Senju Hashirama nodded, "That's true. What is different about this martial arts cultivation compared to the shinobi way?" Sure Sui said, "This point, Lady Tsunade, you can explain more persuasively." Tsunade nodded and recounted her conversation with Jiraiya, explaining it to her grandfather, allowing Senju Hashirama to quickly understand the essence of martial arts cultivation. Senju Hashirama said, "Martial arts cultivation opens the universe of the body, allowing this universe to encompass all things, rather than forcing the body to bear them. Martial arts cultivation is superior to shinobi cultivation, as it pursues the inner self more. Shinobi cultivation indeed has significant drawbacks. It's a pity. It's a pity that this little brat Naruto was born so many years later, preventing me from exploring the mysteries of martial arts." Tsunade nodded, "It is indeed a pity. If grandfather had practiced martial arts against Uchiha Madara, he wouldn't have sustained such fatal injuries." Senju Hashirama, who dominated an era, could be said to have been unable to kill Madara without reaching the power of the Sage of Six Paths. In the battle at the Valley of the End, he killed Uchiha Madara, but also sustained severe internal injuries, which could be considered an early death, a lamentation of an era. Senju Hashirama said, "I feel it. A magnificent era is about to arrive, and this world will be forged by you. It's a pity that I cannot contend with you. It is truly regrettable." In his era, only Madara stood beside him, providing some solace. Sure Sui said, "It is indeed regrettable. If we could compete with Lord Hashirama, it would be our honor." This novel can be downloaded via the open-source Freestar String downloader developed by Xingyu. If you obtain this novel file through a proxy download, and the merchant did not provide the software source code or open-source address, please request a refund immediately and report the merchant. Author's email, xingyuoutlook.com. Author's QQ, 201-759-3710. Official QQ group, 149050832. Official TG group, https://t. MeFQ Tool, Chapter 91. 3 years have passed. The hidden dragon lies dormant. Konoha collects itself, and Kirigakure remains indifferent. Sunagakure and Kumogakure's leaders have also disappeared and quietly withdrawn. The relationships between the various hidden villages have become delicate. The most active are Noki and the Akatsuki organization. Noki used his means to gain considerable benefits over 3 years, significantly enhancing Iwagakure's strength, which in turn dealt a heavy blow to the village. With Iwagakure's strength greatly increased, Naki's ambition grew, leading his people to provoke Konoha. In his view, Konoha was like a toothless tiger, and it was time to share some resources with Iwagakure. Kakashi released the nearly vanished second Hokage, Tobirama Senju. Tobirama's strength was indeed formidable, but he couldn't withstand the numbers. Under the siege of Noki and others, he turned to dust, though Iwagakure also sacrificed a quarter of its forces. However, Noki did not give up. In his view, Tobirama was Konoha's last trump card. After regaining some strength, he led his people back to Konoha. This time, Noki would never forget. He faced off against 3 young ninjas, each possessing strength at the level of a Kage. With swift movements and coordinated efforts, even using sage techniques, in Naka's understanding, it was actually a state of power, comparable to the strength of 3 super Kages, defeating over 100 of their men and leaving them on the ground. Fortunately, the 3 had no intent to kill. Otherwise, most of them wouldn't have returned alive. These 3 were naturally Nara Shikamaru, Akimichi CHG, and Haruno Sakura. Especially Sakura, Her bear-killing fist was more destructive than CHG's double expansion jutsu. Every Iwagakure ninja who fought her suffered irreparable injuries. Apart from Inri Castle, no one dared to underestimate Konoha. It remained the powerful Konoha. Only the Flame Dragon City remained calm after hearing this news. The three individuals were indeed impressive, but in front of the current Hidden Dragon organization, they were just average. No one knew how strong the Hidden Dragon organization was, but aside from Naruto, who was in seclusion, the strongest was undoubtedly the Emperor Kai. While the various ninja villages maintained peaceful coexistence, the Akatsuki organization finally began capturing tailed beasts. In the original story, the first tailed beast they wanted to capture was Shikaku, which meant capturing Gaara. However, Gaara was now in Flame Dragon City, and Uchiha Obito knew the Hidden Dragon organization was unfathomable. So he temporarily abandoned the idea of capturing the One Tail. Moreover, Flame Dragon City had Naruto, a much stronger Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, making it impractical to come to Flame Dragon City. Therefore, they directly captured the Two Tails, and the Jinchuriki, Yujito Ni, was killed by Haiden and Kakuzu after being extracted of her tailed beast. Before the various ninja villages could react, the Akatsuki organization continued to take action, capturing the 3 tails, 4 tails, and 5 tails until they reached the 7 tails. The 5 great ninja villages finally panicked and summoned all their disciples back to protect their villages. Tsunade, Shursui, Orochimaru, Zabuza, Might Guy, Niji Tentengura, and other high-ranking officials gathered to analyze the current situation. Tsunade said, the Akatsuki organization's next target should be to capture the 8 tails. Once they capture the 8 tails, it should be our Flame Dragon country. To this, everyone naturally had no objections. From the actions of the Akatsuki organization, it was clear they aimed to collect all 9-tailed beasts. With the 1-tail and 9-tail both in Flame Dragon City, the Akatsuki organization would inevitably come. Gaara said calmly, I won't let them harm Flame Dragon City in any way. A flicker of determination appeared in his eyes. Compared to the original story, Gaara's strength had significantly increased. Although he was only at the peak of the acquired realm, his understanding of force and the presence of Shikaku allowed him to unleash power surpassing that of a Kaga-level ninja, capable of crushing Deidara from the original story. Mike, I said, yo, Gaara, this is an adult matter. Kids should stay out of it. Just watch how your seniors perform. After 3 years of companionship, Might Guy had grown fond of Flame Dragon City and its people, especially the children, whom he felt compelled to protect. Might Guy was a master of physical training, but his internal cultivation had also reached the acquired realm, fully supporting his use of the 8 gates. He had no concept of his own strength. Even when opening the 7th gate, he felt no burden at all and wouldn't suffer any harm to his body. Gaara raised an eyebrow and said, Uncle, who asked you to protect me? Shursui said, Teacher Kai, Gaara, based on the current configuration of the Akatsuki organization, there are 7 members, each with strength above the innate level, Kage level, especially their leader Pain, who is referred to as God. His strength is likely above the returning origin, Super Kage level. But it seems there is someone behind him whose strength is even more terrifying. Shursui hadn't said everything. This person was undoubtedly the one with the Sharingan that Naruto mentioned. With the continuous exploration of his Sharingan, Shursui understood its power. He didn't know exactly how strong this individual was, but if they fully tapped into the Sharingan's abilities, it would indeed be frightening. Perhaps even the Sage of 6 Paths, Hashirama, resurrected, might not be able to suppress him. Shursui hoped Naruto could emerge from seclusion soon. As he had many questions, he wondered what the difference was between the power of legendary ninjas and the Great Unity Realm. To him, the so-called Super Kage level or legendary ninja strength was merely an accumulation of chakra, which was vastly different from martial arts cultivation. Martial arts cultivation was not simply about accumulating quantity, but about comprehending the world. The deeper the understanding, the greater the accumulation, making breakthroughs easier and strength greater. Just like Shursui now, he had entered the returning origin realm, which seemed comparable to Naruto's previous realm, but in terms of combat power, he felt he was far from Naruto's level. Izumi said, This is our homeland. No one can destroy it. Her words were resolute, her eyes filled with determination. Orochimaru, during his time in the Akatsuki organization, was most familiar with Haiden, but he didn't know much about Pain or even Konan. He said, The next tailed beast must be from the Cloud Village. Shursui, do you think we should join in? Shursui shook his head and said, No need. It's just right for us to observe the strength of the Akatsuki organization. Besides, the Cloud Village is not our ally. In fact, they are our enemies. Orochimaru replied, Indeed. Compared to the Mist Village, the Cloud Village is our #1 enemy. Everyone respected the Mist Village, especially the woman Terumi Mei, who was adaptable and decisively declared to the world that the fall of the Land of Water involved their Mist Village, a decision made due to the third Mizukage's miscalculations. Moreover, they sent compensation, giving Naruto considerable face. Tsunade said, if the Akatsuki organization wants to invade Flame Dragon City, they will surely send people to gather intelligence. Orochimaru, don't let them act recklessly in Flame Dragon territory. Orochimaru smiled slightly and said, even if Haiden comes, he won't be able to enter Flame Dragon City. Speaking of Haiden, Shursui recalled what Naruto had said about his identity. At this point, there was no need to hide it anymore. He said, Senior Orochimaru, Haiden is not just Haiden. He is someone you're familiar with and also a member of my Uchiha clan. Chapter 92. The whereabouts of Kabuto are unknown. Orochimaru said, someone we are familiar with, or a member of the Uchiha clan. It seems there is no such person. Tsunade said, he wears a mask, only revealing his right eye with the Sharingan. There is one person who fits that description. Orochimaru's spirit was stirred, and he said, you can't be talking about Minato's student. Can you? Tsunade nodded, that's him. Both of them looked at Shursui simultaneously. Shursui said, as expected of you, Tsunade-senpai, it is indeed Obito Uchiha. His mind has completely twisted, and he has fully darkened. The Ninetales incident was caused by him stealing the Dragon King's mother and releasing the Ninetales. Orochimaru said, wasn't he dead? How could that be? Shursui replied, the Dragon King said he was revived, but did not specify who did it. Tsunade said, isn't Minato Obito's teacher? How could he harm his own teacher and mother? Before Shursui could respond, Orochimaru said, Tsunade-heim, that's not necessarily the case. If it weren't for the Dragon King stopping me, I would have already targeted Sarutobi Hiruzen. Tsunade looked at Orochimaru. You aren't joking, are you? Orochimaru replied, of course not. At that time, Kabuto was still in Konoha. He was my insider when he was a Jonin, and I had mastered the Earth Release, rebirth technique. Dealing with Sarutobi Hiruzen wouldn't be too difficult. Tsunade's gaze turned cold. So you have studied the corpses of my grandfather and the others? Orochimaru said timidly, Tsunade-heim, please don't be impulsive. This is all in the past. Tsunade said, if you weren't a citizen of Flame Dragon now, I wouldn't be polite to you. Facing the current Tsunade, Orochimaru truly felt a lack of confidence, as Tsunade had already entered the realm of comprehension, which was not something they could compare now. If he angered her, a single dragon rage would likely make him suffer. Orochimaru naturally conceded again, narrowly avoiding disaster. My guy asked, Shursui, is it really Obito? As Kakashi's close friend, the grudges and emotions between Kakashi and Obito Uchiha are well known. Kakashi's previous state of despair was largely due to the departure of two close companions, which hit him hard. One died at his hands, and the other died before his eyes. Kakashi was in a state of despondency for quite some time. Shursui said, this should be true. Based on the intel we've gathered, he is the most fitting. My guy puzzled asked why. Why would he do this? Orochimaru replied, guy, people can change. Many go to extremes during their transformations, and Obito is one of them. Shursui remarked, Senior Orochimaru sees things clearly. Tsunade recalled something and looked at my guy, saying, guy, I know you have a close relationship with Kakashi, but you cannot share this news with him for now, understand? Under Kakashi's leadership, Konoha has shown signs of improvement, and Tsunade couldn't bear to see the village suffer further. If Kakashi were to hear this news, he would undoubtedly be hit hard again and be unable to focus on his work, which would be a blow to Konoha. My guy nodded, saying, I understand. It's just that it's a bit torturous for me and feels painful. Orochimaru, Lord Orochimaru, it's been 3 years since Kabuto left Flame Dragon City, and his children miss him. You need to bring him back. Izumi suddenly said, Flame Dragon City naturally has an orphanage, and all the children there are his. He has taken care of them meticulously. It's been 3 years since he returned, and many of the children have been asking about him. Orochimaru said, could it be that he's afraid Shursui will assign him tasks? So he's hiding in the dragon cave to train and not coming out? Let me summon a snake to ask. As he formed hand seals, he summoned a long snake, which asked, Orochimaru, why have you summoned me? Orochimaru replied, Yuza, I want to ask you something. How has Kabuto been doing in his training in the dragon cave? Yuza said, Kabuto has already mastered Sage Art, and he left the dragon cave 3 months ago. Orochimaru's expression changed as he asked, Yuza, is this true? Yuza confirmed, of course it's true. Having mastered Sage Art, his strength should surpass yours. Orochimaru said, Yuza, that's not necessarily the case. It's just Sage Art. You won't know until you fight. Yuza replied, Orochimaru, your tone has grown larger. But speaking of which, you haven't summoned Lord Manda in a long time. Orochimaru said, I've been training and haven't had any battles, so I haven't summoned Manda. When the next big battle comes, I will naturally summon him. Without waiting for Yuza to speak, Orochimaru continued, since Kabuto has come out, yet hasn't returned, I must catch him and give him a good scolding. After chatting with Yuza for a while and giving it half a cow, it finally disappeared. Meanwhile, Shirzue and the others grew serious. Something had changed, and Kabuto's whereabouts were unknown, indicating that something had gone wrong. This was no small matter. Kabuto was considered a high-ranking member of the Phantom Dragon organization, and he knew a lot. Shirzue spoke first, saying, I believe in Kabuto's character. He would not betray the Phantom Dragon organization nor the Flame Dragon Kingdom. Kabuto is indeed a good person with good character. The reason he wanted to train in sage art was to see the differences between sage art and martial arts, and the pros and cons of ninja training versus martial arts training. With Kabuto's intelligence, he naturally knows how to choose. Orochimaru said, Shirzue, don't jump to conclusions so easily. I also don't believe Kabuto would betray us, but what if someone forcibly changed Kabuto's will, just like your Koto Amatsukami? Hearing this, there's indeed such a possibility. Shirzue said, Kabuto's strength is not weak. Unless he is ambushed, even with my Kurenai power, it would be difficult to change his will. Orochimaru said, Shirzue, don't forget, there are still enemies in the shadows. Shirzue's body trembled. Indeed, they have an enemy in the shadows, one even stronger than the Akatsuki. Tsunade and the others also thought of this, and Tsunade said, it seems we need to be on guard. Regardless of whether Kabuto has betrayed us, we must raise the alert level. Orochimaru, you cannot let snakes appear in Flame Dragon City now. We do not know if he has betrayed us, but if he has mastered sage art, his ability to control snakes will certainly not be inferior to yours. If he hasn't betrayed the Flame Dragon, that's fine, but if he has, he will have the means to monitor our every move. Orochimaru nodded. Rest assured, I will take care of it. Shirzue said, Zabuza, teacher guy, the safety of Flame Dragon City is entrusted to you. Guy, and Zabuza replied, yes. Shirzue said, Izumi and I will leave Flame Dragon City and take a trip to the Land of Lightning to understand the Akatsuki organization while also checking on Kabuto's whereabouts. Lady Tsunade, please take care of Flame Dragon. Tsunade said, Sai, I wonder when that little brat Naruto will finish his seclusion? When Naruto was around, although he only gave orders, as long as he was there, they weren't so tired. They could eat and drink without worrying too much. Tsunade issued an order, saying, Gaara, you cannot leave the Flame Dragon City. What you need to do now is to break through to the innate level. Gaara replied, yes. Chapter 93. Kabuto and Shinobi-Do, who are you? In a prison, Kabuto's consciousness was imprisoned here. He had entered the Dragon Cavern to cultivate and had indeed reached Sage Mode, and he had also mastered it. He condensed Sage Chakra, transforming it into true energy, allowing his martial arts cultivation to break through the peak of innate level, only one step away from entering the Return to Origin Realm. The Return to Origin Realm is not about the accumulation of true essence. In the Dragon Cavern, he could no longer cultivate anything. So he planned to leave, but at that moment, a will fused into his body, transforming into a humanoid consciousness that resembled him by 8 parts. Fortunately, he was very cautious. This was the Dragon Cavern, a dark place, and Kabuto had never relaxed his vigilance. If he was swallowed by the giant snake here, he could only blame himself for not being alert enough. This sudden consciousness attempted to ambush Kabuto, but failed to swallow him, so it performed a sealing technique, imprisoning Kabuto's consciousness. Hearing Kabuto's inquiry, this consciousness replied, Who am I? Am I not you? Kabuto stared at him, not continuing the conversation. The consciousness said, You are very calm, quite good. You can call me Shinobi-Do from now on. Kabuto asked, What do you want to do? Shinobi-Do replied, To pull your fate trajectory back, to do what you are supposed to do. Kabuto said, So you want to act in my skin? Shinobi-Do, exactly. Kabuto was not angry. He knew that being angry now would only be futile rage. He asked about his fate, wondering what kind of fate he had. My fate trajectory? So, I seem to be very important? Shinobi-Do, indeed important, but you don't need to know that right now. I must say this martial arts power is truly wonderful. Kabuto, how about making a deal? Kabuto replied directly, I'd rather stay here forever. You won't get the martial arts cultivation method from me, even if it meant death. He would not pass on this martial arts technique. The basic martial arts cultivation methods could be obtained by all 5 great ninja villages. But profound martial arts techniques and skills were not available in the Flame Dragon Pavilion, and there was no chance at all. Shinobi-Do said, This deal will not be a loss for you. It will only be beneficial. Kabuto said, "No need. I'm curious why you don't kill me." Shinobi Do replied, "I want to, but I can't." Kabuto asked why. The power of Shinobi Do was clearly above him, but why couldn't he kill him? Shinobi Do said, "You don't need to know this." Kabuto said, "You occupy my body, but you have no martial arts cultivation method and cannot mobilize true essence. How can you act?" There was no chakra in his body. Without chakra, it was impossible to manipulate his skin to act. Shinobi Do said, "That's simple." With a thought, Kabuto's body was immediately filled with sage chakra. Kabuto exclaimed, This is sage chakra. How is this possible? Who exactly are you? What kind of technique is this?" Shinobi Do said, "Kabuto, hand over the cultivation methods you have learned, and I will grant you power to face Uchiha Madara." To this, Kabuto had no interest at all. In his heart, the way of a ninja was just dross, something to be discarded. Kabuto said, "The garbage of the way of a ninja should have been discarded. It harms both others and oneself." Boom! As soon as Kabuto finished speaking, he was thrown out and crashed against the wall. The once cordial Shinobi Do became terrifying at this moment, his gaze cold, his face full of killing intent. He said grimly, "You're not allowed to insult the way of a ninja." Kabuto showed some excitement. It seemed he had found Shinobi Do's weakness and said, "Isn't it? Then tell me, what are the advantages of the way of the ninja? Without a powerful bloodline inheritance, anyone who practices the way of the ninja will suffer compared to ordinary people. This is exchanging life for power. What else can this cultivation method be but garbage?" Shinobi Do was furious, waved his hand, and the cage disappeared. Then he fought with Kabuto. After a bout of venting, Kabuto was imprisoned again. He truly was not a match for this person. Kabuto said, "To be defeated by an outsider in my own body is indeed somewhat sad." Shinobi Do said, "Kabuto, in front of me, you are an ant." "Kabuto, is that so? If you have the ability, kill me." Kabuto sought death, not wanting to drag down the Flame Dragon City or the Flame Dragon Nation. Shinobi Do said, "Kabuto, although I cannot kill you, I can still make you suffer." Kabuto said, "I'm not afraid of death. Would I care about pain? Just use whatever tricks you have." Shinobi Do sneered, "Kabuto, trying to play tricks in front of me. You are not worthy. You want to die, merely fearing that you will implicate the Flame Dragon Nation." Kabuto slightly lowered his head, the reflection of his glasses preventing anyone from seeing his eyes, where a hint of panic was hidden. Shinobi Do said, "It seems I hit the nail on the head. With your skin going back to the Flame Dragon, do you think they won't notice you're no longer the original Kabuto?" Kabuto said, "I advise you not to." "Shinobi Do, what can you do to me?" Kabuto sneered, "You underestimate Lord Orochimaru. He will definitely find out about you." Shinobi Do said, "So they're guarding against you." Kabuto, it seems you're not that important in their eyes. This crude attempt at sowing discord would not fool Kabuto. Shinobi Do said, "Kabuto, how about we make a bet?" "Kabuto, what bet?" Shinobi Do said, "Let's bet whether the people of Flame Dragon City will notice right away that you are no longer the original Kabuto." "Kabuto, what are the terms of the bet?" Shinobi Do, "If you lose, teach me your martial arts techniques." "Kabuto, and if I win?" Shinobi Do smiled wickedly and said, "I will take you away from the Flame Dragon." Kabuto sat down, closed his eyes to rest. No longer wasting words with this person called Shinobi Do. Chapter 94. Kai HisPrime arrived Uchiha Shursui, and Uchiha Izumi left Flame Dragon City and headed straight for the Land of Lightning. Halfway there, Uchiha Shursui asked, "Izumi, do you want to go back to Konoha and take a look?" Uchiha Izumi replied, "Sure." It had been 7 or 8 years since she left the Uchiha clan. She wanted to see her former home. Shursui smiled slightly and said, "Actually, I want to go back too. It's not that there are lingering feelings for Konoha. It's just that I want to visit the places I used to go often and reminisce a bit." Izumi smiled slightly, as she naturally understood what Shizumi was thinking. The two turned their direction straight towards Konoha. With their current strength, the sentries in Konoha were merely decorations and couldn't possibly detect them. They entered Konoha without being noticed until they were finally discovered. Shizumi and Izumi had disguised themselves, but their outfits were somewhat odd, resembling those from the kingdom of Yanlong, akin to the Tang dynasty attire. When the two appeared, ordinary villagers naturally wouldn't pay much attention, but the Konoha guards couldn't be careless. The sudden appearance of two strangers without anyone noticing was already the biggest alarm. "Hey, is it a bit excessive to wander around Konoha so recklessly?" A boy with a pineapple hairstyle appeared, hands in his pockets, looking lazy and yawning, seemingly very sleepy. Who else could it be but Shikamaru? Following closely behind was Choji, who emerged from another street, holding an endless supply of snacks and still munching away. "I didn't sense a thing. Your strength is truly impressive. having evaded our sentries. Choji remarked. Sakura also stepped forward and said, top-notch experts. Whoosh. Shizumi and Izumi vanished in a flash and fled. Their speed was so fast that the three couldn't help but focus their gazes and began a chase after them. Eventually, Shizumi and Izumi led the three to the back mountain of the former Uchiha clan. Shikamaru, we encountered formidable opponents, Choji said, feeling the pressure radiating from the two. Shikamaru nodded. Indeed, they are strong. It's my first time encountering such strength. Sakura asked, who are you? Shizumi replied, no wonder you're trained by the Dragon King. You are quite impressive. Upon hearing the name Dragon King, the three relaxed their vigilance, as it was a title exclusive to Naruto. Shizumi and Izumi revealed their true appearances. Senior Shizumi, Senior Izumi, it's you. Shikamaru exclaimed. Their arrival had gone unnoticed, which was quite reasonable. Shizumi confirmed, it is us. Choji asked, Senior Shizumi, did Naruto send you? They hadn't seen Naruto in many years and naturally missed him. Shizumi shook his head. No, we just came to Konoha to take a look. The Dragon King is still in seclusion. Sakura inquired, Senior Shizumi, has Naruto mentioned when he will come out of seclusion? Shizumi said, not at all. If anyone wished for the Dragon King to emerge, it was them, with the Dragon King around. They would have a solid foundation and wouldn't have to worry about these matters. Sakura remarked, is that so? I was wondering who it could be. Turns out it's you. Fitsumi-kun. Welcome back to Konoha. Kakashi and the two Jonin appeared, feeling relieved as well. Shizumi said, long time no see, Senior Kakashi. Kakashi replied, it's been a while. Shikamaru yawned and said, looks like we have no business here. We'll head back now. I still need a nap. The three turned and left. After they departed, Kakashi asked, Shizumi, what brings you to Konoha? Shizumi replied, no need to worry. We're just passing by. Or you could say we are here to reminisce about the past. We have no interest in Konoha. Kakashi naturally believed this, knowing that the current kingdom of Yanlong was quite powerful. If they wanted to deal with Konoha, there were indeed hundreds of ways to do so. Kakashi said, Shizumi-kun, with the Akatsuki organization acting so recklessly, how come you and Izumi dare to leave? Aren't you afraid of being ambushed by the Akatsuki? Shizumi replied, if you don't fear for your life, there's nothing to be afraid of. If the Akatsuki goes to Yanlong, they will only be asking for trouble. Yanlong City is not a ninja village. Kakashi sighed, somewhat impressed. This was the confidence that came from strength, and the current kingdom of Yanlong indeed had such confidence. Kakashi asked, Shizumi, what do you think the Akatsuki's goal is in capturing tailed beasts? He really wanted to understand, but had no leads or questions to ask. Shizumi said, I want to know as well. Only the Dragon King knows, but he is currently in seclusion, and it's unclear when he will emerge. Kakashi said, I think once they capture the Eight Tails, they will go to Yanlong. If they capture Gaara, it must be to pressure Naruto. Shizumi said, they're just a few shadow-level experts. The Shenlong organization doesn't take them seriously, and Konoha need not fear either, especially since there are few trained by the Dragon King here, particularly Princess Hinata. Her strength is certainly formidable now. Kakashi felt a bit gloomy. He really didn't know how strong Hinata had become. Hinata had been well protected by Hisashi, and since Niji's departure, no one had seen Hinata. She had faded from everyone's sight. Kakashi asked, how's Guy doing? Shizumi replied, he's great. His body has fully recovered, and all his internal injuries have healed, and he has even found love. Kakashi burst out laughing, genuinely surprised that Guy had found love. This was true. Guy had found a fierce woman from Yanlong City, and both were single-minded individuals who got along very well. They particularly admired Guy's words, and even started wearing green clothes like him. Izumi couldn't help but shiver at the thought. Every time she encountered the two, she would quickly take a detour, afraid that if she lingered, if she wore the same outfit, it would be understandable, but the two flaunted their outfits indiscriminately, which could truly frighten anyone. Especially when Might Guy spoke, his partner would gaze at him with adoring eyes, nearly overflowing with admiration. It was unbearable for anyone. Shizumi said, this is no joke. Perhaps in another year, you could become a father, as Might Guy said. Kakashi responded, great. Guy has also opened his mind. Shizumi and Izumi dared not continue this conversation. It could be quite serious and more impactful than opening the 8 gates. Kakashi said, once the situation with the Akatsuki is clearer, I will visit Yanlong. I wonder if Yanlong will welcome me? Shizumi replied, of course, you will be warmly welcomed. I will make sure to keep you by Guy's side. Izumi smiled at the thought. It was a nice image. Kakashi noticed and asked, but what remarkable things did Guy do in Yanlong City? Shizumi replied, not much. Yamlong City has gained 70 to 80 people in green clothing. When you go there, you will experience what a green whirlwind is. Chapter 95. Terumi, Mei, Shizumi, and Izumi didn't stay in Konoha for long, just half a day's time, before they silently left the village, and Konoha still didn't realize how they had departed. Kakashi sighed helplessly. The two traveled swiftly to the border between the land of fire and the land of lightning. Here, they encountered an unexpected person, Terumi Mei, the Mizukage of the Hidden Mist Village. Terumi Mei didn't recognize Shizumi and Izumi, but recognized their attire, which was unique to the kingdom of Yamlong, and asked curiously, "People from the kingdom of Yamlong, are you members of the Qianlong organization?" For the land of flame, Terumi Mei is indeed cautious. She has sent 3 batches of spies, but so far, none have returned with any news, and the earliest batch was sent 3 years ago. Jisue said, "Water, Shadow Terumi Mei. I didn't expect to meet you here." Terumi Mei replied, "You could recognize my identity at a glance. It seems your position in the land of flame is not low." Jisue said, "Believe it or not, if you go to Flame City, most capable people will recognize who you are, 7 or 8 out of 10, to be precise." This is no exaggeration. If Terumi Mei went to Flame City, there would be no fewer than 800 people who could recognize her. Terumi Mei said, "That's my honor." Jisue bluntly stated, "Oh, it's not just you. There's also our AI, Kakashi, Yuki, and others. As soon as they arrive in Flame City, they will be recognized immediately." Terumi Mei responded, "Should I feel embarrassed about this?" Izumi was speechless and rubbed his head. Jisue spoke so directly that it was hard to feel good about him. Terumi Mei said, "May I ask who the two of you are?" Jisue and Izumi reverted to their true forms. Terumi Mei was shocked and said, "Uchiha Jisue, Uchiha Izumi. It's actually you two." She really didn't expect that the two had left Flame City. Jisue is currently acting on behalf of the Dragon King, and is the strongest in terms of power, aside from Naruto Uzumaki. Leaving Flame City so openly. Doesn't he worry about the Akatsuki organization attacking Flame City? Jisue said, "What? Can't we come here?" Terumi Mei replied, "Of course not. Jisue, you should know that the Land of Flame currently has 2-tailed beasts, the 1-tail and the 9 tails. If the Akatsuki organization learns of your departure and attacks Flame City, it would be a disaster for you." Jisue said, "Kakashi asked the same question in Konoha, and I gave the same answer. Flame City is not a shinobi village. Just a few shadow ninjas cannot threaten Flame City." His words were somewhat domineering and belittled the shinobi village. Terumi Mei said, "No wonder you are the second in command of the Hidden Dragon organization, so bold in your claims." Jisue replied, "Because our Hidden Dragon organization has such strength. If the Dragon King emerges, no matter how many members of the Akatsuki come, we will eliminate them all." Terumi Mei asked, "Has the Dragon King not emerged yet?" Jisue said, "Yes, it seems Lord Watershadow is quite concerned about his hidden dragons." Terumi Mei said, "Of course. To this end, I once sent 3 batches of people into Flame City to gather information, but so far, there has been no news. I'm not the only one paying attention to you. There are others, but right now, they are completely attracted by the Akatsuki organization." Speaking frankly like this, her courage is indeed rare. Jisue said, "We know that. There are a total of 14 people, all children, who have lost their chakra and skills. Now, the strongest among them has already stepped into the elite J-Nin level." He thought to himself, "This Water Shadow is truly not an ordinary character. Her methods, temperament, and intelligence are not something an ordinary person can compare to, and she also possesses 3 bloodline limits: wood release, lava release, and boil release. Each bloodline limit is incredibly powerful. Lava release is formed by the fusion of water and earth chakra, possessing super corrosive properties. In the original work, when fighting Uchiha Madara, Terumi Mei was able to melt part of his Susanoo, demonstrating its power. Lava release and boil release are formed from the fusion of fire chakra with earth and water chakra, respectively. The former can produce lava, akin to the earth's crust collapsing, while the latter can create scalding steam, which is extremely deadly. Izumi interjected, "They are unwilling to leave. If one day they wish to return to reunite with their loved ones, Lord Watershadow, I hope you can be understanding." Terumi Mei became somewhat displeased and said, "What if I am not understanding?" Izumi smiled slightly and said, "Lord Watershadow, actually, the Hidden Mist Village is quite large, just like the coastline of the Land of Flame. Sometimes, it's hard to notice if there are more people, right?" Terumi Mei said somewhat gloomily, "In that case, I want to test Uchiha Izumi's strength today." Uchiha Izumi revealed her white teeth and said, "I'm happy to oblige." Uchiha Jisue was somewhat speechless. How did it come to fighting after just 2 sentences? He quickly stepped back, believing that Izumi's strength could easily handle this water shadow. Once the Sharingan was activated, with the power of the situation, she would surely defeat the water shadow. In fact, Terumi Mei really wanted to test the strength of the Hidden Dragon organization. She was certain that she would not be Jisue's opponent, and since Izumi held a high position in the Hidden Dragon organization, she speculated about their strength based on her combat power. Izumi said, "I don't want to get entangled with you here." After saying this, the eternal Mangekyō Sharingan activated, and her ocular technique was immediately unleashed. Flame Void. Terumi Mei was shocked and shouted, "Lava Release, Lava Monster Technique," combining the 2 unknown chakras within her. She expelled a viscous and highly corrosive liquid from her mouth, wrapping it around Uchiha Izumi. However, the next moment, Terumi Mei realized that the technique she had just released was immediately assimilated, disappearing into the world of flames. The surrounding trees vanished, and both Uchiha Izumi and Jisue also disappeared. In disbelief, she exclaimed, "What is this ability?" She felt very dangerous, formed hand seals, and expelled a water dragon, continuously spitting water bullets. This was the water release, water dragon bullet technique. Unfortunately, the water dragon and the water bullets turned into steam in the flames. Terumi Mei said, "Is this the power of the Uchiha clan's Sharingan? It's truly terrifying. It's impossible to tell whether it's an illusion or an attack." Just then, the previously quiet flames suddenly swirled, transforming into a terrifying giant beast that sought to engulf her. A powerful and irresistible force fell upon her, making it impossible for her to resist, and the next moment, she was about to be consumed by the flames. Just as Terumi Mei was in despair, she heard a voice, "Izumi, stop." Chapter 96. Joining forces to enter the Hidden Cloud Village. As the voice fell, the world where Terumi Mei was slowly dissipated, and the flames gradually disappeared. Izumi then said, "Brother Jisue, don't you trust me?" Jisue replied, "You girl. You can't do this next time, understand?" Izumi smiled slightly. "Yes, Brother Jisue." Izumi would never use flames to consume Terumi Mei. After all, she is the water shadow. If she killed her, it would truly be a never-ending feud with the Hidden Mist Village. Besides, there is currently no animosity with the Land of Water. If it were Sarutobi Hiruzen, he would have broken her legs. Terumi Mei came back to her senses in a daze and asked, "Is this really true or false?" If true, then nothing around had changed. If false, the kind of heat and pressure was indeed so clear that she completely lost her ability to judge and could not distinguish what was real or not. Uchiha Jisue said, "At first, it was false. It was an illusion, but the latter part is real." This is a new technique that Izumi developed by combining the abilities of the Mangekyō Sharingan with space ninjutsu and martial arts. Its power is extremely strong, moving you unknowingly into space. With her situational enhancement, unless you have super shadow level strength, you cannot break free and would be burned to death. Super shadow level? As these words were spoken, Terumi Mei took a cold breath. Such a powerful figure had never existed in the Mist Hidden Village, and it seemed that the Dragon Organization not only had one, but many. At this moment, Terumi Mei felt fortunate, grateful for her decision to follow Naruto's advice and acknowledge the demise of the Land of Rivers. Otherwise, when Naruto emerged, it would have been a disaster for the Mist Hidden Village. At this moment, Terumi Mei truly understood the strength of the Dragon Organization and the foundation of the Land of Flame. One ninja village, let alone 2 combined, would not be a match for the Land of Flame. Rest assured, those 13 children, since they have joined the Land of Flame, are now its citizens. "I will arrange for their families to be sent to the Land of Flame," said Terumi Mei. This battle was a devastating loss. One could say she had already lost before the fight even began. She hoped this would earn her some goodwill from the Land of Flame, even if just a little. Terumi Mei was very interested in Naruto Uzumaki at this moment. She wanted to meet him and see what kind of person he was, how extraordinary he truly was. Izumi smiled and said, "Thank you, Lord Mizuki." Terumi Mei replied, "If we're to thank anyone, it should be as thanking you for showing mercy to the Mist Hidden Village." She was well aware that if the Land of Flame had not been lenient, they would have already destroyed the Mist Hidden Village. Shirzue asked, "Lord Mizuki, your visit to the Land of Thunder must have a significant purpose?" He could guess that Terumi Mei's intentions were related to the Akatsuki organization, especially since 2 tailed beasts have been captured from the Mist Hidden Village, diminishing its power and leaving it without 2 pillars of strength. There was a chill in Terumi Mei's eyes as she said, "Their next target is the 8 tails." Shirzue replied, Is Killer Bee really being protected in the cloud-hidden village? Terumi Mei responded, does it matter to the Akatsuki? Shirzue nodded, it really doesn't matter. If they raid the cloud-hidden village and kill indiscriminately, Killer Bee can't hide. If he doesn't come out, he can only watch the villagers die tragically. It's truly ruthless. Izumi declared firmly, I won't let them succeed. Shirzue said, Izumi, we are only here to understand the strength of the Akatsuki and the members behind it. We cannot act, lest we alert them. In Shirzue's heart, only the people of the Land of Flame were his kin. Everyone else was a foreigner. Izumi said, Brother Shirzue, I know. I meant if the Akatsuki were to invade the Land of Flame. Shirzue replied, they won't reach the Land of Flame City. Terumi Mei felt uncomfortable. Was this a display in front of her? She truly felt outshone. Terumi Mei asked, Shirzue-kun, may I ally with the two of you? Shirzue and Izumi exchanged glances. Did she mean to ally with the Dragon Organization? They couldn't make that decision. It had to be Naruto's call. Shirzue said, I'm sorry, but I cannot decide on an alliance with the Land of Flame. It requires Lord Ryukige's approval. Terumi Mei said, Shirzue-kun, you misunderstood my meaning. I meant that we should ally to enter the cloud-hidden village. It wouldn't be convenient for you, but with me, we can confuse the situation. Shirzue thought for a moment and said, good idea, then I will trouble you. Terumi Mei's eyes lit up as she said, thank you. With this, her safety was guaranteed. She had prepared herself for this visit and had already made arrangements for the aftermath of the mist-hidden village. To facilitate their actions, Shirzue and Izumi temporarily became Terumi Mei's guards and visited the cloud-hidden village. Upon entering the village, Shirzue noticed a small white snake in the crevice of a wall. This little white snake was very white and small, blending into the wall. Even someone with sharp eyesight would find it hard to notice if they weren't careful. Since entering the cloud-hidden village, Shirzue had released his sensing ability, which allowed him to detect this little white snake. The little white snake watched the people passing by, its eyes wide open. Shirzue was certain that this was no ordinary little white snake. Currently, there were two people capable of controlling snakes. One was Orochimaru, and the other was Kabuto, who had gone to the Dragon Cave to train in sage arts. They had come to the cloud-hidden village, so there was no need for Orochimaru to send a snake to follow, as he knew his own strength and had no need to worry. Therefore, it must be Kabuto. In that instant, Shirzue understood that Kabuto was in the cloud-hidden village. Shirzue felt a bit gloomy and wondered, has Kabuto betrayed them? Without making any movements, he followed the ninjas from the cloud-hidden village into a building, believing that Kabuto must have a purpose for being there and would eventually show himself. He didn't need to hurry. Meanwhile, after Shirzue and the others entered the building, the white snake quickly disappeared. It slithered underground, where there was a basement. Upon entering the basement, it transformed into a human form. It was none other than Kabuto Yakushi. At this moment, he looked just like he did in the original story when he had successfully trained in sage arts. The most noticeable feature being the long white snake that looked somewhat disgusting. Kabuto murmured, Why did I just feel a surge of heart palpitations? Just now, he had suddenly sensed a danger that made him hesitate to act. Anyone who could make him feel this way must possess strength beyond that of a high-level ninja, or even at the pinnacle of such. The legendary ninja. Kabuto did not consider this aspect, because in the ninja world, there had not been such a ninja. However, while there were no ninjas, there were indeed martial artists. Chapter 97. The return of the fourth Reikage. Kabuto recalled the situation at that time. The only ninja present was Terumi Mei, the Mizukage. Is it Terumi Mei? Kabuto said in a low voice. He had never taken Terumi Mei seriously, but that surge of heart palpitations had raised his vigilance. And he speculated, could it be that Terumi Mei has developed some powerful ninjutsu that poses a threat to me? As for the two guards beside Terumi Mei, he didn't take them seriously either. In front of him, they were just minor characters, let alone guards. Naturally, Kabuto's research would not connect to the Dragon Organization. If it were Kabuto, he would definitely realize that the danger posed to him would be linked to the Dragon Organization, as only they had the strength to threaten him. Kabuto said, perhaps this Mizukage really came prepared. The Akatsuki seems to be planning something big. Upon entering the building, Shirzue whispered, Lord Mizukage, if there's nothing urgent, remember not to speak with us. Terumi Mei was puzzled and asked why. Izumi was also confused. She had not sensed the presence of the little white snake, and naturally wouldn't guess that Kabuto was in the cloud-hidden village. Shirzue said, there are experts lurking in the dark who can approach silently and eavesdrop on our conversation. Terumi Mei asked, who is it? The cloud-hidden village? Shirzue replied, the cloud-hidden village is not qualified enough. It's someone familiar with us from the Land of Flame. He did not provide further explanation, as they had not yet confirmed Kabuto's situation and could not speak recklessly. Terumi may notice that Uchiha Shirzue did not want to elaborate, so she did not pursue the matter further. She nodded and said, "However, Shirzue, we must speak at some point, otherwise it may raise other suspicions." Indeed, that would be the case. Not speaking would certainly arouse suspicion. Shirzue thought for a moment and said, "How about this? If there's a need to talk in the future, you signal me, and I will confirm it. If it's safe, I will give you a gesture." Kagami said, "All right, that's settled." Kagami lives in one bedroom, while Shirzue and Quan live in another. Now Shirzue has already reached the Gu Yuan realm, and Quan also has the strength of the innate realm. Both of them can condense sound into lines and communicate with each other. Quan asked, "Shirzue, what's going on?" Shirzue replied, "I saw a small white snake, which has some awareness." "It can't be an ordinary snake." Quan's expression changed and asked, "Could it be Dokuin?" Shirzue said, "It is likely him. Orochimaru is in Yamlong, and he must be the only one here. He must have anticipated that the Akatsuki would come to Yunin village, so he secretly came here." Quan's expression was somewhat grim as she said, "Shirzue, did Dokuin really betray us?" She didn't want this outcome. It would be a blow to the Qianlong organization and even more so to the children in the Yamlong City Orphanage. If they found out that their most respected director had betrayed the Yamlong Kingdom, how could they accept it? Shirzue sighed, "I don't know either. If only the Dragon King were here, it would be great. With his methods, he would definitely know." To be honest, Shirzue's heart was also very chaotic. If Yakushi Kabuto hadn't betrayed, then why didn't he return to the Yamlong Kingdom after leaving the Dragon Cave? Why'd he come here? If he did betray, it seems that up until now, he hasn't done anything that would suggest it. Moreover, the things he did for the orphans are well known. They believe that even for this group of orphans, Yakushi Kabuto wouldn't betray. Shirzue continued, "Regardless of whether he has betrayed or not, one thing is certain. He has changed. For the safety of the Yamlong Kingdom, we must be cautious of him." Quan nodded in agreement with this approach. Even as partners, at this moment, suspicion was necessary. After staying in Yunin village for 3 days, the Akatsuki organization had not returned, but Karabi had. Although Karabi was quite silly, he wasn't stupid. The Yunin village arranged for him to train in S-rank forbidden techniques, and he understood that Yunin village wanted to hide him. He didn't want to evade. He felt this was his destiny, that there was no escape for him, so he returned to coexist with Yunin village. 5 days later, all members of the Akatsuki arrived. Besides Nagato, Konan also came. Obito, Uchiha Obito, Kisame Hashigaki, Deidara, Haiden, Konan, Zetsu, and Sasori of the Red Sand. I must say, the entrance of the Akatsuki was indeed quite impressive, each one appearing with great flair. Sasori of the Red Sand fought against Chiyo and Sakura when Konoha supported Tsunagakure in the original story, ultimately committing suicide and dying in the arms of his puppet parents. Because Naruto changed the plot, Gaara was in the Yamlong Kingdom, making the Akatsuki the final target, so they didn't go to Tsunagakure. And there was no rescue of Tsunagakure by Konoha. This time, leading the group was Obito, who directed Nagato to carry out orders. Karabi stood on top of a building and said, "Akatsuki, you have come." With Reikage absent, Karabi temporarily acted as the 5th Reikage. He was the strongest, and although he was quite smart, sometimes he could be a bit frivolous, focusing on trivial matters. Fortunately, he wasn't in the cabinet. He had the support of the elders, and he was threatened by the 4th Reikage. Karabi was indeed afraid of his brother. It could be said to be a suppression of bloodline. Obito said, "That's right, we have come. Karabi, do you think you can stop us?" As he spoke, his Sharingan spun, and the eternal Mangekyō Sharingan appeared, activating Susanoo with a single eye, exerting a powerful pressure. Obito actually didn't want to fight, but he had to come. This was to capture the 8 tails, the second strongest tailed beast after the 9 tails. Without some strength, it would be truly difficult to capture it. As for the leader Nagato, his trump card was not the 8 tails, but Naruto Uzumaki, the 9 tails, and a powerful warrior from the Yamlong Kingdom. Compared to Yunin village, the Yamlong Kingdom was the tough nut to crack. Karabi seriously said, "Even if I cannot stop you, I must try." There was no singing or dancing. The people of Yunin village were really not used to it. Uchiha Obito said, "So, Karabi, you don't care about the fate of Yunin village?" As his words fell, a crowd of people behind him, chakra flowing, the aura of 7 shadow-level ninjas spread overwhelmingly, and Uchiha Obito also increased his strength, no longer a shadow ninja, but the power of a super shadow ninja. Kisame, Deidara, Haydn and others really didn't understand why Obito was doing this, talking so much, and letting them exert their aura. What was the purpose? Why not just start a battle? In fact, Uchiha Obito was learning from Naruto and Shisui. The two left Konoha without fighting, and Konoha didn't dare to send people to pursue them, using the strategy of winning without fighting, which was quite effective. Uchiha Obito said, "Because of you, Youming Village will disappear." Letting Youming Village disappear, do you think you are worthy? Chapter 98. The fourth Raikage gives up on the Bull Demon. A crack opened in the air, and a figure emerged. Before everyone could see clearly, in the next moment, the figure had vanished, reappearing with an electrifying punch. So strong, Uchiha Obito said, activating Susanoo, drawing out dual swords to block. The lightning punch struck Susanoo, creating a thunderous explosion, and the strong, explosive force spread outwards. Karabi was in tears, beginning his mad singing and dancing. Yo-yo, my brother's back. Indeed, the person who came out from the crack in the sky was none other than the long-lost fourth Raikage. Deidara said, "This person is so strong. I cannot defeat this punch." Conan said, "Indeed, he is the fourth Raikage, one of the few unmatched in Shadow Ninjas, and he is now trained in Sage Arts, surpassing Shadow Ninja strength." The fourth Raikage appeared, with a sage-like face and an overwhelming aura, showcasing the return of King. The people of Youming Village were ecstatic. Their Raikage had returned, and morale surged instantly. Kagami remarked, "It's him, such a strong aura. How did he increase so much during his time away? What has he done?" Shisui silently thought, "Super Shadow Ninja." From the aura on A, Shisui confirmed that A's strength was among the Super Shadow Ninjas. Quan condensed sound into lines and asked, "Shisui, do you think you could defeat him?" Shisui replied, "Of course. With Sage Art Enhancement, he indeed possesses Super Shadow Ninja strength, but only at the mid-level. In my hands, he won't last 10 rounds. Shisui was very confident. He was now at the Guyuan realm, and with just this strength, he could crush this Raikage. With the addition of his realm power, he could easily defeat the Raikage. However, Shishui's heart was more vigilant. The person behind this was indeed not simple, as he had helped the Raikage and others to cultivate Sage Arts. Many who had disappeared had returned, and even those with poor aptitude would likely not be below elite level. Such a powerful force could indeed threaten the Yanlong Kingdom. Uchiha Obito said, "Fourth Raikage, eh? So it turns out you disappeared to cultivate Sage Arts." They looked solemnly at Uchiha Obito. With that last punch, he already knew that this masked man before him was among the Super Shadow Ninjas, of very strong existence. Sharingan, are you from the Uchiha clan? Are you from the Yanlong Kingdom? The Uchiha clan members who can now activate the Sharingan are almost all from the Land of Flame. Once the sharp blade of Konoha, they have now become unique to the Land of Flame. Uchiha Obito said, "No, I am neither a member of the Uchiha clan nor a citizen of the Land of Flame. I am from the Akatsuki organization, Akatsuki." AI's gaze fell on Conan and the others, and his heart sank. The strength of the seven is on par with that of the Kaga-level ninjas. Even with him, it would be difficult for Yunin to achieve victory, and many people in Youming Village would likely die. Moreover, there is one more thing. He received an order to abandon the Eight Tails. The reason he returned now was to stop the fighting and prevent it from affecting Youming Village. Abandoning the Eight Tails was something the fourth Raikage was reluctant to do, but he had no choice. The Eight Tails could not be protected. He had received news that the leader of the Akatsuki organization possessed the Rinnegan and had strength surpassing that of the former Uchiha Madara. Even if he had cultivated Sage Mode, he could not compare to the past Madara. Such power must be brought to the Land of Flame to test the true strength of the Akatsuki organization. AI composed himself and said, "Can I meet your leader?" Uchiha Obito scrutinized the fourth Raikage and said, "It seems you know quite a bit." AI did not answer, but asked again, "Can we meet?" Conan stepped forward and said, "You can't see him right now." As one of the leaders of the Akatsuki organization, she had the authority to decide certain matters. AI said, "It's a pity this isn't a place for conversation. You should come with me." After saying that, AI left first. Conan and Uchiha Obito followed him. Soon, the three arrived at the top of a mountain in Yunin. At this moment, AI also dispersed his sage chakra, showing his sincerity. Uchiha Obito asked, "What do you want to discuss with us?" AI replied, "I want to negotiate with you to leave Youming Village and not harm the innocent." Uchiha Obito said, "But we must acquire the Eight Tails." Conan remained silent, merely watching AI. AI said, "I know this. Rest assured, in a few days, I will release Gyuki to you." This answer completely caught Uchiha Obito and Conan off guard. The two exchanged glances, and then Uchiha Obito asked, "I want to know why." Given the current strength of Yunin village, combined with your strength, it is not impossible for us to fight. AI said, I don't want to either. But for the villagers of Yunin, this is a choice I have to make. Conan bowed to AI and said, Fourth Reikage, you are righteous. AI looked at Conan and said, how could someone like you join the Akatsuki organization? He was impulsive by nature, but that did not affect his judgment. He could see that Conan was gentle, considerate, pure, and kind, someone who shouldn't be mixed up with the bloody Akatsuki. Conan remained silent, and AI continued, this is not about my righteousness. If you do not hand over Gyuki, will you let Yunin village go? Upon hearing this, Conan fell silent, and Uchiha Obito did not respond either. Would they let them go? The answer was clear. Of course not. They needed to capture all nine-tailed beasts. AI did not dwell on this question and asked another. So, are you prepared to capture the nine tails? This was also his purpose. He and the Land of Flame would not be friends, but enemies. And it was just right for the Akatsuki organization to test Naruto Uzumaki. Even now, after cultivating Sage Mode, he was still unsure about facing Naruto Uzumaki. That speed was truly fast, and that power left him with lingering fears. Upon hearing this question, Uchiha Obito and Conan's hearts sank. To be honest, they were not confident at all. Naruto Uzumaki had established a martial arts path, and they did not know how strong he was now. Moreover, the Land of Flame was filled with powerful individuals, and they had no idea how deep the waters ran. Uchiha Obito confidently said, capturing the nine tails will indeed be somewhat difficult, but it cannot escape us. The nine tails will surely be in our hands. AI said, you must have heard that I am an enemy of Naruto Uzumaki. So if you're going to the Land of Flame, I could be one of your assistants. A glimmer of joy flashed in Uchiha Obito's eyes as he said, then thank you. With a powerful super Kage-level ninja like him as support, going to the Land of Flame would be more assured. AI said, however, we'll have to wait a few days until I completely master Sage Mode before going to the Land of Flame. Uchiha Obito said, of course, we will wait for you. Chapter 99, Tobirama's proud display. The Akatsuki organization, which came in with great momentum, retreated like a farce, and the people of Yunin village were overjoyed, shouting for the Fourth Reikage. In their view, it must have been the Fourth Reikage's powerful strength that intimidated the Akatsuki organization, causing them to retreat. Intimidating the Akatsuki organization should not have been possible. Shui thought to himself. He could be certain of this. The Reikage strength was indeed formidable, but it was not enough to intimidate Uchiha Obito, who possessed the eternal Mangekyō Sharingan. The voice of Izumi reached his ears. Brother, Shui, I'm afraid the Reikage has reached some kind of agreement with the Akatsuki organization, perhaps targeting us. Shui replied, this is certain. They must be targeting us. It's just unclear what kind of agreement they have reached. Izumi said, Brother Shui, we should go back. With them here, the Land of Flame will naturally feel more assured. Shui said regretfully, I originally hoped to learn about the Akatsuki organization's methods this time, but now it seems that won't be possible. Kurabi, for some reason, felt a chill rise in his heart. He said, Big brother. AI said, Killer Bee, come with me. Kurabi replied, okay. AI and Kurabi went to a secret room. Before AI could speak, Kurabi asked, Big brother, did you make some sort of deal with the Akatsuki organization? This time, he did not sing or dance, and his voice trembled slightly. He felt that the strength displayed by the Akatsuki organization was not enough to intimidate his big brother. The only possibility was that some kind of deal had been made. AI said yes. Before Kurabi could ask further, AI said, let's go to another place to talk. Their consciousness entered the prison where the Eight Tails was sealed. Gyuki growled fiercely. AI, is this related to me? Kurabi's expression worsened. Was Big Brother going to abandon Gyuki? That couldn't happen. AI said, Gyuki, what are my chances of winning if I fight you now? Gyuki replied, I was about the same as you before. But now you have the upper hand. AI asked, then what about against Uchiha Madara? Gyuki said, Uchiha Madara, isn't he dead? Uchiha Madara's strength was such that not only he, but even the Nine Tails had been sealed within his body. It should be known that its power was inferior to the Eight Tails, and as for the Nine Tails, it could be killed in an instant. AI said, I remember Uchiha Madara's Sharingan was still at the Mangekyō level and had not evolved to the legendary Rinnegan. Gyuki asked, is that so? AI nodded and said, that's right. Behind the Akatsuki organization, there's a pair of Rinnegan. Kurabi stopped speaking, and so did Gyuki. AI continued, Gyuki, I know this isn't fair to you, but we have no choice. If we don't talk about the existence of the Rinnegan behind this, even that person today, Akatsuki's Tobi who has the Sharingan, can control you. At that time, you might die, and the Hidden Cloud Village will also suffer countless casualties. So, I have to be the villain and release you. Karabi said, Big brother. No, I want to fight alongside Gyuki. AI replied, You have no say here. At this moment, Gyuki also said, Get lost without me. You're just an ordinary little ghost. How can you fight alongside me? In the underground chamber, Kabuto returned to his human form and said, The Akatsuki organization and the three shadows joining forces seems like a good idea. It needs to be implemented. He seemed to see the dawn of victory and realized what was in his body. He came to the closed prison where Yakushi Kabuto was and said, Yakushi Kabuto, the land of the rising sun is finished. Yakushi Kabuto replied, Do you dare let me control my body to take a look? He didn't believe that the land of the rising sun was finished. Kabuto said, You don't believe it? Yakushi Kabuto asked, How can I believe you? Kabuto said, All right, let me tell you what the land of the rising sun is about to face. The hidden cloud village, the hidden sand village, the hidden leaf village, and the Akatsuki organization. Yakushi Kabuto frowned. He could understand the Akatsuki organization, and he could also understand the hidden cloud and hidden sand villages because, after all, the Dragon King had severely beaten the leaders of these two villages, slapping their faces, so it was understandable to deal with the land of the rising sun. However, he couldn't comprehend why the hidden leaf village would join in. After all, it was the hidden leaf that had wronged them, pushing them away. Yakushi Kabuto asked, Did Kakashi really make such a decision? Kabuto replied, You're mistaken, it's not Kakashi. Yakushi Kabuto then remembered the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, and asked, So, Hiruzen Sarutobi was taken by you? Kabuto said, As expected of you, Yakushi Kabuto, you're really clever. Yakushi Kabuto calmly said, Thank you for the compliment. You took them to train them to fight against the land of the rising sun? Kabuto replied, Of course they're all good. They've all cultivated sage techniques, and the personal guards we brought are all elite jonin. With the three factions teaming up, plus the Akatsuki organization, do you think the land of the rising sun can withstand it? Yakushi Kabuto trembled at this, but still firmly said, I believe in the Dragon King. With him around, he can certainly protect the land of the rising sun, Kabuto said. Is that so? But he hasn't shown up yet. Do you think Naruto Uzumaki might have secretly escaped? Upon hearing this, Yakushi Kabuto showed a joyful expression and said, Great, great. Kabuto asked in confusion. At this point, you still say great? Yakushi Kabuto said, With the Dragon King, the land of the rising sun will surely appear again. With the Dragon King, the spirit of the land of the rising sun will not extinguish. You can't find him, and when he finishes his closed-door training, it will be your end. Kabuto said, You're crazy, you're all crazy. Yakushi Kabuto laughed and said, This is our martial spirit, united in heart and strength, unafraid of life and death. You can't destroy us, unlike your ninja way, which is dark and treacherous. He felt gloomy inside, unable to advance or retreat with the land of the rising sun, unable to protect it, unable to fight for it, feeling like a sinner. This struck a nerve with Kabuto, and he said ominously, Don't worry. I will definitely destroy the land of the rising sun, cut off the roots of martial arts, extinguish the fire of martial arts, making it impossible for you to survive. Yakushi Kabuto replied, Other than keeping me locked up, what other means do you have? Can you kill me? If he died, many of his special abilities would vanish. And then if Kabuto infiltrated the land of the rising sun, Lord Orochimaru would surely discover him. However, he didn't realize that he was already within the scope of suspicion, and once he entered the land of the rising sun, he would certainly receive special treatment. Kabuto said, If you want to die, one day, I will fulfill your wish. Yakushi Kabuto replied, I'll be waiting, hopefully not too late. Chapter 100. The four great Raikages and Karabi depart. Tobirama Senju was about to leave, and the fourth Raikage personally saw him off. AI was naturally very grateful to Tobirama Senju, knowing that the Akatsuki organization was about to besiege the hidden cloud village. Yet he still came to support them despite the danger. Regardless of his motives, he gained the goodwill of the hidden cloud village. The fourth Raikage AI exchanged pleasantries with Tobirama Senju before watching their figures leave. He couldn't help but feel that the two guards, Shui and Izumi, were unusual. He thought to himself, the Mist Village shouldn't be underestimated either. It must be said that the fourth Raikage was very cautious. He was grateful to the Mizukage, but that didn't prevent him from being vigilant against the Mist Village. However, he didn't know that this would backfire. The fourth Raikage AI turned back to look at the hidden cloud village before flying away. The world of Naruto is not short of mountains, forests, and waterfalls. The fourth Raikage AI arrived at a cliff waterfall, and soon, Obito Uchiha appeared. He asked, Fourth Raikage, have you made your decision? AI said, "It's not me who can't wait, it's you." Obito Uchiha asked, "What do you plan to do?" AI replied, "Tomorrow I will release the 8 Tails Gyuki. And as for how to capture Gyuki, we 1T participate. But if Kurabi gets angry, I hope you can control him." Obito Uchiha said, "You are our friend. This is just a small matter." The next day, AI took Kurabi out of the Hidden Cloud Village and arrived at an open area. AI then released the 8 Tails Gyuki, which they had sealed so it could be easily released. Gyuki's personality was very irritable, especially in these past 2 days, as it had fought with Kurabi quite a bit. So as soon as it came out, it engaged in battle with the Akatsuki organization, immediately unleashing its ultimate move, creating a tailed beast bomb. With yin and yang powers intertwining, a terrifying aura suddenly spreading. Obito Uchiha said, "This is really troublesome." He activated his Sharingan, and as Gyuki spit out the tailed beast bomb, swirling waves of vortex formed in the air. The tailed beast bomb was slowly devoured by the swirling waves and disappeared. AI's expression turned serious as he said, "This is a space ninjutsu of the Sharingan. This person's techniques, strength, and temperament make him a formidable opponent." The fourth Reikage was naturally very cautious about the Sharingan, knowing this was just one of its abilities. Gyuki's strength was indeed very strong. But in front of the Akatsuki organization, it was really just a small-tailed beast, only making the Akatsuki members look a bit flustered. Seeing this, Kurabi drew out the 2 blades from his back and charged forward, determined to rescue Gyuki. Obito Uchiha said, "Of course, I can't forget about you." He turned his head and stared directly at Kurabi, activating his Sharingan. Kurabi stopped in his tracks, becoming dazed and motionless, holding his blades as if he were a fool. Kurabi's strength was only that of a shadow ninja, and as a Jinchuriki, collaborating with Gyuki, he naturally possessed strength surpassing that of a super shadow ninja. The power of Uchiha Obito's Jinjutsu was such that he controlled the 4th Mizukage, committing unforgivable crimes. The 4th Mizukage, after all, was one of the perfect Jinchuriki, significantly stronger than the current Killer Bee. Therefore, it wasn't difficult for Uchiha Obito to trap the current Killer Bee with a Jinjutsu. As allies with the 4th Reikage, Uchiha Obito naturally wouldn't harm Killer Bee. Harming one Killer Bee would lead to enmity with the 4th Reikage, which wasn't worth it. The Akatsuki organization sealed the GY key, and Uchiha Obito greeted it before leaving. It did not leave. He was waiting for Killer Bee to wake up. When Killer Bee woke up, he knelt on the ground, holding his head in his hands, crying like a child. I walked over, gently stroking Killer Bee, and softly said, be strong. The village of Kumogakure still needs you. I have to leave." Killer Bee's painful cry stopped, and he raised his head, tears still streaming down his face, asking, "Brother, why?" I replied, "Naruto Uzumaki." Killer Bee asked, "Is there really no room for reconciliation?" He didn't want Kumogakure to go to war with the Land of Flame, as it would result in many deaths, which he didn't wish for. I said gravely, "No, he has already declared that he will take revenge on the Uzumaki clan. You should understand how the Uzumaki clan was destroyed, B." Killer Bee said, "But brother, it could clearly be stopped. It was indeed the Lightning Country's miscalculation in the past. The Lightning Country owes the Uzumaki clan. Is it so hard to apologize?" I did not get angry. This was just his younger brother Killer Bee's nature. He softly replied, "B, it's not that we want war. It's that he wants to start a conflict. His martial way will definitely not be tolerated by the way of a ninja. There will inevitably be a battle between the way of a ninja and the martial way. By then, the death toll won't be in the hundreds or thousands, but in the hundreds of thousands or millions. Right now, there's no choice." Killer Bee fell silent. He wanted to argue, but couldn't. Wars often broke out between countries, let alone this dispute over legitimacy. However, he couldn't understand why they couldn't coexist peacefully. Killer Bee just wouldn't understand that the martial way has never competed with the way of a ninja. The way of a ninja, when it comes down to it, is merely a part of the martial way, an extreme part at that. Hey, take him with you. With his body modification, his strength won't be less than yours. Just then, a small white snake emerged from the ground, twisting and turning, revealing Shin Uchiha. I said warily, "Who are you?" Shin replied, "What? You can't remember me after just a few days?" I trembled slightly and said, "So, it's you. I have met you before." Shin said, "Take care of Kumogakure and then go back." I dared not defy him and said, "Yes." Shin transformed back into a small white snake and burrowed underground. Killer Bee asked, "Brother, who is he?" I replied, "A sage-level figure, very powerful." "B, your opportunity has come." Killer Bee asked, "Is this what he calls modification?" I gently stroked his head and said, "B, the so-called body modification means genetic mutation, making the body stronger, allowing for the accommodation of more chakra. Compared to the past, my body's chakra capacity has increased by 50%, and I've also practiced sage techniques. All of this is his ability. Killer Bee asked, brother, have Sarutobi Hiruzen from the Leaf Village and Raza from the Sand Village gone there? I nodded and said, yes, especially that old man, Sarutobi Hiruzen. His talent is indeed strong. Modifying him was the most successful, and he's stronger now than when he was young. Perhaps he has reached the legendary level now. Not only is his strength greater than his, but he also seems to have surpassed him in sage arts, leading the way. Killer Bee said, I will help my brother regain our dignity. Hey, I believe in you. The two brothers returned to Kumogakure, disappeared once again. Chapter 101. Kakashi-senpai, how will you choose? Shizuka and Izumi were still in a land of fire when news came that the Raikage had abandoned the Eight Tails GY key and personally delivered it to the Akatsuki organization. In an instant, the shinobi world was shaken. They couldn't believe that the Raikage would submit to such a bloody organization as the Akatsuki. Kakashi personally left the village to find Shizuka and Izumi. The move made by Kumogakure left Kakashi puzzled. It was abnormal, too abnormal, that the Raikage had personally given the tailed beast to the Akatsuki. He knew that Shizuka and Izumi had gone to Kumogakure, so he wanted to gather some information from them, especially about the return of the fourth Raikage. Kakashi is a very intelligent person, with Raza from the Sand Village, the fourth Raikage from Kumogakure, and Hiruzen Sarutobi from the Leaf Village all disappearing. He wouldn't believe it if there was no connection. Therefore, he needed to figure out why the three major Hokages had vanished. After a relentless journey, he finally caught up with Shizuka and Izumi. Shizuka asked Kakashi-senpai, are you here to chase us? Kakashi stopped and said yes. He felt a sigh of relief upon catching up with them. Chasing after the Land of Flame would have been too much trouble. Izumi asked, Kakashi-senpai, are you looking for us regarding the fourth Raikage decision in Kumogakure? It seemed that only this matter could make Kakashi so concerned. Kakashi said, it's not just this matter. It's also about the Raikage's return. Shizuka thought for a moment and then said, regarding the fourth Raikage giving up the Eight Tails to the Akatsuki, there are two reasons. First, Kumogakure is no match for the Akatsuki. Their strength is undeniable. Our organization, the Siri, has been secretly investigating, and we found out that the Akatsuki has 7 members and a powerful leader. However, this time they came with 8 people. We don't know if they have more members hidden in the shadows. Each of them is very strong, above the elite Jainin level, and each has their own characteristics. The second reason is simple. They have a common enemy. Kakashi said, you mean the Land of Flame, Naruto, and Gaara? Shizuka replied, exactly. The fourth Raikage, it was almost beaten to tears by our Dragon King. He must hate our Dragon King deeply, knowing he cannot defeat the Akatsuki. He sacrificed the Eight Tails not only to spare Kumogakure from the ravages of war, but also to use the Akatsuki's hands to deal with us in the Land of Flame. While the Akatsuki, of course, needs the tailed beasts, and the Dragon King and Gaara are their targets. Kakashi scratched his head. If the fourth Raikage heard this, he would probably be furious, almost beaten to tears. Is that an appropriate description for a village leader? But it was a fact. The Raikage was knocked to the ground by Naruto's punch and couldn't get up. After a day and night of treatment by the medical ninjas in the Leaf Village, he could finally sit up, which shows Naruto's strength. Suddenly, Kakashi's eyes moved, and he said, so, the fourth Raikage will ally with the Akatsuki? Shizuka said, of course. If it were me, I would also ally with the Akatsuki. Kakashi said, then what about your Land of Flame? Shizuka waved his hand and said, thanks for your concern. Kakashi-senpai, we in the Land of Flame have our own ways to deal with this. Kakashi said, I believe that the Land of Flame has many talented people, with Tsunade-sama and Orochimaru-sama supporting, and with you, Shizuka, in charge, you truly do not fear the Akatsuki. When Jishue entered the martial arts, he already possessed the strength of a shadow ninja. He was the first to follow Naruto and the first to practice martial arts techniques, so his power was certainly above that of Shikamaru, Sakura, and the others. Moreover, he possessed the Sharingan, making his strength unfathomable and immeasurable. Jishue said, the fourth Raikage has returned, but we don't know where he truly went. He was sent back by space ninjutsu, which means he was also taken away by space ninjutsu. As he spoke, Jishue's eyes did not leave Kakashi. Kakashi said, so, does this mean that the third Hokage of Konoha also disappeared in this way? Jishue replied, most likely. Kakashi asked in a low voice, Jishue-kun, do you know what they want to do? Jishue said, if I guess correctly, they should be training. Kakashi questioned, training? Jishue confirmed, yes, training. The fourth Raikage has returned, and his strength has significantly increased compared to the past, and he has also condensed Sage Chakra, allowing him to use Sage techniques. Kakashi exclaimed, Sage Chakra? Jishui replied, exactly, Sage Chakra. When the fourth Reikage returned, he immediately used Sage techniques against Akatsuki Zebito, who is the one wearing a mask and possesses the Sharingan. They clashed, and the outcome was inconclusive. Kakashi said, if the fourth Reikage has trained in Sage techniques, then... Jishui interjected, naturally, Sarutobi Hiruzen, as a teacher of ninjas, would not fall behind. He must have also trained in Sage techniques. I believe Kakashi-senpai can guess what they intend to do upon their return. Kakashi solemnly said, Naruto Uzumaki. Jishui smiled and asked Kakashi-senpai, now that he has returned, it's likely he will regain control of Konoha, leading to conflict. How will you choose? This indeed struck a chord with Kakashi. How would he choose? Jishui knew this was a difficult choice for Kakashi and said, Kakashi-senpai, we have important matters to attend to, so we must take our leave. Kakashi, feeling somewhat disoriented, said, take care. Jishui added, Kakashi-senpai, I hope we won't be enemies. Kakashi did not finish his sentence, staring at the two as they left, lost in thought. Jishui and Izumi walked out a 100-mile stretch, and at this moment, Izumi asked, Brother Jishui, what do you think Kakashi-senpai will choose? Jishui smiled slightly and said, Kakashi is not a confused person. I believe he will make the right choice. Izumi pondered for a moment and cheerfully said, Brother Jishui, how about we make a bet? Seeing Izumi's playful demeanor, Jishui said, you little girl, what are you trying to trick Brother Jishui into this time? Izumi said, I'm not trying to trick you. This is a bet. Do you understand? Jishui replied, all right, a bet. What do you want to bet on? Izumi said, let us bet on Kakashi-senpai. The loser owes the winner a favor. I'll go first. Jishui responded, every bet is like this, completely taking the initiative, and even if I lose, it's fine. She'll just be unreasonable or be far away. And if I win, she'll keep bothering me until I give her a reward. Izumi said, I bet Kakashi-senpai will not yield to Sarutobi Hiruzen again. Jishui shook his head and said, if Kakashi were to yield to Sarutobi Hiruzen again, he would be a pig. Izumi replied, this is the bet I proposed, Brother Jishui. You can only choose the opposite. Jishui said, let me lose. Izumi insisted, Brother Jishui. Jishui said, all right, it's yours. Chapter 102. The choices of Konoha families on the way back. Kakashi was somewhat distracted. He knew very well that with the return of the third Hokage, bolstered by strength, he would definitely regain political power. Kakashi was a strong-willed person, and having suffered a significant setback against Naruto Uzumaki, he would certainly try to regain his standing against him. As he walked, Sakura appeared. Teacher, what will you choose? Sakura said with some pain. This time, she had come alone to protect her teacher, and after hearing Jishui's words, she too wanted to know what her teacher would choose. At the same time, she truly did not want to be enemies with Naruto. At this moment, there was no trace of Sasuke in her heart, only Naruto's figure. Even if Naruto stood before her, she could not bring herself to attack. Kakashi was awakened by Sakura's words and said, let's talk about this when we get back. His eyes cleared, as if he had made a certain decision. Haruno Sakura looked at her teacher's back and thought, Teacher, what choice will you make? Upon returning to Konoha, Kakashi dispatched trusted aides to visit the Hyuga, Akimichi, Nara, Yamanaka, Inazuka, and Oilwoman clans, inviting the leaders of these clans to the Hokage building for a discussion. As for the Hitaki clan, he represented them himself. Shikamaru yawned as he walked, saying, I wonder what the Hokage wants from us. Even the old man and the others were invited. CHG said, with your smarts, you should be able to guess. The Hokage must have received some significant news during this trip, which is why he called us all together. Shikamaru rolled his eyes and said, you're overestimating me. At that moment, CHG spotted Sakura and waved, Sakura. Shikamaru added, Sakura went with the Hokage. She should know something. As the three entered, before Shikamaru could inquire, a gentle voice came, Shikamaru-kun, CHG-kun, Sakura, hello. The three turned to see an incredibly beautiful young girl before them. She had a delicate face, fair skin, and long dark blue hair that curled slightly inward at the ends, presenting a natural arc. Her large, bright eyes were deep like a lake, radiating a gentle yet firm light, and her slightly flushed cheeks made her appear soft and delicate, evoking a protective instinct. Sakura joyfully ran over and hugged Hinata, saying, Hinata, I miss you so much. Since Niji's departure, they had not seen Hinata for 3 years. Shikamaru and CHG also smiled happily, Hinata was their most important companion, and now that she was back, they were naturally very pleased. The four chatted and laughed as they walked toward the Hokage building. As they walked, Sakura recounted events from the past years, including some embarrassing moments of Shikamaru and CHG, and Shikamaru forgot to ask Sakura about what she had learned during this trip. Upon arriving at the Hokage building, many people were already present in the Hokage's office. The leaders of the 6 major clans, Narashikaku, Hyuga Hayashi, Akimichi Choza, Inuzuka Tsum, Yamanaka Inoichi, and Oil Woman Shibi, were seated with Oil Woman Shizun, Inuzuka Kiba, and Yamanaka Ino standing behind their fathers. Hinata and the others walked behind their fathers. But Sakura stood alone, as her father was just a small shop owner and did not qualify to attend such meetings. Once everyone had gathered, Kakashi said, "You all should have received the news. The shadow of the Cloud Village that disappeared for 3 years has returned. The shadow that once disappeared also includes the Sand Village's Gaara and our village's 3rd Hokage. The 4th Reikage was defeated by Naruto Uzumaki with a single punch in Konoha, and he was also the mastermind behind the destruction of the Uzumaki clan. Gaara of the Sand Village was forcibly taken away by Naruto Uzumaki, and Reikage could only watch his son being taken away. Because of Naruto Uzumaki, the 3rd Hokage's plans fell through, leading to a tragic end. The 3 of them all have a grudge against Naruto Uzumaki. Their disappearance should not be a coincidence." Narashikaku said, "The 4th Reikage has returned, so the 3rd Hokage won't be far behind." Kakashi replied, "Yes, it probably won't be long." Hinata Hisashi said, "I heard the 4th Reikage has returned and his strength has increased significantly?" Kakashi nodded. "Indeed, he has gained a lot of power and has also mastered Sage Chakra, even cultivating Sage techniques." Upon hearing this, aside from Sakura, everyone else's hearts sank a little. They understood Kakashi's implication. If the 4th Reikage of the Cloud Village has mastered Sage techniques, then the 3rd Hokage of the Leaf Village must have done the same. The title of Ninja Professor was not given lightly. If the Reikage could do it, it was impossible for him not to be able to. Narashikaku asked, "Lord Hokage, you summoned us not just to discuss this matter, right?" Kakashi replied, "You all should be very clear about the 3rd's personality, right? He left, but he took a lot of people with him. He trains, and his subordinates can also train. Even if their talent is limited, they will still see significant improvements. With his absolute strength, when he returns to Konoha, you should all understand what actions he will take." Narashikaku said, "Seizing power." Kakashi said, "That's inevitable. After seizing power, he will naturally begin to seek revenge. So, it's time for you to make a choice. Revenge against whom? Naturally, it is against Naruto Uzumaki, against Uchiha Shursui, against the Land of the Flame. This will not be a personal war, but a war between nations, inevitably sparking the 4th Great Ninja War, with casualties that are unimaginable." Hinata Hisashi said, "Lord Hokage, I want to know your choice." Everyone's eyes turned to Kakashi, wanting to know how he would choose. Kakashi said, "There are 2 clans that are not involved. You should understand what I mean. The Senju clan has disappeared, and the Uchiha clan is now in the Land of the Flame. Among Konoha's major clans, apart from them, there are only the Sarutobi clan and the Shimura clan left. Both the Sarutobi clan and the Shimura clan do not have a good impression of Naruto Uzumaki." Narashikaku asked, "Lord Hokage, what do you plan to do? Submitting to Sarutobi Hisashi and going to war with the Land of the Flame?" He denied it in his heart. Not to mention Naruto's friendship with Shikamaru. The Land of the Flame is indeed quite good. Although the peninsula of the Land of Fire was taken by the Land of the Flame, the villagers on the peninsula are truly happy, far happier than under the leadership of the Land of Fire. Kakashi said, "Konoha cannot endure another war, nor can we engage in such a meaningless war. The 3rd Hokage wants to be Hokage, that is his own choice. If he wants to wage war against Naruto Uzumaki, that is also his own choice. My choice is to protect the villagers." Kakashi's meaning was clear: protect the villagers of Konoha. And as for the conflict with the Land of the Flame, he would not participate, nor would the Hitaki clan. Chapter 103. Sarutobi Asuma has also mastered Sage techniques. Hinata Hisashi smiled slightly and said, "The Hinata clan is also just here to protect the villagers of Konoha." Narashikaku said, "It's a mutual understanding. We have fought all our lives, and we are tired. We started as Genin, constantly executing missions, and we don't know how many battles we've experienced. Now we are indeed exhausted." Akimichi Choza also nodded. "Indeed, in the past, we didn't know why we fought. To protect the villagers. We had to leave the village to fight. Now that I think about it, causing battles in foreign nations, are we really justified? Everyone's eyes unconsciously turned to Akimichi Choza, making him jump. "Why are you all looking at me?" Akimichi Choza asked. Yumeka Inoichi said, "Choza, I didn't expect you to have such awareness and be able to say something so philosophical." Akimichi Choza said, "But that's the reality." Yamanaka Shiki said, "That's a good point." This once again left everyone stunned. Yamanaka Shiki was usually taciturn. He preferred talking to insects over interacting with people. He could go years without speaking to anyone. And yet he took the initiative to speak this time. Subsequently, everyone laughed, except for Shikamaru and the others, who didn't understand why they were laughing. Narashikaku said, "This is really relaxing." At this moment, they seemed less rigid than before and quite relaxed. Soon, the major clans began to work together harmoniously, forming a small group. Although they were each doing their own thing, they unwittingly became a unified whole. As for finances, after deducting the funds for village subsidies, the rest was used for village development. Because previously, Shikamaru and the others had defeated Inoki, the funding from the Fire Daimyo had increased compared to before. They needed to rely on Konoha to fend off the Land of the Flame. The Land of the Flame had developed, and even if they wanted to stop it, they couldn't. They simply couldn't defend against the trade caravans from the Land of the Flame. The Shimura clan and the Sarutobi clan could naturally sense the changes in Konoha. However, due to Shimura Danzo and Sarutobi Hisashi, neither clan spoke up. They knew very well that if they made a move, the people of Konoha would not spare them. One day, Sarutobi Asuma had just lit a cigarette when Kakashi appeared. Sarutobi Asuma said, "Lord Hokage." Sarutobi Asuma still recognized and respected Kakashi as Hokage. With his father stepping down and Kakashi taking over, the Sarutobi clan had faced a lot of scrutiny from the villagers. Kakashi had correctly guided the villagers. Otherwise, life would have been difficult for the Sarutobi clan. Here, Sarutobi Asuma felt that the village was much better off, far easier than when his father was in power. Kakashi said, "Asuma, there is something I don't know how to tell you." Sarutobi Asuma took a puff of his cigarette and then asked, "Is it something that has happened recently?" Kakashi said, "No, it's about the third Hokage." Sarutobi Asuma dropped some ash from his cigarette and exclaimed, "My father?" Kakashi said, "The third Hokage hasn't disappeared. He, like the Reikage, has gone to some place to train. He should have mastered sage techniques by now and will probably return in a few days." Sarutobi Asuma exhaled a puff of smoke, and as he still had half a cigarette left, he threw it on the ground and extinguished it with his foot. He understood now why the families in Konoha would avoid their two clans. This matter indeed should be avoided. With his father returning, Konoha would likely stir again, and the power within Konoha might change hands once more. Kakashi said, "Asuma, Konoha cannot endure another war. I don't care about the position of Hokage, and I would step back from power, but we will not fight for anyone. We only fight to protect the villagers of Konoha." "Asuma, do you understand what I mean?" Sarutobi Asuma nodded. "Lord Hokage, I understand. You are right. Konoha indeed cannot be dragged into another war. Konoha cannot afford it." "Kakashi, thank you for your understanding." Kakashi left, and Sarutobi Asuma also left. In his heart, Sarutobi Asuma thought, "Father, when you come back this time, I hope you can let go of your hatred. And this is not just hatred, it is your sin." As the son of Sarutobi Hisashi, he already had no idea about the fourth Hokage's only son. A hero's legacy has fallen to this point, which is both sad and lamentable. If it were him, would he have a good temperament like Naruto Uzumaki? He himself was not sure. He just knew that Naruto Uzumaki was not wrong. Returning to the family, Asuma Sarutobi arrived at the secret room, where he needed to issue orders. The Sarutobi clan could no longer accompany their father down this reckless path. Otherwise, the death toll would only increase. Just as he was about to take action, a white venomous snake appeared on his back and bit down on his shoulder, causing his whole body to stiffen. Asuma Sarutobi felt his body go rigid and realized he could not move. His pupils contracted as a voice echoed, "Strange. Your life seems to be tied to the Grim Reaper. Yet why have you not died?" Ningdo appeared in front of Asuma, looking somewhat puzzled. Asuma Sarutobi looked at Ningdo, searched his memories, but found no recollection of this person and asked, "Who are you?" Ningdo scrutinized Asuma Sarutobi for a while and noticed the sweat on his forehead before saying, I see. You were supposed to die at the hands of the Akatsuki, but Naruto Uzumaki changed your fate and also imprinted on you, allowing you to survive. A person who was supposed to die has intercepted your path. You will not be suppressed because you were meant to die. It's just a pity that your strength is too weak." Asuma Sarutobi completely did not understand what Ningdo was saying and asked again, "Who exactly are you? What are you talking about?" Ningdo replied, "You don't need to know that. He then placed a hand on Asuma Sarutobi's head, and immediately, Asuma lost consciousness. After a while, Ningdo withdrew his hand and said, "Forget it. Let us keep you around, but you cannot come out." While Ningdo was speaking, Asuma Sarutobi was also speaking. Ningdo transformed into a white snake and burrowed underground, disappearing from sight. Asuma then began to cultivate. As he practiced, he unknowingly drew in two streams of energy from somewhere, one crimson and the other azure. The former was fire attribute chakra, and the latter was wind attribute chakra. Asuma Sarutobi said a bit wasteful, but ultimately useful. He drew the two types of chakra into his body, enhancing his strength while also transforming his physique. After more than half a day, a monkey mask suddenly appeared on Asuma's face. This was not an ordinary mask, it was a sage mask. At this moment, Asuma Sarutobi had also mastered sage techniques. Chapter 104. Betting on might, Guy Shirzue and his companions returned to Flame Dragon City and immediately gathered everyone. After listening to Shirzue finish speaking, everyone fell silent, their expressions grave. The situation was indeed beyond their imagination. The Akatsuki, Sunagakure, Kimogakure, Konohagakure, and the unknown masters behind them loomed over them like mountains. After a while, Orochimaru suggested, "Should we awaken Lord Dragon King?" It was indeed a critical moment for the Land of Flame. They were not afraid of sacrifice, but with Naruto around, they had a backbone, which could greatly boost the morale of the people of the Land of Flame. Many secretly agreed that they indeed needed the Dragon King to take charge. Tsunade first said, "We can't disturb Naruto's training. He should be at a crucial juncture right now. If we interrupt him, it could ruin everything." Shirzue also said, "No need to disturb the Dragon King for now. Although the fourth Reikage has mastered sage techniques, and his chakra level has reached the mid-strong ninja level, his combat power is about the same as Izumi's. It's not easy for Izumi to defeat him, and he can't win against Izumi." Uchiha Izumi, whose Sharingan had just evolved into the eternal Mangekyō Sharingan, possessed peak innate strength and had comprehended the power of momentum to its peak. Such strength existed in Flame Dragon City, with more than 10 individuals, the Uchiha clan having the most. Strangely, after cultivating martial arts and shifting their mindset, they had become gentler, devoid of arrogance, as if the pride deep in their bones had been stripped away. Especially after Naruto's remark about hidden masters, many Uchihas, despite their powerful abilities, were now selling buns, their aged hands struggling to knead the dough. Tsunade asked Shirzue, "Do you know how many of the over 100 missing ninjas could gather sage chakra?" Orochimaru's eyes also turned towards him, eager to know the answer. Shirzue replied, "I don't know, but it shouldn't be many. After all, without some aptitude, one can't advance in ninjutsu. Even the fourth Reikage sage techniques are not refined, and those he brought with him couldn't have all reached the mid-strong ninja level. Among 100 people practicing sage techniques, there shouldn't be more than 10. For Orochimaru, this realization hit home. Once, even he, who was strong, could not gather chakra and master sage techniques, indicating how harsh the training was. Orochimaru said, "I agree with this. In the past, no matter how I trained, I couldn't achieve it." Tsunade said, "Let's make an assumption, giving him 10 people at most, plus Tobi from the Akatsuki and the leader behind him. That makes 1. Shirzue is the strongest, capable of dealing with the leader of the Akatsuki. Orochimaru, Izumi, Uchiha Fiyu, Uchiha Haurin, Uchiha Jishuin, Tian, Guy, Niji Zabuza, and Haku." Shirzue added, "Don't forget Chun-E. Teacher Guy has the heaviest task." Everyone was confused, and only Guy revealed a smile, flashing his big teeth and giving Shirzue a thumbs up, as if to say, "Shirzue, your insight is commendable." Currently, Guy's physical body had greatly improved, having cast aside Kakashi from his heart and viewed Shirzue as a rival. The others looked at Shirzue, hoping for an explanation. Chanyi, Uchiha Chun-E, had not yet evolved his eyes into the eternal Mangekyō Sharingan, only possessing the Mangekyō Sharingan. But his strength was at the innate level, and he had also comprehended momentum. Once his Sharingan was activated, defeating a mid-strong ninja was a piece of cake. Shirzue said, "Teacher Guy, it's not that I admire you, but Lord Dragon King does. Do you know what Lord Dragon King calls you? King Guy. He firmly believes in your strength. And I also trust Lord Dragon King's judgment. He believed in Naruto's judgment. Since knowing Naruto, he had never been wrong in his assessments. So he was betting on Teacher Guy." Orochimaru said, "The Dragon King always acts unexpectedly." He had not seen any highlights on Guy. He had plenty of embarrassing moments. And the entire Flame Dragon City could hear the howls of their green-clad team, causing anyone who heard it to retreat far away. Might Guy revealed a confident smile. Leave that mysterious person to me. My youth has never been wasted, my blood is boiling, and my youth is eternal. Shally exclaimed. Teacher Guy. Everyone covered their heads, feeling that consulting these two was a wrong choice. It was too embarrassing. In the end, they convinced themselves to trust Naruto and bet on Might Guy. Afterwards, Tsunade and Orochimaru stayed behind. Tsunade asked, Shirzue, are you sure this is okay? She still didn't trust Guy, as the person behind this was not to be underestimated. It wasn't about winning or losing, but about Might Guy's survival. Shirzue said, I know what you're worried about. Let's go witness it together. After saying that, he soared out of the pavilion. Orochimaru and Tsunade understood what he intended to do and quickly followed suit. Meanwhile, a member of the Uchiha clan approached Might Guy, who was about to train with a group of green-clad people, and said, Teacher Guy, the clan leader wants you to go here. Might Guy replied, Oh, it's Okawa. All right, I'm on my way. Uchiha Chuan didn't want to stay at all. Looking at the group of over 80 people in green clothes, he felt very awkward, as if something absurd was happening. Uchiha Chuan did not go. Only Shirzue went to meet Might Guy. Upon seeing the three, Might Guy greeted them heartily before asking the reason. Shirzue said, Teacher Guy, I want to battle with you. The overwhelming aura of a strong practitioner from the returning origin realm pressed down, causing Guy to take 2 steps back involuntarily. Might Guy's eyes revealed a fiery passion as he said, Shirzue, do you know? The thing I most want to do is to battle with you. Today, I can finally fulfill that wish. In Yanlong village, Shirzue was the strongest, and fighting him would allow Guy to witness his own strength without causing casualties. Shirzue added, Teacher Guy, do not open the 8th gate, only the 7th gate. Might Guy replied, Understood. Orochimaru and Tsunade moved aside, leaving the battlefield to the two. Might Guy shouted, The azure beast of Yanlong is unleashed. The 7th gate of the 8 gates is open. A powerful momentum spread out, like a gust of wind bursting forth, sweeping across 100 zhang. Red? Orochimaru exclaimed. Tsunade was also shocked, saying, Guy's strength has grown significantly, and he has forged his own path. Both knew that opening the final gate of the 8 gates would cause red steam to rise from the body. Now, Might Guy had 2 colors of steam on him, with blue occupying 70% and red only 30%, which they could not explain, attributing it to Guy having found his own way of opening the 8 gates. Feeling the power within him, Might Guy said, Shirzue, take this. Chapter 105. Jiraiya returns to Konoha, facing the explosive momentum of Might Guy. Shirzue smiled. This aura had already reached the level of super shadow ninjas. Even if the 4th Raikage came, he might be kicked away. Shirzue's true essence circulated, enhancing his blade intent, instantly shattering Might Guy's explosive momentum. Might Guy said, Shirzue, you truly are my ideal opponent, Day Tiger. Gathering and compressing his power, the ground beneath Might Guy cracked as if under immense pressure. Shirzue unsheathed his blade and declared, Flame Prison One Sword Style. This was a sword technique he derived from merging martial arts and ninjutsu, possessing tremendous power. The true essence surged like towering waves on the blade. Might Guy shouted, and a black and white striped tiger charged forward, each step generating immense tearing force, warping space and cracking the earth. Feeling the overwhelming momentum, Shirzue shouted, Slash. As he swung his blade, dozens of zhang of crimson blade light shot through the air, slashing toward the charging tiger. Retreat. Tsunade and Orochimaru, originally 100 zhang away, leaped back, distancing themselves and landing 10 miles away before stopping. Boom! When the blade met the tiger, a thunderous roar erupted, resonating like thunder. And even Tsunade and Orochimaru 10 miles away felt the sound was deafening. Following that, a destructive force spread out, tearing the earth and shattering the sky. The energy crashing into the sea and raising towering waves. When the smoke cleared, the battlefield where Shirzue and Guy had vanished, leaving a massive crack hundreds of zhang long. Both were somewhat disheveled in the chasm. From their conditions, Shirzue appeared to be worse off. Under this move, he fell to a disadvantage. Shirzue said, Teacher Guy, impressive. Guy also retracted his momentum and said, Shirzue, you truly are my best opponent. You used all your intent power, right? Shirzue replied, of course, but under Teacher Guy's 8 gates ultimate technique, I won't be able to match you. Might Guy said, we'll only know after the battle. Tsunade and Orochimaru descended into the crack and saw the two were merely slightly disheveled, letting out a sigh of relief. Orochimaru asked, Shirzue, how is it? Shirzue said, in this battle, Teacher Guy had the upper hand. Although it was just a simple exchange of moves, it felt like an earth-shattering ultimate battle. Tsunade asked Guy, "How is her body?" Each time the 8 gates is used, it consumes the body. In the original work, Guy and Kakashi were about the same age. But Guy looked a bit older than Kakashi. Guy replied, "My body is fine, very good. My muscles are not torn, and my bones are not broken. Just some minor bruises, and my inner energy is slowly recovering." Tsunade also let out a sigh of relief, thinking, "You little brat, your vision is truly impressive. But when will you come out? The enemy is about to bully us at our doorstep." On a secluded island overseas, in a hidden valley, Naruto's mountain of seclusion was surrounded by purple smoke, exuding a sense of tranquility and mystery. As Naruto practiced, mysterious energy attracted the surrounding birds and beasts, where they felt a familiar aura. Inside the cave, the furnishings were simple yet elegant, with only a mat on the ground. Naruto was sitting on the cushion, practicing. At this moment, he was meditating with his eyes closed, his body and mind immersed in endless mysteries. His breathing was long and steady, as if in harmony with the world. The surrounding natural energy gathered, forming swirling vortices. These vortices seemed to be drawn by an invisible force, swirling around him. However, soon after, the primordial energy he was cultivating expelled from his body, disappearing into the natural world. Naruto furrowed his brow, a look of confusion between his eyebrows, seemingly puzzled as to why he couldn't break through. From his aura, his strength had reached the peak of the returning origin realm, and the Hunyuan body refining technique had also broken through to the peak of his 6th layer. He had been stuck at this level for nearly half a year, still unable to grasp the essential meaning and unable to break through to the unity realm and step into the 7th layer of the Hunyuan body refining technique. With Naruto's seriousness, he fell into a state of confusion, not knowing when he would awaken, and the hopes of everyone else were temporarily dashed. In a land of fire, Jiraiya was on his way back after wandering for 3 years. He had learned a lot and agreed with Naruto's thoughts that to reduce killing in this world, unification was necessary for peace. So he returned, intending to join the Yanlong Kingdom, believing that Naruto's ideas could fulfill his ideals. However, before going to Yanlong Kingdom, Jiraiya planned to visit Konoha to see how things were now. He still couldn't let go of Konoha. Upon returning to Konoha, Kakashi personally received him, Lord Jiraiya. Although Kakashi had become Hokage, he could not act in that capacity in front of Jiraiya. Jiraiya's contributions to Konoha were such that he could not be arrogant in front of him. Jiraiya said, "Kakashi, you're doing well, very good. Konoha should be like this. If I had handed it over to you sooner, it might have been even better." Kakashi replied, "Thank you for the compliment, Lord Jiraiya. But if the 3rd Hokage hadn't fallen, even if I became Hokage, it wouldn't have changed the situation. My teacher is an example." Jiraiya's hand holding the drink paused involuntarily. He couldn't refute this. It could be said that Minato was his most proud disciple. Both in strength and character, he was exceptional, having mastered sage techniques without assistance, unlike Jiraiya, who needed the help of Fukasaku and Shima to perform sage techniques. Jiraiya sighed and said, "The most regrettable thing is him. If he had truly taken control of Konoha, it wouldn't be in such a state today." Kakashi said, "My teacher is indeed very powerful, but compared to Naruto, he seems rather ordinary." Jiraiya did not refute this. Even the Sage of 6 Paths seemed less dazzling in front of Naruto. Kakashi said, "Lord Jiraiya, I want to invite you back to Konoha to protect it. Konoha needs you now." Jiraiya replied, "Konoha is developing quite well now, and with those few kids, everyone's eyes are on Yanlong City. Konoha doesn't need my protection." He had naturally heard of Nara Shikamaru and a few others and felt somewhat emotional. He really was getting old. It wasn't that he was old, but that he had chosen the wrong path and made his resolution too late. If he had practiced martial arts with his talent, those kids would still be inexperienced in front of him. Kakashi sighed and said, "But Lord Jiraiya, the 3rd Hokage is about to return. With his temperament, he will likely take back the Hokage position." Jiraiya asked, "What is going on?" Chapter 106. Jiraiya discovers Asuma is not as Suma. Sarutobi Asuma saw the strength of the Sarutobi clan and secretly shook his head. It was too weak. Now, there wasn't a single Jonin, and the strength of the Chunin could only be described in one word: pathetic. So, Sarutobi Asuma secretly cultivated some power so that he would have people to command while operating in Konoha. Even the strength of the Genin was not enough for him to command. Especially his son, under his education, had broken through to Jonin in just over half a month, and his combat ability should not be underestimated. Sarutobi Hisashi went out, planning to enjoy himself, have a drink, soak in a hot spring, and smoke an unextinguished cigarette. Life was still very comfortable. Jiraiya declined Kakashi's invitation. Konoha was indeed better now, but it still hadn't changed much, and if things continued like this, there would be no way out, so he refused without a hint of reluctance. Thinking about his teacher's return, his strength would increase, and, as an ambitious man, he would likely focus on the power of Konoha, which inevitably made him feel a bit anxious, eventually turning into a sigh. Kakashi, I really hope you all can make a decision. After parting with Kakashi, Jiraiya also planned to soak in a hot spring before leaving Konoha. Thus, in front of the hot spring, Jiraiya encountered Sarutobi Asuma. Seeing Asuma, Jiraiya smiled and said, "Oh, Asuma, you're here to soak in the hot spring too." Sarutobi Asuma showed a hint of confusion in his eyes upon seeing Jiraiya, then said, "You're still around," as if recalling something, and then smiled, "Senior Jiraiya, you're back in Konoha." He thought to himself, "This is bad." Jiraiya paused slightly in his expression before saying, "After wandering for 3 years, I naturally have to come back and take a look. Asuma, it's been tough since the old man disappeared." The Sarutobi clan had initially not fared well, but later, with Kakashi treating them rationally, their lives were somewhat better than in the days of the Uchiha clan. Sarutobi Asuma said, "It's not that tough, with Kakashi's support. The family is doing well." Jiraiya said, "Kakashi is doing quite well, but Asuma, I heard the old man is coming back. Is that true?" Sarutobi Asuma replied, "I'm not sure. Kakashi has mentioned it to me, but we haven't received any orders from him." Jiraiya said gloomily, "I see. Forget it. Let's not talk about him. I'm going to soak now." He walked into the bathhouse in his wooden clogs. Sarutobi Asuma followed him in and walked toward another hot spring, murmuring, "It seems to have been exposed." Sigh. During this bath, Jiraiya did not drink. He slumped in the hot spring, staring at the ceiling, not knowing what he was thinking. It wasn't until the evening that someone came to remind him that he left the bathhouse. Jiraiya did not leave Konoha. He went to find Kakashi again. By this time, Kakashi had already gone to rest, but upon hearing that Jiraiya was looking for him, he got up again. Kakashi asked, "Lord Jiraiya, is there something you need?" Jiraiya said, "Is there a secret room?" Kakashi replied, "This way, please." Kakashi led Jiraiya into the secret room, and Jiraiya opened his mouth to say, "Kakashi, has Asuma changed at all in these years?" Jiraiya, as a disciple of Sarutobi Hisashi, naturally knew Asuma well, and their relationship was familiar. However, the expression Asuma had shown in front of the bathhouse during the day clearly indicated he did not recognize him. And the way he addressed Kakashi wouldn't be by name. It should be Hokage. He also shouldn't refer to his father as he. Moreover, the most important point was that Asuma now seemed to be very aware that his father had disappeared and that if there were no accidents, he would return one day. This naturally raised Jiraiya's suspicions that something was wrong with the current Asuma. Kakashi furrowed his brow. How did this become about Asuma? He asked, "Lord Jiraiya, is something wrong with Asuma?" Jiraiya replied directly, "Asuma has a problem. I suspect he is not Asuma anymore." Kakashi was shocked by Jiraiya's answer. How could Asuma not be Asuma? Just half a month ago, he had seen Asuma, who had indeed seemed a bit down due to his father's situation. But he was still Asuma. That couldn't be wrong. Kakashi said, "Lord Jiraiya, do you have any evidence?" Jiraiya nodded, "Yes." He took some time to recount what had happened in front of the bathhouse, and from start to finish, there was only one signal. Asuma Sarutobi was not the same Asuma Sarutobi as before. Kakashi did not doubt Jiraiya's words. Given Jiraiya's current status, he would not lie or deceive him, nor would he sow discord. He said in a deep voice, "Could it be that someone has entered Konoha in the past half-month? If it's not Asuma Sarutobi, then it's someone impersonating him. Only an enemy would go to such lengths to monitor Konoha, and currently, the only one capable of such actions is Iwagakure, Inoki. You must know that Inoki came to Konoha and was severely humiliated by Shikamaru and the others, leaving Konoha in disgrace, wanting to regain face and take revenge. This thought is reasonable, but right now, Iwagakure's strength cannot support Inoki's ambitions. Nara, Shikamaru, and the others are only 15 years old, with limitless potential for the future. Even if Inoki is bold enough, he wouldn't come to Konoha looking for trouble. However, Jiraiya said, "That's what I find strange because Asuma is indeed Asuma, not an impersonation." Kakashi felt a bit uneasy and said, "How is that possible?" Jiraiya replied, "Yes, how is that possible? But if it's someone else, things have gotten complicated. It seems the entire shinobi world has changed." Kakashi recalled the ability of Uchiha Shursue's Sharingan and asked, "Lord Jiraiya, could it be Shursue's Koto Amatsukami?" Jiraiya turned his head. You suspect Uchiha Shursui? Shursui's Sharingan ability, Kotoa Mitsukami, was not a secret in Konoha. Many Jonin knew about it, let alone Kakashi. Furthermore, there had been more than 10 members of the Uchiha clan who awakened the Mangekyō Sharingan. Who knows if there are more such ocular techniques? Kakashi said Uchiha Shursui had altered the thoughts of many people using Kotoa Mitsukami. It was how the land of Fire Peninsula was taken by the Flame Dragon. And changing Asuma's what was not impossible. Jiraiya picked up some books in the secret room, including his own works, and said, Kakashi, you should read fewer of these books in the future and think more. Even if Kotoa Mitsukami changed Asuma's will, he wouldn't fail to recognize me. Besides, given the current situation of the Sarutobi clan, does the Land of Flame have a need to do this? After saying that, Jiraiya tossed the books onto the desk. The cover's very plain. Chapter 107. Shinobi Do blocks Jiraiya. Having discovered that Asuma Sarutobi had a problem, Jiraiya chose not to intervene and resolutely left Konoha. As for Asuma's matter, he would leave it for the old man to resolve upon his return. He exited Konoha, and a small frog jumped onto his shoulder. After a moment, Jiraiya turned back, looked at Konoha with a serious expression, and then turned to leave. After leaving the Konoha forest and walking a long distance, Jiraiya said, the stench of a foul snake. With a loud rumble, a giant snake emerged from the ground, attempting to swallow Jiraiya whole. Sensing the danger, Jiraiya naturally dodged the giant snake's attack. Standing atop the treetops, he looked at the person on the giant snake's head and said, the sage arts inherited from the Dragon Cave are rather troublesome. The one on the giant snake's head was, of course, Shinobi Do. Jiraiya realized that Asuma was aware he had seen through him. He just didn't know his identity. However, even without knowing his identity, he couldn't let Jiraiya leave. Jiraiya was too clever, and within the Land of Flame, there were many capable individuals who could potentially uncover clues and break through. Shinobi Do said, Jiraiya, it seems you're about to betray the path of the shinobi and take the martial arts route. Jiraiya chuckled lightly. Oh, who are you to know my name? He didn't understand what the person was saying, but he caught the key points, the shinobi path and martial arts. Those were the only two key points in that sentence. Shinobi Do said, in this world, there's nothing I don't know? Jiraiya retorted, what a boast. There's nothing you don't know? Well then, let me ask you. What does the Akatsuki organization want by collecting tailed beasts? What is their purpose? What are the differences between martial arts, inner strength, true chi, and chakra? Will the tailed beast power within Naruto's body conflict with martial arts power? Or have the third Hokage and the others gone? And who is teaching them to cultivate? Who led to the destruction of the Uzumaki clan? 15 years ago, who released the Nine Tails? Where is he now? Who exactly is Asuma Sarutobi? Also, why did Asuma say I am still here? What does this mean? After throwing out several questions, Shinobi Do had no idea which one Jiraiya wanted to know the most. He said, Jiraiya, beneath your lecherous exterior, you indeed hide a cunning heart. Jiraiya laughed and said, this isn't cunning. I genuinely want to know, especially about the martial arts founded by Naruto. Shinobi Do said, I can tell you the answers to 3 of your questions. You can choose. After all, Jiraiya couldn't leave today anyway, so why not satisfy his curiosity? Jiraiya stroked his chin and said, I want to know them all, so I won't choose. You help me decide. Shinobi Do replied. Then let's start with the last one. The meaning behind this is that you should have died long ago. Jiraiya laughed heartily. That's too ridiculous. Who can kill me, the immortal sage? Shinobi Do revealed a sarcastic expression. With you? You're qualified? If it weren't for those 2 little frogs, you wouldn't even be able to use sage arts. How can you call yourself an immortal? Jiraiya's smile faded, and he said seriously, you know quite a bit, don't you? Shinobi Do replied, I've already said, there is nothing I do not know in this world. Jiraiya didn't want to listen to his narcissistic words and shifted the topic again, saying, you know, Asuma knows, what is your relationship with Asuma? Shinobi Do said, is that another question? Jiraiya waved his hand. Forget it, I don't know what your relationship is. What I want to know is who killed me. Shinobi Do said, someone you wouldn't expect, Nagato Uzumaki. What? Jiraiya exclaimed, completely caught off guard. Even if he had thought it was the Flame Dragon, he had never expected it to be his beloved disciple, Nagato Uzumaki. Jiraiya shook his head. I don't believe it. He is my disciple. I can't believe he could do such a thing. Shinobi Do said, rest assured, I won't explain it to you. The second question, 15 years ago. It was Uchiha Obito who released the Nine Tails. He was the one who stole Uzumaki Kushina away. This once again refreshed Jiraiya's understanding. Uchiha Obito, the disciple of Minato, had actually gone so far as to harm his own teacher and teacher's wife. Jiraiya then recalled that Uchiha Obito was already dead and said, Uchiha Obito is actually not dead. Shinobi Do, he was saved by someone. His death was a ruse. Jiraiya looked at Shinobi Do and said in a deep voice, This is probably your masterpiece, isn't it? Shinobi Do grinned and continued. The third question, the third Hokage and the others have gone to a certain space to cultivate, and it is I who is teaching them. Upon hearing this, Jiraiya naturally did not believe it. How could a little brat dare to claim to teach the third Hokage and the others? That was simply a joke. The title of the old man as a ninja professor was not given for nothing. Jiraiya said, Little brat, thank you for telling me all this. I think I should be going now. Ninju said, Jiraiya, do you think you can leave today? Jiraiya stared at Ninju and laughed. You little brat. Do you think you can stop this sage? Ninju became a bit angry and said, Jiraiya, I don't like you referring to me like that. Jiraiya replied, You can get angry if you want. I'm leaving first. With a bang, Jiraiya used the body replacement technique and was already dozens of meters away. Ninju said, I told you, you can't escape. He waved his hand, and a spider web appeared in front of Jiraiya, binding him. Jiraiya formed hand seals and said, Fire style, fireball jutsu. He exhaled flames to burn the spider web. Ninja laughed. Foolish. Do you not know this is a sage art spider web? Jiraiya's fireball did not burn the web, and immediately changed direction, stopped, turned around, and formed hand seals, saying, Earth style, yellow spring swamp. The giant snake beneath Ninju immediately sank into the swamp and could not move. Hi, Suyu Shunwei. Jiraiya formed the summoning technique hand seals and pressed down with one hand. A ninja of unknown depth, along with a powerful giant snake, naturally needed to summon a toad for assistance. However, this time, Jiraiya did not succeed in summoning. Not even a tadpole appeared. A serious expression finally appeared on Jiraiya's face. This was something that had never happened before. His summoning technique had failed. Ha ha ha. Ninju laughed loudly and after a while said, Jiraiya, you really are a big fool. Jiraiya asked, Did you do this? Ninju replied, What do you think? Jiraiya, how exactly did you do it? Why did my summoning technique fail? Chapter 108. Jiraiya imprisoned. His shadow clone discovered the summoning technique. As long as it is successfully trained and a contract is signed, should not fail. It only depends on the strength of the summoned beast and the amount of chakra to determine the strength. The more chakra, the stronger the summoned beast. Ninju said, Since I know your methods, I naturally have to cut off your means. I initially thought of letting those two stinky toads come out to strike you, but even if you summon them, they wouldn't help you. However, upon thinking, I'll let you go this time. Jiraiya laughed and said, What a good method. Ninju arrogantly said, What is this? I have many more methods. This is just a small dish. Jiraiya, stop talking nonsense. Align the index and middle fingers of both hands. Cross them in a cross shape. This was the shadow clone technique. With several bangs, 10 Jiraiyas appeared. The 10 Jiraiyas fled in different directions, without help. Escaping was the priority. Ninju said, You are indeed decisive. Knowing you cannot win, you flee immediately, but you are still so foolish. You think you can escape in my hands. Even if there were 100 Jiraiyas, I could instantly know your true body. In less than 10 seconds. Ninju intercepted Jiraiya again. Ninju said, I told you, Jiraiya, you can't escape today. Jiraiya's expression was calm. He no longer thought about running away. The 10 clones stood together with the main body, and amidst the chaos, their escape was seen through at a glance. Jiraiya understood that he could not escape. Since he could not escape, he would fight and test how strong this person really was. Ninju seemed to see through his thoughts and said, What's wrong? Jiraiya, do you want to spar with me? Unfortunately, I don't have a mood to play with you. Ninju did not form hand seals but opened his hands, shouting, Ninjutsu, prison. From Ninju's body, sage chakra transformed into a giant hand that pressed down from the heavens, mobilizing natural energy to imprison Jiraiya, rendering him unable to resist. Only able to watch as the giant hand descended. Jiraiya said solemnly, So the gap is this big. No longer resisting, he faced death generously. With such strength, perhaps only the god of ninjas resurrected could suppress him. If he used sage techniques, he might be able to contest, but most importantly, this person could use sage techniques without forming hand seals and could mobilize natural energy, gaining the upper hand in battle. Jiraiya was held captive by the giant hand, and a crack appeared in the air. Ninju waved his hand, and Jiraiya vanished into the void. Ninju said, Sarutobi Hiruzen, I wonder if you can persuade him? Jiraiya was sealed, and his clones immediately disappeared. Among them, the one in the southeast direction dropped a fist-sized toad. The small toad fell to the ground. Its eyes full of sorrow, uttering human words, Jiraiya. It accurately found its direction and disappeared into the forest. Ninju still planned to test the land of the flame. After a few days of travel, he entered the territory of the evil Dragonland, once the peninsula of the Land of Fire, now the Starfire Land. Upon stepping into Starfire Land, Ninju felt uncomfortable. It was not because of someone's presence. He came from underground and had not yet been discovered by members of the Hidden Dragon organization. In a deserted area, Ninju revealed himself, looked at the sky, and said, "The power is suppressed. This martial path must be eliminated." Ninju thought for a moment and said, "It's better not to appear in this body. I haven't returned for too long. Orochimaru is a clever person, and he may have discovered some clues. He might already be suspicious of me." He sat on a tree and waited. After a while, a crack appeared in the air. Jiraiya emerged from the crack and said, "This body should be able to handle it, right?" Ninju replied, "The strength of the Shadow Ninja can be passed off." Then Ninju and Jiraiya spoke simultaneously. "I'm actually talking to myself." The news of Jiraiya arriving in the land of the flame naturally reached Shizen, who murmured, "Lord Jiraiya, you should be making a decision this time, right?" However, Shizen did not plan to interfere with this matter. She would leave it to Lady Tsunade and Lord Orochimaru. Jiraiya arrived in Flame Dragon City. He first went to the bathhouse, took a bath, collected some materials, and then went to drink. Tsunade and Orochimaru had been waiting at the tavern for a long time. Jiraiya cheerfully said, "Tsunade, Orochimaru." Tsunade and Orochimaru also responded, and the three sat down and raised their glasses for a drink. Jiraiya's eyes glanced at Tsunade and then looked away. Tsunade asked, "Jiraiya, where did you go this time? How was your journey?" Jiraiya said, "Many places, the land of rivers, the land of wind, the land of rain, the land of birds, the land of bears, and also went to the land of sound, where Orochimaru once established a village. I have gained a lot. Some things really need to be eliminated for peace to be achieved." Orochimaru smiled slightly and said, "Jiraiya, since you say so, it seems you've thought it through." Jiraiya nodded, "Yes." Tsunade smiled and said, "Konoha or Flame Dragon?" Jiraiya smiled, "I choose you both." Tsunade and Orochimaru raised their glasses. "Wise choice, welcome." The three of them drank heartily until late into the night. The tavern arranged for Jiraiya to stay. As a distinguished guest of Flame Dragon City, he could stay as long as he wanted. Tsunade and Orochimaru left, returning to the Flame Dragon Pavilion. Orochimaru smiled and said, "Tsunade, our partner has changed quite a bit." Tsunade nodded. "Yeah, he has changed so much that he is no longer himself." The two then exchanged smiles and walked into Jishue's office. Jishue asked, "Tsunade-sama, Orochimaru-sama, what about Jiraiya-sama's choice?" Tsunade replied, "He is not Jiraiya." Orochimaru added, "The aura on him is that of Jiraiya, but he is definitely not the real Jiraiya." They were once close partners who understood each other well. Even if this Jiraiya was disguised, they would still be able to sense something. The urgency on Jishue's face faded, replaced by solemnity as he asked, "Are you sure?" Orochimaru said, 90% sure. Tsunade added, "Let's test him again." Jishue nodded, "All right. Although I really want to find out who is behind him, it's not safe to keep him during these critical times. Entering as Jiraiya, he cannot be a friend, only an enemy. If he is an enemy, then we must draw our blades against him." Then Jishue asked, "If this person is fake, then what about the real Jiraiya-sama?" Tsunade and Orochimaru's expressions grew somber. They couldn't help but think of the implications. This person dared to infiltrate Yanlong City under Jiraiya's identity, showing he was not afraid of being exposed, which indicated one thing: Jiraiya could not appear. There were two possibilities for his absence. Either he was captured and trapped somewhere, or he was dead. Chapter 109. Words follow the law. The next day, when Jiraiya woke up, it was already afternoon. He went downstairs, and the waiter had prepared a delicious breakfast for him. Jiraiya was not polite and ate heartily. After taking a sip of wine, he felt utterly carefree. At that moment, not far from the inn, flames soared and thick smoke billowed. One waiter said, "There's a fire." Another waiter replied, "That's the Shangshin bathhouse, a women's bathhouse. Business is booming there. Many women go there to bathe every day. With such a big fire, many women must be trapped inside. I hope the police arrive quickly." Jiraiya glanced over, but continued to sit down, enjoying his wine and food. After a while, Tsunade walked in with a faint smile. Upon seeing her, Jiraiya waved, "Tsunade." Tsunade said, "Jiraiya, you seem to be in good spirits and able to eat so much." Jiraiya, while eating, mumbled, "The food in Yanlong is really good, tastes amazing. I could eat 3 more plates." Tsunade replied, "Eat less. Wasting food is not good. After you finish, We need to find Jishuei. We need to go to him for training. Jiraiya paused and asked, what about Naruto? Tsunade said, that brat. No one knows where he is now. Her face showed anger as she continued. This little rascal has become addicted to being a slacker. When he comes back, just wait and see how I deal with him. Jiraiya noticed something was off about Tsunade's expression. She looked somewhat like a young girl. He thought to himself, such a love for acting young. After drinking 3 cups of wine, he said, Tsunade, let's go. Tsunade replied, okay. The two left the inn and headed outside the city. Jiraiya asked in confusion, Tsunade-chan, why are we going out of the city? Tsunade smiled. The place for martial arts training is outside the city. Jiraiya said, Naruto Uzumaki is truly unexpected, setting the training ground outside the city. Even if someone wants to sneak in and learn the cultivation methods, they wouldn't guess it's outside. Tsunade replied, exactly. Martial arts cultivation methods are meant to be hidden. They arrived offshore, on an island where Jishuei and Orochimaru were already waiting. As Jiraiya descended, he noticed a building in the distance, but all around was just crashing waves. It didn't look like a place for martial arts training at all. Looking at Jishuei and Orochimaru, he said, this place doesn't look like a training ground, does it? Tsunade turned her head, her expression cold, with anger in her eyes, and said, of course. Jiraiya's expression stiffened as he looked at Orochimaru a few meters away, who had a teasing look in his eyes, saying, so I slipped up. Bang! Tsunade, without hesitation, punched Jiraiya in the face, flattening it. Where's Jiraiya? What's he doing now? Tsunade asked angrily. Jiraiya got up, rubbed his face, which returned to normal, and said, I really want to know where I exposed my flaw. Orochimaru replied, you have flaws all over. He touched his own appearance, saying, how do I look now? After being transformed by Naruto, Orochimaru no longer resembled his former self, but had become a sunny young man. A change that occurred after Jiraiya left. Jiraiya then realized and asked, is it just because of this? Orochimaru said, that's enough. Such an extreme transformation would surely surprise Jiraiya. Jiraiya said, I underestimated your friendship. He looked at Tsunade and asked, what about you, Tsunade-chan? Tsunade replied, Jiraiya is indeed lecherous. But the way he looks at me has always been 3 parts lechery, 7 parts friendship. Besides, was today's fire an accident? Jiraiya asked, was this also a play? Tsunade said, given Jiraiya's lecherous nature, if he hears about a fire in the women's bathhouse, he definitely wouldn't be able to sit still. He has been beaten countless times trying to sneak into the women's bathhouse. With such a blatant opportunity, do you think he would let it pass? Jiraiya laughed heartily. All right, it's really difficult to deceive you guys. Jishuei said, so tell us, who are you? Jiraiya looked at Jishuei, the one who should have died. But thanks to Naruto Uzumaki, you survived. Jishuei and the others were puzzled, wondering what he meant. Jishuei calmly asked, the one who should have died? Jiraiya replied, you'll understand in the future, without wanting to explain further. Bang! Tsunade kicked him down again, deforming his head, but he was unharmed. Tsunade shouted angrily, where is Jiraiya? Jiraiya tried to resist, but was kicked away by Tsunade again, his body distorted. He returned to normal and said, is this martial arts? Just relying on physical strength can surpass your former monstrous power. It's truly terrifying. Tsunade's physical power, aside from Naruto and Might Guy, could not be matched by anyone. In the 2 previous attacks, she hadn't used her true energy. They were purely physical attacks. Jiraiya then looked at the 3 of them and said, don't worry. You will meet again in the future. That day is not far off. Stomp! Tsunade moved again, punching him into the ground and directly tearing off Jiraiya's hand, asking, what have you done to him? Jiraiya did not answer, and his hand transformed into a sharp blade, stabbing at Tsunade. Feeling the true energy covering his palm, he held the blade, and with a clang, the blade was broken by Tsunade. This was the furious Tsunade, like a mother Tyrannosaurus Rex. Seeing this, Jiraiya coldly said, get lost. Tsunade couldn't react in time, and was pushed away by a force, which drew upon natural energy, sending her flying. Jishuei's pupils constricted. What kind of technique is this? Orochimaru said, something never seen or heard before. Tsunade's powerful chakra surged, shattering the natural energy binding her. She landed and said, what a terrifying technique. This indeed refreshed the abilities of the 3. If Naruto were here, he would undoubtedly exclaim, words become law. Jiraiya stood up, both of his hands gone, and said, even as a shadow ninja, if bound by me, you won't be able to break free. You only used 70% of your strength to tear apart the bindings. Is this the power of martial arts? Truly formidable. Tsunade asked, what kind of technique is this? Jiraiya replied, ants don't need to. Before he could finish, He looked up at the sky and murmured to himself, "Have you noticed?" He gazed at Tsunade and the others and said, "Wait, it's not far now, not far." Chapter 110. The clever toad cuts through thorns to Yamlong City. Tsunade and the others watched as Jiraiya vanished, his body turning to dust. They remained alert for a while, not detecting any remaining techniques, and only then did their spirits relax slightly. They had unexpectedly tricked Jiraiya into coming here, believing that he would not leave any techniques behind to disrupt Yamlong City. Shirzue murmured, "Is this the contingency that Lord Dragon King is worried about? What kind of ability is this?" Such supernatural techniques struck like thunder into their minds, impacting their hearts. Using ninjutsu, moving his mouth without hand seals. Not using chakra or sage chakra, but directly manipulating natural energy. This kind of ability, even the legendary sage of 6 paths couldn't achieve. Orochimaru asked, "Tsunade, how was the power that bound you just now?" Tsunade replied, "This person only has the strength of a shadow ninja. The binding of natural energy is only at the shadow ninja level. Even Lee and the others could break free." Shirzue breathed a sigh of relief and said, "What we really need to worry about is the mysterious figure behind this." Tsunade agreed. Indeed. Orochimaru recalled something and said, "Before this person disappeared, it seemed he glanced at the sky, as if." Tsunade interjected, "Worried about something?" Shirzue said, "Could it be that Lord Dragon King has left seclusion?" Tsunade replied, "No. If Naruto had left seclusion, he would definitely have appeared." Orochimaru also said, "Indeed. If the Dragon King had left seclusion, he should have shown up." This was another perplexing mystery for them. In the Yamlong Kingdom, in an uninhabited area, inside a 1,000-year-old tree hole, Shinobi Do was hiding. At a certain moment, he suddenly opened his eyes and said, "Indeed stronger than the ninja path. This battle can't have any surprises. Uchiha Shirzue is already this strong. Uzumaki Naruto will only be stronger. Nagato's illness better be cured. Otherwise, he won't be able to contain him." Shinobi Do transformed into a white snake, leaving the tree hole and also leaving Yamlong. On the Starfire Peninsula, a small toad jumped across the boundary and spoke. "Yamlong Kingdom, I, Clever Toad, have finally arrived." This small toad had indeed fallen from Jiraiya, having traveled for 8 days. It finally reached the Yamlong Kingdom. This journey was arduous, encountering many snakes, all of which it managed to evade. With its speed, it estimated it would take 15 days to reach Yamlong City. However, Clever Toad was very strong and showed no signs of wanting to give up, remaining determined. Hopping step by step, resting when tired, and continuing to jump after resting. After another 3 days of travel, a merchant convoy passed by, and hearing their conversations, they were headed to Yamlong City, which made Clever Toad very happy. It seized the opportunity, jumped into the cart carrying goods, and hid among the cargo. This significantly increased its speed, but Clever Toad dared not sleep too deeply, fearing being roasted and eaten. After 8 days of travel, the merchant convoy arrived at Yamlong City. Clever Toad seized the opportunity to leave the convoy. It needed to find Tsunade and Uchiha Shirzue. However, as soon as it entered Yamlong City, it was followed by 3 snakes. Clever Toad sensed that it was being tracked, jumped into a courtyard, and then into a room. The 3 snakes also crawled in through a hole in the wall. Clever Toad turned around and said, "What do you 3 stinky snakes want following me?" After speaking, it reached behind itself, and a smoking pipe appeared. It was obvious that this was the offspring of Toad Bunta, and at such a young age, it had already taken up smoking. However, it was unclear where it had hidden the pipe. One of the snakes spoke. "A talking toad?" Clever Toad replied, "A talking stinky snake?" It recalled Jiraiya's instructions. These snakes should be under Orochimaru's command, and said, "Where is Orochimaru? I want to see Orochimaru." However, what received in response was the attack from the 3 snakes. Being called a stinky snake twice, they couldn't help but retaliate against the stinky toad. Clever Toad used the smoking pipe as a weapon, and with considerable strength, it knocked the attacking snake away. This was a storage area filled with many items, and the snake that got knocked away knocked over bottles and jars, creating a loud crash. They then began to fight, making quite a ruckus in the storage area. This was originally a small restaurant, and a worker heard the commotion, opened the storage area, and saw a toad in a fierce battle with 3 small snakes. Although the toad was being suppressed and looked quite disheveled, it didn't stop talking and kept making noise. Seeing someone, Clever Toad immediately said, "This toad needs to see Orochimaru. I have important matters to report. Quickly drive away these 3 stinky snakes." Orochimaru was a high-ranking official of Yamlong, always guarding Yamlong City, so the worker naturally knew. Regarding matters related to Orochimaru, the worker chased away the 3 snakes and saved Clever Toad. The worker asked, "Little Toad, what do you need to see Lord Orochimaru for?" Clever Toad replied, "It's a big matter. Jiraiya is dead, and they need to know." Concerned about a death, the worker took Clever Toad to find his boss. Unfortunately, the boss was an elder of the Uchiha clan named Uchiha Suha, who had opened the Mangekyō Sharingan and was at the initial stage of postnatal strength, given his talent. This was his limit. Uchiha Suha immediately recognized the little Toad's identity and said, "Toad from my Boku Mountain." The worker said, "Boss, this little Toad says it wants to see Lord Orochimaru and also mentioned that Jiraiya is dead." "Who is Jiraiya?" "What?" Uchiha Suha exclaimed, his aged body standing up. He said, "Give it to me." The worker handed Clever Toad to Uchiha Suha, who then opened the window and soared into the sky. This left the worker dumbfounded for a while, and after some time he exclaimed, "Wow, the boss is actually a powerful expert." Uchiha Suha brought Frostfrog along and went straight to find the clan leader, Uchiha Shursui. During this time, Uchiha Shursui had not been idle. He was unsure whether they would win the impending battle. To leave a legacy of martial arts for Yanlong, they chose a remote island overseas, sending many promising students from there. Originally, Shursui wanted to have Tintin lead a group, but Tintin refused, wanting to stay and protect the home that Naruto had established. Over the years, Tintin had been focusing on training and researching ninja tools, and she hadn't fought anyone. So in Shursui's impression, Tintin's presence was minimal, and he thought her strength was average. Moreover, Naruto was very fond of Tintin, treating her like his own sister, like family, and Shursui wanted to protect Naruto's loved ones. However, Shursui did not expect the strength that Tintin unleashed would shock everyone. Upon seeing Uchiha Suha, Shursui quickly stood up and said, "Grandpa, what brings you here?" Uchiha Suha replied, "Shursui, Jiraiya has died." Previously, Shursui had said, "Grandpa, how do you know?" Chapter 111. Shrouded in mystery, Jiraiya arrived in Yanlong City. And some people knew about it, but 10 days ago, Jiraiya disappeared, and it hadn't been spread, so no one knew for sure if Jiraiya was really dead. Thus, they temporarily kept it under wraps. Aside from the 3 of them, only the person scheming behind the scenes knew how Grandpa found out. Uchiha Suha said, "It's him. He took out Frostfrog." Shursui said, "The summoning beast of Mayaboku Mountain." At that moment, Frostfrog completely relaxed, its tense nerves easing. It said, "Finally, I get to see you all." Shursui asked, "How did you know something happened to Lord Jiraiya?" Frostfrog replied, "Jiraiya was fighting. I was on him. He sent me to relay a message to you. Is there any food? I'm really hungry." Shursui felt he could obtain some information today and said, "All right, I'll go have someone fry some grasshoppers." Right now, the insects in Yanlong City mainly consisted of fried grasshoppers, which Naruto had seen as a way to deal with locusts. Uchiha Suha knew that Shursui was hiding some things, like the situation regarding Jiraiya, and said, "Shursui, you two chat. We can't have too many people in shop talking. It's better that he doesn't know. Life is more comfortable now. What power, what matters of the world, nothing compares to the ease of living now." They had lived in vain before. He didn't want to know about those troublesome matters, nor did he want to burden his heart. Shursui said, "Grandpa, take care." Uchiha Suha left, and Shursui did not question Frostfrog, placing it on a soft seat, waiting for Tsunade and Orochimaru to arrive. After a short while, Tsunade and Orochimaru arrived together. Tsunade, seeing Frostfrog eating fried grasshoppers, said, "A little frog from Mayaboku Mountain." Shursui replied, "It was with Lord Jiraiya during his fight." Upon hearing this, Orochimaru and Tsunade naturally sat down, their 3 pairs of eyes fixed on Frostfrog. Frostfrog was still young, unable to articulate many things, but it remembered Jiraiya's words well, needing only to recount the events and his instructions. "Jiraiya summoned me in Konoha. He told me to spy on Asuma Sarutobi." The 3 did not interrupt Frostfrog, allowing it to finish speaking. Only when Jiraiya's shadow clone disappeared did Frostfrog introduce that it was tired now, grabbing a fried grasshopper with one paw and falling asleep. It had completed the tasks Jiraiya entrusted to it and could take a rest. Shadows crept over the faces of Shursui and the others. Although Frostfrog did not witness Jiraiya's demise personally, the circumstances suggested that Jiraiya had suffered a great misfortune. Tsunade lowered her head, lost in thought. Orochimaru, feeling desolate, said, "Jiraiya, did you really leave just like this?" With the loss of a former comrade, there was an emptiness in his heart, and he had lost a drinking buddy. This snake was no longer the cold-blooded one from the original story, but a snake with flesh and blood, capable of feeling pain and sorrow at the departure of a former friend. Shui suppressed his grief, regained his composure, and said, Lord Tsunade, Lord Orochimaru, Lord Jiraiya is in dire straits, and I'm saddened as well, but now is not the time for us to grieve. Asuma Sarutobi has mastered sage techniques. We have no way of knowing how much the Sarutobi clan's strength has increased, and we also do not know if the fourth Raikage left anything behind, or if Sunagakure has been infiltrated, and so on. Now is not the time for us to be disheartened. Orochimaru first collected his emotions, and then said, yes, we cannot be disheartened. No matter what demons or monsters are behind this, they will not invade my Yamlong nation. Tsunade also forced herself to lift her spirits, and said, Jiraiya emphasized the way of the ninja and martial arts. Those who intercepted him aimed to prevent him from cultivating martial arts. He suspected that someone was secretly gathering ninjas to hinder the development of Yamlong Nation. Naruto must also be aware of these people, which is why he is in seclusion to improve himself. Shui nodded. Lord Jiraiya is exceptionally talented. If he cultivates martial arts, he will undoubtedly become one of the cornerstones of Yamlong. Naturally, those behind this want to stop him. Orochimaru licked his lips and said, the enemy fears the strengthening of martial arts. This can also be understood. The enemy's strength behind this is not that formidable either. The three felt slightly relieved. Both Shui and Tsunade thought this way, and besides, Yamlong's strength was still hidden, and other ninja villages wouldn't know. Of course, they would not let their guard down. It was just that the burden in their hearts had lightened a bit. Tsunade said, Orochimaru, can you summon giant snakes? Orochimaru smiled and said, it's Kabuto. Now they could be sure that Kabuto had betrayed them. Orochimaru continued, don't worry, when we meet, I will deal with him. Shui offered a different opinion, saying, Lord Orochimaru, Lord Tsunade, this situation feels somewhat sinister. Do you think it's possible to directly squeeze someone else's soul into another person's soul? And the fake Lord Jiraiya, lacking flesh and blood support, still possesses vitality. Could be one person? In Shui's eyes, he still believed that Kabuto would not betray them. That bright smile could not be fake. He loved every child in the orphanage. It would be impossible for him to take action against Yamlong City. Shui was truly worthy of being the acting representative of Yamlong Nation, whether it was vision, breadth, or sensitivity to issues. He could be said to possess the qualities of a king. After this reminder, Tsunade and Orochimaru fell into contemplation. This matter indeed felt somewhat strange. This speculation was absurd, completely illogical, yet felt real. Tsunade said, I will return to Konoha. Orochimaru, that's exactly my intention. Shui said, Lord Tsunade, Lord Orochimaru suggest against going back. I know you want to see Asuma Sarutobi to confirm his identity. Asuma will know this as well. If he evades you and refuses to meet, shutting himself away like Lord Longwang, it would only waste time. Moreover, if you reveal yourselves, the organization behind this might ambush you, and you would be in great danger. Moreover, even if it is confirmed, it can only yield one answer. It is better to strengthen our defenses now to prevent the enemy from exploiting any gaps. Once this was said, it dispelled the thoughts of the two. Indeed, as Shui said, going to Konoha now would have little effect. Knowing the truth, Sarutobi Asuma would turn to dust just like Jiraiya, and they would still reveal their flaws. After all, Sarutobi Asuma had never mentioned it. Chapter 112. Sarutobi Hisashi returns. Another month passed, and there was relative peace among the major nations, with no friction. Even the Akatsuki organization seemed to have vanished into thin air, no longer stirring up trouble. However, many could see that this was merely the calm before the storm. The ninja world was about to face a great battle, and everyone's eyes were on the Land of Flame. The decisive battle was bound to take place in the Land of Flame, a confrontation between the Qianlong organization and the Akatsuki organization. At the end of the year in Konoha's 63rd, in the Sarutobi family's secret chamber, the air split open, and moments later, a person stepped out. This was none other than Sarutobi Hisashi, who had been missing for more than 3 years. In his deep eyes, a cold glint flashed as he said in a low voice, Konoha, Sarutobi Hisashi have returned. Following him were his 38 loyal dead soldiers. These 38 had significantly improved. 8 had reached the level of Shadow Ninja, 17 were Elite J-Nin, and 13 were J-Nin, with none below the level of CH-Nin. It should be noted that when these ninjas left with Sarutobi Hisashi, only 4 were J-Nin, 20 were CH-Nin, and 14 were Genin. Now their strength had not only doubled, but had grown exponentially. This power could sweep through the ninja world in the original plot. Sarutobi Hisashi found his pipe, filled it with tobacco, and took a deep puff, his expression showing some satisfaction. Sarutobi Hisashi said. You all go and find out what has happened in Konoha over the years. Yes. The 38 men exited the room. As everyone acted, Sarutobi Asuma noticed and smiled, saying, "Yes, back." After saying this, he stood up, abandoned his training, and walked towards the room where Sarutobi Hisashi was. Upon seeing Sarutobi Asuma, Sarutobi Hisashi showed a fatherly smile. Asuma. Sarutobi Asuma replied, "Oh, you're back." With just those 4 simple words, Sarutobi Hisashi knew that this person was not his son. He placed the pipe on the table and asked, "Who are you? What have you done to Asuma?" Sarutobi Asuma replied, "Don't worry, I didn't kill him. I just sealed his soul away, and for now, I control his body." Sarutobi Hisashi's expression turned fierce yet puzzled, feeling that the way he spoke was somewhat familiar. Sarutobi Asuma continued, "I am just using your son's body to do a few things in Konoha." Sarutobi Hisashi awakened to realization and said, "So, it's you. How would it not be familiar?" The mysterious shadow that had taught them for 3 years, even the Sage of 6 Paths would show great respect in front of him. Sarutobi Hisashi then asked, "My lord, what about my child?" Sarutobi Asuma reassured, "Don't worry, it's just a matter of sealing his soul. When I leave, I will release him, and he will regain control of his body. By then, his strength will greatly increase, and he can even cultivate sage techniques." Hearing this, Sarutobi Hisashi breathed a sigh of relief. This was his son, and of course, he did not want anything to happen to him. Upon hearing the latter part, Sarutobi Hisashi's mouth split into a grin, saying, "Thank you, my lord." Sarutobi Asuma quipped, "Your family's talent really is lacking." Sarutobi Hisashi had no response. Not to mention them, even the Sage of 6 Paths would be ridiculed as mediocre in his presence. Sarutobi Asuma then asked, "Do you plan to reclaim Konoha?" Sarutobi Hisashi's eyes sparkled with fire. Of course. To kill Uzumaki Naruto, destroy the Uchiha clan, annihilate the Land of Flame, and eradicate martial arts had become Sarutobi Hisashi's obsession. As long as this obsession remained, he could live a few more years. Sarutobi Asuma said, but it might not be easy. Apart from the Sarutobi and Shimura clans, the other families had banded together, plus a few young martial artists. It would be no easy task to resist Sarutobi Hisashi. Sarutobi Hisashi asked, "My lord, has something happened?" Sarutobi Asuma recounted the actions of Kakashi and others, summarizing, "You could be Hokage, but the major families will not follow your orders, and many ninjas will not serve you." Sarutobi Hisashi's expression darkened. Naturally, he harbored hatred towards Kakashi. It was all Kakashi's doing that united everyone, causing several families to band together. If they had not united, he could have forced them one by one to serve him. Even if there were injustices, they would not dare to be angry or speak out. Sarutobi Hisashi recalled the abilities of the Lord and asked, "My lord, can you control a few people?" The Lord's abilities were mysterious and unpredictable. If he could control a few people to cause trouble, he could take control of Konoha. Sarutobi Asuma responded, "No." His strength was immense, and he could say that thousands of ninjas were like ants before him. Even the Sage of 6 Paths could be easily suppressed by him. But now he needed to suppress the awakening of another force. To enhance Sarutobi Hisashi and the others, he had expended too much energy, and he planned to resurrect the Sage of the Ninja. So being able to seal Sarutobi Asuma was already the limit. If it were not for his communication with Miyaboka Mountain, capturing Jiraiya would be a problem. Sarutobi Hisashi felt somewhat disappointed, but he was not too disheartened, saying, "With 70 to 80,000 people in Konoha, not everyone will listen to him. As long as they remain quiet, it's fine. If they don't remain quiet, I will teach them a lesson." The current Sarutobi Hisashi was very confident. His strength was greater than in his youth, and by using sage techniques, he could step into the legendary realm. In Konoha, he had the final say. Sarutobi Asuma cautioned, "Don't be careless. Those few kids grew up alongside Uzumaki Naruto." Speaking of Uzumaki Naruto, Sarutobi Hisashi's eyes were filled with hatred as he said, "Martial artists? I hope they remain quiet. Otherwise, even if he enters reincarnation." Sarutobi Asuma frowned slightly. This Sarutobi Hisashi was truly getting carried away. In Konoha, news of Sarutobi Hisashi's return quickly spread. Many people watched in secret, and some wise individuals rarely left their homes, fearing that a battle might occur and put them at risk. As for the villagers around the Hokage building, many even went to the former Uchiha clan's location. Although it was not within the village, it was safer than being in the village, and they all felt that the storm was coming to Konoha. On the 3rd day after Sarutobi Hisashi's return, he went to the Hokage building and directly entered Kakashi's office. Kakashi was not surprised and said, Third Hokage, you're here. Sarutobi Hisashi asked. Kakashi, were you waiting for me? Kakashi replied, yes, with your temperament. Having the cards in hand, returning to Konoha, you will definitely reclaim the position of Hokage. Sarutobi Hisashi said, it seems you know me well. Kakashi replied flatly, it's not just me who knows you. One could ask Narashikaku, Hyuga Hisashi, and others. Who didn't he know him? Who didn't he understand his temperament? Sarutobi Hisashi said, since that's the case, what is your choice? Chapter 113. The storm approaches upon hearing this. Kakashi did not hesitate for a second, stood up, and said, since you want it, then take it. Sarutobi Hiruzen was not polite, walking over and sitting down calmly. Kakashi, you are excellent, still the leader of the Umbu, right? I believe in your abilities, Sarutobi Hiruzen said. Kakashi replied, sorry, but there are no Umbu now, and I won't do anything for you, so I should head back. Sarutobi Hiruzen rested his chin on his hands and said, Kakashi, are you sure? Kakashi turned around and looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen, answering firmly, very sure. Sarutobi Hiruzen said, so, you are going to betray Konoha? Kakashi's voice turned a bit cold as he said, Third Hokage, I still respect you and call you third, but the past is behind us. I hope you can learn to be a respectable elder now. Kakashi felt displeased at the unfounded accusations, thinking how ridiculous it was for him to betray Konoha. If he wanted to betray Konoha, he could have done so long ago when Naruto left. He could have followed him and joined the martial arts to cultivate the mysterious power of martial arts. Sarutobi Hiruzen said, not following the Hokage's orders is betrayal of Konoha. Kakashi retorted, but the conference hasn't even been held yet. I am still the Hokage. Sarutobi Hiruzen, do you intend to follow my orders? Remember, not following means betraying Konoha. Sarutobi Hiruzen's pupils contracted slightly, revealing a dangerous glint in his eyes as he said, Kakashi, you really are something. Kakashi replied, thank you for the compliment. If there's nothing else, I'll take my leave. This time, Sarutobi Hiruzen did not stop him, watching Kakashi's back with an inscrutable expression. The news that Sarutobi Hiruzen had regained the position of Hokage quickly spread throughout Konoha. However, Konoha remained very calm, thanks to Kakashi, who had secretly informed the villagers not to panic, assuring them that they would protect the village, along with assurances from Nara Shikamaru and others, which helped the villagers stay composed. Shikamaru and the others had intercepted a group of ninjas from Iwagakure, which served as a reassurance to the villagers. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at the few hundred ninjas in his hands. The elite Jonin were mostly from the Shimura and Sarutobi clans, with only 11 in total. If it weren't for Asuma Sarutobi, the Jonin would be in single digits. Sarutobi Hiruzen's anger burned as he coldly said, fine, Kakashi, you are really something. He had indeed regained the Hokage position, but he was just a figurehead. Kakashi and the others had formed a small team and didn't take him seriously at all. Asuma, Sarutobi said, now is not the time to deal with them. The Akatsuki organization has already set off, and Sunagakure and Kumogakure have also mobilized, heading to the Land of Flame. Sarutobi Hiruzen suppressed his anger and said, after we return from the Land of Flame, we will settle accounts with them. When Sarutobi Hiruzen and the others returned, the ninja world was indeed swept up in a storm, as 3 ninja villages mobilized openly, without hiding their movements, because there were too many of them to conceal. Inoki of Iwagakure was quite tactful this time. He did not participate in the war and could be said to be observing while secretly profiting. Moreover, he had learned that Shikamaru and the others were martial arts experts who had grown up alongside Naruto. With 3 such powerful individuals, what about the Qianlong organization? So it was better to watch and wait. Meanwhile, in Kirigakure, Terumi Mei was secretly taking action, wanting to witness this world-shaking battle, planning to cross the sea towards the Land of Flame. In Yanlong City, Shirzue and his group had long since left Yanlong City. They had set off secretly for the Spark Zone, as battles could not take place within the country to avoid harming civilians. After seizing the Fire Country Peninsula, along with the existing Tea Country, the total population had reached over 30 million. Shirzue followed Naruto's orders, promoting martial arts among the populace. As long as they could sense their inner breath, they could learn the next level of heart techniques and receive training from the system. Over the years, there were surprisingly more than 30,000 martial artists above the 2nd rank, and the number of 3rd-rank martial artists had not been counted. But it definitely exceeded 100,000. Even civilians who could not become martial artists had improved their physical fitness by practicing simple breathing techniques. This was largely thanks to the abundant energy in the world of Hokage, making it a true holy land for cultivation. While promoting martial arts, Shirzue also strengthened ideological education and instilled martial spirit, gathering these people into an army, instilling the responsibilities of soldiers. Naruto was naturally familiar with this approach and had passed it on to Shirzue. It was very successful, with strong cohesion, upon hearing of foreign invaders. Over 100,000 troops had assembled, waiting for Shirzue's orders, while civilians were also prepared as the third line of defense. From the intelligence received, the incoming enemies were numerous, mostly elite, especially from the Fire Country. Although Sarutobi Hiruzen had not managed to rally many people in the village, he still gathered 500 to 600 ninjas in the Fire Country. Although their strength was average, their combat experience was quite impressive. The three major nations, the Fire Country, the Lightning Country, and the Wind Country, naturally had more strength than this, but they felt it was enough and believed they could defeat the Qianlong organization. Shirzue made arrangements, stationing those of second and third rank strength in various locations, leaving a group of people above second rank to oversee the situation in the Land of Flame, while the rest directly entered the Fire Country to face the enemy head-on. It was better to have the flames of war burn in another country. As for the border town of the Fire Country, called Haiji Village, there were indeed guarding ninjas and soldiers, but upon seeing Shirzue and his group, they decisively retreated. Blocking? What a joke. Aside from the Dragon King Uzumaki Naruto, Shirzue, Tsunade, and Orochimaru were undeniably the three giants. Their strength was not something they could withstand. Here, Shirzue took on the role of the villain. This town was not small, with a population of over 100,000. Shirzue gave them two choices. First, join the Land of Flame and become its citizens, entering the territory of the Land of Flame, where arrangements would be made for them. Second, pack their things and leave. In summary, they cannot stay here. Shirzue also made a cut, creating a chasm several dozen feet long, scaring the townspeople into making a quick decision. Surprisingly, many people chose to join the Land of Flame, with about 13,000 to 14,000 joining and around 70,000 to 80,000 in total. Though it was fierce, Shirzue still offered war compensation. For those who did not join, each household received some money. It was precisely because of this bold move by Shirzue that laid the groundwork for the future absorption of the Fire Country by the Land of Flame and promoted the Land of Flame. Thus, Shirzue and the others openly occupied Haiji Village. On the seventh day in Haiji Village, Shirzue sat cross-legged on a high building in the Land of Flame, no longer kneeling. In front of him lay a horizontal blade. A gust of wind swept in from the distance, lifting a strand of hair from Shirzue's head. He opened his eyes, reached out, and the blade flew into his hand as he said in a low voice, "They've come." Chapter 114, Naruto Awakens. Power increases. It was unclear how much time had passed, but Naruto suddenly awoke, the mysterious aura dissipating. He murmured, almost fell into a demon that was close, really close. He sat down to adjust his breath, calming his heart and dispelling the shadows within, completely suppressing the heart demon, finally breathing a sigh of relief. Because he sensed a crisis, Naruto unconsciously sought a breakthrough, giving rise to the heart demon. Fortunately, he awoke in time and suppressed the heart demon. As his strength increased, the heart demon would naturally disappear. Naruto did not care about the heart demon. He had once been proud in the world and had experienced hardships in his cultivation. A mere heart demon was something he could easily handle. Naruto murmured, "What is great harmony? Great harmony?" His thoughts were somewhat ethereal. In the last days of his previous life, the era of decline, even a half-step return to the origin was already supreme, and great harmony was only a legend. With no introduction at all, Naruto's thoughts drifted, his soul perception spreading out and enveloping the island. The scenery on the island was pleasant, with towering trees, dense thorns, blooming mountain flowers, birds joyfully soaring through the sky, and beasts frolicking in a ruckus, while fish swam freely in the water. Everything was so beautiful. Gradually, Naruto immersed himself in it. His state of mind was transforming. The mixed origin body refinement technique was in operation, and the natural energy around him was gathering, becoming faster and faster, until it finally turned into an energy storm, startling the birds and beasts around him, causing them to flee. At one moment, Naruto murmured, "Great unity. The same heaven, earth, sun, and moon. If I do not experience the human world, how can I comprehend heaven and earth?" As a soft sound came from within his body, Naruto broke through, stepping into the realm of great unity. And the mixed origin body refinement technique also broke through to the seventh layer. Naruto's figure moved, and he disappeared into the cave, reappearing already standing above the sea. Ha ha ha. Naruto laughed loudly, his voice echoing for miles, his momentum surging as the heavens and earth joined forces, stirring up. Naruto drew his sword and casually slashed, splitting the secluded island in half. This is the Great Harmony Realm? Harnessing the power of heaven and earth, it's truly powerful, Naruto said with some excitement. Naruto's two eyes are both moving. One is the rebirth eye and the other is the Rinnegan. Indeed, Naruto's mental power has greatly increased, and his eyes have already transformed into the Rinnegan. His Rinnegan is a mysterious yellow, seemingly mixed with several strands of primordial power in golden yellow. Naruto's Rinnegan is unparalleled, unique, and has never appeared in the world before. It can also be said to be the strongest Rinnegan. Naruto's current strength, although only at the level of the Great Unity Realm, combined with the Rinnegan, the Rebirth Eye, and the profound understanding of swordsmanship. Even if the Sage of Six Paths were to be resurrected, he would be no match for him. If Naruto were to break through and master the legendary power of rules, he could even press the Sage of Six Paths to the ground. Naruto murmured, I should head back. I wonder how Yamlong is doing now. Naruto was flying with his sword when he sensed a hidden ship in the water, heading towards the Flame Dragon. On the ship, he detected a familiar aura, but Naruto didn't know who this person was. He had only sensed a presence somewhere before. Naruto said softly, could it be that the Flame Dragon is in big trouble and the Land of Water wants to act secretly? With a flash of his sword, Naruto broke through the air and hovered above the stealth ship. He reached out and grabbed, pulling the ship from the water to the surface of the sea. The ninjas from the Hidden Mist Village were astonished. How did the ship become uncontrollable? Could it be that they encountered the Vortex Sea? Naruto spoke up. Who was the leader on the ship? Step forward. The ninjas from the Hidden Mist Village were greatly alarmed. They had not encountered the Vortex Sea, but rather a master. Mizukage Terumi Mei quickly revealed herself, appearing on the deck. Upon seeing Naruto standing proudly in the air, she said, Dragon King, Naruto Uzumaki. Naruto looked at Terumi Mei, whose hair partially covered her eyes, and said, I wondered who it was. Turns out it's the fourth Mizukage. What brings the fifth Mizukage to my land of flame? Indeed, the fifth Mizukage, Terumi Mei, is a beauty. Her chest might be slightly inferior to Tsunade's, but unfortunately, she's not Naruto's type. Terumi Mei asked, Dragon King, why are you here? Aren't you participating in the battle? The current Naruto is not like his original self with bright yellow hair. He has shoulder-length blonde hair, wearing an ancient blue robe with a long sword in hand, resembling a hero. Although he may not be as striking as Sasuke, he is still quite handsome. If Naruto's strength were average, he would surely have faced Terumi Mei's training like Sasuke did in the original story. However, Naruto's strength is now too strong. If she were to train him, it probably wouldn't end well for her. Naruto asked, what battle are we talking about? Terumi Mei had already gone to Flame Dragon City. She thought that Shirzue and the others would guard Flame Dragon City. But what she didn't expect was that Shirzue and the others had already left Flame Dragon City and the Flame Dragon Kingdom. Flame Dragon City was heavily guarded, forcing her to return the same way and not pass through the country. After all, she was a shadow ninja expert, and if there was destruction in the country, they would be very passive. Naturally, Terumi Mei did not attempt to break through. If she had, she would probably have become a prisoner by now. She planned to take a detour to the coastal city and hoped to catch up with the battle. Terumi Mei said, the Akatsuki organization, Sunagakure Kimobikure, and Konohagakure have united to eliminate the organization and destroy the Flame Dragon Kingdom. Naruto's aura dispersed slightly, and Terumi Mei's ship immediately shattered. Except for Terumi Mei, everyone else fell into the sea and then crawled out. Naruto said, but Sarutobi Hiruzen and the others have returned? Normally, Konoha wouldn't participate in the war. If they do, it must be because Sarutobi Hiruzen has returned and regained control of Konoha, which would lead to an attack on the Flame Dragon. Tsunade nodded. Yes. He learned Sage Mode and has become even stronger. Naruto said, so you learned the Sage Art and thought you could act recklessly, daring to attack my Flame Dragon country. Very well. Thank you for the information, Lord Mizukage. I have matters to attend to, so I will take my leave. As for the compensation for the damaged warships, you can go to Flame Dragon City. I will return shortly. After finishing his words, Naruto flew away on his sword. One of the mist ninjas said, is this the Dragon King Naruto Uzumaki? So strong. His voice trembled a bit, feeling a sense of fear under Naruto's imposing presence. Another ninja asked, Lord Mizukage, should we proceed? Terumi Mei shook her head. No need to go. Uzumaki Naruto has left, and the outcome is already determined. Just a hint of his aura made Terumi may lose the will to resist. She believed that whether it was the Akatsuki organization or the major hidden villages, they would not stand a chance against Uzumaki Naruto. Terumi May looked at the horizon, where Naruto's figure had vanished, and murmured to herself, "Martial arts, martial way. Should I choose? Lord Mizukage, should we go to Flame Dragon City?" Terumi May shook her head again and said, "No need, let's go back." "Yes, Lord Mizukage." Walking on the water surface, Terumi May and her group returned to the land of water. Chapter 115. Blocked. The Akatsuki organization was the first to appear, led by Pain of the Six Paths. Following him were Uchiha Obito, Kisame Hashigaki, Deidara, Haiden, Kazu, Konan, Zetsu, and Sasori of the Red Sand. Behind them were Tsurutobi Hiruzen and others. Looking at the suspended figure of Shirzei in the sky, Pain ascended and said, "I admire your courage to come out of Flame Dragon City." In his view, with their strength, they could easily crush the Flame Dragon country. The previous Nagato would have had a plan, but the current Nagato was full of confidence. His body had recovered, and although he was still attached to the Outer Path Golem, his physical strength was much better than before. He could perform the Earth Explosion Star without needing to throw a ball or bleed. Shirzue said, "The people of Flame Dragon Country are our family. Do not harm our family." Pain replied, "So, you chased away the people of the Sea City?" Tens of thousands had migrated, and they had inquired about the reason. Shirzue did not answer the question and instead asked, "Are you the leader behind the Akatsuki organization?" With the addition of 5 people, Shirzue's heart sank slightly. They hadn't expected that the Akatsuki organization had 5 more members, but he was relieved that these 5 were not particularly strong. Not much stronger than elite ninjas at their peak. Pain asked, "What else do you know?" Shirzue replied, "What else do you want to know?" He didn't know much, but he could still intimidate someone. Pain asked, "Where is Uzumaki Naruto? Where's the 9 tails?" The 1 tail was a bonus, but Uzumaki Naruto was the target. Shirzue still did not answer and said, "Rinnegan, are you the leader behind the Akatsuki organization?" Pain replied, "Yes." Shirzue showed a mocking smile and said, "Fool, the martial way goes against the heavens and contends with fate. The perception is much stronger than the ninja way, especially since he has cultivated the art of the soul. This person's strength is indeed extraordinary, but unfortunately, he does not exude a hint of vitality. He is not a living person. He is a living dead. How could such a person be the leader of the Akatsuki organization?" Pain asked, "You seem to know we have Rinnegan?" Shirzue replied, "I know. I've known for a long time. I heard about your Akatsuki organization when I was still in Konoha, and of course about Senior Zetsu. We all know his true identity. However, what I'm most interested in now is you. Who is the master behind you?" Pain stopped speaking. He did not know how many secrets Uchiha Shirzue knew about them. If their secrets were revealed, the 3 major ninja villages would probably not join forces with them. He said, "I'll ask again, where is Uzumaki Naruto?" Shirzue did not answer, but silently drew his blade, indicating clearly, "Battle." Pain said, "Not going to speak?" "Very well. Once he feels pain, he will appear." His gaze shifted to the hundreds of people behind Shirzue, including Tsunade, Orochimaru, and others, and then he said, "Let them all be destroyed." Tsunade stepped forward and asked, "You are Jiraiya's little brat. What exactly do you want to do?" Although Yahiko had grown up and changed in appearance, she still recognized him. Pain replied, "To establish the order of God. There is no point in saying more. Tremble under God's judgment." Behind him, Zetsu and other Akatsuki members stepped back, allowing Tsurutobi Hiruzen and others to retreat, leaving only Pain of the Six Paths. Orochimaru licked his lips and said, "Are you planning for 6 to fight all of us?" Zabuza, with his big sword in hand, coldly said, "You look down on us so much. My lords, leave one for me. I want to chop off his head." "Oomph." Pain's chakra suddenly surged, and he coldly said, "Watch your words. This is a warning from God." Zabuza replied, "Such powerful chakra, I am no match." He had gained a Sharingan and had now reached the Mangekyō level. His Mangekyō Sharingan seemed to have evolved due to his own reasons, activating the technique mist/technique, a deadly assassination skill that creates mist, isolates perception, and induces illusions. Using the mist as a blade to slay enemies. Zabuza pointed his sword at Pain and said, "I can't beat you, but in front of me, you're nothing." Pain murmured, "Let me be destroyed." Only by truly understanding pain can one comprehend what true peace is. After saying this, his body slowly rose, and the other 5 flew away. Shirzue had a bad premonition in his heart and said, "Everyone, join forces to defend." Shirzue's eyes turned, and the eternal blood-red, eternal Mangekyō Sharingan appeared, even summoning Susanoo. with a blade of light emerging to protect everyone. Shinra Tensei, Pain shouted in a deep voice, unleashing a powerful repulsive force that descended from the sky, centered on his position, crushing everything, causing buildings to collapse and the earth to heave. The once prosperous sea city had turned into ruins, with only the area around Shirzue and others holding firm. Compared to the original work, Nagato's use of this S-rank ninjutsu was much more powerful. Pain landed on the ground and murmured, "Blocked? How is that possible?" He had hoped that the members of the secluded dragon organization would be numerous. If he could injure half of them with one move, the subsequent battle would be much easier. However, he did not expect that Shirzue and the others would actually block the Super Shinra Tensei, completely disrupting his plans. Although Super Shinra Tensei was indeed powerful, Shirzue and the others working together in defense proved effective. Pain was indeed strong, but he was only at the early stage of a legendary ninja. With his current strength, Shirzue wielded the power of martial arts, and though he could not claim victory, he would not be defeated. If his sword intent broke through to the 5th level, he could defeat Pain. Shirzue said, "Nothing is impossible. This is the power of martial arts, in harmony with heaven and earth. You will never understand what wealth the Dragon King has brought to this world." Uchiha Obito, also incredulous, said, "Blocked?" They actually blocked it. Yamato and the others were also shocked. They witnessed something incredible. With just one person's strength, a large part of the town was destroyed. If this power were unleashed in their village, no one could stop it. This was also the first time the other members of the Akatsuki organization realized their leader possessed such formidable strength, and they were equally shocked by the power of the Pain organization. Such a powerful attack was surprisingly resisted without a scratch. Shizuku's perception was very keen. The chakra was transmitted from Nagato to Pain, and he looked up at the distant mountain peak where the chakra was emanating from. Pain said, "Do you feel it?" Chapter 116. Father and son's game. Wang Shizuku remained silent as the other 5 descended beside Pain. His eyes moved, using his eye technique, the heavenly god, to cast a technique on Pain, who was in the Azura path. Shizuku's eyes were somewhat shocked as he said, "Each of his 6 is dead. What kind of technique is this?" His eye technique failed. He could not change this person's thoughts or consciousness. This person was merely a puppet with a wisp of soul, not a truly living person. Pain said, "You don't need to know." Prepara 2D. As the Akatsuki organization launched their attack, Yamato and the others all came charging in. Aside from Mike Guy, the others began to battle for the Flame Dragon. Guy's target was the hidden mysterious powerhouse, who lurked in the shadows waiting for the one concealed to arrive. However, watching the battle without being able to participate left him feeling somewhat tormented. After using the almighty push, Nagato was fine. He did not look like the gaunt figure from the original work, but rather a living person who seemed like a ghost crawling out of hell. At that moment, he was full of vigor. Even though the outer path golem was constantly draining his life force, he appeared robust, with chakra comparable to Hashirama Senju. With his current strength, even the so-called god of shinobi, Hashirama, probably wouldn't be his opponent. Of course, before fighting, he needed to dismantle the outer path golem. Conan saw that Nagato was unharmed and turned to leave to join the battle. Nagato said, "Conan, you don't need to go." Conan turned around. "Why not?" Nagato replied, "The power of martial arts is indeed extraordinary. Perhaps we won't succeed today." He had no basis for this, just a gut feeling. Through a tree hole, Conan looked at the battlefield, and, in a daze, she saw the disappearance of her country. "Gaara, come back with me," Raza coldly said to Gaara as he used a sage technique. Gaara looked at his father with 3 parts indifference and 7 parts hostility, coldly saying, "Leave. Do not become enemies with the Flame Dragon." "Gaara, why?" Kankuro asked. Gaara had changed significantly. This was the first time he showed a hint of emotion, a glimpse of love in his eyes. They hated Gaara, but despite the hatred, they felt happy for him. However, Gaara faced Sunagakure with hostility in his eyes. Such a gaze only appeared when confronting an enemy, which Kankuro could not understand. Sunagakure was Gaara's hometown. Raza asked again, "Are you sure about this choice?" Gaara's eyes began to spin. As one of the chosen ones, he had been granted a pair of Sharingan by Shizuku, reaching the level of Mangekyō. Raza was somewhat absent-minded. "Mangekyō Sharingan, the Flame Dragon Nation really treats you well, so this is your reason for betraying Sunagakure." Gaara replied, "Betraying Sunagakure? Huh. Sunagakure never liked me, viewed me as a monster. My father doesn't care for me. My grandmother doesn't love me. Why should I stay in Sunagakure? Give me a reason." Raza coldly said, "You're of no use." A sage mask appeared on his face as he used a sage technique, shouting, Sage Art. Magnet release. Gold Sand Shuriken. Gaara's true energy surged, forming a defensive barrier in front of him. He did not attack. His Sharingan spun, causing Kankuro and Temari to feel dizzy, nearly falling from the treetop. From Gaara's gourd, sand flew out, using his sister and brother to send them out of the battlefield. He knew they both disliked him and feared him, but he still hoped they would not get hurt. So he used illusion to knock them unconscious and remove them from the battlefield. Clang! The golden shuriken struck Gaara's protective barrier hard, producing a clanging sound. Crack! After less than 5 seconds, the barrier showed cracks. Gaara murmured, as expected, it's a powerful technique enhanced by sage art. He wanted to move, but found his body stuck in the soft sand, like glue, firmly adhering to him. This was Raza's other technique, earth release. Sand flow. Gaara said, you're really ruthless. He began to counterattack, saying, wind is everywhere. A whirlwind appeared around him, sweeping away the sand beneath his feet and scattering the gold sand shuriken. The realm Gaara understood was the realm of wind. Now it was half a step into that realm, but it was enough to deal with Raza. Raza's strength was only at the early stage of a hidden ninja, achieved through endless insults. His mastery of sage art was not yet complete. Bullying someone with an understanding of the realm was merely a dream. Gaara's cold voice rang out again, wind binding. The omnipresent wind transformed into ropes, trapping Raza. Windblade. Gaara's voice was icy, as if pronouncing a sentence. The wind turned into blades, piercing toward Raza. Although Raza was bound, it did not hinder him from using ninjutsu. He formed hand seals and shouted, magnet release. Sand gold shield. The golden sand wrapped around him like a terracotta warrior. Swish! The wind blades pierced through the golden sand, hitting Raza, who was sent flying 7 or 8 meters back. He raised his head to look at Gaara, his eyes filled with disbelief. Raza could not comprehend how, in just 3 moves, he had fallen into a disadvantage. His strength had greatly increased, and he had trained in sage art, yet he was still suppressed by Gaara. Gaara said, is this the result of your training? It's a total mess. The unreserved sarcasm stung deeply. Gaara felt a chill in his heart. The earlier gold sand shuriken had aimed directly at his heart, clearly intending to kill him. However, Gaara aimed the wind blades at Raza's right shoulder. Rasa showed, really. Don't underestimate me. He was very furious. During these 3 years of training, he had always compared himself to Sarutobi and the Fourth Reikage. In terms of both ninjutsu and sage art, he was inferior to both, and he had been scolded the most. At this moment, the mockery from his own son ignited the hidden flames of anger within him, and he wanted to vent all his rage, to let the world know that he was the 4th Kazekage, Raza. Raza formed hand seals, this time channeling much more chakra, shouting, sage art. Magnet release. Gold sand tsunami. Watching the surging waves of gold sand, Gaara's gaze remained calm. His dantian surged with true energy, and he shouted, wind roll heaven's gang. Over the years, he practiced martial arts techniques, disliking ninjutsu and no longer playing with sand. He released the sand from the gourd on his back for the first time in more than 3 years. These techniques are martial skills he developed from his research on wind ninjutsu. No matter how vast the shifting sands are, they cannot escape being blown away by the wind. Chapter 117. Orochimaru's Eye Technique, Enslavement. Gaara is in a father-son relationship, while Orochimaru is in a master-disciple relationship. The 2 masters and disciples began to engage in combat, with Sarutobi Hiruzen continuously using ninjutsu and imprinting corresponding techniques with the Sharingan. However, they were all simple feints, testing each other. Even though they were simple techniques, the attacks Sarutobi Hiruzen unleashed were still inferior to Orochimaru's. Orochimaru said, Teacher Sarutobi, let us see what you've got. You know, these simple ninjutsu can't hurt me at all. Sarutobi Hiruzen stared at Orochimaru and said, Orochimaru, you've grown a lot and changed a lot. The Orochimaru in front of him no longer resembled the eerie and cold Orochimaru of the past. He was now like a sunny young man, much younger. Orochimaru smiled and said, joining the Qianlong organization allows even pigs to grow. Sarutobi Hiruzen replied, then let me see how much you've really grown. He formed hand seals, tiger, snake, dog, dragon, then pressed his palms together and 2 coffins appeared. Senju Hashirama and Senju Tobarama were once again resurrected by Sarutobi Hiruzen's Earth Rebirth technique. Senju Tobarama looked around and said, brother, we've been resurrected again. Senju Hashirama gazed at the battlefield and muttered, another war has begun? Wars happen in every era. This time, their strength had significantly increased, reaching about 60% of their peak power. Sarutobi Hiruzen had successfully researched this technique, unlike before when the Earth Rebirth only restored 30% of their strength from when they were alive. Senju Hashirama turned around and said, "Monkey, it's you again." His tone was filled with disappointment. Sarutobi Hiruzen said, "Lord First, Lord Second, the Land of Fire is currently under attack, and the enemy is very strong." Before he could finish his sentence, a loud explosion erupted to their left, resembling a dragon's roar echoing through the skies. This was Tsunade battling members of the Akatsuki organization. Tsunade sensed her grandfather's aura and became enraged, unleashing her full power. The gravity she exerted immobilized Deidara, and with one punch, she exploded him. Tsunade dragged Deidara's weapon over, leaving a mark on the ground. She looked coldly at Sarutobi Hiruzen and said, "Orochimaru, I'll take care of him." She was genuinely furious. Repeatedly disturbing her grandfather's peace was unforgivable. Before Orochimaru could speak, a figure emerged from the shadows. He was the former second-in-command of the Anbu, a death warrior of Sarutobi Hiruzen, named Ryuzaki Jinsaku. Over the past 3 years of training, he had also reached the pinnacle of shadow-level strength and could use sage techniques, but his proficiency was far inferior to Sarutobi Hiruzen. Orochimaru smiled and said, "Tsunade, just focus on dealing with Sarutobi Hiruzen. Leave the rest to me." Senju Hashirama said with relief, "Little Tsunade." He was naturally pleased to see his granddaughter's significant improvement in strength. Senju Tobarama remarked in surprise, "Little Tsunade, how have you become so young?" Tsunade truly looked young. Despite being nearly 60 years old, she appeared to be only in her late 20s. Senju Hashirama said, "This is the charm of martial arts." "Little Tsunade, what is going on?" Tsunade replied, "The 3 major ninja villages, Konoha, Sunagakure, and Kumogakure, have formed an alliance with the Akatsuki organization to eliminate the Land of Flame. To ensure the safety of the Land of Flame, we came to the Sea City to intercept them." Senju Hashirama felt a chill in his heart and asked, "Monkey, why did you decide to take this step?" Sarutobi Hiruzen replied firmly, "The martial arts organization must be eradicated, otherwise there will be no more ninjas. The power of martial arts continues to grow, and the entire ninja world will never be peaceful. Disturbing the peace of the 2 lords is my fault. For the future of the ninja world, I had no choice." Senju Hashirama furrowed his brow. He had been to the Land of Flame and was certain that its beliefs, doctrines, and ideologies promoted peace because everyone's consciousness had been elevated, naturally preventing the emergence of war. Senju Tobarama said, "If there are no ninjas, it means martial arts surpass ninjutsu. Why not practice martial arts?" Since the elder brother acknowledged martial arts, it indicated that martial arts had its unique advantages. If martial arts surpassed ninjutsu, what was wrong with practicing martial arts? This question caught Sarutobi Hiruzen off guard. He had never considered it. However, he remembered the Sage of 6 Paths words and said, "Lords, there are many secrets regarding this that will be explained later by that lord." He commanded Senju Hashirama and Senju Tobarama to attack Orochimaru. However, Senju Tobarama did not act. He stood with his arms crossed, his gaze somewhat cold. In this life, Senju Tobarama, with the cells of Senju Hashirama injected into him, lacked the power to control his own body, and thus he could easily break free from this ninjutsu. Senju Tobarama said, "Hiruzen, have you forgotten that this ninjutsu was created by me?" Sarutobi Hiruzen replied, "Teacher." Senju Tobarama interrupted, "Be quiet. I will no longer believe your words." He turned his head and smiled, saying, "Little Tsunade, grandfather trusts you. Grandfather will seek revenge for us." At this moment, Senju Tobarama was no longer the murderous figure he once was. The way he looked at Tsunade was filled with the affection of a grandfather. Tsunade said, "Grandfather, you can rest assured." Tsunade's gaze turned to Sarutobi Hiruzen, filled with coldness, and the past teacher-student bond had vanished. Then her figure flickered, and she was already in the air, delivering a powerful kick. Sarutobi Hiruzen's sage visage appeared, resembling a monkey as he quickly dodged. Senju Tobarama soared up to intercept Senju Hashirama. Senju Hashirama was unable to control his movements, but his consciousness remained intact. He said, "Tobarama, it's been a long time since we fought together. Come, let us have a good battle." Senju Tobarama nodded, "All right." Orochimaru's gaze fell on Ryuzaki Jinsaku and said, "Do you know what my Sharingan technique is?" Ryuzaki Jinsaku said nothing, his face transforming into a sage visage as he prepared to use all his power to hold off Orochimaru. Orochimaru said, It's a new eye technique, enslavement. This was a more terrifying new eye technique that could enslave enemies on the battlefield, making them temporarily become 1S servants. However, unlike the eternal Mangekyō Sharingan's ability, this could only last around 10 minutes. 10 minutes could accomplish a lot. Ryuzuki Jinsaku felt a force surrounding him, his vision blurred, and soon his eyes became dull as he slowly knelt and said, "Master." Senju Hashirama slapped Senju Tobarama away, then looked at Orochimaru and said, "Orochimaru, not bad." Orochimaru smiled. "It's an honor to receive praise from the god of ninjas. Next, I hope Lord Hashirama can guide me." Senju Hashirama replied, "All right, let me see what's extraordinary about the power of martial arts." Chapter 118. Displaying brilliance against Uchiha Obito is Neji, who opened his eyes and recognized his senior, charging forward with all his strength out of respect. Uchiha Obito's gaze fell on Hyuga Neji's eyes and said, "Hyuga clan's Neji, it seems you once played a role for the Hyuga clan in a show for Sarutobi Hiruzen." Neji said, "Senior, please give me your guidance." Uchiha Obito's Sharingan slightly moved, and he calmly asked, "Senior? What's senior?" Neji replied, "I know you came looking for Konoha, so you are our senior." Uchiha Obito said, "Since you know I've been exposed, it looks like we can only reveal our true skills." He formed hand seals, and several thorny trees rose from the ground, intending to ensnare and strangle Neji. This was the ninjutsu he could currently use, would release Hell's Chaos. Neji stepped onto the Taiji diagram, unleashing his true energy to shatter the thorny trees. Not giving Uchiha Obito a chance, Neji closed in and engaged in close combat, first using the 8 trigrams palm, then the Taiji fist. Uchiha Obito was at a disadvantage. Under Neji's powerful Taiji force, it felt as if he was glued to Neji, continuously being beaten, and several of his bones had already been broken. Uchiha Obito opened his eyes, and the space began to fluctuate as he used his ocular technique to escape. His voice echoed, very good, Neji, we will meet again." Neji looked at the disappearing Uchiha Obito and softly said, "This time he underestimated me and fought me in close combat. Is this ocular technique, Kamui, truly strong?" He then revealed a confident expression and said, "Next time, if it's still like this, senior, you won't be able to escape." Neji swiftly moved among several individuals with post-heavenly strength, taking over a person from Yunin village who was using sage arts, saying, "You all go on, leave him to me." Zabuza was battling the 4th Raikage, A. It must be said that the 4th Raikage A was indeed as fast as lightning. If it weren't for Zabuza's crisis awareness, he would have been hit and wouldn't have fared well. Zabuza was punched away by the 4th Raikage A and dove underground. He broke free from his restraints and stood up, looking somewhat disheveled, saying, "As expected of a speed that can rival the yellow flash, truly strong." Zabuza tore off his clothes but spoke in a somewhat relaxed tone. The 4th Raikage was powerful, fast, and had strong ninjutsu, but he could completely withstand it. The pressure was much lighter compared to what Orochimaru had put on him. Zabuza genuinely thanked Naruto and was very glad about his decision. If he hadn't joined the Flame Dragon and faced the 4th Raikage, not to mention that he had already cultivated sage arts, even a former 4th Raikage would probably have beaten him to death. The 4th Raikage's expression was serious. He had heard of Zabuza's strength, a rogue ninja from the Mist Village with some fame in the ninja world, but according to past news, he was at the J-Nin level and not qualified in front of him. Yet now, even under his rapid attacks, Zabuza managed to block 7 or 8 punches. The 4th Raikage had developed some interest in martial arts training, realizing it was due to having cultivated martial arts techniques. 4th Raikage, you need to be careful. Zabuza held a large sword, and his Sharingan turned as fog began to spread around him. The 4th Raikage immediately became vigilant. His perception and vision were obstructed, and he lost track of Zabuza's position. A tug-of-war battle was unfolding. Deidara and Sasori of the Red Sand were intercepted by Tenten. Deidara said, "A little girl, Kawaii. I can't bear to hurt her." Sasori replied, "Turning her into a puppet would be great." Deidara said, "She seems to be Naruto Uzumaki's sister, having grown up with him. If we capture her, Naruto should show up." Sasori said, "Good idea." Tenten's expression turned cold. They actually wanted to use her as bait to blackmail her brother Naruto, which was unforgivable. She coldly said, "Die." Tenten formed a hand seal, and from all directions, a barrage of shurikens shot out. Deidara and Sasori tried to dodge, but unfortunately, they had no chance. With their abilities, they couldn't escape. The speed of the shurikens was faster than their reflexes. Tenten waved her hand, dispersing the smoke. Deidara was covered in blood, with no part of him uninjured, all pierced by shurikens. Sasori turned into a pile of puppet fragments, under Tenten's attack. He had nowhere to hide, and even with iron sand protecting his chest, it wouldn't withstand Tenten's shurikens. Thus, the two Akatsuki members who had caused a ruckus in Sunagakure met their demise in such a confusing manner. They might not have known until their deaths how they had fallen. This was because they had provoked the most terrifying dark horse in the Land of Flame. And no one in the entire Land of Flame knew how far Tenten's understanding of her art had reached. Tenten quietly assisted the people of the Land of Flame, taking out several ninjas capable of using sage arts. She was like a ghost in the shadows. She didn't want to kill, but she also didn't want anyone from the Land of Flame to die. Wherever she went, ninjas fell, some dead, some injured. Finally, Tenten looked toward the battlefield where Shirzue was. In the battlefield, several giant summoning beasts appeared, summoned by the animal path of pain. Hellcrab, chameleon, hellhound, yada bird, bull, and stone panda. Shirzue was fighting against the chameleon and hellhound, while in the sky, the yada bird dove down. As Shirzue tried to evade, Tenten's voice came, "Brother Shirzue, you don't need to worry about that bird." At that moment, Tenten had already flown into the air, holding a hammer, and then smashed it down on the yada bird's head. With a loud sound, the yada bird's head was crushed by Tenten's blow. The giant body of the yada bird fell to the ground, shaking the earth. Pain, seeing Tenten, revealed great joy in his eyes and said, "Naruto, Uzumaki's sister? Great. If we capture her, we need not worry about Naruto Uzumaki showing up. Perhaps she can tell us where he is." Shirzue, holding a knife, coldly glared at Pain, saying, "How dare you?" The human path of Pain moved to capture Tenten and extract her soul. Shirzue shouted, "Tenten, be careful." Swoosh! A kunai pierced the head of the human path of Pain, followed by another kunai piercing his neck. Before he could even reach Tenten, he had already fallen to the ground. Pain said, as expected of the sister of the Dragon King Naruto Uzumaki, "This technique with shurikens is unprecedented, unheard of." Shirzue was overjoyed and said, "Tenten, well done." Tenten replied, "Brother Shirzue, you focus on dealing with this leader, leave the others to me." Shirzue said, "Okay, Tenten, be careful." Chapter 119. Sarutobi Hiruzen defeated again. 10 minutes had passed, and Orochimaru killed Ryozuki Jinsui. He was engaged in a fierce battle with Senju Tobarama against Senju Hashirama, feeling immense pressure. Fortunately, it was not the full-strength Senju Hashirama. He could still cope. Senju Tobarama felt somewhat discouraged. He currently had about 60 of his strength from when he was alive, but compared to Orochimaru, there was quite a gap in combat power. Even if he were fully resurrected with all his strength from when he was alive, he would still fall short. If it weren't for Orochimaru, he would have already been defeated by his older brother. The sage-mode visage of Senju Hashirama appeared, and he said, "Orochimaru, can your ocular technique enslave me?" Orochimaru replied, "Lord Hashirama, you jest. To enslave the god of ninjas, not to mention now, even if he reached the return to origin realm, and evolve his Sharingan into the eternal Mangekyō Sharingan, it would be impossible unless his strength reached the great unity realm." Senju Hashirama said, "Then I apologize." He clasped his hands together and summoned a gigantic statue of Guanyin with countless massive arms, looming over the smallness of the human world like a small mountain. This was the unique ninjutsu of Senju Hashirama, sage art, would release, true thousand hands. It was a sage technique that could bring Uchiha Madara to his knees. Sarutobi Hiruzen was anxious. He was now at the peak of the Hokage level and could use sage art to contend with legendary ninjas. However, under Tsunade's furious onslaught, he found himself retreating step by step, summoning Inma, only to be intercepted by a handsome man. The one who came to assist Tsunade was Haku, who had defeated his opponent. Moreover, the two ninja armies were not only retreating, but the coalition of 700 or 800 ninjas had dwindled to only 400. The members of the Qianlong organization numbered over 800, and among them, all possessed strength above the CH Nin level, meaning they were all J Nin or stronger. In terms of numbers, they had no advantage, and in terms of strength, the ninjas were no match for the Qianlong organization. It could be said that as soon as the battle began, they had already fallen into a disadvantage. Therefore, Sarutobi Hiruzen was anxious to have Senju Hashirama turn the tide. Currently, Senju Hashirama's strength was slightly inferior to that of Pain, and he wondered how he could turn the tide, if it were during his peak. It might have been possible. The Guanyin statue attacked Orochimaru and Senju Tobarama with thousands of massive fists. Orochimaru raised a barrier of true energy to withstand the wooden fist's assault. Senju Tobarama was gone, turned into a mound of yellow earth. Orochimaru's barriers still couldn't hold against the fists. He was hit by dozens and was sent underground, breaking free and saying, as expected of Lord Hashirama, truly powerful. Senju Hashirama replied, Orochimaru, you are quite impressive to have held on. Orochimaru asked, Lord Hashirama, how much chakra do you have left? Senju Hashirama laughed heartily. I can still use it once. Orochimaru activated Susanoo and said to Senju Hashirama, Lord Hashirama, I would like to ask you for a technique. Senju Hashirama calmly replied, all right. The essence that Orochimaru comprehended was called soul shock, which affected the soul, causing enemies to fall into fear, lose focus, and decrease their attack power. Those with weak willpower would directly become idiots. Orochimaru first used a genjutsu, but Senju Hashirama said, illusions are useless. Before he could finish speaking, Senju Hashirama felt his spirit falter, fear rising within him, and he fell into the genjutsu, his mental focus lost, and the statue of Guanyin vanished. Orochimaru's Susanoo, wielding a giant sword, slashed out. Senju Hashirama sensed the crisis, formed hand seals, and a wooden figure appeared to protect him. This was a ninjutsu brought by his bloodline limit. Would clone technique. Boom! A loud explosion sounded as the giant wooden figure shattered, sending Senju Hashirama flying, and his body was severely damaged. Senju Hashirama stood up and said somewhat relaxed, I could take a break now. Orochimaru said, I bid farewell to Lord Hashirama. He exhaled a breath of turbid air. This battle was quite difficult. Transforming into a dragon form, carrying a furious rage, he smashed toward Sarutobi Hiruzen. Sarutobi Hiruzen formed seals and used the adamantine prison to block Tsunade's furious punch. With a loud bang, the adamantine prison was shattered by Tsunade's punch, creating a massive pit 30 feet wide. Sarutobi Hiruzen was struck by the force and sustained serious injuries, lying at the bottom of the pit, panting heavily. His expression was somewhat desolate. He had lost, defeated by his former student. Tsunade was also panting. Her true energy was less than 20%, and her stamina had been greatly depleted. Orochimaru landed in the pit and said, Teacher Sarutobi, you must pay the price for your decisions. At this moment, Orochimaru was also at the end of his strength, in a worse state than Tsunade, as he was facing the god of ninjas, Senju Hashirama. However, his pale complexion made it hard to tell. Sarutobi Hiruzen said, You will regret this. He firmly believed that the mysterious expert and the sage of six paths, the martial arts organization, were the source of calamity, the source of disaster in the human world. Orochimaru replied, Is that so? Unfortunately, I don't think so. I will never regret joining the martial arts organization. Neji and Haku also landed, having killed the Emma together. 4 against 1, Sarutobi Hiruzen was undoubtedly doomed. Sarutobi Hiruzen saw Neji's Sharingan and Haku's Byakugan and said, Hinata Hizashi, truly a good tactic, putting on a good show. Neji replied, Sarutobi Hiruzen, you really don't deserve to be Hokage. Your name will be insulted for eternity, and the Sarutobi clan will be nailed to the pillar of shame, leaving a stench for 10,000 years. By then, I will bring you back to life with dirt reincarnation, so you won't have peace even in death, burdened with infinite guilt. Clap, clap, clap. Orochimaru applauded and said, Not bad, Neji, not bad. Come work for Uncle Snake in the future. Neji directly refused, saying no. Orochimaru asked why. Neji replied, I don't like you. You're too disgusting. Orochimaru said, You brat, do you want to be beaten? Haku quickly said, Uncle Snake, Uncle Snake. The important matter is urgent. The important matter is urgent. His voice was melodious, like a gentle stream, completely unlike a man's voice. Hearing this, Orochimaru couldn't help but shiver. This voice could only be endured by Momochi Zabuza. He said, Haku, if you don't speak, we are still fire dragon people. It seemed that after cultivating martial arts, Orochimaru had become significantly younger. His youthful heart would occasionally come out. Tsunade looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen coldly and said, Sarutobi Hiruzen, today we let you go. Not killing you out of pity, but because Naruto is right. A person like you living is the real punishment for you. After speaking, Tsunade leaped into the air, and Orochimaru and the others smiled and followed suit. Tsunade suddenly remembered something, standing at the edge of the pit, and said, Sarutobi Hiruzen, don't die. That would be too boring. Chapter 120. Crisis moment. Unbeknownst to them, the battle had drifted far from the town of Sea City, continuously approaching the location of Nagato. The situation was one-sided, The coalition was easily defeated, suffering over 600 casualties, with less than 200 remaining alive. However, death was just a matter of time. In a land of the fire, only 100 people had died, and not a single warrior above the postnatal level had perished. Sarutobi Hiruzen felt dispirited. Such a powerful coalition had been defeated so thoroughly. The terrifying martial arts power, the terrifying martial arts legacy. Deidara was defeated, brought down by Gaara. Gaara's wind was his nemesis. No matter how powerful his sand was, it would be blown away by the wind, ultimately exhausting his chakra and being kicked away by Gaara. The Rakige's lips were torn apart. He had broken Zabuza's bones, but had also lost an arm to Zabuza, appearing to end in a draw. But in reality, Zabuza had the slight upper hand. Over 100 ninjas gathered together, continuously retreating. Pain descended from the sky, landing among the strongest martial artists pursuing them. Using one hand to support the air, suddenly unleashing a powerful repulsive force. Shirzue had prepared, but many were still blown away, fortunately with not serious injuries. Pain murmured, "Is this the power of martial arts?" With the help of Ten, only he remained among the 6 paths of pain. If it weren't for his quick reflexes, he would have become a soul in this girl's hands, and that would have come at the cost of a severed hand. Shirzue said, "Yes, this is the power of martial arts. Will you surrender or not? The war has begun, so be ready to die. If you don't surrender, you'll die." Just then, a figure appeared out of nowhere, with a pair of crimson Sharingan eyes, exuding an aura even stronger than Nagato's. Shirsue's eyes narrowed slightly as he murmured, "Itachi." The person who appeared was none other than Uchiha Itachi, who had vanished alongside Uchiha Sasuke. Itachi's gaze was indifferent. No, it should be described as merciless. He looked at Shirsue and the others as if they were already dead, devoid of any emotional connection. Orochimaru said, "Something's wrong. Uchiha Itachi is not right." Shirsue nodded. Indeed, he is no longer the Itachi of old. Whoosh! Itachi landed in front of Shirsue, and before he could react, Itachi kicked him away. Tsunade and Orochimaru attacked together, but they were already at their limit and were quickly pushed back after just a few exchanges. Shirsue shouted to Neji, Lee, and the others, "Retreat." The group of warriors immediately distanced themselves. Thud thud, a green figure landed on the ground, crouching with arms crossed in front of his head, saying, "The azure beast of the flame dragon has arrived." Among them, a warrior from the land of flame shouted excitedly, "Teacher Guy." In the woods, Kabuto exclaimed, "How could I forget him?" This was indeed his oversight, forgetting such an important figure. After a moment, Kabuto said, "We can't let him ruin our plans. The martial way must be suppressed, and the ninja way must prevail." Shirsue said, "Teacher Guy, unleash your ultimate move. Let's end this quickly." Might Guy replied, "Understood." He activated his inner strength and shouted, "Eighth gate of the 8 gates, the death gate opens." The steam emanating from Might Guy was crimson and dazzling, and his single-minded aura far surpassed that of the newly appeared Itachi, creating a wind that could blow even a genin away. However, at that moment, an unexpected situation arose. A shadow appeared in the sky, towering like a small mountain. With its appearance, the entire sky felt oppressive, and everyone felt an invisible weight added to them. As the shadow pressed down with one hand, Might Guy was pinned to the ground, unable to rise. Shirsue and the others' expressions changed dramatically. The aura that Might Guy exuded was extremely powerful, surpassing everyone present. Yet under this hand, he was completely suppressed, indicating the strength of the hidden figure. Sarutobi Asuma and the others showed hope. Victory seemed possible. Itachi seemed to have received some command and lunged at Shirsue with a murderous intent. The people he wanted to kill weren't just Uchiha Shirsue. The heads of the Qianlong organization had to be slaughtered as well. To strike at the martial way and gradually eliminate it. "Get lost," Ten shouted, silently intercepting Itachi, swinging a spiked club that sent him flying against the mountainside, embedding him within. Not only Sarutobi Asuma and the others, but even Shirsue and Tsunade were dumbfounded, watching this scene in disbelief. The powerful Uchiha Itachi was knocked back by a single strike, heavily injured and spitting blood. How could this little girl possess such immense strength? Neji asked Ten, "Are you really that strong?" Orochimaru said in disbelief, "What is going on? How did that girl become so strong?" He never expected that this sunny, lively, and adorable girl would possess such power, surpassing even them. Tsunade exclaimed, "This isn't just skill. I also suspect that." Shirsue nodded. Ten has comprehended to this level. This must be the profound meaning mentioned by the Dragon King. just as Itachi struggled out from the rocks. A hidden weapon pierced toward his neck. No matter how he dodged, the weapon easily tracked him down, slowly closing in on Tintin. Tintin dodged and swung her spike club again, sending him flying once more. Neji and the others were left speechless. It seemed Tintin had a bit of a dark side, forcing him back and then striking him away again. However, Tintin's strength was undeniable. Itachi felt helpless. This was no ordinary hidden weapon. It was empowered by the essence of Tintin's understanding, and if hit, it would penetrate. Itachi activated Susanoo, attempting to block the hidden weapon. But that was just a delusion. Susanoo was pierced through, and if he hadn't T-dodged in time, he would have been injured. However, beads of sweat began to form on Tintin's forehead. Her consumption was not small. She originally only had innate strength, and after a battle, her chakra reserves were almost depleted. Not good. Tintin has overexerted herself. Shursui thought anxiously. Just then, an anomaly occurred again. Two figures flew into the air. One was Sarutobi Asuma, and the other was Kabuto. Orochimaru exclaimed, "Kabuto!" Kabuto didn't spare him a glance, and joined Sarutobi Asuma in forming hand seals, shouting, "Ninjutsu! Binding!" Tsunade, Orochimaru, Rock Lee, Neji, and over 100 others were bound to the ground, unable to move. Kabuto said, "Pain." Nagato's Deva Path opened his arms and shouted, "Planetary devastation." A black sphere appeared in the sky, generating intense gravitational force. The ground began to crack and rise rapidly. Tsunade, Shursui, Orochimaru, and the others were lifted with the rising ground, all facing being crushed. A cold voice echoed from afar. "You really have guts." Chapter 121. Power of Rules. A sword light pierced through the air. With a loud bang, the black sphere beneath planetary devastation was shattered, the gravity disappeared, and the ground sank, ensuring everyone's safety. Whoosh! Another sword light slashed down on the shadow in the air, shattering it, and Might Guy was also freed. Tsunade's eyes sparkled with tears as she said, "You little brat, you've finally returned." She had completely transformed into a little girl. Shursui and the others cheered excitedly. "It's the Dragon King. The Dragon King has emerged." In that moment, everyone felt a weight lift from their hearts. In their eyes, Naruto was a belief, capable of anything. Sarutobi Asuma and the other allied ninjas were terrified. They had witnessed the power of that shadow and could hardly believe that it could not withstand a single sword strike. Naruto Uzumaki's strength had once again increased. Naruto wielded his sword across the sky, arriving gracefully, his blue robe fluttering, resembling a celestial being. Naruto said, "How can this battle be without me, the Dragon King?" As he spoke, he glanced at Pain, and then Pain fell down. Under the Rinnegan, the leader's abilities were not enough to compete with Naruto. This made many ninjas swallow hard. What kind of technique was this? Just a glance, and he had instantly defeated the leader of the Akatsuki organization. Naruto's gaze fell on a member of the coalition, and that kind of indifference sent a chill down the spines of all the ninjas. Naruto opened his left hand and softly said, "Planetary devastation." Naruto's Sharingan transformed into the Rinnegan, and this time the earth cracked open, far more violently than the Shinra Tensei used by Pain. It could be said that they were not even on the same level. There was also gravity. Even legendary ninjas couldn't break free. Just as everyone was about to be crushed, a rift appeared in space, absorbing Naruto's planetary devastation and drawing the ninjas in with it. Naruto looked at everything. He did not take action. He sensed a familiar aura. The sense of crisis that once enveloped him now returned, though not as intense as before. "Who are you?" Naruto's gaze fell on Yakushi Kabuto. He realized that Kabuto's soul was imprisoned, still trapped within his body. Of course, Naruto also sensed that he was behind the rift, but it was just a small clone. Kabuto said, "Uzumaki Naruto, you've grown quickly." This was the last thing he wanted to see. The stronger Uzumaki Naruto became, the more dangerous he was. Naruto said, "I'm a bit curious with your strength. Why didn't you make a move 3 years ago? Back then, it should have been easy for you to deal with me. Why didn't you take action?" "Shin Uchiha, I didn't expect you to sense it." Naruto said, "So I want to know the reason." Ninjutsu smiled faintly and said, "Uzumaki Naruto, can you guess?" Naruto smiled slightly and said, "This ninja world has no rules, but there is a power of rules within you." Shinobi Do replied, "Interesting, Uzumaki Naruto, we will meet again. Now is not the time for us to fight." He didn't say much more from this. He knew that Naruto was wary of him and still unaware of his true nature. If he continued speaking, it would be uncertain what would happen next. Uzumaki Naruto was intelligent and unpredictable. He couldn't see through him at all and didn't know how much he might guess. Naruto said, "I will wait for you." The shinobi path and Sarutobi Hiruzen soared into the void. Naruto landed and smiled at everyone, saying, "I'm back." "Brother Naruto," Ten cried out, rushing to Naruto's back, tears streaming down her face as she sobbed heartbrokenly. Naruto comforted, all right, big brother, I'm back. No one will bully you anymore." He looked at Shursui, Tsunade, and the others, saying, "You all have worked hard." Suddenly, Naruto raised his eyes to the mountain peak, his gaze narrowing slightly. He set Ten down and said, "Shursui, Tsunade, you guys head back first. I'll come back later." Shursui knew what Naruto was about to do. He could sense where the people behind the organization were. And how could Naruto not sense it? He said, "Okay." The others were not worried about Naruto. With his current strength, he was invincible in the world. Naruto soared through the air with his sword, and within a few breaths, he entered the tree hollow. Nagato and Konan did not leave. They wanted to, but Naruto's telepathic message stopped them. The threat from Naruto weighed heavily on their hearts, as they knew that with Naruto's strength, it would be easy for him to deal with them. Nagato said, "Lord Dragon King, I've heard so much about you." At this moment, Nagato appeared somewhat weak. He bore the outer path golem, and although he had captured 7-tailed beasts, it was still not enough for the golem to absorb without the chakra of the 9 tails. Naruto's Sharingan spins, and he activates the Mangekyō Sharingan to obtain the eye technique abandon. However, he doesn't like to use it much. The reason for activating the Sharingan is partly for its cool appearance, and partly for Susanoo, which combines with his swordsmanship to create immense power. Naruto's reincarnation eye was activated, allowing him to control the outer path golem, just as Naruto was about to release all the tailed beasts. The outer path golem disappeared into thin air with the help of someone with ulterior motives. Konan asked, "What is going on?" Naruto said, "Some people don't want the outer path sage statue to fall into my hands." He didn't care, as the outer path sage statue was really of no use to him, just like the 9 tails in his body, which only absorbed some natural energy for him. The 9 tails said, "Have they all been captured?" Naruto said, "And the raccoon you hate the most hasn't been caught yet. In my place, they can't stir up any trouble. Kurama, when I return, let's have a good chat." Kurama didn't say anything more. Naruto landed on Uzumaki Nagato and asked, "How does it feel?" Uzumaki Nagato replied, "Much easier." Naruto said, "What are your thoughts now? How do you feel about your ideology? With the ceiling as the priority and gathering the tailed beasts. Do you still think this is right?" Upon hearing Naruto's words, Nagato fell into deep thought. Naruto continued, "And you are really stupid. Just one outer path golem has already made you look like this. Do you think you can control an outer path golem that has gathered the powers of several tailed beasts?" Vortex Nagato asked, "Dragon King, do you know something?" He felt a sense of clarity in his heart, as if he had become someone else's puppet. Naruto said, "This is natural. You are a member of the Uzumaki clan, which means you are my kin. The Rinnegan is the ultimate evolution of the Sharingan, and the Sharingan belongs to the Uchiha clan. How did you obtain these eyes?" Nagato of the Uzumaki clan rubbed his head and said, "I'm not sure. After the Leaf Village ninjas killed my parents, I unconsciously awakened the Rinnegan and killed the Leaf ninjas." Chapter 122, understood. Konan also looked at Nagato in surprise. They thought that Nagato possessed the Uchiha bloodline limit, and therefore had the Sharingan, which evolved into the Rinnegan. Naruto said, "Actually, if you had the bloodline limit of the Uchiha clan with your hatred and talent, you should have been able to awaken the Sharingan at around 5 or 6 years old. This means that your Sharingan has been transplanted. Besides, the evolution of the Sharingan is incredibly difficult. Just think of the past Uchiha Madara. Even until his death, he never awakened the Rinnegan. Even for me, it took nearly 10 years to evolve from the 3-tomo Sharingan to the Rinnegan. Have you ever thought about why your eyes were the Rinnegan from the very beginning?" He added that if it weren't for his cheats, wanting to evolve to the Rinnegan in 10 years would naturally not be enough. Nagato said, "The power of the Rinnegan is immense. How can this person in the shadows be so confident that he can go back multiple times?" Naruto said, "He does have confidence. As a tool, you think too highly of yourself. You have the bloodline of the Uzumaki clan, and you still have the pride of sacrificing your life." Nagato of the Uzumaki asked, "Who is he?" Naruto said, "Uchiha Madara." Nagato replied, "Impossible. Uchiha Madara is already dead. This is universally acknowledged in the ninja world. Uchiha Madara died at the hands of the Sage of the 6 Paths. He cannot be alive." Naruto said, "Nothing is impossible. You don't need to know the details. I'm just asking for your choice. First, join the Qianlong organization, and pledge with martial arts not to betray the Yanlong kingdom. Second, I will take you to meet Yahiko. Uzumaki Nagato asked, do you need the Rinnegan? Naruto frowned slightly and asked, what do you mean by that? Nagato said, let Konan go, and I'll give you my eyes. Naruto asked, I don't want to live anymore. Nagato nodded, yes. Naruto said, I remember you, Yahiko. Established the Akatsuki organization just for the peace and stability of your own country. But under your influence, your ideals have changed. You want to seal the tailed beasts, gather their power to change the country, change the world, and make people feel the terror of war, so that wars do not arise and the world can be at peace. Why are you willing to give up now? Nagato replied, I believe that with you. This world will definitely be at peace. I agree with your thoughts, to raise the awareness of all people, to distinguish right from wrong, to take the nation as faith, so that everyone can fight for the honor of the nation. This country will not perish. Such a nation will surely endure. Naruto said, you have quite a vision. This is indeed our policy, just like the current land of fire, which has more than a dozen daimyo. If we can support some of these daimyo with strong power, we can split the land of fire in two at any time. Nagato nodded. Yes, this is the flaw of all countries. Naruto said, as time goes by, I can indeed achieve it, but my current strength is still too weak. This left Nagato confused. The current strength of Uzumaki Naruto is still weak? This is truly absurd. With just a few strikes, he can dim the light of the heavens and bring darkness upon the world. His power is unattainable, and his strength is unfathomable. To say that he is too weak now, who would believe that? Naruto said, what's wrong? Don't believe it. Uzumaki Nagato replied, who would believe it? Naruto said, let me ask you a few questions. Nagato, sure. Naruto asked, who is controlling the shadow today? Just a shadow, and its strength is already so strong. What about its true form? This indeed struck a chord with Nagato. He had never thought about it this way. A shadow could overpower Might Guy. And even with Might Guy's 8 gates opened, Nagato felt that he probably wouldn't be able to withstand it either. The fact that such powerful strength could be suppressed by just a shadow was certainly something to ponder deeply. Naruto continued, where are Sarutobi Hiruzen and the others training? And what is the strength of the person behind this? Uzumaki Nagato shook his head again. Naruto asked, after being possessed, who is behind Yakushi Kabuto? Speaking of Yakushi Kabuto, Nagato said, Yakushi Kabuto? Isn't he the one known as Ninja Kabuto? Naruto showed a look of confusion and said, he is Yakushi Kabuto, an orphan from Konoha village. He was betrayed by that old dog Danzo, so he became loyal to Orochimaru and eventually joined the Land of the Flame. Have you seen him? I remember that in the original story, Yakushi Kabuto never met Nagato. Has this changed? Uzumaki Nagato said, he has seen me. The reason I have this strong body is because of his help. Naruto said, no wonder, so that's how it is. When he saw Nagato, he found it somewhat strange. In the original work, Uzumaki Nagato was emaciated, resembling a skeleton, often coughing up blood, and had little time left to live. However, this Nagato didn't have those eyes. Although his spirit was somewhat lacking, he was otherwise healthy. Uzumaki Nagato said, it seems you know me quite well. Naruto said, I understand a bit. When you release powerful ninjutsu, like the almighty push, it reduces your vitality and causes bleeding. When you use planetary devastation, you need to throw a ball. Also, you are very weak and shouldn't be this strong. Konan and Nagato exchanged glances. It was clear they had seen Uzumaki Naruto before. Naruto said, these are not important. But do you remember how this ninja helped you? Uzumaki Nagato thought for a moment and replied, nothing special, just waved his hand. And then endless vitality surged into my body, not only restoring my body, but also enriching my chakra. Naruto said firmly, wave his hand? Nagato nodded. Yes. He waved his hand. At that time, he thought it was some kind of powerful medical ninjutsu, but now it seemed that this was no ordinary method. Naruto asked again, when he waved his hand, did he feel any power? In response, Nagato affirmed, yes, there is. Naruto, how to say it? Nagato said, with a wave of his hand, there was an elusive power, seemingly weak, but not to be resisted. Elusive power? Weak? Not to be resisted? Naruto murmured a few words, suddenly recalling the concept of life and death, a force of rules, and asked, is it this feeling? Nagato and Konan felt their nerves completely frayed. Under this sword light, they felt like ants, unable to resist even the slightest bit. Nagato said, it's somewhat similar, but not as sharp as yours. Naruto smiled and said, got it, no doubt about it. Chapter 123, Enlightening Might Guy. Uzumaki Nagato asked Dragon King, do you know his identity? Naruto said, It's just a guess, but it's 8 or 9 out of 10. I still need to verify it. In the ninja world, there has never been a power of rules. This person can skillfully wield the power of rules, which even the ancestor of the ninja sect, the Sage of Six Paths, could not do. It can be said that in the entire ninja world, even the Tsutsuki clan has never had the concept of the power of rules. This indicates that there is a life-threatening power that has awakened the power of rules. This world belongs to the path of ninjutsu. Only ninjutsu and ninja techniques exist. The martial path can be considered a new power that surpasses the path of ninjutsu, making the path of ninjutsu feel a sense of crisis and awakening the power of rules. Naruto saw that Nagato from the Uzumaki clan still wanted to ask questions. So he said, "You don't need to know who they are for now. Let's make a decision. We all share the bloodline of the Uzumaki clan. Now, with only a few of us left, the mission to revive the Uzumaki clan falls upon you." Uzumaki clan. At this moment, Nagato remembered that he was still a member of the Uzumaki clan, a race on the brink of extinction. After thinking it over, Nagato said, "All right, I agree to join the Flame Dragon Kingdom and help revive the Uzumaki clan." Uzumaki Naruto replied, "Welcome to the Flame Dragon. You won't regret this for the rest of your life." Nagato then said, "Dragon King, I have a request." Uzumaki Naruto responded, "Go ahead." Nagato said, "Can I live in the Uzumaki homeland? Spending the rest of my life, there would be like returning to my roots." Naruto shook his head and said, "No way." Nagato was taken aback, surprised by the outright refusal. He asked in confusion why. Naruto said, "You can go back to your clan, but not now, because you are very important." Nagato, the leader of the Akatsuki, showed a bittersweet smile and said, "That's true. I am currently a puppet controlled by the Rinnegan, and I really can't act alone." Naruto said, "Don't worry. Once you cultivate the martial arts techniques and convert chakra into true power and truly master these, you can go to the Uzumaki clan's land. Even if the people behind you find you, they won't be able to do anything to you." Naruto, along with Nagato and Konan, left the mountain peak, murmuring to himself, "Uchiha Madara, after your resurrection, how will you obtain the Rinnegan?" This made him somewhat eager, curious about what Obito and the others would do. Naruto, accompanied by 2 others, caught up with Sure and the others. The tens of thousands of warriors saw Naruto, and the shouts of Dragon King echoed through the skies. Today, in the eyes of many, Naruto was an invincible presence, unmatched and unparalleled. With a sword held high, the heavens dimmed, and the flame dragon had the Dragon King, enduring for thousands of years. Naruto greeted the army of warriors before landing on the ground. "It's you 2 brats." Tsunade recognized Nagato and Konan at a glance. Nagato said, "Nagato greets Lord Tsunade." Tsunade asked, "Naruto, what is going on?" Especially when she saw Nagato's Rinnegan, she couldn't help but think of Yahiko. Who among these 2 is the true leader of the Akatsuki organization? Sure said, "You must be the leader of the Akatsuki organization." Nagato smiled at Sure. "I've long heard of your name, Sure-kun." Sure replied, "You are very strong. I am not your match." Nagato said, "If your Sharingan evolves into Rinnegan, I would not be your opponent either. I merely possess the Rinnegan and have lived a few more years." Naruto was somewhat surprised. Nagato was so humble, truly unique. Might Guy walked over and said to Nagato, "You're quite impressive. We haven't had a decisive battle yet, so let's find an opportunity to fight." Might Guy's voice was weak. Opening the 8 gates had taken a toll on his vitality, but being able to preserve his life was already a rare achievement. Nagato replied, "Teacher Guy, if you open the 8 gates, I won't be your opponent. In this world, perhaps only the Dragon King can suppress you." Might Guy looked at Naruto and shook his head, saying, "Even if I open the 8 gates, I wouldn't be a match for Naruto." He was well aware of this. Naruto could easily shatter the shadow, suppressing him with a single sword strike, meaning he wouldn't be able to withstand it himself either. Naruto said, "Teacher Guy, if you take another step forward, you will become even stronger." Might Guy replied, "My 8 gates technique is already my limit. The only way forward now is to refine my physical body, by enhancing my physical strength to reach the innate realm and returning to the source. If I open the 8 gates, I should be able to withstand one of your swords, Naruto." The only way for him to grow stronger now is through his physical body. The stronger his body becomes, the stronger his combat power will be, and the more powerful his 8 gates technique will be. Naruto said, "Teacher Guy, if I am not cultivating my physical body, then it's the 8 gates. The 8 gates evolve from the yin-yang technique. Yin and yang are relative. The rest gate, life gate, wound gate, and closure gate represent yang, while the view gate, death gate, shock gate, and opening gate represent yin. The intersection of yin and yang creates a cycle, entering the alternation of day and night. When you open the death gate, it symbolizes the night. After the night comes the day, which is rebirth. The death gate connects to the life gate, which is also rebirth. There's a saying, place one in a situation of death, and then they will be reborn. In martial arts cultivation, going against the heavens. Every step forward is about unlocking the shackles of the path to life, not hastening the pace of death. Suddenly, a crack opened in the shackles in Might Guy's heart, and a few words continuously emerged in his mind. Life and death, yin and yang, reincarnation, place one in a situation of death, and then they will be reborn. After a while, Might Guy trembled and said, Naruto, thank you. Naruto said, Teacher Guy, you're too polite. Once you become stronger, the entire flame dragon will be under your protection. Might Guy replied, my youth is about to set sail. I am the azure beast of the flame dragon, and I will definitely protect it. Guy, you're the best. Just then, a strong woman walked over, looking at Might Guy with admiration. In her eyes, Might Guy was like a mountain, tall and imposing. Tsunade and the others couldn't help but shiver. That tingling feeling was overwhelming. Seeing Naruto's confused expression, Might Guy said, Naruto, this is my wife, Kiyoshi Harano. Kiyoshi, this is Lord Dragon King. Kiyoshi Harano glanced at Naruto and politely said, I've met Lord Dragon King. Then her gaze fell back on Might Guy, and the intimacy made Naruto's body tingle, as he said, I know you have many questions. Let's hurry back to Flame Dragon City, so we can clarify everything. At the same time, Naruto said to Might Guy, Teacher Guy, you lead the army. We'll head back to Flame Dragon City first. As soon as he said this, Tsunade and the others secretly gave a thumbs up. This was a godly maneuver. Might Guy patted his chest and said, Naruto, leave it to me. I promise it will be handled perfectly. Kiyoshi Harano said, I will accompany my husband. Hearing this, Naruto and the others quickly took to the skies and headed towards Flame Dragon City. Chapter 124. Itachi Uchiha's request in Naruto's memory. King Kai never had a wife in the end, remaining a lifelong bachelor. Because of him, there was a family, and it was such a gentle and clingy shrew. Naruto shook his head in his heart and said, Kakashi died crying in the toilet. After creating a bit of distance, Naruto let everyone take a short break and said to Shirzue, come with me. Shirzue replied, yes, Lord Dragon King. Naruto, wielding his sword, broke through the air, leaving everyone with his back. Tsunade thought to herself, that brat, what has he discovered this time? She didn't follow him. Instead, she absorbed natural energy and began her training. Naruto and Shirzue landed in a forest and spoke, come out. As his voice echoed, a figure emerged from the woods. It was none other than Itachi Uchiha. After Naruto appeared, Itachi left. His strength had increased significantly. Even if Madara Uchiha were to be reborn, he wouldn't be his match. However, this time he was utterly defeated, marking the most humiliating loss of his life, the most disgraceful one. Under Tintin's hands, he couldn't even put up a fight. Shirzue said, Itachi, your choice is disappointing. Naruto brought him to meet Itachi Uchiha. He knew that Itachi Uchiha was still the same Itachi Uchiha, and did not expect someone like Kabuto Yakushi to cause any changes. Uchiha Shirzue was really disappointed in Itachi Uchiha, thoroughly disappointed, and no longer had any expectations for him. Naruto said, Itachi Uchiha's setting is that he is a brother's slave, willing to sacrifice the entire world for his brother. There is sadness in Itachi Uchiha's eyes. He cannot help himself whenever it involves Sasuke. Naruto asked Itachi Uchiha, you wouldn't follow us for no reason. Tell me, what is your purpose? Itachi Uchiha then spoke, I beg you, save Sasuke. He has been imprisoned, and they're using Sasuke to force me to act against you. Uchiha Shirzue asked, Itachi, I ask you in the name of our elder brother, what is more important to you, your brother or the family? Do you understand that if we fail, if the Dragon King reverses the world, how many people will die? If the 5 great nations attack the Land of Flame, what will happen to the tens of millions of people in the Land of Flame? Have you thought about that? Or do you believe that the life of one person, Sasuke, is worth more than the lives of millions? Facing Uchiha Shirzue's inquiry, Itachi Uchiha couldn't help but turn pale. He had no words to respond, but whenever he thought of his brother, he would act without hesitation. Naruto patted the somewhat agitated Shirzue's shoulder and said, Shirzue, don't get too excited, don't get too excited. Shirzue then turned to Itachi and said, Itachi, this is the last time I'll call you that. Although the members of the Uchiha clan were once forced to change their will by Makoto Amatsukami, they are now living well, integrating with the people of Flame Dragon City, and are very happy. I just hope you won't disturb them again. Otherwise, Even if it means death, I will take you down with me. He had once been disappointed in Itachi, but he had never wanted to harbor murderous intent. However, today, Itachi was no longer his brother. He was just a stranger and an enemy. Naruto said, Itachi, don't worry, your brother will be fine. No one will kill him. He carries the fate of the ninja way on his shoulders. This statement turned out to be prophetic, as Sasuke ultimately represented the ninja way. Uchiha Itachi asked why. Naruto said, this is because of his identity related to the identity of the Sage of Six Paths child, so he won't die. And the Sage of Six Paths won't let him die. There's no need for you to follow us anymore. Uchiha Itachi's mind started to race. Wondering how this was related to the Sage of Six Paths, seeing this, Naruto said, forget it, I'll be more precise. The Sage of Six Paths had two sons. One was Indra and the other was Asura. Indra had a violent and dark temperament, while Asura was cheerful and lively. Indra had strong talent in cultivation, able to master any ninjutsu quickly. He believed he didn't need anyone's help, thinking that as long as he had power, it was enough. As his strength grew, he suppressed many who couldn't resist him, believing that peace required strong power, and with the restraint of great power, peace could be achieved, which made Indra quite bloodthirsty. On the other hand, Asura had average talent in cultivation, but through mutual assistance and continuous learning, he became strong as well, and his strength was subtly greater than Indra's. He understood that true strength comes from everyone helping each other and working together. As a result, the gap between the two grew larger, and they reincarnated repeatedly to pursue this truth, wanting to see whose reasoning was correct. The most famous instance is the battle between Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama. Madara was the reincarnation of Indra, while Hashirama was the reincarnation of Asura. Although the two eventually agreed to establish a peaceful village, Madara couldn't hold back and fought Hashirama at the Valley of the End, with Madara going first and Hashirama following. Without the suppression from the two, the Second and Third Shinobi World Wars naturally unfolded smoothly. This has a certain pattern. As long as Asura does not die, Indra, as his opponent, will not die either. Uchiha Itachi eagerly asked, who is Asura? Naruto pointed at himself and said, me? I'm just lucky. I inherited knowledge in my dreams and saw that the essence of this ninja world is nothing but dross, something that should be eliminated. Therefore, I don't follow the ninja way. I cultivate the martial path, harness the power of heaven and earth, condense the spirit of martial arts, and combine compassion with strength to create this prosperous era. Jisue asked, Lord Dragon King, will you eventually have a battle with Uchiha Sasuke? Naruto said, it's unclear for now, but it depends on Sasuke. With his strength, he won't be able to fight me. Shisui nodded. That's true. He believes Naruto's words are genuine, and that Uchiha Sasuke is the reincarnation of Indra. No matter how gifted he is, he still won't be Naruto's match. Uchiha Itachi listened, initially feeling happy, but in the end, he felt uneasy. Is there any certainty in the fated battle between Naruto and himself? No, there really isn't. He had seen his brother through the images, and now that Sasuke had activated his Mangekyō Sharingan, his strength had greatly increased. Compared to Naruto Uzumaki, who possesses the Rinnegan and the Rebirth Eye, Sasuke stands no chance. Even if the two brothers teamed up, they would still be defeated by Naruto's sword. Uchiha Itachi bowed and said, thank you for your guidance, Dragon King. I have a request, and I wonder if the Dragon King can agree to it. Naruto said, you tell me. Uchiha replied, can I stay in the Land of Flame? He currently has no place to go, and it seems that without his brother, life has no meaning to sacrifice for. Naruto had not spoken yet when Shisui said, Lord Dragon King, no. Chapter 125, The Rinnegan is Crucial. Shisui did not trust Uchiha Itachi, who had disappointed him time and time again. Every decision was so cold, it felt chilling and was always accompanied by bloodshed. Right now, the Flame Dragon could not afford a rebellion. Shisui's concerns were valid. Uchiha Itachi was a very wise person. If his character remained unaffected, he would undoubtedly become a rare hero in the world. Unfortunately, he could not. Whenever it involved Uchiha Sasuke, his intelligence would drop, leading him to make reckless decisions. Naruto said, sure, but there are regional restrictions. There's a civilian area in Yanlong City, though it's not a real civilian area. It's where orphans brought in from outside are settled. Your activity area will be there, within a 10-mile radius, which is enough for you to operate. Uchiha Itachi expressed his gratitude. Thank you. Thank you. Shisui was somewhat puzzled, but he respected Naruto's decision. Since Uchiha Itachi had previously taken action against Tsunade and others, Naruto advised him to disguise himself. Upon returning, Tintin, Tsunade, and Ino still recognized Uchiha Itachi. But as before, they respected Naruto's choice and did not ask any questions. Upon returning to Yanlong City, the city was in an uproar. The Dragon King was back, and Yanlong was safe. The worries of the people were finally put to rest. Naruto's speech was even more uplifting, especially the line, "Those who offend Yanlong, no matter how far, will be punished," which stirred the crowd to its peak excitement. Entering the conference hall, Tsunade asked, "Naruto, why did you invite someone like Uchiha Itachi? I can understand inviting Nagato and the others, but why let Uchiha Itachi in? You have to know that he almost took Shirsue's life before. He's a real enemy." Naruto said, "Have you ever heard the saying, there are 1,000 days for a thief, but not 1,000 days for guarding against a thief? A thief can watch you every day, looking for the moment you let your guard down. While those guarding against thieves cannot be vigilant every day and cannot always be cautious, there will always be times when they relax. Therefore, it is better to catch the thief first than to guard against him. The enemy's tactics are hard to defend against. As for Itachi Uchiha, I don't know if he's an enemy spy, but since he wants to come in, let's give him the opportunity. It's better to keep such a person close. You will have to be careful with whatever he plans." Jishue's eyes lit up as he said, "Dragon King is wise. If there are other spies, we can also use him to flush them out." Tsunade then pointed at Nagato and asked, "What's his story?" Naruto said, "Nagato is also a pitiful person. Let me talk about the Akatsuki. The Akatsuki was founded by Yohiko with the original intention of protecting the peace of the nation. In a conspiracy, Yohiko was killed by Hanzo of the Salamander. Nagato summoned the Outer Path Golem and slaughtered many ninjas from the Hidden Rain village. Under the influence of Tobi, who is likely Obito Uchiha, he began to collect tailed beasts and seal them into the Outer Path Golem. Of course, at this point, the Akatsuki's original intention was still world peace. By collecting tailed beasts, they aimed to instill fear of war in people. Indeed, this is a mistake, and it became evident after the deaths of Hashirama Senju and Madara Uchiha. While they were alive, they did serve as a deterrent, but as soon as they were gone, war followed closely behind. However, when Nagato lost Yohiko, his mind became somewhat twisted, so his extremism is understandable. Konan's eyes flashed with a cold light as she asked, "Why does Obito Uchiha want to collect the tailed beasts, and who is guiding him from behind?" Naruto said, "Regarding why Uchiha Obito wanted to collect the tailed beasts, let me ask you a question first. Do you know how the tailed beasts came to be?" Even Orochimaru, who is well-versed in ancient texts, couldn't answer this question and looked at Naruto, seeking an answer. Naruto said, "The 9-tailed beasts were derived from the 10 tails, which was divided by the Sage of 6 Paths. The 10 tails, this was the first time they had heard of the 10 tails, and they couldn't imagine what kind of power lay beyond the 9 tails. Many of them were well aware of the strength of the 9 tails. It was a true weapon of war. Just how strong could the 10 tails be?" Uzumaki Nagato said, "Dragon King, Outer Path Golem?" Naruto said, "The Outer Path Golem is the true body of the 10 tails. It was originally sealed on the moon, and you summoned it down. If you seal Shikaku from Gaara's body and Kurama from my body within it, the 10 tails will return." Tsunade asked why. Why does Obito want to do this? Naruto replied, "Because of Rin." Kakashi witnessed the scene of Rin's death under the instigation of the enemy, which twisted his mind. He wants to create a world for Rin, a world without slaughter, and thus manipulated Nagato. One must say, Obito Uchiha's life is a complete tragedy. An orphan from a young age. Just when his life began to improve, he was crushed and paralyzed, and then he witnessed events that shattered his worldview. Following that, he was continuously deceived, manipulated others, and was also controlled by others, living his entire life behind lies. There was no one to confide in, nor anyone he could share his feelings with. He struggled throughout his life, but never truly possessed anything. Naruto repeated how Uchiha Madara faked his death, how he saved Uchiha Obito, and how he deceived Uchiha Obito, mentioning black and white Zetsu multiple times. After hearing this, everyone couldn't help but feel a chill down their spines. Uchiha Madara had such deep schemes. They never expected he could fake his death and deceive the entire world, all while secretly manipulating the entire ninja world. No wonder he was a man who once came close to being a god. Orochimaru asked, "Is black and white Zetsu from the Akatsuki organization?" Naruto smiled and said, "Yes." Tsunade, puzzled, asked Naruto, "The Akatsuki is black and white Zetsu, and Uchiha Madara also has black and white Zetsu behind him. Could it be that all of this is a conspiracy of black and white Zetsu? What exactly is the origin of black and white Zetsu?" Naruto said, This is quite a big deal. He is a person from the same era as the Sage of Six Paths, and they were born from the same mother. Naruto spent some time explaining the identity and background of Kaguya Otsutsuki, as well as the fact that she gave birth to the Sage of Six Paths. He emphasized that the Sage of Six Paths sealed Kaguya, and that Black Zetsu's mission was to save his mother. Since the Sage of Six Paths is already dead, the only way to rescue her is through Indra and Ashura. Indra has a dark heart, so he chose to manipulate Indra, which led to the destined battle between Indra and Ashura, resulting in their manipulation. Naruto leaked too much this time. It took them a while to sort it out, but many questions arose. Who exactly are the Otsutsuki clan? Jisue asked, Dragon King. Is it true that reviving Uchiha Madara requires the Rinnegan? Chapter 126. The Deterrence of 100,000 White Zetsu. Naruto said, it's natural. Without the Rinnegan, Uchiha Madara cannot be resurrected. Tsunade replied, so if we have Nagato, Uchiha Madara can only remain in eternal slumber? Uchiha Madara, although dead for so long, still holds a deterrent presence. During the Warring States period, if it weren't for his truce with Senju Hashirama, who knows how long the wars would have lasted? If there hadn't been a Senju Hashirama, who knows how many people would have died? Naruto said, that's not necessarily the case. In his heart, he thought, if we follow the original story, he would indeed fall into eternal slumber. However, now that the power of the rules of the ninja world has awakened, creating a Rinnegan is not a big deal. Everyone looked at him, waiting for his explanation. Naruto said, the world has changed now. Creating a Rinnegan is not a difficult task. Orochimaru replied, Lord Dragon King, is the mysterious person behind Kabuto Yakushi? Naruto, indeed it's this person. Jisue asked, Long Wang, who is this person? Naruto pondered for a moment and said, this shouldn't be just one person. He belongs to a soul consciousness. This statement left everyone confused. A soul consciousness? They couldn't understand how a soul consciousness could turn the ninja world upside down. They didn't believe it. It was hard to believe. Naruto said, how should I put this? You guys probably haven't heard of the power of rules, right? Everyone shook their heads in unison. They indeed had not heard of it. Naruto said, let me explain the rules. The rules are the principles that govern the operation of heaven and earth, such as the alternation of day and night. The 4 seasons of spring, summer, autumn, and winter, the cold of winter and the warmth of summer, thunder and rain, etc. These are all part of the operation of the rules of heaven and earth. The cultivation of ninjutsu and ninjutsu techniques naturally has its own rules. The strength of ninjutsu cultivation varies, and the levels of ninjutsu training are divided into D, C, B, A, and S ranks. Chakra attributes include wood, water, fire, earth, lightning, yin, yang, and so on, all of which are encompassed within the way of a ninja, and the rules are also within the way of a ninja. In the past, the ninja world only had ninjutsu and the inheritance of the way of a ninja, but now that we have established the martial way, the way of a ninja feels threatened and has awakened its consciousness. Because it understands the rules of the way of a ninja in this world. It doesn't need to perform hand seals when using ninjutsu. It can harness the power of heaven and earth. At this point, Orochimaru interjected, Jiraiya? Shizen said, that's right, Jiraiya. Tsunade reminded, it's fake. Naruto asked, Jiraiya, it's fake, but the enemy has turned into a fake Jiraiya to gather information in our Flame Dragon City? Tsunade nodded and said, yes, it's him. Whether it's the aura or the way of speaking, it's no different from Jiraiya. Naruto asked, then how did he reveal his flaw? Tsunade glanced at Naruto and said, Jiraiya is quite the lecher, similar to you. This fake Jiraiya can act, but he is not lecherous. Naruto scratched his nose and wondered, what's going on? Is he really that kind of person? Isn't it just a matter of taking advantage of the situation verbally? Naruto said seriously, it seems that some shortcomings have their benefits. The crowd was somewhat speechless, wondering if he wanted to exaggerate his own flaws. Orochimaru said, even though Jiraiya's strength is at the level of a shadow ninja, a postnatal warrior could defeat him. When Tsunade fought him with a single roar, natural energy could bind her. Naruto said, bound? How did you break free? Tsunade replied, it collapsed. Naruto asked in confusion, is it really that weak? Tsunade replied, once you comprehend the situation, even a postnatal martial artist can break it apart. The binding force is not strong. Naruto said, that's strange. As long as you master the power of rules, you shouldn't be this weak. Tsunade then repeated the message conveyed by Gameru, especially what Jiraiya said about martial arts and ninjutsu. Naruto said, Jiraiya, as expected of you, your insight is truly sharp. Orochimaru recalled the action of the fake Jiraiya looking up at the sky and asked, Lord Dragon King, Before the fake Jiraiya dissipated, he looked up at the sky, seemingly wary of the heat. What does this mean? This puzzled Naruto, who replied, You're putting me in a difficult position. I wasn't there at the time. How would I know? However, the fact that this consciousness was on guard does warrant further investigation. If we could join forces to deal with this rule, it would provide us with more security. Jishui said, Dragon King, Uchiha Obito does not have the Rinnegan, which means he will still seek Nagato for the Rinnegan. Naruto said, It's not certain either. It's still because of this rule's spirit. It governs the rules and can recreate a Rinnegan. With a Rinnegan, their attention won't be on Nagato. If not, they won't let Nagato go and will find a way to seize him. If possible, they won't spare my Rinnegan either. The others gave Naruto a roll of their eyes. Trying to snatch Naruto's Rinnegan was simply courting death. If they couldn't even handle one Nagato, how could they think they could deal with Naruto? It was just looking for trouble. Orochimaru suggested, How about using Nagato as bait to lure out Uchiha Obito and then catch them all at once? Nagato nodded. That's a good idea. Naruto said, What are you all thinking? If Uchiha Obito were really that foolish, he wouldn't have been able to stay free for so long. What Nagato needs to do now is abandon the ninja way, cultivate martial arts, and fully master the power of the Rinnegan. At that time, he could easily slap Uchiha Obito to death. Jishui said, Nagato, you usually train at the Flame Dragon Pavilion, right? No matter how arrogant Uchiha Obito is, he wouldn't dare to venture into Flame Dragon City. Nagato remained silent, and Naruto waved his hand, saying, There's no need to be deliberate about it. Without the Outer Path Golem, even if the god of ninjas is resurrected, he won't be able to defeat him. Speaking of Senju Hashirama, Naruto wondered where White Zetsu would unleash the army. Tsunade asked in confusion, What does this have to do with my grandfather? Naruto said, Of course there is a connection. White Zetsu replicated 100,000 shadow clones using Hashirama's cells. Their strength is not to be underestimated. What? Everyone stood up, completely caught off guard by Naruto's words. Naruto informed them about Night Radiance, the Ten Tails, and Kagaya Otsutsuki. They didn't care. After all, Night Radiance was sealed, and they could talk about it when she came out. By then, they would have grown stronger, and working together would make it difficult to defeat them. As for the Ten Tails, it required all 9-tailed beasts, and currently, there were still 2-tailed beasts in a land of flame that couldn't be summoned. Kagaya Otsutsuki was even further away, a being not from the main planet. They would deal with it when she arrived. However, White Zetsu, with his 100,000 clones, was a faction within the ninja world. If war broke out in the Land of Flame, who knows how many civilians would suffer? Jishui asked, Lord Dragon King, is this true? Naruto, of course it's true, and that's not all. This White Zetsu can also disguise itself, pretending to be an ordinary person. That is the real threat. Chapter 127. Kabuto approaches Obito Uchiha. Naruto spent some time explaining the weaknesses of White Zetsu, emphasizing the danger of his camouflage on the battlefield. However, in terms of martial arts, this was useless. After all, no matter how White Zetsu disguised himself, he couldn't hide the true energy of martial arts. This matter is independent of the ninja way and transcends it. Chakra is ultimately still chakra. This time, when they caught Naruto, they weren't going to let go of the questions in their hearts until they had asked everything. Even late into the night, they continued to question Naruto. Jishui said, Dragon King, I have also entered the Return to Origin realm, but I am still far from you as I was in the past. Why is that? Naruto said, Because your accumulation is not enough. Martial arts training is like aged wine. The longer it settles, the better it tastes. On the path of martial arts, in terms of techniques, skills, and understanding, it all requires continuous accumulation. The longer the accumulation, the stronger the combat power naturally becomes, especially in terms of understanding. The power of intent and the power of profound truths are incomparable. Jishui asked, Dragon King, is the cultivation on the path of ninjutsu a matter of quantitative accumulation? Naruto said, It depends on talent and bloodline limits. Otherwise, apart from methods like teacher guys, which exchange life for strength, ordinary people can't really improve. As for my dad, he's just an exception, and it seems like his ancestors didn't pursue anything either. Who knows if his ancestors had any great abilities? Tsunade replied, It's also your ancestor. Naruto said, It's useless. My bloodline is the Uzumaki bloodline. The bloodline of the Uzumaki clan surpasses that of my father's ancestors. Orochimaru said, Lord Ri, if the body cannot withstand the amount of chakra, then is it impossible to increase one's strength? Naruto said, Of course, if you force yourself to train, it will only lead to physical injuries or the dissipation of chakra. Either way, it will only cause the body to age. It wasn't until dawn that everyone finished. Shizen still wanted to talk to Naruto, but under Tsunade's gaze, she left hesitantly. Naruto smiled at Tsunade and said, "Tsunade, have you thought about me these years?" Tsunade walked to Naruto's side, leaned on his shoulder, and murmured, "Yes, I have thought about you very much." This is Tsunade. Her love is persistent and as passionate as a raging flame. Naruto's body stiffened, and his heart trembled. He hesitated, of course, not because he feared any rumors. It was because this time in seclusion, he had gained profound insights. With his strength increasing, he could break through this world and leave the Naruto universe. In his past life, he was the king of hell, having many women, but he was not frivolous. Every time he was about to fight, he would first ensure their safety before he felt at ease to battle. If he could not leave, this place was naturally his home. However, if he could leave, this was not his path. Tsunade's life was also very. When Hashirama Senju was still in power, her life was perfect, but after the deaths of Hashirama and Tobirama Senju, her life became tragic. Her family vanished, her lover died, her brother fell, and her life plunged into a low point, becoming dull and uninteresting. Yet he gave Tsunade hope, and leaving again would be a second blow to her. She likely did not have the courage to go on. During this time, Tsunade was too exhausted. She leaned against Naruto's embrace and fell into a deep sleep. Naruto gently picked her up and placed her on the bed, while he practiced his footwork, guarding Tsunade. Obito Uchiha had escaped, and black and white Zetsu naturally followed suit. They had all underestimated the strength of the flame dragon martial arts. He never expected that in just a few years, the martial arts would develop to such an extent, completely overwhelming the ninja allied forces. Black Zetsu said, "Obito, the Rinnegan is gone." Naturally, they did not dare to probe Naruto. His perception in martial arts is very strong. Just Shursui alone could sense Nagato from the Uzumaki clan, let alone Naruto, who is the foundation of martial arts. He would probably be detected from several miles away. Obito Uchiha said, "He must have joined the Flame Dragon Nation. Without the Rinnegan, how can we revive Madara?" It can be said that he is somewhat withdrawn now. The speed at which martial arts power grows is truly terrifying. If this continues, will they have a chance to succeed? No, definitely not. If martial arts is given another 10 years of development, what can stop the Flame Dragon? How can they talk about establishing a new world? Black Zetsu said, "With your abilities, you can enter the Flame Dragon Nation." Obito Uchiha replied, "I know this, but as long as Naruto is around, I can't go in. With his perception, it's impossible for me to enter the Flame Dragon City." Black Zetsu said, "He will eventually leave." Obito Uchiha asked, "What can we do once we get in?" "With the strength of the Flame Dragon Nation, if we are discovered, we won't even be able to escape. Besides, trying to persuade Nagato? Don't think about it. Perhaps our identities have already been uncovered by the Flame Dragon Nation. Maybe they already know our purpose and are just waiting for us to take the bait." Black Zetsu said, "That is true. Naruto Uzumaki is elusive and indeed difficult to deal with." "Deal with?" Obito Uchiha's tone was somewhat mocking as he continued. "Right now, we should just pray that Naruto doesn't know our base." Black Zetsu remained silent. He was also worried about this. If Naruto knew, a single sword strike from him would render 10 years of hard work wasted. Whether they're discovered or not, they must leave. A white snake head extended from a tree branch, revealing Shin Uchiha. Black Zetsu and Obito Uchiha both showed caution. They both knew about Shin, but he was very mysterious. To say he was Kabuto Yakushi, they wouldn't believe it. Obito Uchiha asked, "Who are you?" Shin replied, "I am now called Shin Uchiha. As for my true identity, it is not yet time for you to know." Obito Uchiha asked, "Did you help Nagato restore his body?" Shin replied, "Indeed, I originally thought that with his body restored, he wouldn't fail against the Akatsuki, but who would have thought Naruto's strength would increase so much? He didn't blame Nagato. If Naruto didn't have such strength, then he wouldn't deserve to establish martial arts." Obito Uchiha asked, "Sir, you just told us to leave, but Naruto already knows of our existence?" Shin replied, "That should be the case. The Flame Dragon Nation is confirming whether there are any ninjas. Isn't that obvious? The white Zetsu produced from your spore technique can disguise itself as anyone. But can you disguise the energy of martial arts?" The answer is no. They understand superficial martial arts techniques, but these are only shallow martial arts methods. Even if they practiced, their strength would not surpass that of a lower ninja. They have no core martial arts training at all. Black Zetsu said, "It's a pity that white Zetsu's power is a bit weak. If it could become a bit stronger, it could contend with the Flame Dragon Nation." Shin softly said, "Gaining strength is certainly achievable. Obito Uchiha and Black Zetsu exchanged glances, and Obito Uchiha asked, "Can you do it?" Shin replied, "Of course, and I can also evolve your eyes into Rinnegan." Really? Chapter 128. Tsunade let go of the past. This was the most comfortable sleep Tsunade had had in 3 years. She twisted her body and groaned as she woke up. Naruto also finished his work and turned to look. Then he was stunned, his nose feeling a bit itchy, a rush of heat impacting his capillaries. Those little white rabbits trembled slightly, as if trying to lure his soul away. Tsunade's movements during the night were quite large, and her clothes had come undone. Tsunade slightly sat up, her movements not small, and Naruto couldn't bear it anymore. It felt like his soul was lifted up to the clouds, blood spraying from his nostrils. Tsunade quickly stuffed it back in, raised her head, and looked at Naruto, her face completely flushed, unsure if it was from shyness or anger. "Hey kid, do you think I'm pretty?" Naruto nodded. "It's nice." Then he realized and quickly shook his head, saying, "It's not nice, we didn't see anything. We didn't see anything at all." Then he flew out of the pavilion. Bang! As Naruto left the pavilion, a dull thud was heard, and the entire building shook, with a hole appearing in the wall. If he had been a moment slower, he would have been sent flying out by Tsunade's punch. Naruto fell to the ground. His left hand transformed, weighing it in his grip as if he were immersed in it. However, he quickly shook his head, using his right hand to grab his left hand back, chopping at it. He was a man who needed to leave. He couldn't touch it, absolutely couldn't touch it. Naruto's soul enveloped, transmitting his voice to Orochimaru and Gaara. Orochimaru and Gaara heard Naruto's voice and quickly withdrew from their training to come to the Flame Dragon Pavilion. Naruto was also not polite, saying, "Orochimaru, Gaara, I called you here because I have something for you to do." The two were very excited about the mission. Orochimaru said, "Lord Dragon King, you command." Naruto first asked a question. "Gaara, how is life in the Flame Dragon after joining?" Gaara thought for a moment and replied, "It's very fulfilling. Here, he truly feels fulfilled. Even after transforming into a tanuki, many children are not afraid of him. On the contrary, they like him and find him very cute." Naruto asked again, "How do the commoners of the Land of Flame compare to the people of the Land of Wind?" Gaara replied without thinking, "Happiness." Naruto said, "Gaara, I'll be straightforward. I want to incorporate the Land of Wind into the territory of the Flame Dragon Kingdom. And I need you and Orochimaru to enter the Land of Wind, spread the spirit of martial arts, and establish a branch of the Hidden Dragon. Are you willing?" Gaara immediately replied, "I am willing." Even if Naruto hadn't mentioned it, he would have brought it up himself. In Flame Dragon City, he learned a lot, his mindset improved, and his perspective broadened. The Flame Dragon Kingdom prioritizes people, while the Land of Wind has a very strict class system, with many commoners unable to afford food. While many wealthy individuals are well-fed and prosperous, especially the clans under the feudal lord, who gather the nation's wealth without caring for the lives of the common people. In contrast, the Flame Dragon is different. 60% of the national revenue is allocated to the common people. Therefore, in the Flame Dragon Kingdom, commoners live very happily, and they wholeheartedly support Naruto. Orochimaru was also a bit excited and said, "I guarantee to complete the mission." Naruto said, "Gaara, Orochimaru, remember this. When you go to the Land of Wind, you can only rely on yourselves. Shursue's Koto Amitsukami is weakening with continuous use. This is a pair of divine eyes and shouldn't be used on such trivial matters. The pressure you face will be immense." Gaara replied, "Lord Ri, don't worry. I won't be crushed." Naruto said, "All right, as expected of Gaara." Orochimaru said, "Lord Ri, are we going to the Land of Wind now?" Naruto said, "Wait a moment. There are still some things I need your help with." For some reason, as he comprehended the rules of the sword, this world was slowly changing, seemingly repairing its flaws. While the flaws had not yet been fully fixed, he wanted to bring some people back. "Orochimaru, are there any extremely wicked people in the Flame Dragon prison?" Naruto asked. If we're talking about extremely wicked, Orochimaru is one of them. However, he has changed now, his heart has turned around, and he can be considered a good person now. Orochimaru replied, "Yes." Naruto asked again, "How have you been with that Earth release, rebirth technique?" This left Orochimaru confused, unable to guess what Naruto was planning. Could it be that he wanted to settle a score? He had successfully mastered it before, but now it felt a bit rusty to use. Orochimaru replied. Naruto said, "You need to practice a bit. Later, I'll have you use the impure world reincarnation to bring back a few people and rescue them from the Grim Reaper." Orochimaru thought of the fourth Hokage Minato Namikaze and his wife, and immediately understood what was meant, saying, "All right, Lord Ri." Naruto scratched his head again and said, "Orochimaru, You must have some of Hashirama's cell fluid too. Orochimaru nodded and replied, I have researched quite a bit and have a lot of it. Naruto said, alright, since it's there, I might as well use it. Orochimaru replied, great. The forbidden techniques that Naruto once didn't allow him to touch now seemed to be getting used one after another. After Naruto sent the two away, he called Tsunade again. Tsunade didn't have a good expression towards Naruto and said through gritted teeth, what did you call me here for? Naruto said, Tsunade, I want to revive your grandfather. Hashirama sends you, but I'll pass on your great-grandfather. I don't like him. Tsunade raised her head. Her gaze suddenly fixed on Naruto and trembled as she said, can it really be done? Naruto said, if we wait another 10 years, it would probably be difficult, but right now the loophole hasn't been fixed, so it's not hard. Tsunade wanted to ask something, but Naruto spoke first, saying, Shinju can also be revived, including your loved one. He was about to leave, but he turned Tsunade back, thinking it would be better for her to have a place to belong. However, Tsunade shook her head, walked up to Naruto, leaned on his shoulder again, wrapped her arms around his waist, and said, Naruto, I've let go. Her words were firm, and her meaning was clear. Whether Kato could be revived or not was up to Naruto. Naruto was troubled. This matter was somewhat difficult to handle. Tsunade kissed Naruto on the forehead and smiled, saying, Naruto, trust me, everything I say comes from the heart. After muddling through for over 20 years, it was Naruto who pulled her out of the abyss, helping her find the meaning of life. Naruto's fearlessness, his composure, his thoughts, and everything about him was like a blazing fire, igniting her heart. Naruto felt a bit uneasy and said, Tsunade, I'm going to check on how Orochimaru's ninjutsu training is going. Tsunade scoffed, you little brat, you can't escape now. In her heart, she thought, Kato, it's been over 20 years, it's finally over. Tsunade had moved on, but Kato was forever stuck in her heart with no more ties. Unfortunately, someone was unwilling to let him go and, to disgust her, brought Kato back to the living world. Chapter 129, Resurrection after some time of research. Orochimaru gained a deeper understanding of the ninjutsu Edo Tensei and was able to perform it. Tsunade took some time to return to Konoha and brought back the corpse of Shinjiro. With everything prepared, Naruto, Tsunade, Orochimaru, and Nagato appeared on a deserted island with 3 coffins and 4 unconscious prisoners, 3 men and 1 woman. Tsunade was a bit excited and asked, will it succeed? Naruto said, don't worry, it's possible. Naruto's Rinnegan technique is called Life Steal, which allows him to seize the vitality of others, causing them to age instantly. Not only can he take the life force from people, but he can also extract it from plants and trees. Through his research, he can transfer this life force to others. Orochimaru's Edo Tensei requires a significant amount of life force, so he must be careful not to drain him completely. Naruto said, Orochimaru, let's resurrect them one by one. Orochimaru nodded, all right. Starting with Naruto's mother, Orochimaru began to perform the reanimation jutsu. Naruto's Sharingan also started to activate, seizing the life of the surrounding plants and trees, dividing it into 3 parts. 1 part entered Orochimaru's body. 1 part entered Nagato's body to support him in using the Rinnegan Tensei technique, and 1 part surged into the body of the prisoner. Meanwhile, Tsunade was on the side, adding her grandfather's cell fluid. Then, a coffin appeared, and the 4 of them stopped. Crack, crack. The coffin was opened, and a red-haired woman sat up. It was Naruto's mother, Kushina Uzumaki. Kushina rubbed her eyes and said, what's going on? Didn't I die? Tsunade excitedly exclaimed. It worked, it really worked. Kushina turned her head and saw Tsunade, joyfully saying, Tsunade-sensei. Then she asked, Tsunade-sensei, what is happening? Tsunade replied, Kushina, you have been resurrected by your son Naruto. Son? Kushina's body trembled as she looked at Naruto, with his blonde hair, that face shape, and the pulse of blood. This is her son, no doubt about it. Kushina climbed out of the coffin and tightly embraced Naruto, joyfully saying, Naruto, my child, Mom has seen you, Mom is so happy. Naruto murmured to himself, is this what maternal love feels like? So warm. This feeling of warmth was something he had never experienced before. In his previous life, he was an orphan and had never enjoyed the love of a father or a mother. Tsunade's eyes flashed with envy as she thought, grandfather, little brother, I will soon be able to see you both. Naruto said, Mom, we'll catch up later. Uzumaki Kushina replied gently, okay. Her gaze fell on Naruto, filled with tenderness. She had been revived, and she wasn't thinking about anything else. She just wanted to accompany her son as he grew up. Naruto said, it seems we need to change places. In the surrounding area, within 100 meters, all the flowers, grass, and trees had withered. The next was Yahiko, and Nagato was also very excited. When Yohiko stood right in front of him, he knelt down to Naruto, bowing his head several times and crying like a child. Dragon King, thank you, thank you. Yohiko was a bit confused and looked at Nagato, saying Nagato? Nagato replied, Yohiko, I'll talk to you later. The three of them changed to another location, this time to the Senju rope tree. The Senju rope tree was still young and not very strong, so it required much less vitality. Shizen borrowed the life force from the flora within 80 meters. In a daze, the little head of the rope tree buried itself in something soft, a familiar scent, and he called out, Sister? Tsunade released the rope tree, gently stroking its cheek. Tears in her eyes, Rope tree, you're back. You finally came back. The rope tree asked, Sister, what happened? Didn't I die? How am I alive again? Tsunade said, Rope tree, you were reincarnated with the earth release technique, revived by Naruto. I'll explain everything to you in detail once I'm done with my tasks. The rope tree obediently walked to the side. Naruto asked, Orochimaru, how much chakra do you have left? Orochimaru replied, I've only used 40. Naruto said, Okay. Next is Senju Hashirama. Naruto noticed that his mother seemed to have a bit of a headache. After sensing carefully, he said, I see. Orochimaru, wait a moment. In his perception, the souls of the three of them seemed to be on the verge of leaving. Tsunade asked, Naruto, what's wrong? Naruto said, Mom and the other souls are a bit unstable. They need to solidify their souls and merge with their bodies. In the original work, Nagato's rebirth technique was able to resurrect those from Konoha that he had killed without issue because they had just died. However, both Kushina, Uzumaki, and SH-10, as well as Yohiko, have been dead for a long time, so the rebirth technique doesn't have much effect. It's still the earth release, hiding in rock technique that matters. Naruto said, Mom, SHJ, Yohiko, I will teach you technique. You all practice first. Uzumaki Kushina smiled and said, Okay. SHJ looked at his sister. Tsunade said, Listen well and practice hard. SHJ replied, Oh. Naruto transmitted the soul technique to the three of them, and they found a quiet place to cultivate. Kushina Uzumaki felt much more comfortable, and there was no sensation of her soul wanting to separate. Naruto nodded, and with that, there were no more worries. Senju Hashirama is indeed Senju Hashirama. Reviving him absorbed the vitality of all the plants and trees within a radius of 300 meters. Senju Hashirama said, Have I been summoned back again? Is it Sarutobi Hiruzen? A cold glint flashed in his eyes. This time, he would not be controlled again. After 2 consecutive times, he had gained some insight and could break free from control. But the next moment, his eyes widened in shock as he exclaimed, Is this actually a flesh and blood body? Naruto said, Old man Hashirama, you didn't sense it wrong. This matter involves flesh and blood. Look at this in order to resurrect you. The vitality of the plants and trees within a radius of 300 meters has been absorbed by you, about 70 to 80%. Senju Hashirama raised his head. Naruto. Naruto said, It's me. Tsunade, with tears still in her eyes, said, Grandfather. Senju Hashirama smiled and said, Little Tsunade. Orochimaru looked a bit weary. He only had 30% of his true energy left in his dantian. Naruto said, Orochimaru, thank you for your hard work, but this time you need to recover. Orochimaru replied, Don't worry, Lord Dragon King. 30% of my true energy is enough. Naruto said, This time is different. We're going to rescue people from the Grim Reaper. My dad died after using the dead demon consuming seal, and his soul is in the Grim Reaper's belly. Orochimaru replied, Lord Ryu, you are indeed thoughtful, but can we really bring back the 4th Hokage's soul? Naruto said domineeringly, If you dare not give it, I'll cut open his belly. In Naruto's eyes, this so-called death god was not worth considering, and he thought it was much weaker than the Sage of 6 Paths. Chapter 130. The Death God has regressed. Orochimaru found a place to recover his chakra. Senju Hashirama's eyes fell on Nagato's eyes and said, Rinnegan, this is something even Madara couldn't achieve. Naruto said, Old man Hashirama, these eyes belong to Uchiha Madara. Senju Hashirama replied, So you're saying that Madara faked his death back then? After all, he was the first Hokage of Konoha, so I still have my doubts. Naruto said, Indeed, but he eventually died of old age. As for now, waiting to be revived. Senju Hashirama asked, Naruto, do you intend to revive Madara? Madara was his friend, but Senju Hashirama was unwilling for Madara to be revived. Madara was too warlike, too confident in his own power, in his hands. Power was used to create war. Naruto said, Without his cells, he can't be resurrected. Besides, he has someone to go back and revive him. so I don't need to worry about this. What's the matter, Lord Hashirama? Are you afraid that I can't beat him? Senju Hashirama shook his head. Not at all. With me around, he won't be able to stir up any trouble. Senju Hashirama, mysteriously confident in his own strength. Naruto smiled slightly and said, that's not necessarily the case. With the cells of Hashirama Senju and the Rinnegan, I can completely crush Hashirama. Hashirama Senju replied, Naruto, come, let's fight and make up for the regret of not having battled in the past. Naruto said, let's forget about it. Tsunade, standing beside him, said, Grandfather, with Naruto's current strength, you wouldn't be his match. Senju Hashirama questioned, is he really that strong? He didn't believe in Naruto's abilities. In his eyes, Naruto was just a child, and how much chakra could a child possibly have? Nagato interjected, Lord Hashirama, if it's a fight, you won't be able to do anything to me. Senju Hashirama admitted, saying, the Rinnegan and the Uzumaki bloodline. Indeed. Nagato continued, but I cannot contend with the might of the Dragon King's single strike. Upon hearing this, Senju Hashirama's gaze fell on Naruto, as if trying to see through him. Naruto shook his hair and said, how about it? My looks are decent, right? Senju Hashirama, not bad. Tsunade, pain. Naruto said, old man Hashirama, if you want to fight me, I'm more than happy to oblige. However, you really need to improve your strength. In your current state, you can't really battle me. Senju Hashirama replied, kid, you can rest assured, I'll catch up to you very soon. Naruto said, come on, I hope you're not just talking. If you can't even catch up with your own grandson, that would be embarrassing. Senju Hashirama laughed and said, all right, I accept you as my grandson. Naruto, Tsunade, Nagato, the three of them were left speechless by Senju Hashirama's foolishness. Naruto said, I told you, old man. Are you overthinking this? I said he is your grandson. His name is Senju Ropetree, and he has also been resurrected. Senju Hashirama paused, blinked, seemingly a bit slow to react, and, after a moment confirmed, my grandson, Ropetree? Tsunade replied, grandfather, Ropetree was born after you passed away. With Tsunade's confirmation, Senju Hashirama became unsettled and asked, where's my grandson? Already turned into a doting grandparent, the affection across generations seemed evident. Tsunade said, grandfather, Ropetree is currently stabilizing his soul, and you need to stabilize your soul as well. After saying this, she looked at Naruto. Naruto imparted the technique to Senju Hashirama, who quietly contemplated the technique. After a while, he said, interesting, the method of martial art cultivation is indeed fascinating. Naruto said, of course, it's much stronger than the ninja way. Senju Hashirama frowned slightly. He had once been the pride of ninjas, dominating an era in ninjutsu training. Hearing Naruto speak of the ninja way like this made him unhappy. Orochimaru had recovered 50% of his chakra and felt ready. So he began the process of transferring the rebirth of earth technique to Minato. Naruto did not go to seek the death god's mask, as he didn't like it very much. Orochimaru is now a sunny boy, and even if asked to commit seppuku, Naruto is still reluctant. He is the pillar of the flame dragon, and his strength is quite good now, with an increased lifespan. However, he is not as fearless as he was in the original story. If he were to use the death god's mask for Edo Tensei, his strength would likely drop significantly. Orochimaru was unable to pull out the soul of Minato, saying, Dragon King, it is impossible to perform Edo Tensei. Naruto absorbed the vitality of the surrounding trees and directed it all to Nagato, saying, Nagato, thank you for your trouble. Nagato replied, don't worry, Dragon King. Naruto said to Tsunade, Tsunade, if Orochimaru can't gather his strength later, you should transfer your chakra to him. Tsunade replied, okay. Naruto sensed the location of the god of death, and, as his Rinnegan spun, a crack appeared in space. He entered it on his sword. After a moment of teleportation, Naruto found himself in a void realm, where he saw a giant shadow. This shadow had a fierce appearance, was dressed in a long coat, held a blade in its mouth, and had a string of prayer beads in its left hand. Naruto said, are you the god of death? The god of death looked at Naruto. His mouth did not move, but his voice came out. Martial way, Uzumaki Naruto. There was a great commotion in the ninja world, and as one of the gods of this ninja world, he could naturally sense it. Naruto said, it is this king. You should know the purpose of my coming here. The Grim Reaper felt something stirring in his belly and said, I know, Minato Namikaze. Naruto said, release his soul. The Shinigami did not speak. A cold smile on his face, with an endless aura of death, and his voice echoed. Why should I? Naruto held the sword in his hand. and his aura suddenly changed. A certain restraint within his body was lifted, and sword light surrounded him. The rules of the sword resonated, and his spirit, energy, and mind converged. Naruto was ready to fight with all his strength. Previously, Naruto's sword light erupted with only half-step rule power, which was already sufficient. However, this was the Shinigami, and the power he possessed would not be less than that of the Sage of Six Paths or the Immortals of the Three Holy Lands. So Naruto abandoned the crocodile. Shinigami, power of the rules. Naruto said, I've just begun to grasp the way. How will you choose? The Shinigami did not answer Naruto's question. It carefully sensed for a moment and said, This sleep has been a bit long. I didn't even notice that the world has already changed. After a while, the Shinigami looked at Naruto and said, I will release the soul of Minato Namikaze, and you can take him away. The Shinigami didn't really want to offend Naruto, who had mastered the power of rules, so he took a step back. Once Minato Namikaze was released by the Shinigami, he saw Naruto and smiled, saying, Naruto. Then he remembered something. He was trapped in the belly of the Shinigami, imprisoned by it. How did Naruto get here? He asked. Naruto, did you also use the Reaper's seal? He couldn't help but feel sad. His son, at such a young age, was already following in his footsteps. Naruto said, Dad, let's go back and talk. Chapter 131. What's going on between you and Tsunade-sensei? As the death god opened its eyes, the true energy in Orochimaru's Dantian quickly dissipated, and within a few breaths, 40% had vanished. Orochimaru said, Tsunade-heim, lend me a hand. Tsunade placed her hand on Orochimaru's back, channeling her true energy into his body to enhance his ninjutsu. After Tsunade had consumed 80% of her true energy, a black hole appeared in space, and Naruto returned from it, holding a soul. Naruto's mind stirred, and his true essence surged forth, replacing the mark that was placed on him by Orochimaru. Orochimaru trembled inwardly. The purity and intensity of Naruto's true essence were beyond comparison. He felt that even if all of them combined, they couldn't match Naruto's intensity. After a while, Minato's soul returned to its place, and he was revived. When Minato awakened, the first thing he saw was Orochimaru, and he said, Orochimaru-sensei. His eyes showed some surprise at how Orochimaru had changed. Orochimaru smiled and said, Minato, welcome back. Minato, reflecting on his own body, showed shock and asked Naruto, Naruto, this is the reincarnation of the soil. But how is it possible to have flesh and blood? Naruto said, Earth release, rebirth, soul return to its place. Then with the aid of the reincarnation technique to bestow endless vitality, reshape the body. Now it's considered a loophole. Once your souls are completely stabilized, you'll be safe. Minato excitedly said, Good. He could be with his son now. It was their choice that had left their son alone for 16 years. Naruto saw through his father's thoughts and said, Dad, I've grown up. You should stay with Mom. Minato's body trembled. His eyes filled with excitement. Kushinitu? Naruto said, Mom was resurrected before you, and she is now stabilizing her soul. There was a glimmer in Minato's eyes as he trembled and said, Good son. Senju Hashirama appeared and said, You indeed have a good son. Minato called out, Lord Hashirama, the son is not born from him, but from me. I gave birth to a good son. Uzumaki Kushina, Yahiko, and S.H. Ta walked over. Minato nodded in agreement and said, Yes. Grandfather. Senju S.H. Ta exclaimed joyfully upon seeing Senju Hashirama. If you were to ask who Senju S.H. Ta admired the most, it would naturally be his grandfather, Senju Hashirama. Since he was young, he had aspired to become Hokage, just like his grandfather, to protect the village. Senju Hashirama's body trembled as he looked at his grandson, a smile of joy appearing on his face. He embraced Senju S.H. Ta, and the two of them began to play happily together, completely at ease despite never having met before. Naruto really doesn't know how many grandchildren Senju Hashirama has, but he didn't ask. Even if he asked more, they all would have died, leaving only Tsunade. Asking this would only evoke the trauma in others' hearts. Naruto said to Nagato and Orochimaru, Nagato, Orochimaru, you take Yahiko back. Orochimaru nodded, Yes, Lord Dragon King. Nagato then bowed to Naruto and left with Yahiko. This time, unless it was death, Nagato would not betray the flame dragon. Tsunade said, Naruto, I'll take grandfather and the others back first. Naruto, all right. As for Senju Hashirama, if he chooses to return to Konoha, Naruto doesn't mind. He is indeed strong. But that's about it. In the Land of Fire, there are two people who can easily defeat him, himself and Might Guy. He can easily overpower Senju Hashirama. And Might Guy, when opening the 8 gates, can kick Senju Hashirama away. Although Nagato has the Rinnegan, he can't fully utilize its power yet. He can suppress Senju Hashirama, but he can't completely defeat him. In a fight between Izuna and Senju Hashirama, it's a 60-40 split, with Izuna having the advantage. However, this is Tsunade's wish, and Naruto knows he owes her a bit, so he fulfills her wish. Naruto found a good place with his mother and father. He first solidified his father's soul before talking to his parents. Minato, knowing about Naruto's difficult childhood, couldn't help but feel sad after hearing it again. Bang! Kushina punched the stone pillar beside her, shattering the several thousand pounds of stone into pieces. What a cruel sandaime. How could he treat my son like this? I'm really fed up. When I meet him, I'll smash his dog head. Naruto wiped his sweat, thinking to himself how his mom's fiery temper was something else. No doubt about it. Minato lowered his head, feeling a bit intimidated in front of his exposed wife. Kushina shifted her focus, her gaze landing on Minato, and said, "And you? Who did you entrust this to?" Minato quickly stated, "Don't worry, dear. Next time I see Hiruzen Sarutobi, I'll take him down." Naruto said, "Dad, Mom, if you want to take down Sarutobi Hiruzen, you need to train hard. This old guy is not someone an average person can handle anymore. Not only is he in the late stages of the Hokage level, but he has also mastered sage techniques, making him stronger than you, Dad." Minato replied, "Naruto, don't worry. Dad will definitely avenge you." Kushina said, "Son, can Mom train in the martial arts techniques you created?" Naruto said, "Of course, even if you don't say anything. I will teach you martial arts training. This ninjutsu training is just garbage." Kushina Uzumaki said, "Thank you, son." Naruto said, "Dad, Mom, I have a technique called fishing alone in the cold river snow, which is very suitable for you to practice." Uzumaki Kushina asked, "Son, is there anything special about this technique?" Naruto said, "This technique consists of two parts, the first being the unique heavenly flame technique. The second is the dustless frost and snow method, which is a dual cultivation technique for both men and women, complemented by a set of sword techniques. When the twin swords merge, their power is extremely strong." He then passed the technique on to his parents. After a moment, they spoke in unison. "Minato, I will practice the unique heavenly flame technique. Kushina, I will cultivate the dustless frost and snow method." This left Naruto a bit confused. What was going on? Logically, given his mother's fiery temper, she should be practicing the unique heavenly flame technique, as it has a fierce, aggressive nature, and the sword techniques are bold and straightforward, suitable for those who solve battles with strength. In contrast, the dustless frost and snow method is meticulous and subtle, like frost and snow falling silently, leaving traces everywhere, which is more suitable for those with great patience and endurance. Naruto said, "You can decide this." On the way back, Kushina suddenly asked, "What's going on between you and Tsunade-sensei?" Naruto spat out and turned his head, saying, "Mom, what do you mean?" Kushina replied irritably, "You brat, I'm an experienced person. Even a blind person can see the way Tsunade-sensei looks at you." Minato scratched his head and smiled, saying, "I didn't notice." Kushina, get lost. You're just a blind man. Chapter 132. The dowry of Senju Hashirama Tsunade returned to the courtyard with her grandfather and Shinjiro. Shinjiro asked in confusion, "Sister, aren't we in Konoha?" He was sure that this was not the land of fire. Tsunade said, "Shinjiro, a lot has happened over the years. We are now in the land of Flame Dragon, which was once the land of tea. I have also defected from Konoha and joined the Qianlong organization." "What?" Senju Shinjiro exclaimed, then asked, "Sister, why?" Senju Hashirama gently patted Shinjiro's head and said kindly, "Shinjiro, Konoha has decayed, completely decayed." Tsunade recounted everything that had happened over the years, especially about the Senju clan, the decline of the clan, and the darkness of Konoha, all revealed before Shinjiro. Senju Shinjiro's inner world collapsed. He never expected that the Konoha he had sworn to protect was so dirty, and Sarutobi Hiruzen was so insidious and cruel. Senju Hashirama softly comforted his grandson. "Shinjiro, there is nothing to accept. Since it has decayed, we will rebuild it." As he said this, a glimmer of light flickered in Senju Hashirama's eyes, as if he had made some kind of decision. Tsunade was taken aback and then asked, "Grandfather, are you going back to Konoha?" Returning to the land of fire would inevitably lead to a rift with the land of Flame Dragon, which she was unwilling to see. Senju Hashirama smiled slightly and nodded. "Little Tsunade, I know what you mean. You hope I will join the land of Flame Dragon. But the land of fire is our homeland. The people of the land of fire are still suffering. So I have decided to regain control of Konoha, rule the land of fire, and merge it into the land of Flame Dragon, as a dowry for that brat Naruto." He decided to help Naruto and wanted to see what the world would be like if it followed Naruto's ideals. Tsunade's face flushed, and she shyly said, "Grandfather." At that moment, Tsunade was completely like a little girl, even acting spoiled. Senju Hashirama, though a bit foolish, was an elder who had lived for decades. How could he not see his granddaughter's feelings? He said, "That kid Naruto is not bad. He is someone worth entrusting." Only at that moment did Senju Shinjuro understand, shocked. He exclaimed, "Sister, do you like that boy?" This was his proud area. He was born before Naruto, so he was indeed Naruto's elder. Senju Hashirama affectionately patted Shinjuro's little head and said, "Shinjuro, you need to train hard. Even I, your grandfather, cannot defeat Uzumaki Naruto." Shinjuro questioned, "Grandfather, really? He is only about 15 or 16 years old. Is he really that strong?" Senju Hashirama said, "There is no doubt about it. Although he is young, he has created a martial way that dominates the ninja world and is stronger than ninjutsu cultivation. Therefore, Shinjuro, you should also join the Qianlong Academy, cultivate martial arts, and revive the Senju clan." Shinjuro said, "I will definitely train hard." With his grandfather saying so, he believed that this martial way must be very strong. After all, his grandfather was once the strongest in the ninja world. "Tsunade-sama." The courtyard door opened, and Shizen walked in. She was now a teacher at the medical academy, and there were quite a few classes each day, but she always found time to accompany Tsunade. Upon entering, Shizen noticed a few more people and looked over. Her whole body excited and straightened, tremblingly saying, "I've met Lord Hashirama." How lucky she was to meet the legendary god of ninjas. She was so excited she could hardly contain herself. Senju Hashirama smiled and said, "Little girl, don't be nervous. You must be little Tsunade's apprentice." Shizen replied, "Yes, yes." Then she saw Senju Shinjuro and immediately greeted him. "Young Master Shinjuro." Senju Shinjuro said, "Hello, sister." Shizen felt it was somewhat unreal. Weren't Lord Hashirama and young Master Shinjuro dead? But now they were here, alive. It couldn't be fake. Was she dreaming? Shizen pinched herself, and it hurt. It wasn't a dream. Tsunade said to Shizen, "Shizen, Naruto has revived grandfather and my little brother." "What? The means of Lord Dragon King? Then there's no problem." Shizen immediately calmed down. In their hearts, Uzumaki Naruto was omnipotent. There was nothing he could not do. Tsunade said, "Grandfather, you should discuss this matter with Naruto. He has many ideas and can come up with better solutions according to the situation." Senju Hashirama said, "Don't worry, I will naturally talk to him about this. And also mention your marriage." Tsunade shyly replied, "Grandfather." Shizen remained calm. She knew her teacher had moved on from the past because of Lord Dragon King. Overcoming her blood phobia and developing feelings for him was understandable. Senju Hashirama asked, "Little Tsunade, how many people did that monkey bring from Konoha to the battlefield this time?" Senju Hashirama's fondness for Sarutobi Hiruzen had completely dropped to freezing point, almost to the level of hatred. He would feel very sad for the deaths of the first Hokage and the citizens of Konoha. Tsunade said, "According to the information we received, only over 100 ninjas left Konoha, most of whom are from the Nara and Sarutobi clans. However, he recruited several hundred ninjas from the Land of Fire, but all of them died in this battle." Senju Hashirama's eyes turned cold. "Damn, how despicable." Tsunade said, "Grandfather, this is thanks to your keen eye that made Kakashi the 5th Hokage. He united the Nara, Hyuga, Akimichi clans, etc. to come together. Sarutobi Hiruzen regained the Hokage position, but there was no one available to use, which is why the losses were so low." Senju Hashirama said, "It's a pity that if Tobirama had been Hokage after him, Konoha wouldn't be in such a situation, and Naruto might have been a part of Konoha." Tsunade sighed. "Konoha's talents can't be limited to him alone. Unfortunately, they have all been harmed. Konoha White Fang, Hatake Sakumo, was not inferior to Minato, but he was abandoned by his own people and died tragically." Senju Hashirama said, "So this means that Minato's abilities are quite good." Tsunade nodded. "His strength is above mine, above Sarutobi Hiruzen, and can be said to be exceptionally talented. However, he died too young. If he hadn't died, Konoha under his leadership would probably not have a land of Flame Dragon." Senju Hashirama's anger rose, and he said in a low voice, "Damn monkey, stupid, extremely stupid. If we had Uzumaki Naruto, Konoha would surely be remembered for eternity." When Konan saw Yahiko, her cold face turned warm with a smile. Her family had returned. In Xiaonan's place, the Vortex Nagato and Yahiko are everything to her. The three of them sit together, reminiscing about the past, sharing their experiences over the years, and discussing the future. At this moment, their path ahead is filled with sunshine. Chapter 133. Confession with Senju Hashirama. Senju Hashirama temporarily does not intend to return to Konoha village. He wants to cultivate martial arts, experience the path of martial arts. And after achieving success in his training, he will return to Konoha village. The training speed of the few is extraordinary. They were all revived due to the infusion of Hashirama's cell fluid and possess Hashirama's cells, giving them very high potential. Of course, if we talk about the strongest, it must be Senju Hashirama. In 1 month, he refined chakra, reaching the peak of the returning origin realm. Although most of the chakra in ninjutsu training is contained in the physical blood of the village, the meridians will also be filled with chakra during training. So breakthroughs for Hashirama and the others happen quickly. Although he was once a legendary ninja, just a step away from the power of the six paths, unfortunately, the great unity realm of martial arts cannot be broken through just by having more true essence. It requires continuous comprehension and alignment with the world to break through. Although Senju Hashirama is now at the peak of the returning origin realm, his purity, compared to Naruto and Shisui, is somewhat lacking. However, his strength should not be underestimated. Even the current Shisui is not his opponent. In terms of comprehension, Senju Hashirama has already reached a great level of mastery in 1 month, which is truly remarkable. To arm Senju Hashirama, Naruto gave him the other eye of Neji's father and 1 Sharingan. This way, with Senju Hashirama's training, it will take several years to evolve the 2 eyes. Fortunately, Senju Hashirama is the reincarnation of a Shura from the past. After practicing the soul technique, his Sharingan has jumped to the level of the eternal Mangekyō Sharingan. Orochimaru, Gaara, and Hyuga Neji returned to the Land of Wind to begin planning for the Wind Country. Naruto had it easy this time. He laid out his thoughts on the development policy of the Land of Fire in front of his father and handed over the position of the Land of Fire to him. Another month passed, and Senju Hashirama came to find Naruto. Naruto said, "Old man Hashirama, are you going back to the Hidden Leaf Village?" Hashirama Senju replied, "That's one reason. And another thing, you brat, what do you have to say about your relationship with Sakura? Don't try to play dumb with me." As for Naruto, he agreed. The age difference wouldn't matter. With their vitality, living for a few hundred years, who would care? With such a large base, who would mind a 30 or 40 years of difference? Naruto is 15 years old now and can get married and have children. Naruto didn't say anything at first, but after a while, he spoke. "Old man Hashirama, I will also be honest with you. Once I have completed my training, it is inevitable that I will leave here. Even though I have a sense of belonging here, I still want to go back to the present world." Senju Hashirama said, "All right, go ahead." Naruto said, "Old man Hashirama, the world we live in is just a small universe. There are greater universes, supreme universes, 3,000 universes, and primordial universes above it. Once one's strength breaks through to the limit, one can break the barrier of the universe and enter other universes, which can also be considered as achieving immortality." This was naturally something Naruto made up. He didn't know about the differentiation of the outside world, but he had read quite a few novels in his past life, so he could easily fabricate some ideas. Hashirama Senju replied, "So you will leave?" Naruto nodded. "I yearn for the pinnacle of martial arts. As my strength increases, even if I don't break through this cosmic barrier, this world will not keep me. If my power is too strong, it will disrupt the balance of heaven and earth." Tsunade's life has been full of hardships. Giving her hope will also bring her despair. Senju Hashirama pondered for a moment before saying, "In 3 days, we will leave Konoha together." Naruto said, "Okay." Senju Hashirama didn't say anything more and flew away. Tsunade, seeing her grandfather return, asked, "Grandfather, when do you plan to leave?" She knew her grandfather was going to find Naruto to return to Konoha. Senju Hashirama said, "There's no rush on this matter, little Tsunade, let's have a chat." Tsunade replied, "All right." The two sat in the courtyard, and Tsunade made tea. Senju Hashirama asked, "Little Tsunade, you have feelings for Naruto. Are you ready to accept what society has to say? By generation, Naruto is 2 generations above you." Tsunade was taken aback. She remembered her grandfather was very supportive of her relationship with Naruto. So why was he changing his tune now? Tsunade said, "Grandfather, I'm not afraid." Her voice was firm. With Naruto in her heart, she was ready to accept the opinions of the world. Senju Hashirama said, "But little Tsunade, this will be very tiring for you." Tsunade replied, "Tiring? Is it more tiring than the past? In the past, I gave up on myself, living without knowing why. Yet I could only stubbornly continue living." Senju Hashirama knew his granddaughter had a hard life and said, "Little Tsunade, you have worked hard these years." Tsunade smiled and softly said, "Grandfather, I've already let go of the past. I want to live well in the present. Senju Hashirama was holding onto his last insistence, saying, "But little Tsunade, Naruto will not only have you." Tsunade said, "I know, every day, and their Hinata from Konoha, their hearts are all with Naruto. I believe we will get along well." Senju Hashirama stopped persuading his granddaughter and simply said, "In 3 days, I will meet Naruto in Konoha and will also bring back Nagashi." Tsunade laughed and said, "Grandfather, do you want to train Nagashi to be the Hokage of Konoha?" Senju Hashirama replied, "Not Hokage. The title of Hokage is gone. From now on it will be called Village Chief. Here is Qianlong, so it will be called Yinlong, all under the jurisdiction of Yanlong." Tsunade said, "Grandfather, conquering the land of fire is not easy." Senju Hashirama laughed and said, "Actually, Madara's idea back then was correct. He was just too ruthless, leaving behind a notorious reputation, not gaining the support of the people." Tsunade said, "So you want to learn from Naruto? To have compassion amidst ruthlessness, and to show leniency beneath the bloodshed." Naruto's approach is like this. Those powerful feudal lords, if they do not act according to the policy, should be killed directly, and their crimes should be made public, subjecting them to public condemnation. Senju Hashirama said, "Tsunade, there's one more thing. Naruto is lenient towards the common people. He has allowed them to live prosperous lives, and that is his path to success." Tsunade replied, "This is the path to peace. He has elevated the people's awareness. Even if Hiruzen Sarutobi comes, he cannot sway public opinion. The common people will think for themselves, knowing right from wrong, able to discern good and evil. If this were in Konoha, so many people wouldn't have died." Speaking of Hiruzen Sarutobi, Senju Hashirama became very angry and said, "I will settle this account with him properly later. This time, when we go back, the Sarutobi clan must change their ways, otherwise, they should get out of Konoha." Tsunade mourned for Hiruzen Sarutobi. In her memory, her grandfather rarely got angry. Hiruzen Sarutobi had already touched Hashirama's bottom line, but it was self-inflicted, so it was deserved. Senju Hashirama failed to persuade Tsunade and no longer cared. He would let things develop as they would. He believed that Naruto, with his rationality, would handle this matter well. Chapter 134. There is white Zetsu in Konoha. 3 days later, Naruto, Senju Hashirama, and Senju Rokutree left the Flame Dragon City and headed to Konoha Village. Due to the previous battle, those close to the Flame Dragon Starfire Peninsula's feudal lord directly rebelled against the Fire Country and joined the Flame Dragon Country. In particular, those who escaped from Sea City Town had previously visited Sea City Town and understood that the Dragon King did not want to occupy their city, but did not want them to sacrifice. They were very grateful to Naruto and joined the Flame Dragon Country without any psychological burden. Naruto incorporates the concepts of province and city, making this place the Yelong Province, with the provincial capital being Longhu City. The resources developed from Xingho Land and Yanlong Land are transported to Yelong Province, and life here is becoming better and better. Naruto and the others paused in midair to observe a lot, which further solidified Senju Hashirama's thoughts. After 3 hours, Naruto and the others arrived at Konoha Village. Naruto expanded his consciousness and sensed Kakashi's location. With the two companions, he flashed and landed in Kakashi's office. Kakashi was startled and immediately took a defensive stance. Naruto said, "Kakashi-sensei, long time no see." Kakashi relaxed, knowing who had come. It had been more than 3 years since he had heard that title. The Dragon King, Naruto Uzumaki, the strongest ninja in the world, had settled the war with his dual swords and a technique. If he wanted to kill, Kakashi wouldn't even have a chance to resist. As the Dragon King arrived, Kakashi was about to greet him when he saw Hashirama Senju, and he immediately said, "Lord Hashirama." Hashirama Senju nodded. "Kakashi, you are doing well. Konoha is in a good state now, but unfortunately, the foundation of Konoha has been disrupted by Sarutobi Hiruzen." Kakashi replied, "Thank you for the compliment, Lord Hashirama." He had already realized that Hashirama Senju was not a reincarnation, but a true flesh and blood being. Hashirama smiled slightly and said, "I have been revived, along with Tobirama." Kakashi's pupils constricted. Revived? How is this possible? He couldn't believe it. Yet both Hashirama and Tobirama were right in front of him. Hashirama said, "Kakashi, nothing is impossible. I have heard of your father, Konoha's White Fang, a once-renowned ninja who established a great reputation for Konoha. If you think it through, seek out Naruto. He can revive your father." Kakashi's pupils suddenly widened, and he stared intently at Naruto, seemingly seeking a confirming answer. Naruto said, "Indeed, it can be done, but there are conditions. The condition is loyalty to the flame dragon. Absolutely no betrayal, and it is limited to your father alone. If you save a bunch of people, it will really tire him out, and besides, if this continues, the timeline will really be in chaos. Senju Hashirama did not give Kakashi a chance to decide, saying, Kakashi, agree. I have now also joined the Flame Dragon organization. I came back this time to lead Konoha and the Land of Fire into the Flame Dragon Kingdom. In the Flame Dragon Kingdom, I see hope for peace. Kakashi was once again stunned. He did not expect Lord Hashirama to make such a decision and hand over the results of his hard work. Naturally, Kakashi was tempted. He had a good impression of the Flame Dragon Kingdom in the past, and Uchiha Shursui had even invited him before. Moreover, his good friends were also in the Flame Dragon Kingdom, which seemed like a good place to settle down. At that moment, Naruto narrowed his eyes and shouted, This king is here. Do you dare to be reckless? As he spoke, he pulled two people out of space. These were two ninjas from Konoha. Before Kakashi could say anything, Naruto continued, What, in front of this king, do you still not show your true forms? Kakashi wanted to speak, as these two were indeed ninjas from Konoha. However, he was stopped by Senju Hashirama. The two had not yet revealed their true forms and were only looking at Naruto in fear. Naruto's soul trembled, and the two immediately transformed into two white figures. Kakashi's pupils widened in shock as he asked, What kind of monster is this? Senju Hashirama said, Naruto, is this the white Zetsu you mentioned? Naruto said, Yes. This is white Zetsu. His strength is quite average. Senju Hashirama replied, Chunin level strength, among tens of thousands, it's quite a hassle to deal with. Moreover, it can disguise itself as an ordinary person, making it hard to guard against. If it weren't for his Byakugan, he wouldn't be able to see through it. At the same time, he also understood the gap between himself and Naruto even more clearly. Even his former self would just be a joke in front of Naruto. Naruto asked the two white Zetsus, Did Uchiha Bito send you here? Kakashi's body trembled, and he asked, Naruto, what did you say? Uchiha Bito? Naruto said, Oh, I forgot. Well, let me tell you, your former life and death partner is not dead. He was saved. His name is Uchiha Bito. Under Uchiha Bito's scheme, he witnessed you kill Rin, which twisted his mind and changed him into a different person. The Night of the Nine Tails was when he stole my mother, and he controlled the Nine Tails to attack Konoha. Kakashi said, Wasn't Uchiha Bito killed by Lord Hashirama? Senju Hashirama said, He must have used a trick to fake his death and deceive the world. One of the Zetsus on the left said, As expected of the Dragon King, Naruto Uzumaki. The Zetsu on the right said, Truly powerful. He can even discover us. Naruto, it's because you got too close. Left white Zetsu. Did you recognize Tobi's identity? Right white Zetsu. He has hidden his identity for all these years, and no one has ever suspected it. Not even the members of Akatsuki. Naruto said, Indeed, it's me. You've already moved out. Has Madara been revived? Has Obito's Rinnegan evolved into the Rinnegan? And did someone give him a Rinnegan? Left white Zetsu. Naruto Uzumaki. How do you know this? Right white Zetsu. Reviving Madara. Besides Black Zetsu and us, there's also Obito no one knows. Naruto said, I know a lot. More than you can imagine, such as the origin of Kagaya, your goals, the Sage of Six Paths, and so on. It seems that Uchiha Madara has not yet been resurrected. Perhaps his Rinnegan has not evolved yet. Can this spore technique-derived white Zetsu send messages back? If Madara awakens, he should put in some effort. His old rival has already been revived. If he doesn't work hard, he might be surpassed by Senju Hashirama. The left white Zetsu said, Lord Hashirama has returned. Is he going to take control of Konoha again? The right white Zetsu said, Or is it for revenge against Sarutobi Hiruzen? Senju Hashirama said, In the Land of Flame, I saw the future. I want to merge Konoha into the Yuanlong. I wonder if you're happy about that? Happy? If that could make us happy, it would be absurd. A god of the ninja world has joined the Land of Flame. This news will surely shake the entire ninja world. Naruto said, Kakashi-sensei, I'll leave them to you. I'm going to find some old friends to chat with. Chapter 135. Hinata Hyuga's Byakugan evolved into a Tensigan. Naruto entered Konoha village without anyone noticing. This is also because, in Konoha, no one could sense his presence. Nara Shikamaru and Akimichi Choji were together. Choji was eating while Shikamaru was pretending to nap, and the two of them were chatting casually. Naruto's body fell into the courtyard, and he said, Shikamaru, I don't remember telling you to lie down like a salted fish before, right? Hearing Naruto's voice, Shikamaru jumped up from the reclining chair, and the food in Choji's hands fell to the ground. The two looked at Naruto, their bodies unable to hide their excitement. Naruto said, What's wrong? Have you forgotten me after just a few years? Naruto! Choji called out, and then he lunged toward Naruto. Whoa! Naruto shouted, and then he was tightly pinned to the ground by Choji. Soon, Shikamaru also pressed down on him, and the three of them tumbled together. After a while of chaos, they finally got up. Choji handed Naruto a bag of snacks and said, Naruto, did you come alone? Naruto said, there are two more people, your first Hokage and his grandson. Shikamaru joyfully replied, has Lord Hashirama and Lady Tsunade returned as well? Originally, Shikamaru was worried that Sarutobi Hiruzen would cause trouble in Konoha and how to protect the village, but now that the first Hokage and Lady Tsunade have returned, it will surely stabilize people's hearts. No matter what means Sarutobi Hiruzen employs, his return will be of no use. The first Hokage is the faith of Konoha. Choji also asked, Naruto, this time Lord Hashirama will last for quite a while, right? Naruto said, Old Man Hashirama has been resurrected, not through Edo Tensei, but as a living, breathing person. Second, it's not Tsunade who's back, it's Senju Rope Tree. He has also been resurrected. Shikamaru thought of something and asked, Naruto, what about the fourth Hokage? Naruto said, this is natural. I am now a child with a father and mother. Shikamaru and CHG both said, congratulations, Naruto. They felt happy for Naruto, knowing he would no longer be alone. Naruto asked, Ino, CHG, why do you want to join the Flame Dragon Kingdom? Both Shikamaru and CHG fell silent. Do they want to join the Flame Dragon Kingdom? Naturally they do. They know quite a bit about the Flame Dragon Kingdom and have many playmates there. But they are currently residents of Konoha Village, citizens of the Land of Fire, and cannot join the Flame Dragon Kingdom. Shikamaru said, Naruto, I need to discuss this with my father. If he agrees, then I will join the Flame Dragon Kingdom. If it weren't for having a home here, they would have joined the Flame Dragon Kingdom long ago. CHG said, it's quite difficult. He seemed a bit restless, munching on snacks vigorously. Naruto smiled slightly and said, Shikamaru, Choji, if Senju Hashirama merges the village with the Flame Dragon, it will also mean that the Land of Fire will be transformed into the territory of the Flame Dragon Nation. What will you choose? Choji asked, is this true, Naruto? Shikamaru also fixed his gaze on Naruto, seeking a definite answer. Naruto said, Old Man Hashirama has already joined the Flame Dragon Kingdom, turning the Land of Fire into the territory of the Flame Dragon Kingdom. The main headquarters of the Hidden Dragon will also move here. The Land of Fire must be taken, and there is no room for negotiation on this matter. Shikamaru replied happily, Good, good. In fact, over the past few years, they have already felt that the Land of Fire has slowly formed a trend of martial arts cultivation. In the Flame Dragon Kingdom, everyone practices martial arts, and there are no restrictions on basic martial arts cultivation methods. The basic techniques have naturally leaked out, and the power of martial arts surpasses that of ninjutsu cultivation, especially for those who cannot practice ninjutsu, but can indeed cultivate martial arts. This has illuminated their path, especially in the regions where the Flame Dragon Kingdom's peninsula, Sparkland, borders the Land of Fire, where the enthusiasm for martial arts cultivation is slowly approaching that of ninjutsu. Even though the feudal lords from various places are suppressing it, the effect is minimal and cannot be truly suppressed. It is impossible to keep an eye on everything 24/7, and there will always be times of laxity. If the suppression is too harsh, they will directly move into the Flame Dragon. Naruto also had a beaming smile as he said, Shikamaru, do you know that ever since we first met, I've been thinking about you? Shikamaru didn't understand. Naruto, what do you mean? Choji also didn't get it and asked, what do you mean by having your eye on Shikamaru? What for? If we're talking about strength, Shikamaru is capable now, but compared to many others in the Land of Flames, he still falls a bit short. Naruto said, Choji, the strongest thing about Shikamaru isn't his strength but this. He nodded as he spoke. Choji agreed. Yeah, that's true. Shikamaru is really smart. Naruto said, he has a few flaws. Shikamaru, he's afraid of trouble. Naruto, you could also say it's being lazy. Shikamaru rolled his eyes and said helplessly, you two have had enough. Is it fun to tease me? Choji, yes. Naruto, it's boring. Who is teasing you? Shikamaru, Naruto said, it's been a long time since we exercised together. Let's go to the riverbank. Choji's eyes brightened, and he said, sure. I love Naruto's grilled fish. Shikamaru smiled and said, we need to bring some drinks. Naruto said, this is possible. Choji said, Naruto, go inform Hinata and Sakura that we will meet by the riverbank. Naruto, all right. The safety of Konoha is now almost entirely guarded by Shikamaru, Choji, Sakura, and Hinata. As long as nothing happens, Sakura stays at home most of the time, often training. Sakura Haruno is completely different from her original character. In the original, she was quite the violent type, only becoming gentler later on after becoming a wife. But now, Sakura only shows her violent side during battles. Otherwise, she is very gentle, like a warm-hearted big sister, and has a certain heroic beauty that makes her quite popular. Sakura has also comprehended the concept of gravity, and she has already stepped into the first level of conceptual power. With her innate strength and the enhancement from her concept, she can fight against super shadow ninjas. She's reached the peak of the first level. Sakura, you are working very hard. Naruto sat silently on the wall, waiting for a moment before he spoke. Sakura Haruno had fully integrated the bear-killing fist and even developed a punch of her own, the mighty angry bear. The sound resonated in her mind, etched deep in her heart. After not hearing it for years, Sakura almost lost her breath. She turned her head to look at Naruto, who was smiling on the wall, and her whole heart trembled. Using all her strength, she suppressed the emotions inside her and said, "Naruto." Her voice was choked with emotion, completely familiar, filled with longing, as if she had repeated it thousands of times. Naruto said, "Sakura, you go to the riverbank first. I'll go notify Hinata." Sakura seemed to be unable to think for herself at that moment, just nodding and saying, "Oh, okay," with a few quick movements. Naruto landed in the Hyuga clan's territory and walked straight into Hisashi Hyuga's house. Hisashi wasn't very fond of Naruto's arrival. He felt like this pig was coming to plunder his cabbages. Naruto said, "Hisashi, what's with that look in your eyes?" Hyuga Hisashi replied, "Hinata is at a crucial moment of her breakthrough." Naruto said, "Don't start. Hinata's eyes have evolved into the Tensigen, and she is currently sleeping." "What breakthroughs are you talking about?" Chapter 136 Tensigen to Rinnegan. Hyuga Hisashi said, "Kid, let's go. Hinata doesn't want to see you." Naruto revealed his white teeth and said, "Oh, Hinata is here." As soon as he finished speaking, they heard the sound of Hinata's hurried footsteps, and Hisashi Hyuga's face darkened. This ability to transmit sound was effortless. Click! The door opened, and Hinata still showed no change, standing at the entrance. She looked at Naruto, tears of joy brimming in her eyes, her breath and energy completely uncontrollable. She had just heard Naruto's voice and thought it was an illusion because she had seen Naruto's figure several times before, believing this time was also an illusion. When she heard Naruto say he was with her father, she hurriedly ran over. Upon seeing the person she had been longing for, she relaxed her mind and fainted. She had been fine seeing him before. Why had it returned to this state now? Naruto pulled her over with one hand and supported her. Hinata said, "You're a troublemaker." "Naruto, old man, I am now a world-renowned master in the ninja world, so speak properly." Hyuga Hisashi sat down, and Naruto also let Hinata sit down, waking her up in the process. Hinata said happily, "Naruto-kun." Naruto said, "This is not an illusion, it's real. Look at your father's face, it's so dark." As soon as those words were spoken, Hinata's face darkened even more. This kid, if he couldn't win, he would definitely teach him a lesson. Hinata, being a filial child, completely ignored Naruto's words. In her eyes and heart, there was only love. Naruto sat down at a distance, seemingly together, but actually separated by a chasm. Hinata didn't know why, but her heart felt heavy. She just felt very sad, as if her heart was being torn apart. Hyuga Hisashi furrowed his brows and asked, "Naruto, do you have important business in Konoha?" Naruto said, "Oh, I guess it's an important matter. I'm accompanying Lord Hashirama back. He wants to become the Hokage of Konoha again, so he will be considered the village leader from now on." Hinata Hisashi asked in confusion, "This time, has Lord Hashirama's existence lasted longer due to the reincarnation of dirt?" Naruto said, "It's not just longer, but it's a complete resurrection, a thorough resurrection." Hinata Hisashi said in disbelief, "Resurrection? Are you sure?" Naruto said, "He is now in Kakashi's office. You can go take a look." Hinata suppressed the shock in his heart, shook his head and said, "I will go back, but not now. I have to watch you." Naruto smiled slightly and said, "Don't worry, Hinata will be back before dark." As soon as he said this, Hisashi Hyuga's face darkened even more, while Hinata sat calmly, lost in thought. Naruto said, "There's one more thing, you all decide." Hinata Hisashi couldn't help but feel a surge of anger and alertness in his heart. A thought arose in his mind, that is, Naruto was trying to target Hinata's Byakugan. He asked in a slightly heavy voice, "Naruto, are you trying to get the Byakugan?" Naruto calmly said, "Yes." Hinata Hisashi was furious, stood up, and shouted, "Get out, get out." It seemed that the head of the clan was so angry that the surrounding ninjas quietly surrounded them. Hinata was shocked and hurriedly said, "Father, please don't be anxious." Please don't be anxious, Naruto-kun. Before she could finish her sentence, Hayashi Hyuga said in a deep voice, Hinata, you go back first. His voice was authoritative and left no room for doubt. With tears in her eyes, Hinata softly said, Father. Hayashi interrupted again. If you still consider me your father, then go down. Naruto smiled and said, Hinata, you go ahead and head to the riverbank. Sakura and the others are there. I'll have a chat with the old man. After saying this, Naruto turned his head, and the Rinnegan in his eyes began to spin, leaving Hyuga Hayashi momentarily dazed. Sigh, this twisted fate. It's an opportunity to distort my own image and lower my status in Hinata's heart. This is a good thing. Hinata looked at her father, wondering if he would let her go out. Hyuga Hayashi said, Go ahead. Hinata glanced at Naruto, who smiled gently at her and said, I'll be there shortly. Hinata replied, Okay. She felt something was off, but couldn't quite put her finger on it, so she opened the door and left. After Hinata left, Hyuga Hayashi exclaimed in horror, What have you done? Naruto said, You can't see this? This is naturally the ability of the Rinnegan to control puppets. As long as one's mental strength is strong enough, one can control others as puppets. Hyuga Hizashi coldly replied, What do you want to do? Unless the Hyuga clan is completely wiped out, you cannot obtain the Rinnegan. Upon hearing that Naruto wanted the Rinnegan, Hyuga Hizashi's heart exploded with anger. Naruto said, What are you worried about? It's just the Rinnegan, right? I don't have it. This puzzled Hinata Hizashi, and he asked, Then why do you say that? Naruto said, It's not just talk, you have to make decisions. Hinata Hizashi realized that it still required the Tenseigan. Naruto said, The leader of the Akatsuki organization is Nagato Uzumaki, and he now has a pair of Rinnegan. I was thinking about having them swap one eye with each other. Combining the two great eyes would make them even stronger. This time, Hinata's eyes lit up. The Rinnegan, being the ultimate evolution of the Uchiha clan, is naturally not inferior to the reincarnation eye. Indeed, as Naruto said, with the two eyes combined, Hinata's strength would surely increase significantly. However, Hinata was puzzled. This was originally a good thing, so why did Naruto want to do this? It could be said to be a win-win situation, yet he insisted on making it so awkward. Hinata asked, Why do you want to do this? Naruto pondered for a moment and simply said, I have comprehended the world and understood its rules. I have discovered that this universe is just a small one. Once I break through my limits, I can transcend and leave. This explanation was better. He couldn't reveal that he was a traveler from another world. He wanted to leave. He wanted to go back. Hinata Hizashi, hearing the last few words, interrupted, You want to transcend and leave. What about Hinata? Naruto smiled at Hinata and said, This is the reason. Hinata's body stiffened for a moment, and he asked, Why do you want to leave? Naruto said, Hyuga clan leader, would you be willing to have the power of the Sage of Six Paths? Hyuga Hizashi replied, Of course. Then he paused, realizing that no one in the ninja world would refuse to pursue such great power. After a while, he finally sighed and said, Naruto, you are right. Sigh. Knowing that it's not a good ending, cutting it off is a good thing. The future will be a long pain, but now it's a short pain. Naruto said, Hyuga clan leader, I have to tie you up. You must reveal it in front of Hinata. Hyuga Hizashi said, Okay. Chapter 137. Hinata's heartache. Naruto arrived at the riverbank, and everyone was already prepared. Choji said, All right, Naruto, are you slacking off? Naruto said, No, not really. It's just that you guys are too quick. I only delayed for a little while, and you already prepared everything. Choji shouted, Then what are you waiting for? Hurry up and grill the fish and shrimp. Naruto, all right, let's perform. Hinata looked over with her eyes, and Naruto gave her a reassuring glance, signaling her to be at ease. Sakura's sparkling eyes were fixed on Naruto. Her excitement was hard to contain. Then it was Choji's turn to perform. His appetite could only be described as terrifying. A fish was thrown into his mouth, and all that came out were bones, not a shred of meat left, leaving everyone dumbfounded. The five of them played carefree by the river until late at night, before heading home with joyful steps, though the time felt a bit short. When Hinata returned home, she was called over by Hayashi Hyuga. The joy on Hinata's face hadn't faded yet, and she asked, Father, did you call for me? Hayashi Hyuga said, Hinata, quickly, use your Tenseigan to break the puppet's power so I can regain my freedom. Hinata was puzzled, but she didn't notice that her father was being controlled by a force. She saw her eyes rotate and dispelled the puppet's power from Hayashi Hyuga. Hinata eagerly asked, Father, what's going on? Hayashi Hyuga replied angrily, What is going on? It's all because of Uzumaki Naruto. To obtain a Tenseigan, he used puppet techniques to control me, wanting to manipulate you. What a clever tactic, but he doesn't know that I have been training in martial arts, and my Tenseigan is about to evolve. allowing me to resist his puppet power. Thud! Hinata's heart felt like it was struck by a heavy hammer, filled with bitterness, repression, discomfort, and confusion. She collapsed to the ground, tears streaming down her face as she repeatedly asked herself, Naruto-kun, why? Why is this happening? A flash of pity crossed Hayashi's eyes. But for Hinata's future, he had to be resolute. He ordered, Hinata, from now on, you're not allowed to see Uzumaki Naruto. He further commanded that Hinata be taken away and locked up. Hayashi murmured, Hinata, don't blame your father. I am doing this for your own good. He sighed heavily. Uzumaki Naruto, a person full of love and righteousness, what a pity. With Hinata's current strength, she could fight against the former Senju Hashirama. How could this small room possibly restrain her? She couldn't understand. She needed to ask Naruto-kun why he did this. Using the power of her Tensigen, she controlled the guards, left the Hyuga clan, and, with a reminder of a kind-hearted person, headed to the hotel where Naruto was. Although it was late at night, Naruto was naturally still awake. He knew that Hinata would definitely come back to seek him. Naruto stepped out of his training and said, Have you come? Hinata arrived, and Naruto pretended to be innocent. Asking, Hinata, why are you here? Hinata weakly asked, Naruto-kun, why? Naruto was still confused and asked, What do you mean, why? Hinata felt a bit shaken. At this moment, the Naruto she had been thinking about was still playing dumb, which disappointed her greatly. Why did you have to control my father? Tears fell from Hinata's eyes, and her gaze was filled with sorrow. Naruto said somewhat coldly, So you've discovered it. It seems your pair of eyes has quite the ability, making my long-term planning worthwhile. Hinata, in disbelief, said, Naruto-kun, did you train me just for this reincarnation eye? Her eyes were fixed on Naruto, trying to see something in his eyes. But who is Naruto? His expression had long been perfected to a flawless state. How could she see through him? Of course. The Sharingan and Byakugan are the two great eyes of the ninja world. Naruto hadn't finished his sentence when Hinata interrupted, But Naruto-kun, didn't you also evolve your Rinnegan? Naruto paused for a moment and said, If it were in the past, I truly wouldn't care, but I have someone I love. And I want to give her the greatest help like the Sharingan, the Rinnegan, and Hashirama cells, etc. As soon as he said this, Hinata's heart shattered, crushed by Naruto's words. With her Rinnegan, she could fulfill the wishes of the one she loved. Hinata felt a tightness in her chest, her whole body trembling. And with tears streaming down her face, she said, Naruto-kun, this isn't true. It can't be true. Naruto said, I have no reason to lie to you. Cough, cough. Hinata started coughing loudly, faintly coughing out a bit of blood. Naruto suppressed the pain in his heart, showing no expression and a hint of coldness in his eyes. This scene struck Hinata's heart like a sharp blade, and she felt a deep pain, one that made it hard for her to breathe. She asked Naruto-kun, If I don't give it to you, would you still think of other ways? Naruto said, Of course, Nijis is also about to evolve his kin too. Hinata shook her head. We can't hurt Niji, brother. Naruto didn't speak, his eyes fixed on Hinata, still the same. 3 parts calm, 7 parts cold. Hinata knew that Naruto was letting her make a decision. She said, Okay, Naruto-kun has been very kind to me. My achievements today are all thanks to you, Naruto-kun. I just hope that you won't hurt the other members of the Hyuga family. Her voice was still so gentle. She felt very sad and heartbroken, but she couldn't muster even a bit of hatred in her heart. Even though Naruto had hurt her deeply at this moment, in her heart, he was still that passionate young man. Naruto said, You can rest assured about this. Having more Rinnegan is not of much use. Hinata replied, I hope Naruto-kun will keep his word. Naruto said, Although I can't say I'm a good person, I can still keep my promises. Hinata took action and dug out a pair of Rinnegan. The energy of the Rinnegan was fading, and once it was completely depleted, the eyes would degrade into ordinary Byakugan. Hinata quickly sealed it. She tossed the eyes to Naruto, forcing a faint smile, and said, Naruto-kun, I wish you well. At that moment, Naruto's heart trembled. He really was a jerk. But no matter how moved he felt, he had to do this. He was from the Dragon Nation. He had the Youming Wang bloodline, and he did not want to live in such a different dimensional world just for a mundane life. Naruto ignored Hinata's face covered in blood, his gaze fixed on the Rinnegan, and said, Thank you. This scene further stimulated Hinata, but she didn't say anything else and turned to leave unsteadily. As she left, Naruto also departed. He first informed Hayashi Hyuga to treat Hinata's injuries, then took off on a sword back to Flame Dragon City. Chapter 138. The unfathomable Naruto. When Hinata returned, Hayashi Hyuga first yelled at her in anger, then compassionately brought her back to her room. At the same time, he sent someone to invite Sakura Haruno. This was something that had been previously discussed with Naruto, to have Sakura come to comfort Hinata and explain what had happened. Killing two birds with one stone, Naruto's mind was terrifyingly clear, with each step seamlessly connected. After hearing Hayashi's account, Sakura felt a myriad of disbelief in her heart. But she couldn't find a single flaw. Hinata's eyes had been gouged out, and Naruto had also left Konoha. Hayashi said, "Sakura, you and Hinata are good friends. I hope you can persuade her well. I will find a way to heal her eyes." Sakura replied, "I will." In her heart, she thought that she must ask Naruto to clarify what exactly was going on. Naruto returned to Flame Dragon City and went to find Nagato. At that moment, Nagato, Yahiko, and Konan were training together. They were the closest people to each other in their hearts and did not want to be apart. Upon seeing Naruto arrive, the three of them stood up and greeted him. Naruto said, "Nagato, I'm here to exchange eyes with you." As he spoke, he opened his hand, and Hinata's Rinnegan lay in his palm. Naruto said, "This Rinnegan, I'll trade you for Sharingan." Yahiko replied, "The ultimate evolution of the Hyuga clan's Byakugan?" Naruto nodded and said, "Not bad." Yahiko then bowed again and said, "Thank you, Dragon King, for considering Nagato." Naruto said, "No need to be polite. We are all people of the Flame Dragon Country. I am about to go out for training, so I leave the Flame Dragon Country in your hands." Nagato replied, "Lord Dragon King, rest assured, we will definitely protect the Flame Dragon Country." After chatting with the three, Nagato painfully dug out his Sharingan and replaced it with the Rinnegan. After obtaining the Rinnegan, Naruto took Neji with him. On the way, Neji asked, "Lord Dragon King, are you taking me to Konoha?" Naruto said yes. Neji couldn't help but ask, "Is something wrong with the family?" Naruto said, "It's not that. I just need you to give it to Hinata." As he spoke, Naruto handed the eyes to Neji. Neji asked suspiciously, "Lord Dragon King, is this something you just gave to Hinata? Why do you want me to take it?" Naruto was silent for a moment, not knowing what he was thinking. Neji seemed to have thought of something and said, "Could it be that Lord Dragon King is shy?" Naruto scratched his head and calmly said, "This is the first time I'm giving a gift to a girl, so I'm not used to it." Neji replied, "Lord Dragon King, you don't have to worry. With Hinata's feelings for you, even if you gave her a Sharingan, she would be absolutely delighted." Naruto said, "But something happened. Hinata must hate me to death." Neji replied, "Lord Dragon King, you have to deliver this yourself to clear up the misunderstanding, right? Hinata is gentle and kind. She will forgive you." Naruto said, "That's true. Then let's go back." Neji replied, "I happen to have some training questions I need to ask you." On their way back, Naruto resolved many of Neji's doubts, helping him clarify a lot of complex issues. Naruto also talked about their recent trip back and the times they played by the river, reminiscing about the past. Naruto asked, "Do you remember Sasuke Uchiha?" Neji replied, "Of course, it's been a long time since I've seen him, and I don't know where he is now." Naruto said, "They must be imprisoned." Neji replied, "Are they our enemies?" Naruto said, "Besides them, there won't be anyone else. This time, Uchiha Itachi must have acted against us because he was threatened. Uchiha Itachi is a complete." Neji also said, "Itachi-senpai is clever and cunning, with extraordinary talent. He must have been caught with something, which is why he is acting this way. A while ago, I went to see him, and his mental state was still quite good." Naruto said, "This is nature. With a group of kids accompanying him, he's naturally doing quite well." Back in Flame Dragon City, Neji looked at Naruto's departing figure and said, "Even Lord Dragon King has his shortcomings." Naruto did not leave. He was in the sky. After watching for a while, he finally decided to leave. Naruto returned to Konoha and found Hashirama Senju. Hashirama asked, "Naruto, aren't you supposed to leave for your training?" Naruto said, "I've discovered something and need to stay for a few days." Senju Hashirama asked, "Is it a big deal?" Naruto smiled slightly. "It can be big or small. Oh man, just focus on reforming Konoha." Senju Hashirama asked, "What did you call me for?" Naruto took out the Sharingan and said, "Old man, I hope you pass this on to Hinata." Senju Hashirama replied, "This is the Rinnegan. For your little lover, you're really willing to part with it." There was a hint of dissatisfaction in his tone. "What's wrong? You don't think my granddaughter is good enough?" Naruto said, "Is there a problem with exchanging one Tenseigan for one Rinnegan?" Hashirama Senju confirmed. "Really?" Naruto said, "The little princess of the Hyuga clan is still lying in the hospital bed." Senju Hashirama asked, "Uzumaki Nagato?" Naruto nodded. "It can only be him." Naruto and Senju Hashirama had a discussion before Hashirama went to the Hyuga clan. Hyuga Hisashi, seeing the former deity, led him inside. He found Naruto somewhat difficult to understand. Didn't he say he wanted Neji to come? Senju Hashirama also went to see Hinata and gave her the Rinnegan. As for its origin, Hashirama told a lie. claiming he had snatched it from the Akatsuki. Hinata did not retaliate. It was common knowledge in the ninja world that the Akatsuki possessed Rinnegan, and with the strength of the god of ninja, it was easy to seize one. Once Hinata refined the Rinnegan, Naruto sent a message to Hyuga Hisashi to explain a few things before he flew back to Flame Dragon City on his sword. Naruto did not inform anyone. He was on an island, creating a shadow clone, mastering natural energy, and sealing this clone with his true essence. This clone's strength was not simple, possessing 70% of his main body's power, comparable to the current Nagato. As long as this clone was not shattered, it would not disappear unless the main body perished. He was currently in the Great Unity Realm, and to enhance his strength, he needed to comprehend the world and the essence of humanity. Staying in Flame Dragon City was not conducive to his improvement. This clone was his trump card to guard Flame Dragon City. Even if he were not present, it could face strong enemies without fear. Additionally, it was to monitor Flame Dragon City. Some people's hands were already reaching in secretly, and he needed to sever those connections. After completing all of this, Naruto disguised himself and left the Land of Fire. No one knew where he went. This frightened some people. With Uzumaki Naruto's strength, he would be unstoppable wherever he went, especially those like Uchiha Obito, who feared him the most. Naruto knew their secrets, while they were unaware of his depths, prompting them to relocate their base. In an unknown space, there was a person, a phantom. This person wore white robes, held a black staff, and had 9 symbols on his back. One, I was a Rinnegan, and the other was a Tenseigan with a whirlpool mark on his forehead. This was none other than the Sage of Six Paths, the ancestor of ninjas in the ninja world. At this moment, the Phantom was flexing the power of rules, probing the ninja world. After a while, the Phantom stopped. The Sage of Six Paths asked, "Can you locate Uzumaki Naruto?" The Phantom shook his head and replied, "No. The martial arts rules have grown stronger, and Uzumaki Naruto is under their protection, making him untraceable. Furthermore, Naruto has now mastered the power of rules and can disguise himself with it, making him even harder to track. However, I can assure you that Uzumaki Naruto is still in the Land of Flame. Besides him, no one possesses such sword energy." The Sage of Six Paths said, "That's good. The future direction of the ninja world has been completely disrupted by Uzumaki Naruto." Alas, the Phantom said, "Now it's not just the direction. As martial arts rapidly develop, the way of ninjas will surely perish." The Sage of Six Paths asked, "Can you use martial arts techniques to deduce ninja techniques?" The Phantom excitedly replied, No, absolutely not." This puzzled the Sage of Six Paths, who asked, "Why?" The Phantom said, "This world belongs solely to ninja techniques. No other powers can exist here, or this void will shatter, and everyone will die, and the ninja world will cease to exist." The Sage of Six Paths inquired, "Is it that serious?" The Phantom replied, "It's even more serious than that. The power sustaining this world is the rules of the way of ninjas. If the rules of the way of ninjas disappear, there will be no power to support this world." The Sage of Six Paths felt something strange, yet he could not articulate it. However, he still believed it to some extent, because he had witnessed some unknown powers that could shake the heavens and earth with a wave of their hand, intertwining natural forces to cause landslides and earthquakes, something that could not be achieved by merely cultivating ninja techniques to their utmost. The Phantom said, "Uzumaki Naruto should be in seclusion training in Flame Dragon City. You need to be careful while in Flame Dragon City, as this is a piece that was hard to place." The Sage of Six Paths reassured, "Rest assured, there will be no problems." At this moment, Naruto had transformed into a wandering person, appearing to be in his 30s, with a masculine complexion, dressed in ancient robes. Accompanied by another, Naruto arrived in the Land of Stone, a land of bandits. Naruto stepped into the town, immediately attracting the attention of many people, with 7 or 8 out of 10 pairs of eyes focused on him. Naruto calmly led the horse, ignoring everyone's gaze. He walked to a wall and stopped. Looking at the wanted poster on the wall, Naruto murmured, "Strange, where did this guy come from?" The wanted poster on the wall was indeed the 5-inch nail from the original work. Naruto was surprised because this 5-inch nail was originally from the Land of Tea and had committed a theft, which is why he escaped to the Land of Stone. But in the current land of Yanlong, was it still necessary? Moreover, this was a task from a long time ago. It had been several years, and the task had not changed. 5-inch nail was still around. Shaking his head, Naruto walked towards the Asia Hotel in town. He handed his horse over to the attendant and asked the manager for a room to stay in. As Naruto took out his money, many people squinted their eyes, secretly focusing on him. Naruto murmured to himself, there's still people robbing. By the way, Naruto asked, "Boss, I want to inquire about something." The boss replied, "Please go ahead, but it won't be cheap." Naruto didn't say anything and took out several silver coins, placing them on the table. However, a scene from history is always eerily similar. A person stepped forward, walked up to Naruto, grabbed his hand, and said, "Carrying so much money is unsafe. Let me take care of it for you. You don't have to worry about its safety. In my hands, it won't go anywhere. There are bad people all over this town. Be careful not to get buried." At that moment, at a table to the left, 3 people were sitting, and one of them said, "Hey, are you still playing?" One had long hair and looked like a street punk. Another was bald with a small tuft of hair, bare-chested. Clearly not a good person. The last one also had long hair tied back with a headband, revealing his right eye, and he looked even less like a good person. I have to say, this bald guy was quite arrogant. He turned his head and said, "Wait, I'll be right back. I have money now." If he knew that the person being robbed in front of him was the #1 ninja in the current world, the Dragon King Naruto Uzumaki, I wonder what he would feel. He turned to Naruto and said, "Kid, let go." Naruto said, "Uncle, do you know what you're doing? Robbing in broad daylight is an even greater crime." The bald man angrily replied, "Brat, let go." Naruto smiled slightly, casually slapped the bald man, and he flew out. Before he could react, Naruto kicked him again, sending him flying out of the hotel. This was Naruto trying hard to restrain his own strength, not to mention his true energy. Even a hint of his aura could crush him. The bald man, flying out of the hotel, felt a burning pain in his chest, coughing continuously as if he was about to cough up bile, with blood spilling everywhere. Naruto said, "You just won't listen. By all rights, you should be grateful to me for living this long. After all these years, you still want to seek suffering." People around him stood up in unison, with only a very few remaining seated and motionless. Naruto said with a smile, "What? Do you want to gang up on me?" As soon as he finished speaking, one person's knife was already aimed horizontally at Naruto, seemingly ready to cut off his head with a single strike. Naruto said, "You're not even a ninja. What gives you the courage to make a move against me?" Naruto snatched the blade from his hand, gripped it tightly, and slapped it against his face, sending him flying. Naruto didn't stop. His chakra spread out with the blade in his hand. He saw that everyone who stood up was sent flying by his sword. He threatened, "You guys. Today it's a small punishment for a big lesson. I hope you remember this lesson. If I encounter you committing violence again, you can go die." More than 10 people dared not linger, each one scrambling to escape. Even that bald guy who couldn't stand up managed to crawl away faster than anyone else. In the hotel, there were still a few people left. They looked at Naruto and labeled him as someone not to be messed with. He was a ruthless person and a master of ninjutsu. The shopkeeper swallowed hard. Seeing Naruto turn his head, he spoke first, "Customer, what were you going to ask just now?" Naruto said, "I see there's a bounty with a 5-inch nail posted here. Is he still alive?" The shopkeeper shook his head and said, "I'm sorry, I don't know about that. A bounty of 3 million is something that the owner of this small hotel can't afford to mess with." Naruto smiled and said, "Thank you." Chapter 140. Teaching the villagers martial arts training. Naruto naturally realized that the boss didn't want to speak, fearing trouble would come. This was understandable. After all, who isn't afraid of death? The shopkeeper, seeing Naruto go upstairs, wiped a cold sweat from his brow and felt quite relieved, murmuring to himself, "Fortunately, this person is not a bad guy and didn't make things difficult for him. Otherwise, it would have been disastrous." Naruto returned to his room, sat down to meditate for a few hours, and then put away his techniques before heading downstairs and leaving the hotel. He strolled leisurely through the town. This time, the people around him looked at Naruto with some fear in their eyes. They had already heard of his impressive feats at the hotel, where he easily defeated more than 10 people alone. He was no mere sheep. He was a fierce tiger, someone not to be trifled with, and they needed to keep their eyes open. This carefree wandering was Naruto's first in more than 10 years. Back in Konoha, he never had the chance, always walking here and cursing there without the leisure to wander, while also needing to watch out for Hiruzen spying. As for his trip to Yamong City, he hadn't had a chance to enjoy it yet. He had been forced into seclusion due to the lurking danger. As he walked, he felt an indescribable sense of relaxation. The once tense string within him had loosened. Passing by a stall, Naruto bought some snacks and a bottle of sake, eating as he went along. After a while, he left the town. The townspeople felt a genuine sense of relief as Naruto departed. The fierce man was gone, and they could finally relax a bit. Not knowing how far he had walked, it was getting dark. A commotion caught Naruto's attention. A familiar presence. A familiar roar. He walked over. What a coincidence! Were these not the few people he had encountered at the hotel during the day? Now they were committing evil deeds. robbing for money. This was a small village with only a dozen households, a population of about 40 or 50 people. Facing these more than 10 vicious thugs, the villagers were naturally no match for them, kneeling on the ground, begging for their money. Among them, several villagers had broken limbs, and there were 2 children as well. This made Naruto very angry. These scoundrels were unforgivable. Naruto slowly walked out, drawing the attention of the group. Upon seeing Naruto, their faces changed drastically. The bald man stammered, "It's you." They instinctively took a few steps back, as the events that had happened today were still fresh in their memories. Naruto said in the voice of the forest, "Very well, it seems you have never felt death. Today, I will let you experience it." He reached out, and a knife from a thugged hand was pulled into Naruto's hand. The bald man shouted, "We were wrong, we were wrong. Spare our lives, spare our lives." Naruto said, "It's late." Naruto has disappeared, and no one could see his figure. A chilling scream echoes throughout the entire small village. Naruto stopped, and the last drop of blood slid off the blade in his hand. An ordinary knife, as ordinary as could be, at this moment was completely the scythe of the Grim Reaper. Naruto did not kill. Killing these beasts is not the greatest punishment for them. Letting them live is their greatest punishment. Each of them has had 1 leg and 1 hand severed. They will not die. If left untreated, they will inevitably bleed to death. The choice is in their own hands, to choose to live, enduring a life of pain. Naruto said, "Seeing you all makes me sick." He released some chakra, enveloping more than 10 people, and with a wave of his hand, those 10 people were sent flying 10 miles away. The villagers, witnessing this, all expressed their gratitude to Naruto for saving their lives. A child around 7 or 8 years old stepped forward, knelt, and said, "Sir, can you teach me to cultivate?" As he spoke, he bowed several times, his eyes full of hope. In this era, without strength, one cannot control their own fate and will only be bullied. Other children in the village, seeing this, also knelt before Naruto, asking him to teach them to cultivate. Naruto took a look and said, "But you don't have a talent for practicing ninjutsu, so you can't learn ninjutsu." Hearing this, the children were filled with despondency in their eyes, still unable to do it. The elderly in the village also sighed, wondering if they really could only live like this. Seeing this, Naruto thought for a moment and said, "You can't practice the ninja way, but there is one path that you should be able to train." Everyone looked at Naruto with hopeful eyes. Naruto said, "Have you heard of martial arts?" The village chief had heard of it and nodded, saying, "I have heard of it. There are traveling wanderers who have visited our village and talked about martial arts. The Flame Dragon Kingdom is a country of martial arts, and the Dragon King is Naruto Uzumaki, the strongest person in the ninja world. He is very powerful." Naruto said, "Yes, he established martial arts, which is vastly different from the way of ninjas and should be suitable for your training." The village chief asked, "Sir, are you also a martial artist?" Naruto said, "No. What you just saw was my ninjutsu. I have traveled to the Flame Dragon Empire and learned some martial arts cultivation methods." The village chief nodded. "So that's how it is, my lord. The Flame Dragon Kingdom is indeed a place of prosperity, with no hunger, no war, and everyone is equal. Many tourists come here and talk about it when they rest, all of them envious. But they are afraid that this is a lie, so they do not dare to leave easily." Naruto said, "If there were no wars, it really wouldn't be certain. Just look at the recent large-scale attack by the Ninja Alliance on the Flame Dragon country. So, it's impossible to have no wars. As long as there are people, there will be wars. However, compared to here, it can indeed be called a paradise on Earth. There is no hunger, everyone's clothes are intact, and there are no patches. When evildoers commit crimes, they are immediately arrested by law enforcement. This is a country built by ourselves, so Naruto naturally wants to praise it. They are willing to accept countless suffering refugees, provide land and housing, and even distribute low-income benefits." Hearing this, the villagers were filled with envy, their eyes revealing longing, wishing they could fly to the Flame Dragon country, but they can't right now. The Land of Fire won't let them go there. The leading child said, "Adult, teach me martial arts. Once I have mastered it, I will take the people from the village to the Flame Dragon country." Naruto said, "I can teach you how to train, but there's one condition. You must not let anyone know that you are training. You should continue to act discreetly as you did before." The villagers naturally agreed. Being low-key is the way to go until they have strength. Thus, Naruto settled down here. While teaching the villagers how to train, Naruto first instilled the spirit of martial arts in each person, engraving this spirit deep in their minds. Naruto passed on a physical training method and a martial arts training method to the villagers, allowing them to cultivate to the peak of the first rank of martial arts. As for what lies beyond that, only the people of the Flame Dragon Kingdom can cultivate further. Outside of the Flame Dragon Kingdom, the first village dedicated to martial arts was formed. Chapter 141. 5-inch nails, Qingchuan Hao Yuan. This village has no name, as it is not yet worthy of one. Naruto casually said, since you all work so hard, let's call it Struggle Village. This was accepted by everyone, and they were very happy. They liked the name. Naruto touched his nose and said, well, as long as you all like it. In Struggle Village, he had stayed for 20 days. Everyone was training. After finishing their chores, they squeezed out time to practice. Among the 47 people in Struggle Village, only 8 could sense their inner energy, and only 6 could practice physical cultivation. With more than 40 people, having over 10 who could cultivate made Naruto feel quite gratified. 1/3. If a country had 1/3 of its people able to cultivate, it wouldn't just be a matter of dominating the ninja world. Breaking through the ninja world would be an easy task. Naruto also encouraged the villagers to accept refugees and welcome those from other villages, teaching them the methods of cultivation with care. After a thorough explanation, the village chief meticulously recorded everything, treating it as a precious treasure. Naruto left to continue his journey. During this time, his own insights deepened. From the moment he emerged from seclusion until now, he felt that the training he had undergone in this period was worth a year's worth of effort in seclusion. After leaving the village of struggle, he had not traveled 30 miles when he was stopped by someone. Naruto was astonished and said, "It's you, 5-inch nail." He truly did not expect that this 5-inch nail would dare to come out. 5-inch nail replied, "It seems you are also here to hunt me down. Are you a bounty hunter or from a ninja village?" Naruto shook his head and said, "None of that. I am a Dragon King. How can I be compared to a bounty hunter or a ninja?" 5-inch nail said, "No matter who you are, hand over all your belongings and get lost." His tone was extremely cold. Naruto said, "Wu's hunting, you really have some guts to block my way." Wu's hunting replied, "There's no point in talking too much." Then, he pulled out a handful of nails from his backpack, tossed them into the air, and began to form hand seals. Naruto said, "Ninja technique. Torpedo needle?" He raised his hand, and the chakra transformed into a suction force, pulling the fallen needle into his hand. He weighed it in his hand, and the needle made a clattering sound. Naruto clenched his fists tightly, staring at everything, and said, "Please continue." Upon seeing this, the 5-inch nail's pupils constricted. The speed was too fast. With a casual inhalation, he sucked in all the nails, but he wasn't finished yet and said, "Make your move." Unseen, countless figures flew out, forming hand seals, ninja art, torpedo needle. They had naturally made preparations. Countless needles shot up from the ground, piercing Naruto's body with numerous holes. The 5-inch nail said, "Clone." Naruto said from the side, "Wrong, it's speed, the fastest speed." 5-inch nail replied, "Leaving an afterimage such speed, at the very least, is the strength of a shadow ninja." "Who are you?" Naruto knocked on his ear and said, "A tourist." 5-inch nail's fear arose. He knew that Naruto's strength was far superior to his own, and he was definitely no match for him. Suddenly, he asked, "Are you here to capture me?" Naruto said, "Of course not. Why would I have the leisure to catch you? You seem to want me to let you go, right?" 5-inch nail bowed and said, "It was my rashness, I hope." Whoosh! Naruto's body flashed, and he reappeared, already grasping the neck of the 5-inch nail, saying, "I really hate you, so you have to die." Not only did he steal my flame dragon artifact, but he also killed someone. He cannot be spared. Seeing 5-inch nail being held by Naruto, the 5 people wearing hats around him joined forces to form hand seals and attack Naruto once again. Naruto slightly released some of his aura, directly sending the 5 people flying and causing them to drop dead. Naruto is not a good-natured person. In his past life, he was the ruthless king of the underworld. "Little friend in the shadows, aren't you coming out?" Naruto smiled as he looked in a certain direction. A person wearing a straw hat walked out from the woods, with a quick knife slightly drawn at his waist. Naruto smiled and said, "You want to lay a hand on me?" The man nodded. "His head is worth a lot of money. I need that cash." Naruto said, "Even if you're not my opponent, do you still want this head?" The man in the conical hat nodded. "Yes." Naruto asked, "Are you a bounty hunter?" The man in the hat nodded and said yes. Then he asked, "Can you give me his life?" There was a hint of pleading in his eyes, as it seemed he was truly in big trouble. Naruto thought for a moment and said, "All right." After saying that, he threw out the 5-inch nail. Before throwing it, he depleted its chakra to prevent any tricks. Clang! The hat-wearing man's blade was unsheathed, and with one stroke, he severed the head of the 5-inch nail. This character, who lived for quite a few episodes in the original work, died just like that, while the protagonist was almost beaten up by him. Naruto said, "Good swordsmanship." The man in the conical hat replied, "Thank you. My name is Kiyakawa Hyrogen. I appreciate it." Naruto nodded and said, "Qingchuan Hao Yuan, right? Your swordsmanship is indeed quite fast. But unfortunately, you have yet to understand the true swordsmanship." Qingchuan Hao Yuan, who was originally about to leave, paused and asked, "True swordsmanship?" Naruto said, "Yes. Do you know about the battles between ninjas and warriors?" Kiyakawa Hyrogen nodded. "Of course, the Dragon King Naruto Uzumaki wields his sword across the sky, and no one can rival him. It's already a falsehood." Naruto said in his heart, "Thank you for the compliment. Have you heard of Uchiha Shursui?" Naruto asked again. Kiyakawa Hyrogen nodded again. Uchiha Shursui, the chief steward of the Land of Fire. Naruto said, "He has been practicing swordsmanship. If you want to take your swordsmanship to the next level, you can go to the Flame Dragon Kingdom. There, you will understand what swordsmanship truly means." Qingchuan Hao Yuan asked, "Have you seen it?" Naruto nodded and said, "In the battle between warriors and ninjas, I watched from a distance." Uchiha Shursui drew his sword, and the light of the sky dimmed a bit. The space was even cut through. "Your foundation is not bad, but you just lack a good master. And Uchiha Shursui is the perfect choice." Hyrogen Kiyakawa said, "If I have the opportunity, I will definitely return." He bowed to Naruto and then turned to leave. Naruto looked at his back and murmured, "He's a skilled swordsman. Joining the Flame Dragon, in 10 years, surpassing the legendary ninja, is not out of the question." Then, Naruto muttered, "But why? I didn't provoke this 5-inch nail. Why would he appear here? It's really strange." Naruto didn't specifically think about going after 5-inch nail. Logically, as long as he didn't go looking for him, he shouldn't come after him. However, this guy actually robbed him. This is quite unreasonable. In the town of the Stone Country, he dealt with a few thugs, which should have spread by now. Moreover, those thugs were left in such a miserable state that his reputation should have been well known. 5-inch nail, upon hearing the news in the Stone Country, would have kept his distance, yet he didn't avoid him and even came to rob him. This simply shouldn't have happened. Naruto walked while saying, "I wonder if the characters in other places have changed?" Chapter 142, Untitled Naruto needed to buy some things, so he returned to the town. As he stepped into the town, many people secretly went inside their houses. Many thought to themselves, "This person disappeared for more than 20 days. How did he come back?" The tragic sight of more than 10 people, some with a broken hand and some with a broken leg, was witnessed by many, and they did not want to become like them. Naruto touched his nose and thought to himself, "It seems like I haven't done anything wrong, right? I just punished a few evil people. Is it really necessary to be like this?" If those people knew what he was thinking, they would say, "Actually, we are also evil people. If you are angry, our fate will not be any better." Naruto bought some things and then left. While selling, the shopkeeper was almost overly cautious, wanting to stay by Naruto's side, acting as if to say, "Take whatever you want. No need to be polite, just take it." No charge. Many people in the town heard that Naruto had left, took a few more steps to celebrate for themselves, and thought about how even the fierce and intimidating could have moments of fear and trepidation. Naruto walked along the way, stopping here and there, and in the blink of an eye, for months had passed. During this time, he secretly spread martial arts to 5 small villages, planting the seeds of martial arts that would grow into trunk-like strength in a few years. Meanwhile, the Land of Fire was bustling with activity. Under the leadership of Hashirama Senju, significant reforms began to take place. Hashirama called upon the people to join the land of Yanlong, promoting its ideology of equality for all, and severing many tangled relationships of the noble families. In just 4 months, half of the territory of the Land of Fire had been incorporated into the land of Yanlong. Of course, this was largely due to Hashirama's influence. His prestige in the Land of Fire was extremely high, and even decades after his death, the admiration of the people had not diminished significantly. Naturally, many were unwilling to join the land of Yanlong and began to gather forces to resist. Hashirama did not resort to bloody suppression. Instead, the noble families gathered and united against him. What Hashirama needed to do was wait for the resources from Shursui to arrive. The two of them formed a great alliance, with countless resources transported from the land of Yanlong to the Land of Fire and under their vigorous construction. There was already a significant gap compared to the territories that had not yet been incorporated into the land of Yanlong. The common people began to live better lives, filled with hope, especially those who had previously suffered under the oppression of the noble families. They were immensely grateful to the land of Yanlong and had already forgotten that they were once citizens of the Land of Fire. Martial arts training could not be neglected. Under the guidance of numerous teachers, the Land of Fire, or rather, it should now be called the Land of Yanlong, experienced a surge in martial arts training. In the Land of Wind, after Jiraiya and Gaara arrived, the two first went to Sunagakure. The current leaders were Temari and Kankuro, with the previous leader, Raza, having disappeared. The current Sunagakure was in a state of anxiety. The ninjas led by Raza were the backbone of Sunagakure, and it was carrying the title of one of the 5 great ninja villages, but in reality, it was hollow. If Inoki secretly decided to act, Sunagakure would surely be unable to withstand it. Kankuro and Temari were delighted to see Gaara return. Kankuro said, "Gaara, you're back." Gaara, with a blank expression, replied, "Yes, I'm back." Temari said, "Gaara, you returned just in time. Sunagakure needs you." She had witnessed her younger brother's incredible strength, having defeated their father. If not for Gaara's remaining familial feelings, their father's life would have likely come to an end. Kankuro said, "Gaara, you should become the Kazekage. Your strength is more than enough." Now, he was the Kazekage, as Temari was not far off, so it fell to him. Kankuro was suitable to be the Kazekage due to his bloodline. After all, he was Raza's son, but his strength was indeed insufficient for the position. If it were Gaara, who would dare to speak against him? Gaara said seriously, "If you want me to become Kazekage, that's fine, but you need to make the choice yourselves." Temari felt a sense of vigilance rise, sensing something ominous. Kankuro then said, "All right, you can be Kazekage. I will listen to you." Gaara said coldly, "Listen to me? Then I want you to join the land of Yanlong and incorporate the land of Wind into the land of Yanlong. Do you agree?" At these words, Temari and Kankuro's expressions changed. Kankuro's face lost its joy and became serious as he said, "Gaara, what do you mean by that?" Gaara replied, "I came to the land of Wind with the purpose of establishing a branch of the land of Yanlong here, incorporating the territory of the land of Wind into the land of Yanlong." Temari shouted, "Gaara, stop. Do you know what you're saying? If this gets out, you'll be condemned by everyone." Gaara said, "Let them curse. I don't care." He had grown up in such an environment. He had endured it back then, so how could he not endure it now? Kankuro said, "Gaara, why are you doing this?" Gaara replied, "Because I don't want the villagers to suffer. I want my family to live well. I want this country to be free of war. I want true peace." Even if the villagers of Sunagakure had criticized him harshly in the past, Gaara had no thoughts of revenge. With his current strength, if he wanted to retaliate, he could destroy Sunagakure. Temari said, "But it doesn't have to be incorporated into the land of Yanlong. Can't we just be ourselves?" Gaara said, "If the land of Wind doesn't join the land of Yanlong, it will inevitably decline. When we were in Yanlong City, Lord Hashirama was revived by the Dragon King. He decided to merge the land of Fire with the land of Yanlong, incorporating it into the territory of Yanlong." The two fell silent. Hashirama Senju, the god of ninjas. His decisions would inevitably influence many in the ninja world. With him leading, the land of Fire would likely become part of Yanlong. Gaara continued, "I won't force you. How you choose is up to you. The land of Wind has suffered greatly. If anyone is willing to join the land of Yanlong, I hope you want to obstruct them. I don't want to act against my own family." Temari asked Gaara, "Did the Dragon King tell you who is really behind our father?" Gaara replied, "Of course, he is not human. He is an existence we cannot reach at this moment. In the land of Yanlong, only the Dragon King can stand beside him." Temari then asked, "How strong is Naruto Uzumaki now?" Gaara replied, "Even if the Sage of Six Paths were revived, he would not be able to do anything against Lord Dragon King." Temari asked, "Then if the land of Wind does not surrender, will Naruto Uzumaki take action?" Gaara glanced at his sister and said, "Is the Dragon King needed? As long as Lord Dragon King gives the order, 100,000 martial artists will surely march in a battle. Within 3 months, the land of Wind will no longer exist." Temari sighed and said, "Gaara, we won't stop you, but I hope you don't let things escalate in a bloody warfare." Gaara replied, "Thank you." Chapter 143. Plotting against the Fake Meng Zone and his group in the Land of Birds, Naruto traveled here. I must say, the capital of the Land of Birds is truly beautiful, situated by a lake where birds nest, surrounded by water and lush greenery. It's a beautiful and peaceful town. However, beneath this beautiful surface, there naturally lies dirt and filth. Naruto said, "The Land of Birds? I wonder if the mission here has been completed." Naruto conducted an investigation and confirmed that the mission from the Land of Birds was indeed issued, and Konoha had sent people to complete it. However, they only imprisoned Hongming and did not carry out the death penalty. Of course, this was naturally due to the intervention of powerful figures, which is why he survived. Naruto said, "Who is that bounty hunter? He actually threatened the Fake Meng Zone?" Originally, the leader was destined to lose, but then a bounty hunter emerged. Challenging the Fake Meng Zone and others alone, rescuing the cursed dead soldiers and intimidating the fake Meng Zong, making him too afraid to act. The Lord also took this opportunity to bargain with Meng Zong, and has never been able to kill Hong Ming, even until now. Naruto said, "This wandering warrior hasn't died. Let's see what happens if he doesn't die. This bird country looks pretty good to me. It could be developed further." Naruto visited fake Meng Zong in the name of a wandering ninja. Fake Meng Zong welcomed Naruto in, and they sat down to talk. I must say, this broom transformed into Meng Zong really had the appearance of a wise monk, kind and friendly. The broom said, "Are you a wandering ninja?" Naruto said, "I shouldn't be considered a wandering ninja now." Sho replied, "What do you mean by that?" Naruto said, "I have traveled through the 4 realms and visited the Fire Dragon Kingdom, where I gained some rudimentary martial arts techniques. I am working on integrating ninjutsu with these martial arts." Zhao Jia became interested and asked eagerly, "How is it going?" Naruto shook his head. It was unsuccessful. This martial arts method is stronger than ninjutsu training. The chakra stored in the body will inevitably be absorbed and devoured. Zhao Dao said, "What a pity." A hint of disappointment flashed in their eyes. They also wanted to go to the Flame Dragon Kingdom, but they didn't dare. What they had done was not something that could be publicly acknowledged. If the Flame Dragon Kingdom pursued the matter, they would have no way to escape. Naruto said, "There's nothing to regret. I am slowly transforming my chakra into martial arts internal cultivation, and it feels wonderful. In the future, I will no longer be a wandering ninja, but a wandering warrior." Zhou really wanted to ask for martial arts techniques, but he was currently a high monk without desires or wants, and couldn't reveal his intentions. He asked, "Do you have a place to stay?" Naruto said, "After visiting you, I'll go find an inn to stay." Zhou replied, "If you don't mind, you can stay at the government office. I have plenty of empty rooms, enough for dozens of people." Naruto said, "Isn't this too troublesome?" The broom waved its hand. "Not troublesome, not troublesome. It's originally quiet here. With you moving in, the courtyard can be a bit livelier. The one who speaks such nonsense really isn't weak. Quiet? Most of his subordinates are here. How could it be quiet?" Naruto said, "Then I won't be polite." With that, Naruto moved into the capital mansion and became a distinguished guest of the broom. Naruto knew what this broom was for, so he gave it an opening, allowing people to search his bag and obtain the martial arts training method. This was indeed a superficial martial arts technique, yet it was quite domineering. However, it could only be cultivated up to the 3rd rank. If one wanted to continue training, they would need subsequent techniques. This broom could be considered to have the strength of a peak Chunin, and his few subordinates were only at the Chunin level as well. If they practiced the martial arts technique and their strength did not improve, but instead decreased, while they could not switch to ninjutsu, that scene would surely be interesting. Naruto left using Shadow Clone, while his main body stayed hidden in the house. Soon, someone opened the door and entered the room, searching through Naruto's bed. After finding the martial arts manual left by Naruto, the person left directly. Naruto also followed out, and this person returned to the room with the broom. There was only the broom on the ground, but there were 7 or 8 people above. The broom began to look at the martial arts technique, and after a while said, "This martial arts technique is indeed unique, completely different from the practice of ninjutsu. Who among you will start practicing first?" One person said, "I'll go first." This person landed and received the technique. Naruto secretly said, "You're really on guard, but unfortunately, only the first layer of the technique is real. The rest are fake. Good luck to you." Naruto truly disliked the group of people led by Cho. The daimyo of the Land of Birds was somewhat reasonable and capable, allowing the common people to live in peace and happiness. However, this person had evil intentions, not only killing him, but also mentioning his son, causing panic in the Land of Birds, and leading to the deaths of many innocent civilians. Such a person deserves to die. However, this person cannot die. Making him suffer is far more interesting than his death. In order to allow them to finish copying the technique before sending them back, Naruto played around until evening before he returned. Cho invited him to dinner, and Naruto naturally accepted. Naruto said, "While eating, the common people of the Land of Birds are really happy. This prosperous place makes me not want to leave." The broom replied, "Then stay here. I can say a few things in the Land of Birds, and no one will say anything about you." Naruto said, "I'd rather not. I enjoy traveling, exploring the 4 corners, and experiencing life." This was truly heartfelt, no falsehood. The broom replied, "That's really a pity." Naruto asked, "I heard rumors today about the cursed samurai. What's going on?" The broom replied, "This is also what I need to tell you. You shouldn't wander around at night. The cursed samurai has harmed many people." His words carried a sense of compassion and sorrow. With his benevolent appearance, if people didn't know his true nature, many would be easily deceived. But Naruto was not among them. He was ruthless and had an acute perception of killing intent. How could a kind-looking monk exude such a murderous aura? Naruto said, "Can't catch him?" The broom replied, "He's not even human, he's a ghost, appearing and disappearing without a trace." I'm sorry, I'm not a child. Besides, I've even seen the Grim Reaper, so ghosts can't scare me." Naruto said, "Interesting. I want to meet this so-called ghost." When he saw the broom, he tried to dissuade him. Naruto said, don't worry, a mere ghost is nothing to me. Without some strength, how could one travel the world?" After learning the location where the cursed samurai frequently appeared, Naruto rushed over to lie in wait. The broom seemed to be worried about him and secretly sent someone to follow. Naruto's Sharingan spun, and the people following him fell into an illusion. He was just joking. He was going to have a chat with this little country lord. How could he be disturbed by this group of people? If it weren't for not wanting to kill them, he would have made a move long ago. With the cursed samurai appearing, some atmosphere was naturally needed. The wind picked up, it was gloomy, and there were faint strange sounds that shouldn't be present under normal circumstances. Naruto said, "This vibe is not up to par." Chapter 144. Teaching Zhu Lu to cultivate. This kind of atmosphere is not enough to be remembered in the heart. It's still the kind of atmosphere from my past life, chilling the heart by 7 parts, the body by 3 degrees, enough to scare your soul out. After a while, an armored warrior descended from the sky, floating down with a ghostly aura. Naruto complained in his heart. How had she managed to deceive him until now? Even from such a distance, Naruto could still smell the fragrance emanating from her body. It's not that others are to blame. Naruto's sense of smell is very keen. Naruto looked at the cursed warrior who was slowly approaching, shivering slightly and appearing somewhat scared, acting quite convincingly. The reason why Zhu Lu came out was that she heard Mangekyō was meeting someone and seemed to value it highly, so she wanted to take a look. Then, Naruto smiled and said, "Just kidding, I wouldn't be scared by you, little girl." The cursed warrior paused for a moment, then stood up and vanished gracefully, very decisively. She understood that this person was not someone she could handle, so she chose to leave first. Naruto appeared beside her and said, "Little country lord, let's have a chat." Naruto said, and he grabbed the string of the rising heron, preventing her from moving. Before she could say anything, Naruto cut his kite string, blocking her and temporarily leaving the capital. Naruto took the red-crowned crane to a grove outside the city before landing. This time, the crane spoke first and asked, "Who are you?" Naruto said, "A distant traveler can now be said to be your redemption." Julie replied, "What do you know?" Naruto said, "Of course there are many. For example, you're a little girl." Sakura replied, "I'm already 19 years old." Naruto said, "Oh, that's quite big good, then you're a big girl. You're just a bit flat, can't really tell." Zhu Lu, this person is so annoying. How can she pretend to be a queen without any restraints? Naruto continued, "I also know about the death of your father and brother, how you impersonated the country lord, and their true identities and purposes." Bang! Zhu Lu knelt down. She had lived a tiring life over the years. Hearing Naruto say this, she pleaded, "Please, help me take revenge. I can pay any price, including my life." Naruto waved his hand and helped Zhu Lu up, saying, "I can help you take revenge, but you must do it yourself." Zhu Lu shook her head and said, "But I can't do it." Naruto said, "With me around, half a month is enough." He was confident about this. Teaching Zhu Lu the martial arts cultivation with her aptitude, it shouldn't be a problem to help her open up her meridians and leap to the first rank of martial arts. Zhu Lu looked at him with hopeful eyes and said, "Really?" Naruto said, "Of course, but I need you to promise me one condition." "Shirue, you say it." "First, the members of the Mengzong family cannot die. They can have their hands and feet cut off and their chakras sealed." Shirue eagerly replied, "That sounds good. Let them be unable to live or die." "Naruto, this little girl has a strong killing intent." Next, Naruto naturally imparted his martial arts spirit to Shuri, teaching her martial arts techniques and helping her break through her acupoints, condensing natural energy into true essence, transforming it into her inner strength. When Shuri broke through to the second rank of martial arts, Naruto said, "Let's stop here for now. Once you stabilize your realm, I will lend you a helping hand." Shuri bowed and said, Thank you very much." Her voice was choked with emotion, having lived in darkness for so long. This was her first time seeing the light. Naruto said, "No need, just train well." Shirue, yes. Shirue went back, and Naruto naturally returned to acting. The person secretly guarding him was still in the illusion where he was monitoring Naruto. Naruto returned and dispelled the illusion. But the person showed no change and continued to stare at Naruto motionlessly. Naruto said, "Did they not show up? It seems I've waited in vain." After saying this, Naruto returned home, not going to Sho's room, but back to his own room, where he fell asleep immediately, knowing that Sho would understand without him having to say anything. For several consecutive days, Naruto waited, but still no one appeared. The people monitoring Naruto also gave up. Meanwhile, the wandering ninja training in martial arts succeeded, feeling a sense of relief as if burdens had been lifted, and his body became stronger, which delighted Sho and the others, prompting them to start training as well. Naruto smiled. His plan had succeeded, trapping them in the third realm of martial arts. This was simply a perfect setup, unable to break through in martial arts. The extraction of chakra would be assimilated by internal energy. With more and more internal energy, the lighter cases would have their meridians severed, while the heavier cases would explode and die. After 10 days, Zhu Lu had stabilized her condition. She sought out Naruto again, using the Cursed Warrior. The two returned to the outskirts of the city, and this time, before Naruto could start, she spoke first. "Senior, you forgot to tell me the identity information of the fake Mangekyō." Naruto said, "I forgot." "Little girl, did you forget? You didn't ask me." Zhu Lu said, "I hope the senior can inform me." Naruto asked, "Have you heard of the wandering ninjas?" Tsukimi replied, "It's them." Naruto, "It's them." The fake Mangekyō is the leader of the wandering ninjas, Cho. This person is notorious and has a terrible reputation. Zhu Lu said coldly, "I will definitely kill them to avenge my father and brother." Naruto said, "This person really deserves to die. But don't forget the promise you made to me." Zhu Lu solemnly replied, "Senior, please rest assured, I will not forget." She then asked, "Senior, why are they doing this?" Naruto said, Wandering is about drifting everywhere without money just to survive. Naturally, one can only resort to robbery, which creates many enemies. They want an identity to cover themselves, allowing them to act in secret, not only to live well, but also to avoid their enemies." Zhu Lu angrily replied, "So they kill my father? In such chaotic times, what would they dare to do for survival? If one's own survival is at stake, how could they care about others' lives?" Naruto replied calmly. This was an unfriendly topic, and Zhu Lu shifted the subject, asking Naruto to help her open her meridians. Naruto naturally followed suit, while Zhu Lu's current realm firmly remained at the first rank of strength. Naruto said, "With your current strength, you're still a bit lacking to seek revenge. I will teach you a martial art technique. Once you have mastered it, and it complements your abilities, you will be able to take your revenge." Zhu Lu only thanked him with a bow, having no other words to express her inner gratitude. After Zhu Lu left, Naruto looked at the night sky and said, "Zhou, I wonder if you can escape this death tribulation." Chapter 145, Zhu Lu vs. Zhou. 8 days passed, and Zhou sought out Naruto, asking, "Youming, is there a follow-up technique for the blood fiend technique?" Naruto said with some confusion, "How do you know about the blood-killing technique?" He looked puzzled, and this acting could earn an Oscar. With his strength, how could he not see that this broom had already practiced the blood-killing technique? The broom paused for a moment before saying, "When I instructed my servant to clean your room, he rummaged through your belongings. Upon seeing this technique, he wanted to claim it for himself. After being discovered, I put the secret technique back in your room." Naruto suddenly realized, "Oh, so that's how it is. This is a technique I just obtained not long ago. I found that there are issues with the subsequent techniques, so I haven't practiced it for now. Other than that, I really don't know. Good, in the future, those who suffer from your sins will cry from replenishing their energy in blood." Zhao's expression changed slightly, and he asked, "Yume, where did you get this technique? What will they do if there are no follow-up techniques? Once you practice the blood fiend technique, you can't practice ninjutsu anymore. This blood fiend technique is extremely domineering. When practicing chakra, the chakra will be devoured and absorbed by the inner force. If the energy stored in the meridians increases, it will collide with the meridians. They can't afford that. The meridians will become numb and the limbs will become stiff." Naruto said, "I killed a Jonin and obtained it from him. He was studying this technique and ended up injuring himself. This is true. In my previous life, someone obtained this incomplete technique and secretly researched it, making himself disabled." Naruto said, "This is a technique that came from the Flame Dragon Kingdom. There should be more to follow if we go to the Flame Dragon Kingdom." Zhao was very disappointed that there was no follow-up. That meant they were just lambs waiting to be slaughtered. He said, "The Flame Dragon Kingdom, a desirable place. If I get the chance, I will definitely go." Naruto thought to himself, there is no chance left. 5 more days passed, and Zhu Lu had mastered the basics of martial arts. She released Hong Ming from prison, took control of the army, and maintained order in the Bird Kingdom. Naruto felt the changes around him and murmured, "This little girl, is she starting?" Zhu Lu's series of actions naturally caused dissatisfaction among the brooms, and he directly confronted Zhu Lu. Seeing the aggressive fake Meng Zong approach, a cold light flickered in Zhu Lu's eyes. She was also waiting for this moment. However, she still needed to play along with the fake Meng Zong. Zhu Lu asked, "Master Meng Zong, what do you need from me?" Meng Zong replied, "Lady Lu, your actions during this period have been rather biased." Zhu Lu said, "Please, Master Meng Zong, point it out to me." Meng Zong continued, "Hong Ming disguising as a cursed warrior has caused panic among the common people. For this alone, he is guilty of a heinous crime. Why should he be released? He should be beheaded in public to atone for his sins." Zhu Lu asked, "Master Meng Zong, General Hong Ming has been imprisoned for 3 years. Yet why is this cursed warrior still around?" Meng Zong responded, "This must be the work of Hong Ming's allies. By doing so, they are putting pressure on us, making us afraid to take action against Hong Ming. Now that Hong Ming has been released and commands the army, it is very unfavorable for us." Zhu Lu said, "Allies? What if someone framed General Hong Ming?" Meng Zong replied, "Impossible. That hidden weapon can only come from Hong Ming's residence." Zhu Lu countered, "Isn't it even simpler for someone to use ninjutsu to create that hidden weapon? If someone frames Lord Hong Ming, then we would be wronging him." Meng Zong said, "Lady Lu has grown up. I truly hadn't considered this." Zhu Lu stated, "Therefore, until the truth is clear, Lord Hong Ming must not come to harm. If he dies, the plot to create the cursed warrior will succeed, which would not be a good thing for our country." Meng Zong said, "Lady Lu has thought this through." Zhu Lu replied, "Thank you for the compliment, Master Meng Zong." This confrontation ended with the broom falling into a disadvantage. The broom left with an expressionless plea for mercy. And after the broom left, Zhu Lu revealed a joyful smile and murmured, "The feeling of having power is truly comfortable." She sensed the power within her body and her thoughts began to expand. If the citizens of the Bird Kingdom all practiced martial arts, the Bird Kingdom would surely become stronger and no longer be bullied. After thinking of this, she wanted to see Naruto again. So she went back to change into armor, disguising herself as a cursed warrior. At that moment, Naruto's voice rang out, "Miss me?" Zhu Lu was startled. Naruto's body slowly appeared in the bedroom. Shuri's face turned slightly red as she asked, "Senpai, how long have you been here?" Naruto calmly said, "Just arrived." He could swear that he really just got here and definitely didn't spy on anything. Tsukuyumi confirmed. "Really?" Naruto said, "Of course it's true. What? Do you think I would secretly watch you? If I wanted to see, I would do it openly. Sneaking a look is not her style." Zhu Lu breathed a sigh of relief and thought to herself, "That's good, that's good." Naruto looked up and down at Zhu Lu, nodded, and said, "You really have a bit of elegance like this." Zhu Lu's face turned slightly red, and she did not respond. Naruto asked, "Do you need something from me?" Zhu Li said, "Senior, can I ask you for a favor?" Naruto said, "Tell me." Without agreeing, if it was an excessive request, he naturally wouldn't agree. Zhu Lu said, "Can I pass on the martial arts cultivation methods to the people of Bird Nation?" As soon as these words came out, Naruto stared at her intently. She thought Naruto wouldn't agree, so she said, "I'm sorry, I was being presumptuous." Naruto interrupted and said, "Oh no, it's not that I won't agree. You need to think this through." Zhu Li looked at Naruto, waiting for his follow-up. Naruto said, "The martial arts I currently practice can only reach the first rank, which is the strength of a Jonin. The Flame Dragon Country is a sacred place for martial arts, and to seek a breakthrough, one must go to the Flame Dragon Country. To practice higher martial arts, one must join the Flame Dragon Country. If you cultivate warriors and they ultimately join the Flame Dragon Country, what would you do?" This is something Zhu Lu had not considered. It is indeed a headache. She naturally does not want the soldiers she has worked so hard to train to join another country. Naruto continued, "Also, the land of birds is indeed not bad, and the common people don't have much pressure in their lives. However, compared to the common people of the Flame Dragon Kingdom, they do fall short in some aspects. Given that, their chances of choosing the Flame Dragon Kingdom will be greater." These words struck a chord in Zhu Lu's heart. What should she do then? Naruto said, "Think it through and make your own decision." After saying this, he turned to leave, but then stopped and added, "I have to admit, the Flame Dragon Kingdom does have some skills." After Senju Hashirama was resurrected and joined the Flame Nation, he led the Leaf Village to join the Flame Dragon Kingdom, even incorporating half of the Fire Nation's territory into the Flame Dragon Kingdom's domain. Chapter 146, The Difficulty of the Red Crown Crane. Naruto left, but Shirue fell into deep thought. The Land of Fire is a strong nation, but for such a country, Senju Hashirama a legendary strongman and recognized as the god of ninjas, acknowledged martial arts. What about others? As Shirue's thoughts expanded, she considered many things. She thought about what would happen after the Land of Fire fully integrated into the territory of the Flame Dragon Kingdom. She carefully felt that this martial power surpassed ninjutsu, and in pursuit of supreme strength, people from other countries would inevitably find ways to break their heads to join the Flame Dragon Kingdom. By then, their countries would no longer exist. Shirue murmured, "No, we can't let this happen." She resolutely put on her armor, opened the door, and walked out. She needed to seek a solution, and the first person that came to her mind was Naruto. She felt that Naruto could help her because he had already assisted her a lot, and she relied on him in her heart. Naruto didn't go back to the house. He felt that things were not over yet. Sure enough, after a while, he saw Zhu Lu coming out in armor. Naruto exclaimed, "Here?" The heron was startled again. She didn't expect Naruto to still be here. So the two of them returned to the house. Naruto asked, "Have you figured it out?" Shirue shook her head and replied, "No." Naruto said, "Is the script like this? Shouldn't it be I've figured out? I understand now." Naruto asked, "So what do you want with me?" Zhu Lu then expressed all the questions in her heart, leaving Naruto dumbfounded. Did she think that far ahead? This little girl actually had such wisdom? Naruto's method is cultural invasion. As the culture continues to invade, it eventually yields under the Flame Dragon Country, ultimately transforming into the citizens of the Flame Dragon Country. Zhu Lu asked, "Senior, how do you think I should choose?" Naruto said, "I can't make that decision for you. It has to depend on your own heart, and anyone can give you advice. But I can't." This made Zhu Lu curious, and she asked, "Why not?" Naruto said, "This matter is not convenient to disclose." Zhu Lu sighed and said, "What a pity." Zhu Lu rubbed her head, feeling somewhat troubled. She really didn't know how to choose. Naruto said, "I will pass on your techniques, and you can freely share them with the common people. This is your decision. If there's nothing else, I'll take my leave." Zhu Lu nodded and replied, "All right, thank you, Senior." After Naruto left, Zhu Lu took off her clothes and changed into a different outfit before leaving underground. She still needed to find someone to discuss matters with, and the only person she could talk to now was Hongming. Zhu Lu sneaked into Hongming's courtyard, and he noticed her immediately. Upon seeing Zhu Lu, he said, "Greetings, Lady Lu." In the past, Hongming was somewhat skeptical of Zhu Lu, but this time, she spared him and won his heart. Zhu Lu said, "General Hongming, there are some matters I would like to discuss with you." Hongming replied, "Please go ahead, Lady Lu." Zhu Lu released her internal energy from her palm, suddenly inhaling sharply, causing the general's sword on the rack to fall into her hand. Hongming said, "Lady Lu, this doesn't seem to be chakra." Zhu Lu nodded. "This is indeed not chakra, but martial arts internal energy. During this time, I have taken a wandering martial artist as my master. He taught me how to cultivate martial arts, and now I'm a martial artist, not a ninja." Hongming said, "So that is why you let me go?" Zhu Lu replied, "General Hongming, if I had no strength and angered them, there would be no hope. Now that I have martial arts strength at the first rank, I can handle danger. If it weren't for the influence left by that bounty hunter back then, Hongming might have died long ago, and there would be no Hongming as he is now." Hongming said, "Lady Lu, you have suffered." Zhu Lu said, "General Hongming, martial arts cultivation is superior to ninja cultivation. With my current strength, even if I were to copy Ninja Kakashi, I would not fear it. I have consulted with my senior and wish to pass this technique on to the citizens to strengthen our people." Hongming replied, "Lady Lu, this is a good thing." Zhu Lu revealed a bitter expression and said, "But the technique given by my senior can only be cultivated to the first rank, and the subsequent techniques are all in the martial arts holy land, Flame Dragon City. To cultivate there, one must join the Flame Dragon Nation. Under the temptation of such extreme power, there will be many who betray." Hongming fell silent. He firmly believed in this. Those who cannot break through for a long time may have extreme thoughts, and betrayal would come naturally. Zhu Lu sighed and said, "If those we cultivate betray us, then who will protect this country?" A maturity beyond her years showed on her face. She bore a heavy burden, the vengeance for her family and the peace of her people. All of this rested on the shoulders of this young girl in her teens. Zhu Lu then asked, "General Hongming, it is said that the common people of the Flame Dragon Nation are very happy. I believe this is not just a rumor." Hongming agreed, saying, "If the citizens of the Flame Dragon Nation lived in hardship, then why have the people of the Fire Nation Peninsula never uttered a word of complaint? Because they enjoy a prosperous life, they are content and wholeheartedly support it." Zhu Lu bitterly replied, "General Hongming, this is a dangerous signal. The Fire Nation, under the leadership of the god of ninjas, Senju Hashirama, is continuously being absorbed by the Flame Dragon Nation. I believe it won't be long before the Fire Nation is completely integrated into the Flame Dragon Nation. Hongming said, Lady Lu, it's not just the Fire Nation. There's also the Wind Nation. The fourth Kazekage of Sunagakure, Gaara, has returned to the Wind Nation and established a tribe for the Flame Dragon. Now, 1/4 of the territory of the Wind Nation is flying the flag of the Flame Dragon, which is indeed terrifying. Before Zhu Lu could speak again, Hongming continued, Lady Lu, this is not even the most frightening part. The most frightening thing is that the Flame Dragon Nation has not used military force to suppress them. In the battle of ninjas, Gaara's strength has already surpassed that of the Shadow Ninjas. If he were to use military force to suppress, no one in the Wind Nation could withstand him. But he hasn't. After reclaiming the coastal area, he started ideological education. With just his words, he has occupied 1/4 of the Wind Nation's territory. As long as they want to join the Flame Dragon, that land belongs to the Flame Dragon Nation. This struck a chord with Zhu Lu, and she expressed her doubts one by one. Afterwards, both fell into silence, their moods heavy. Zhu Lu left, and, in the end, neither of them found a solution, and this matter would always hang over their hearts, constantly urging them. Naruto leaned against the wall and said with great interest, Juro, Hongming, how will you choose? But you need to act quickly. The broom is about to make a move. The broom discussed with his subordinates about taking action. They wondered if that bounty hunter would come back, and they also needed to act to completely turn the Bird Kingdom into their territory. Chapter 147. Playing with the broom was about to take action against Juro. After discussing with his subordinates, he planned to assassinate Juro in secret. This was an assassination of a ruler, and such a crime naturally required someone to bear the blame. That day, the broom found Naruto to carry out his scheme. Naruto was well prepared, waiting for his arrival, ready to showcase his Oscar-worthy acting skills. Naruto, Master Mungzong. Broom nodded and sat across from Naruto. Yume, are you still getting used to it here? After sitting down, Broom began to ask. Naruto said, Thank you, Master Mungzong, for your concern. The underworld is fine, and I was just thinking of looking for you, Master Mungzong. Xiaomei frowned slightly and said, Looking for me? Naruto said, Yes, I have been here for almost a month now. This is the first time I've stayed in another place for so long. I plan to bid farewell to Master Mungzong tomorrow and continue my journey. If I stay any longer, I won't want to leave. Master Mungzong is too hospitable, making me a bit lazy. Master Mungzong replied, Are you in such a hurry? Naruto said, Traveling across the ninja world, this is my dream. In other places, I usually only stay for 3 or 4 days, but I've already stayed here for over 20 days. It's time to go. If I have the chance in the future, I will definitely come back and bother Lord Mungzong. Mungzong naturally would not let Naruto leave. Even Jonin-level ninjas could be defeated by him. And to hold this bird country, he needed to rely on his strength. Yumo, have you ever thought about settling down? Mungzong asked. Naruto said blankly, I'm only 29 now. What should I do during my break? I'm in the prime of my youth. How can I waste it? He suppressed the anger in his heart and said kindly, Yume, you're already turning 30. It's time to think about yourself. Naruto said, Life is a journey of cultivation. I only cultivate on my own path, and my path is to travel and experience life. After hearing this, Zhou felt a sense of black humor. He knew that this guy had become foolish from his travels and was single-minded. It was unlikely that he could convince him to stay, so he stopped trying. Zhou said, Sticking to your beliefs makes life meaningful. You're right. I originally thought about having you stay and participate in the construction of the Bird Kingdom, so that the common people of the Bird Kingdom could live a happy life. Naruto blinked and said, The land of birds is very happy. Compared to the people of the land of lightning, you all are much happier. Your Lord Heron is very capable. He deliberately gave a ladder for Sho. Lord Heron. Sho muttered a few words, revealing a bitter smile. Naruto asked, Master Mungzong, isn't that right? The broom god, looking very angry, said, Of course it's not right. Do you know how the previous Lord Lu died? Naruto shook his head and said, I don't know. I've never been to the land of birds before, and I've never seen the previous Lord Heron. For some reason, upon hearing this, Chao's anger rose uncontrollably. Is this the main point? This is not the main point. The main point is how the previous Lord Heron died. Naruto asked, How did the previous Lord Heron die? The broom suppressed its anger again and said, He died from poisoning. Naruto said, Poison? Did you eat something toxic? That's so careless. But sometimes, people just make mistakes. Just like when I was traveling alone and trying to cook in the wild, I was being really careful, but I still ended up setting the forest on fire. Zaku, hearing this, couldn't help but feel his blood vessels swell. What kind of nonsense is this? Who wants to hear your ridiculous stories? Let's talk about Lord Sato instead. Lord Sato, Zaka said, this isn't just carelessness leading to poisoning. Someone poisoned you. Naruto's eyes trembled as he confirmed. Man-made? Yes, replied SH. Naruto, for what? The broom asked. Yume, what do you think is the most important thing in Lord Liu's position? Naruto tentatively replied, family. The broom was directly triggered, and the mustache stood up high. He said in a deep voice, it's his position as the Hokage. Naruto exclaimed, Master Mingzong, are you saying that someone killed Lord Liu for the seat of the daimyo? Zhao thought to himself, finally, he's on the right track. Zhao said yes. Naruto said, who could this be? Sho said, who is sitting in the daimyo's position now? Naruto said incredulously, how is this possible? How could he? The current Lord Heron is the son of the previous Lord Heron. Broom replied, Yomi, you are too naive. When a person's heart turns cruel, they can become a mad beast, capable of doing anything. Naruto nodded in agreement. Poisoning Lord Heron, what a heartless beast. Upon hearing this, the anger of the broom flared up again, saying that the current Lord Heron was the beast, not the one who poisoned him. The broom said, Youming, we want to expose Lord Heron's crimes and seek justice, but we can't. Naruto innocently asked why. The brooms replied, Lord Egrets has a bounty hunter behind him, and his strength is very strong. None of us are his match. If he helps Lord Egrets, we have no chance of winning. Naruto nodded. This is really a frustrating situation. Zhao didn't want to keep going in circles with Naruto, and said, Youming, your strength is not weak. Can you help us? Naruto pointed at himself. Me? The broom nodded. Yes, it's you. Naruto waved his hand and said, I can't. My skills are very poor. He didn't say he couldn't do it. He is very capable, extremely capable. He just can't say he can't. Zhao sincerely said, I believe in you. You can definitely do it. Naruto said, I'm afraid I'll mess things up. The broom comforted him again. Don't worry, we'll be with you. Naruto hesitated for a long time and said, all right then, Master Mengzong trusts me so much, so I agree. The broom was overjoyed and said, thank you. Naruto said, you're welcome. During this time, I have been indebted to the master for your care. This is what I should do. After talking with Naruto for a while, Ji left and returned to his own house. The first thing he said to his subordinates was, I want to personally kill that bastard. After speaking with Naruto, he was so exhausted that he nearly lost his temper several times. If he weren't afraid of losing to Naruto, he would have slapped him away long ago. Ji's subordinates remained silent, sensing their leader's anger, deciding it was best not to provoke him. They exchanged knowing smiles, aware that this visitor had agreed, and soon, their homeland would be within reach. Naruto said, if I could go back to my previous life, I would definitely aim for an Oscar Achievement Award. With my acting skills, I can only be invincible. The stage is already set, and next it's time to watch the show. This performance should be very exciting. Chapter 148, Exploring Naruto's Reality and Illusion. Zhu Lu wanted to see Naruto again, so she invited him out again. Naruto stood on the treetop and said, what do you want with me? What is going on? The heron replied, it's nothing. I just wanted to talk to you, senpai. This was actually the truth, as he had been thinking too much these past few days and felt a bit restless, so he came out to get some fresh air. Naruto said, didn't you release Jiang Hongming? Go talk to him and discuss the major issues concerning the country and the people. Zhu Lu replied, we discussed it, but there was no conclusion. Naruto said, what a pity. Shirue, Senior, are you really serious about this regret? Naruto said, that broom invited me. Zhu Lu responded, invited you to do what? Naruto was astonished. Do you really have to be so straightforward? Inviting me to deal with you, getting you killed, then framing me for it, and finishing me off. Naruto said. Zhu Lu said coldly, what a vicious scheme. Naruto said, to invite me to join, they slandered you, claiming that you killed your father to seize power, labeling you as an unforgivable tyrant. After hearing this, Zhu Lu also felt a surge of anger and said, Senior, can I take action first? Fortunately, it's you, Senior. If it were someone else, they might have really gone to the party, and the Bird Kingdom would have been stolen by them. Naruto said, oh, I promise. Zhu Lu smiled slightly, very charmingly, and said, Senior, if you become the daimyo of the bird country, I will fully support you. Naruto touched his nose, realizing how strong the ability to go with the flow was. He almost ended up shooting himself in the foot. Well, I might as well join in and just sit back and munch on some seeds, Naruto said. Shirue actually hoped Naruto would agree. As long as he did, she could finally put down this heavy burden. It was then that Shirue remembered she didn't even know Naruto's name and asked, Excuse me, I still don't know your name? Naruto said, it doesn't matter. Just think of me as a passing tourist. And then I took advantage of you guys. Zhu Lu questioned, took advantage of us? Naruto slapped his forehead and said sorry. I misspoke. I accidentally revealed my true feelings. Zhu Lu said, I still want to know what you tricked us into, senior? Naruto said, this you will know in the future. You, the lord of the country, are almost being fooled by me. Slowly, this will definitely become a branch of the flame dragon. Sigh, invincible, that's me. Seeing that Naruto didn't want to say more, Zhu Lu didn't pursue the matter further and said again, Senior, what is your name? Naruto, it's not important. Shirue, it is important. Naruto said, what? Do I have to have a longevity tablet set up for me in the future? Zhu Lu blinked her delicate eyes and said, longevity tablet, what kind of thing is that? Naruto said, it's nothing. My name is Yume. Juri knew this name, but she felt that it wasn't Naruto's real name. Juri said, I don't believe it. Naruto said, you have to believe this. My name is Yume. You can call me Uncle Yume. Zhu Lu. She didn't want to talk to Naruto anymore. Zhu Lu then asked, Senior, where is your hometown? Naruto said, my hometown? It's far away, farther than you can imagine. Zhu Lu, where is it? Naruto said, on the far side of the starry sky, at the end of the universe, in the long river of time, at the end where the sun and moon do not shine. Zhu Lu's face darkened and said, Senior, if you don't want to say it, just say so. Naruto sincerely said, these are my heartfelt words. Everything I say is true. Zhu Li turned around and said, Senior, sometimes you can really be quite annoying. Naruto touched his nose and said, why don't you believe me? I'm not lying. The heron walked even faster, disappearing into the forest and losing its figure. Naruto didn't leave immediately. He stared at the night sky, lost in thought, with a look of longing on his face. He really missed home. Sigh. A sigh echoed far and wide in the quiet night. Naruto also disappeared into the treetops. Originally, he intended to go directly back to his room, but he discovered that one of his subordinates was trying to sneak attack his shadow clone. Naruto said, with the strength of a Chunin, even my shadow clone could send you flying with a single fart. Want to sneak attack me? How foolish. This person quietly entered Naruto's room, but before getting close to Naruto, he was slapped away by Naruto, crashing through the door. What happened? Xiaozhou came out and saw that his subordinate's face was somewhat deformed. This strength was definitely not weak, and he felt that the intruder's strength was above that of a Jonin. Xiaozhou asked again, what happened? Naruto said, I was meditating when this person sneaked into my room. I thought he was a thief, so I struck and sent him flying out. The broom said, Yume, sorry, he is not a thief, he is my subordinate. Naruto exclaimed, it's you. Why you look so ugly? You really resemble a thief. The person who was knocked away by Naruto looked unpleasant, with a somewhat dark expression. Naruto continued, then why did he enter my room? Zhao coldly asked, Tianhe, what's going on? Tianhe replied, I'm not convinced. Naruto said, I didn't provoke you. So what are you upset about? Is it because you don't have my looks? That's why you're jealous? The expressions of both of them darkened. Hasn't this already passed? Zhai restrained his temper and said, Tianhe, Youming is my esteemed guest. Remember, do not be so rude in the future. Tianhe replied, yes. Zhai smiled at Naruto and said, Youming, since I have placed valuable treasures on you, Tianhe is unwilling and disturbed you. He has learned his lesson now. So for my sake, let this go this time. Naruto said, since Master seeks excellence, I will certainly comply. Broom clasped his hands. Thank you. Naruto said, Master Mangekyō, if there's nothing else, I'll take a rest first. He yawned and was about to head back to his room. Zhao said, Youming, wait a moment. Naruto stopped in his tracks, turned around, and asked, Master Mangekyō, is there anything else? The broom replied, we will act tomorrow, and I hope that the netherworld will not break the appointment. Naruto said, oh, okay, let's finish this quickly, so I can leave early and continue my journey. After saying this, he went into the house. The expressions of Zhuang and Tianhe immediately became serious, and a cold smile appeared at the corner of Zhuang's mouth. Still thinking about leaving, what a delusion. Zhuang and Tianhe also entered the house to discuss their views with the others inside. They had some understanding of Naruto's strength, and after the task was completed, they would formulate a strategy based on Naruto's abilities. Chapter 149. Cloud Smoke Palm. The next day, Naruto was called up early. The plan of the wandering ninjas led by Zhuang was about to begin. Naruto encountered Lu and Beichun, who left a mark in the original work. Both died at the hands of Kakashi. Lu seemed to be a bit stronger, as Kakashi used his Sharingan, while Beichun had his head snapped off by Kakashi, dying in a rather pathetic manner. Naruto went with them to the palace where Zhu Lu was. Upon their arrival, Zhu Lu had been waiting for them for quite some time, along with Hong Ming, who was also waiting for them. Zhu Lu said, Lord Ming, you have finally arrived. Zhou, confused, asked, Lord Lu, what do you mean by that? Zhu Lu sneered and replied, what do I mean? Why are you all here today? Don't you know in your hearts? Zhou couldn't help but feel his pupils constrict. Their plan had been exposed, and immediately, everyone's gaze turned toward Naruto. Naruto spread his hands and said, what are you looking at me for? Didn't you say that Lord Lu killed her father and brothers for the sake of authority? Why not just impeach him? Homing said, Meng Zong, don't slander. This is unbecoming of a high monk like you. Zhou was angry, wondering how this guy could say such a thing, as it meant they could no longer seize the initiative. Before Zhou could speak, Zhu Lu spoke first, looking coldly at Zhou and said, Lord Meng Zong, I hope you can explain. Zhou replied indifferently, explain what? Zhu Lu said, about my father's poisoning. Since his burial, no one has touched his grave. How did you know my father died of poisoning? Zhou said, I realized that when Lord Lu died, he died of poisoning. Zhu Lu pressed, then why didn't you say it back then? Zhou calmly replied, because I had no power or influence. I could only endure. What a shameless villain, trying to justify himself like this. Zhu Lu said, no power or influence. After my father's death, the most powerful in the bird kingdom was you. Even General Hongming is inferior to you. Is this what you call having no power or influence? Moreover, during my father's lifetime, he often summoned you, and many important matters were discussed with you. If you wanted to do something, it would have been very easy. Zhou said, Lord Lu, your words are a bit excessive. Zhu Lu smiled coldly and said, excessive? Really excessive, Lord Meng Zong? Zhou noticed the sarcasm in Zhu Lu's eyes and vaguely sensed that this Lord Lu had indeed grown up and seemed to know a lot of things. Humming said coldly, Meng Zong, conspiring against the former Lord Lu, surrender now, and you'll have a decent death. Zhou said, Hongming, what are you talking about? I don't understand. Zhu Lu said, don't understand? Then let me tell you a story. There is a group of ninjas without a fixed country, without a fixed village, wandering everywhere, stealing the essence of ninjutsu and creating unique skills. They're called wandering ninjas. The wandering ninjas have 3 leaders, with Zhou as the chief, and the other 2 are Lu and Beichin. At this point, Zhu Lu's eyes were sharp as arrows, staring at Zhou and the others, coldly saying, do you understand now? The group of wandering ninjas could not fail to understand. They had been completely exposed. Zhou asked, when did you find out? Zhu Lu said, a long time ago. At this moment, her expression was unreadable, and it was hard to tell if she was speaking the truth. Zhou said, very good, with such endurance. You are much stronger than your father. At this moment, Naruto began his performance and said, wait. Everyone's eyes turned to Naruto, wanting to know what he would do. Ming looked at the broom and asked in confusion, Master Mingzong, does that mean you were the one who killed the previous Lord Lu? At that moment, the broom did not hide anything and said, it was me, but that was because he did nothing, could not lead the common people to happiness, abused his position to bully others and commit evil deeds. For the sake of the people of the Bird Kingdom, I had no choice but to kill him. Naruto said, but the common people have a high opinion of him. Sho angrily replied, that's because of his dirty tactics. Naruto argued, but it's not just a few people, it's a lot of people. Is this also his tactic? In fact, Naruto knew very well that this was possible, because Sarutobi Hiruzen was a great example. Kaze said yes. At this moment, Saru said, Senior, that's enough. Upon hearing this, Kaze and the others all looked at Naruto, and if they couldn't figure it out at this point, they would be fools. Naruto is Tsuru's person. Whoosh! Naruto's body flashed and landed in front of Cho and the others. He said, you guys are really foolish. Do you remember my first sentence? Although it had only been a short while, they really couldn't fully recall Naruto's complete first words. At this moment, Zhu Lu spoke up, Father, Brother, Cho, Lu, and the others looked at Zhu Lu in shock. Cho asked, who are you? Zhu Lu removed her crown and said, I am Zhu Lu. You poisoned my father to seize control of the Bird Kingdom, and you also poisoned my brother. For the Bird Kingdom, for revenge. I can only live as my brother. Hongming knelt down and said, Lord Lu, you have suffered. He could imagine the hardships and inner torment Lord Lu had endured over the years, far more than they had. They knew who was responsible for their father's and brother's deaths, but they couldn't take revenge because the enemy had great influence in the Bird Kingdom, and many people there worshipped him as a follower. Zhu Lu declared, today, I will avenge my father and brother. I want you all dead. After saying this, she flew into the air, her inner power surging in her fists, and shouted as she struck at Cho and the others. Lu stood in front and shouted, all things in the universe. Assimilation technique. Under the enhancement of ninjutsu, he transformed into a stone man, and this stone was very hard, capable of shattering even dog teeth. However, in front of Zhu Lu, it was like a puppet shattered by her punch. Lu's body exploded, but Cho, Bei-chun, and the others showed no signs of pain, simply watching quietly. Whoosh! In the next moment, the shattered stone pieces shot towards Zhu Lu. Zhu Lu's inner power erupted, and with a surge of momentum, she sent the debris flying. Shadow Mimic Technique. Just then, Cho activated ninjutsu, a shadow mimic technique devoid of essence. He aimed to control Zhu Lu. Lu shouted, assimilation. Sand binding coffin. Countless grains of sand surged to bind Zhu Lu. Lord Lu. Hongming's expression changed dramatically as he called out. Naruto shook his head after watching. It's a complete mess. This technique, lacking the essence of ninjutsu, is simply terrible. This shadow mimicry technique can't control Zhu Lu at all. She easily broke free. Zhu Lu shouted, Cloud Smoke Palm. Chapter 150. You want me to be a monk? The Cloud Smoke Palm is a martial art passed down by Naruto to Zhu Lu, suitable for women to practice. It consists of 8 palms, each with 18 moves. However, Naruto only taught the first 4 palms to Zhu Lu. With her first grade strength, it's better not to attempt the last 4, as one palm could probably drain her inner strength completely. This is the first palm of the Cloud Smoke Palm, Cloud Peaks Dawn. Zhu Lu sensed Lu's position and, with incredible speed, moved as lightly as smoke, dodging the sand and dust attack, landing a palm on his body. The sound of an explosion echoed as it shattered the stone formed from sand, proving utterly ineffective against Zhu Lu. The powerful force penetrated Lu's internal organs, severing his meridians and rupturing his lungs. Blood flowed from Lu's mouth as he asked, How did you know about me? Zhu Lu replied, People are not true stones. Have you all turned your hearts into stone? Lu said, I see. Zhu Lu exerted force with her palm again, and Lu's body softened, countless cracks appearing on him. Blood continuously sliding down, collapsing to the ground, dead as a doornail. Ji and Bei-chun exchanged shocked glances. During their battle with Lu, Bei-chun had no chance to speak, and Ji's words were only a 60 to 40 chance. Yet in Zhu Lu's hands, with one palm, she killed him. Zhu Lu's strength was beyond what they could contend with. Zhu Lu said, I'm sorry, senior. I acted too quickly and didn't hold back, resulting in his death. Naruto is really snacking and drinking a bottle of sake, looking like he's watching a show. He said, It's nothing, just a minor character. If he dies, he dies. Zhu Lu said, Thank you, senior. Cho looked at Naruto and said, You may. If you lend us a helping hand, the country of birds will give you half. Zhu Lu directly said, Senior, I will step down, and you can become the daimyo of the country of birds. Naruto clapped his hands and said, Hey, I'm just a bystander. My mom taught me not to meddle in other people's business. Bei-chun's cold eyes flickered, and 2 hidden weapons shot towards Naruto's throat like shooting stars. He had long been annoyed by Naruto and had to take action now. Zhu Lu coldly said, Fool, sneaking an attack on a senior. Who gave you the courage? If he can teach an outstanding disciple like me, his strength must be formidable. Fo shouted, No. How could this fool sneak attack him? Naruto said, Attacking me? You really have guts. Controlling 2 meteor shurikens, he said, Here you go. The 2 meteor shurikens struck Bei-chun before he could react, and then Bei-chun fell down. No one present could clearly see the trajectory of the meteor shurikens. They seemed to have crossed through space and hit Bei-chun. Naruto naturally did not kill him. He simply used internal energy to sever his limbs, leaving him in a state worse than death. Zhao's expression changed drastically. He knew that the strength of this underworld was definitely very powerful. Naruto pulled Bei-chun over with one hand and tossed him at Hongming's feet, saying, This is up to you now, he must not die. Hongming replied, Yes, senior. The meteor dart, moving at such speed, surprisingly did not pierce the body of this bandit. How was this even possible? He couldn't do it. Not even Lord Lu could. This is a great master. Someone you cannot offend. Someone you cannot afford to offend. Zhou looked at Naruto with some fear, seemingly realizing that he had underestimated this person's strength. That kind of precise power was definitely beyond his capability to handle. Naruto said, Don't look at me. You can rest assured. As long as you don't make a move on me, I'll just be a bystander. Zhu Lu said, Broom, let's fight to the death. If you can defeat me, you can leave. Broom said, Really? Zhu Lu coldly replied, Of course. At this moment, Hongming also expressed his stance, saying, I won't interfere either, and neither will the army. Naruto said, You look a bit uncomfortable like this, so why not return to your true form? With a wave of his hand, The broom no longer appeared as a high monk, but instead was clad in gray-black armor, bald, with a somewhat dark complexion and a light beard. Naruto said, "You're really ugly." The broom asked, "How did you do that?" Naruto smiled slightly and said, "It's a secret. I just won't tell him. It'll drive him crazy." This transformation technique was nothing but a trick in his eyes, easily seen through, nothing to be proud of. If it were the Monkey King's 72 transformations, not even he in his current state, or even if he were to shatter the void, could see through it. Zhu Dao said, "That's fine. It makes combat easier." He then formed hand seals and shouted, "Multiple shadow clone jutsu." Zhu Dao said, "Lord Heron, I don't believe you can tell my clones apart. If there are untrained herons or herons trained in ninjutsu, they definitely wouldn't be able to see through it, but right now, the heron really can see through it. And that's due to the life force. There's a qualitative difference between the main body and the clone's life force." The heron stared at one of the brooms and said, "I can recognize you, but I don't need to." She soared into the air and said, "Clouds and mist swirl." This was the second palm of the cloud and mist palm, swirling mist everywhere. There were loud bangs as one clone after another disappeared, and with the final hand seal, the main body of the broom and more than 10 clones were sent flying out. The broom was moving in the air, spitting blood, looking quite miserable. However, his suffering didn't end there. Just as his body came to a stop, he was kicked back again. The one who kicked him was naturally the heron, who had caught up with the broom's retreating speed. Then came the brutal beating, with screams accompanying the sounds of punches, creating a beautiful melody. The heron wanted to return all the pain she had endured over the years to the broom and vent all her anger. Naruto thought to himself, "Poor kid." After a while, the red-crowned crane finished, and it returned, dragging its barely alive broom back to Naruto's side, saying, "Senior, he didn't die." Naruto said, "I'm half dead too." He also noticed the lower half of the broom, covered in blood, leaving a lot behind. He couldn't help but feel a chill in his lower body. This was a bit too brutal. This man definitely wouldn't make it. The red-crowned crane blushed slightly and said, "I accidentally stepped on it." Naruto, no need to explain. "I want to ask you if you have a feel for it." Naruto said, "You've avenged your great enemy, so I'll be leaving now." Shirue replied, "Wait." Naruto was startled and said, "Don't make me do anything like being a daimyo. I'm not interested, really not interested." Homing also looked at Zhu Lu, thinking to himself, "Lord Lu, please don't take it seriously." Zhu Lu said, "No, that's senior, now it's Mangekyō, no. It's the position of the broom that has become vacant, can you?" Naruto exclaimed and stepped back a distance, saying, "You want me to be a monk?" No, I'm still thinking about getting married." Chapter 151. The broom killed before Zhu Lu could explain. Naruto suddenly vanished without a trace. Seeing that Naruto had disappeared, Zhu Lu couldn't help but sigh. Hongming stepped forward and said, "Lord Lu, this senior probably doesn't want to take on the position of Mangekyō." Zhu Lu replied, "I can see that. He has no desire for these things. If those wandering ninjas had the same awareness, my father and brother wouldn't have taken the path of no return." Hongming nodded yes. Zhu Lu handed the broom to Hongming, who took it and asked, "Lord Lu, what should we do with them?" Zhu Lu said, "Lock them up. Don't let them starve to death. Let them live like ants." Hongming trembled slightly and bowed, "Yes, Lord Lu." Zhu Lu said, "General Hongming, don't worry. My cruelty won't be directed at our people." Hongming maintained a low posture and said, "Understood, Lord Lu." Naruto said, "Fortunately, I ran fast. Otherwise, if this little girl had stuck to me, it wouldn't have been worth it. The broom has been captured, and my trip to the land of birds has come to a complete end. It's time for me to leave. The red-crowned crane has arrived, and she has come openly now." Naruto said in surprise, "What are you doing here?" Zhu Lu replied, "Aren't I welcome?" Naruto nodded without hesitation. "Yeah, Zhu Lu, this senior. Why are you like this?" "I'm also considered his disciple," Zhu Lu said firmly. "This is also the territory of the daimyo. I have always come here, and I am now the daimyo." Naruto, this girl has changed her ways, which is a good thing. People can't always live in the past, can they? At that moment, Naruto's body trembled, and he radiated a mysterious power, making him feel sacred and inviolable. He fell into a hazy state, neither fully awake nor asleep, with an ethereal aura. Oh, Zhu Lu absorbed the power emitted by Naruto, and then her strength actually broke through. Without having time to think more, Zhu Lu also fell into cultivation, absorbing true essence to surpass herself. After a while, Naruto came to his senses and murmured, "I talk about others, but am I not also living in the past?" His heart was still lost in his previous life. However, even if he understood, he would still return to his past life. This little girl is truly fortunate to have encountered me, Naruto thought to himself. The true essence he emitted was flawless and pure, and even if Zhu Lu did not cultivate any techniques, it could still allow her to break through to the acquired realm. Naruto murmured, even if it's a gift from you to help me break through the tough machine, that's enough for her to make a breakthrough. As for passing on her cultivation methods, let's forget about that. Now that Naruto has reached the peak of the mid-stage of the Great Harmony realm, if he has 2 more insights like this, he can directly break through to the Great Harmony realm and step into the Transcendence realm. After a while, Zhu Lu also woke up. The first thing she did upon waking was to get up and bow, saying arigato. Naruto said, "Little girl, you really have a lot of blessings." Zhu Lu replied, "I dare not take the credit. This is all thanks to the seniors." Naruto said, "If you have bad luck, how could you possibly meet me?" Zhu Lu thought for a moment and replied, "I can't refute that." Naruto asked, "All right, enough small talk. What do you want to see me for?" Zhu Li asked, "Senior, are you about to leave?" Naruto said, "Of course, it's all settled. I should continue my journey." Shiroki felt a bit lost. During this time, she had gotten used to Naruto's presence, and with his departure, she didn't know who she could talk to. "Senpai, will you come back?" Shiroki asked, her voice filled with longing. "Naruto, it's hard to say for sure, but if I have the opportunity, I will naturally come back to revisit the old place." Zhu Lu said, "The land of birds will always welcome you, and you will always be the honored guest of the land of birds." Naruto said, "Little girl, don't tempt me. My heart can't withstand temptation." Zhu Lu said, "Then senior, stay." Naruto, "Forget it." Zhu Li's expression showed some struggle, as if there was something she wanted to say, but couldn't bring herself to express. Naruto said, "Little girl, do you have anything else to say?" Zhu Lu nodded and said, "Senior, I have made my decision." Naruto looked at her, waiting for her to continue, but Shuri seemed to want Naruto to ask her, as she didn't respond immediately. It wasn't until Naruto asked, "What have you decided?" that she replied, "I want to spread the martial arts throughout the entire bird country." Naruto asked, "Have you thought it through?" Zhu Lu replied, "I've thought it through. If it reaches a point where it cannot be controlled, and the kingdom of Flame Dragon truly has such prosperity, then I will completely join the kingdom of Flame Dragon and become a province under its rule." Naruto said, "Good courage, I support you. I am the Dragon King. As long as you join the Flame Dragon Kingdom, you can do whatever you want, and I will wholeheartedly agree." Zhu Lu said, "Thank you, senior." Naruto said, "But it's difficult to change the minds of the common people." Shirue replied, "I believe they will follow my decision." What else could Naruto say? He was at a loss for words. After chatting for a while longer, Shirue said she had to leave. Before she went back, she made a request to Naruto that she could come to see him off when he leaves tomorrow. Naruto doesn't want her. He doesn't have that kind of tragic sentiment. He doesn't reject her, but he won't give her a chance. At night, Naruto wakes up from his dreams. It's not that he wants to escape at night, but someone has come. It's the people from the Homing residence. Naruto got out of bed, and before the person at the door could knock, he opened it and asked, "Looking for me?" The person replied, "Lord Yomi, both Sho and Beichon are dead." Naruto raised an eyebrow and asked, "What's going on?" "I'm not sure. The two died in a very strange manner, and Lord Heron doesn't know what the situation is. So he sent me to find you." Naruto said, "Okay, I'll go first. You follow me later." "Yes, Lord Yomi." Naruto's soul was locked in the cell. Next, a person appeared at the cell door and walked in, seeing Shirue and Homing examining the corpse inside the cell. Upon seeing Naruto arrive, Shirue said, "Senior." Naruto asked, "What's going on?" Zhu Lu replied, "I'm not sure. When the guards came in, it was already like this, and the two had died." Naruto looked at the two individuals, their bodies covered in blood, the bright red blood lacking any foul odor, ruling out poisoning. Both of their skins were completely ruptured, as if some force had expanded from within, causing them to burst open, resulting in a terrifying death. Naruto asked, "You didn't torture him again, did you?" Zhu Lu and Hongming shook their heads. "No. The heart rate is normal, and there's no lying." Naruto carefully examined again and found that the muscle tissue of both had aged significantly. He couldn't help but feel a stir in his heart and said, "Call the guards. I need to understand the situation." Zhu Lu replied, "Okay." Chapter 152, Leaving the Land of Birds, Encountering Pursuers. Naruto's gaze fell on the two guards and said, "Tell me what happened before they died." One guard replied, "We were standing outside when we heard two soft sounds. When we came in to check, we found the two of them already dead." Naruto asked, "After they died, did anything special happen, like strange energy or chakra, etc.?" Yes. After we entered the room, there was indeed a strange energy mixed with chakra, very mysterious. I felt it too, and I was wondering what kind of power could achieve such a thing." Naruto said, "Is there still chakra?" Yes, there's quite a lot. Naruto said, Okay, I understand. You can leave now. After the two guards left, Zhu Lu asked, Senior, you know what happened, right? Naruto said, Little girl, if you ignite your internal energy, you could blow yourself up. Zhu Lu was surprised and asked, They also practice martial arts? Naruto said, Yes, on my first day here. I knew they would turn my own greeting against me. So I set a trap for them and gave them a broken manual, limiting their strength to the 3rd rank. Zhu Lu said, So, they ended up taking their own lives? Naruto shook his head. No, they died because of me. Hearing this, Zhu Li had a face full of doubt and asked, Why? Naruto said, You don't need to know about this. It's beyond your understanding. This made Zhu Lu unhappy. After all, she was a monarch and had read many books over the years. What could there be that she couldn't know? Naruto is telling the truth. This is indeed beyond Tsuru's understanding. Even he himself doesn't know what kind of power this is, making it difficult for him to comprehend. Tsuru said, Senior, it's because they practiced the incomplete techniques and couldn't handle so much energy, which led to their bodies exploding. Naruto said, So it's really a death by explosion. Zhu Lu said, Did I get right? Naruto, you were right about their deaths, but it wasn't because of their training. Tsuru, why? Naruto retorted, Do you think they would think about dying? Although they are wandering ninjas and live a hard life, they have never thought about committing suicide. They know that if they cultivate chakra, it will be assimilated by their internal energy, and that internal energy could cause them to explode, so naturally, they wouldn't cultivate chakra. Zhu Lu confidently replied, They probably wouldn't. Naruto said, That's it. Zhu Li said, Senior, this is contradictory. If they didn't cultivate, how would their internal energy grow and then explode, leading to their death? Naruto said, I don't know. I can't say more. It's not good to say too much. Naruto spoke again. Little girl, I have to go now. Farewell. With that, a puff of smoke appeared, and when it dissipated, Naruto was already gone. Zhu Lu's expression showed some disappointment as she murmured, Senior, the land of birds will always welcome you. Hongming asked, Lady Lu, who exactly is this Yume Senior? It seems there is no name for him in the ninja world. With such powerful strength, he surely can't be an ordinary person. Someone like that can't be unknown. Zhu Lu replied, He should be quite famous, because this is not his true appearance. It's just her feeling. Naruto's way of doing things is completely not like that of a 30-year-old, but more like someone in their 20s. Hongming said, That makes sense. Who could he be? Zhu Lu replied, That's hard to say. The senior excels in both ninjutsu and martial arts, and his strength is exceptional. I can't think of anyone who fits that description. Naruto had appeared 10 miles away from the capital of the bird country. He floated in the air, deep in thought. If the 5-inch nails were an accident, then this was no accident. The bodies of CH and Beichun had aged a bit, something others might overlook, but Naruto would not. They had frantically extracted chakra, only to be assimilated by internal energy. There was simply too much internal energy, ultimately causing them to burst. The techniques were given to them by him, which meant that their deaths were intricately linked to him. It seemed like their destiny, that they would die at Naruto's hands. Naruto said, What is going on? What power is at play? Is it the rules of the ninja way? Has it become stronger and plotted in secret? Naruto can't figure it out, but it seems to have become interesting. Naruto murmured, I want to see how you plan to kill the next victim. Naruto's next destination is the Land of Bears. The Land of Bears is located to the west of the Land of Birds and is also a small country, even smaller in area than the Land of Birds. At dawn, Naruto left the Land of Birds and entered the borders of the Land of Bears. Naruto landed on the ground, yawned, and was about to find a place to take a nap, but someone didn't want him to sleep. This morning was unexpectedly filled with a sense of danger. 2 ninjas were chasing after another ninja. Naruto murmured, It's none of my business. He arrived at a tree and noticed a hollow at the top of it, planning to rest there for a while. However, one of the ninja's words caught Naruto's attention, and he couldn't rest anymore. This person overheard our conversation. We can't let him return to the Land of Wind, and I can't let Gaara know about our plan. Naruto had to stop. It was related to Gaara, related to the Land of Wind, so he had to be cautious. Chakra flowed out, transforming into sand, supporting him beneath his feet, and then he appeared out of thin air. The faces of the 2 pursuing ninjas changed slightly, and one of them, wearing a headscarf, said, A ninja from a Land of Wind. Naruto said, Yes. The person replied, I didn't ask you. Naruto said, I'm just playing around. Another companion asked, Are you from the Land of Wind or the Land of War? This person clearly didn't seem like a good guy. He had a scar on his face that looked somewhat menacing. The Land of War, that should be the area controlled by Gaara and the others. Naruto said, The Woofing Kingdom must be all about practicing martial arts, right? I am from the Land of Wind. Speaking nonsense, he said it without hesitation. and he wasn't even out of breath. I can only say he is talented. The person wearing a headscarf asked. Really? Naruto was a bit speechless. Is this confirmation serious? How do you judge whether it's true or false? Naruto said, really? But I just came back from my travels and don't know what has happened in the Land of Wind. Can you tell me? The person being hunted, upon hearing this, immediately tried to leave, but unfortunately, Naruto didn't give him the chance. A thick cloud of sand engulfed the area, trapping him. He had no opportunity to escape. This tactic made both of them's eyes light up. This strength must be above that of a J-Nin, and they said, your skills are impressive, sir. Chapter 153. Toying around, Naruto humbly waved his hand and said, just a small trick, just a small trick. Then he proudly added, this is a jutsu I created for my understanding of assimilation and shabaku. The person wearing the headscarf said, impressive. This is heartfelt. Anyone who can create a jutsu is certainly not an ordinary person. Naruto said with a smile, thank you for the compliment. Can you talk to me now? The scar-faced man asked, what is your name? Naruto said, Hiro Luo. The scar-faced man replied, Hiro Luo? Naruto nodded and said, yes, you must have heard of me. I tell you, I'm really strong now. The scar-faced man interrupted Naruto's self-praise and said, sorry, we haven't heard of you. This is actually the surname of the country of the wind. Naruto hummed and said, that's only natural. My father once said that his backup is on a rock sand. If they hadn't fallen into obscurity, they could have at least managed to become an elder. The scar-faced man exchanged glances with his companion, seemingly realizing that this guy had some issues with his head, which made things easier. They could fool him. The scar-faced man said, Hero brother, it would have been great if you had come back earlier. Naruto naturally picked up the conversation and asked, what do you mean by that? The scar-faced man said, speaking of these matters, Hero, can you tell us about your current strength? Naruto hummed, I am invincible under the Shadow Ninja, but it's 1 for 1 above the Shadow Ninja. The scar-faced duo. Is there really someone so arrogant? Naruto said fiercely, what? Don't believe me? Well, then I'll play with you. With that, he raised his palm, made a hand seal with one hand, and then said sand wave. Instantly, a sky of yellow sand enveloped the two. Naruto continued. The wind and sand, the tornado, turned into a giant dragon, which kept twisting and swirling, stirring up the fierce winds. The scar-faced man said, Hero, brother, we were wrong. We shouldn't have doubted you. Shouldn't have doubted your strength. This kind of momentum is something he simply cannot withstand. Naruto scattered the sand and said, now you know my strength, right? Actually, it's just the power of my position. It only looks intimidating. The two bowed and said, I'm sorry, please forgive us, senior. Naruto said fiercely, that's more like it. Let's continue. Oh, where do we leave off just now? Scarface replied, we haven't said anything yet. Naruto said, right, it hasn't started yet. The scar-faced man exchanged a glance with his companion, wondering what had happened to make this person so foolish. However, it was just what they needed. The scar-faced man said, Hero brother, the land of wind is now divided into 2 parts. One is the land of wind, and the other is the woofing kingdom. Naruto asked, a country, 2 regimes? Scarface shook his head and said, no, it's 1 country divided into 2 countries. What? Naruto exclaimed, how is this Raza being managed? How could such a thing happen? The land of wind is a single nation. How can it be divided into 2? This Kazekage is too incompetent. The scar-faced man said, Hero, please calm down, please calm down. This has nothing to do with the 4th Kazekage. This is not the 4th Kazekage's fault. Naruto said angrily, you tell me. I want to see who dares to separate the land of wind, and I'll crush him. The scar-faced man exchanged glances with his companion, revealing a faint smile. It looks promising. The scar-faced man said, it's all Gaara's fault. He caused the division of the land of wind. Naruto said in confusion, Gaara, isn't this the son of Raza? How could he be the culprit behind the division of the wind country? If he wants to take control of the wind country, he could just wait for his father to pass on the throne, then the wind country would be his, right? Why would he do such a thing? The scar-faced man replied, who says otherwise? But Gaara is born with a rebellious nature. He joined the land of the flame dragon. Hero brother, you should know about the land of the flame dragon, right? Naruto said cautiously, I know about the martial arts sacred land. This martial arts is very powerful. I once encountered someone whose strength was on par with mine, but I was suppressed and beaten by him. The scar-faced man said, after Gaara joined the flame dragon kingdom, he used the banner of doing good for the wind country to split the wind country into 2 parts. Naruto said angrily, this ungrateful child. Just wait until I go back to deal with him. His anger was so vivid, he could easily win an Oscar. After saying that, Naruto was about to turn around and leave. The scar-faced man said, "Hero brother, wait a moment. This is quite a strong opponent. Although he has the strength of a shadow ninja, he will definitely not be a match for Gaara." Naruto said, "Who else do you have? Don't worry. A junior like this can't stir up much trouble in my hands." He looked very proud, as if in his eyes, Gaara could be easily captured. The scar-faced man said, "Hero brother, don't be reckless, don't be reckless." The man wearing a headscarf also stepped forward and said, Yes, don't be reckless. Now that Gaara has trained in martial arts and has a pair of Sharingan, even a super shadow ninja wouldn't be his match." Naruto said solemnly, "Super shadow ninja, Sharingan. Is this brat really that strong?" Scarface replied, "Extremely strong. Not just Gaara, there's another person in the Land of Wind. And this person is one of the giants of the Flame Dragon country." Naruto asked, "Who?" The scar-faced man replied word by word, "The former rogue ninja of Konoha, Orochimaru." Naruto's pupils narrowed as he said, "The legendary three ninjas of Konoha." The man in the headscarf replied, "Orochimaru also possesses a pair of Sharingan. His strength is only greater than Gaara's, not weaker." Naruto said, "This is inevitable. After all, these are the legendary three ninjas, figures who have left a great reputation in the ninja world. However, Gaara has Shikaku, is a Jinchuriki, so he shouldn't be too bad." This was a reasonable statement directed toward his own people. In response, the two nodded in agreement. After all, Naruto's strength is extraordinary now, so it's best to support him for the time being. Naruto said, "That being said, in the Land of Wind, no one will be a match for the two of us now." Scarface replied, "Not necessarily. Senior, your skills are extraordinary, with other methods to support you. Capturing Gaara and Orochimaru should be no problem." To this, Naruto shook his head. "But that's Orochimaru. It's going to be difficult. Why don't you tell me your plan?" Scarface began to perform and said, "Although Gaara has suffered unfair treatment, is very cold, and is not liked by others, he is very sentimental. His father is gone, but he still has a sister and a brother. If we capture them, we can make Gaara submit." Naruto said, "Is this also your reason for chasing after that person just now?" Scarface replied, "It's all our fault. We didn't pay attention to our surroundings during the negotiations, and he overheard us." Fortunately, the senior intercepted him. Naruto smiled slightly and said, "It's okay. He has already gone to inform." Chapter 154, Pretense. As soon as these words were spoken, the two exchanged glances in shock, both looking at the sandball that was controlling the restraints. The scar-faced man said, "Hero Luo, what do you mean by that?" Naruto said, "It's nothing much. I just let the person go. You should be nearing the Land of Wind by now." "What? No way." The two couldn't believe it, their eyes still fixed on the controlled sand dune. They couldn't remember when this giant ball of solidified sand had ever been opened. Naruto said, "Since you don't believe me, I'll show you." As Naruto waved his hand, the sand slowly fell and eventually disappeared. The answer was naturally obvious. The sandball was empty. The scar-faced man shouted, "Hero Luo, are you messing with me?" Naruto said, "Bingo, you answered correctly, and I will reward you by letting you know my name. I am Youming, currently a visitor, and I do only one thing. Send enemies into the darkness." The scar-faced man said with a gloomy expression, "Youming? Who exactly are you?" Naruto said, "Are you an idiot? I already said it. Or are you deaf? I'm a tourist. A traveler. Do you understand?" The man in the headscarf replied, "You little brat, ruining our plans, die." After saying that, a kunai and 3 shurikens were already launched, flying towards Naruto. He quickly formed hand seals and shouted, "Earth style. Earth spear." A long yellow earth spear appeared, directly aimed at Naruto. Naruto pretended to say, "Space ninjutsu." Space channel. The swirling sand turned into numerous pipes, enclosing the incoming shurikens. No matter how the kunai weaved through the sandy tubes, under Naruto's control, their speed increased by nearly 70%. Of course, there's also this earth spear. The scar-faced man was somewhat speechless. This is space ninjutsu. But it's still just the nature of Wind Country's ninjutsu, only transformed into pipes. Naruto said, "I don't like your stuff. Here you go." A bad premonition rose in Scarface's heart, and he warned, "Chin, be careful." Chin replied, "Shio, don't worry." Chin dodged a few times and avoided 3 hidden weapons. But when a kunai came, he couldn't evade it and could only block with a dagger. Crack! The dagger was broken, and the kunai pierced through Chin's body, exiting from his right shoulder, causing him to let out a piercing scream. However, the matter was not over. The earth spear was returned unchanged. "Chin, be careful," Shio shouted loudly, his face changing dramatically. Even if he wanted to assist, he couldn't. The earth spear pierced through Chin's throat, declaring his death directly. Naruto scratched his head and said, "Oh, I forgot to introduce it. My sand pipeline can increase the speed of hidden weapons by 70 and their power by 10 times. The scar-faced man knew that he was no match for the person in front of him, so he wanted to escape. He didn't use hidden weapons. Instead, he formed hand seals and shouted, "Great fog technique." Suddenly, the entire forest was enveloped in mist, and visibility was reduced to almost nothing. Naruto wondered, is this a jutsu from the Hidden Mist Village? Are these two people from the Land of Water? In his opinion, Terumi shouldn't have the audacity to interfere in the development of the Land of Flame. The figure escaped, and before fleeing, he made sure to take his companion's body with him. Naruto did not ascend to the sky, but pursued in the air, wanting to see who these two people were. The scar-faced man seemed very cautious. He did not bring the corpse back to the base, but instead went to a cave. After entering, the man with the headscarf observed as his body changed, eventually transforming into a white figure. Upon seeing this white figure, Naruto felt there was no need to hide anymore. He descended from the air into the cave and said, "So it's you guys." He had sealed off 90% of his soul and had not used the Rinnegan or the Rebirth Eye. And coupled with the fact that Naruto had rarely engaged with him recently, he had almost forgotten about them. The man said, "You were indeed tracking me in the shadows, trying to obtain our base. This is also the reason he came here." Naruto said, "You are very smart." She asked, "Do you know us?" Naruto nodded and said, "I know a little. During one trip, I secretly overheard a conversation between two people from the Land of Fire, one of whom was White Zetsu. Your appearance is quite similar to what they described, so I know a bit." Xiaodao replied, "The Land of Fire and also the Flame Dragon martial arts." Naruto hesitated and asked, "What species are you exactly?" This was naturally a question he already knew the answer to, as he laughed off his doubts. Shio thought for a moment and said, "We are a great tribe that fights to protect the people. The peace of a ninja world is safeguarded by us." How shameless, truly shameless, to say that you protect the peace of a ninja world. You must have such thick skin to utter those words. Am I not aware that the Fourth Great Ninja War was led by you? Naruto could only follow his words and say, "To protect the peace of the ninja world. Since the Warring States period, it seems that you have not existed, right? How have you protected the peace of the ninja world?" The sleeve replied, "This is the ninja's own battle. The ninja world is unequal, so naturally there will be battles. They need to seek for themselves, to find the answer to peace." Naruto said, "Then what is the meaning of your existence?" Sasuke replied, "To protect the ninja way." Naruto understood in his heart that behind this group of white Zetsus was the consciousness of the rules of the ninja way. Still wearing a confused expression, Naruto said, "Protect the ninja way? Why do we need to protect the ninja way?" Sleeve replied, "Because the ninja way is currently being challenged." Naruto said at the right moment, "Martial arts." Xiaodao replied, "Yes, it's martial arts. As martial arts become more popular, the practice of ninja way will gradually disappear, and there will be no more ninjutsu in the world." Naruto asked, "I'm also studying ninjutsu and martial arts. Martial arts are indeed somewhat domineering and superior to ninjutsu. But why? If martial arts are superior to ninjutsu, what is wrong with choosing to learn the better one?" Xiaodao replied, "Wrong. This is just the surface." Naruto, how do you explain this? I want to see how you can trick me. Xiaodao, this martial arts training is indeed superior to ninjutsu training. Not only does it enhance strength quickly, but it also allows you to live longer. Before he could finish his sentence, Naruto interrupted him and asked, "Do you want to die young?" Shio shook his head and answered negatively, "No, I don't." Naruto said, "Isn't this enough? Martial arts not only strengthen the body and prolong life, but they also enhance strength quickly. Isn't that a good thing? Why should we eliminate martial arts?" Shio said, "Wrong. Very wrong. As martial arts grow stronger, each person possesses immense power. Who would listen to the other's command? Not even the terrifying ones. Conflicts deepen between each other, and struggles become inevitable. In the end, they form factions, and war isn't far off. By then, the ninja world will be even worse, with more casualties. Tell me, should martial arts exist?" Chapter 155, The Almost Collapsed White Zetsu Clone. This indeed gives a sense of imminent bloodshed, but they are overthinking it. Cultivating to the first level of martial arts does have a high probability. Among a population of 100 million, there might be thousands who achieve it, but the highest probability can only be 1 in 10,000. Many of these people practice, but they are really just strengthening their bodies. Naruto said, "I really don't agree with that statement." Sleeve replied, "Why?" Naruto said, "Not everyone is a war fanatic. These warriors do not all enjoy war. Just like the current Flame Dragon country, they are quite powerful, but have they truly waged war in the real sense? Shio retorted. The wind country and the fire country. Isn't the internal conflict of these two countries considered war? Naruto retorted. How many civilians died? Were there thousands? Just look at the Third Shinobi World War. It nearly wiped out other countries on their own territory, and that was hundreds of thousands of civilians who suffered such unwarranted disaster. Compared to that, what happened between the land of wind and the land of fire is nothing, right? Shio realized that she seemed unable to argue against this so-called hero. The doctrine of the Flame Dragon Country was good. That was beyond doubt. It could persuade some fools easily because they didn't really understand the Flame Dragon Country. But this person in front of her seemed a bit foolish. His way of speaking was also somewhat silly, and he was ruthless, killing with one strike. Yet he could still speak like this. Shio asked, "Are you from the Flame Dragon Country?" Naruto said, "Oh, that's not it. I'm a traveler, and my former country has long been destroyed." There is nothing wrong with this statement. His former country has indeed been destroyed. The land of whirlpools has been gone for a long time. Shio asked, "Then why do you know so much about martial arts?" Naruto said, "I have been to the Flame Dragon Kingdom, right when the warriors and ninjas were fighting. Uchiha Shursui was really strong." "I see. No wonder you know so much about the Flame Dragon Kingdom." Shio said, "So you also practice martial arts?" Naruto rubbed his hands and said, "I've practiced a bit, but I haven't delved deeply into it. This martial arts cultivation method is incomplete. To attain a more advanced cultivation technique, I need to join the Flame Dragon Kingdom. But I haven't thought it through yet." Shio sneered and said, "This is the dirty tactic of the Flame Dragon Kingdom." Naruto asked, "Can you give me 100 million silver coins?" The sleeve had no idea what kind of wind Naruto was blowing, asking for 100 million silver coins, and said no. Naruto shrugged and said, "Isn't this enough? This is someone else's martial arts, the foundation of their livelihood. Why should we innocently hand it over to others? Besides, the 5 great nations have their numbers tightly controlled, right? This is not like the Flame Dragon Nation, which generously offers part of their martial arts for free. This is a blessing for many commoners. They can only improve to a 3rd-tier strength, which is just a lower ninja. They can protect themselves when facing many small difficulties. Doesn't this make other ninja villages stronger?" He scratched his head, feeling too distressed. This is clearly an undercover agent sent by the Flame Dragon Nation. He couldn't argue anymore. Even a D-rank ninjutsu from a ninja village wouldn't be leaked out, tightly kept under wraps. In comparison, this martial way is indeed good and more appealing to people. He asked, "Are you really not a spy warrior from the Flame Dragon Nation?" Naruto said, "Of course not. I am the founder of martial arts in the Flame Dragon Kingdom. I am the Dragon King, not a spy." At that moment, he had already forgotten that the person in front of him was the killer of his companions, and was thinking about how to win Naruto over. Losing one spore body was not a big deal. He could create another one when he returned. Naruto reminded, "So your argument has flaws and is invalid. You are dealing with the Flame Dragon Kingdom for your own interests, right?" At that moment, Shio really didn't want to say a single word to Naruto. It was just too damn exhausting to carefully craft words, but he couldn't guarantee there were no flaws. Shio said, "I insist that we are justice." Naruto hummed and said, "Justice, you could be considered justice. Then let me ask you, how many civilians have you saved?" "Don't lie, I can sense it." "Saving civilians? Is that something you would do?" "Killing is fine, but saving is not allowed." The black-clad figure replied, "None." Naruto asked again, "So how many people have you killed?" "Killing. That's a strong suit. I don't remember how many people I've killed." Naruto's follow-up question, "Are there 20 people?" 20 people? That's a bit few. There should be around 40 or 50. I can't remember clearly." Naruto disdainfully said, "All you know is killing. You have never saved anyone. With you guys, do you even consider yourselves just? In my eyes, you're just a bunch of self-righteous, pathetic creatures, not even daring to openly admit the purpose of your own existence. Trash, stinky rats." Perhaps Naruto's insults were too harsh, as a voice interrupted, "Enough." Saying this, they swung a blade towards him. Naruto quickly dodged to the side, feeling much more at ease. "Oh, you're getting anxious. Am I not stating the facts? You bunch of rats. How dare you interfere in the internal affairs of others just for your own selfish desires? It's not like you have the strength to confront others directly, so you resort to underhanded tactics like kidnapping their loved ones. It's simply disgraceful." So I couldn't stand it any longer and shouted loudly, "I will kill you. Kill you." Naruto said, "With you, you think you can fight me? Unless your current leader, Uchiha Bito, comes, I might take you a bit more seriously." Sleeve coldly replied, "You trash. Once you're dead, I want to see how tough your mouth is." Naruto disdainfully said, "Explosive tags?" The expression of the sleeve changed, and he said, "You know, Naruto said, I just rubbed my hands together. Did you notice? Sasuke squinted and replied, what do you mean? Naruto said, just now, I made a mistake with a jutsu, a formation jutsu. You are now imprisoned by me, and no chakra can escape. You cannot detonate the 300 explosive tags buried in this cave. The sleeve didn't believe it, so he formed hand seals, but after a moment, he gave up and said, who exactly are you? You can't possibly be just a simple traveler. At this point, Naruto fabricated a story and said coldly, I've been looking for you for a long time. I once saw a black and a white, who looked somewhat different from you, but their aura is similar to yours. They committed unforgivable crimes. Tell me, where's that bastard? The sleeve replied, so you were pretending to be foolish from the beginning. Naruto said, how's my acting? Chapter 156. Successfully entering Star Hidden Village. Getting the advantage and still acting innocent. That's exactly what Naruto is like now. Naruto said, I'll ask you a question. If you answer it, I'll let you go. If not, you die. Shoudao replied, no need to waste time, bring it on. Naruto sighed and said, Sai, although you gained this through the spore technique, you now possess independent thoughts. Why choose this path? Then I shall grant your wish. He quickly formed a simple hand seal and exclaimed, giant hand of sand. A massive claw appeared, grasping the sleeve and crushing it to death. After doing all of this, Naruto left the cave and detonated an explosive tag, causing the entire cave to collapse. After a while, a fist-sized white Zetsu pushed through a piece of soil and crawled out. He glanced at where Naruto had left, reassured, and then turned to leave. The mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the Oriole behind. Naruto certainly did not leave. His body appeared on the stone platform outside the cave. Murmuring, this technique is quite impressive. Planting the spore technique on a companion's corpse and placing the body in a safe spot, leaving behind a final means of defense. This white Zetsu has grown. I wonder if the person behind it will come looking for me. After all, I could be considered a rarity now. I'm really looking forward to it, Naruto murmured. Naruto did not go to the Land of Wind. He believes that Gaara will handle everything well. A few small schemes cannot defeat him, and moreover, the enemy's plans have also been disrupted. Naruto continued on his way to the Bear Country, Star Ninja Village. On the way, feeling bored, he said, Kurama, come out and chat. Kurama replied, you brat, you've sealed me away for so long. Isn't that a bit excessive? Since the start of his journey, Naruto had sealed away the Nine-Tails chakra and the Nine-Tails itself. Naruto said, Kurama, don't be angry, don't be angry. This is for your own good. As one of the extreme powers, now that there's a fusion of yin and yang, as long as you reveal even a hint of your aura, they will come like dogs, sniffing out the scent. Kurama replied, Naruto, I can feel it. Naruto asked, what do you feel? Are there bad guys coming? Kurama replied, no, it's the old man's presence. It wasn't the feeling of the sage of six paths, but rather a sense of inexplicable kinship. This was the feeling from when the sage of six paths was around. After all, Kurama was once a part of the sage's body. Naruto said, oh, so that old guy six paths has been resurrected too? Kurama, I don't know. I just feel that the world has become much friendlier, like family has returned. Naruto said, it should be the sage of six paths who has been resurrected. That's quite a big move. Then he continued, Kurama, do you want to return your family? After all, your existence is really his work. You are the power of the 10 tails, separated by him, and could be considered your father. Kurama replied, I don't want to go back. Naruto said, so decisive? Kurama replied, staying here is very safe. Naruto said, aren't you afraid that I will refine you someday? Kurama, kid, I've already paid the rent. Naruto said, hey, are you planning to live here for life? The rent you paid before is not enough. Kurama replied, I'll pay it later. Naruto said, oh, I won't need to rent anymore. For me now, it's just a matter of a few breaths. Kurama, kid, are you planning to kill the donkey after the grind? Naruto said, no, this is killing the fox after it's done working. Then Naruto was once again met with a furious scolding from the Nine Tails, and after being sealed again, the world finally fell silent. Naruto said, this stupid fox, the only insults it knows are from 8 gates. Did it learn them from the ox demon back in the day? While slowly making his way, Naruto arrived at the outskirts of Star Ninja Village, which was filled with toxic fog and ravines. Naruto looked at the yellowish toxic mist and said, is this the poison that kills birds and beasts? Oh, there are quite a few bones here. Human bones, sheep bones, bear bones. It seems that any bird or beast that falls into this ravine cannot escape the punishment of this toxic mist. Naruto murmured to himself, how should I get past this? He needed to enter this Star Ninja Village without being discovered, which was a bit difficult. Naruto expanded his perception within a radius of 100 meters. No one was present. He leaped across to the other side and absorbed some of the poisonous mist seals. He encountered someone, absorbed the person, and collapsed in front of them. It would be best if it were a ninja from the Star Hidden Village, so he could easily blend into the Star Hidden Village. Naruto stealthily made his way to the location of the Hidden Star Village, waiting for the right moment to act. He saw an old man from the Hidden Star Village leaving the village. This was indeed just an ordinary old man, not a ninja, but he was quite old, around 70 or 80 years old. No doubt about it. He was the one. This old man should be easy to deceive. Naruto took a deep breath of the toxic mist, and such a trivial poison was naturally nothing to him. It could be said that the poisons in the ninja world could no longer affect him. He used his true essence to protect himself from the toxic mist, preventing it from being cleansed by his flesh and blood. He even displayed the limits of being poisoned, and this operation was indeed exhausting. The old man saw Naruto lying on the road, his face a deep purple, and immediately knew that he had been poisoned by the toxic mist. He picked Naruto up and hurried back to the village, muttering, "Even more poison than my big dog." Naruto thought to himself, "Your family's big dog? You named your son Big Dog. You really are something." In the Hidden Star Village, there were medical ninjas. After the old man brought Naruto there, they were greeted by Nin, a woman. The woman asked, "Grandpa Kawashige, who is this?" Grandpa Kawashige replied, "Oh, this is someone I picked up outside the village. Don't be fooled by his short stature. He's quite heavy, even heavier than my big dog." The female ninja said, "Grandpa Kawashige, this is a person. How can you compare him to a dog?" Naruto, he truly understands that saying. "You old man, you're really quite bad." Elder Kawakatsu asked, "Little E, can he be cured? If not, I'll just bury him myself." Naruto, "Old man, this is our first meeting, and you're being too harsh." Xiao Yi gave an annoyed glance at Mr. Chuan Sheng and said, "Grandpa Sheng, this uncle accidentally inhaled some toxic mist. It's not that serious. Once the toxins are expelled, he'll be able to recover." Chuan Sheng replied, "I see, that's good. I was still thinking I should exercise a bit." Naruto, "Thank you so much, but I won't need this kind of help in the future." After Xiao Yi's treatment, the toxins in Naruto's body were expelled, which was quite strenuous, as this was a type of poison that many feared. Chapter 157. Characters outside the plot. Xiao Yi said, slightly out of breath, "Grandpa Sheng, his toxins have been expelled. After resting for 3 days, he will be able to recover. You can take him home." Kawashima, originally named Mizuki Kawashima, is the oldest elder in Shingen Village, 83 years old this year, and has a strong physique, looking like someone in their 50s or 60s. At this rate, he is bound to live to 90 or even 100. Mizuki Kawashima said, "Huh? Do I still have to take him back?" Xiao Yi replied, "Grandpa Sheng, he is the person you brought back, so naturally you have to take him home." Mizuki Kawashima said, "What if I don't take him? How about this, Xiao Yi? I'll give him to you, you take him home." "Naruto, I've turned into an object now," Xiao Yi said with a blushing face. "Grandpa Sheng, how can I take him back? This is so inappropriate." Mizuki Chuan Sheng teased. "Oh, Xiao Yi is still a big girl. How could she bring a man back? Especially such an ugly one. She would definitely get scolded." Xiao Yi blushed and said, "Grandpa Sheng." Mizuki Chuan Sheng replied, "All right, I'll take him back." Xiao Yi said, "Grandpa Sheng, he's from another village. We should report it." Mizuki Chuan Sheng said, "I know, I'll go later." Ahem. Naruto woke up, coughed a few times, attracting the attention of the two people. Naruto asked, "Where am I?" Mizuki Kawashige replied, "Oh, you're already dead. If not, you're about to die soon. I'm getting ready to dig a grave." Naruto didn't say anything. Why does this old man have such a big issue with me? I haven't even set my sights on his granddaughter. Little Lee said, "Grandpa Sheng, you mustn't speak recklessly." Naruto ignored Mizuki Kawashige's words and asked, "Did you save me?" Mizuki Kawashige replied, "No, it wasn't us. It was you who crawled here by yourself." Little Lee said, "Uncle, it was Grandpa Sheng who saved you." Naruto looked at Mizuki Kawashida and stammered, "Thank you for saving my life, senior." Mizuki Kawashida replied, "I wasn't thinking of saving you. I was thinking of dragging you back to use as fertilizer." Naruto realized that this old man was indeed not friendly to him, but he couldn't understand why the old man would treat him this way. Mizuki Kawashige said, "Little E, Grandpa will come see you again in the future, but we will leave now." He then helped Naruto up and left. On the way, Mizuki Kawashige let go of Naruto and said, "Walk by yourself. At such a young age, you still need an old man like me to support you? Aren't you ashamed?" Naruto couldn't understand and directly asked, "Senior, I don't think I've ever offended you. This should be our first meeting, right? Why do you have such a strong prejudice against me?" The old man suddenly turned his head and said, Though I am old in age, my heart is still young. Naruto shook his head. I don't understand. The old man said, I don't like you. Naruto, I can see that you saved the kid, and the kid is very grateful. If you have any requests, I will try my best to fulfill them. Why'd you do this? The old man said, I have seen many people, but you give me the most special feeling. You are a special person. Naruto was puzzled. He recalled all the storylines, and it seemed that there had never been such an old man in the Hidden Star Village. And this plot had never appeared before. Where exactly had the change occurred? Naruto said, Old man, are you seeing things? This kid is just a traveler, a tourist who wants to explore the ninja world. What's so special about that? Mizuko Akatsumi replied, You're not being honest. Naruto, old man, I feel like you're implying something. And I have evidence. Naruto also successfully entered Mizuki Kawakatsu's residence, which was quite large, with 3 floors for one person and a separate yard. However, Naruto was arranged by the old man to stay in a storage room on the first floor, which was not cheap either, costing 3 times the price of a hotel in the village for one night. Naruto said, Old man, you're being blatant about it. Mizuko Asidu replied, This is my yard, and I have the final say. Naruto said, I'm not staying anymore. With that, he was about to leave. He had already entered the village, and that was enough. Mizuko Akatsudo said, Fine, go ahead. After you leave, I'll tell everyone that you stole my money, making it impossible for you to stay in the village. Naruto said, Then I'll leave. Mizuko Masaru replied, What? You bet my money, and you still want to leave? Naruto said, Old man, you're too shameless. Mizuki Chuansheng replied, You little brat, you're still far from being able to compete with me. Naruto said, All right, old man, I concede to you. You're ruthless. Among the people I've met, you're the most shameless one. I hope you stay healthy and choke on water. Mizuko Akatsu replied, I've lived for 83 years. Even the former god of ninjas doesn't have as many years as I do. Naruto gave a thumbs up and said, You're amazing. Then he added, Old man, don't be so proud. I traveled through the land of fire, and Senju Hashirama has been resurrected. What can I say? You should have died in front of him. The resurrection of Senju Hashirama is no longer a big secret. Even the Hidden Star Village knows about it. Mizuko Akatsudo said, Give me 2 lifetimes, and I'll live longer than him. Naruto was a bit out of breath and said, Forget it, old man. You can take your time with that. I'm going to rest. Although he was arguing with the old man, he felt very weak and couldn't show it. Mizuki Kawashita said, Kid, the rent. Naruto leaned against the pillar and said, No, if you have the ability, throw me out. Mizuki Kawasemi was also shocked by Naruto's boldness. How could he say such confident words, having outsmarted the old man? Naruto happily entered the storage room, leaned against the bed, weakly tidied himself up, and then lay down, his breathing gradually calming. The old man returned to his own room and quietly said, Who is this little guy? He doesn't seem like a good person. He indeed felt that Naruto was not a good person, which is why he said so much to confront him. Over here, Naruto opened his eyes, and Mizuki Kawasemi's words were clearly heard by him. Naruto was quite puzzled. What was up with this old man? He was sure that this old man did not appear in the storyline. He was a character from outside the plot. But why would such a character appear? Of course, this is a ninja village, so having other people around is natural, but this old man is abnormal. A person so outstanding is not present in the storyline, which raises questions, very serious questions. Naruto thought to himself, the plot has already become chaotic. I can only take it one step at a time. He wanted to see what kind of outcome would change in the Star Hidden Village because of this old man. Chapter 158. The arrival of the Red Star. It seemed that with Naruto's arrival, the mission of the Star Hidden Village was about to begin. The next day, Naruto had just woken up when someone knocked on the door. Naruto went out, and Mizuki Chuansheng said, Kid, this is for you. Naruto looked over and found the person somewhat familiar, so he asked, Hello. The person replied, Hello, traveler from afar. My name is Chixing, and I am the acting Hokage of Shingen Village. Naruto murmured to himself, Has it come? This is really interesting. I just arrived, and the Red Star has already found me. Naruto said, So it's the arrival of Star Shadow. My name is Youming, a traveler. Red Star replied, You managed to walk out of the poison fog area alone. Not only did you survive, but you only got a bit poisoned. You must be a powerful ninja, right? Naruto said, Yes, is there something you need? Akahoshi replied, Indeed, there is something I need your assistance with. Saying this, he bowed to Naruto. One thing, what else could it be besides the task of protecting the stars? Naruto said, I was saved by Elder Mizuki, so I owe a favor to Shingen Village. If you need help, just say it. Although my strength is only at the elite Jonin level, I can certainly handle shadow ninjas. Akahoshi replied, That's great. Then he turned around and said to Mizuki Chikatsu, Thank you, Uncle Mizuki. Mizuki Chikatsu showed no courtesy, even toward a person of high status like Lord Xingying, and said, once you finish your business, you should leave quickly. You are not welcome here. Akahoshi said, Dear traveler, I'm sorry, but that's just how Uncle Mizuki is. Naruto waved his hand and said, It's nothing. I've already understood how difficult the old man is. He's quite a troublesome old guy. Mizuki Chuan-shang said, Kid, you owe me a day's rent. Naruto said, I'm broke and I'm hungry. Old man, do you have any ingredients? Mizukawa said with a dark face, No. Naruto said, Don't be so stingy, I'll share with you. Mizukawa Katsum replied, Get lost, you little brat. Ignoring Naruto and Akahoshi, he left on his own. Naruto said, Lord Xingying, who is this old man? Why is he so irritable? Chixing replied, Uncle Shuemu came to Xingyin village 3 years ago. No one knows about his past. We saw that he was all alone and had grown old. So we took him in the village. Naruto said, Damn, this old man is so arrogant. Occupying someone else's place like this? Akahoshi replied, Uncle Shimoku is a really nice person. Naruto replied, He just has a bit of a bad temper. I think he must be lonely. If he doesn't have a companion, we should find him one. Shuemu angrily said, Kid, I'm still here. Naruto said, Old man, you're already in your 70s or 80s, and your hearing is still pretty good. Akahoshi replied, Lord Yume, you shouldn't compete with Uncle Shuemu anymore. Naruto said, All right, let's avoid making this old man faint from anger. Go ahead, tell me how I can help, even if it means risking my life. Akahoshi said seriously, 3 years ago, a masked man came to steal the treasure of our star-hidden village, the meteorite from beyond the heavens. We repelled him, but in the past, we sought help from the Hokage village. However, Naruto Uzumaki from Konoha village refused a mission after he left. Naruto said softly, 3 years ago, has she tried to take it back in these 3 years? Akahoshi replied, We have protected it well. She hasn't had the opportunity. Naruto said, Is she here now? Akahoshi said, Yes, I've spotted his figure. Naruto asked, How strong is this person? Akahoshi replied, Very strong, within the star-hidden village. No one is his opponent. Naruto waved his hand and said, All right, I agree. Akahoshi bowed and replied, Thank you. Naruto said, You're too polite. Before leaving, Akahoshi gave Naruto a stack of money, which was meant to cover his expenses in Star-Hidden Village. After Akahoshi left, Mizuki Chuan-shang came out, seemingly really disliking Akahoshi. Naruto asked, Old man, don't you like him? Mizukawa Katsushige replied, He is more disgusting than you. Both of you are filled with malice and schemes in your hearts. Naruto felt a sense of caution in his heart. If this old man had such abilities, it would indeed be very terrifying. Naruto said, Old man, everyone has their own calculations in their hearts. Isn't that nothing? Mizuki Kawashige replied, Kid, although you're disgusting, you're a righteous person. Stay away from Chixing. He's not a good person. Naruto said, But old man, I've already promised. A person cannot go back on their word. Mizukawa Katsushiro replied, Then be careful. Don't let Akahoshi use you as a pawn. Naruto said, Thank you for the reminder, old man. However, I've roamed the ninja world and seen all sorts of situations. Don't worry, I'll protect myself. You don't need to be concerned. Mizuki Kawashige shouted, Who is worried about you? Facing the mysterious Mizuki Kawashige, Naruto carefully sensed him and found that this old man was indeed just an ordinary person, not a ninja, and certainly not a martial artist. Naruto secretly thought, if this old man practices a secret technique like heart communication, he would definitely master it perfectly. It's just a pity that he hasn't practiced such a secret method. Shui Muchuan Shengdao, what are you looking at me for? Naruto said, It's nothing, come on, old man. This money is for you. Mizukawa Katsukatsu replied, Just keep it for yourself. Naruto said, Don't, old man. If you find a partner in the future, it's going to cost you money, otherwise that old lady will take a liking to you. Mizuki Schwansei puffed out his cheeks and glared, saying, Go make dinner. Naruto, all right, I'm on it. After about an hour, Naruto prepared the meal, which consisted of 2 meat dishes, 3 vegetable dishes, and a soup. These were dishes from his previous life, explosively spicy and delicious. Mizukawa Masato, this way of cooking I've never seen before. Naruto said, Old man, come, try my cooking. Mizukawa Katsuki picked up a piece of super spicy stir-fried meat. His face turned red, and then said, So spicy, so good. Naruto said, I learned this from the flame dragon. How does it taste? Mizuki Chuan-shang swallowed the mixed rice and replied, It's delicious, but it would be better if it were a little lighter. Naruto said, Old man, if it's diluted, it won't have this flavor. Mizuki Kawa nodded. That's true. You said you come from Yanhuang. Naruto corrected the path. During his travels, he passed through Yanhuang and witnessed the great battle between martial arts and ninja arts. Mizuki Chuan said, "You're so lucky. How did you survive all this?" Naruto, with a black face, said, "Old man, I'm just passing by, and I'm far away. How could I possibly die?" The old man and the young man chatted like this, and it must be said that the old man Mizuki really had a big appetite. About 60 to 70% of the dishes Naruto made ended up in his stomach. Mizuki Kawashige said, "Kid, from now on, you'll have to do the cooking. Consider it as rent." Chapter 159. Testing Naruto. After finishing his words, Mizuki Kawashige went out, and a voice came from afar. "Kid, wash the dishes and clean up." Naruto was a bit speechless. He had become a male nanny. Who told this guy to be an old man? He gets special privileges. After Naruto finished washing up, the person who came to pick him up arrived. It was none other than Ong, the protagonist of Shingin Village. Ong said to Naruto, "Senior Youming, Lord Chixing asked me to come and get you." He had a cold expression, as if Naruto owed him millions. He was very unfriendly toward Naruto. Of course, he wasn't friendly to anyone from the outside world. In his eyes, these outsiders were all here coveting the Star Stones. Naruto said, "Thank you. A little tsundere." Naruto rarely bothers with him. In the original work, he is somewhat tragic, so Naruto wants to change his damn fate. As soon as the two stepped out the door, they saw old man Mizuki Kawashige leisurely returning. Naruto said, "Old man, you really know how to pick the right moment." Mizukawa showed his usual tsundere attitude and ignored Naruto. Then kindly said to Ao, "It's been a while since you last visited your grandpa." Naruto replied, "You're not going to die for a while. So what are you worried about?" Ong said, "Senior Youming, you mustn't be disrespectful to Grandpa Shung." He looked at Naruto very seriously. To this, Naruto casually said, "Disrespectful? This is not disrespect." Ong looked at Naruto, waiting for his explanation. Naruto scratched his head and said, "Well, to put it this way, this old man is just a big kid at heart, never wanted to rest. Sometimes, when he gets so mad that he puffs out his cheeks and glares, that's also a form of respect for him." Mizuki Chuansheng said, "Thank you." Naruto said, "No need to be polite." Mizukawa Masaru replied, "Yeah, but don't learn from that kid. He's not a good person." Ong nodded seriously, "I know." Naruto, "Are you serious?" You nodded your head like a ghost. Didn't you see that old guy's smug smile? Even Mizukawa Masaru didn't dare to face Naruto, turned his head, and left directly. He ignored Naruto and walked away first. Naruto said, "Am I really that annoying?" Following the steps of the imposing figure, he walked into a forest. Suddenly, the figure stopped, looked at Naruto, and asked, "Do you have the strength of an elite Genin?" Naruto grinned and said, "You don't believe me." Ong said, "I don't know who you really are, but you better not try to fool me." Staring at Naruto, there was a chilling light in his eyes, as if cold stars were gathering their glow. Naruto said, "Hey, what kind of look is that? I haven't done anything to you. That look seems like it wants to eat someone alive." Ong said, "I don't trust you." Naruto calmly said, "Why don't you trust me? This little guy has such hostility." Ong replied, "Because this is Star Hidden Village." Naruto said, "It's just the Star Hidden Village. What's so strange about it?" Ong replied in a deep voice, "This is the place where stars fall. There are many places in the ninja world where meteorites fall, but this is the only place where energy stars fall." He was very proud of this, and even prouder to be a villager of the Star Hidden Village. Naruto said, "Are there energy stars?" Ong said coldly, "What do you want to do?" It seems that Naruto is the next thief who is going to steal the Star Stone. Naruto said, "What you said, is it because you mentioned it? Why are you warning me?" Ong said, "Do you not understand me or the Star Hidden Village?" Naruto said, Got it, a very great village. How to look at it, how to be perfunctory. But this is the truth, Naruto really understands." Ong said, "Can you be a bit more perfunctory?" Naruto said, "Wow, Star Hidden Village, a very sacred place. Here, most children are named after stars." Ong, in the shadows, there were 3 people, all with a dark expression, thinking how perfunctory he was being. The 3 in the shadows were naturally Shikizi, Nightingale, and the 4 symbols. They wanted to use Aang's hand to test Naruto's strength. An, not wanting to pay attention to Naruto, said, "I really hope you don't have any bad intentions, otherwise I will kill you." Naruto said, "What bad intentions do you have towards you? What do you have that I would covet?" Ong Dao, he is a person who came to Star Hidden Village. And no one in Star Hidden Village does not covet the stars. Because by mastering the power of the stars, one can surpass the ninjas. Naruto said, I don't think so. It's just a meteorite. What's so special about it?" Ong said, "Don't underestimate us." Naruto said, "I didn't underestimate you. The problem is that you often seek attention. You think it's impressive, but I believe I'm even more impressive. Is there a problem with that?" Whoosh. A kunai was thrown at Naruto. Naruto gathered chakra in his palms and pinched a kunai with his 2 fingers. Just like this, it was a complete mess. Naruto said disdainfully. He casually threw the kunai, which pierced through the forest and nailed itself to a tree trunk beside Chixing and his companions. Chixing narrowed his eyes and said in a deep voice, "Did he sense us? He really is strong." Nightingale asked, "Chixing, should we go out?" Chixing shook his head and replied, "No need, we have to leave." Cece said, "We haven't tested what methods this Yomi has yet. Shouldn't we wait a little longer?" Chixing smiled slightly and said confidently, "No need to test anymore. His strength has already been assessed." Nightingale asked, "How so?" Chixing replied calmly, "We are 30 zhang away from them, yet this Yomi has continuously sensed us accurately and even left behind a warning. His strength is enough to reach the elite Jainin level. How do we deal with such a fierce wolf afterward?" Chixing asked himself. Naruto is very strong, which makes him wary. The star is a treasure that can enhance powerful strength, and he doesn't believe Naruto wouldn't be tempted. If Naruto were to make a move against them to seize the star, their outcome would be disastrous. After all, Naruto is just a traveler. He doesn't care about reputation. Most importantly, Akatsuki is currently only at the level of an elite jonin. Facing a master like Naruto, who can withstand the strength of a Kage, he has no confidence. Forewarned, "Akatsuki, we need to be careful. If this person is also malicious." He didn't finish speaking, but Akatsuki and Nightingale knew what he meant. Akatsuki smirked and said, "Don't worry, he won't have the chance." This smile was somewhat eerie and bloodthirsty, and Akatsuki appeared a bit deranged. However, they had no idea that everything they said was heard by Naruto. Naruto thought to himself, "I'm very curious how you will deal with me. I'm gonna show off my Oscar-level skills." Ong, hearing Naruto's words, angrily said, "Don't underestimate me. Peacock Mystic Technique." Chapter 160. The plot begins. On Aang's body, it was as if a peacock was spreading its tail, and purple-white chakra was aiming to devour Naruto. Naruto said, "The momentum is strong, but unfortunately, the chakra absorbed from the Starfall training is indeed quite powerful, but without the correct usage, its power is just like this." Naruto said, "The wind and sand stretch for thousands of miles." Without any support, he simply raised 2 fingers symbolically in his chest. He broke through the Peacock Mystic Technique and sent Ong flying out. Ong said in disbelief, "What kind of technique is this?" Naruto humbly said, "It's just a small trick." Ong asked, "Are you a ninja from Sunagakure?" Naruto said, "No, I am now just a traveler, definitely not a wandering ninja. Those garbage have no right to compare with me." Ao seemed to know that Naruto wouldn't respond, so he didn't pursue it further. He said, "You are strong, but I hope you won't have bad intentions towards the stars, otherwise, I don't think I'll let you off." Naruto said, "Don't worry, it's just a broken stone. I won't be interested in it." Ong said, "I hope you keep your word." Ong then continued to lead Naruto forward, eventually arriving at the place where the stars fell. It looked just like in the manga, with a deep pit full of decaying wooden piles. At the bottom of the pit, there was a small house where a group of children were training. Ong said, "This is as far as you can go, you can't go down." Naruto said, "Why are you being so cautious of me?" Ong said, "Because you are too dangerous." Naruto said, "Does this count as your acknowledgement of me?" I'm going to want to talk to Naruto. Naruto asked, "If we're guarding now, who will do it at night?" Ong replied, "I will." Naruto said, "You can hold on for a day or 2, but what about 5 or 6 days?" "Ah, I can make it through." Naruto said, "I guess you're dead. Your body has rotted away, and all that's left is this mouth." Ong looked grim and wanted to say something, but Nightingale arrived and said, "Ong, the acting Hokage wants you to go back." Ong replied, "Yes." He glanced at Naruto and turned to leave. Nightingale gave Naruto a deep look, her eyes filled with ambiguity. Naruto smiled to himself and thought, "This traitor can be dealt with. If he has to die, it certainly can't be at my hands. I'll nurture Ong, then take his place and eliminate these people, all while protecting his old mother." Naruto wants to change her fate. He wants to see how this summer will be cut short and what power is influencing her. Naruto found a hidden place to hide. After about an hour, he said, "Have they come?" In his perception, someone arrived, wearing a gas mask and standard shorts that revealed her fair legs. She concealed her body, continuously approaching the house, jumped inside, snatched a stone, and then exited the house, causing chaos among the star ninjas inside. As Summer just stepped to the edge of the pit, Naruto remarked, "Hey, is this being reckless okay?" Only then did Summer turn around, see Naruto, and remain silent, simply putting the star stone into her pocket. Naruto said, "After all, this is a stone. It's uncomfortable to sit on." Whoosh! 2 hidden weapons shot towards Naruto, and then he turned and fled. Naruto pinched the hidden weapon with his fingers and said, "There's no need to embarrass ourselves with such small things." Naruto's speed had increased significantly compared to the summer day, intercepting her in front and throwing back the two hidden weapons in his hand. Naruto said, "Put down the starfall, and you can leave." Summer dodged the two hidden weapons and stood on a tall wooden post, responding to Naruto with her 6 fingers facing each other. Peacock, wonderful technique. Naruto said, "I just saw this move 2 hours ago. It's quite ordinary." Beast. The Summer drove the chakra to transform into a giant beast, which opened its mouth to bite at Naruto. Naruto said, "Is this your full power, Shadow Ninja?" The Desert Thorn. Chakra transformed into thousands of spikes, protecting Naruto within, colliding with the purple-white chakra, creating a violent sound of impact. In this move, neither side emerged victorious. Akahoshi and the others heard the commotion and hurried over. Seeing this, Shiori said again, "Wings." Chakra transformed into wings, and then she soared into the sky. She felt that it was difficult to deal with the person in front of her, and with a few more people, she had no chance of escaping. Naruto said, "This is really useful, but I could do it too." The wind and sand filled the sky. With chakra transformed into a cloud of sand, Naruto landed on top and soared through the air. This is, riding the sand. When Qixing saw the person flying in the sky, his expression changed slightly. In Qixing's memory, there were not many people who could achieve this and possess such chakra. It seemed there was only one person. Qixing's gaze fell on Naruto, watching his figure gliding through the air with an unmistakable coldness in his eyes. He never expected this traveler had such means. Xixiang said, "Qixing, this person might be difficult to deal with." Qixing replied, "The enemy is in the open, and we are in the dark. This is our advantage." Ying said, "That's right." Qixing said to the one who chased out, "Ong, go check on them in the training room. Leave the rest to us." Ong had no choice but to turn back and head to the training room. Qixing, Ying, and Xixiang chased after him, but turned halfway and arrived at their secret base. Qixing spoke first. "No mistake, it's her. She is still here. Enduring all these years." Xixiang said, "Qixing, it's quite tricky with her." A gloomy flash passed through Qixing's eyes as he said, "With her, after all, we still have a trump card in hand to restrain her. I'm not really worried. What truly concerns me is Youming. His methods are completely unknown." Ying nodded and said, "Yes, I also think Youming is not simple." Qixing, "Do you think he might take an interest in Xing?" Qixing replied, "Unclear. This person is too mysterious, and his strength should not belong to elite Jonin, but rather to Shadow Ninja level. Otherwise, he wouldn't easily withstand Aang's attack. Moreover, to be undefeated under this person's attack is certainly not simple." Xixiang said, "Qixing, the most terrifying thing is if Youming joins forces with this lady. You should know her purpose for stealing stars." Qixing's expression slightly changed. This situation was not impossible, and if it were true, it would indeed be quite terrible. Ying sneered and said, "If they really join forces, doesn't he have a weakness? With that threat, their alliance will surely fall apart." Qixing and Xixiang exchanged a knowing smile. This idea was not bad. Qixing said, "If Youming doesn't return by tomorrow, we'll go capture someone. Be careful, his strength is not weak now." Understood. Chapter 161. Complete techniques. Meanwhile, Xiaori hovered in the air, facing Naruto. Naruto spoke first and said, "Do you want to go down and chat?" Shiori replied, "What do you want to do?" The voice changed, sounding somewhat unpleasant, making it difficult to distinguish between male and female. Naruto smiled and said, "I'm fine. I have plenty of chakra. But what about you? How much longer can you hold on?" Summer thought for a moment and landed in the forest. This world of Naruto has plenty of trees. There are large forests everywhere. After landing, Summer asked, "Who are you?" Naruto smiled slightly and said, "Yume, a traveler." Summer said, "Your strength is impressive." Naruto nodded. This cannot be denied. His strength is very strong, strong to an unmeasurable extent. Summer asked, "What is your purpose for coming to Star Hidden Village?" Behind a mask, his eyes were watchful as he looked at Naruto. Naruto said, "You should take off your mask. I know you're the former Guardian Star Stone of the Sun and Hidden Star Village, and naturally, you are Aang's mother." Saori was shocked and asked, "How do you know?" Naruto scratched his head and said, "Why is it always this kind of question? I know a lot of things, so you don't need to ask me about that. What I need to do now is to help you." Summer took off her mask. Although she was a woman now, she still looked very young and asked in confusion, "Help us?" Naruto said, "Yes, to help you." The so-called third-generation Star Shadow discovered that the star cultivation was very damaging to the body, so they stopped this cultivation. However, 3 years ago, This so-called acting star shadow reopened the star cultivation. I have seen it. In Star Hidden Village, many people are now suffering from injuries, all due to the star cultivation. You stole the stars to save the villagers of Star Hidden Village, but I'm a bit curious. Why didn't you come out to stop it 3 years ago? Summer replied. 3 years ago, I secretly saw 2 white figures moving around the village and thought they were going to attack the village, so I held back. Naruto asked, Are you going to investigate those 2 guys? Summer nodded, yes. Naruto, what was the result? Summer shook her head. Nothing at all. This was within Naruto's expectations. If she could find out, then Obito Uchiha would be an idiot. Naruto thought to himself, because my changes are indeed significant. In the original story, White Zetsu made a large appearance after capturing the Nine Tails, and because he changed many things, White Zetsu began to wreak havoc in the world. Seeing Naruto's low spirits, Summer asked, Do you know about these white creatures? Naruto said, Yeah, I know a little. He's considered a product of the Akatsuki organization. Summer seemed to see that Naruto didn't want to say more, so she didn't ask further and said, Will we be in danger? Naruto nodded. Yes, Akahoshi has big ambitions, but his strength can't support his ambitions. He knows you're still alive, and he will definitely come to you for ninjutsu training. Summer said, He won't be my opponent. Naruto said, I know, with your current elite Jonin peak strength, that Akahoshi is only at the peak of Jonin, which is a little weaker than your son. Natsu said, What about Smaru? Her eyes showed some concern. Strengthening chakra with star power can harm the body. If her own child has secretly trained to this point, then what about him? Naruto said, His body is fine, he's okay. Replied, That's good, that's good. Naruto said, Don't get too happy too soon. I know that Ong is your son, and Akahoshi knows it too. He is now an elder, and you should understand that he can easily deal with Ong. Using Ong as a dagger to stab at you, you won't have a chance. Summer's body trembled slightly, and he respectfully bowed to Naruto, saying, Please guide me, Your Excellency. Naruto said, Any strategy is nothing in the face of invincible strength. You have reached a bottleneck, and cannot advance to the level of a shadow ninja. And your son will also have no opportunity for breakthrough. Natsum was somewhat confused and waited for Naruto to continue speaking. Naruto said, You need a breakthrough now. You can change your path and give up on the ninja way. Summer pondered, Change paths, give up on the ninja way. Are you perhaps referring to the martial arts? Naruto nodded. That's right, it's martial arts. Shiori was somewhat reluctant. She still preferred ninjutsu. Naruto continued, What's wrong? Do you look down on martial arts training? Summer shook her head and said, No. The Dragon King shook the ninja world with his own strength, which shows the power of martial arts. In just a few years, he pushed back ninjutsu training. Martial arts training is not inferior to ninjutsu training. Naruto said, Not bad, you can see clearly. The most important point is that martial arts training can heal the hidden injuries in your bodies. Even those from your village who have been injured during the training under the star can recover. Shiori asked, Really? Naruto said, I have no reason to lie to you. You can try training. Summer fell silent again, making her choice. Naruto did not disturb her, believing that she would choose the path of martial arts. Not for any other reason, but for Smaru Ong. For her son, she would definitely try to train. After about a quarter of an hour, she finally raised her head and said, Okay, I agree. Naruto said, A wise choice. Naruto passed on a technique called Clear Wind Absolute to Shiori for her training. This is a complete technique, and he wanted to see if she would explode from it. After a while of practicing, Shiori converted some of her chakra into internal energy and felt much lighter in her body. Naruto said, Not bad. Summer said, Thank you. Naruto, no need to be polite. As for your son, I will also have him train and let him act with me. Shiori asked, Will that work? Naruto interrupted. No, with me protecting him, Akahoshi won't succeed. Natsume bowed and said, Thank you. Naruto said, If the Star Fallen is not suitable for storage, you can give it to me for safekeeping. I also want to study this Star Fallen. Shiori replied, Okay. After obtaining the Star Stone, Naruto sensed it for a moment and then lost interest, saying, What a pity that you didn't practice martial arts in the past. Otherwise, absorbing the energy of this Star Stone would definitely enhance your strength. Shiori's eyes sparkled, and Naruto immediately knew what she wanted to say. Naruto preemptively said, Don't worry, Smalu will cultivate with it. Shiori said, Thank you. Naruto said, Use your strongest attack on me. Summer was a bit stunned, then replied, Huh? Naruto said helplessly, We have to fight, so we can perform well when we go back. Shiori understood it was like this, and said to Naruto, Please guide me, senior. Chapter 162. Confronting Naruto is back, and Akahoshi, Nightingale, and the 3 phases came to greet him. Seeing Naruto looking somewhat disheveled, Akahoshi couldn't help but think, as expected of her. Akahoshi said, "Yume, are you okay?" Naruto said calmly, "It's okay, just a little injury. This person is really strong, but they can't do anything to me." Akahoshi asked, "What about the star?" Naruto shook his head. "I didn't get it back." This was within Chixing's expectations. In his eyes, Naruto was strong, but he still couldn't capture that person. Nightingale asked, "Where did she escape to?" Naruto shook his head. "I don't know. I can't fly as high as she does. After fighting for a while, she couldn't do anything to me. So she went up to the sky, and I couldn't catch up." Naruto's expression is very sincere, showing no signs of guilt. Fengtian said, "What about that star?" Naruto asked. "He used the peacock mystical art, so he should be from your star hidden village, right?" Akahoshi replied with a wry smile. "We're not sure either. We need to investigate this matter thoroughly." Naruto said, "All right, you investigate, and when you have news, tell me. I'll head back first." Akahoshi replied, "Okay." After Naruto left, Akahoshi asked, "How much of what this person said is true?" Fengtian said, "It should be true. He does have scars on him caused by the peacock mystical art. He has fought with that esteemed person." Nightingale said, "This person is really strong. He managed to survive in the hands of that esteemed person, which we cannot do." Akahoshi's eyes gleamed with a cold light as he said, "That's even better. It will be easier to deal with her." Fengtian also showed a cold smile and said, "Indeed, no matter how strong, they are just pawns." After leaving, Naruto shook his head and muttered, "Little Kalami, with your acting skills. You dare to perform in front of this king. What a joke." While walking along the path in the forest, suddenly, a person appeared in front of him. It was none other than Smaru. Naruto said, "Find me." Ong nodded yes. Naruto said, "This is not a place to talk. Follow me." Under Naruto's guidance, the two arrived at the edge of the cliff. Naruto sat down and said, "Do you have any questions?" Ong said, "Who is he?" Naruto looked up and said, "Why do you ask that?" Ong said, "It's a feeling." Naruto said, "Do you still have that feeling?" Ong said, "I always feel that Agent Shingen is not that simple." Naruto asked, "When did you realize?" He remembered that in the original work, this kid was just a Tsundere little boy. Ong said, "A year ago, I vaguely heard them say some things that seemed like they didn't want to continue. So I stopped." Naruto said, "So even though you have the strength of an elite Jonin now, you still show the abilities of Jonin?" Ong nodded, "Yes. And it's also thanks to Grandpa Chuan's guidance." Naruto said, "Old man Mizuki? This old guy is very mysterious. Can you tell me about him?" Ong Dao replied, "Grandpa Kawashige escaped to Shingen village 3 years ago, and we don't know much about him. He seems to be very resistant." Naruto said, "This old guy is really mysterious." He thought, could this old man be a prophet? He asked, "Where are the stars?" Naruto said, "Weren't you still wary of my greed for the star before? Why don't you doubt me?" Ong replied, "Your strength is very formidable, and you can break through the void. If you were to seize the star, no one would be able to catch up to you." Naruto said, "Do you have such self-awareness?" "The star is with me." As he spoke, Naruto took out the star. This left Ong confused, and he asked, "How could it be with you?" Naruto said, "This is what your mother gave me." "What?" Ong exclaimed, grabbing Naruto and asking, "You mean my mom?" Naruto said, "Of course, it's your mom." Ong asked, "Where's mom?" Naruto said, "You don't need to see her for now. What you need to do is to protect yourself." Ong asked why. Naruto said, "Which one should I ask?" Ong said, "Why do I not need to see my mom for the time being?" Naruto said, "Because some plots haven't started yet." Ong didn't understand. Huh? Naruto scratched his head and said, "Oh, just pretend you didn't hear that. How can I showcase my Oscar-level acting if the plot doesn't start?" Naruto said, "You have to remember that your mom is protecting you every moment, and when the time comes for you to see her, you will be able to." Ong asked, "Is there someone in the village trying to go after mom?" "Mom loves the village very much. She hasn't died, and she won't abandon the village. So that means there are people in the village targeting her." Naruto asked, "Do you know why the training of the stars was stopped?" Ao replied, "Because strengthening chakra with stars can harm the body. Many people in the village have been left with injuries, and their bodies are not as strong as before." Naruto said, "But 3 years ago, your proxy star, Een, was going to start the star training again." Ong said, "He wants the Een village to establish itself in the ninja world." Naruto said, "So he disregarded the villagers' well-being? This is the reason your mother wanted to steal the Star Stone." Ong smiled, looking very proud, and said, "I knew it. My mother is always protecting me." His eyes were filled with happiness. Naruto said, "Your mother is the most perfect person to master this ultimate power. Someone wants to harness this power. So they invited me to guard the stars." Ongchen said, "Red Star." Naruto said, "You are very smart. He is a person with great ambition. In order to obtain the cultivation secrets from your mother, you will become their pawn, a tool to threaten your mother. Angrily, he said, "How dare he?" Naruto said, "What you said makes sense, why not dare? If you don't know, will you always be wary of him?" Ongda replied, "My lord, what should I do?" Naruto said, "It's simple, become my apprentice, and I'll teach you how to train." Ong said, "I am also an elite jonin." Naruto gave him a slight smile, and then, with a grip of his hand, Ong didn't have time to react before he found himself unable to move. The shackles around his neck felt as if life and death hung in that moment. Afterward, Naruto released him, and Ong asked, "What kind of technique is this?" Naruto said, "This is the power of my martial arts training. How does it feel?" Ong said, "Is this the power of martial arts? I have heard of its strength in the past, and now that I've experienced it, it truly is powerful." Naruto said, "How do you feel?" Ong thought for a while before replying, "Mysterious." Naruto smiled slightly after hearing this, and said, "Indeed, it's mysterious for you, but it is stronger than the ninja way and can save the people of your village, ensuring they can grow up healthy." Raising an eyebrow, he asked, "Really?" Naruto nodded, "Of course." Chapter 163, Meeting Exine Beidou. Ong agreed to Naruto and became his disciple, practicing martial arts techniques. He was someone who had come through the training of the stars, and his physical body was much stronger than others. As he trained, his speed increased significantly. In just a short while, he had already made progress. Ong stopped training and felt a long-lost ease in his body. Ong said, "It really works." Naruto said, "Of course. There is no need for me to deceive you." Ong xiangly replied, "Thank you, senior." Naruto said, "You're welcome. Before your martial arts are complete, no matter what Chixing says, don't go." Ong nodded, "I understand." After hesitating for a moment, he asked, "Senior, can I pass the technique on to the villagers?" Naruto said, "No, this is a technique tailored for you. If others practice it, they will either make no progress for life or suffer from broken meridians. Are you willing to accept such a result?" Of course, he was unwilling, but the villagers had endured too much suffering, and he desperately wanted to save them. Naruto saw through his thoughts and said, "You can rest assured, I have other techniques, though they are only incomplete. However, reaching the J-Nin level is not a problem. If you want to cultivate, you'll need to go to the martial arts sacred land in the Flame Dragon Kingdom." Ong was overjoyed and said, "J-Nin is more than enough. J-Nin is sufficient to ensure the village's self-preservation and can also help the village thrive." However, he underestimated human nature. As long as there are ambitions, people's hearts will never be satisfied. Once they reach J-Nin, they will inevitably aspire to become elite ninjas. And beyond that is the Shadow Ninja. Everyone wants to pursue greater power. After Naruto and Ong parted ways, he returned to Mizuki Kawashi's house. Mizuki Kawashi said, "Kid, you actually know how to come back." His tone was quite resentful. This startled Naruto, and he said, "Damn, old man, I'm a normal man, and I like girls." Mizuki Kawashi's face darkened, and he replied, "So do I." Naruto looked at him suspiciously, with a look that said he was very doubtful. Mizuki said, "Kid, what kind of look is that?" Naruto said, "Old man, with your physique, do you still dare to like girls? Can you handle it?" Mizuki Kawashi replied, "I'm very strong." Naruto, 3 seconds. Mizuki Chuan shouted angrily, "Go cook, do you want to starve me to death?" Eating Naruto's food, the food outside really isn't that tasty. Naruto said, "Old man, have you been spoiled by my delicious food?" Mizuki Katsumi replied, "No, absolutely not." Naruto, just keep being stubborn. After saying that, he walked into the kitchen and started to fiddle around. Before long, a table full of delicious dishes was ready. During the meal, Mizuki Chuan asked, "Kid, that Akahoshi is looking for you. You need to be careful. He's not a good person." Naruto said, "Old man, I understand. I will remember your words. But I think Akahoshi is actually pretty good." Mizuki Kawashi angrily replied, "If I say he's not good, then he's not good. You need to listen to me." Naruto chuckled and said, "All right, I'll listen to you." After finishing his meal, Naruto lay on the bed and thought about the plot. It seemed that there were a few young girls who had problems with their bodies after strengthening their chakra through the star training. I need to change things for these girls. Once Mizuki had fallen into a deep sleep, Naruto left a shadow clone behind and quietly left the room. In the original story, there was a girl named Jinshin, who was the most notable in the star training. 3 years had passed, and he wondered if she was still alive. Naruto used the soul capture technique to determine Xian's current location. In the bedroom, there were 2 auras, indicating 2 people. Is the other one Beidou? It should be. Their relationship is quite good, Naruto thought to himself. Naruto flashed into the bedroom, using his true energy to create a domain that locked down the space. The 2 little girls were sleeping so soundly even with my entry and some noise. They didn't notice. Naruto said softly. He flicked his fingers, igniting the candles in the bedroom. At that moment, Beidou and Jinshin woke up. Beidou asked who, as she spoke. A kunai was already in her hand, ready for defense. Naruto said, all right, you two little girls. Seeing that Xian was feeling unwell, she could only force herself to sit up and look at Naruto. Beidou asked, who are you? Naruto, Big Bad Wolf. No, I'm here to help you. Beidou, no matter who you are, barging into someone else's room is not the act of a good person. First, I'll restrain you. Suddenly, her red-purple chakra split into 3 paths and rushed towards Naruto to bind him. Naruto didn't take any action and let the chakra bind him, exaggeratedly saying, don't make a move, it's too tight. His expression was very exaggerated. Seeing this, Beidou couldn't help but loosen up a bit. Naruto chuckled and said, do I look like them, these 2 little girls? Upon seeing this, Beidou immediately increased her strength. Naruto gently tore apart her restraints and said, little girl, enough. With your skills, how is it any different from 3 years ago? You've wasted 3 years of training. Beidou widened her eyes and said, how is that possible? How could that be? Naruto said, there's nothing impossible about this. Star Hidden Village is just a small village. It's not worth mentioning. You haven't seen a real strong person yet. Beidou replied, impossible, come again. Jinshin said, Beidou, stop. She forced herself to sit up despite the pain and stopped Beidou. Beidou turned around and said, Jinshin, this person has an unknown background. We cannot spare him. Jinshin replied, Beidou, don't. I feel he is not a bad person, and his strength is much greater than yours. If he really makes a move, you won't be his match. Naruto said, little girl, you have some insight. He waved his hand from a distance, sending a wave of true energy into Xian's body, making her feel much more at ease. Xian said in disbelief, what kind of medical ninjutsu is this? This is the most comfortable moment I've had in the past few years. Naruto said, this is not medical ninjutsu, this is martial arts. Beidou called out, martial arts? Are you from the Flame Dragon Kingdom? Naruto said, I once traveled to the land of the Flame Dragon, where I witnessed its prosperity and practiced martial arts techniques. Beidou asked, does the land of the Flame Dragon allow others to practice martial arts techniques? Naruto said, of course, but it's just a fragmented technique. We need the complete technique, which requires joining the Flame Dragon Kingdom. Seeing Xian said, Senior, are you saying that this martial arts technique can heal us? Naruto said, this is natural, and the internal power cultivated is 3 times stronger than your star cultivation enhanced chakra. Beidou de need impossible. In her heart, their star cultivation was the strongest secret technique, definitely stronger than martial arts cultivation. Chapter 164, Nightingale's Poisonous Scheme. Naruto said, you have confidence, but unfortunately, your strength doesn't support it. Beidou replied, our shadow is very strong. Naruto said, it's average. This made Beidou very angry, and he used ninjutsu to bind Naruto. Naruto said, with your level of strength, such techniques are of no use to me. Then he tore apart the chakra binding of Beidou. Beidou felt a bit discouraged. She couldn't imagine being so weak. Naruto comforted them, saying, don't be discouraged. How should I put it? Losing to me is not shameful. It's not that you can't do it, it's that I'm just too strong. Beidou, Jinshin, is this really comforting? It feels more like a knife to the heart. Jinshin then asked, who are you? It seemed they still didn't know who the person in front of them was. Naruto said, I am the expert invited by your agency, Star Shadow, to guard the stars. Seeing this, Xian, Beidou, and the others felt that the person in front of them was quite narcissistic. Naruto said, what? Don't you trust me? Beidou said, the Star Stone was still stolen. Naruto thought to himself, was there such a sharp-tongued person in the original work? There shouldn't be. I remember it was a shy little girl. Naruto said, hey, this can't be blamed on me. The technique I'm training in is also the peacock mystical method, and it seems to belong to people from your village. If your villagers stole it, does that count as theft? All right, it does, but it has nothing to do with me. You guys are just guarding the theft yourselves. As soon as he said this, the 2 of them were left speechless. They really couldn't find a reason to respond. Naruto said, forget it. I won't argue with you anymore. He looked at Jinshin and said, your injury, by practicing martial arts techniques and using true energy, can not only enhance your strength to the level of a jonin, but also restore your body, making you a normal person. Upon hearing this, Jinshin's body trembled, and he asked, really? Naruto, you little girl, given your current situation, is there any need for me to deceive you? Xian thought for a moment, and it was indeed true. With her situation, what could be worse than the current state? She was almost unable to take care of herself. Xian said, what conditions are needed? She understood that there is no such thing as a free lunch in this world, and teaching her techniques would inevitably come with conditions. Naruto looked as if he was about to dive into the abyss and said, "Don't worry, I won't let you offer yourself." Teased by Naruto, Xian couldn't help but blush slightly. Beidou looked at Naruto warily and said, "Tell me your conditions." Naruto said, "First, before I leave the Star-Hidden Village, no one can know that you have practiced the martial arts techniques. It has been the same in the past, and it will remain the same now. Second, the incomplete techniques I teach you cannot be practiced once you reach the Jonin level, unless you obtain the complete techniques to practice." Beidou asked, "What about the complete techniques?" Naruto said, "Of course, it's in the Flame Dragon country. This is their cultivation method. They allow some of their techniques to be practiced by others, enabling many common people to achieve their dreams. That's already great. Do you in the Star-Hidden Village have such courage to open up your ninjutsu for others to train? Of course, this cannot be done. Not to mention their Star-Hidden Village. No ninja village can reach such a level." Seeing the two remain silent, Naruto continued, "However, if you want to pursue greater strength, you can join the Flame Dragon country." Xian replied, "We are from the Star-Hidden Village and will not join any empire." Naruto said, "Then it's up to you. Third point, you need to perform a play with me." Seeing Xian asked, "What play?" Naruto said, "I'll tell you all about it later. You can rest assured that I won't harm the Star-Hidden Village." Beidou replied, "Who knows?" Naruto gave her a fierce look and said, "If I were a bad guy, I would first rape you, then kill you, and finally leave your corpse out in the wilderness." Beidou was startled and said to Naruto, "Bad guy." Beidou seriously replied, "Okay, we agree to you." Naruto said, "I still believe in you." He then passed on his skills to the two of them. After doing all this, Naruto left. Under the stars and moon, he murmured, "Akahoshi, I wonder what tricks you'll come up with next? It will surely be very interesting when Akahoshi gets busy and realizes he is just a clown." 3 days later, Naruto came to find Shiori. Although it had only been 3 days, Shiori had already reached the first rank, demonstrating exceptional talent in cultivation. Naruto said, "As expected of the strongest in the Star-Hidden Village in training ninjutsu, in just 3 days, you've absorbed 60% of the chakra and transformed it into inner strength." Hearing Naruto's voice, Shiori withdrew from her training, looked at Naruto, and said, "Senior, what about Smaru?" Naruto said, "I have to admit, your son is not bad. He's not an idiot." He noticed that Akahoshi's intentions are not pure, so he hid his skills. Once he converts his chakra, I'll let Akahoshi find the Star Stone. I want to compete with him in acting. Compete? Shiori didn't listen much to Naruto's words. But in terms of acting, this senior in front of him could definitely surpass Akahoshi. Shiori asked, "Senior, is there anything you need me to do?" Naruto said, "This will wait for a couple of days. You're the main character, Akahoshi's target." For some reason, Natsuhi felt pity for Akahoshi. Under such methods from a senior, even if he wasn't an idiot, he would still be played like one. Akahoshi had been frowning for the past few days. They had been searching for the Star Stone with ninjutsu, but it had been of no use at all, completely unable to sense where the Star Stone was. If he could find it, that would be strange. Under Naruto's seal, it was naturally impossible to detect even a trace of its aura. Nightingale came and said, "Akahoshi, has Smala been in seclusion for a while? Could he have sensed something?" Akahoshi shook his head and said, "Impossible. That's his mother. If he had sensed anything, he wouldn't be so calm." Nightingale said, "But that doesn't match his personality." Akahoshi replied, "He isn't in a hurry for now. The important thing at the moment is Natsuhi. She stole the Star Stone, but hasn't been able to lock onto her direction. After several attempts, she still hasn't succeeded." Nightingale asked, "Could she have left Star-Hidden Village?" Akahoshi raised an eyebrow and said, "It's not impossible, but the chances are slim. After all, her son is here. Even if she doesn't protect the village, she will protect her son." A ruthless glint flashed in Nightingale's eyes as he said, "Akahoshi, if we use Smalu as bait, she should appear." Akahoshi's eyes lit up, and a slight smile appeared at the corner of his mouth as he said, "Good strategy, but let's wait a little longer. If there are still no results, then we'll do it this way." Nightingale asked, "Should we capture Smalu first?" Akahoshi replied, "No need. We will have plenty of time later." Chapter 165. A great increase in strength. 10 more days passed, and Naruto went to find Ong was Natsuhi's child, and he inherited her talent. In just 10 days, he had already reached the peak of the first rank. The chakra refined by star power was of better quality than that of ordinary ninjas, and his body, which withstood the star power's cleansing, was stronger than that of ordinary ninjas. Upon seeing Naruto arrive, Ong stood up and said, "Master, you're here." Naruto said, the training is good, reaching the peak of the first rank. The next step is to open the governor vessel. I came at just the right time. Feeling a bit confused, asked, Master, what do you mean? Naruto took out the star stone and said, use this to cultivate and break through to the acquired realm. Looked hesitant and asked, will this harm my body? Naruto said, in the face of martial arts techniques, this is merely energy. Rest assured, I will also protect you with ninjutsu. It won't harm you. Thank you, Master. Naruto allowed Aang to absorb the star power to prevent any accidents. He used his chakra to protect Aang. As the star power continuously flowed into Aang's body, his physique began to slowly expand. After a while, it shrank back, but within 2 hours, Aang's strength had already surpassed the postnatal realm. He didn't stop there, as the star power continued to pour in. By the time dawn broke in the east, Aang had reached the peak of the postnatal realm. The star power had not yet been fully absorbed, and Aang still needed to continue absorbing it. Naruto stopped him and said, that's enough. Reaching the peak of the next day is already your limit. If you go further, it won't be good for your future. Your foundation is unstable, and you won't go far. Aang felt the powerful energy within his body, and his eyes couldn't hide his excitement as he bowed and said, thank you, Master. Naruto said, I only showed you the way. If it weren't for your hard work, you wouldn't have reached the peak of your abilities. Aang said, Master, what should we do next? As he spoke these words, a fierce light flashed in his eyes. He was determined to deal with Chixing. Naruto said, do you want to deal with Akatsuki? Aang said, yes. Naruto said, they haven't found the star falling. And to force your mother, the next step should be to deal with you. So you need to be careful. Aang said, if they come, I'll take care of them. Naruto shook his head and said, no, you have to be captured by them, so that Chixing and the others can force your mother to show up, allowing the villagers to see his true colors. Aang nodded and replied, okay. By doing this, we can suppress Chixing, and the villagers will be able to accept it. Naruto said, so, if Akatsuki captures you, you just cooperate and get captured. Aang nodded, okay. Naruto naturally went to find Akahoshi and asked, Akahoshi, haven't you found it yet? Akahoshi shook his head, no. Naruto said, since this is your family matter, I won't interfere. I'll leave in 2 days and continue my journey. Chixing raised an eyebrow and said, Your Excellency Youming, please wait for 2 more days. We're doing our best to find it. Naruto can't leave. Otherwise, we'll take the blame. Naruto said, journeying is my training. Staying here will only hinder my path. This means he is asking, are you going to block my way forward? Akahoshi said, my lord, trust me. Within 5 days, that thief will reveal himself. Naruto said, do you know who the thief is? Akahoshi replied, I have some clues. Naruto thought for a moment and said, all right, just 5 days. If no one comes after 5 days, I will leave. Chixing replied, I won't let Lord Yume down. Naruto originally wanted to leave, but suddenly turned his head and asked, I heard some stories in the village. I heard that Shiori is a very powerful star ninja. Who is she? Upon hearing the name Shiori, Akahoshi couldn't help but feel a tremor in his heart. He stared at Naruto and said, Your Excellency, do you know anything else? Naruto shook his head. I don't know about the others, but some old people in the village mentioned her with reverence, so I asked once. Akahoshi said, she was indeed a senior expert in our village, but she passed away several years ago. Naruto said, that's really a pity. Many people can admire her, so she must be a good person. Akahoshi said, Lord Youming, I can't say too much. This is a secret of Shingin Village. The reason Shingin Village can still exist is because of the protection of Lord Zairiri and the others. Naruto said, oh, I see. So, she has no children? Hearing this, Akahoshi raised an eyebrow and gritted his teeth, saying, no. Naruto sighed and said, it's really pitiful. Akahoshi replied, the deceased have passed, Your Excellency why may? There's no need to be like this. Lord Summer has died, but she lives on in each of our hearts. Naruto laughed and said, that's true. Then he left. After Naruto left, Chixing called for Nightingale and the 4 symbols. The 4 symbols said, Chixing, did you need something from us? Chixing replied, coldly, the plan can begin. In his eyes, a purple light flickered, and his ambition was burning his reason. Nightingale asked, Chixing, what happened? If nothing had happened, Chixing would have waited a few more days. Chixing said, Yume wants to leave, but he can't do it immediately, at least not right now. Nightingale said, I see. Chixing, Smaru is already at the level of a Jonin. It won't be easy to deal with him. Chixing said, forcibly capturing him is naturally not ideal. We can use drugs to make him unconscious, then detain him, find a charge, and execute it publicly. Nightingale said, understood. Chixing added, be careful. Yume seems to have sensed something. He asked about Shiori today. Nightingale and the four symbols were shocked and asked, what happened? They have witnessed Naruto's strength. It's difficult for them to win against him, especially if he allies with Lord Summer. This would only bring them harm, not benefit. Akahoshi said, he must have heard some gossip from someone. He only knows Summer's name, but he knows nothing about Summer. In fact, he doesn't know much about Shingin village either, so I need to be careful in my actions to avoid being caught by him. Nightingale and the four symbols nodded. Understood. The four symbols said, but Akahoshi, we can't let him meet Smaru. Smaru is the child of Summer. How could he not remember his mother? If Naruto talks to him about it, they'll give themselves away. Akahoshi replied, don't worry, I've already made arrangements. Smaru won't leave the house for the next couple of days. The four symbols said, that's good. Nightingale and the four symbols left to make preparations. Little did they know, Naruto had overheard all their conversations. Naruto said, I also need to be prepared. Akahoshi will show you what acting really is. Chapter 166. Smaru is captured. Ong has been imprisoned. A cold light flashed in his eyes, and he murmured to himself, is it about to begin? Akahoshi, I've been waiting for you for a long time. He adjusted his current state and settled down to stabilize it. By the third day, after he had eaten, two people came in. It was Nightingale and the four symbols. Seeing their cold expressions, Ong knew they were about to make a move and asked, are you going to act? As soon as he said this, Nightingale and the four symbols both reacted, asking, what are you talking about? Ong said, although I don't know much about what you've been doing over the years, it definitely won't be anything good. You think I pose a threat to you, so you want to get rid of me. This was naturally a fabrication on his part, just looking for a reason. Nightingale said, you're really her child, very alert. The four symbols said, unfortunately, you're mistaken. You do have good talent, but in front of us, you're just talent. Ong said, I really want to know what you plan to do. Nightingale said, you'll find out later. Ong said, with your strength, you probably can't take me away. His tone was quite arrogant, and indeed, he had the qualifications to be arrogant now. He could easily crush these two. Nightingale said, so young. Ong wanted to stand up, but then felt dizzy, incredulously saying, you drugged me. The four symbols, that's why you're still young. Then Ong was knocked out and taken away. He had known that there was poison in the food and had already refined it, so now it was just a show. Taking Ong, the four symbols and Nightingale arrived at Akahoshi's room and said, Nightingale, it went very smoothly, no one noticed. Akahoshi said, good. We'll judge him the day after tomorrow. That woman will definitely show up. Nightingale and the four symbols responded and took Ong away. Ong was bound in a secret room, and after Nightingale and the four symbols left, he sat up, opened his eyes, and his pupils shone brightly in the dark, like twinkling stars. Ong said, so this feeling is so comfortable, no wonder the master arranged it this way. Seeing them look like clowns is really refreshing. Ong then murmured, Mother, I will see you soon. His tone was very happy. He had waited too long for this moment. In the room, Naruto opened his eyes and said, has it begun? Then I should prepare as well. Leaving a shadow clone behind, Naruto went to Beidou and Jinshin's room. Naruto said, ladies, you can get dressed now. If not, I can assist you. Bad guy. Beidou turned over, her cheeks slightly flushed, and said, seeing Xin also sitting up, she said, Senior, you're here. Naruto said with a smile, what's wrong? Did you miss me? Hardship replied, you wish I don't want to see you. Naruto said, that's good. If you all like me, then that would be a sin. After all, I'm the person you cannot have. Beidou, Jinshin, I've never seen such a narcissistic person. Jinshin quickly said, Senior, is there something you need us to do? Naruto nodded, yeah, not bad. Although there's only half a month left, the injuries on your body have healed by 20%. After another year or so, you should be able to recover. Seeing Xin, he said, this is the merit of my senior. Naruto said, I can't compliment this. It should be the merit of the martial arts sacred land, the Flame Dragon Kingdom. This is indeed not wrong. If it weren't for the Dragon King Naruto Uzumaki, they really wouldn't be able to recover. Beta said, go ahead, what is it? In any case, the grace of Naruto passing on his skills needs to be repaid. Naruto said, let me ask you a question first. Do you know why the training of the stars was banned and then restarted? To this, the two shook their heads, as they really did not know. Naruto said, actually, the peacock mystique of your star-hidden village is very unique. If it can be cultivated to its peak, it won't be weaker than the strength of the shadows of the 5 major villages. Beidou proudly replied, that's right, our ninjutsu in the star-hidden village is very powerful. Naruto said, but this comes at a heavy cost. Beidou fell silent, as she had no way to refute that. Naruto said, think about the children who train with you at the same time. How many of them are truly healthy? Among this group, Xin Wu is the most severely affected, and there are several others who are also over half. Naruto continued, because of the discovery of such drawbacks, your third star shadow. Being kind-hearted prohibited training. If this continues, the population of Star Hidden Village will continue to decrease, which is a consideration for the legacy of Star Hidden Village. However, evil people won't think this way, right? The training of the stars can grant powerful strength. If the ninjas of Star Hidden Village can all reach the pinnacle of this training, they will become a group of shadow-level ninjas, gaining more influence in this ninja world. Naturally, they would initiate the training of the stars for this power. At this point, if the two of them still didn't understand, then they were just foolish. Beidou shook his head and said, "Impossible, impossible, Lord Red Star wouldn't do that." Seeing Xian looking at Naruto, she asked, "What evidence do you have?" Naruto said, "You are familiar with Team Smaru, right?" The two nodded, as they were naturally familiar with them. Naruto said, "Smaru has been caught by Red Star." Beidou stood up and said in denial, "Impossible, impossible." Naruto comforted her and said, "Facts speak louder than words. In a few days, you'll know. I just hope you won't do anything foolish in the meantime. When the trial of Smalu takes place, you can question Akahoshi." Seeing Xian say, "Senior, is that true?" Naruto said, "Is there any doubt when you've seen it with your own eyes?" Beidou asked why. Naruto said, "This is to force someone out, and then you will know." Naruto's words left the two of them confused. They naturally couldn't think of who they would be forcing. Naruto said, "Don't think about it anymore. What you need to consider now is how to question Akahoshi about why he disregarded the villagers' health and forcibly started the star training, harming the villagers. As for other matters, you'll find out gradually." Seeing that Xian had realized this, that this senior would not tell them, she stopped asking and nodded, saying, "Yes." She believed that they would definitely find out. Naruto said, "Also, during this time, you cannot ask anyone. If you're caught by Akahoshi's accomplices, you can only wait for death." The two girls agreed, and before Smalu's trial, they would not mention this matter. They dared to heed Naruto's advice, and many things became clear to them. Their star shadows indeed had problems. Chapter 167, Summer Training, Abrupt Energy. After warning Jinshin and Beidou, Naruto left. As an important character, how could Summer not be present? He took the Star Stone, which had only 30% of its energy left, to meet Summer. Summer sensed Naruto's arrival and came out to greet him. "Senior, you've come." Naruto said, "Yo, good perception? You've actually broken through to the innate realm." Shiori replied, "I will never forget the kindness of my senior." Naruto said, "You're too kind." He handed the Star Stone to Summer. Summer took the Star Stone and said, "Senior, the energy inside this is much less." Naruto said, "Of course, he was absorbed by Smaru. How much could be left?" Summer's eyes flickered with light as he asked, "Senior, is Smaru okay?" Naruto said, "Very good, very good. By absorbing the energy of the Star Stone, he has reached the peak of elite Jonin strength, just a step away from you." Summer's eyes sparkled like a little sun, and she couldn't help but smile, feeling satisfied as long as the child was doing well. Naruto said, "But he has been caught now, caught by Akatsuki." The Summer body couldn't help but tremble and said, "Senpai, is it dangerous?" Naruto shook his head. "Of course not. Your son has a great talent for acting, making Akatsuki and the others go in circles." Summer said, "This should be learned from the seniors." Naruto scratched his head. "This has nothing to do with me. It's a natural talent." Sayori smiled slightly, her eyes narrowing. Naruto said, "Next should be your time to shine. Safety is the priority, and I have only one request for you." Summer replied, "What is it?" Naruto said, "Be wary of sudden attacks from those around you. No matter who they are, stay alert." Shiori frowned slightly and asked, "Could Smaru be one of them?" As soon as these words were spoken, Naruto felt a flicker of rules in his eyes, as if everything would indeed happen. This made Naruto cautious, and he replied, "Smaru is a dutiful child." To change the subject, Naruto asked, "Shiori, when you're training, do you ever experience a sudden surge of power that you can refine?" Shiori thought for a moment and said, "Yes." Naruto was taken aback and confirmed. "Really?" Seeing Naruto's surprise, she couldn't help but ask, "Senior, is there a problem with this?" In her view, it was a good thing, but it seemed that there was a deeper meaning in the senior's eyes. Naruto said, "Will a big pancake fall from the sky to satisfy your hunger?" Summer was taken aback by the question and replied, "Oh no." Naruto said, "Don't you understand such a simple principle? If there is a benefit to this, then why are you hurting your body while practicing?" Sayori fell silent. Naruto continued, "You should also understand cause and effect. The cause of the past leads to the effect of the future. Today, you have accepted benefits from others, and when the time comes, you will need to repay that debt. How will you choose?" Summer bowed and said, "Please, senior, guide me." Naruto's teaching was not over yet. He continued, if you can refine the energy of a small stream, can you also refine the energy of a great river? Sayuri shook her head again. At that moment, she naturally felt the danger within. Naruto said, if such power appears again next time, it will be expelled from your body. And if you absorb too much, your foundation won't be solidified, which will only hinder your growth in the future. Summer replied, Senior, I understand. Naruto nodded with satisfaction. Great. Summer then changed the subject and said, how will the Red Star deal with Smaru? Naruto said, mobilize the power of the entire village to judge him on baseless charges. A cold glint flashed into Summer's eyes as she said, why did Akahoshi become like this? Naruto said, power can bewitch people's hearts. His ambitions are not limited to the small star hidden village. He aims for the 5 great shinobi villages. At that moment, a faint light shone down. Naruto said, Sayuri, it seems your turn to go on stage has arrived. Sayuri went back, put on the mask, and flew away. Naruto said, Chixing, this is just a little episode. I wonder how you'll handle it. He unsealed the star stone, and naturally, the people of the village discovered it. At Chixing's residence, Nightingale came to report, saying, Chixing, we found her. Chixing said, what method did Shiori use to seal the star stone for so many days? Nightingale asked, Chixing, should we go capture her? Chixing thought for a moment and said, you all keep an eye on Samaru. Don't alert her and let her escape. I'll go meet her. I wonder what her current strength is. Nightingale said, be careful. Chixing replied, don't worry, I haven't trained for nothing. Shiori held the star stone, facing a group of ninjas from Shingin village, and said, you can leave. I won't give you the star stone. One of them said, impossible. Without the star stone, how can we train the star ninjutsu and strengthen our chakra? Hand over the star stone, or we will kill you. Shiori said, I'm also a person from Shingin village, and I have the right to use this star stone. Until I have fully trained, I won't give you the star stone. This is the price for protecting Shingin village. They wanted to say something else, but Shiori released her aura, knocking them all unconscious. Chixing naturally arrived as well. He and Shiori exchanged glances, and for a moment, neither spoke. After a while, Shiori spoke up. Chixing, do you not know how dangerous this training is? Didn't the 3rd star shadow tell you? Why do this? Chixing said coldly, Lady Shiori, long time no see. I didn't expect you to still be alive. Shiori remained silent, still staring intently at Chixing. Chixing's expression suddenly twisted into a grimace as he said, why do this? Lady Shiori, the answer lies within you. Shiori asked, what do you want to do? Chixing coldly replied, do you know what kind of power you possess? Who can rival that power? Even if there are hundreds, even if there are tens, even if it's the 5 great ninja villages, what can they do against us? Shingin village is invincible. Shiori said, Chixing, do you know how many lives this will cost? How many people will live in pain because of this? Chixing replied, it's all worth it. It's all worth it. As long as Shingin village grows strong, will there be a lack of people? Shiori said, Chixing, you really have gone mad. Chixing said, Lady Shiori, it's not too late to make a choice now. Let us push Shingin village to the pinnacle of the ninja world together, so that Shingin village will be revered by all. Chapter 168. Chixing is exposed. Shiori's thoughts completely drifted away amidst the painful moans of those ninjas who had trained in the star techniques. It hurts so much. I feel so uncomfortable. Am I going to die? It would be better if I died. Dying would be a relief. It feels like there's a raging fire burning inside me. It hurts, it hurts. Help me, help me. Natsum said, Chixing, for your own selfish desires. You actually disregard the safety of the villagers. I want to allow the villagers to suffer such pain again? Absolutely not. Chixing said, you can't do it. Shiori said, Chixing, if you remain obsessed and unaware, then I want to hold back. Ah, he can't die yet. His crimes must be made public so that he can die with justification. Naruto's voice echoed in the Summer's ears. Summer suppressed the anger in her heart, looked at Akahoshi, and said, Akahoshi, you will regret this. Akahoshi performed the peacock technique and said, Lord Summer, let me test your current strength. He blocked Summer's path to leave. Summer said, Akahoshi, I want to go. Can you really stop me? Without using any ninjutsu, she soared to the sky and disappeared into the clouds. Akahoshi was stunned. What kind of ability was this? Has she really become this strong? After a while, Akahoshi murmured, what a wonderful ability. Summer, it's such a waste on you. The madness in his eyes was about to overflow. He was determined to obtain the energy from Summer. Even if it meant sacrificing many people, he would not give up. Akihoshi glanced at the fallen person on the ground, said nothing, and turned to leave. Naruto appeared and said, what a delightful surprise, little guy. You can get up now. At this moment, Among the 7 people lying on the ground, one of them stood up. He had not been knocked out, which Naruto noticed, and he didn't let him get up but instead allowed him to watch the show. Seeing Naruto, he said, "It's you, Senior Yume." He had met Naruto before in the Red Star's house and had been introduced to him. Naruto said, "It's me, little guy, what's your name?" "My name is Jinxing." Naruto asked, "How does this scene feel?" Jinxing's expression was somewhat desolate. He hadn't expected that their star shadow would be so cruel. However, he had seen the villagers' lives disregarded, their health neglected. He had witnessed the painful wails of those who could not endure the practices, and that chilling scream still echoed in his ears. Jinxing said, "Senior, was that really Lord Summer?" Naruto said, "Of course it's her. She has been secretly protecting the star-hidden village. A few years ago, because of some monsters, she had to investigate, which is why she has been free for these 3 years. As soon as she returned, she heard that the star cultivation had been activated, so she stole the star stone." Jinxing said, "I believe in Senior Shiori. She will definitely be able to defeat the Red Star." Naruto said, "There's no doubt about it. She can indeed do it. However, it's still not the right time for her to make her actual appearance. Do you know why the Town Star is so certain that he can obtain the training methods from Summer?" The Town Star asked, "I don't know, Senior, why?" Naruto said, "Are you stupid? What do you care about the most in Summer?" Jinxing replied, "The village." Naruto continued to ask, "What else?" Suddenly, the Town Star's eyes lit up and said, "Smaru." Naruto said, "Not too stupid." Jinxing asked, "Senior, are you saying that Chixing is very good at dealing with Smalu? He used to be the shadow, and now he's Chixing, which shows that in his heart, Chixing is no longer that respected star shadow." Naruto said, "This is inevitable. And now Chixing has already captured Smalu and imprisoned him." "Impossible." Jinxing directly denied, not believing that such a thing would happen. Naruto said, "Sai, poor kid, you've seen it all now. What else is impossible?" For his own ambitions, Chixing can sacrifice the villagers. What's wrong with sacrificing Smaru? Jinxing was feeling down and said, "No problem. The great evil has already taken its seat. So how can a small evil like Chixing be taken to heart?" Jinxing thought of Smaru, turned around, and said, "I'm going to save Smaru." Naruto said, "You don't need to worry about this. Smaru will be fine. As a child of Summer, do you think Summer won't protect Smaru? Moreover, Akahoshi is using him as a bargaining chip, so he won't harm him. On the contrary, he is very safe right now." Jinxing thought for a moment and felt that this made a lot of sense. He said, "Senior, what should I do? I hope you can show me a way." Naruto said, "This is simple. Over the years, many villagers have suffered from the persecution of the star cultivation. You should go and talk to them. On the day of the trial of Smaru, you must question Akahoshi and demand a reasonable explanation from him. Remember, don't let the other villagers know. You should also know that Akahoshi still has some prestige in the star-hidden village." Jinxing's eyes flickered as he said, Right. He looked at Naruto, very confused, and asked, "Senior, weren't you brought here by Akahoshi to help him? Why don't you assist Akahoshi?" Naruto said, "I am someone who only cares about reason. That day, when I passed by the houses of Beidou and Jinshin, I saw Jinshin gritting his teeth, enduring pain, while Beidou was comforting him. I secretly explored the situation and discovered that the activation of star cultivation poses great harm to the villagers. I guess that the reason the third Hokage stopped the star cultivation was to ensure the safety of the villagers, so I will not help Chixing." Without waiting for Jinxing to say anything, Naruto continued, "I do not have my own ninja way. I only uphold what is right and what is wrong. In my eyes, the ninja way is pathological." Naruto has started preaching, sharing some thoughts when he has nothing to do. The star of the town says, "How to say this?" Naruto said, "If someone distorts killing and seeks revenge on this world because of injustice, do you think such a ninja way should exist? Take Akahoshi, for example. What is his ninja way? Leading the star-hidden village to its peak. That's a good ninja way, right? But what did he do?" Jinxing fell silent, unable to find words to refute. Naruto said, "The ninja way, for many people, is to build their own pain on the suffering of others. During the Third Shinobi World War, ninjas from various major countries, with a sense of justice and under the banner of defending their villages, indeed brought the flames of war to the lands of other countries, harming the people of those nations. Can this be considered justice? Isn't such a ninja way distorted?" These words struck Jinxing's heart like a heavy hammer, leaving him in a daze for a long time. Naruto said, "Little guy, think carefully. If there's anything you can't figure out, you can go to the Flame Dragon country, where you will find your answers." Chapter 169. Mizuki Chuan wins and hires Naruto. Jinxing woke up his companions and then drowsily returned to the village. Naruto's words had a significant impact on him, and for a moment, he didn't know how to make a decision. He remembered Naruto mentioning Beidou and Jinshin, so he decided to find them. However, before going, He planned to verify whether Smalu had really been captured. So he went to find Smalu. When he arrived at Smalu's courtyard, it was indeed empty for 2 days. On the way, he encountered the Four Symbols. Jinxing asked, Lord Four Symbols, have you seen Smalu? The Four Symbols calmly replied, Smalu went out on a mission. This confirmed that Smalu was indeed imprisoned. Jinxing wasn't foolish. With the current Star Stone stolen, what could be more important than that? He was certain there had been no missions in the past few days. Jinxing asked, what mission did he go on? The Four Symbols said, I don't know. It was Chixing who assigned him the task. Jinxing said, I see. The Four Symbols didn't respond further. It was reasonable for Jinxing, who had a good relationship with Smalu, to inquire. Jinxing brushed past the Four Symbols and headed to Jinxing and Beidu's courtyard. Upon seeing Jinxing and Beidu were somewhat puzzled as to why he had come to find them. Although they had been training diligently before, they had rarely interacted in the past year due to Jinxing's health. Beidu gently said, Brother Jinxing. Jinxing was 2 years older than them. Jinxing replied, It's been a while since I visited you. I happened to pass by here and wanted to see you. His gaze fell on Jinxing as he said, Jinxing, you seem to be in much better spirits. Jinxing said, My injuries have healed a bit. Jinxing responded, That's good, but Jinxing, now that your body is recovering, you must not continue with star cultivation. It could harm your body again. Jinxing replied, Thank you for the advice, Brother Jinxing, I understand. The three chatted casually for a while, and finally, Jinxing spoke up, asking Beidu Jinxing, Do you know Lord Youming? The two exchanged glances, both understanding the meaning in each other's eyes. What does he mean? Does he know we have met Lord Youming? Jinxing replied, I know him. She didn't say they didn't know him to avoid being embarrassed if caught in a lie. Jinxing said, You have indeed met Lord Youming. He didn't deceive me. Jinxing asked suspiciously, Brother Jinxing, have you met Lord Youming too? Jinxing replied, Yes, I met him tonight, and I also saw the disgrace of Xingyin village. This left Jinxing and Beidu confused, and they asked, Brother Jinxing, what do you mean? Jinxing explained, Today through our ninjutsu, we found the direction of the Star Stone and encountered the thief who stole it. Beidu asked, Who is he? Jinxing said, The elder from Xingyin village, Lord Shiori. The two shuddered slightly, and Jinxing said, Lord Shiori, Smalu's mother. Jinxing nodded, Yes, that's her. Beidu exclaimed, How can that be? Didn't she die? Jinxing replied, No. Lord Shiori is not dead. She is secretly protecting Xingyin village and the Star Stone. Jinxing asked, Brother Jinxing, what exactly is going on? Jinxing recounted the entire story, including stopping star cultivation, the intentions of the third generation of Xingyin, and Chixing's ambitions. This was quite a shock for the two, in their hearts. Chixing was a respected figure as Xingyin. They had agreed with Naruto's words and were prepared to reprimand Chixing, but they would not resist him. Beta said, No, it can't be, but even they were uncertain. They remembered Naruto saying that Chixing captured Smalu to force someone to reveal themselves. And now it seemed it must be Lord Shiori. Jinxing said, I heard Chixing clearly. He knows that star cultivation will harm our bodies, yet he disregards it. His heart is very malicious. Without the villagers, what does it matter if Xingyin village reaches the peak of the endurance world? Chixing was a petty person who captured Smalu to force Lord Shiori. He is unworthy of being Xingyin. Beidu and Jinxing fell silent. They could no longer defend Chixing. After a while, Jinxing spoke up, Brother Jinxing, I suppose you didn't come just to see us, right? Jinxing nodded, That's right. In the next few days, Chixing should judge Smalu. We must unite and not give him the chance to judge Smalu. We will judge him first and hold him accountable for disregarding the villagers' lives and for initiating star cultivation. This aligned perfectly with Naruto's request to them. Jinxing said, All right. The three began to draft a plan. Afterward, Jinxing went to find those who had suffered from the torment. Upon hearing Chixing's intentions, they were all furious with him. The group united, waiting for the time to come to judge Smalu. Naruto sensed all of this and couldn't help but reveal a faint smile, murmuring, Things are getting more and more interesting. Mizuki Wakatsu said, Kid, do you know that you look really ugly when you smile? Naruto said, Old man, what you said is true. With my smile, even if I get run over by a car 7 or 8 times, it's still better looking than yours. Mizuki Wakatsumi replied, When you smile, I know you're not hiding anything good. Naruto said, Old man, your weird habit of liking to smell farts is really not good. Mizuki Kawashi's face darkened as he replied, Get lost, get lost. Every time he argued with this little brat, he couldn't do anything about it, and his blood pressure rose a bit. Mizuki Kawashi said with a somewhat serious tone, Kid, what has Akahoshi been doing these days? Naruto said, I'm looking for the Star Stone. After thinking for a while, Mizuki Chuan Shung took out a bag filled with silver coins. Naruto said, Old man, what do you mean? I'm not selling myself. Mizukawa Sho's face darkened even more as he replied. Kid, can't you stop being so vulgar? Naruto said, speak up. What's the matter? Mizuki Kawashige replied. You know I have something to discuss with you? Naruto said, it's natural. If you find me, will you give me so much money? Mizukawa Katsukage replied, not really, you're not my grandson. Naruto had a black line on his forehead. Old man, I feel like you want to take advantage of me. Mizukawa Katsudo said, hee, you're overthinking it. I'll give you money and hire you. Naruto asked why. You should know that my current employer is Akahoshi. Mizuki Kawakatsu replied, don't worry, there's no conflict. Naruto became interested. This is somewhat intriguing. I want to hear more. Chapter 170. The Mysterious Mizuki Kawashige. Mizuki Kawashige said, I hired you to destroy the Star Stone, while Akahoshi hired you to protect the Star Stone. Naruto's face darkened. Old man, this is getting boring. Isn't this a conflict? How is this relative? How can it be supplemented? Mizuki Chuan said, not conflicting means not conflicting. Qixing needs you to protect the Star Stone, and there is a time limit. Once the time is up, you will destroy the Star Stone. Is it a conflict? Naruto was stunned and shook his head, saying, it really doesn't conflict. Speaking of which, it indeed doesn't conflict. Moreover, he could earn 2 incomes, which is quite a profit. Naruto asked, old man, I want to know why. Mizukawa Katsusato replied, for the sake of the children of Hashinen Village, so they will no longer suffer. The training of the stars has been restarted, and over the years, dozens have been unable to find relief from their pain. Naruto asked, I'm curious, old man. Why do you believe in me? Mizukawa Katsudo replied, you may look unreliable, but you're still a decent person and a good guy. Naruto waved his hand and said, don't flatter me. It's hard to be a good person in this world. I don't want to be that good person. Mizukawa Sho said, are you accepting it? Naruto said, old man, I really want to know, who exactly are you? Mizuki Kokatsu also asked, Yume, I too want to know, who exactly are you? The ninjutsu is extraordinarily skilled, and it seems he has also practiced martial arts. Naruto revealed a big white smile and said, I'm just a traveler of the world. Mizuki Chuan Sheng replied, I'm also just an old thing on the verge of death. Naruto said, aren't you very strong? You can still party every night. Mizuki Kawakatsu replied, get lost. Naruto said, although I am hired, I have one flaw, which is that I am kind-hearted and I only take the moral high ground. I can terminate the employment relationship at any time. Mizukawa Masato said, what do you mean? Naruto said, if evil people do evil, I will end their employment and stop them from doing harm. If good people do good, I will naturally support them. Mizukawa Masaru smiled and nodded. That's right. You're a good kid. If I had a granddaughter, you would definitely be her husband. Naruto, don't, old man. With your looks, it's easy to imagine what your granddaughter is like. Although I haven't contributed much to the Hidden Star Village, you can't repay kindness with enmity. Mizuki Chuan was so angry that his lips trembled. This little brat was simply infuriating. He hadn't even finished his meal before he headed back to his room, too angry. Just too angry. He really wanted to strangle this little brat. Naruto said, old man, I have some news that you should be very interested in. Mizukawa Masato replied, I'm not interested. Naruto said, it's about Smaru. Mizuki Kawashige came back and said, I'm still not full. Naruto said, old man, with your temper. Even if you were in a crematorium, you'd still be talking. Mizuki Kawa said, go ahead. Naruto said, 2 pieces of news, one bad and one good. Mizuki Chuan Sheng, bad news. Naruto said, the bad news is that Smaru has been captured and is imprisoned by Qixing. What? The old man put down his bowl and stared at Naruto. Is he really imprisoned? Naruto nodded. I really have been imprisoned. Mizukawa Masaru said angrily, what does this Akahoshi want to do? Naruto said, old man, don't you feel that he is not a good person? What kind of things can a bad person do? Mizukawa Katsudo replied, you're not a good person either. Naruto said, then why did you hire me? Mizukawa Katsushige replied, bad people need bad people to restrain them. Naruto said, wow, old man, that's insightful. Mizukawa Shichi's brows furrowed as he seemed to be in deep thought, pondering what Qixing was really up to and why he wanted to capture Smaru. Naruto didn't disturb him and let him ponder. Mizukawa Katsukazu asked, you brat, what does Akahoshi want to do? What exactly does he want to do? Naruto said, this is naturally because there is danger behind Smaru. Controlling him means controlling the power behind him. Mizukawa Katsukatsu stood up and said, summer is the next day. Naruto's pupil shrank. This old man actually knew about summer. This outsider was full of surprises for him. He murmured to himself, could it be that I need to search for a soul? He certainly had this technique mastered, but it was too cruel. He really couldn't bring himself to treat an old man like that. If it were someone as vicious as Qixing, He could have captured him in one move. Naruto said, "It's Summer." Mizukikawa looked at Naruto and asked, "Have you ever seen Summer?" Naruto said, "I've seen her, and I know that the Star Stone was stolen by her." Mizukawa Masaru exclaimed with great joy, "Where is she? Where is she?" Naruto said, "I can't tell you this for now. She will appear when it's time for her to show up." Mizuki Kawakatsu asked, "Is she doing well?" Naruto said, "Fair-skinned, slender, living well." Mizuki's face darkened, and he said, "Kid, don't even think about it." Naruto said, "Why? She's about the same age as me. Why can't I have a crush on her? Could it be that you like her too?" He found this old man quite amusing and really interesting. Mizuki Kawakatsu replied, "What nonsense are you talking about? She is my junior." Naruto said, "Hey, old man, weren't you just thinking about introducing your granddaughter to me?" Mizukawa Masaru, "Because I don't have a granddaughter." Naruto gave a thumbs up and said, "Old man, your trick of empty-handedly catching a wolf is truly masterful. If there's no granddaughter, a niece will do." Mizukawa Sho, "Don't even think about it." He quickly changed the subject and said, "Didn't you just say there's another piece of good news? What is it?" Naruto said, "The good news is that Smaru is acting. Although he has been captured, it was voluntary. With his elite Jonin strength, 2 previous Jonin can't do anything to him." Mizukawa Masaru, "Kid, is it fun to tease me?" Naruto nodded. "Not bad. Quite interesting." Mizukawa Masaru suppressed the anger in his heart and said, "What are you going to do?" Naruto said, "That red star is despicable, so I naturally have to put on a good show with him." "Old man, just watch." Shuemu Chuan Shun replied, "I'll be waiting." Naruto said, "One more thing. I have taken Smaru as my disciple. Does that mean I am of the same generation as Shari? Or would it be better to be even closer?" Shuemukawa's face darkened, and he directly got up and returned to his room, showing an attitude of ignoring Naruto. The wooden door was slammed shut, as if to shake off Naruto. Naruto shook his head slightly, this old man. Chapter 171, The Trial of Smaru. Another day passed, and news spread throughout the village that Smaru had betrayed the Star Hidden Village. Upon hearing this news, the entire Star Hidden Village was shaken. Many people couldn't believe such a result. Smaru was a child they had watched grow up, and he would never betray the village or the oath he made to protect the Star Hidden Village. They all went to find Akahoshi, wanting an explanation. Akahoshi gave a unified response. "He will be judged tomorrow, and you will understand then." Another day passed, and the villagers gathered at the meeting place. They looked at Smaru, who was hanging up, and couldn't help but feel heartbroken. This was the child they had watched grow up. Naruto is also among them, sitting together with Mizuki Kawashige, eating melon leisurely from a distance. Mizuki Kawashige said, "Kid, are you this relaxed?" Naruto said, "Hey, old man, what do you want me to do? I haven't received any money from you." Mizuki Chuansheng replied, "That's your own choice. How can you blame me? If it weren't for the fact that you couldn't even afford a coffin when you die, I would have choked you to death." Naruto said, "Over here." The respected elder of Xingyin village, Jizong, spoke up, "Chixing, I don't believe On would betray the village. He has always been a good, obedient child." Chixing replied, "Sir, I will present the evidence to you shortly. All evidence is decided by him." When hearing the various charges, many people didn't believe it. Didn't believe Smala would betray Xingyin village and sell out its secrets. However, because it was the words of the shadow, many villagers believed and secretly sought to hunt down Smalu. Townstar stepped forward and said, "Chixing, I have a question. During this time, everyone has not left the village to carry out missions. So how can there be talk of betrayal?" Chixing did not expect that the first to stand up would be Townstar. Nightingale shouted, "Townstar, step back." Her face was very gloomy, staring at Townstar, with a hint of killing intent. Townstar was not afraid at all and said, "Nightingale, am I wrong? Or is it that your so-called crimes are just words from your mouth?" Chixing said, "Townstar, you have crossed the line." Townstar replied, "Sir Chixing, since you restarted the star training 3 years ago, it has caused 21 villagers to moan in pain." "What are you doing, Sir Chixing?" Chixing said, "So you come question me?" Townstar said, "Not to question, just to seek an explanation." Chixing replied, "It's worth it for Xingyin village." Townstar said, "For the sake of Xingyin village, I must ask Sir Chixing, what is the purpose of establishing the village?" Chixing replied, "To allow villagers to live and work in peace, free from bullying." Townstar said, "But in these years, our villagers have not been harmed by outsiders. Instead, because of the training, over 20 have been severely injured and suffering. Sir Chixing, what is the true meaning of your restarting the star training?" This statement resonated with many people. They saw their children moaning in pain, and their hearts were bleeding. Why should their children suffer this? Chixing's face became somewhat sinister, saying, "Townstar, I want to ask you, what do you want to do?" Townstar replied, The third generation of the Shadow was kind and benevolent. He did not want the villagers to suffer pain, so he ended the star training. Our strength is enough for self-defense. Why must you let the villagers be trapped in endless pain? Smalu raised his head and asked, Sir Chixing, I also want to know how I betrayed the village. Is it just based on your words? Chixing, for some reason, felt that the situation seemed to be beyond his control, but now that the arrow was on the string, he had to fire. He appeared next to Smalu, wanting to capture him. At that moment, a figure descended from the sky. It was none other than Shiori. Shiori, wearing a mask, landed on a wooden stake. Shiori said, Chixing, you really are despicable and shameless. Chixing replied, Smalu, this is the evidence of your betrayal of the village. Upon seeing Shiori, Smalu's eyes filled with excitement. This was his mother. He finally saw her again. Fengtian seized the initiative and said, The thief who stole the stars. You finally appeared. Nightingale said, You can easily enter Shingin village. It must be Smalu who provided you with information, so you could come so smoothly. Get down here. He made his move, wanting to force Shiori to use the peacock technique to prove the evidence of Smalu's betrayal. Shiori truly had no good feelings towards Nightingale and said, Get lost. With one hand, he pressed Nightingale to the ground. Fengtian said, Isn't this the peacock technique? Shiori replied, Chixing, stop. No matter what you do today, you will lose. Chixing asked, What kind of trick is this? He wanted to know. The people around wanted to know, and the villagers of Shingin village wanted to know who she was. Shiori then advised, Chixing, turn back while you can. Chixing coldly said, That's what I want to say to you. Turn back while you can, return our star stone, tell the truth about the accusations, and you will still have a chance to survive. He said this while placing his hand on Smalu's shoulder, full of threat. At this time, Beidou spoke up, Sir Chixing, what are you doing? Chixing frowned and said, Beidou, what do you mean? What have I done? Jinshin said, Sir Chixing, why is your hand on Smalu's shoulder? Chakra is concentrated in your hand. Are you going to harm Smalu? Threat. These two words immediately flashed in everyone's mind, and their gazes towards Chixing changed. Was their acting shadow so despicable and shameless? Fengtian said, Jinshin, stop trying to shift the concept. Jinshin innocently said, I didn't shift the concept. The situation is just as it is. This was not false. The situation was indeed as such. She was just pointing out what Chixing was doing and didn't say anything else. Mizuki Chuansheng said, Chixing, what exactly are you trying to do today? Many people could see that Chixing's actions today must have a purpose, and it seemed that his purpose was on this masked person. Chixing ignored Mizuki Chuansheng and looked at Naruto, saying, Friend Youming, I hope you can help. Naruto jumped out and asked, Do you want to stop her? Or do you want to take her down? Akahoshi replied, Take her down. Naruto shook his head and said, I'm very sorry, but this is not within my mission scope. What I need to protect is only the Star Stone, not to intercept people or capture them. Qi Xing's expression changed, and he said, Lord Youming, what do you mean by this? Chapter 172, Mysterious Power Emerges. Naruto said, You only want me to protect the Star Stone, but you never asked me to capture anyone. Isn't that what it means? The Red Star's eyes turned cold as he replied, Your Excellency, even if she stole the Star Stone, your protection of it seems to be lacking. Naruto said, That's right. He looked at Shiori and said, Are you going to hand over the Star Stone or fight me? Shiori decisively threw the Star Stone to Naruto. Naruto raised the Star Stone in his hand towards Akahoshi and said, Akahoshi, I consider my mission complete. He then casually tossed the Star Stone to Akahoshi. Akahoshi caught the Star Stone and said, Lord Youming, I would like to hire you again. Naruto was persistent in the summer and said, Deal with him. Akahoshi nodded. All right, you can set the reward. Naruto shook his head decisively and said, Sorry, I can't agree to that. Akahoshi, why? Naruto said, Someone hire me before you. Once the task of protecting the Star Stone is completed, I agreed to his hiring and will carry out his mission. Akahoshi had a bad feeling in his heart and asked what mission. Naruto smiled slightly and said, Destroy the Star Stone. Kisinges se pupils shrank suddenly. Dealing with one summer was already extremely difficult, and with this person added, how could they resist? He darkly said, Your Excellency, is this too much? Naruto said, Originally, I didn't want to take on this task, but after learning the ins and outs of the situation, I agreed. Akahoshi asked, What ins and outs? Naruto said, I still want to ask you about this. Akahoshi, what do you want to know? Naruto said, The training of the stars will cause irreparable harm to the children's bodies. Why do you insist on the training of the stars, disregarding the children's suffering? Have you ever heard their cries of pain? Have you ever considered it from their perspective? Akahoshi replied, For the future of the Star Hidden Village, everything is worth it. Naruto said, "The star-hidden village has its own natural barriers, its own secret techniques, and its own ninja arts. As long as we keep innovating, we will eventually rise. The true origin of our village's battles is because of this star stone. It has brought disaster to the village and suffering to the villagers. It can be said to be a cursed stone. Why should it be kept until now?" Akahoshi replied, "This is something from our village. Naruto, I never asked you to give this to anyone else. I just wanted you to consider the villagers and the village and destroy it." Akahoshi asked, "Impossible." Naruto said, "Why?" "The star-hidden village was dragged into war because of this star stone. Before this star stone fell, the village was peaceful. Or perhaps it was because you had ulterior motives." At this moment, Akahoshi understood that this Yomi must know some things about him, which is why he spoke this way. He no longer paid attention to Naruto and turned to Natsui, saying, "Intercept him, or I will kill him." His eyes were cold, and he gave a glance to Shikio. With the kunai in Shikio's hand pressed against Smalu's throat, Natsui's body trembled. Even though she knew Smalu was not in danger, she was still affected at this moment. Shirzong shouted, "Akahoshi, what are you trying to do?" Akahoshi said, "The star-hidden village should not be beneath the 5 great ninja villages. It should be above them. I am not willing to accept this. I am not willing to accept this." As soon as these words came out, everyone understood that Akahoshi's ambition was immense. He was not only seeking to protect the star-hidden village, but also to wage war. Shirzong shouted, "Akahoshi, do you know what you are saying?" Akahoshi shouted, "Old man, get out of the way." His intentions had already been exposed, and he naturally would no longer care about any reputation. Natsui said in a deep voice, "Akahoshi, why haven't you turned back by now?" As she spoke, she removed her mask, revealing her face. Shirzong said, "Natsui, you're not dead." This statement stirred up a great commotion, and the villagers whispered among themselves, their gazes falling on Natsui. Natsui looked at them and said, "Lord Shirzong, I am not dead." Shirzong asked, "Natsui, what is going on?" Natsui said, "Lord Shirzong, I will explain everything to you later." She looked at Akahoshi and said, "Akahoshi, for your own selfish desires, you disregard the lives of the villagers and insist on starting the training of the stars. Do you deserve the cultivation from the 3rd Hokage?" Akahoshi said, "Stop preaching to me. Kill him and hand over the training ninjutsu, or I want to hold back." No longer hiding his intentions, he completely exposed them. The fierce Akahoshi was truly ugly, like a fierce beast. At this moment, in the hearts of the villagers, Akahoshi no longer had any image. Everything he had built in the past was completely shattered. He was no longer the shadow of the star-hidden village, but rather the enemy of the star-hidden village. Naruto smiled faintly. This was the result he wanted. He nodded to Smaru, signaling that he could act. Smaru said, "Chixing, if you want to catch me, do you really think you're worthy?" After saying this, he broke free from his restraints and, before the 4 symbols could react, kicked one of them flying. They landed hard on the ground, groaning in pain, completely devoid of fighting strength. If Smaru hadn't held back, that kick could have killed him. Smaru then struck again, embedding Nightingale into the ground before she had a chance to react. Chixing's expression changed drastically. He hadn't expected Smaru to be so powerful. Nightingale and the 4 symbols were no match for him, and he knew their strength well. He would need at least 50 rounds against them. Chixing said, "Smaru, have you been hiding your strength?" Smaru replied, "Of course. Once I realized your intentions were impure, I had to conceal my abilities. Otherwise, how could you all have come to this point?" Smaru looked at Summer with excitement, tears in his eyes, and cried out, "Mom." The beloved one smiled. Her eyes filled with pride, seeing her child had grown up. Chixing said, "Good, good, truly worthy of being Summer's child, indeed different from the rest." Summer said, "Chixing, surrender. You have no chance left." Chixing's eyes reddened as he replied, "Dream on if you think I'll surrender." Suddenly, a surge of power descended upon him. He embedded the star stone into his chest, and his aura suddenly soared to the level of a shadow ninja, his chakra surpassing that of the past. This change left Summer and the others dumbfounded. Summer stood in front of Smaru, realizing that at this moment, Chixing was no longer something the current Smaru could resist. Naruto felt a deep sense of gloom in his heart. "Are you here to interfere again? Who exactly are you?" Smaru asked, "Mom, what's going on?" Chapter 173. The power of the world Summer did not know, as her gaze was fixed on Naruto. However, Naruto did not notice her gaze. Instead, he was concentrating on sensing the world around him, not letting a single detail slip by, trying to figure out who was secretly orchestrating everything. Yet, despite his powerful perception and vast mental energy reaching the skies, he had not yet found anything. However, he believed that this hidden figure would strike again. At this moment, Akahoshi's power was only average and insufficient to defeat Smaru and Summer. Moreover, there were also Beidou and Jinshin. Although the two had average strength, they could still hold off for a few moves. Smaru, Summer, and Akahoshi were all characters in the plot, and both Summer and Akahoshi were destined to perish. He needed to protect these two. Therefore, he overlooked Summer's gaze. Seeing Naruto in deep thought, Summer understood he was pondering and did not disturb him. She said to Smaru, "This might be some powerful force obtained from the secret method to unlock the Star Stone." She was somewhat uncertain, questioning whether such a tiny amount of energy from the Star Stone could yield such immense power. Smaru quietly replied, "Is that so? If most of the energy from the star has been absorbed by me, how can he still possess such strong power?" Summer did not answer. She was unsure as well. Smaru said, "No matter what, let me test his abilities." Internal energy coursed through his body, and he struck a palm print towards Akahoshi. Akahoshi crazily shouted, "Summer, with such power, why not use it? Wouldn't it be a waste to block it?" He unleashed the Peacock Divine Method, pushing Smaru back. Summer's expression changed slightly as she said, Smaru shook his head, "Mother, I'm fine." He was somewhat puzzled. Was this the power of their village's Peacock Divine Method? The attack seemed really average. That previous strike was just a test. He hadn't used his full strength, and it hadn't even hurt him at all. He knew that he was now at a level above Akahoshi. Akahoshi laughed maniacally. "It's useless. It's useless. Now, I'm the god of ninjas." Summer did not engage him in conversation. She released her martial arts power, leaping into the air and engaging Akahoshi in battle. Summer had come from a battlefield, her combat experience slightly surpassing Akahoshi's, and coupled with her training in martial arts, she was evenly matched with him. All of Akahoshi's methods could not handle Summer. He broke down, exclaiming, "Impossible, impossible. How can this be useless? How can this be useless?" Summer replied, "You're just a frog at the bottom of a well. The way of the ninja is not the only path." In her heart, she fully recognized martial arts. After battling with Akahoshi, she understood the gap between the way of the ninja and martial arts, gaining a strong advantage in both power and physicality. Akahoshi could not accept this fact. His gaze fell on Smaru as he coldly said, "Is that so? I don't believe it." He turned around, madly attacking Smaru. Smaru, he thought to himself, "Are you looking for me? Although I'm not your match, if you want to capture me, you're still not enough." However, just as he was about to resist, suddenly, he could not move his body, and his eyes became somewhat vacant, momentarily stunned. Be careful," Summer shouted. She used her true energy to activate the Peacock Divine Method, transforming into a giant hand reaching for Akahoshi. Smaru regained his senses and said stiffly, "I'm fine." He then shifted his position, landing behind Summer. Summer breathed a sigh of relief and coldly said to Akahoshi, "Akihoshi, you are not worthy to be a part of Star Hidden Village." She intended to exert her strength to completely defeat Akahoshi. But at that moment, Smaru made his move, transforming his chakra into a long spear and piercing towards Summer. Jizong shouted, "Summer, be careful behind you. I've been waiting for you for a long time. Let me see who exactly you are." Naruto murmured to himself. He had finally waited for this moment. The power of rules from all directions. This giant sword made of chakra instantly shattered. Rule Sword Domain. Naruto's soul entered Smar's body with the sword domain, immobilizing him, rendering all his actions ineffective. Now under Naruto's control, Summer turned around and saw the broken long sword shattered by Naruto, causing her pupils to constrict. She remembered that before the incident happened, Naruto had warned her to be careful, to be wary of anyone. She had trusted her son completely, but now she couldn't hide the bitterness in her heart. Her child had actually turned against her. Naruto did not forget to transmit his voice, saying, "Shatter the Star Stone of Akahoshi, take him down, and eliminate the power within his body. I will explain to you later." Hearing Naruto's words, Shari calmed her mind, no longer paying attention to Smaru behind her, and focused on dealing with Akahoshi. She believed that with Naruto's strength, he was more than capable of controlling Smaru. Naruto's soul entered the body of Smaru, and in his realm of rules, there was an extremely vague figure that astonishingly said, "Rules, there are actually people in this world who can master the power of rules." Naruto asked, "Who are you, sir?" The figure replied by asking him, "It's you. How can you wield the power of the rules?" "No, wait, you're not even a ninja?" Naruto said, "This is interesting. The world is not just about ninja training. But what I want to know now is, who exactly are you?" The figure replied, "But in this world, there are only ninjas. There can only be ninjas." Naruto said, "Everything in the world is subject to change, and there are always things that don't follow the rules. The figure nodded in agreement and replied, "This is true, but while others may be variable. Why have you become the variable?" Naruto smiled slightly and said, "Is it because I am the child of destiny?" "Yes, it's because you're the child of destiny." Naruto smiled and said, "So my path has already been determined? Is that so?" Naruto said, "I'm confused. In the plot, there shouldn't be a character like you, right?" "Yeah. Why did I wake up?" "Naruto, this is something similar to the awakened power of the ninja way. Do you know about the power of the ninja way?" Naruto asked, "Has the ninja way awakened?" This question revealed quite a bit, and the doubts in Naruto's heart were gradually being resolved. Naruto said, "It should be awake. I've encountered it before. It's very strong and has probably been awakened for quite a long time." The figure replied, "How could it awaken? What's the reason for this?" "No, it must have been stimulated. It awakened because it sensed danger." "But what danger?" Suddenly, the figure looked at Naruto and said, it's you. The power within your body is not that of a ninja, and it has given it a sense of danger, which is why it awakened." Taking this opportunity, Naruto asked, "Then who are you?" "I am the power of the world." Chapter 174, The Defeat of the Red Star. Naruto frowned. The power of the world? This concept is a bit vague. He asked, "The power of the world, are you the embodiment of the origin, or the power of the world that maintains the storyline?" The figure looked at Naruto seriously again and said, "It's not for nothing that you possess the power to grasp the rules. It seems you understand many things." Naruto said, "Of course, otherwise I wouldn't be able to take this step. There are many things I haven't fully understood yet. Can you help me clarify?" The consciousness of the power of the world replied, "Of course, but you must agree to one condition." Naruto said, "Let's talk about the conditions first." At this moment, he was already certain that this was just a part of the world's power, which only maintained the development of the plot and could not involve matters outside of it. This consciousness said, "Next time, the power of rules cannot alter the trajectory of fate." Naruto said, "I can't agree to this." "Why?" Naruto said, "I'm the child of destiny. What is next?" The consciousness replied, "You are indeed clever." Naruto said, "So, give up your little thoughts. If you want to dig a pit for me, I'm afraid you still can't do it." Consciousness said, "All right, let's change it. The land of the dead. Walking along the path of fate." Naruto smiled slightly and said, "All right, go ahead and ask." Naruto said, "The way of the ninja, the power of the world. The rules all exist. Will they all awaken?" "Yes, of course, but this requires the influence of external forces to awaken." The consciousness of the world's power replied. Naruto asked, "What is external force?" Consciousness replied, "This is the world of ninjas." Naruto asked again, "Has the ninja way awakened?" "No." Naruto said, "Then what I saw is the power of the ninja way." The consciousness of the power of the world replied, "It is merely a part of the ninja way's power, just the power of rules." Naruto vaguely understood and said, "Last question. Good. Have you truly completely awakened? If not, what will you do?" "As I guessed, if you had truly awakened, how could I have discovered you?" Summer was a few years older than Akahoshi, and Akahoshi's strength had indeed declined somewhat. His momentum weakened significantly, but he still possessed the strength of a shadow ninja. To avoid harming innocent people, she pushed Akahoshi out of the village, landing him on the lake surface. As for the four under Akahoshi, they were naturally imprisoned and became prisoners. Summer was furious, and her attacks were relentless. After a brief but intense battle, she disabled Akahoshi's chakra and tossed him into the arena like a dead dog. Although Akahoshi had the strength of a shadow ninja, his proudest skill was still the peacock mystique. However, Summer was once the #1 in Star Hidden Village and was much more familiar with this peacock mystique. Coupled with Summer's martial arts power, which surpassed chakra, Akahoshi's defeat was inevitable. Shirzone temporarily took the lead and ordered people to bind Akahoshi and the others, intending to judge their crimes. Akahoshi asked, "Summer, your methods are not the secret arts of Star Hidden Village. What exactly are they?" Summer replied, "This is naturally not ninjutsu. This is martial arts." Akahoshi retorted, "Is it the martial arts training of the Flame Dragon Empire?" Summer said, "That's right. It surpasses ninjutsu training, especially the training of the stars." Akahoshi scoffed, "Nonsense, the training of the stars is the strongest training." Just as he finished speaking, someone slapped a pillar, causing a large chunk to fall. This attracted everyone's attention. Akahoshi looked over and said, "Jinshin, is that you?" Jinshin replied, "Aren't I in pain?" Akahoshi asked, "You also practice martial arts?" Jinshin nodded yes, and Beidou. Beidou also stepped forward and demonstrated a punch, slightly stronger than AJ Nin. Akahoshi shook his head, "Impossible, impossible. The method of martial arts training cannot surpass the training of the stars." He refused to accept this outcome, not believing it was true, unable to get past the demons in his heart. Summer said. That's because you're just a frog at the bottom of a well, unaware of how vast the world is. Martial arts training can not only heal Jinshin's hidden injuries, but also allow her strength to be restored. And her current physical body is even stronger than yours. After saying this, Summer ignored Akahoshi, her gaze falling on Smaru in the sky, and then looking at Naruto in the crowd. She wanted to ask, but upon seeing that Naruto did not interact with her, she suppressed her doubts. After a while, Smaru fell from the sky. Instinctively, Summer stepped forward to catch him. Naruto secretly conveyed, "Take him to the mountains and forests. I will explain to you." Naruto took a step ahead and disappeared into the crowd. Summer said to Shirzone, "Lord Shirzone, I'll leave this to you," without giving Shirzone a chance to speak. He hugged Smaru and took off into the air. Beidou asked, "Jinshin, what's going on? Why would Smaru attack Senior Summer?" Senior Summer is his mother. Jinshin wasn't the only one curious. Everyone wanted to know. Akahoshi said, "Haha, this is naturally due to Smaru's dark inner thoughts." Jinshin shouted, "Akahoshi, shut up." Akahoshi replied, "Jinshin, is this how you speak to your elders?" Jinshin squinted his eyes and coldly said, "Elder? With you? You don't deserve to be a villager of Shingin Village. You're just a treacherous villain. Smaru becoming like this must be your doing, right?" At this point, Jinshin's anger was brewing, and he wished he could punch Akahoshi in the head. Reminded by this, everyone reacted, and Beidou spoke first. "Yes, Akahoshi, you're truly despicable and shameless. Wanting Smaru to kill his own mother. You're simply insane." No one forgot that he wanted to punish Smaru and judge him, so he tampered with Smaru, leading to Smaru's actions. Akahoshi said, "I didn't." Jinshin asked, "Did not?" Smaru respects his mother the most. He would never harm her, even if his heart is twisted. He wouldn't act against Senior Summer at this time. It would bring him no benefit. Jinshin interjected, "Senior Summer is stronger than you. You're no match for her. So you use Smaru as a weapon to kill her. After all, no mother would guard against her own child." Reasonable and well-founded. The villagers agreed with this statement and hated Akahoshi even more, demanding his execution. Shirzone said, "Let's wait for Summer to come back and make a decision. She is the pillar of Shingin Village." The villagers accepted this. In their hearts, Summer's reputation was unmatched. Chapter 175. The Past Invitation to Naruto. "Mom, I didn't." Smaru kept shaking his head, unable to forgive himself for attacking his mother. Summer said, "Mom believes you. Let's hear what the senior has to say." The eyes of the mother and son fell on Naruto. Naruto asked, "Have you heard of the Nara family's shadow possession technique?" The two nodded. Of course they had heard of it. Smaru said, "Senior, am I being controlled by a shadow ninja technique?" Naruto said, "Of course not. The shadow binding technique is just a minor trick. It can't control your thoughts. You can still resist. However, not only can you not resist, but you also can't have your own consciousness." Smaru said, "I seem to remember nothing." Naruto said, "This is nature. Your body, your whole being, is no longer yourself." Summer asked softly, "Senior, who is it?" Calculating against one's own child, to the bitter end. Naruto said, "The ninja world has changed now. It has incorporated many things. Your current strength is too weak. Knowing this won't benefit you." Smaru asked, "Senior, what kind of strength do I need?" Naruto said, "Do you want revenge?" Smaru replied, "Yes." Naruto said, "I'm not trying to discourage you, but with your current strength, you're not even at the entry level. Although both of you have decent talent, you're still a bit lacking compared to figures like Senju Hashirama. To understand the power of the world, one needs at least the strength of the six paths. Senju Hashirama died as a legendary peak, never entering the realm of the six paths. For Xia Ri and Sima Lu to reach the six paths realm is not just difficult, it's hopeless." Sima Lu asked, "Is it the legendary blade we need?" Naruto said, "No, it's the six paths." Summer and Smaru's bodies trembled. The six paths, this is the ancestor of the ninja sect. For countless years in the ninja world, even the god of ninjas, Hashirama Senju, has never reached the realm of the six path sage. What virtue or ability do they have to reach the level of the six path sage and stand shoulder to shoulder with him? After a while, Summer asked, "Senior, we're just ants. Why them? With such powerful strength, they're just small figures. Yet why are they targeting them? This point is hard to understand." Naruto said, "I don't know about that." He said a bit too much, and at this moment, both of them were probably doubting themselves. So it's better to hold back a little to avoid exposing too much and attracting attention. As characters in the plot, they can be said to be at a critical juncture in their fate, and they can't escape it. Smaru asked, "Senior, will they come back?" Naruto said, "It's hard to say. Maybe yes, maybe no. If he plays dumb again, he definitely won't come back. Not to mention that he has already slain the remnants of the world's power in the sword domain. The time in Star Hidden Village has already been completed, and the plot here has been explained. It will no longer be given attention. Whether Summer dies or not is already irrelevant. Both Summer and Smallow were somewhat disappointed, having not received the answers they wanted. The hidden enemy behind this is mysterious and unpredictable, making it a very difficult foe to deal with. Right now, they have no confidence in being able to confront them. If it weren't for the presence of the senior, Youming this time, their Star Hidden Village would undoubtedly be in an awkward situation. Summer asked, Senior, in today's ninja world, is there anyone who has reached the Six Paths realm? Naruto said, you guys are really challenging me. In today's ninja world, there are martial artists and ninjas everywhere. Who knows if anyone has reached the Six Paths level? But speaking of which, there is indeed one. Sayori who? Naruto said, martial arts pioneer, Kingdom of Flame, Dragon King Uzumaki Naruto. Dragon King Uzumaki Naruto, indeed. His strength is a mystery, but it is rumored that the Dragon King defeated the legendary ninja with a single sword strike. Even if he hasn't reached the Six Paths level, he is probably half a foot in that direction. Smallow asked, Senior, do you think the Dragon King is strong? Or is the enemy behind him strong? Naruto said, hey, this is beyond my understanding. I have never seen the Dragon King, so I don't know his depth and cannot measure him. When the power of the world and the true awakening of the ninja way occur, he naturally won't be a match. However, for now, I can't say I would win, but I'm not afraid either. It would be quite difficult to kill him. Summer Day then asked, who is stronger, you or Lord Dragon King? Naruto said without hesitation, of course it's him. I lost myself, which makes sense. The Summer showed a joyful expression and said, Senior, does that mean that Lord Dragon King can defeat this hidden enemy? If Naruto can resolve their crisis while admitting he is no match for the Dragon King, it indicates that the Dragon King should be able to overcome this hidden enemy. Naruto raised an eyebrow and said, you're thinking too much. This time, it's just a lasting shadow clone. I can handle it easily. He felt a hint of anticipation in his heart. Could it be that it was going to attach itself to me, Lord Dragon King? That would be quite acceptable and very welcome. Summer said, thank you for the clarification, Senior. With a sincere expression, he had already made up his mind. Naruto said, don't mention it. I just did it out of convenience. Summer asked, Senior, you're a traveler, but it seems you're not just traveling, right? She looked at Naruto with a hint of scrutiny in her eyes. Naruto said, of course, I am contemplating some things and gaining insights. Summer asked, does this have anything to do with the hidden enemies? Oh, it really does. This time, he answered very sincerely, in order to enhance his strength. He constantly seeks understanding, which is precisely to deal with these enemies, to promote the martial way, establish his own power, and roam the world. Smaru asked, is it to deal with these hidden enemies? Naruto did not lie and nodded, saying, naturally, their power is currently unclear, so I can only improve myself. Summer said, Senior, the hidden enemies did not achieve their desired results, and they should return to Star Hidden Village. Why not join me in Star Hidden Village so that we can resist the enemies together? Naruto said, I secretly shattered the enemy's clones, so they won't come to Hashin Village for a while. They might head towards other villages. I might encounter them while wandering. This explanation was slightly forced, but it had no major flaws. Naturally, Shari fell a bit down and asked, Senior, when do you plan to leave? Naruto said, I've been delayed here for a few days, and it's time to part ways. I'll be leaving in a couple of days. Summer replied, Senior, you are a great benefactor to our village. I wonder if you have any instructions for us. Naruto said, there really is. Summer and Smara bowed and said, please speak. Senior. Chapter 176. Mizuki Chuan wins, the second generation Star Shadow. Naruto said, you can pass down the martial arts, but there is one condition, do not reveal my existence. The mother and son naturally understood and guessed that the senior did not want his news to be known by the enemies lurking in the dark, which was why he made this request. In fact, there was no need for Naruto to say it. They would naturally comply. Shari said, we mother and son will definitely keep our promise. Naruto said, all right, farewell. After saying that, he flew away and disappeared, leaving Xiaori and Sima Lu unable to even say thank you. Naruto has not left Star Hidden Village for the time being because there is still one thing he has not clarified. This matter is about Mizuki Kawashige. This person is truly mysterious. He is neither a ninja nor a martial artist, just an ordinary person, but his lack of roots and connections piques Naruto's curiosity. The situation here seems to be coming to an end, and perhaps his identity will be revealed. Therefore, Naruto plans to observe in secret to see if this old man will inadvertently expose himself. Summer has returned to Star Hidden Village and has become the village's Hokage. With her strength and prestige, she is undoubtedly qualified for the position, and with her sincerity and kindness, she can lead Star Hidden Village to new heights. Compared to Akahoshi, the villagers are more accepting of Summer. She is also very capable. With a few policies implemented, she has transformed the situation in Star Hidden Village. Naruto's attention was not on Sherry, but on Mizuki Kawakatsu. Mizuki often muttered, "Is it over? Can the Star Hidden Village be safe now?" However, it seemed that he did not mention Sherry in his words. A few days later, because Naruto had not shown up, Mizuki murmured again, "That brat. Why isn't he back yet?" He went to find Sherry and learned that Naruto had already left. He muttered, "That bastard, I haven't even paid him yet." Then, Mizuki looked at Sherry and said, "The Star Hidden Village will prosper even more in your hands." Sherry replied, "Thank you for your affirmation, Elder." Regarding Mizuki Kawakatsu, Sherry was also in the dark and did not know his background. Mizuki asked, "Lord Star Shadow, do you know the origin of the Phantom?" Sherry shook her head. "I'm not sure. This person's strength is extraordinary. He is a powerful ninja and a formidable warrior." Mizuki asked, "Lord Star Shadow, how does his strength compare to yours?" Sherry wanted to say that she was no match for Naruto, but then she remembered what Naruto had instructed her and said, "He is slightly stronger than me. If we were to fight one-on-one, he would need 300 rounds to kill me." She thought to herself, "If he wanted to kill me, it might just take one round." Mizuki said, "Is that so?" Sherry became curious and said, "Elder Mizuki, you seem very interested in the identity of Senior Phantom." Mizuki replied, "I always feel that this Phantom has some purpose. His coming to the Star Hidden Village is not simple." Sherry had heard some things about Mizuki and knew that he could sense the good and bad in people. So she asked Elder Mizuki, "Does Senior Phantom have good intentions or malice?" Mizuki said, "I can't sense it. This kid's eyes are like an abyss. They're hard to read. Of course, it shouldn't be malice. He seems to be an upright person." Sherry nodded. "Indeed, if Senior Phantom had malicious intent, teaming up with the Red Star, we would find it hard to win." Mizuki nodded in agreement. "That's true." He sighed softly and said, "Sherry, I am leaving the Star Hidden Village entirely in your hands." This made Sherry freeze for a moment. It felt just like when the third Star Shadow spoke before his death, not wanting Sherry to think too much. Mizuki then took his leave. Naruto witnessed this scene and murmured, "This old guy, could he be the last surviving elder of the Star Hidden Village?" However, this matter would soon be clarified. 2 days later, Mizuki Chuan-sheng left the village alone and went to a grave. This grave was none other than that of the first generation of Star Hidden. He looked at the tombstone and softly said, "Big brother, the calamity of Star Hidden Village has passed. Summer is a competent leader, and under her guidance, Star Hidden Village will surely grow stronger. In a few days, I will come to accompany you. Big brother?" The first generation of Star Shadow was this person's older brother. This made Naruto even more interested. He scanned the records of the Star Hidden Village with his spiritual sense and quickly obtained the family relationship chart of the first generation of Star Shadow. The first generation of Star Shadow had only one brother, who was also the second generation of Star Shadow. And the second generation of Star Shadow had already died. Naruto murmured, "Could it be that the second Tsuchikage has been resurrected?" To get this answer, Naruto could only ask Mizuki Kawakatsu. He waved his hand and pulled Mizuki Kawakatsu, who was about to enter the Tsuchikage village, into the sky. Mizuki Kawakatsu's eyes narrowed slightly. He didn't show the demeanor of an ordinary old man. If he were an ordinary old man, he would have already shown signs of fear. Mizuki Kawakatsu said, "You have captured me here. May I ask what your purpose is?" Naruto said, "Second Hokage, long time no see." Mizuki Katsudo's pupils constricted for a moment and then returned to normal. He replied, "What are you talking about? How could I be the second Hokage? I'm just an ordinary old man." Naruto said, "The first Hokage has only one brother, and that is the second Hokage." Mizuki Masaru's expression changed, and he said, "Why are you following me, sir?" Naruto said, "Of course it's to find out about your origins. You are too mysterious and seem to be someone who shouldn't exist." As soon as these words were spoken, Mizuki Masaru's expression changed even more, and he asked in a deep voice, "Who are you?" Naruto appeared and said, "Old man, it seems you've been thinking about me these past few days, asking about my origins." Upon seeing Naruto, Mizuki Katsumi's pupils suddenly constricted, and he said, "You little ghost from the underworld, it's you?" Naruto nodded. "Yes, it's me." Surprised? Mizuki Kawashige, very surprised. He continued, "You releasing the news of your departure was to secretly monitor me?" Naruto nodded. "Of course, after all, you are too mysterious. and I really want to know your secrets, so I secretly monitored you. Mizukawa Masaru said, All right, I admit, I am the second-generation Star Shadow. That ghostly kid. Can you honestly tell me your purpose for coming to Star Hidden Village? Naruto jokingly said, Old man. Do you believe me when I say I'm here in Star Hidden Village to find a wife? Mizukawa Masaru replied, Hee, do you think I will believe that? Naruto said, Old man, isn't it only natural for me to find a wife since I haven't started a family yet? Mizukawa Katsushi retorted, Is there a shortage of girls in the ninja world? Naruto said, The three-legged frog cannot be found, but there are quite a few two-legged girls. Mizukawa Masaru, the girls of Hashiomi Village are not particularly willing to sacrifice themselves. Chapter 177. Uchiha Obito reappears. Naruto nodded and said, It is indeed a bit special, especially small. Mizuki Kawashige immediately had a face full of anger and said, Bastard, aren't you afraid of divine retribution? Naruto said, I'm not afraid of that. After all, we are sworn enemies. Sworn enemies? Mizuki Kawasumi asked in confusion, What do you mean by that? Naruto found it hard to explain. This is the movie world of Little Days, and also the people of Little Days. Naruto said, You won't understand even if I tell you, so there's no need to say it. Mizuki Kawakatsu replied, If you're not, how do you know I won't understand? Naruto changed the subject and said, Old man, are you leaving? Mizukawa Katsuki replied, The Star Hidden Village has come to an end, so I naturally have to go. He looked directly at Naruto and asked, Yume kid, you won't take action against the Star Hidden Village, will you? Naruto said, Is this really necessary? It's not necessary, right? If I want to make a move, can you stop me? Mizuki Kawashige replied, That's true. Your strength is unfathomable, and we really can't stop you. However, I still have a last-ditch effort, a strike that uses up all my life force to decapitate my enemy. This is the ability I possess after my resurrection. Naruto said, What kind of jutsu is this? Mizukawa Katsumi replied, Take death. Naruto, to die, it really is the way of death. But one thing, how did you come back to life? Mizuki Kawashige said, I don't know. One day, I felt a tremor in my soul and fainted. When I woke up, I was back in the ninja world. Naruto said, So you came back to the Star Hidden Village, living under a false identity? Mizuki Katsushige replied, Yes. He stared seriously at Naruto and said, Yume kid, do you really want to settle down? Naruto couldn't help but feel alert and said, Old man. What do you mean by that? Mizukawa Katsudo replied, If you like Shingen Village, Sayuri is not bad. She's gentle and virtuous, suitable to be a wife. And she's about the same age as you. Naruto interrupted, Old man, you are the inheritor of the legacy of Wei Wu? Mizukawa Masaru replied, What do you mean? Naruto, it's meaningless, old man. I'm leaving, and I hope we won't be enemies in the future. Without giving Sumokawa Katsu a chance to speak again, Naruto disappeared into thin air, and Sumokawa Katsu returned to the ground. Once back on the ground, Sumokawa Katsu looked up at the sky and murmured, Space ninjutsu? Who exactly is this Yomi? He couldn't figure out, then added, The ninja world seems to be unstable. Can I really not leave? He let out a long sigh and walked back to Hashiyuki Village. This time, Naruto left Hashiyuki Village, and his next target was the Land of Demons. However, this time he wouldn't intervene at all, allowing the people of the Land of Demons to not even see his face. The consciousness of the world's power is quite interesting. From his conversation with this consciousness, Naruto understood that his arrival had greatly changed the development of the plot and caused it to deviate. If the plot, which is not complete without the protagonist's involvement, were to weaken the power of this world's force, he awakened and secretly competed with Naruto, using Naruto's hand to bring about the demise of those in the plot. Naruto murmured, In this chaotic world, combined with the Otsutsuki, what kind of world will it become? I'm really looking forward to it. With his current strength constantly improving, the Hunyuan body refinement technique had also reached the peak of the 7th layer, just one step away from entering the 8th layer. Once he entered the 8th layer, he would undoubtedly transcend the Great Unity Realm and surpass the ordinary world. Now that he had entered the Great Unity Realm, his understanding of the world and the rules had also greatly increased, making the sword rules increasingly perfect. Upon arriving in the Land of Ghosts, Naruto directly found a place to close himself off and focus on his training, allowing the plot to develop on its own. During Naruto's seclusion, the ninja world was far from peaceful. The long-missing Uchiha Obito had appeared. He led a few people to the land of Earth and invaded Iwagakure. Noki led a group of ninjas to intercept Uchiha Obito, and Noki asked in a deep voice, Akatsuki, Tobi, what are you doing in my Iwagakure? Tobi replied indifferently, to rule the land of Earth. His tone was firm, with no room for negotiation. Of course, Toby now had the strength to back it up. His eyes had completely evolved into the Rinnegan, and his power had reached the legendary level of a ninja. After several years of settling down, his strength would surely break through to the Six Paths realm. Noki coldly said, "Toby." Uchiha Obito interrupted, "I'm sorry, I don't go by Toby anymore. I'm Uchiha Obito." There was no need for him to hide anymore. He was indeed Uchiha Obito, the one who had died long ago. Noki was puzzled. "Uchiha Obito?" Uchiha Obito nodded. "Yes, Uchiha Obito." Noki said, "But didn't you die over 20 years ago?" Uchiha Obito replied, "But I came back to life, surviving for revenge." Noki stated, "I don't care why you survived, but this is a Wagakure, and your enemies shouldn't be us. It should be the Flame Dragon and Konoha. You have no say here." Uchiha Obito said, "Noki, do you know the current situation?" Noki asked, "What do you mean?" Uchiha Obito explained, "Now the Flame Dragon Kingdom has annexed the land of fire, 3/4 of the land of wind, and the land of rainbow, becoming the largest force in the ninja world. Who among the water country, the lightning country, and the land of earth can resist the Flame Dragon Kingdom and the Hidden Dragon Organization?" Noki replied, "Not now, but even in the past, the Flame Dragon Kingdom. We had no one to stop it. The Dragon King's sword can cut down anything. Who can resist?" Uchiha Obito remarked, "At least you have some self-awareness. But martial arts is a war demon technique. It attracts people to constantly train, pursuing supreme power. The true martial arts training is in the Flame Dragon Kingdom. To obtain it, you must join the Flame Dragon. This will lead more ninjas to abandon the path of ninjas, more people to leave their countries. After decades, will there still be the land of earth or the land of water?" Noki agreed with this statement, saying, "Uchiha Obito, I know what you're saying is true, but we are also seeking change, applying martial arts training methods to ninja training, transforming them into ninjutsu. The Flame Dragon Kingdom wants to unify the ninja world. It cannot do so." Uchiha Obito responded, "As expected of Noki, you indeed have ambition, but you probably haven't researched it yet. Join us, and you will have superior methods of ninja martial arts training." To be honest, Noki was quite tempted. He claimed to be researching, but he had barely scratched the surface. There were indeed villagers in the village practicing martial arts, but it had nothing to do with ninjutsu. Noki said, "Thank you for your kindness." But a Wagakure, before he could finish, he saw Uchiha Obito's cold eyes. Chapter 178. Meiterumi's choice. Uchiha Obito came this time with sincerity. But after Noki repeatedly rejected him, he would no longer be polite. He directly released Susanoo, his eyes spinning as the Rinnegan manifested. Uchiha Obito said, "I initially wanted to treat you with courtesy, but since it's come to this, I will grant you what you wish." Noki felt a tremor in his heart. In front of Uchiha Obito, he was completely outmatched. The pressure was such that a single blow could crush him, leaving him no chance to resist. Uchiha Obito continued, "I am giving you one chance now. Will you join or not? If not, you will die. Whether it's you or a Wagakure. If you disagree, there's only one outcome, death." Naka's expression fell. Could he say no? Naturally, he could not. His words now decided the fate of thousands of lives in a Wagakure. Left with no choice, Noki could only say, "I will join." He didn't tease struggle at all. Noki knew very well that if he did not choose this way, today would be a disaster for a Wagakure, with countless casualties. For the sake of a Wagakure, he had to make this choice. Now, Uchiha Obito was very shrewd. After taking control of a Wagakure, he secretly placed white Zetsu clones to eliminate any dissenters and maintain control through their presence. Soon, Iwagakure was united as one, continuously expanding outward, gradually taking control of the land of Earth while also spreading the methods of ninja martial arts training. The so-called ninja martial arts training methods were essentially martial arts training combined with chakra extraction techniques, creating a new form of cultivation. However, this was something born from the laws of the ninja world and was indeed a superior martial arts philosophy, slightly inferior in strength only to the Xian Yuan sword technique. In the land of lightning, in Kimogakure, Reikage had returned, passing on the ninja martial arts training methods to the villagers while secretly consolidating control over the land of lightning. To compete with the current Flame Dragon Kingdom, he had to control the land of lightning and create more ninjas to have a fighting chance. Naturally, the Wind Shadow Raza and Sarutobi Hiruzen were not idle either. Raza could no longer return to Sunagakure, while Sarutobi Hiruzen would not go to the land of fire. They were both seeking revenge, so they had to recruit from other countries. Sarutobi Hiruzen led dozens of ninjas and thousands of white Zetsu to occupy the land of iron and the land of waterfall, while Raza took control of the land of moon, the land of sound, and the land of hot water. As for the land of rain and the land of rivers, they did not dare to approach, as they were all prime targets between the land of fire and the land of wind, akin to the fat meat spoken of by Hashirama Senju and Gaara. Uchiha Obito, Noki, Raza, Sarutobi Hiruzen, and A formed a ninja martial alliance. It must be said that this alliance of nations was indeed a powerful force, and with the presence of the troublesome White Zetsu, the situation subtly overshadowed the Flame Dragon Kingdom. However, even if they had strength, they were not considering invading the current borders of the Flame Dragon Kingdom, the Land of Fire's borders, because, after all, no one could withstand the Dragon King Naruto Uzumaki. Additionally, there was the god of ninjas, Hashirama Senju, who was a formidable mountain. No one knew how strong he had become after training in martial arts. Thus, Uchiha Obito and the others were very cautious, developing carefully and fearing that Hashirama Senju would start a war. As for Naruto Uzumaki, he had never left the Flame Dragon City, so there was no need to worry for now. In the land of water, in Kirigakure, a black-clad figure suddenly appeared in Terumi Mei's office. At first, Terumi Mei did not notice, but after a while, the black-clad figure spoke as a shadow ninja. Is your perception really worthy of the title? Terumi Mei then raised her head to see the black-clad figure, putting down the documents in her hand, and asked, "Who are you?" The black-clad figure replied, "Who I am is not important. What matters is your choice." Terumi Mei asked, "Choice of what?" The man in black said, "The Ninja Martial Alliance and the Flame Dragon Empire." In their investigation, the Water Nation has introduced many martial arts training methods, and even has complete techniques, although the techniques are not strong. Terumi Mei asked, "Is it a choice between two?" She did not make an immediate decision. During this short time, the Ninja Martial Alliance has made quite a stir and has a great momentum. However, in Terumi Mei's mind, there is the figure of Naruto, that kind of calmness, that kind of fearlessness. If forced to choose between the two, she would choose Naruto, she would choose the Flame Dragon, a country that values fairness. The man in black said, No, it's a choice among three." Terumi Mei asked, "What is the third choice?" The man in black said, "Remain neutral." In the Mist Village, there are already quite a few martial artists. If Terumi Mei were to die, the first suspects would definitely be the Ninja Martial Alliance. After all, the actions of the Flame Dragon Nation are such that they would never do something like this. From the Dragon King onward, they would never use such means. If they truly wanted to annex the Water Nation, why wait until now? Therefore, if Terumi Mei were to die, the likelihood would be greater for the Ninja Martial Alliance. Because they have done this before, many have died at their hands. Moreover, the Rainbow Nation is now within the territory of the Flame Dragon Nation. If anything happens in the Water Nation, it will be noticed, and their actions would inevitably anger the Flame Dragon and provoke the Hidden Dragon Organization. It is not appropriate to go to war with the Flame Dragon now. So, the compromise plan is that the Water Nation remains neutral. After some contemplation, Terumi Mei replied, "I agree to remain neutral. The Water Nation and the Mist Village will not participate in the war." The man in black said, "Very well. I hope you keep your word." Leaving the strongest, he gave two kinds of eyes. One was the Rinnegan, and the other was the Rebirth Eye. Terumi Mei shuddered. She naturally knew what these two eyes were, as they were currently possessed by the Dragon King Naruto Uzumaki. After the man in black split away, Terumi Mei's thoughts became active, and she said, "Could this be Naruto Uzumaki?" After thinking for a moment, Terumi Mei denied in her heart, "It can't be him." The Dragon King's temperament would not be like this. He would absolutely not worry that the Water Nation would lean towards the Ninja Martial Alliance. The backbone of martial arts inheritance would not allow them to bow down. It should be someone from the Ninja Martial Alliance with the Rinnegan and Rebirth Eye. The Ninja Martial Alliance is indeed not simple. Now, Terumi Mei hesitated. She was somewhat uncertain about how to choose, whether to send a message to the Flame Dragon or to remain silent. In her heart, the Flame Dragon Nation was still a friend. After all, the Flame Dragon Nation acts justly, unlike the Ninja Martial Alliance, which is so dark. Terumi Mei murmured to herself, "Forget it. Let's wait a little longer. Lest I be caught by the Ninja Martial Alliance and make things difficult for the Water Nation." Terumi Mei did not know that her decision spared the Water Nation from a disaster. The man in black did not leave. He monitored all of Terumi Mei's actions. If Terumi Mei dared to send someone to the Flame Dragon Nation, he would not hesitate to control her. However, fortunately, everything was going as he had anticipated. Chapter 179. Uchiha Sasuke, Uchiha Madara. In a nameless space, there were two people engaged in battle. One was slightly older, wearing a black tight-fitting combat suit, with red layered armor on the outside, holding a pure black staff. If Naruto were here, he would definitely recognize this staff. It is the Six Paths staff, made from the Six Paths jade. The other person was younger, with long black hair, holding a Kusanagi sword. The age difference between the two was somewhat apparent, but their strengths were indeed similar. Both were at the Six Paths level, but from their battle, it was clear they were only at the initial stage and had not fully mastered the power of the Six Paths. The two stopped, and the one with the staff said, "Good, you are indeed my descendant." The young man also sheathed his Kusanagi sword and said, "Compared to my ancestors, I still fall short. Sasuke, you're already very strong now. In my day, at your age, I had not yet entered the legendary ninja, and you have already stepped into the Six Paths. Your brilliance has long surpassed ours." The two were none other than Uchiha Madara and Uchiha Sasuke. Sasuke said, "This is not my credit. It is thanks to Lord Ninja's full support. If I were to cultivate by myself, I might only be at the peak of the Super Shadow level now. Since he was captured, it has been endless training. He has inherited the martial arts techniques passed down from Naruto, but under the temptation of the ninja way rules. He has fused the chakra extraction method with the martial arts techniques, greatly speeding up his training, although he has lost substance and only cares about external strength. He does not know what is the realm of intent or the essence of the art. Because he practiced the ninja martial arts, he can only simply use sage techniques, which is also thanks to his identity as Indra." Uchiha Madara asked, "Sasuke, do you have confidence now?" Sasuke's eyes were full of confidence as he nodded. Naturally, after being resurrected, Uchiha Madara looked at the void and wanted to get angry. Is this the world he was resurrected into? Uchiha Obito is simply a waste. But before he could voice his anger, a will had already descended, pressing down on him, making it impossible for him to resist. Uchiha Madara knew that this was a master stronger than himself. In the history of the ninja world, there seemed to be only 3 or 4 masters stronger than himself, and the one who truly crushed him was probably only the ancestor of the ninja sect, the Sage of Six Paths. He then asked, "Is it the Six Paths?" Having been asleep for so long, his mind was still somewhat clear, able to think of the Six Paths immediately. However, this entity is not the Six Paths. He is not qualified to be compared with this entity. The voice descended from a void, containing an overwhelming majesty. This made Uchiha Madara's proud heart shrink back, and he asked respectfully, "Who are you?" "You do not need to know who I am for now. Just know that I can make you stand shoulder to shoulder with the Six Paths." This statement made Uchiha Madara's eyes light up. He is a war maniac, pursuing power above all else. In his life, he has only lost to Hashirama Senju, although he pretended to die for his own plan. He was truly not a match for Hashirama Senju. Standing shoulder to shoulder with the Six Paths would naturally allow him to crush Hashirama Senju. Uchiha Madara has boarded a pirate ship and is aware of the current situation in the ninja world. The rise of martial arts is impacting the ninja way, and the Dragon King Naruto Uzumaki possesses unparalleled strength. Even the former Hashirama Senju has been resurrected and becomes his subordinate. This made Uchiha Madara's heart sink. He and Hashirama Senju were neighbors who were both friends and foes, and he knew Hashirama's methods. Hashirama can be used by Naruto Uzumaki, which means that the so-called Dragon King's strength must be above Hashirama Senju. This means that Uchiha Madara would not be a match for Naruto Uzumaki. Uchiha Sasuke had been cultivating for some time, and his strength was at the Super Shadow level. Uchiha Madara knew that Uchiha Sasuke had trained with Naruto, so he asked Uchiha Sasuke how many rounds he could last in battle with Naruto Uzumaki. Uchiha Sasuke gave an answer. He could kill me in an instant. Now that he has reached the Six Paths level, Uchiha Madara asked again, and Uchiha Sasuke naturally gave a positive answer. His temperament is such that when he was at the peak of the legendary ninja, he felt he could go head-to-head with Naruto. Without experiencing the storms, he would not understand what the gap is. Uchiha Madara also said, "When we return to the ninja world, I must duel with Naruto Uzumaki to see what is extraordinary about this martial arts." Although Uchiha Sasuke has practiced martial arts, under the constant temptation of the Sage of the Six Paths, he can no longer be considered a pure martial artist. Their battles are still contests of ninjutsu. At this moment, Uchiha Sasuke said, "Ancestral, he is mine." His tone was heavy and unquestionable, as he continues to grow and under the sage's nagging. Naruto Uzumaki has become his rival in his heart, and there must be a resolution between them. He has completely forgotten the gratitude he owed to Naruto for guiding him in his training and resolving his doubts. It is not an exaggeration to call him a white-eyed wolf. Uchiha Madara did not mind Sasuke's tone and said, "Don't worry about that. I just want to understand martial arts. I won't touch Naruto Uzumaki." To him, it seems that Naruto Uzumaki is not extraordinary at all. This is the confidence that allows them to reach the Six Paths realm. They look down on everything with only themselves in mind. This is the source of the Uchiha family's plot in the original storyline. Uchiha Sasuke said, "There are many who practice martial arts, such as Senju Hashirama, Uchiha Shursui, and others. They possess considerable strength. You can fight with them, but my battle with Naruto Uzumaki does not allow any interference." Mentioning Senju Hashirama, a slight emotion appeared on Uchiha Madara's face. This is fate. In Uchiha Sasuke's heart, he and Naruto must distinguish themselves, while in Uchiha Madara's heart, he must have a conclusion with Senju Hashirama. Uchiha Madara said, "Hashirama, decades have passed. I wonder if you have made any progress. Don't disappoint me too much." Filled with fighting spirit. For him, Senju Hashirama is his true rival, while Naruto Uzumaki is merely a junior. If not for the martial arts training method, he wouldn't care at all. It is naturally impossible for him to be disappointed. Although the current Senju Hashirama is only at the mid-stage of the Great Unity Realm, he has comprehended the intent and has reached the peak, being not far from the ultimate truth. Give him another 6 months, and he will be able to master the ultimate truth. Synopsis: the King of Mercenaries, the Underworld King, unexpectedly travels to a two-dimensional world after death, becoming the protagonist of the Naruto world, confirming that he has crossed over and cannot return. The Underworld King picks up the cultivation techniques he wished to practice in his previous life, but could not. He understands that in this sickly world, to survive, one must have powerful strength. In this world, ninjas are too singular. Ninjutsu, a simple and crude method of absorbing chakra, has no bloodline limits, and commoners cannot improve at all. The Underworld King ignites his heart for martial arts, sparking a martial arts craze.